so it was just a second. Only then did Bai Yi finally let go of his worries. He took a step back from the door facing it squarely and exhaled a long, relieved breath. This breath seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. As he took a long, deep breath, a large amount of air surged into his body, causing the air that was originally dissipating to rapidly condense and multiply. You have been slightly contaminated by an invisible existence, Sanity 21. The moment he sensed something unusual in his body, Bai Yi immediately realized he had made the mistake of being careless at the final moment, and he quickly held his breath and stepped back. At this moment, Bai Yi could no longer control his body. He was being manipulated, filled with despair as he peered through a small hole and caught a glimpse of the outside. In the next moment, a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail connected to shattered bones arced in a parabolic trajectory and gently struck the door. A cluster of thatch slowly fell down as this piece of flesh created a small hole in the door. At this moment, Bai Yi could no longer control his body. He was being manipulated, filled with despair as he peered through a small hole and caught a glimpse of the outside. The hole in the thatched door was no larger than a grain of rice, yet Bai Yi felt as though the malice of the entire world was surging in. He displayed a fervent expression on his face as if he had discovered the pursuit of his life, the highest truth. The moment he beheld it, Bai Yi felt as if he had entered paradise, where time had ceased to flow. The dome of heaven was woven from countless stars, each beam of light a pure existence, untouched by corruption. Here the light was not blinding, but rather a liquid compassion that gently permeated every inch of space. A crystal-like river wound its way through reflecting brilliance that transcended color, while glorious hymns echoed in his ears, enveloping him in beauty and enchantment. Warning, warning, warning. Directly gazing at an invisible level existence, Sanity 100. The steel spine has been activated, Sanity locked at 1100. The voice in his ears was like thunder, and Bai Yi suddenly awakened. Where is paradise? Before his eyes was a sea of blood red. In the distance, a gigantic mass of flesh floated in the void, its surface covered with vascular patterns. These patterns wriggled, as if alive, with dark green liquid flowing through each vein. Even more horrifying were the countless cracks on the surface of the flesh mass. Those were not wounds at all, but thousands of mouths gnawing away. Those mouths continuously howled, producing mocking sounds. As the perspective shifted, a large portion of the flesh mass had been gnawed away, with the jagged edges appearing as if they had been bitten off. Suddenly, the cries of the flesh mass grew more tragic as a piece of its flesh abruptly vanished, leaving behind a rugged pit. The surrounding void was filled with chunks of flesh, and Bai Yi felt as if his eyes were about to explode, but he could not control his own body. The expulsion was successful. In the next moment, Bai Yi's perspective shifted back to the shelter. Ugh! His stomach twisted violently, and the bitter taste of bile rose in his throat. Before Bai Yi could feel joy, excruciating pain surged through his body like an electric current. He staggered backwards, his lower back colliding with the wooden table, producing a dull thud. A metallic grinding sound echoed from Bai Yi's spine, and sharp bone protrusions bulged beneath his skin as if a steel blade were pushing up from his tailbone. He curled up on the ground, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Every capillary in his body contracted, and his skin took on an eerie bluish-gray hue. Ha! Each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. Bai Yi never expected that the so-called immense pain could be this terrifying. Using his last ounce of strength, he flipped over, and then the entire world plunged into darkness. When Bai Yi regained consciousness amidst the pain, dawn was breaking. He found himself still curled up, his back soaked in cold sweat, clinging tightly to his rigid spine. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he attempted to move his body, a tearing pain shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Bai Yi bit down hard on his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. It felt as if his spine had been poured with molten steel, and with every breath, he could sense the phantom pain of metal scorching his internal organs. Rationality recovering 30100, the information panel in his mind informed him that this ordeal had finally ended. Bai Yi struggled to raise his head, discovering the entire room was covered in claw marks, the varying depths of the grooves stained with dark red tissue, as if repeatedly scraped by a barbed weapon. When his gaze shifted to the tabletop, Bai Yi's pupils constricted sharply. The wooden handle of a stone axe bore 5 indented fingerprints, the edges smeared with flakes of shed skin. Was it me? He trembled as he raised his right hand, noticing wood splinters embedded beneath his nails. A sudden panic surged within him. What kind of struggle had his body endured during those hours of unconsciousness? But then he burst into laughter. I survived. I am alive. I will not die. I must keep living. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that Bai Yi could barely lean against the wall to stand. He checked the log and found it was already the next day. Bai Yi noticed a dim red glow shining from a pile of straw by the door. He used a stick he found to poke through the straw. There lay a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail with some bone fragments attached. This is from yesterday. He wrapped the broken bones in straw, but at the moment of contact he heard murmurs. The sound was like millions whispering in his ear. You see the endless proliferation of flesh and bone. Rationality 8 Rationality 2 2100. A sharp pain surged in his mind again, but it wasn't as intense. Bai Yi was startled, nearly dropping the item. Only after stuffing it into the storage box did the strange whispers cease. Such a small piece of meat takes up 30 units. Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise. Although he didn't know what this item was, for his intuition told him it was something valuable. Ugh, this pain, it seems I need to keep my rationality above 30 from now on. Growling, a growl of hunger emanated from his stomach, and Bai Yi realized he had been here for a day and a night without eating anything. I need to go out and find something to eat. If I just stay in the shelter, even with the beginner protection period, I won't last more than 2 days. Bai Yi moved his body and found that he had no major issues, so he picked up the axe. Just before leaving he paused and took the log with him. Bai Yi looked around. The white mist enveloped the entire world like solidified milk. In the fog floated some indistinct fluff, and the trees 10 meters away were reduced to twisted silhouettes. The visibility is so low, I hope everything goes smoothly. He encouraged himself and stepped into the mist. Bai Yi walked at a slow pace, remaining alert to the slightest rustle around him. However, it was far too quiet. There wasn't even a whisper of wind. Thus Bai Yi circled around the shelter for several hundred meters without discovering any food. This made him somewhat anxious. The issue of food was manageable. Going hungry for 2 days wasn't a problem, just a bit tiring. But the water situation was urgent. He hadn't had a drink in nearly 2 days and had to find a water source today. Feeling the mild dehydration in his body and thinking about his talent, Bai Yi gritted his teeth and decided to explore further. He walked in one direction, occasionally marking the surroundings. Finally, luck was on his side as Bai Yi heard the sound of flowing water. He quickened his pace towards the sound, discovering a small stream. Bai Yi first tasted it to confirm it was fresh water. He finally replenished his water supply. Afterwards, he searched along the stream, finding no living animals, but some wild fruits and a dead animal. It was a rabbit, its body relatively intact, but already decayed. Gray fur was covered in dark green mold, and translucent maggots crawled from its rotting eye sockets. Discovered slight contamination source. Rabbit corpse. Rationality 1 Discovered wild fruit, non-toxic, edible. Between the fruit and the rabbit, Bai Yi decisively chose the fruit. After supplementing his food supply, he gathered a full bundle of wild fruits, cradling them in his arms to take back. Before leaving, he thought for a moment and picked up the rabbit's ears to bring it back. During this process, Bai Yi discovered that when he held the log, he could check item information and even decompose animal corpses. However, he couldn't open the forum plaza or directly place items into the shelter's storage box. Upon returning to the shelter, Bai Yi had no intention of going back out, as the log indicated it was already afternoon, though he didn't know the exact time. However, Bai Yi took a moment to browse the forum, where one highlighted post explained that the duration of daytime was 8 hours. He didn't have time to read it in detail, as time was of the essence. He was already a day behind others and had to hurry to catch up to avoid being eliminated. In the remaining time, Bai Yi began chopping trees to collect wood. He tried to decompose directly using the log, but there was no response. Only felled trees could be decomposed. They really don't let any loopholes exist. Even a gentleman must be guarded. Bai Yi retorted angrily. The amount of wood decomposed from a tree depended on its size. Bai Yi worked all afternoon, chopping down 25 units of wood. As he noticed the sky growing dark, he still hadn't collected enough wood for the upgrade. Bai Yi glanced at his panel. Rationality 50100, and the next moment, he shouted, "Steel spine will activate." Suddenly his spine emitted a sound like gears turning. Bai Yi felt an electric current coursing through his joints, and his muscles visibly swelled. Steel spine will activated. Rationality 40, current. Rationality 10100, gain 2. 5 times enhancement. Warning. Your rationality is below 30. You are descending into madness and cognitive distortion. Exempted. Pain originating from his soul surged forth, but compared to last night, it wasn't severe. At least Bai Yi could barely endure it. Bai Yi raised his hand, and the ordinary stone axe whistled through the air. Crack! A pine tree the thickness of a bowl snapped in response. Bai Yi looked at the neatly cut surface and felt his stamina deplete, his breathing gradually quickening. He attempted to chop continuously, and each swing truly was a critical hit. In just 3 minutes, Bai Yi collected 20 units of wood. He could feel that this wasn't his limit, but rather that the axe was restricting him. Afterward, Bai Yi didn't continue chopping trees, but instead checked his attribute panel. Bai Yi health, age 30, strength 7. 53 mentality, 9 constitution 7. 53 rationality, 10100. After experimenting, Bai Yi marveled again at the power of his innate abilities. His strength, speed, and nerve reflexes had all received tremendous enhancements. At the same time he understood why there was no agility. When he exerted force with his legs, he shot forward 7 or 8 meters in an instant. Including sudden stops, sharp turns, and instant accelerations, everything moved with astonishing speed. Meanwhile his 7.5 constitution allowed Bai Yi to execute these high-difficulty maneuvers with ease. 10 minutes later Bai Yi returned to the shelter fully satisfied. Next it was time for the main event. Shelter upgrade conditions met. Oh, do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Bai Yi gazed at the newly renovated wooden cabin where the decayed, thatched walls had transformed into slanted wooden planks, and the previously drafty gaps were filled with withered grass stems, expanding the area to 50 square meters. Although it was still quite shabby, at least it was no longer drafty, and Bai Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He opened the log and flipped to the shelter information. Broken wooden cabin. Level 2. Durability 100,100. Capacity 76,150. Traits none. Upgrade 0-200, wood 0-50 stones. Description: a dilapidated house made of thatch and wooden planks with the only advantage being its sturdiness. New additions. Window. Wishing well. Function: throw in items to receive random exchanges, each item limited to 5 exchanges. Description: a gambler's favorite, a boon for the broke. The newly added window resembled a murky eye embedded in the east wall. Through the blurry glass, he could see a stone well that appeared out of thin air 3 meters away. Bai Yi observed the wishing well through the window, feeling a slight urge to go out and take a look, but the thought of the nighttime dangers reminded him of that invisible presence that had been so close to him. Bai Yi shivered and dismissed the thought. Lying on his shabby little wooden bed, he planned to browse the forum. At that moment, the chat channel of the log flashed with a red indicating 99 messages. As Bai Yi opened it, the world channel messages were refreshing at a speed of 1,000 per second. Help. There's something scratching at my door. I just traded a rotten apple for a legendary gold item. Damn it, stupid wishing well, it took my good quality axe. I won. Beast, what did you win? The chat channel was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Switching to the forum section, the once empty forum was now bustling with a plethora of posts, and the number of posts was increasing at a rate of 10 per minute. Among them, many pinned golden posts stood out, each with over 1,000 likes. At the very top was a post about time. Theorem of day and night duration in the misty world. Author unaware, players can set their own name. Likes 13.7 million. On the first day, I did not engage in any vigorous exercise and only performed basic metabolic functions. Ensuring my heart rate was stable, I calculated that in the misty world the duration of day was approximately 10.2 hours and night was 13.98 hours alternating. This means that the relatively safe activity time is from 8:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. Thus, we can roughly infer the time of darkness based on the log's display of morning and afternoon to prevent players from being caught outside before nightfall due to exploration or resource gathering. Here is my proof process. Due to time constraints, I only conducted a onady experiment, so the conclusion is for reference only, and I will conduct multiple rounds of retesting later to ensure reduced errors. Here I will share my training methods so that others can learn and verify the inferences themselves. First, the human heart. Finally, I sincerely hope everyone can survive. See you. As the post ended, Bai Yi continued to scroll down, and the comments below were: God, post reserved. I understood the preface, I understood the conclusion, I understood the final remarks, but the rest I don't get. Don't say unnecessary things in a general, just give the conclusion. Then let me ask you. The comment section was filled with worship, gratitude, and confusion. Bai Yi tried to look at the method of measuring time, but found it completely incomprehensible. He scratched his head, lying for 10 years has humanity evolved this way? Leaving a comment, worship the Great One. He continued to scroll further. The second featured post was titled Dangers and Precautions in the Misty World. Author: call me Bai Yi. Likes 9.3 million. The main text is roughly divided into 5 parts. 1. Within 1 kilometer of the shelter, the probability of wild beasts appearing is extremely low. 2. Outside 1 kilometer of the shelter, wolves and grizzly bears roam, and there may be other wild beasts as well. Attached photographs of wolf and bear carcasses below. 3. There is a probability of encountering aberrant demons outside 1 kilometer of the shelter. A photo taken in the grass, faintly showing a wandering humanoid figure in the distance. 4. At night, within 1 kilometer of the shelter, there is a high probability of wild beasts and corpses, a type of aberrant demon appearing. Note: it is not advisable for those with attributes below 8 to challenge aberrant demons. I learned this the hard way. Attached image 1, a corpse with the image processed for privacy. Bai Yi, curious, clicked on the HD display in the bottom right corner. You witnessed the grotesque corpse, sanity 8. Attached image 2, a strong man with 2 deep, visible bone wounds on his arms and thighs. Attribute screenshot, strength 7. 5 constitution, 7 spirit, 6 sanity, 51100. 5. Do not get addicted to exploration. First upgrade the shelter to level 2, as most wild beasts and aberrant demons hunt by smell. The thatched house leaks scent, and at the same time the novice protection of the shelter only takes effect when there is a complete shelter. Attached image: a thatched house with only the roof remaining outside stands a corpse. Seeing this, Bai Yi chuckled. Although he was unlucky, seeing others in misfortune was genuinely amusing. At the same time, he also learned about the existence of aberrant demons. He was not sure if the presence that had been so close to him was an aberrant demon, but the appearance of the corpse made him realize that there could be vast differences among aberrant demons. Bai Yi did not look at each post sequentially, but browsed through them randomly. One featured post piqued his interest. Some conclusions on the wishing well updated anytime. It analyzed the lucky well, which actually did not differ much from the description in the log, but what was amusing were the comments below the post. RNM, return the weapon you. Wishing well AUI. I love you lucky well waha, traded a piece of wood for a fine weapon waha. Attached is an image of a two-handed sword's attributes. The curses below grew stronger. Bai Yi continued to read, and when he saw there was a player who threw in a corpse and received a fine weapon, he instinctively glanced at the fragments of bones and flesh in the box. Scrolling down various titles dazzled his eyes. How players efficiently utilize unique advantages around the shelter for rapid development. A brief discussion on the correlation between sanity deduction and the danger level of aberrant demons. Discussing the 108 usage methods of shelter logs. Exercise methods best suited for ordinary people in the misty world. Classification of item quality updated anytime. Outdoor cooking techniques encyclopedia, and so on. After reading for a while, Bai Yi flipped to the player square. Thousands of product listings were hung up in the square. Anonymous selling a broken stone axe, ordinary quality, trading for 10 units of pure water. 8848 titanium phone, 1 blood-stopping herb for 5 units of wood. Wong Daba, high price for armor blueprints, private message with price. Bai Yi's gaze lingered longest on the post, exercise methods best suited for ordinary people in the misty world. This post had just been published not long ago, but the likes were rising rapidly. The authors of the post totaled dozens of people with names densely packed in a long string looking like real names. The post suggested that a specific breathing rhythm combined with scientific exercise methods yields excellent results, and in the misty world, human physical recovery abilities slightly increase injuries, can still get infected, perhaps even more severely. The post mentioned that there might be unknown substances in the air causing exercise not to exhibit various negative effects as it does on Earth. They temporarily named this substance spiritual energy. Subsequently, through formula calculations, the post provided over a dozen exercise methods, and people of different attributes could simply apply the corresponding method. The post concluded with, "Look at the paths we have walked. When prehistoric people braved the cold winds of the Ice Age, emerging from African caves, when the Shang and Zhou peoples carved the first pictographs on bone armor, when Gagarin broke through the atmosphere, gazing at the blue planet, these moments all prove mankind's most powerful survival weapon has never been sharp claws, but the exploratory courage and cooperative wisdom inscribed in our genes. At this moment of crisis, perhaps more dangerous than ever, we have crossed into a brand new world, engaging in a perilous yet absurd game. But remember, when the walls of Troy fell, the Iliad was born. In the shadow of the Black Death, the Renaissance began. Peace constitutions were rebuilt upon Eastern ruins. Every moment of dire straits is an upgrade of civilization. Let us transform fear into motivation, condense wisdom into weapons, and rewrite the survival in the mist into the prologue of dawn in the uniquely human way. For it is only humanity that can define the moment of its end. Fear is the instinct of living beings. Courage is the hymn of mankind. Long live humanity." At first, there were some differing voices in the comments. Damn, is pouring chicken soup useful at this time? What nonsense, I am a general. AUV isn't this general, brother. But gradually the comments began to unify. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. Bai Yi silently watched the comments flood in. Heh, a light snort, and in the dim room his facial expression was hard to discern. He lay in bed for a full 10 years, encountering the most deadly blow at the most spirited age. He always felt there was a deep generational gap between him and the current humanity. I didn't expect humanity 10 years later is still this naive. Muttering to himself, his hands moved. Long live humanity. The message was sent successfully, and Bai Yi felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly shook his head, pushing aside other thoughts, and the determination to survive firmly occupied his mind. Bai Yi closed the journal, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In just 2 short days, the top players had created such a vast gap from the ordinary players, not to mention he was already a day behind the other players. He estimated that he was now in the last tier and could only try his best to catch up. Bai Yi steadied himself and stood up. He was going to try that exercise method. Starting with breathing, Bai Yi followed the breathing method provided in the post, which supposedly maximized the effectiveness of muscle training. Before long, he grasped the essentials and began to warm up and exercise. The movements were simple, just the common bodyweight exercises, but Bai Yi practiced with great enthusiasm. Bai Yi continued training until deep into the night. Only when the pain of muscle tearing became unbearable did he stop exhaustedly, climbing onto the wooden bed and fell asleep. The weather was clear. Location Misty Land. Time morning. Temperature 1820 C. As dawn broke, Bai Yi woke up. He felt that he had slept quite comfortably, stretching lazily as sounds of cracking echoed throughout his body. Bai Yi moved his body, remarking, "What was said in the post is indeed true. After such exhaustion, a good sleep restores everything." Thinking this, he brought up his status panel. Bai Yi health. Age 30. Strength 3. 1. Spirit 9. Constitution 3. 1. Rationality 100100. Increased by 0. 1. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had to add exercise to his daily must-do list, as no one disliked the feeling of becoming stronger. After a brief warm-up, Bai Yi approached the wishing well, where 5 wild fruits, 5 pieces of wood, 5 stones, a bundle of straw, and a contaminated rabbit corpse lay beside it. This was all he owned. Excitedly rubbing his hands, Bai Yi was ready to draw his luck. The well's opening was shrouded in a faint gray mist obscuring its interior, and the walls were covered in moss. He glanced around and first picked up a wild fruit. As he tossed the first wild fruit in, a splash echoed from the bottom of the well. Wild fruit exchange times 45. Moldy bread. A blackened loaf of bread shot out from within and landed at Bai Yi's feet. The second wild fruit arced through the air. Wild fruit exchange times 35. 500 milliliters of pure water. The third and fourth fruits. Withered straw 1. Wood 1. Wild fruit exchange times 15. Hey. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Why was his luck so poor? After some thought, he placed the last wild fruit down and exchanged it for wood. 1 unit of wood fell into the well. A crumpled paper ball flew out from the well, and Bai Yi caught it. There are words on it. Bai Yi unfolded the paper ball and then took out the journal. Exquisite stone pickaxe crafting blueprint. Quality good. Durability 2020. Description: 1 with 3 stones. Isn't that simple? Wood exchange times 45. Got something great, and a big item at that. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy, sensing his luck had arrived. He tossed in 4 pieces of wood. What the heck? Bai Yi angrily threw the 4 pieces of straw in his hand to the ground. Wood exchange times 05. Alright, no more wishes with wood. Bai Yi turned and picked up stones, pouring them in one by one. Withered straw 1. Wood 1. Stones 2. Wild fruit 1. Bai Yi closed his eyes, pretending not to see these scraps. In the next moment, a gun appeared. In an instant, Bai Yi reacted, quickly grabbing it. He couldn't bear to let this treasure fall to the ground. Shepherd's mercy damaged. Quality fine. Durability 55. Description: this was once a masterpiece of a master, but alas, time has taken its toll, and this gun is severely damaged with only a glimmer of spirit remaining. Each shot will reduce some durability, and when durability hits 0, the weapon will be scrapped. Each hour, the weapon will automatically regain a bit of durability. Each bullet has a 5 chance to trigger painful wail, causing the target to be stunned for 1 second. This is a bloodstained silver revolver with a 10-bullet capacity, 5 of which are blocked by unknown objects and cannot be used. Stone exchange times 05. Bai Yi's breathing grew heavy. This was the weapon he needed most right now. Although he became strong after unlocking his talent, it didn't change the fact that he was a weakling with a strength of 3. With a burst of determination, Bai Yi unhesitatingly tossed the contaminated rabbit corpse in. This time the well's water boiled and surged, sending waves that swept his hair back. The clanging sound of the exchanges made Bai Yi's pupils constrict. He found a beating heart. You discovered a beating heart. Rationality 15. Without hesitation, Bai Yi grabbed the revolver, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. Bang! Bai Yi's hand went numb from the massive recoil, almost causing him to drop the gun. The beating heart exploded into pieces. Huff! Bai Yi exhaled deeply, but in the next second, he held his breath. He poked the fragments with a twig, confirming they were completely still before he cautiously tried to take a breath. Only after ensuring everything was fine did he begin to breathe deeply. Bai Yi calmed himself and continued drawing. Behind him was the straw. Stone 1. Stone 1. Stone 1. Stone 2. Stone 1. Straw exchange times 05. He took out the previous wild fruit and tossed it in. Looking at the last wild fruit, Bai Yi had a premonition that something good was about to happen. Withered straw 1. Wild fruit exchange times 05. Bai Yi casually caught the straw and then tore it into shreds. The prepared items had all been exchanged, but in the next second Bai Yi took out the moldy bread. He had seen on the forum that items drawn from the wishing well could also be exchanged. Of course, the journal couldn't be exchanged. It seemed to be unique and would directly teleport back to the shelter. Bai Yi raised his hand and tossed the bread in. Windproof lighter. Quality ordinary. Durability 100100. Good stuff, at least I don't have to eat raw meat anymore. Bai Yi was very satisfied with this draw and planned to stop there. Although he still had items available for drawing such as that piece of flesh or the gun in his hand. The former was too valuable, Bai Yi feared drawing something surprising. As for the latter, after considering those bettors cursing on the forum, he decided it was best to quit while he was ahead. Next, Bai Yi didn't plan to chop trees. With his attributes of 3, he wouldn't be able to chop much wood in a day. Plus, having just drawn the stone pickaxe crafting blueprint, Bai Yi decided to make several stone pickaxes and sell them at the plaza. This was the 3rd day and many players already needed to mine stones to upgrade their shelters, but they only had one ordinary quality worn stone axe and no pickaxes. This led to ordinary pickaxes being priced very high in recent days, let alone good quality pickaxes. Thinking of this, Bai Yi felt even more reassured. With a stone axe in his left hand, the journal in his right, and the revolver newly filled with bullets strapped to his waist, he was fully armed and ready to explore the surroundings for prey. Through the forum, Bai Yi learned that the journal would not be lost. Even if damaged or left outside, it would teleport back to the shelter. Not afraid of damage, it won't be lost, and it can check item information, truly essential for exploring the misty land. Bai Yi stepped slowly into the forest, stepping on the rotting leaves with the silver revolver's barrel glinting coldly at his waist. He spent half a day searching the entire surrounding kilometer, finding no prey, only a pile of fruits and a few sources of fresh water. Thus, a few minutes ago, he had stepped out of the safe kilometer radius, and at this moment, he was increasingly cautious. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt something trip him underfoot. It was thorns buried under the leaves. As Bai Yi stumbled forward, a shadow darted out from the mist behind him. Upon hearing the low whimper, Bai Yi sensed something was wrong, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Bai Yi fell forward, simultaneously releasing the journal with his right hand and reaching out in front of him. As he touched the ground, he bent slightly, then exerted force, rolling to the left. The shadow swept past Bai Yi from above his right. He felt a numbness in his right arm, followed by a warm fluid trickling down his arm. Bai Yi had no time to care about that. Using the inertia, he rolled and sprang to his feet, the revolver already in his right hand. A missed shot, and the shadow quickly turned to pounce again. Bai Yi raised the gun to aim, but did not rush to fire. For someone with no shooting experience like Bai Yi, the probability of hitting a target with a high recoil gun from a distance was minuscule. As the saying goes, a gun is fast from 7 steps away and accurate from 7 steps within. Now was the moment. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes and fired. The shadow's head exploded like a watermelon, and its body collapsed powerlessly at Bai Yi's feet, its 4 legs twitching. The creature that died before Bai Yi was a gray wolf. Bai Yi stood still, the massive surge of adrenaline suppressing any pain, his gun-holding hand trembling slightly. This was Bai Yi's first battle, and even though it was a surprise attack, he emerged victorious. Bai Yi glanced at his right arm, where there was a 10-centimeter-long wound, not too deep, but still bleeding. He took out the prepared cloth strips, wrapping them around his upper arm, tying the knot with his left hand and mouth. Awoo, awoo. 1 wolf, 2 wolves, 3 wolves. A total of 10 wolves crawled out from the mist, their drool dripping from sharp fangs onto the rotting leaves surrounding Bai Yi unhurriedly. Bai Yi remained silent, making no other movements, but continuing to tie the knot. As he pulled with his left hand and mouth, the bleeding from his right arm was stopped. He then switched the gun and axe, holding the gun in his left hand and the axe in his right. Bai Yi opened his mouth, his low voice sounding a bit hoarse, as if carrying a deadly determination. Bad luck. Bai Yi's expression was cold. His right hand made a faint scraping sound against the wooden handle of the stone axe due to excessive force. 10 pairs of ghostly green beast eyes flickered in the mist, and the heavy breaths of 10 gray wolves wove an impenetrable net around Bai Yi. Outside the encirclement, there was a wolf larger than the other gray wolves. It was the Wolf King. Upon sensing Bai Yi's gaze, the Wolf King let out a low, muffled growl, and in an instant the backs of all the gray wolves arched, poised to strike. Steel Spine will activate. Steel Spine will activated. Intelligence 99, current intelligence 1100, gain 3x amplification. Warning. Your intelligence is below 10. You fall into permanent madness. Your cognition is distorted. Exemption granted. Bai Yi did not hold back and directly depleted his intelligence. The sound of metal scraping erupted from his spine, and excruciating pain followed like a bone-deep affliction. But then it was forcibly suppressed by Bai Yi's will. Strength 9, 33. 1 Constitution 9, 33. 1 Glancing at the attribute panel, Bai Yi moved. He charged towards the Wolf King like an arrow released from a bow. At the forefront of the encircling wolves, a gray wolf lunged at him, and Bai Yi could even see its trembling little tongue in its throat. Bang! The gunfire exploded into an orange blossom in the mist. The bullet passed through the gray wolf's mouth, creating a large hole in its entire head. Shepherd's Mercy damaged durability 35. Having done all this, Bai Yi did not pause, but instead crouched and rolled. 5 sharp claws brushed past his scalp, the stench of wolf blood splattering on the back of his neck. Using the momentum from the roll, he threw the stone axe, striking the eye socket of the attacker from the side. Ow! The Wolf King moved. It did not charge directly at Bai Yi, but began to maneuver its massive body, agilely hiding in Bai Yi's blind spot. At this moment, Bai Yi had already drawn the axe and chopped at another gray wolf, the immense power causing the axe to emit a whistling wind as it aimed for the wolf's spine. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the entire axe forcefully cleaved and leaving only the handle outside. In the instant blood gushed forth, Bai Yi felt a searing pain in his left shoulder. A gray wolf had bitten through the flesh, its canine teeth wedged against his collarbone with a painful grinding sound. Bai Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. He quickly assessed the situation, his left hand pointing back, the gun barrel pressed hard against the wolf's fang. The moment metal collided with the fang, he pulled the trigger. Shepherd's Mercy, damaged, durability, 25. Boom. The wolf's head exploded into a blood mist from the inside, and Bai Yi's left wrist was dislocated due to an incorrect shooting posture from the recoil. He stumbled against a tree trunk, his right leg slashed open by branches. The Wolf King seized this opportunity, pouncing out from the shadows. At this moment, Bai Yi was in his most awkward state. He had not managed to pull the stone axe from the nearby wolf corpse, his left wrist dislocated, hanging uselessly. In the face of crisis, Bai Yi could only raise his left arm to block. The Wolf King bit into Bai Yi's left arm, its massive body pinning him against the tree, rendering him unable to move. At the same time, the Wolf King's front paw pressed against Bai Yi's chest, the sharp claws piercing into flesh, and as the Wolf King slowly exerted force, 3 massive wounds were carved. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. He released his left hand, using his right hand to grab the revolver, aiming and firing. Blood splattered, and Bai Yi felt a momentary release, finally getting a chance to catch his breath. Shepherd's Mercy, damaged, durability 15. The last shot only severed one of the Wolf King's front claws. Its timely dodge saved its life. The assault of the pack of wolves halted at this moment. The Wolf King was licking its injured front limb, while the other gray wolves began to growl at each other, stimulated by the scent of blood. There are still 6 wolves. The gun can fire one last time. I must not waste the only weapon unless absolutely necessary. Bai Yi knew this was his last chance. He gritted through the pain, pressing his dislocated wrist against the tree trunk, and with all his weight, he forcefully pushed down. The sound of the joint snapping back into place was drowned out by the howls of the wolves, and he charged at the Wolf King, pulling the axe out as he passed. If I kill the Wolf King, the other gray wolves should scatter. The amber eye of the Wolf King reflected a chilling light. The moment it pushed off the ground with its hind legs, Bai Yi suddenly hurled the axe towards the empty space to the left. As 5 gray wolves instinctively lunged toward the point where the weapon fell, Bai Yi's right hand had already grasped the log at his waist. The leather cover struck fiercely at the Wolf King's nose, causing the giant beast to emit a mournful wail. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi leaped onto the wolf's back, his legs tightly clamping around its ribcage. The Wolf King twisted and turned, trying to throw Bai Yi off. Upon realizing Bai Yi would not let go, it charged hard into the tree trunk. Crack! At the last moment, Bai Yi rolled to the side. The Wolf King's head slammed into the tree trunk, creating a dent. He seized the moment to pounce and choke the wolf's neck with the log, exerting all his strength until he heard the sound of its cervical vertebra snapping. The Wolf King is dead. Bai Yi stood up, facing the remaining pack of wolves. The howls of the 4 gray wolves turned into whimpers as they tucked their tails and began to slowly retreat. Remaining talent effect 7 minutes 17 seconds. Bai Yi's clothes had become tattered rags. The bite on his left shoulder exposed white bone, his left arm bitten through by the Wolf King's sharp teeth, his wrist swollen and purple, and his chest continued to bleed from claw marks as he put the revolver back in his waist. But when the remaining 4 gray wolves turned from retreating back to attacking, this bloodied man instead revealed a smile. The metal spine emitted a high-frequency tremor. Bai Yi's speed surged again, and with a slide tackle he dodged the attack while reaching the axe. With his right hand drawing out the stone axe, Bai Yi charged once more. The stone axe swung down with full force, the immense inertia combined with the impact slamming into a gray wolf's skull. As he exerted force, Bai Yi rotated to the right, gripping the axe, causing it to spin with the gray wolf as he swept away the other gray wolves. Then he pulled hard, the axe returning to his hand. Making a sharp turn, he charged at the gray wolf to his left rear while violently throwing the log. The gray wolf instinctively jumped back, but at that moment Bai Yi was already beside it. Taking advantage of the gray wolf's inability to exert force in midair, Bai Yi's axe descended like the Grim Reaper's scythe again. One axe decapitated. The last 2 gray wolves finally realized that what was before them was not prey waiting to be slaughtered, but a ruthless hunter. Then the 2 wolves turned to flee. Remaining talent effect 6 minutes 13 seconds. Bai Yi had no time to catch his breath. The sky had darkened, and he needed to return to the shelter quickly. Fortunately, the talent was not yet over. Bai Yi dragged away all the wolf corpses he could, leaving the ones he couldn't to come back for later, hoping the bodies would still be there then. Stumbling, he opened the door to the shelter and dragged all the spoils inside. The smell of blood filled the shelter, but Bai Yi was too busy to care about that. Steel spine will effect ended, intelligence restored to 100,100. Bai Yi kneeled in a pool of blood, his body covered in over 20 wounds that all began to bleed simultaneously. He used the stone axe to support himself, trembling as he moved to the table where the discarded log reappeared. The pain from his body continued to surge, but Bai Yi remained unaffected. Compared to the agony brought by the talent, these felt like mere drizzles. Bai Yi excessive blood loss. Bai Yi felt his body weaken, warmth enveloping him. He knew this was due to excessive blood loss, but he had no medical supplies on him and could only go to the square to see if there were any medicines to buy. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that the wooden stones he won in the lottery today were still at the wishing well. He had only brought the lighter and the stone pickaxe blueprint before. Bai Yi looked at the rags on his body and decided to make use of the materials at hand to stop the bleeding. First, for the penetrating wound on his left shoulder, Bai Yi found a larger piece of cloth and placed it in his mouth. Then he picked up the longest strip of cloth, straightened it, and forcefully stuffed it into the deepest part of the wound. A low, muffled growl echoed in the dilapidated little house. This was not because Bai Yi had a masochistic tendency, but because the wound was too deep, causing the blood not to flow out too much, but instead into the internal cavities of his body. Stuffing the gauze into the wound could block the cavity and prevent blood from flowing out. After forcefully packing the wound on his left shoulder, Bai Yi treated the Wolf King's bite on his left arm in the same manner. After catching his breath, he began to address the other wounds. The other areas were all minor injuries, and he simply performed basic first aid. As for the 3 wounds on his chest, Bai Yi had no way to deal with them for the time. Being a 1, the wounds were too deep, the flesh already exposed requiring stitching, and 2, there weren't enough bandages, so he had to leave it for now. After briefly treating himself, Bai Yi glanced at the outside sky where the last rays of light were fading. He struggled to stand up and walked out of the shelter, closing the door behind him. By the wishing well, Bai Yi struggled to lift 3 units of stone. There was stock in the wooden shelter, so he didn't need to carry more. In the future, any materials collected must be immediately placed in the storage box. Bai Yi muttered to himself. There was no other way. No matter how cautious one person was, there were always limited places to pay attention to, and one could easily trip up somewhere. Just as Bai Yi was about to head back, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from deep within the mist, like some slick swallowing noise was approaching. His face changed, and he immediately ran towards the shelter. At the same time, the creature in the mist began to reveal its form. It was the rotting corpse Bai Yi had seen on the forum. Its speed was completely different from the zombies in movies, agile enough to nearly rival Bolt. You see, the rotting corpse, intelligence 5. This rotting corpse had followed the trail of Bai Yi's blood and the wolf's blood all the way here. After confirming that the corpse outside the door had left, Bai Yi changed into the clothes he had traded for and fully armed himself before stepping out of the shelter. His talent cooldown had finished, and Bai Yi felt revitalized. He began to search for traces of the corpse around the shelter. As the saying goes, fearing to see a spider is nothing compared to the dread of turning around and finding it has vanished. Bai Yi was feeling this way, given the agility he had witnessed in that corpse last night. If it were to sneak up on him while he was working one day, it would not be a trivial matter, and he could very well be taken down in an instant. However, after searching within a kilometer radius, he still found no trace of the corpse. As the sky darkened, he had no choice but to temporarily give up. With a sense of unease, he collected fresh water and some thatch before returning to the shelter. First, he traded a stone pickaxe for 200 units of wood, crafting wooden fences to surround the entire perimeter of the shelter, and then he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Next, he placed the wolf carcass he had dragged back yesterday in the yard and methodically disassembled it using his journal, tossing the useless innards into the wishing well. Only complete corpses that haven't been disassembled can be wished upon, according to the forum's summary. The wolf skin was laid on the bed as a mattress, and the wolf teeth were arranged on the table as decoration. The chunks of meat were salted with food salt acquired through trade, strung together with ropes made of thatch, and hung under the eaves to air dry. After returning to the shelter, Bai Yi placed wood in the already extinguished fireplace and ignited it with thatch. He placed the wolf meat on the fireplace to roast, flipping it occasionally. Finally, after a day of hard work, Master Bai, on the 4th day of arriving in this world, enjoyed a steaming hot roast. Thanks to the great masters who provided strategies on the forum, if I become successful later, I will definitely invite you all over for a proper treat. After consuming a piece of wolf king meat, Bai Yi felt warmth spread throughout his body and invigorating strength filling him. Sated, he noticed the outside had already plunged into darkness. Bai Yi did not waste any time and started crafting a stone pickaxe. Exquisite stone pickaxe recipe, durability 1320. Bai Yi planned to make them all sell 10 and keep 3 for emergencies. Without hesitation, Bai Yi began crafting. While waiting, he opened his journal. When he flipped to the chat page, he found a few private messages from 2 different individuals. Anonymous user 9527, do you still have any stone pickaxes? Anonymous user 9527, are you still there? Lone Wolf, I have stock 10 pieces, do you want to buy? Anonymous user 9527, wow brother, did you find the blueprint? You are so lucky. Would you like to join our mutual aid association? In the Misty world, having more friends means more pathways. Lone Wolf Mutual Aid Association. Anonymous user 9527, it's all about mutual assistance like trading items. Internal trades come with discounts. Also will help you if you run into difficulties. Bai Yi became interested and sat up straight. Lone Wolf, do you have a way to meet? Or have you all gathered together? Anonymous user 9527, not yet. But I believe that one day. Bai Yi sat back down. Lone Wolf, not interested for now, you name your price. Anonymous user 9527, brother, we are all trying to survive, it's not easy for any of us. Meeting is fate, could you possibly give a 50 discount? Bai Yi directly blocked the user and then clicked to view the next message. Anonymous, are you in a hurry to buy medicine? Are you injured? Anonymous friend, are you still there? Bai Yi wondered him. Another anonymous. He looked again at anonymous user 9527 and then at anonymous, thinking, what is going on? He enabled anonymity himself and tried in the chat channel. Anonymous, African agriculture is underdeveloped, we must use gold fertilizer. Brother, what's going on? Dude, this meme is at least 10 years old. Bai Yi suddenly realized this old SIXS name is anonymous user 9527. Ugh, this person is so boring. He then opened the chat box again. Lone Wolf, I'm still alive. Oh, I ran into a pack of wolves while exploring. Thanks for your medicine. Anonymous, you managed to escape from a pack of wolves, impressive. Can we be friends? Player Wang Zi requests to be your friend. Friends must use real names. Bai Yi thought for a moment and clicked to agree. Wang Zi, hello brother Bai. Bai Yi, hello. Wang Zi, can you tell me how you escaped? As a reward, if you need medicine next time, I can give you a 10 discount. Bai Yi, I didn't run, they ran away. Wang Zi, did you scare them off? Is your talent in the mental system? Applying fear to other beings. Fear aura. Mental talents are quite rare. Bai Yi, my talent is not in the mental system. I just killed 9 wolves, including the Wolf King, and the remaining 2 ran away. The chat box fell into an eerie silence. Seeing that the other side had not replied for a while, Bai Yi felt a bit awkward. 10 years of paralysis had severely degraded his social skills. Although the interactions over the past few days on the forum plaza and channels had made him less stiff, encountering such silence was still inevitably awkward. Just as he was about to say something, a message came from the other side. Wang Zi, impressive. Wang Zi, big guy, are you interested in collaborating more? Bai Yi had no thoughts of collaboration for now. Oh, he felt comfortable alone, and even if he needed something, he could shop directly from the forum. Bai Yi, let's just say. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Zi sent a message panel screenshot. Wang Zi talent plant resonance passive greatly increases the survival rate and growth rate of plants. The seeds you personally plant are guaranteed to sprout. You are a friend to plants, and they will never attack you. Bai Yi froze, his eyes widening. This talent was a divine skill. He was certain that with this talent, Wang Zi would be the most protected talent no matter where she was. Wang Zi, so are you interested? Currently, besides ordinary potatoes, leeks, and wild vegetables, I also have special plants. Wang Zi was like an enthusiastic salesperson promoting herself to Bai Yi. Before Bai Yi could respond, she sent several chat screenshots. Wang Zi spirit rice, after consumption, it will slowly enhance the biological constitution capable of breaking through human limits. Hemostatic grass, crush the grass and apply it to wounds to disinfect and stop bleeding, also has a slight healing function. Detoxification grass can detoxify common toxins, mint flavored. Wang Zi image a piece of plowed soil with many small sprouts growing on it. What? This time Bai Yi stood up directly, starting to pace around the room with his journal in hand. While the other special plants did not overly excite him, one particular item made him unable to contain his emotions. Spirit rice. The time returned to the evening. At this moment, all the scabs from Bai Yi's wounds had fallen off and the muscle soreness had vanished without a trace. Power 4, mental 9. 1 physique 4. This is Bai Yi's current attributes, and then he activated his talent. Activate. Steel spine will activated sanity 95, current sanity 5100, gaining a 275 times boost. Warning. Your sanity is below 10. You have fallen into permanent madness. Your cognition is distorted. Exempted. Familiar excruciating pain. Bai Yi realized that he had begun to get used to it, and he opened the panel. Power 104, mental 9. 1 physique 104. Boost 2. 75 times power and physique should rise to 11, but now it's only 10. Is it because he has reached the limits of humanity? Bai Yi analyzed as he found it hard to describe this feeling. It was as if the world had become clearer. The intricate patterns on the trees 8 meters away became distinctly visible in his eyes. Various subtle sounds around him were also sharply captured by his ears. The creaking sound of the wind against the door, the faint rustle of leaves falling to the ground, and the soft sounds of branches swaying. His sense of smell was equally enhanced, detecting the faint mustiness of the decaying leaves on the ground, the bloody scent near the shelter, and the smell of sweat mixed with blood on his body. So the differences in the scent of animal blood are so significant. Bai Yi felt most notably the changes in his brain of visual, taste, hearing, and smell. The multitude of chaotic information was constantly being collected, quickly analyzed, organized, and then transmitted. Bai Yi took a deep breath, shifting his attention to his body. He felt an abundance of strength within, walking to a nearby tree to test his jumping ability. Without any preparatory work, just the simplest squat and jump, Bai Yi effortlessly reached a branch nearly 4 meters off the ground. Hanging from the branch, he then released his left hand, followed by his thumb, index finger, middle finger, and ring finger of his right hand. Ultimately, he managed to support his entire weight with just his pinky. After performing 10 pull-ups with 2 fingers, he exerted force with one hand, pulling his entire body up, his feet firmly landing on the branch. Jumping on one foot, his balance was exceptionally strong. He leaped off the branch without any effort to cushion his landing, merely bending his legs slightly. Bai Yi stood up, checking his knees, feeling no unusual sensations. The nearly 4-meter height had not caused any harm. Next was speed. Bai Yi set 2 points approximately 200 meters apart for a round trip. The result was that Bai Yi estimated the time based on his heartbeat, 18 seconds. This included the time Bai Yi spent slowing down, turning around, and accelerating again. Too fast. A significant reason for this was Bai Yi's exceptional control over his body. He could reach his maximum speed within 2 seconds of starting, with a very short acceleration period. Then came strength. Bai Yi returned to the house and took out the Wolf King's head, initially intending to hang it on the door for protection, but it could also serve as a test. After securing the wolf's head, Bai Yi threw a powerful punch, producing a crisp sound from the Wolf King's skull. Crack. Hearing the sound, Bai Yi quickly retracted his second punch. There wasn't much experimental material left, and if he broke something else, he wouldn't be able to test further. Standing still again, Bai Yi used an elbow strike, shattering the Wolf King's skull, his elbow sinking into the cranium, brain matter splattering everywhere. Bai Yi retracted his elbow with satisfaction, then eagerly brought out the other 2 wolf heads. Turning around, elbow. High knee. Flying knee. Steel spine. Will effect ended. Sanity restored to 100,100. Talent effect ended and entered cooldown. Looking at the 3 mangled, utterly unrecognizable wolf heads, Bai Yi took a photo with his journal to commemorate, then left with satisfaction. The time returned to the present. Bai Yi was excited. After that, he browsed the forum, discovering that no one had mentioned the issue of attributes not increasing after reaching 10. It seemed no one had reached this threshold yet. If I obtain spiritual rice, I can break through the shackles of 10. The excitement soon faded and sanity regained its upper hand. Coincidentally, since spiritual rice exists, there must be other things that can help me break the limits. The reason none exist now may be that I haven't met the conditions. It seems I need to pay more attention to the trading square in the future. With this thought, Bai Yi sat back down. Wang Zi was very important. She must not die. But the current problem was that there was no way to protect her. If she died while gathering materials, the closest method for Bai Yi to become stronger would be lost, and he would have to search for another. With this in mind, Bai Yi opened his journal. Meanwhile, in a delicate villa, Wang Zi was cuddled up in a cotton blanket with her journal. She was passionately speaking in a chat group. Wang Zi, I encountered a big shot. Ciesu encountered another big shot. How many big shots have you met today? Wang Zi, none of your business. Ciesu, none of your business. Wang Zi, am not in the mood to argue with you right now, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang, are you there? Come out quickly. Wang Zi, Uncle Zhang, should we try to pull him in? He single-handedly took on 11 wolves, killing 9, and scaring off 2. Such formidable combat power is exactly what we lack, right? Zhangzhen, little Wang, am training right now, don't get too excited. How do you know what he said is true? Do you have screenshots? Oh right, Wang Zi's joyous expression froze. Wang Zi, no, but he shouldn't be lying to me, right? Li Zihua, Sister Wang, even if there are screenshots, are you inviting him without asking anything? Would he agree? Ciesu, exactly, even if he is that powerful, can you trust his character? Keep in mind the next stage is, Zhangzhen, alright, let's all tone it down. Little Wang has good intentions, our team lacks combat personnel despite having sufficient logistics, which is a concern for everyone. Little Wang has been on the forum all day. Wang Zi, everyone has helped me so much upgrading the shelter and providing seeds. I don't want to take advantage, I want to contribute too. Seeing everyone rebutting her, she shrank back into her blanket. Ciesu, why is it quiet? Don't tell me you're hiding under the blankets crying. Wang Zi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Siasu, no more banter, let's get to the point. We all know each other's talents. While we might not be 1 in a billion, we're at least 1 in a million, with the only problem being that we're all functional types. The addition of a combat personnel is indeed crucial, but this is a mutually beneficial matter. For him, our roles are also quite formidable. So there's no need to rush to flatter others. That would only undermine oneself. Zhangzhen, exactly. Weifan, that's right, little Wang, we all see how well you care for the plants. No one will blame you. Wang Zi, even a dog's mouth can spit out ivory. Looking at the messages from the group, Wang Zi forced a smile. Fortunately, she met them, otherwise she might have starved to death in that thatched hut. Suddenly, the journal vibrated. Wang Zi opened it to see a message from the big shot. Bai Yi, your talent is very important, and the special plants are also what I need. We can deepen our cooperation. Wang Zi, no problem. By the way, do you have a photo of the wolf? I still haven't seen one. Bai Yi shook his head and chuckled. What hasn't she seen? She must not believe him and is testing him. He lifted his journal and snapped a photo of the array of jerky, sending it over, then thought for a moment and included the 3 wolf heads. Bai Yi jerky. Bai Yi wolf heads. Bai Yi, I have injuries, so I brought back 3 wolves. They've all been dissected. Once the meat is dried, I'll send you a piece to try. Wang Zi saw the abundant jerky and felt a buzz in her head. Although she had anticipated it, she still became excited when it was confirmed. If he joins us. Hey, wait, is this a wolf head? Wang Zi stared at the second image, turning it left and right, unable to discern its wolf-like appearance. Wang Zi, big shot, may I ask, is the second image a wolf head? Bai Yi, yes, it was from training. Training? From fighting? Wang Zi was petrified in her blanket. So brutal. And was he desecrating the corpse? Looks like what that dog Xie said has some truth to it. Verify his character, no rush, no rush. Let's observe a bit more. Wang Zi mumbled to herself as she forwarded the images and text to the group. The group chat fell into silence. After a while, a message popped up. Zhangzhen, ahem, little Wang, try to interact more. If he can join us, that would be the best. Wang Zi, Uncle Zhang, what if he doesn't want to? Siasu, what's that person's name? Wang Zi, the lone wolf. Siasu, you can trade that message for something. Ooh, I have no objections. Seeing this sentence, Wang Zi's body trembled. She knew that her companions were intrigued. Bai Yi waited for a moment, but Wang Zi did not reply. He paid no mind, sent a message saying let's keep in touch, then put down his journal and began his workout for the day. All 10 exquisite stone picks had been sold during the chat, just enough to exchange for 1,200 units of stone. However, due to the lack of sufficient water sources in the shelter to mix the mud, the upgrade had to wait until tomorrow morning. For now, Bai Yi decided to proceed with his training. During his workout, a sudden thought struck him: what would happen if he trained using the highest difficulty method after activating his talent? Unfortunately, he had already used his talent, but no matter, he could try it tomorrow. After finishing his training, Bai Yi collapsed onto his bed, drenched in sweat, and fell asleep. Weather: heavy rain. Location: misty land. Time: morning. Temperature: 10-13 C. Achoo! Bai Yi sneezed twice, waking himself from his slumber. Who is thinking of me? He mumbled as he got up, first roasting a small piece of meat to fill his stomach, then performing some basic warm-up exercises. Then he opened his personal panel. Bai Yi, healthy. Age 30. Strength 4. 2. Mentality 9. 1. Constitution 4. 2. Rationality 100,100. Talent: steel spine will. Strength and constitution increased by 0. 2. Is it due to training? Or something else? Bai Yi looked at the increased attributes, feeling delighted, then began to ponder the reason. It shouldn't be because of the training. The effect is very stable, increasing by 0. 1 each time. Could it be the wolf meat? Bai Yi suddenly recalled that after eating the meat yesterday, he felt warm all over. That must be the reason. He picked up his journal and searched. Sure enough, a post on the forum analyzed that consuming the blood and flesh of animals in this world could slowly enhance physical attributes. Though the post was highlighted, there were not many players capable of independent hunting, so it wasn't too popular. Bai Yi gave it a thumbs up before exiting the forum. Huh, is it raining outside? At this moment, Bai Yi, preparing to go out, looked through the window and saw raindrops falling gently. The rain isn't heavy, I can go out. Shepherd's Mercy: damage, durability 55. Oh, the bullets for the revolver were already fully stocked. Bai Yi held the gun in his left hand and the stone axe in his right, with the journal tucked at his waist. The stone axe was already worn out with dark red stains that couldn't be wiped off on the wooden handle, and the blade was pitted from excessive chopping. Let's go. Bai Yi planned to check the wolf carcass from before this morning. If the body was still there, he would drag it back, though he hardly held any hope. Relying on memory, Bai Yi made his way to the battlefield from before, only to find that the 6 wolf carcasses were indeed gone. Deep drag marks were left on the ground, still stained with wolf blood. Something dragged the bodies away. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and decided to follow the tracks to see. At this moment, he was in peak condition, having not fired a single shot from the revolver, and his talent had already cooled down. Even if 10 more wolves came, Bai Yi was confident he could annihilate them all. Following the tracks for about 700 or 800 meters, Bai Yi saw a massive stone wall with a stone cave at the bottom. He was now nearly 2 kilometers away from the shelter. At the entrance of the cave, a gigantic black bear was dragging a wolf carcass inside. Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to hunt this bear. I can't go inside, the cave gets too dark, and who knows who will kill whom. Besides, I don't know if the bear will come out after going inside. The safest method. At this moment, the black bear was blissfully dragging the corpse, walking through the jungle, when it stumbled upon a ground full of carcasses. A truly free feast. Right now, it just wanted to hurry back and enjoy its meal in peace. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it heard a faint rustling from the grass behind. It immediately became alert, standing up to look back. Nothing there. Roar. The black bear let out a threatening roar accompanied by the sound of its teeth clacking. The grass shook violently, and a strange-looking creature stumbled out, running away in fear. It was so panicked that it tripped and fell, then scrambled to get back up. Fresh food delivered to its doorstep. The black bear got excited at the sight. Although these meals were free, they were not too fresh. Now that a fresh prey had suddenly appeared, it was truly a lucky day. Without a second thought, it dashed toward the prey. That creature was truly foolish, unable to escape, tripping after just a few steps. Was it because it was too scared? The black bear quickly caught up, and the creature sat on the ground, continuously scooting backward while making strange sounds. The black bear caught the scent. It was the smell of fear. It didn't rush to tear into the prey, but stood on its hind legs, wanting to display its powerful and terrifying physique. But when it stood up, it noticed that the prey had suddenly stopped making noise and pulled out something toward it. Bang! Bang! The black bear's head and chest were instantly riddled with 2 large holes. The body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Is the black bear really this foolish? It was afraid I would only shoot its head, so it stood up to let me shoot both the head and heart. Bai Yi was a bit surprised, but the outcome was favorable. I must say this bear was truly large. It must have been 3 meters tall when it stood up. As Bai Yi sighed, he dragged the bear back to the cave entrance, planning to take a look inside. The cave entrance was not small, and as soon as he stepped inside, a strong foul odor assaulted him. Ugh! Bai Yi gagged a few times, forcing himself to push forward. The cave was not deep. After walking a few meters, he reached the end. It was small, with 5 wolf carcasses piled to one side, 3 of which had been devoured down to half their bodies. The remaining 2 were mostly intact, but were already starting to rot. Beside the corpses lay a pile of white bones. Bai Yi kicked at them a few times and actually uncovered something. He quickly kicked the bones aside and found it was a book. Bai Yi picked up the book and casually flipped through it. Most of the pages were damaged and unreadable. He searched around and found only half a page that was somewhat clear, with text faintly legible. Bai Yi held it up to the light to try to decipher the content. Theta Nu Sigma Alpha Theta Nu Sigma. What is this? He was sure this was not a human language. Could there have been another civilization here? Unable to understand it, Bai Yi no longer dwelled on it and scanned it with his journal. Tang Dao crafting blueprint damaged. Quality good. Durability 33. Description 1 wood 5 rough iron. This is a tool forging book that compiles the essence of an entire civilization, but alas, only half a page remains. What a great find. He felt elated. This was a treasure. Good quality weapons were rarer than medicine, let alone a knife that was most suitable for beginners. It's a pity this book is damaged. I can only imagine how high its quality would be if it were intact. After his moment of reflection, Bai Yi stopped thinking about it and excitedly began to search the cave. This time he searched meticulously, almost turning the cave upside down, but unfortunately found no other rewards. I've already struck gold, it's time to leave. Bai Yi consoled himself and began to move the corpses. He exerted a lot of effort to drag the black bear back to the yard of the shelter, then made another trip to bring the 3 wolf carcasses back as well. Phew, I'm exhausted. After all the hustle, Bai Yi sat panting at the entrance of the shelter. But he didn't dare to rest too long as the rain began to intensify. Following the same steps, Bai Yi started to process the black bear. Before dissecting it, he even took a photo of the bear. Due to its massive size, the bear's meat yielded a full 200 units. Bai Yi followed the same method to turn it into jerky. With that, Bai Yi's roof was practically filled with food, and he hoarded it like a hamster. The wolf carcasses had already rotted, so Bai Yi threw them into the well for a chance at a prize. As for what came up, it was decent enough. Large plastic barrel. Iron water bottle. Wood 1. Gray wolf exchange count 25. The items weren't particularly precious, but were quite useful. Taking advantage of the rain not turning into a storm, Bai Yi grabbed the barrel and bottle to collect fresh water. By the time everything was done, it was already noon. Looking at the increasingly heavy rain outside, Bai Yi murmured, "It seems I won't be able to go out this afternoon." He placed the water bottle on the fireplace to heat it while roasting bear meat and picked up his journal. World Channel. It's pouring heavy rain here. I can't go out. It's raining here too. I cut down half a tree, but was chased back by the rain. What should I do about upgrading my shelter? No, I have to brave the rain and chop wood. You'd better stay inside. If you catch a cold in this weather, a few trees won't be able to fix it. The World Channel was abuzz with discussions about the sudden heavy rain. It seems it's not just raining here. Bai Yi spoke to himself. Suddenly, he noticed a post on the forum rapidly gaining traction titled, "Tested mud soaked by rain can be used for shelter upgrades. Hurry and collect." Right, how did I forget about this? Bai Yi slapped his thigh. He had originally planned to use the collected water to mix mud, but now that there was a ready-made option, he had to hurry and collect it. He hastily finished the half-cooked bear meat and immediately got up to search for tools. Looking around, Bai Yi awkwardly stopped. His entire inventory consisted of only dried meat, a tattered stone axe, a gun, a bed, a plastic barrel, a water bottle, and the crafting blueprints for a stone pick and tang dao. Not to mention the 1,200 units of stone outside. He had been so focused on upgrading the shelter that he had no spare resources to build a bedroom or bathroom, and he lacked other common tools like a shovel. After thinking for a while, Bai Yi took out the blueprint for the stone pick. Exquisite stone pick, crafting blueprint. Quality good. Durability 320. Using the exquisite stone pick, crafting blueprint, durability 1, crafting countdown 0059. After crafting, he opened the trading square, edited the content, and sent it good quality stone pick 1 for ordinary quality stone axe 2, ordinary quality shovel 1. The transaction was successful. After hanging for several minutes, the stone pickaxe was finally auctioned off. It seems to have slowed down a lot compared to before. Many players now no longer lack pickaxes. With the constant development of players, the most valuable period for stone pickaxes has passed, and the premium is not as high as before. Now some players have already dug up iron and are trading in the square. However, Bai Yi was not worried. He had already sold off most of the stone pickaxes, keeping the remaining ones for himself. With his equipment ready, Bai Yi exchanged 1 unit of wolf meat for a raincoat as he did not want to catch a cold. Bai Yi walked into the yard excitedly, starting to collect mud. In no time, 30 units of mud were piled up beside the shelter. But Bai Yi did not stop. He had previously learned about the materials needed to upgrade the shelter from level 4 to level 5 while browsing the forum. Bai Yi first piled up 130 units of mud in one go, creating a small mountain. Then he went inside and traded 10 units of meat for 100 units of stone. Next came the main event. Bai Yi stood in the yard with the logbook, excitedly opening it, intending to directly upgrade the shelter to level 5. Do you want to upgrade the shelter? Yes. The familiar white light flashed again, and the shelter along with the wooden fence surrounding the yard expanded once more. Standing in the yard, Bai Yi could only retreat along with the white light. When the white light dissipated, Bai Yi was stunned by the building before him. The wooden house, originally constructed from hardwood materials, had transformed into a grayish-white stone house, with faint, intricate patterns visible on the walls resembling some kind of special rock. Bai Yi reached out to touch the wall. The cold, hard texture carried a peculiar warmth, a unique quality resulting from the system compressing and reorganizing the rock. Walking around the stone house, it covered an area of about 100 square meters, but the outer walls were a staggering 30 centimeters thick, leaving no water traces even when battered by heavy rain. He opened the logbook. Exquisite stone house. Level 4. Durability 1000-1000. Capacity 201-1000. Traits none. Upgrade 0-1000 stone 0-100 mud. Description: congratulations, you have successfully passed the novice stage, and you now possess the basic ability to survive in this world. Unlock Low Stone Wall Workshop. Low Stone Wall expands your territory. Construction cost 10 units of stone. Workshop. In the workshop, crafting tools can accelerate by 20%. The workshop can simultaneously synthesize multiple tools, and it can automatically synthesize tools without requiring player interaction. Raw materials will be deducted directly from storage, allowing scheduled, fixed quantity production. Construction cost 300 stone. Bai Yi glanced over the importance of the stone wall and workshop. Both were essential constructions. However, the priority now was to continue upgrading the shelter. Do you want to upgrade the shelter? Yes. After the familiar white light, the shelter successfully upgraded. The material of the level 5 shelter did not change much compared to level 4. It simply became darker in color, and the originally single-story stone house turned into a 2-story villa. The east wall of the villa extended into a building made of the same material, which was the original warehouse. Starting from level 5, the warehouse was no longer a space iron box, but had truly transformed into a normal storeroom. Stone Villa. Level 5. Durability 2000-2000. Warehouse capacity 201-1000. 5 stone expands 1 unit of capacity. Traits none. Upgrade locked. Level 5 can only be upgraded after unlocking. It will be available after the novice protection period ends. Description: during the novice period, you can take it easy. Players can customize rooms only valid for the first time. Seeing this, Bai Yi traded 50 units of jerky for 400 units of stone and 10 units of crude iron, setting up both the workshop and washroom on the first floor while he moved the bed and table to the second floor. After the setup was complete, Bai Yi rushed to the warehouse. The warehouse was adjacent to the shelter, allowing access from both the outside and the inside of the shelter, which was very convenient. The interior space of the warehouse was divided into 10 neat squares with a few scattered units of crude iron, several pieces of wood, and a large amount of jerky in some of the squares. The other squares were currently empty, waiting to be filled with supplies. In one corner of the warehouse, an unknown piece of flesh and bone curled up quietly in a tin box. Upon closer inspection, the surface texture of the flesh and bone was weakly writhing. Having seen it too many times, Bai Yi was no longer disturbed by merely looking at it. He had a hunch that the upgrade of the shelter might require it. Afterward, he entered the newly unlocked workshop, and his breath quickened upon seeing the items inside. In the room of several dozen square meters, the black metal workbench emitted a cold light, and a pale blue holographic projection interface floated above the surface. What attracted him the most was a pyramid-shaped processing device in the corner, with 3 mechanical arms quietly folded between the edges. Achoo! To obtain enough mud, Bai Yi had been running back and forth in the pouring rain outside, and at that moment he sneezed hard. He hurried back to the shelter and went to sit by the stove to warm up. A pot of hot water was boiling on the stove, and looking at the downpour outside, Bai Yi realized he wouldn't be going out this afternoon. Thinking about how he hadn't taken a shower since entering the misty world, he eagerly took the kettle of hot water towards the washroom, planning to take a hot shower. Before showering, Bai Yi went to the workshop and placed the crafting blueprint for the Tang Dao on the workbench. Detected Tang Dao crafting blueprint damage. Do you want to load it? After Bai Yi clicked yes, a pale blue virtual panel projected a 3-dimensional structure diagram. He set the crafting quantity and watched as the mechanical arms suddenly extended, automatically retrieving crude iron and wood from the warehouse. In the blink of an eye, 2 Tang Dao began to take shape at a visible speed. Using Tang Dao crafting plan durability 2, crafting countdown 1959. Bai Yi entered the newly built washroom and saw that the shower head was made from hollow bamboo. After pouring hot water into the tank, he went to fetch some cold water to adjust the temperature. Scalding hot water gushed from the bamboo joints, and amidst the rising steam, Bai Yi's well-defined silhouette could be faintly seen. Water droplets slid down his bulging trapezius, flowing along the groove of his spine. He looked down, and the once barren and weak abdomen now revealed the distinct contours of his blocky abdominal muscles, while the scars across his body exuded a wild aura. With his arms tightened, his biceps felt as if they were forged from steel. In just a few days, he had transformed from a frail patient into a battle-hardened warrior. After finishing his shower, Bai Yi felt light as a feather. He changed into dry animal skin clothes and stepped into the workshop. 2 Tang Dao stood quietly on the weapon rack, and Bai Yi randomly drew one, examining it closely. The blade of the Tang Dao still carried the heat from just being forged, and the handle was wrapped with tightly woven leather cords made from wolf tendons, effectively preventing slippage. Arriving at the door, Bai Yi suddenly swung at the rain, the silver-white blade marks slicing through the curtain of rain, only to be quickly filled by the subsequent downpour. Good blade, Bai Yi exclaimed, thinking that if he didn't have a revolver, he would have considered going dual-wielding. He carefully compared the 2 identical blades, keeping the one that felt better for himself while planning to sell the other. Lying on the bed, Bai Yi eagerly picked up the logbook, murmuring, "This time I'm going to get rich." Tang Dao. Quality good. Durability 100,100. Description: drawing the sword cuts the water, yet the water flows even more. After hanging up the sword, Bai Yi opened the forum again and created a post intending to share his discovery about the attributes unable to exceed 10. The forum has helped me so many times, this time I will give back. Bai Yi clicked away with both hands, and soon a new post was freshly created. The story of my attributes, author The Lonely Wolf. The content roughly states, I personally tested that once the strength and physique attributes reach 10 points, they can no longer grow. According to the system, it is because one has reached the human limit. Currently, I know that high-quality food can help humans break through the limit, but I haven't obtained any yet, so I can't provide more information. I just serve as a catalyst for discussion. If there are any other discoveries, feel free to discuss them in the comment section. After editing away, Bai Yi felt no shame for this post that lacked any substance and had an extremely eye-catching title. Instead, he was confident, believing it to be the next sensational post. Soon someone left a comment, "Chicken Head Phoenix Belly Brother Wolf is quite a character. Is the author so shallow?" A statement that could be summarized in one sentence, yet stretched into so many words. Summary: after attributes reach 10, one needs to find other ways to improve, no need to think. AUV everyone come look, this Brother Wolf is the real deal. This fragmented writing is truly eye-popping. Let's not criticize upstairs. Shouldn't the focus now be on the fact that someone has already reached double attributes of 10? While I was just laughing, and your comment made me realize how strong Brother Wolf is. The big teeth have retracted. As more people saw this post, the initial mocking voices gradually diminished, leaving mostly lighthearted jokes. Clearly, great power allows one to speak calmly with you. Respecting the strong is human nature. Bai Yi kept refreshing the comment section, grinning at the praises, and when he saw mocking or doubtful comments, he would spit and quickly scroll past. Though he reached 10 points due to talent, so what? Is talent considered cheating? Bai Yi shamelessly thought. After a while, he remembered the weapon was still hanging there. Reluctantly exiting the forum, his post had already become a highlighted thread. Opening the comments on the item, Bai Yi first blacklisted all those who tried to establish connections, invite him to join organizations, or came in for a big cut before starting to reply to comments. Dao Feng friend of first aid kit trade. Dao Feng first aid kit 1L disinfectant bandages 10, gauze 10, painkillers 20, antibiotics 20, cold medicine 20. This was exactly what Bai Yi was looking for, medical supplies that could be used in multiple scenarios. The Lonely Wolf 300 wood medical kit. Dao Feng that's impossible, too much wood 50 wood medical kit. The Lonely Wolf 200 wood, you can take it or else he'll sell it to someone else. Bai Yi just framed him. He had already seen other medical supplies, some were powerful but not very versatile. Surely one wouldn't consume a healing potion for just a slight cold. Those things are terribly expensive. Dao Feng, may I ask, is that post on the forum yours? Dao Feng didn't rush to negotiate, but instead asked such a question. The Lonely Wolf, that's not me, you have the wrong person. Dao Feng, hee Brother Wolf is truly humorous. 200 wood medical kit, I agree to the trade. Can we add each other as friends, so if I have good stuff in the future you can look for me, I often gather. Bai Yi thought for a moment. The Lonely Wolf, sure. After the trade was successful, the supplies automatically transferred to his warehouse, no effort on his part. Then a request popped up, player Tiandong requests to become your friend, agree. Tiandong, hello Brother Wolf. Bai Yi, hello, is there something you need? Tiandong, is Brother Wolf a solo player? Would you like to join our team so we can help each other? Seeing this message, Bai Yi fell into thought. He personally didn't reject forming a group who a well-equipped team would undoubtedly provide him with immense help. Bai Yi, what type of team do you have? More combat-oriented or support-oriented? Tiandong, currently more combat-oriented. The brothers often go out hunting and share food with each other. Seeing this, Bai Yi shook his head. He preferred a team with support personnel, so he declined. Bai Yi, I don't plan on joining a team for now, sorry. Tiandong, no worries, the doors of our Iron Brothers Association will always be open for you, Brother Wolf. Tiandong, if you have any good stuff, feel free to contact me directly. I buy at a price 10 higher than market value. Bai Yi, so generous. Tiandong, just a privilege for the strong. Bai Yi, I will prioritize contacting you in the future. Market price is fine. I don't like taking advantage of others. After chatting a bit, Bai Yi ended the conversation. He thought for a moment and opened his friends list. Bai Yi, do you have any extra stock of that potion? Wang Ziya. Oh yes, Brother Wolf, I mean Bai Yi, yes I have some. Bai Yi, just take a look at that post, don't read the comments. Bai Yi also wondered why all the other quality posts had discussions below, yet his post was filled with people calling him Brother Wolf. Great, now it's turned into Dog Brother. Wang Zi, I didn't see any comments, don't worry Dog Brother. Bai Yi, 1 bear paw, 20 units of wolf meat, can I trade for 1 syringe? Bai Yi's reason for trading the bear paw was simple, it tasted too terrible. Previously he excitedly roasted one, but after one bite, he almost regurgitated his overnight meal. He vowed never to eat bear paw again. Wang Zi, wait a moment Dog Brother, I'll ask my friend. Bai Yi had come to terms with it, it let them call him whatever they wanted. Bai Yi, can your friend make syringes? Wang Zi, yes Dog Brother, okay my friend agrees, just 1 bear paw will do. Bai Yi became alert and counteroffered. This wasn't a good thing. At the same time he realized that Wang Zi's circle of friends seemed quite strong. In her previous photo, he could see that her shelter was already level 5 and it was surrounded by stone walls. Plus, with so many seeds, one person couldn't possibly gather that many types of seeds in such a short time. So did she join a team? That makes sense, with her talent many teams would be eager to recruit her. Bai Yi contemplated how to exchange for spiritual rice from her. Bai Yi, yo, is it that simple? Wang Zi, hee Dog Brother, would you like to join our small team? As if afraid he would refuse, the next message popped up immediately. Wang Zi, after joining us, potions, weapons, armor, and even my vegetables can be traded at discount prices. You definitely won't lose out, Dog Brother. Such a complete offering. Is this the logistics department? Bai Yi's lips twitched. Then he began to analyze the pros and cons. Just as he thought before, he had no aversion to banding together for warmth. He just hadn't encountered the right team yet. Because Bai Yi didn't need to gain psychological comfort through grouping, his loneliness and fear had long been exhausted during his vegetative days. Conversely, if he joined a team, the members would surely be able to provide him with immense assistance. This is where Wang Zi's invitation differed from Tiandong's. According to her current statements, the former small team could produce food, potions, weapons, and armor. Each of these was something Bai Yi needed. Thus Wang Zi's team's invitation was very tempting for Bai Yi. It was precisely the kind of team he was looking for. But there was still one doubt. But the cost is always mutual. What do I need to contribute? This was the only thing Bai Yi didn't understand. He could only fight a little, but in this world being able to fight only guarantees his survival. He couldn't teleport to help others. Why would they invite him? Bai Yi never considered himself the protagonist, expecting a few loyal individuals to appear out of nowhere to help him. Thus it only meant that Wang Zi and the others must be plotting something. Thinking of this, Bai Yi felt somewhat tempted, but still intended to decline for now. At this moment, Wang Zi sent another message. Wang Zi, one piece of news, dog brother, can you listen to it before deciding whether to join us? Bai Yi, go ahead. Wang Zi, in the near future players will be able to meet briefly. This message struck like thunder, cleaving through the dark clouds that loomed over Bai Yi's heart. Everything started to connect, and Bai Yi understood why many organizations and guilds were actively recruiting. As long as information exists, it is bound to leak out. Oh, likely a considerable number of players are aware of this news. But why is no one discussing it on the forums? Bai Yi was uncertain. Perhaps not everyone possessed a spirit of contribution. Compared to gaining fame, by speaking out quietly, accumulating wealth might be the choice of many. Similarly, Bai Yi understood why Wang Zi and her logistics team were so eager to recruit him. His combat strength could provide them with protection. Now Bai Yi had little to worry about. Bai Yi, let me clarify, my regular attributes are not high. My strength comes from my weapons and talents, so think this through. I hope we can part ways amicably in the end. There was a moment of silence from the other side, and Bai Yi guessed she was discussing with someone else. Wang Zi, it's fine no matter what, strength is strength. Welcome, dog brother, to join us. Bai Yi, wait, I have another request. I will only join once I can confirm the method of meeting, as I am uncertain about the authenticity of this news, and I dislike taking advantage of others. Wang Zi, alright, it's a deal. This time she replied instantly, seemingly unperturbed by Bai Yi's concerns. It seems she is quite confident about this news. Bai Yi chose not to discuss further. After receiving the syringe and gifting Wang Zi a piece of jerky, he set aside his journal and began his training for the day. Hopefully the rain will cease by tomorrow. With the sound of rain outside, Bai Yi fell into a peaceful sleep. Weather: heavy rain, location foggy, land time morning, temperature 1015. Boom. Bai Yi was awakened by the sound of thunder. Looking up at the window, the thunder tore through the sky and the rain poured down, accompanied by the wailing wind, creating a rhythmic patter against the roof and the ground. Nearby tree bark was washed out in deep brown twisted patterns, while the moss soaked up the water, collapsing into trembling green velvet with particles on top continuously shaking, revealing they were wriggling. The torrential downpour not only failed to disperse the eerie fog, but also thickened it further, enveloping the world and making it impossible to discern the time. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yi knew it would be impossible to go out today. He got up, did some simple warm-ups, nibbled on some food, and then began his training. This morning his attributes had increased again. Bai Yi: health, age 30, strength 4. For mentality 9. 1. Constitution 4. 4. Intellect 100, talent, steel spine, while ample meat intake and training had significantly boosted Bai Yi's attributes. However, last night Bai Yi noticed that he could barely see after dark, and large patches of dead skin had appeared on his feet. Initially he feared he had contracted some strange illness. In the end, it was the all-knowing forum that provided the answer: he was lacking in vitamins. The post also mentioned that animal organs could replenish vitamins. Bai Yi was left dumbfounded. He had previously discarded all the organs into the wishing well. With no other choice, he exchanged 2 units of meat for a bottle of multivitamin pills. Now Bai Yi had a total of 105 units of meat, all dried into jerky. It was the 6th day, with 2 days left until the end of the novice protection period. Today he couldn't go out, and the rain showed no sign of stopping. This sense of urgency plunged Bai Yi into deep anxiety. He could only train relentlessly, striving to strengthen himself quickly rather than relying solely on those 10 minutes of talent. The day passed in the sound of rain. Bai Yi trained 3 times today, and the remaining time was spent eating meat to quickly recover his body. Diligence paid off. Bai Yi's strength and constitution successfully increased to 4. 7. Unfortunately, his mentality remained at 9. 1. The previous life and death crisis had only increased it by 0. 1. And afterward it stagnated. The forum's analysis of mentality was purely speculative, with the prevailing view being that it could be enhanced through overcoming various negative states like near-death experiences, pain, and loneliness. This was intriguing because Bai Yi had no negative emotions regarding his psychology. In fact, his mindset was quite positive, living one day at a time. He couldn't actively seek near-death experiences. One wrong move could lead to real death, and he wouldn't have a place to cry afterward. Moreover, Bai Yi felt this viewpoint was flawed. Despite using his talent many times, the accompanying pain had almost become a habit, yet he hadn't seen any increase in his mentality. With that thought, Bai Yi shook his head. I can only take it one step at a time. The rain continued to fall, but it seemed to have eased a little, and the journal indicated it was already night. Having encountered no danger today, Bai Yi prepared to put his previous idea into practice. Activate talent training. Steel spine will activate. Steel spine will activated intellect 90, current intellect 10100, gain 2. 5x amplification warning. Your intellect is below 30, you are slipping into madness, experiencing mild cognitive distortion. Exemption granted. Strength 104. 7 Constitution 104. 7 With no time to waste, Bai Yi immediately began high-intensity training. The highest updates on the forum had only reached 8. 5 for strength and constitution. Thus Bai Yi doubled it based on that, pushing himself to the limit with each movement before switching to the next. Steel spine will effect ended intellect recovered to 100,100. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and at the moment his talent ended, Bai Yi collapsed on the ground, the lactic acid accumulating in his muscles making him feel as if he were on the brink of death. He attempted to stand, but found he couldn't control even a single finger. Simultaneously, Bai Yi felt the food he had consumed in the evening being rapidly digested and distributed throughout his body. His brain also sent a warning that it was about to enter a state of sleep. Fortunately, I supplemented enough food before starting. This was Bai Yi's last thought before he fell asleep. Weather clear, location foggy, land time, morning temperature 15:18. Bai Yi sat up from his bed. After being frozen awake on the floor last night, Bai Yi crawled onto the bed with difficulty. His body still felt slightly sore, but it no longer affected normal activities. Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and opened his panel. Strength 5. 5 Constitution 5. 5 This astonishing result surprised Bai Yi. He hadn't expected his training to be so effective. I should come here more often if I get the chance. With that thought, Bai Yi began his warm-up activities. Today marked the last day of the novice protection period, and the rain outside had finally stopped. Bai Yi needed to stock up on supplies as much as possible during this final time frame. No one knew what dangers awaited them after the protection period ended. Shepherd's Mercy damage durability 55 Tang, Dao durability 100,100, Ragged Stone, Axe durability 1050. Bai Yi stood at the entrance of the shelter, spinning his gunflower in his left hand, holding the knife in his right with the journal tucked at his left waist and the stone axe at his right. Fully armed, Bai Yi stepped out of the shelter. Going out hunting. Bai Yi stepped cautiously through the muddy ground, the soles of his boots crushing the decaying leaves and the newly sprouted mushrooms in the underbrush. He had been wandering outside for several hours, yet he had found nothing. It was one thing not to see any animals, but he couldn't even find a scrap of iron. Suddenly, he heard a chilling howl from the left side of the woods, accompanied by the creaking sound of branches. Bai Yi's heart stirred, and he slowly crept toward the source of the sound. He saw 2 gray wolves tearing apart a snow-white member of their kind. The white wolf had a half-meter-long gash in its abdomen, its intestines dragging in the pile of decaying leaves, yet it still used its front paws to hold the throat of the attacking gray wolf with all its might. Its left eye was already blind, while the right one was crusted with blood, yet in its dark golden pupils burned a flame of rage. Are these the 2 gray wolves that escaped earlier? Bai Yi ducked behind a tree, intending to set a trap. The howls of the wolves suddenly rose in intensity. The white wolf finally succumbed, being overturned on the ground as one of the gray wolf's fangs pierced its throat. Blood sprayed from its artery, forming a mist half a meter high, coalescing into a bizarre red silk. Seeing that the white wolf had died, Bai Yi's gun barrel emerged from the bushes. Bang! Bang! Shepherd's Mercy damage durability 35. Frequent daily practice had not been in vain, as the bullet precisely shattered the skull of one wolf, while another bullet jammed into the shoulder blade of the other gray wolf. The wounded beast howled in pain as it lunged at Bai Yi, who raised his knife. The tang knife sliced through the white mist, the cold light clashing with the wolf's claws, sending a tremor through the blade that numbed his grip. Before the gray wolf could react, he had already raised his gun. Bang! This time Bai Yi deliberately aimed at the body of the gray wolf to avoid missing. The roaring bullet directly blew a hole in the gray wolf's body. At that moment, the gray wolf recognized that this was the butcher who had slaughtered its kin a few days ago. It wanted to flee, but its body was frozen in place. Each bullet has a 5 chance to trigger pained howl, causing the target to be stunned for 1 second. Bai Yi walked expressionlessly to it, reversed the tang knife, and plunged it directly into the gray wolf's neck, then pulled, severing half of its head from its body. I almost forgot this gun has a skill. Bai Yi chuckled. That 5 chance was indeed too low. As he collected the corpses, he muttered to himself. He realized he had increasingly taken to talking to himself. When he had been in a vegetative state, not being able to speak had been inconsequential. Now that he could talk, there was no one around to listen, leaving him to converse with himself. This white wolf looks really powerful. Ooh, I wish I could raise one. Bai Yi stood before the corpse of the white wolf, though he had no real intention of raising one. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until the white wolf was dead to come out. Raising a wild beast might be cool, but after all, it eats raw meat and can't understand human language. What if it turned against him one day? Bai Yi dragged 3 corpses back to the yard when he suddenly heard a faint whimper behind him. He saw the white wolf's paws twitching in the pool of blood. Its fatal injury had stopped bleeding, and it was still alive. What a tenacious life. With the tang knife aimed at the wolf's head, Bai Yi planned to end its suffering. It's a pity you can't understand human speech, otherwise I would really like to raise one. Just as the tang knife was about to fall, the blood-soaked wolf's head suddenly nodded twice with great effort. Bai Yi's hand trembled, nearly dropping the tang knife. You can understand. The white wolf nodded again. Hey, how interesting. Bai Yi became intrigued. If you acknowledge me as your big brother, I will save you. He squatted down and poked the wolf's ear, his fingertip touching the cold blood. The white wolf used its last ounce of strength to give a slight nod. It was truly on the brink of death. If you dare to bite me, I'll make you into wolf meat hot pot. Bai Yi, feeling a bit pained, took out a first aid kit. The alcohol poured over the wound emitted a white mist, causing the white wolf's muscles to tense up. A deep whimper rolled from its throat, and blood once again seeped from its throat. Shut up. Bai Yi slapped the wolf's head. The bleeding just stopped. Do you want to die? The whimpering abruptly ceased. The white wolf buried its head into its forepaws, large tears pattering down onto the sterile gauze. Bai Yi couldn't stand it any longer and found a stick to put in its mouth. The white wolf's sharp teeth clamped down on the stick, and wood shavings mixed with blood seeped from the corners of its mouth. After tending to the wound, it was already evening, and the setting sun dyed the mist amber. The white wolf curled up beside the fireplace, and with every breath the fur beneath it became stained with blood. Its snow-white fur was matted with dried blood, resembling a dandelion soaked by a downpour. Bai Yi knew the white wolf couldn't survive with such severe injuries. Simple treatment was utterly ineffective unless... Bai Yi hesitated. Rationality told him to kill the white wolf to obtain enough food to exchange for supplies, while his emotions insisted he save it, seeking companionship in this misty world. How should I kill or save it? Hesitating like this, how can I survive in the misty world? Bai Yi stopped hesitating and stood up to take out the syringe. Wound healing syringe, quality good. Description: a healing potion for wounds, effective for cuts, lacerations, and puncture wounds. This potion only heals flesh. To avoid infection, please clean the dust off the wound before use. Bai Yi approached the white wolf, which was now even weaker, its once fierce dark golden pupils now clouded. Bai Yi extended his hand, the syringe glinting with a ghostly blue under the firelight. The white wolf struggled to lift its paw, gently pushing against his wrist, holding the syringe. That motion drained its last bit of strength, and its paw drooped limply. I save your life, and from now on your life is mine. The needle pierced the vein, and the white wolf succumbed to a deep sleep under the effect of the syringe. Bai Yi picked up his journal. Bai Yi, do you have iron? 5 pieces. A message from Wang Zi flickered in the firelight. Wang Zi, what does dog bro need iron for? Bai Yi, to make a wish. Bai Yi tossed 5 pieces of rough iron into the wishing well. An ancient book with a bronze cover emerged from the ashes. The spine of the book was embedded with dark red crystals, and when his fingers touched it, vascular patterns appeared on the crystal surface. Beginner alchemy, fragment, quality fine, unlock recipe, rationality potion, requires spiritual materials. Description: forceful reading will cause a significant drop in rationality. This book might be useless to others, but it was a treasure for Bai Yi. Rationality. Who cares? The newbie protection period was about to end, and no one knew what the end of the protection would mean. Perhaps what awaited him next would be an even more brutal hell. At midnight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Bai Yi sat by the fireplace, the flickering sparks reflecting in his dark pupils. Beside him, the white wolf's injuries had nearly healed. It lay quietly at Bai Yi's feet, its remaining dark golden pupil reflecting the man's figure. Its tail unconsciously swept over the young man's ankle, the fur causing a tickling sensation on his skin. The world channel flickered like the heart monitor of a dying person. Some were posting farewell poems, others were uploading will templates, and there was even an ID called Misty Merchant selling burial site selection services. Bai Yi chewed on a vitamin tablet while flipping through alchemy formulas. Suddenly, the text on the page twisted into an eyeball pattern, and he quickly closed the book, popping a mint into his mouth to suppress the feeling of nausea. You are viewing forbidden knowledge, rationality 27, if you dare to mutate. He poked the white wolf's nose again, reiterating, "They'll turn you into wolf meat hot pot." The white wolf emitted a disgruntled growl from its throat, wagging its tail and smiling ingratiatingly. Amid their banter, a voice echoed in his mind. Bai Yi's expression stiffened. It was coming. Newbie protection period countdown 075959. Players, please lock your doors and do not go outside. System updating countdown 075959. The world fell into utter silence. Bai Yi tried to access the shelter's log, but it couldn't open, presumably due to an update. He approached the window and realized that at some point the white mist had transformed into black fog, enveloping the shelter, rendering everything invisible. The white wolf seemed to sense something as it anxiously paced back and forth on the ground. Bai Yi waved at it saying, come here, you don't have a name yet. Let me give you a name. How about Xiao Bai? The white wolf nudged Bai Yi's hand with its head. Bai Yi sat down and wrapped his arms around Xiao Bai. Don't worry, it's just a system update, nothing serious. What does it matter without a protection period? Watch me take you through the mist. Oh whoa, let's pierce through the mist. Oh whoa, rise up. Oh whoa, ha ha ha. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. The morning light cut through the dense fog like a rusty knife. Bai Yi pressed his fingers against the glass, and through the cracks he saw the collapsed office buildings piercing through the mist, steel rebars protruding from the concrete like the rotting ribs of a giant beast. The shelter was currently situated within the ruins of a city, and for some unknown reason 2 sections of the wooden fence outside had collapsed. What is going on here? Before Bai Yi could ponder further, the system notification chime newbie protection period ended, cognitive protection disabled. In an instant, the flickering flames in the fireplace suddenly twisted into countless pale arms. Crimson droplets inexplicably seeped from the stone walls, each reflecting the eerie smile of the white wolf behind him, which was slowly extending its claws towards the back of his neck. Shing! The moment the tang knife embedded into the wall, the illusion shattered like a broken mirror. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Yi's cheeks, the knife handle vibrating incessantly. Xiao Bai looked up in confusion, its tail sweeping across the still-drying bloodstains on the floor, remnants from the sutured wounds of yesterday. Anomaly shield disabled. Clang! The iron door slammed, shattering the silence. Peering through the crack, 3 rotting fingers were clawing at the doorframe, maggots crawling out from between the joints. A corpse in a delivery uniform hunching over its dislocated jaw, drooping to its chest, the badge reading, Happy Community Delivery Person, corroded by mold. Because of the first corpse, soon another one emerged from the mist. Bai Yi strode outside the shelter, determined to kill them before more corpses were drawn in. Shelter isolation disabled. Xiao Bai Yu. Just as Bai Yi began to command, he suddenly realized his voice had vanished. In his view, Xiao Bai was barking at him, yet no sound came out. Simultaneously, he felt an increasing chill enveloping his body, as if he were turning into a block of ice. What's going on? Bai Yi was alarmed, glancing around for any abnormalities. So the problem lies with me and Xiao Bai. Bai Yi thought, quickly feeling himself grow colder. He began to examine his body, but everything seemed normal. The problem lies somewhere I can't see. He hurried to Xiao Bai's side, closely inspecting its back and hips, but found nothing unusual. Xiao Bai was trembling like a sieve, and Bai Yi felt his limbs growing increasingly stiff, as if he were about to freeze, even his thoughts slowing down. Cancel basic resources. The system's voice slightly roused Bai Yi from his stupor. He found himself lying on the ground. Xiao Bai was circling around him, its mouth opening and closing, but making no sound. Its mouth. Due to the angle, Bai Yi finally spotted a dark mass inside Xiao Bai's mouth. So that's where it was hidden. The moment his fingertip probed the throat, the black mass emitted a shrill wail akin to a baby's cry. Bai Yi grasped the slimy tendril and yanked it out forcefully, slime dripping onto the floor. The tang knife struck down the black mass, let out an ear-piercing shriek, then fell limp. You have seen the 1,000-voice shadow rationality aid. Bai Yi followed suit, pulling out and killing the mass in Xiao Bai's mouth. Outside the door, the number of corpses had risen to 4, and the sound of them banging against the door grew more frantic. Bai Yi shook off the slime from the knife and stepped out of the shelter. In the moment the 4 corpses lunged, a bullet blasted through the skull of the foremost one. The rotting brain matter trailed a parabolic arc through the air. Shepard's compassion damage durability 45. The remaining 3 corpses suddenly dropped onto all fours, encircling Bai Yi with the speed of cheetahs. Bai Yi fired again, accurately taking down 1 corpse, but the other 2 were already upon him. Clang! The tang knife blocked the claws, sparks flying between the corroded nails. Bai Yi pivoted, elbowing the corpse's throat, seizing the moment it stiffened to plunge the knife into its eye socket, thick black blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground. The last corpse suddenly opened its mouth, its vocal cords vibrating to emit a high-pitched screech. Bai Yi's eardrum throbbed painfully as all colors in his vision began to swirl disorientingly. Drawing on muscle memory, he whipped out the revolver, and the moment the bullet pierced the rotten mouth, the screech transformed into a wind-whipped whimper. Shepard's compassion damage durability 25. The battle concluded. Bai Yi stabbed the tang knife into each corpse's heart, stirring to prevent any from suddenly reviving. Suddenly, a cold sensation gripped his chest, and he stumbled to brace himself against the doorframe, noticing a crimson mark appearing on his status panel. Psychological anxiety 52100. Abnormal state, lost soul 1 wails of the dead. At that moment, the log automatically flipped to the last page. Abnormal state 1. Lost soul. After leaving the shelter, a mental assessment will occur. Mental points resistance duration exceeding will deduct 1 point of rationality per minute. Current mental 9. 1 can resist for 1 hours. 2. Whales of the Dead from 2200 to 600 the next day, deduct 10 mental value, 2 points of rationality every hour. Bai Yi dared not linger and hurried back to the shelter. The moment he entered the shelter, that uncomfortable sense of disorientation vanished, replaced by a feeling of security. Bai Yi looked at the status panel. Bai Yi healthy, age 30. The average value for adults is 3, with a limit of 10, strength 5. 5 mental 9. 1 physique 5. 5 psychological anxiety 47100. Reaching 100 will double the effects of all abnormal states. Rationality deduction will also be doubled. Rationality 100100. Abnormal state, where my heart is at peace. Whales of the Dead talent steel spine will affect 1 active once activated, as rationality decreases the hardness index of your spine, increases comparable to steel. Both strength and physique will significantly increase, with a maximum increase of 3 times lasting for 10 minutes. After it ends, all lost rationality will be fully returned, entering cooldown with a cooldown time of 12 hours. Forced activation when rationality is at 1. Effect 2 passive. When your rationality drops to 1, it will lock in your rationality, granting immunity to all negative states. Meanwhile, you will suffer immense pain, which diminishes as rationality recovers, disappearing when rationality exceeds 30. The information panel added 2 new sections, psychological and abnormal state, while the original abnormal state, lost soul, has transformed into where my heart is at peace. Bai Yi checked the log. 1. Exempt from certain abnormal statuses. 2. Psychological value decreases by 5 per minute within the shelter. Restoration speed of rationality 100. Permanent sense of direction, can perceive the location of the shelter, can also perceive outside the shelter. Everything happened too quickly. As soon as the novice protection was turned off, Bai Yi nearly died inside the shelter. He cautiously checked around, confirming there was no danger for the time being, then opened the log to review the update content. The first page notes novice protection period ended 1. Cognitive protection disabled. The system no longer provides players with basic cognitive protection. You will face the fog directly. 2. Abnormal shielding has been disabled. The system will not expel any aberrant demons, and they can now see the player's shelter. 3. Shelter isolation has been disabled. Players may be attacked inside the shelter. 4. Basic resource supply has stopped. All wild beasts in the wilderness will transform into aberrant demons, and no new beasts will spawn near the shelter. 5. Shelter upgrade unlocked 6. 2 new attributes, psychological and abnormal status, added to the personal panel. 7. Updates for the Forum Plaza and Channel 8. Guild and team functions unlocked. 9. The log has added 3 sections, guild, team, abnormal status, and complete guide to aberrant demons. There are a total of 9 updates. The first few explained the reasons for the danger Bai Yi had just encountered, while the latter ones introduced new features. Bai Yi continued to flip through the pages. The second page showed the weather, newly added precise timing, and the third page contained shelter information stone, villa level 5 durability, 2 warehouse capacity, 01005 stones, expand 1 unit of capacity, trait none, upgrade iron 0100, or special items. Using special items will transform the shelter into a special shelter. Description: during the novice period you can relax. Recycling box unlocked, recycle the bodies of aberrant demons and receive corresponding fog coins. You can only choose one from disassembling, wishing, or recycling. Special items. Upon seeing these few words, Bai Yi instinctively thought of that piece of flesh. He planned to go get it after finishing the log. As for the recycling box, Bai Yi looked out the window. At some point, a box quietly stood across from the wishing well. It resembled a clothing recycling box on Earth. He would study it later. The third page contained personal information that he had already seen, so he skipped it. The fourth page was the forum. The posts in the forum were divided into 4 sections: combat, survival, shelter, and weapons tools, with the ability to switch sections at the top. The posts in the forum were still there, but no new posts had been updated. Bai Yi clicked on the update notification. The forum is open for a limited time every night from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., during which players can view the uploaded posts. The fifth page was the plaza, also open for a limited time every night from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. However, besides player trading, a new system store was added which had few items, but confirmed a piece of information. System store: teleportation scroll, permanent 100 fog coins, teleportation scroll temporary 200 fog coins, lasts 10 hours, shelter fusion scroll 100 fog coins, will not trigger isolation syndrome. After fusion, 3 items revealed 4 pieces of information. 1. Players can now meet each other. 2. The permanent teleportation scroll is cheaper than the temporary one, indicating that permanent teleportation is more dangerous, possibly related to isolation syndrome. 3. Players' shelters can be fused. The high price may indicate that the benefits of fusion outweigh the drawbacks. 4. The system has introduced fog coins, which will likely become the primary currency for player transactions. While pondering, the familiar sensation returned. Bai Yi instinctively pulled out the thousand-throat shadow from his throat and crushed it. He casually tossed it into the recycling box, and a fog coin flew out from the box which Bai Yi caught. It was a round, pure white coin seemingly made of fog, but with some weight. Playing with the fog coin, Bai Yi remembered the previous agreement. According to it, he needed to join Wang Zi's team. However, he was unsure if Wang Zi had been attacked or if their team had lost any members. Bai Yi flipped to the channel page, which was the 6th page where the world channel was blocked. Open for a limited time every night from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. The regional channel could still be used normally. The area range is 100 square kilometers. People displayed 63100. Additionally, the regional channel now displayed coordinates. That's a bit outrageous, Bai Yi exclaimed. At that moment in the regional channel, damn it, did you encounter an attack? Yes, it's called the thousand-throat shadow. If it weren't for my mirror, I would have been caught by that thing. It seems we encountered the same attack. The 37 people must have died because they couldn't find the trace of the aberrant demons. I almost died too. Luckily, I checked the channel thanks to that brother. It seems they only encountered the thousand-throat shadow. Bai Yi twitched his mouth. Why was he always so unlucky, even encountering a rotten corpse? If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he would probably be facing a siege of rotten corpses right now. He remained silent and continued to check the updates. Personal chats were not blocked either. Group chats are included in personal chats. Bai Yi, are you still alive? Wang Zi not dead. Bai Yi, good, well, talk more later. Wang Zi, alright dog brother. The 7th page was for the guild team function. Since Bai Yi had not joined, he couldn't view it, and it only displayed the creation costs. Guild 500 fog coins for registration, up to 100 members 10 fog coins to expand 1 slot after registration. Team 100 fog coins 10 members 50 fog coins to expand 1 slot after registration. The two options corresponded to 2 different survival strategies. Guilds rely on numbers, while teams take an elite route. Moreover, establishing a team was surprisingly more expensive than a guild, which should have other reasons. Bai Yi remembered that Wang Zi and her group were likely following the team route. He personally preferred teams as guilds had too many people, leading to inevitable disputes. The 8th page displayed abnormal statuses, which included 1. Lost after leaving the shelter. A mental assessment will occur. Mental points resistance duration exceeding this will deduct 1 point of rationality per minute. Current mental 9. 1 can resist for 1 hours. 2. Whales of the Dead occurs daily from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. deducting 10 mental value 2 points of rationality per hour. Current mental 9. 1 rationality deduction per hour 1. 8. Mental value greater than 10 will not deduct rationality. 3. Where my heart is exempt from certain abnormal statuses. The psychological value decreases by 5 per minute within the shelter. Rationality restoration speed 100. Permanent sense of direction can perceive the location of the shelter only displays the abnormal statuses encountered by players. The 9th page was the complete guide to aberrant demons, which only recorded 2 types of aberrant demons. 1. Thousand-throat shadow, an amorphous black mass with biological mouths randomly appearing on its surface to consume sound, and the swallowed sound waves convert into heat loss. 2. Rotting humanoid, referred to as rotten corpse, an unknown humanoid rotting creature fast-moving, with a clustering trait. They attract each other, and some individual corpses may mutate. Thus, Bai Yi had a grasp of this update's content. The sudden increase in difficulty filled him with a sense of urgency. He needed to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Bai Yi walked to the warehouse and took out the piece of flesh. The log trembled special item, endless proliferation. Flesh and bone can be used to upgrade the shelter. 3 consecutive warnings popped up, yet Bai Yi did not hesitate. On one hand, he did not have enough iron to upgrade the shelter. On the other hand, he was aware of the immense potential of this mass of flesh, which could greatly enhance his chances of survival when used to upgrade the shelter. Upgrade the shelter. Yes. This time there was no white light. As the flesh merged into the ground of the shelter, the entire structure trembled. New bone plates formed a honeycomb-like support structure within the flesh walls, covered by a translucent membrane, revealing a pulsating network of blood vessels below. Rib-like bone rings surfaced on the ceiling. The floor was covered with the derived flesh, densely populated with tiny tendrils. Is this thing really considered a shelter? Bai Yi and Xiao Bai had long exited the shelter, standing outside staring blankly. It was no wonder they were timid. The scenes they had just witnessed were indeed frightening. While inside, Bai Yi felt as if he were being consumed. Gazing at the shelter that had completely transformed into bone and flesh, Bai Yi swallowed hard. Suddenly a log prompt appeared. Detected primary alchemy fragment. Would you like to merge? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, then replied yes. Immediately after the log disappeared, Bai Yi looked at the shelter, which was nearly upgraded, and kicked Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you lead the way. Oh, Xiao Bei's wolf-like face displayed an extremely anthropomorphic fear as it cowered behind Bai Yi's legs, refusing to budge no matter how much he tugged. Useless, I'll do it myself. As Bai Yi spoke, he slowly moved forward, his heart pounding, worried that if the shelter did not recognize him, it would be a huge joke. Bai Yi tentatively reached out to touch the doorframe, and the originally hard bones suddenly softened, rubbing against his palm like a feline. As he withdrew his hand, the doorframe returned to its bone-white texture. Quite responsive. He felt a bit relieved, then lifted his foot to step over the threshold, only for the soles of his boots to sink into the fleshy carpet, whereupon countless tiny tendrils immediately stretched out and wrapped around his shoes. Let go. The tendrils recoiled to the ground as if electrocuted, even offering a pair of bone slippers. Bai Yi then realized it wanted him to change shoes. Seeing that the shelter posed no danger, Bai Yi's anxious heart finally settled down. Just as he intended to grab the log on the table, the next second the log seemed to sprout legs and ran over to him. Bai Yi's eyes widened. The log had undergone a significant transformation. What was once a leather book had now turned into a book of flesh. The cover of the log was made of hard bones twisted and entwined with dense fleshy tendrils, which had just facilitated its movement. The original pages had turned into thin membranes of flesh, feeling soft and pleasant to the touch. As Bai Yi concentrated, the log automatically flipped to display the shelter's information. Flesh-woven bone nest oocyte. Level 6. Flesh 10001000. Bone 10001000. Capacity 0200000. Traits: flesh bone. Upgrade: flesh 010000. Bone 05000. Facilities: workshop, modification room, digestion room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, storage room, water storage room, flesh, fungus, carpet. Description: please maintain your distance if you do not wish to engage in bondage play. Unlocking abnormal state. Insulation protection. Insulation protection: while inside the shelter, the player will not suffer unprovoked attacks, only able to resist attacks not related to the player. Seeing that insulation protection had already taken effect, Bai Yi's vigilant heart finally relaxed a bit. Then he began to examine the shelter's information. So many new facilities. Bai Yi became intrigued and planned to explore each of them. At that moment, it was as if the shelter had received some command. The flesh on the ground suddenly elongated and expanded, while the bones beneath the fleshy carpet proliferated wildly. In just a few seconds, a perfectly ergonomic chair made of flesh and bone appeared behind him. Bai Yi chuckled as he realized he could directly issue commands to the shelter in his mind. He then sat back comfortably in the chair, eager to see how this shelter would take him on a tour. Countless tiny tendrils on the carpet swiftly wriggled, and Bai Yi, along with his chair, began to glide forward. Wow, so intelligent. Bai Yi was genuinely astonished this time, but before leaving, he did not forget to issue a command. Bring Xiao Bai inside, lock the door. The next second, the tiny head of Xiao Bai, who was peeking around the doorframe, was abruptly grabbed by an extending tendril and dragged into the room. Oh! The door closed, and the sound abruptly ceased with excellent soundproofing. Bai Yi approached a door with a sign that read workshop. Then the door automatically opened, and the chair was moved into the room. The original holographic screen had transformed into a combination framed by white bones with a translucent membrane serving as the screen. The mechanical arm had also turned into a bone claw. Words composed of tiny flesh buds appeared on the membrane. Blueprint memory placed the production blueprint on the scanning platform, made of neural cells. After scanning, it will no longer require the blueprint for production. Producing consumes flesh and bone value. Equipment assimilation consumes flesh and bone value to modify existing weapons into flesh weapons. The weapon quality will be exquisite. Those below exquisite can be upgraded, and those above exquisite cannot be modified. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. These two functions meant that as long as he had blueprints, he could mass-produce exquisite equipment. He hurriedly placed the delicate stone draft blueprint and the tang knife blueprint damaged on the platform. Both blueprints had only one durability left. Bai Yi initially planned to save them for later, but unexpectedly found them useful here. The scanning completed quickly, and the weapons had been catalogued. Bai Yi opened the log. Bone pickaxe: materials 75, flesh 100, bone. Quality: exquisite. Durability 100100, can be repaired in the workshop. Description: a pickaxe made from unknown bones with a 50 chance of doubling resources when mining. White bone tang knife: materials 100, flesh 200, bone. Quality: exquisite. Durability 100100, can be repaired in the workshop. Description: a tang knife made from unknown bones that causes continuous bleeding effects upon hitting a target. Healing potions are ineffective 10 minutes. Bai Yi tried it out only to find that the dried meat in the storage could not be used for production. He then thought of the corpses outside. Suddenly, the original two-story villa shrank slightly, and the flesh fungus carpet spread from the shelter to underneath the 4 corpses. The tendrils writhed and the corpses lined up, being transported one by one to the digestion room. Subsequently, the flesh fungus carpet retracted and the shelter returned to its original state. Before long, a message came from the storage room. Current flesh 10401000, bone 10201000. Would you like to construct? No. Knowing that the corpses could be decomposed made things easier. This place was least lacking in corpses. Bai Yi did not plan to construct anything for the time being. He wanted to check out the other rooms. The flesh buds pushed the chair towards another room. Bai Yi entered the transformation chamber. He learned from the logs that the chamber was a fusion of basic alchemy. The chamber was small, containing only a screen, an operating table, and a medical pod, all made of flesh and bone. Subtitles began to scroll on the screen, introducing functions to Bai Yi. Premium organ fusion. The digestion chamber will extract premium organs from living beings and merge them with the shelter. After fusion, the shelter will possess that organ. Current organ slots 45. A maximum of 5 types of organs can be fused and organs can be deleted at any time. Fused eyes, corpse, ears, corpse, nose, corpse, mouth, mutated corpse. Just as Bai Yi finished reading, the shelter eagerly began to showcase these new organs. The walls and floors surged with countless eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. All the eyes opened wide, their eyeballs darting back and forth restlessly, and the mouths opened and closed, emitting a shrill scream identical to that of the corpse. You witness an extremely bizarre room. Sanity 15. Bai Yi found it hard to articulate how shocking the scene before him was. At the very least, he was profoundly shaken. Stop! Stop! From now on, no showcasing of new organs without my command. Bai Yi yelled, knowing that if it weren't for the fact that this was his own shelter, he would have charged out with a knife. After everything returned to normal, he continued to check. Basic physical transformation. The genetic information of biological entities entering the digestion chamber will be recorded. In addition, physical modifications can be made. Strengthening can go up to 12. This function consumes flesh and bone values. Basic healing treats biological bodies without altering them. Through basic flesh techniques for treatment. These functions are undeniably powerful, which means Bai Yi no longer needs to fear injuries. He can heal himself. He felt his emotions fluctuating today. He was initially worried about the difficulties post-system update, and now he was exceedingly excited about the shelter's upgrades. At this moment, Bai Yi was even more eager about the upcoming facilities. The digestion chamber resembled an assembly line, dissecting, extracting, digesting, and transporting in one go. Bai Yi glanced briefly and moved on. The storage room was just an expanded version of the old warehouse now, with a capacity of 5,000. The water storage room was newly added, empty except for a little water. Bai Yi estimated that if the water storage room were full, it would be enough for him and the wolf to use normally for 3 months, which was quite substantial. The kitchen had only one window, and the screen at the window allowed for food selection. Only meat products. Bai Yi chose beef-flavored meat patty, and soon a steaming plate of meat patties was presented at the window. As the knife gently cut through the caramelized crust of the steak, rich juices resembling amber seeped out, creating an enticing sheen on the bone plate beneath. The savory aroma wafted into the air, while the inner meat displayed a gradient salmon pink, with fine marbling patterns throughout. Bai Yi took a bite, feeling the crispness and slightly bitter aroma of the crust first before being enveloped by the velvety smoothness of the meat, with concentrated flavors bursting, with each chew culminating in a mineral saltiness from sea salt that lingered in his throat. Delicious. Bai Yi had forgotten how long it had been since he tasted such intoxicating food. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he fell in love with this shelter. Wait a minute. In his stupor, Bai Yi suddenly thought, where did this place get the beef? He set down the plate and carefully read the screen. Beef-flavored. Meat patty. Bai Yi suddenly realized, so it's beef-flavored. I was wondering where they got the beef. His voice trailed off and a sense of unease washed over him as he looked at the beautifully plated meat patty. If it's not beef, then. He grimly opened the logs. Current flesh 10391000, bone 10201000. Aura. Bai Yi furiously punched the flesh wall, his fist striking against the wall like lightning. You bastard, how dare you serve me corpse meat? The flesh writhed incessantly, revealing 2 bulging eyes with whites showing and a mouth that continually drooled. On the dining table behind him, Xiao Bai had already approached the meat patty, drawn by its alluring aroma, and was drooling profusely. Xiao Bai, you can't eat that. Just as Xiao Bai was about to take a bite, Bai Yi reached out to stop him, then pulled the meat patty away and stuffed it into his own mouth. I haven't had enough. You want to eat? Go choose your own. Who cares what kind of meat it is? Out of sight, out of mind. As long as it's delicious. Oh, whoa. After the hearty meal, Bai Yi decided to check upstairs. He sat on a chair by the stairs and was about to stand up to climb when a tentacle with eyes stopped him. After shaking its eyes at him, the stairs in front of him suddenly transformed. The steps disappeared, replaced by a slanted elevator resembling those found in Earth shopping malls. Thus Bai Yi comfortably continued to sit as he ascended. The chair's backrest was rhythmically moving with fine tentacles. How marvelous this chair even has a massage function. Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The second floor was small, containing only a bedroom and a bathroom. The bedroom was just a regular one with a flesh bed, and that was it. The bathroom, however, was more advanced. There was a polished white bone serving as a mirror above the wash basin. The toilet was also made of white bone, but the toilet seat was made of warm flesh. At the very bottom of the toilet, there was an eye. Upon seeing Bai Yi approach, the toilet lid and seat automatically opened. After using the bathroom, tentacles would automatically clean the inner wall of the toilet. Oh! Bai Yi's eyes widened. He had never experienced such an intelligent toilet before. The waste was directly transported underground through pipes, becoming nutrients for plants, which was very eco-friendly. Because most of the rooms were on the first floor, the villa appeared top-heavy. Bai Yi decided to rearrange the layout. The first floor would consist of the storage room, water storage room, and kitchen. The second floor would have the transformation chamber, workshop, and bedroom. Bai Yi designated 2 bathrooms, one on the first floor and one on the second. The wishing well was moved to the main hall on the first floor, and the recycling box was stuffed into the digestion chamber. During this time, Bai Yi attempted to have the shelter recycle the corpses of 2,000 throat shadows, but was informed that they could not be recycled as they were not flesh. Thus he discarded the corpses into the recycling box and received 2 missed coins. He experienced all the functions and was quite satisfied. Especially the medical pod lying in it was even more comfortable than a bed. Bai Yi decided to disassemble the bed and make another medical pod for the bedroom. At the same time, Bai Yi learned that all facilities within the shelter would consume flesh and bone values, but could be replenished through the corpses of living beings. Once everything was ready, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction and opened the logs. He planned to fulfill his promise and join Wang Zi and her team. As Bai Yi was upgrading the shelter, various special shelters were also springing up in other areas of the Misty Land. Amidst the heavy snow, a crystal ice villa stood tall. In the surging sea waves, a massive ship sped across the waters. In the abyssal cracks, a small house flickered and climbed upwards. Churches, Taoist temples, monasteries. Various buildings appeared in the mist. Of course, the vast majority of people lacking special items could only upgrade their iron shelters step by step. Bai Yi opened the personal chat and found that Wang Zi had already left him a message. Wang Zi, dog brother, what I said was right, wasn't it? Wang Zi, you can't forget our agreement. I've bragged about it. Bai Yi, since players can really meet, I will keep my promise and join you. Wang Zi, that's great. I'll add you to our team's group chat. Wang Zi invites you to join the group chat, unnamed, agree. Player Bai Yi joined the group chat. Wang Zi, welcome, dog brother. Zhangzhen, welcome, dog brother. Li Zihua, welcome, dog brother. Wei Fan, welcome, dog brother. Tang Zheng, welcome, dog brother. Bai Yi had just entered when 5 messages popped up simultaneously, leaving him slightly flustered. As for being called dog brother, Bai Yi had given up resisting. He was almost overwhelmed by the young people from the forum who were 10 years younger than him, with all sorts of jokes and memes he couldn't comprehend. Bai Yi, hello everyone, I am Bai Yi, let's look out for each other in the future. Wang Zi, don't worry, dog brother, I plan to have you protect me. With the lively presence of Wang Zi, the atmosphere in the group quickly became familiar. Bai Yi also roughly understood the names and specialties of the group members. Including him, there were 8 people in total, 2 of whom had not shown up, while the other 5 were Wang Zi, female, age 21, specialty in farming; Zhang Zhen, male, age 45, specialty in resource searching; Li Zihua, male, age 19, specialty in medical care; Wei Fan, female, age 33, a specialty in clothing making; and Tang Zheng, male, age 27, specialty in combat. The 2 who had not shown up were Xiesu, male, age 22, specialty in information provision, and Mu Mu, female, age 20, specialty in weapon making. Among them, Tang Zheng, like him, had just joined the team, but he was brought in by Zhang Zhen. Bai Yi's impression of him was that he was straightforward and a bit naive. Tang Zheng, dog brother, have you really reached double attributes of 10? Bai Yi, no, it's a talent ability. Tang Zheng, oh, so once you activate the talent you can reach 10. Bai Yi, yes. Tang Zheng, dog brother, when we meet can we have a match? I want to know how big the gap is between me and 10 attribute points my strength is. Bai Yi facebombed, having just met him for a few minutes, and Tang Zheng was already sharing his stats. The person who impressed Bai Yi the most was Zhang Zhen. The reason was simple: Zhang Zhen was incredibly wealthy. According to him, his talent allowed him to detect valuable minerals, equipment, and special items within a certain range. This enabled him to clear out all valuable items during the novice protection period. This old fellow was now rolling in wealth. Wang Zi's shelter was funded by his resources for upgrades. Including the cost of unlocking the team, Zhang Zhen waved his hand and covered it all. He planned to trade some basic supplies for mist coins after the plaza opened tonight to use as public funds for the team. Bai Yi and Tang Zheng were both greatly shocked, exclaiming, "Long live Uncle Zhang." The other teammates were already accustomed to Zhang Zhen's wealth. After establishing initial trust with the team members, Bai Yi glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. After the log update, the exact time can be checked. He planned to go hunt some corpses in the afternoon because he was very eager for the basic body modification in the modification room, which could elevate Bai Yi's body to human limits even beyond. The only issue was that it was too expensive. Bai Yi checked and found that to raise both strength and physique to 12 points, he would need 2,100 units of flesh and 1,000 units of bones. A single corpse could provide 10 units of flesh and 5 units of bones, which meant Bai Yi needed to kill 210 corpses, undoubtedly a massive undertaking that was best started early. Bai Yi, I need to go hunt some corpses. You all must stay alert while chatting and quickly upgrade the shelter to level 6, unlocking insulation as well. Zhang, count on us. We upgraded the shelter at the first opportunity after the update. However, we can't contact Xiao Xie and Xiao Mu. I don't know what's going on with them. Wang Zi, don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Xiao Mu is destined for good fortune, and Xie Dog is a calamity that has lasted for 1,000 years. They will be fine. Uncle Zhang, I hope so. Bai Yi closed the log after that message and did not participate in the subsequent chat. The functions of the shelter were very powerful, but each required a substantial amount of flesh and bones. Bai Yi did not dare let the shelter's flesh and bone values drop below 1,000. Flesh and bone values represent the durability of the shelter. When they reach 0, the shelter dies. Therefore, to achieve a beautiful tomorrow, we must strive. Owl. In the mist, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai cautiously approached a corpse. The corpse was located in the center of the road ahead, while Bai Yi and Xiao Bai were crouched in the corner. They were about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the shelter, and this was the first corpse they encountered. Seeing the corpse slowly wandering over, Bai Yi picked up his tang knife, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt Xiao Bai tugging at his pant leg. He turned abruptly, and a corpse stepped out of the mist. At the moment Bai Yi saw it also spotted him. Roar. The corpse let out a roar, and its speed suddenly increased as it lunged at Bai Yi. That roar attracted other corpses on the road. Damn this mist. Bai Yi cursed, then raised his knife and dodged against the wall to evade the corpse's charge, while simultaneously slashing out. The corpse's head separated from its neck and fell to the ground. He quickly returned to the corner, waiting for the moment the next corpse showed its head ready to behead it. After picking up the body, they quickly left the area as other corpses had already begun to surround them. The name corpse sounded like zombie, but in reality, it was a type of aberrant demon lacking the ability to infect. In the misty world, visibility was extremely low. Along the way, Bai Yi relied entirely on Xiao Bai's warnings to avoid clusters of corpses. This isn't efficient enough. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, Bai Yi fell into deep thought. Due to the clustering nature of the corpses, solitary corpses were rare, meaning Bai Yi could only search the periphery of the corpse group for lone ones. They had to be vigilant at all times. If multiple corpses spotted them, it could easily trigger a tide of corpses. On the other hand, Bai Yi also needed to bring the corpses he killed back to the shelter. A few minutes ago, on their way back, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai bumped into a small group of 6 corpses hidden. Because Xiao Bai was carrying the body, he hadn't had time to warn. At this moment, although they had returned safely, the body was gone, and Shepard's mercy damaged had only 2 bullets left. Now he needed to find an efficient method to kill corpses. To avoid the hassle of carrying, it was best to do it near the shelter where the flesh fungus blanket could reach. Bai Yi looked around, and then his eyes lit up as a thought was born in his mind. A wondrous scene unfolded amidst the ruins of the city as a man was chased by a rotting corpse sprinting towards a white building. I can't keep up, the corpse is too fast. Next time I'll have to let Xiao Bai do it. Bai Yi was running desperately, feeling as if his lungs were on fire, and the distance between him and the corpse was continuously closing. Fortunately, he was close to the shelter. From afar, the rotating eyes on the shelter noticed Bai Yi's figure, and the once impenetrable bone walls swiftly opened a passage. Bai Yi dove in without surprise, and the passage quickly grew and healed. The corpse arrived a moment too late, left scratching at the wall outside. Crush it. With Bai Yi's command, the smooth wall erupted with a flurry of sharp bone spikes at incredible speed. The unprepared corpse was instantly pierced and died completely. However, Bai Yi felt no joy at this scene. He looked at the shelter's panel with a pained heart. Blood flesh 10395000 bone 9601000. The previous strike directly consumed 50 points of bone value, while a single corpse only provided 5 points. Bai Yi felt a deep pain. It seems that without sufficient blood, flesh, and bones, directly letting the shelter attack is not a good idea. What if I just trap the corpse and kill it myself? Determined to try, Bai Yi approached the wall and issued a command, "Bind me, don't let me move." Immediately, the bone wall revealed countless small holes, and innumerable blood-flesh tendrils burst forth. Bai Yi struggled to escape the tendrils, but the next moment, he stopped letting them take control. He discovered that when he struggled, his blood flesh value started to drop at a visible speed, whereas when he stopped, the consumption slowed dramatically. Blood flesh 10315000 bone 9601000. Relying on the shelter to kill monsters isn't realistic. Perhaps I need to level up a few more times. Bai Yi waved his hand, watching the tendrils slowly retract and the holes close. Suddenly an idea struck him. Bai Yi immediately ran inside the shelter and said, "Open a small hole here by my eyes." The wall responded with a crack, allowing Bai Yi to see the outside situation through the two small openings. He took out his tang knife, pressing the blade against the wall, which obediently opened a gap for him to strike. "It's feasible," Bai Yi concluded after swinging the knife a few times. The next important step was to lure a corpse over it. After that, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. Due to the horde nature of the corpses, the one he lured would continue to attract others, and as long as he ensured there was one outside, he could achieve a streamlined process. With the plan set, Xiao Bai was tasked with enticing the corpse. It wasn't that Bai Yi didn't want to go after being chased for so long, he still hadn't caught his breath. Thus a familiar scene played out again, but this time the one being chased was not Bai Yi, but a white wolf with only one eye. Xiao Bai ran quietly. It wanted to howl, but Bai Yi had instructed it not to make a sound lest it attract more corpses. Two legs really can't outrun four, Bai Yi remarked as he watched Xiao Bai's figure appear through the mist. There was little more to say, or it was the same steps as before, but this time Bai Yi didn't worry about the corpses outside. As the shelter leveled up to 6, the corpses' attacks no longer inflicted any damage on it. Bai Yi stood inside the wall, observing the outside through the small hole. The nature of the corpses was indeed troublesome, as one after another emerged from the mist, arriving at the shelter's wall. Whenever a new corpse arrived, Bai Yi would kill the one scratching at the wall through the gap. Then he'd attract the new corpse's attention, letting it continue scratching at the wall. It wasn't that Bai Yi didn't want to leave a few more corpses to increase production, but he was afraid that too many would cause new troubles, so he chose a less efficient but safer method. Time passed as Bai Yi toiled tirelessly, and before he knew it, night had fallen. Bai Yi killed the corpses outside the wall, concluding today's streamlined process. From 1:30 in the afternoon to now 5:30, a full 4 hours of production yielded Bai Yi a total of 237 corpses. Bai Yi's hands were sore from hacking at the corpses. However, he couldn't feel any joy as the corpses were not fixed in their respawn rate. The respawn time was decreasing. Initially, it took 7 or 8 minutes to attract a single corpse, but now it was getting faster to the point where a new corpse appeared every few seconds. More and more corpses are coming. This isn't good, Bai Yi said with a grave expression, staring at the mist. In an instant, it felt as though he pierced through the fog and saw a surging wave, a tide of corpses. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water comes, I shall block it. I must seize the time to improve myself. Bai Yi stopped overthinking. He called Xiao Bai, and together they entered the modification room, intending to give Xiao Bai a new eye. Blood flesh 34095000 bone 2181100 under Bai Yi's urging, Xiao Bai reluctantly climbed onto the operating table, the previous scene of Bai Yi treating its wounds still fresh in memory. "Oh whoa." Xiao Bai tilted its head at Bai Yi, looking pitiable. Bai Yi didn't even glance at it, and directly commanded, "Let's begin." This modification consumes 240 blood flesh. As the anesthetic was administered, Xiao Bai fell asleep. Then tendrils and bone blades extended from beneath the operating table, each with a clear roll. One side expanded Xiao Bai's eye socket, removing the decayed eyeball, cleaning the hollow socket, while the other extracted genetic material from the eyeball and injected it into a can-like culture medium. With the genetic material injected, a small piece of flesh submerged in the liquid swiftly divided and differentiated. In just a few minutes, an identical dark golden eyeball rapidly took shape. So beautiful. Bai Yi gazed at the golden pupil glowing gently in the dim environment, feeling a strong urge to change his own eyes too. As if sensing Bai Yi's thoughts, the nearby screen displayed text, "I have recorded the iris genes that express color, which can perfectly integrate into any biological eyeball." Ha ha ha, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Bai Yi excitedly rubbed his hands, planning to also get a dark golden pupil during his own modification later. The rest were normal steps: transplanting the eyeball, suturing the ocular nerves, and then waking Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai joyfully turned its head back and forth, examining its surroundings with its new eyes, then ran to Bai Yi's side, circling around him, occasionally climbing onto him and licking his face. At that moment, the log vibrated and the attributes of Xiao Bai appeared on the personal information originally on the 3rd page. Xiao Bai, Snowfield Wolf, health belonging. Age 6. Strength 7. Mental 7. Constitution 7. Death allows you to break through limits. Mental state normal. Rationality 200,200. Abnormal status, my heart is at peace, the wails of the dead. Talent Snowfield Long Cry active. Effect 1. Consumes rationality 1 point per second, causing snowfall in a range of mental points 10 meters, Within this range, hostile units will undergo a rationality check. If current rationality 200, the check fails. If it fails, it deducts 200 enemies' current rationality 100 points of rationality per second. Simultaneously, those within this range will experience the effects of cold body movements become sluggish. Effect 2. Within the talent range, ally units' rationality recovery speed increases by 200, shielding from some abnormal statuses, maintaining a normal psychological state. Friend or foe is determined by Xiao Bei's judgment talent, just awakened. Synopsis: it is willing to give everything for you, even its life. Although Xiao Bei's attributes are not high, they have already reached their limit, with the mental state directly surpassing the limit. Moreover, Xiao Bei's talent abilities, coupled with its high rationality of 200, make it extraordinarily powerful in controlling the battlefield, dealing damage or providing assistance. Bai Yi satisfiedly stroked the wolf's head before lying down on the operating table. Initiating basic physical modification iris color change surgery. This modification will take 15 hours. Would you like to start? Just as Bai Yi was about to press yes, another message suddenly popped up. The final part of basic alchemy has been converted into basic flesh alchemy. Would you like to learn during the surgery? Bai Yi initially thought basic alchemy had completely transformed into basic flesh modification, but unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Without a second thought, he pressed yes for everything. This modification consumes 2,360 flesh and 1,150 bones. Current flesh 8091000, bones 1031100. The operating table slowly rises and a sheet of flesh membrane extends from above, connecting to the operating table, forming a closed space. Brownish yellow nutrient solution is injected inside. Bai Yi has not yet been anesthetized. He curiously observes these changes. At this moment, a mask slowly floats by his face, and a thin tentacle points at the mask, and then at Bai Yi's face. Bai Yi understands and puts on the mask. The tentacles inside the mask extend, entering through Bai Yi's 7 orifices, slowly making contact with his brain. At first, Bai Yi felt a slight urge to vomit and a sense of suffocation. But soon he felt extraordinarily comfortable, as if he had returned to the embryonic stage. At this moment, the extending tentacles have integrated into Bai Yi's cerebral cortex, severing the connection between the brain and the external world. Then strange powers flowed into Bai Yi's brain along the tentacles, leaving imprints beneath his cerebral cortex. Bai Yi knew this was the transformed basic flesh alchemy. The knowledge that originally required rationality potions to comprehend was cleverly bypassed by the shelter through this method. While Bai Yi was receiving knowledge, the external modifications were also proceeding simultaneously. Bai Yi's body was meticulously disassembled, with every bone, every muscle, and every inch of skin neatly taken apart according to its original position. Countless tentacles systematically modified different parts. As the bones increased in density, many honeycomb-like cavities were opened up, enhancing the bone's load-bearing capacity and sturdiness while maintaining the same weight. At the joints, in addition to connective tissue, a new type of fibrous cartilage was added to make the joints sturdier and less prone to damage. Muscle cells were extracted and replaced with stronger, more perfect cells, increasing muscle explosiveness and the rate of lactic acid decomposition. Blood vessels and the heart were thickened and pressurized to allow blood to flow more rapidly, enhancing metabolic capabilities. Each nerve cell's neuronal terminals were connected by nanometer-sized fine muscle fibers, which allowed electrical signals to be converted into nerve signals more swiftly, facilitating faster movement of synaptic vesicles between the muscle fibers. This is a brand new transmission method. The surgery lasted for 15 hours. Tentacles and bone knives all retracted, and the nutrient solution slowly drained out through the small openings that unfolded on the operating table. These nutrient solutions will be recycled and reused after undergoing disinfection and purification. The mask opened. With a hissing sound as the membrane retracted, a large amount of white mist rose. Bai Yi opened his eyes, and his dark golden irises were deep and indifferent. He exerted a slight force with his arm, and his whole body soared into the air. After a smooth landing, Bai Yi dressed and walked out of the modification room. The suddenly enhanced physical qualities did not make him feel any unfamiliarity with his body. During the surgery, Bai Yi had already simulated body training in his mind with the help of the shelter. Bai Yi focused his mind and brought up his attribute panel. Bai Yi health. Age 30. The average value of adult attributes is 3. The limit is 10. Strength 12. Mental 9. Constitution 12. Psychological state normal, only shows negative psychology. Rationality 100,100. Abnormal status my heart is at peace, the wails of the dead. Talent steel spine will. Effect 1 active after activation as rationality decreases the hardness index of your spine, increases rivaling steel. Both strength and constitution will significantly increase up to 3 times, lasting for 10 minutes. Afterward, all lost rationality is returned 100, entering cooldown for 12 hours. Activates forcibly when rationality is at 1. Effect 2 passive when your rationality drops to 1 or rationality is forcibly locked. You are immune to all negative states while your consciousness will suffer immense pain, which decreases as rationality recovers. When rationality exceeds 30, the pain disappears. Knowledge acquired basic flesh alchemy. Equipment none only displayed when carried. Synopsis: an unknown species draped in human skin. Thus, Bai Yi underwent a complete transformation. However, the enhancement of physical attributes was not Bai Yi's greatest gain this time. Basic flesh alchemy. Bai Yi muttered while stroking Xiao Bei's wolf head, which had been guarding the door of the modification room. Alchemy variant basic flesh alchemy. 1. Boiling blood after activation consumes 5 points of rationality per second. Your blood will boil and burn, keeping your body in peak condition while your blood becomes flammable. 2. Flesh and bone transformation consumes rationality to convert flesh bones that your body touches into bones flesh. The rationality consumed depends on the scale of the transformation. Pending learning. Indeed, although the corresponding knowledge of alchemy has been implanted in Bai Yi's mind, its vast and complex foundational knowledge made learning exceptionally difficult. It's like a math formula. Every letter is recognizable, but when put together, it's incomprehensible. Bai Yi is in such a situation, filled with knowledge, yet unable to understand it. He cannot casually speak with others because in the land of mist, knowledge is toxic. Others might not even grasp it yet, but due to the rapid decline of rationality, they could fall into permanent madness. Fortunately, with the shelter's existence, it can assist Bai Yi in performing interpretative learning in his mind. This is how Bai Yi learned the 2 basic spells of basic flesh alchemy. It is now 9:40 a.m. on the second day. During these hours, Zhang Zhun has unlocked the team, leaving only Bai Yi to join. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Have they already purchased the temporary teleportation scroll? He opened the group chat and quickly skimmed through the previous messages. Xie Su and Mu Mu had responded in the group, with Xie Su having encountered danger, but fortunately survived. Mu Mu faced a bit of trouble, which has been resolved. Following that were the usual greetings with messages calling for him in the group, who at that time, he was in surgery and naturally did not reply. Then at 8 o'clock in the evening, after the Forum Plaza and channel were unlocked, Zhang Zhun unlocked the team after accumulating 500 mist coins through trading, and others joined one by one. Finally, this morning at 8 o'clock, they decided to hold a meeting at Wang Zi's shelter to discuss future developments and the functions of the team. The team has a gathering function. Bai Yi pondered as he agreed to join the team, while replying in the group. Zhang Zhun invites you to join the unnamed team. Do you agree? Yes. Bai Yi has joined the unnamed. Bai Yi, I was delayed, just finished something. What happened? Xiesu, the shelter of Wang Zi, is under attack by the undead. Bai Yi, hold on, I'll be there soon. With a thought, the Tang Dao and revolver in his workspace were lifted by tendrils and brought before him. During this time, Bai Yi browsed the newly unlocked team features. Team unnamed members: Xie Su, Zhang Zhun, Wang Zi, Tang, Zheng, Li Zihua Wei, Fen Mu Mu. Bai Yi 810 team skills. Unlocked members cannot inflict lethal damage on each other. Description: a well-configured team. Unlocked abnormal state. Mutual watch. Unlocked portal. Mutual watch rational recovery speed increased by 10, injury recovery speed increased by 5, psychological stability greatly enhanced. Portal with consent can reach team members' shelters through the portal with no limit on uses. Since teams can teleport, guilds should be able to as well. Overall, it seems more cost-effective than the temporary teleportation scroll, and the system appears to favor players banding together. Bai Yi contemplated as he stood before the newly appeared door in the hall. The portal was unremarkable, made of flesh and bones. He placed his hand on the handle, and the names of the team members automatically surfaced in his mind. After selecting Wang Zi, the opposite side immediately displayed application approved. Bai Yi opened the door, revealing a thick white mist inside, obscuring what lay beyond. Let's go, Xiao Bai, let's meet our teammates, Bai Yi called out, stepping into the mist. At that moment, within a shelter composed of plant roots, the team members were scattered throughout the conference hall, some standing, some sitting, some anxious, and some calm. Dog brother is here. Wang Zi suddenly looked up, having just accepted Bai Yi's access request. In the next second, the portal opened, and he stepped out. The man's tall figure stood there like a cold weapon, yet to be unsheathed. His short black hair was slightly disheveled, and beneath his sharp brow, 2 dark golden eyes shone, seemingly burning with an inner flame. 30 years had marked his face with maturity, replacing the youthful innocence with steadiness, his slightly pale skin wrapped in a black tactical shirt. The rolled-up cuffs revealed his strong forearms. A silver revolver clipped to the side of his combat pants gleamed with a metallic sheen bearing traces of blood. His right hand held the Tang Dao straight as a ruler. Behind him, a white wolf slowly appeared. The wolf's silvery fur was distinct, with dark golden pupils resembling solidified metal, and its powerful limbs held a height nearly akin to that of a human. The slightly raised curvature at its claw joints exuded a strong sense of power, and even at rest its tail maintained a vigilant, slightly arched posture. Damn! Tang Zheng stared blankly at the one man and one wolf that had just appeared, even neglecting the cigarette that was about to burn his fingers. The reactions of the others were similarly astonished. It was no wonder Bai Yi's mature appearance was indeed intimidating. Just standing there gave a sense of reassurance. Bai Yi glanced at the few people present, trying to connect them with the names in his mind. Noticing Bai Yi's awkwardness, a composed middle-aged man with a well-maintained physique stepped forward, extending his hand. "Dog brother, we've finally met. I'm Zhangzhen." "Hello," Bai Yi replied, shaking hands. Then Zhangzhen began to introduce Bai Yi to everyone. "This is Xiesu, a young man with a mysterious smile on his lips. This is Wei Fan, a gentlewoman. This is Li Zihua, a slightly shy young boy. This is Tang Zheng, a muscular man, standing 190 centimeters tall. This is Mumu, a girl holding a cup of water." As Zhangzhen introduced everyone, Bai Yi greeted each person in turn while accepting the cigarette Zhangzhen handed him. "This is definitely a familiar face, Wang Zi." Bai Yi nodded slightly, having been brought in by Wang Zi, and he had also seen her appearance in the photos she sent during their chats. Indeed familiar. After all introductions, Zhangzhen clapped his hands. Xiao Wang explained the situation to Dog Brother. Wang Zi nodded first, sending Bai Yi a screenshot, then began to describe the events an hour ago. Everyone had arrived one after another, and before starting, Wang Zi had taken out the already planted cherry tomatoes to fetch water outside the shelter. Tang Zheng offered to help, but as soon as he stepped out of the shelter, an abnormal state was triggered, and then all the undead around rushed in, directly overwhelming the shelter. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before the influx of undead ceased. Now most of the undead had dispersed on their own, while some were drawn in by the clustering nature, keeping the number of undead outside dynamically maintained at 300 to 400. Fortunately, Wang Zi had upgraded to a special shelter which could restore the shelter's durability by absorbing nutrients from the ground, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to withstand even the first wave of attacks. However, the nutrients around were nearly depleted, and the undead continued to attack the shelter. After gaining a rough understanding, Bai Yi opened the log. Isolation syndrome. Within 10 minutes, surrounding aberrant creatures can sense the player's location and pursue them. He checked the information panel. The abnormal state column showed that Lost One had been triggered, but not isolation syndrome. At that moment, Wang Zi's anxious voice came through. "Dog brother, the shelter can't hold out much longer. Xia Dog said you have a way." Noticing Bai Yi's gaze, Xia Su revealed a slightly embarrassed smile. "Going out alone won't trigger isolation syndrome," Xia Su added. Bai Yi nodded, took out a lighter, and with a slightly awkward motion lit the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Then he approached the entrance of the shelter, opened the door. Incoming smoke rose from Bai Yi's mouth and nose. "Kill them all. There are hundreds of corpses outside. Dog brother, you. While Wang Zi, you really are bold." Tang Zheng was about to persuade Bai Yi to wait, but Wang Zi obediently opened the shelter's door. In an instant, the horde of corpses surged in through the door. Bai Yi extended his hand and lightly tapped the forehead of the first corpse. "You have used the large-scale flesh and bone transformation technique. Sanity 80. Warning. Your sanity is below 20. You are plunged into permanent madness and your perception is distorted." Exempted. The transformation began from Bai Yi's fingertips, and all the corpses that were jammed in front of him began to twist unnaturally. Then the brutal transformation of flesh and blood began, with the corpses' blood and flesh uncontrollably merging and transforming. Flesh intertwined, then transformed into blood-white bones. In just a few seconds, a twisted passageway of bones formed in front of Bai Yi, created from countless transformed flesh and blood. "Close the door tightly, don't come out." Bai Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette, the nicotine suppressing his pain. Then he charged into the horde like a cannonball. "You see the twisted skeleton's sanity too. Is this still human?" Tang Zheng watched the skeletal passage from which the faces of the corpses were barely discernible, swallowing nervously. The others were not faring much better. Although Wang Zi believed that Bai Yi would have a way, the scene before her was truly shocking. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words. "Bai Yi's existence is our fortune," Zhangzhen exclaimed. Bai Yi protected his head with one hand and smashed into the horde, the tremendous impact shattering the corpses before him. At this moment, he was in the belly of the horde, with corpses surging from all directions. His expression remained calm, his right hand wielding the tang knife to deliver swift strikes, easily cleaving the aberrant creatures before him. Corpses continued to fall, but the next moment what awaited Bai Yi was a fearless charge from even more corpses. Their simple minds held just one thought: to tear apart this human. Gradually, as the corpses pressed forward without fear of death, the space around Bai Yi to evade grew smaller, and he began to feel fatigue. "This won't do. If this continues, Dog Brother will be overwhelmed by the horde." Tang Zheng anxiously paced, eyes fixed on the situation outside, yet he dared not go out. Wei Fan also wore a worried expression as she softly said, "Trust dog, brother. Since he dares to go out alone, he must have a plan." Bai Yi swung his knife down, but instead of slicing through the corpse as usual, the blade got stuck in its neck. The continuous slaughter had left the Tang knife's blade riddled with nicks. Bai Yi decisively let go and kicked the corpse away. Boiling blood. Boiling blood consumes 5 sanity per second. With the activation of the flesh alchemy, Bai Yi's sanity plummeted to 1, where it remained. He ignored the warnings continuously issued by the system, as at this moment all his willpower was devoted to enduring the pain. With the last remnant of his cigarette in his lungs amid the smoke, the grotesque corpses the system prompts, and the swirling smoke began to merge, only to be violently torn apart by him. Bai Yi's blood boiled beneath his skin. He could even smell the scent of his flesh roasting at high temperatures. Without a weapon, he raised his hands. As his fingers made contact, the flesh and bones of 2 corpses continuously transformed, turning into 2 pale bone blades. The airflow generated by the bone blades ignited the remnants of the corpses, weaving a bizarre scarlet light net in the dense fog. The number of corpses quickly decreased in Bai Yi's slaughter, and more corpses turned their attention to him, beginning to abandon their assault on the shelter to charge at him, including mutated corpses. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a gust of wind rush past him, and in the next second, he was sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow, crashing into the corpses behind him. Bai Yi realized something was wrong. He shifted his hands, and then spun his body fiercely. The high-speed rotation imparted tremendous kinetic energy to the bone blades, cleaving the surrounding corpses in half. Then Bai Yi adjusted his body and landed steadily. But the moment his toes touched the ground, the sound of wind returned. Bai Yi's pupils narrowed to a point. At this moment, he finally saw the appearance of his attacker. It was a grotesque corpse with its extraordinarily thick thighs occupying 80% of its body. This time the corpse did not simply throw a punch at Bai Yi. Instead, it raised its elongated hand, intending to pierce through his body directly. Although Bai Yi's body couldn't keep up with the speed of the corpse, his modified reflexes had already calculated the location of the impending attack. Crack, accompanied by a crisp sound of bone breaking, the mutated corpse's finger snapped off. However, Bai Yi's abdomen, attacked in the process, revealed a grim white skeletal texture. It turned out that just before the attack, Bai Yi had transformed the flesh of his abdomen into hard white bones. Although this blow destroyed one of the mutated corpse's hands, Bai Yi still couldn't do anything about it. Its speed was simply too fast. The moment the corpse disappeared from Bai Yi's sight, he shouted, "Little Bai." Aru. The wolf howl pierced through the thick fog, and snowflakes began to slowly fall within a radius of 200 meters. Little Bai's dark golden wolf eyes shone with a dazzling light. The falling snowflakes did not melt into water upon touching the corpses, but instead directly entered their bodies. The remaining 100 or so corpses in the area moved increasingly slowly, their surfaces rapidly covered with a thick layer of ice. The snowfield's long cry has been activated. Bai Yi's gaze was already locked onto the mutated corpse. The moment his speed slowed, Bai Yi had already launched himself off the ground, charging at the mutated corpse at full speed. Shwa. Without any mercy, the 2 bone blades crossed and struck down. The mutated corpse's body was cleaved into 3 segments, falling to the ground. Bai Yi knelt on one knee. The continuous use of alchemy had placed an immense burden on his mind. Although his sanity had been forcibly locked, the dual sensation of mental and physical tearing made Bai Yi, already tormented by his talent, suffer even more. The number of surrounding corpses had already dropped below 100, while Little Bai's talent had been activated for 30 seconds. To ensure Little Bai's safety, Bai Yi had agreed with it to activate its talent for 100 seconds each time. Last 70 seconds, let's finish this battle. Without relying on his talent, Bai Yi had already roughly grasped his limit of combat power. From here on, he did not intend to hold back. Steel Spine will activate. Steel Spine will activated. Current sanity 1100, gaining a 3x boost due to his sanity having already dropped to 1. He didn't even bother to actively reduce his sanity. At this moment, his attributes had reached an astonishing level. Strength 3012, Constitution 3012, not reaching 36. Bai Yi guessed that 30 should be a new limit. With the explosive rise in attributes, Bai Yi's physical strength reached a new level. His spine emitted a metallic, grinding sound, bulging with distinct bony protrusions beneath his skin. Powerful energy continuously surged from his spine throughout his body. Bai Yi's steps shifted lightly. His speed approached that of the previously mutated corpse, and a normal person's eyes would no longer be able to capture his silhouette. From the perspective of those in the shelter, Bai Yi first seemed to vanish from his original spot, and then the nearby corpses began to drop their heads one after another. The entire process resembled a silent mime, bloody and eerie, yet with a touch of strange beauty. In just half a minute, nearly 100 corpses that had been lively moments ago were completely decapitated. Thus, the 300 to 400 corpses that had caused immense trouble for Wang Zi's special shelter were all slain by Bai Yi alone. As the massacre came to an end, the snowfall began to cease. Outside the shelter lay a scene of devastation, with severed limbs and corpses scattered everywhere, occasionally interspersed with the twisted white bones forged by blood and flesh alchemy. Thick congealed blood had already soaked the soles of shoes, while the culprit behind it all rummaged through the pile of corpses, occasionally picking up an arm or a leg. When Bai Yi returned to the front of the shelter, he was cradling a pile of putrid organs. These were the mutated organs of the variant corpses that Bai Yi had selected. Due to the chaotic scene, he could not recover all the corpses, so he could only gather some important ones to pack up, intending to take them back to feed his shelter. Little did he know the scene he took for granted caused immense harm to those inside. Seeing the madman selecting severed limbs was a bizarre sight that drove one's sanity down by 3 points. Thank you. You said that the big boss has some special interests, is it? Is it normal? Wang Zi felt her mouth and tongue getting tangled, and she kept shouting inwardly, I knew it. I knew it from the moment the wolf's head appeared. The big boss is a bit abnormal. I knew it. The latter nodded with guilt. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door startled everyone, and they exchanged glances before all looking at Wang Zi. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Wang Zi exploded, slightly muttering under her breath. Where are you? Wang Zi. Bai Yi's knocking grew louder, gradually turning into banging. At this moment, Bai Yi thought that something dangerous had happened to those inside. He had just drawn his knife when the door opened. People inside and outside stared at each other. Bai Yi casually tossed aside the bone knife he had just formed and turned to step into the shelter. As he entered, the strong, acrid smell of blood rushed in, and each person he passed instinctively stood at attention. Bai Yi glanced at them curiously as he walked by, then approached the teleportation portal and tossed the collected organs back into his shelter. Next, Bai Yi walked straight up to Zhang Zhan, a nervous twitch still lingering at the corner of his mouth from the pain. The heavy stench of blood made it difficult for Zhang Zhan to keep his eyes open. He fought against the urge to turn and flee, looking gently at Bai Yi. Bai Yi felt slightly uncomfortable under the gaze that seemed to view him as the most promising child. Cough, cough, Uncle Zhang, do you have any cigarettes? Oh, yes. Zhang Zhan sighed in relief, then took out a cigarette box, pulled one out, hesitated for a moment, and simply handed over the entire box. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Bai Yi reached out to take it, but saw the blood dripping from his hand, so he retracted it and wiped it on his clothes. To his surprise, his clothes were already soaked with blood, and this wipe not only failed to remove much blood, but instead made his hand even bloodier. Seeing this, Zhang Zhan directly shoved the cigarette into Bai Yi's hand without any disgust. Bai Yi, no need to be so polite. Now that you're in the team, we're all family. Bai Yi paused, nodded, then took out a cigarette and lit it with the flame Zhang Zhan offered. Good. The interaction between Bai Yi and Zhang Zhan successfully eased the atmosphere within the team. Everyone knew that Bai Yi was still the same Bai Yi, and the previous tension dissipated. However, their words became somewhat cautious. As the danger passed, the members began discussing future plans. Bai Yi sat to the side, silently smoking. The pain was slightly relieved by nicotine, and those dark golden eyes filled with brutality appeared somewhat calmer under nicotine's comfort. The white wolf lay beside Bai Yi, its tail gently brushing against him, as if trying to sweep away his pain. Tang Zheng watched Bai Yi smoke one after another, just about to speak up to dissuade him, when Li Zihua beside him held him back. Then he walked up to Bai Yi and asked, Brother Bai, are you in a lot of pain? Bai Yi looked up in surprise at Li Zihua. Although I'm only 19, both my parents are doctors. I skipped grades to enter medical school, and now I'm already an intern in clinical medicine. Li Zihua explained, then elaborated on some of Bai Yi's symptoms, concluding that Bai Yi was enduring great pain. What's the reason? At this moment, Li Zihua looked just like the doctors Bai Yi had seen before. Due to innate talent, the low sanity leads to pain. Facing a professional, Bai Yi no longer concealed anything and spoke truthfully. Li Zihua's face showed a look of understanding, then he told Bai Yi to wait and ran back to the shelter. In just a few minutes, he returned holding a bowl while running and mashing something, arriving before Bai Yi and handing the bowl to him. Sanity recovery potion quality. Fine description: slowly restores 30 points of sanity after consumption. A practiced concoction of a novice alchemist. Bai Yi did not hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. However, the next second, he instinctively felt the urge to spit it out. Li Zihua was quick to react, pressing down on Bai Yi's mouth. Brother Bai, this is very expensive. Bai Yi rolled his eyes, forcing the potion down, and then took a few gulps of water from Siesu that helped wash it down. Sanity 70, 100, sanity 11100. Sanity 34100. Feeling the pain vanish, Bai Yi's tense nerves finally relaxed, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he earnestly thanked Li Zihua. Thank you so much. Li Zihua felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. No need to be so polite, Brother Bai. If anyone should be thanked, it should be Sister Wang Yi. All the raw materials for this potion were provided by her. Wang Zi laughed beside them. Big boss, let me tell you, the vegetables and herbs in my shelter are growing so fast now. They'll bring you some fruit to taste later. Bai Yi shook his head and smiled. He noticed the change in how everyone addressed him, so he spoke up. Since we are all in the same team, there's no need to be overly polite. I'm just a few years older, so you can still call me dog brother. As for Uncle Zhang. Bai Yi looked at Zhang Zhen, pausing for a moment, swallowing the words little dog and little Bai that almost slipped out. Just call me Bai Yi, and my wolf is called Little Bai. With the self-introductions and changes in address after their meeting, this small team established the most basic trust. Wang Zi generously said, "Let's go to the conference room. We will continue our previously interrupted meeting." Indeed, time is precious now, Zhang Zhen agreed. The conference room was on the second floor and had little furniture. Surrounded by walls made of plant roots and stems, there was a large round wooden table in the middle of the conference room. Everyone took their seats one after another while Bai Yi stood by the window, staring blankly outside. "Dog brother, what are you looking at? Come sit." Bai Yi turned his head, his face filled with a serious expression. "It's foggy." Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, he added, "Black fog." As Bai Yi spoke, everyone turned their gaze outward. They saw that the once dense white fog was now speckled with spots of black, and the black was increasing at a visibly rapid pace. "Is this black fog?" Wang Zi hesitated to ask. "I don't know, but this is likely the danger we are about to face." Watching the ever-growing black fog, Xie Su silently calculated in his heart. In no more than 5 hours, the black fog will completely replace the white fog. It seems we don't have much time left. Upon hearing Xie Zu's words, Zhang Zhen's expression turned extremely grave. "But we cannot skip this meeting. The establishment of our team requires some rules, or we will eventually be dragged down." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. "It is now 1117 a.m. Let's speed up and finish the discussion, then each of us should prepare as quickly as possible." Everyone nodded and quickly took their seats. The previously scattered atmosphere vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gravity and unease on each face. Everyone present realized one thing: the formation of the team did not mean they were safe. The fog would continuously push the players forward, and if caught, the price would likely be their lives. Surveying the expressions of the members, Zhang Zhen spoke. "Let's keep it simple. We mainly need to discuss 3 aspects: division of labor, trade, and information sharing. Let's start with the division of labor. He'll begin. My shelter is a regular one, and my talent is resource collection. I can provide a large amount of basic resources as well as some outdoor equipment and special items, though the latter will depend on luck." After Zhang Zhen finished, Li Zihua, sitting to his left, chimed in. "My shelter is also a regular one, and my talents and specialties are related to medicine. I can only provide basic treatment for external injuries, and am currently researching some basic potions." While speaking, he took out 2 types of potions that Bai Yi was very familiar with: the wound healing injection, which he had bought from Wang Zi twice before, and the rationality recovery potion he had just consumed. The injection is readily available due to a lack of raw materials, and the production is substantial, but its effectiveness diminishes for those with attributes above 9. I am researching a higher quality injection and have uncovered some leads. As for the rationality recovery potion, I just concocted it, and its production is quite low. I will also work on improving it to increase the yield. Listening to Li Zihua's words, Bai Yi silently nodded. Having a doctor in the team was fortunate, and for Bai Yi, Li Zihua's rationality potion was extremely useful. Thinking of this, Bai Yi spoke. "My shelter can treat physical injuries, as long as a person is still breathing, I can save them." After a pause, Bai Yi continued. "Zihua, you could develop some temporary recovery potions as an emergency measure. At the same time, I believe you should focus on researching rationality recovery drugs. Many skills and talents consume rationality, and currently we do not know the method for increasing it." Hearing that Bai Yi's shelter could repair physical injuries, Li Zihua's eyes sparkled, but he knew it wasn't the time to dig deeper. "All right, dog brother, I will appropriately reduce my focus on this area and develop a temporary injection to suppress wounds, while also putting more effort into researching rationality." Following Li Zihua's comments, Wang Zi couldn't wait to speak. "My shelter is called Seed of Life. Currently, it is still showing as a seed and has not sprouted. With my talent combined with my shelter, the medicinal herbs I plant mature roughly every few days. I've already sent the specific types to the group, or if you need any, you can find me. By the way, if you go outside, please pay attention to plant seeds. Any seeds will do. After they grow, I will sell them to you at cost." Next was Tang Zheng. Hearing the previous comments, he seemed a bit embarrassed. "While my shelter is just a regular one, and my talent is also combat-oriented. While I can only fight, my attributes are just barely at the limit, not as strong as dog brother." He lost confidence as he spoke, and was just about to say he didn't want to be a burden and would drop out of the team when Zhang Zhen spoke up. "Xiao Tang is a very loyal person, and is also a former Special Forces soldier with rich experience in wilderness survival and combat. I observed him for several days before choosing to bring him in. This statement highlighted Tang Zheng's strengths and silenced him. A special forces soldier. Then you should be better with firearms. Wei Fan spoke at this moment. Tang Zheng replied gloomily. Yes, I was the best shot in our team and knew the most about firearms. But that was before. Now I have no guns. Upon hearing this, Wei Fan threw out a blueprint. Tactical pistol blueprint. Quality good. Durability 12. Description: a basic tactical pistol equipped with 7 bullets. The pistol isn't very powerful, and it only has 7 bullets that can't be replenished. Once fired, it's gone. Looking at the blueprint in front of him, Tang Zheng was ecstatic. No worries, my talent is firearms, so I won't run out of bullets. As he spoke, he also shared his talent in the group. Unlimited firepower active consumes rationality to refill bullets. The more rationality consumed, the greater the bullet's power. 1 point of rationality deals damage equivalent to a 62 caliber bullet. A very powerful talent. Once he gets a gun, he could pose a significant threat to Bai Yi. Next was Wei Fan, who had just given Tang Zheng the blueprint. She was a gentle woman. As for me, I have a regular shelter, and my talent is garment making. I can create protective clothing and transfer skills from equipment. However, the success rate for the latter is not 100%, as it depends on the compatibility between the two pieces of equipment. The higher the compatibility, the higher the success rate. If anyone needs anything, feel free to find me. Wei Fan's voice was calm and measured. Even in a dangerous environment, she remained composed. Next was Ciesu, who spoke quickly. My special shelter is called Utopia. As for its functions, I still haven't figured them out and need some testing. My talent effect can be considered as foresight into the future. Although Bai Yi had suspected it earlier, hearing Ciesu admit it made him somewhat incredulous. Can it be used at any time? Ciesu shook his head with a bitter smile. Not at the moment. After the protection period ended, I activated my talent and heard some things I shouldn't have. I was detected by an unhearable entity and nearly died. But it was a blessing in disguise. My spirit broke through its limits and my rationality doubled. Unhearable. Is it similar to invisible? Is it a similar type of existence? Bai Yi pondered upon hearing these 3 words. No wonder you were silent for half a day before. Wang Zi realized. If the spirit breaks through, does it increase rationality? Ciesu shook his head. The cases are too few to determine if it's coincidence or inevitability. Bai Yi thought of Xiao Bai, who also broke through his mental limits, and his rationality was also 200. It should be inevitable. Xiao Bai also broke through his mental limits, and his rationality value is also high. I'm not even as good as a dog. Hearing this, Tang Zheng angrily patted his head. Woof, 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 Xiao Bai protested unhappily. Bai Yi's focus was not on this. He was still pondering Ciesu's words. Foresight into the future, foresight into the future. Did you see our future? What is in the black fog? What I can tell you, you already know. What I cannot tell you, asking won't help. Ciesu raised his head, looking at Bai Yi with a strange gaze. He placed a finger on his lips. Knowledge is poisonous, and prophecy can lead to death. Bai Yi fell silent, his dark golden pupils flickering with an uncertain light. It was Mu Mu's turn to speak. She seemed like a shy little girl, and Bai Yi rarely saw her talk. She quietly stayed to the side, sipping water. Seeing no one else speaking, she gathered her courage and said, My shelter is an ordinary shelter, and my talent allows me to enchant equipment, giving it an additional skill. After speaking, Mu Mu seemed to feel liberated as she took a sip of water. Another powerful ability. Mu Mu, are you thirsty? You've been drinking water the whole time. Li Zihua, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, looking at Mu Mu, who was holding her cup. It's fine, Zihua, it's just water. I have plenty here, Mu Mu, feel free to drink. Wang Zi said generously. At this moment, Bai Yi was not paying attention to these remarks. He appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was turbulent as he looked at Zhang Zhen. How can he be so lucky? Anyone he finds has some merit. Once they form a team, there are almost no weaknesses. Each person can perfectly complement the others. How did Zhang Zhen achieve this? It was as if he already knew our talents. Wait, knew in advance. A flash of insight crossed Bai Yi's mind as he slightly turned his head, glancing at another person. If it's Ciesu, then everything makes sense. Such a terrifying talent. I wonder just how much he knows. Dog brother, it's your turn. Wang Zi's words pulled Bai Yi back to reality. Now it was Bai Yi's turn, the last one. Special shelter meet network bone, nest, a functional shelter that can record crafting blueprints and actively synthesize equipment of excellent quality. It can upgrade weapon quality also up to excellent, but the only issue is that the weapons are made from flesh and bone. It can perform external injury treatment and body modification. The treatment was mentioned earlier, while the modification can break human limits. Currently, the modification limit is a strength and constitution of 12 points. After a pause, Bai Yi added, it can synthesize various animal-flavored meat patties. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned into silence by the powerful functions of Bai Yi's shelter. Each function, when taken separately, was an incredible utility. And such functions Bai Yi had 4. No 5 food can barely count as one. Zhang Zhen rubbed his forehead in shock. Manufacturing enhancing equipment, treating and modifying bodies. Truly an extraordinary shelter. Then he turned to Tang Zhong and said, Xiao Tang, why not give the blueprint to Dog Brother and let him help you craft an excellent pistol? You can negotiate the price among yourselves. Hiss. Siesu couldn't help but gasp. Body modifications that break limits. Dog Brother, is your current strength and attributes really 12 points? Bai Yi took the blueprint handed over by Tang Zhong and nodded. Yes, this limit should grow as the shelter upgrades. Then he added, if you don't mind products made from flesh and blood, if you have excellent or lower crafting blueprints, you can give them to me, and I will provide you with the corresponding durable weapons and warranty services for free. I can also provide bullets. Bai Yi supplemented to Tang Zhong. Li Zihua was very interested in the modifications. Dog Brother, can other players also undergo modifications? Yes. Bai Yi answered affirmatively. Seeing the excited expressions of everyone, he doused them with cold water. The modification costs are quite high. Just enhancing one attribute requires dozens of rotten corpses. The higher the attribute, the more expensive it is. And this is just the cost price. Moreover, I currently need a large amount of flesh and bone to upgrade the shelter, so I don't have extra resources for modifications or crafting equipment. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi added, however, if you are in a hurry, you can come to my place for a checkup to see the costs, and then prepare your own modification materials. I won't charge extra, and the same goes for equipment crafting. As for materials, any fresh corpse with flesh and bone will do. Everyone understood, and they also realized why Bai Yi was so keen on corpse organs. Seeing everyone finish their introductions, Zhang Zhen clapped his hands and spoke. Now that we all understand each other's specialties, if there are any questions, you can discuss them privately. Next, we will talk about the second issue, trading. As you can see, each of us has our strengths, but in a small team, asking for things directly is often the most unfair. What's free is the most expensive. Therefore, even if we are in a small team, aside from special circumstances, we cannot rely on each other to give resources to survive. That's extremely unhealthy. My suggestion is team trading, calculated at 60 of the plaza trading price. As soon as Zhang Zhen finished speaking, Tang Zhong chimed in. Uncle Zhang is right. We can't help each other for free within the team, or we'll be taking too much advantage of everyone, and my conscience won't allow it. After that, he turned to Wei Fun and said, Sister, how much do your crafting blueprints cost? They'll give you the mist coins later. Wei Fun smiled and waved her hand. I agree with what Zhang said, but let's start it from the end of the meeting. Otherwise, if we keep going back and forth as we have before, it could take a day and night to settle. The others nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. As for the last matter, it's about sharing information. I hope everyone shares any news or discoveries in the group to avoid information discrepancies that could lead to casualties. When he said the last sentence, Zhang Zhen looked meaningfully at Siesu. The latter raised his hands and smiled bitterly. I've said everything I can say. I've been very cautious. If I say something I shouldn't, not only will there be casualties, but we might get wiped out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's conduct a basic information exchange. With that, he uploaded all the abnormal monsters and statuses from his daily log. The others followed suit. After finishing, Bai Yi took a look and found that all the abnormal statuses were the same, but there was one new abnormal monster message. Corrupted Swamp Watcher, a conglomerate of tumor-like eyeballs rising from the swamp, covered with a tar-like membrane. Gazing upon it would trigger muscle fibrositis. This was the abnormal monster Wang Zi encountered when she first arrived. She had crushed it underfoot with her eyes closed. Li Zihua's voice rang out again. Moo, didn't you encounter that strange, yet weak, abnormal monster when you first arrived? Hearing her name called, Moo instinctively sat up straight, her fingers tightening around her cup. No, I listened to Brother Xie and upgraded the moment I could. At this moment, Xie Su also sensed something was off. Usually quiet Li Zihua seemed to be interrogating Moo today. Xie Su and Li Zihua exchanged quick glances, and he saw the deep concern in Li Zihua's eyes. Is there something wrong with Moo? Xie Su thought to himself, but kept a calm facade, taking over the conversation. Moo reacts quite quickly. Moo's face turned bright red, her voice tiny like a mosquito. I warn you, Xie dog, don't tease Moo. Wang Zi threatened fiercely. Xie Su knew to retreat and signaled Li Zihua with his eyes, leaving the next part to him. Cough, all right, everything has been said. Let's hurry to our tasks. The dark mist outside won't wait for us. Zhang Zhen clapped his hands and then said, Hey, wait a minute, our team still hasn't been named yet. Tang Zheng's words made everyone pause. As for names indeed, what do you all think? Dawn Squad, Wang Zi said excitedly, raising her fist. Breaking Dawn, Li Zihua suggested. Doomsday Iron Fist, Tang Zheng raised his thumb. How about Survival Squad? Zhang Zhen suggested awkwardly. Mist Return, hoping we can survive and return home from the mist. Ash Echo, meaning the faint echoes left by the mist that endure and resonate. Xie Su added. I will go with everyone's choice. Moo replied. Dog brother, what about you? Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Bai Yi fell silent. After a long time, he squeezed out 2 words, lonely. All right. I think Xia Dog's name is not bad. Wang Zi cleverly helped Bai Yi out. The others nodded in agreement with Bai Yi's nod, the most determined. You have changed the group chat name to Ash Echo. Then may Ash Echo continue on, leaving behind our faint echoes. Let's do our best. Let's do our best. In unison. The meeting concluded and Wang Zi began to clean the corpses outside the shelter. Sister Wang, let me help you, Moo volunteered. Hey, little Moo, you can't take my place. It was my leaving the shelter that led to the corpse attack. Tang Zhen quickly called out, feeling guilty about this matter for quite a while. But Moo, don't compete with Tang Zheng. They'll let him make amends. Siesu suddenly appeared behind Moo, then pushed him toward Bai Yi. Let's go test with Brother Siesu and Brother Zihua at Dog Brother's place to see the transformation costs and strengthen ourselves sooner rather than later. Bai Yi had already arrived at the door, accompanied by Li Zihua, Siesu, and Moo, who was pushed along. Among them, Li Zihua and Moo were simply there to conduct tests, while Siesu had made arrangements with Bai Yi to coordinate and trigger the autism effect. Bai Yi aimed to collect more flesh and bones in the final moments, while Siesu wanted to clarify the specific requirements for triggering autism. The two quickly reached an agreement. The others returned to their respective shelters to prepare. Before leaving, Bai Yi pointed at the fireflies dancing around in the shelter and said, "Can I take a few back with me?" Of course, no problem. At 12:45 p.m., half of the fog outside had turned black. Bai Yi returned to the shelter, followed by Siesu and the others who came in through the portal. You see animated flesh and bones. Sanity 3. Siesu and Li Zihua stood dumbfounded before the shelter made of flesh and bones, hesitant to step onto the ground covered with fleshy fungal carpets strewn with tiny tendrils. Moo screamed and turned to run back. It's fine, don't be afraid, it's not aggressive. Come in. Bai Yi said, stepping firmly on the meat carpet as the tendrils extended in a pleasing manner, affectionately wrapping around his ankle. Seeing this scene, Moo was nearly scared to faint, and Siesu's expression wasn't any better. Quick, retracted, you scared them. Bai Yi admonished in a low voice. After the initial shock, Li Zihua quickly accepted the setting and crouched down, touching the tendrils on the carpet. Incredible, how does it move? Is there a nervous system inside? Can it feel anything? A series of questions left Bai Yi unable to respond. He could only forcefully change the topic and led the 3 to the transformation room to check the costs. Along the way, Li Zihua curiously looked around, touching this and that. After discovering that these tendrils were not aggressive, Siesu relaxed. Only Moo remained curled up behind Siesu, her eyes tightly shut, murmuring, don't be afraid, they are not aggressive. They soon reached the transformation room, where Siesu and Li Zihua began testing. Just as Bai Yi was about to start, his log vibrated, and Siesu sent a message. Siesu, can you make the testing process a bit more complicated, preferably a deep scan? Bai Yi's heart stirred, but his face showed no emotion. He knew Siesu wouldn't make such a request without a reason. There must be some scheme involved. Bai Yi glanced at Siesu and Li Zihua, both of whom looked serious. After making eye contact with Bai Yi, they both cast a glance at Moo. At this moment, Moo still had her eyes closed, afraid to open them. Bai Yi understood the unspoken cue and proceeded with the transformation process. Li Zihua lay on the table watching as the surgical bed slowly rose, the surrounding flesh membranes lowered, and the nutrient solution filled in while the mask popped out. Such a grand setup. Li Zihua deliberately glanced at Bai Yi, who nodded in affirmation. Fine. Looking at the wriggling tendrils inside the mask, Li Zihua took a deep breath and then put it on. The momentum had built up to this point. Bai Yi looked at Siesu, who secretly gave him a thumbs up. The rest was to check body attributes and evaluate transformation costs. Strength 7. 9. Constitution 7. 3. The measurements matched perfectly with the data given by Li Zihua. The measurement quickly concluded, followed by a prompt. This transformation consumes 1,600 flesh and 800 bones. After receiving the specific costs, Li Zihua thanked Bai Yi and then stepped aside. Next was Moo, who said, I don't want to be tested. Can I skip it? We all need to be tested. Dog Brother's transformation is currently the fastest method of enhancement. In the foggy land, having a bit more strength increases the chances of survival, Siesu said earnestly. All right. Okay. Moo obediently climbed onto the surgical bed. As before the bed rose, the flesh membrane fell, the nutrient solution was injected, and the mask was put on. Now can we talk? What's wrong with Moo that you two are so cautious around her? Bai Yi spoke up after Moo donned the mask and lost consciousness. I don't know, Siesu shook his head. You don't know? Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Siesu gestured to Li Zihua, with his eyes prompting him to explain the reason. Li Zihua stroked his chin. Although it's our first meeting, her behavior is no different from those in the group except for drinking water. Drinking water? In a tense situation, drinking water is a good way to relieve stress, right? Bai Yi asked. I see Moo is very timid. That's correct, but she drinks a bit too much, Li Zihua explained. He had been the first to arrive at Wang Ziyi's shelter, and the second was Moo. Since Moo entered, she had continuously been drinking water. By normal standards, a person only needs a few liters of water a day. However, Moo, from the time she arrived at the shelter until the end of the meeting, Li Zihua had seen her drink about 20 to 30 liters of water. Since the abnormal state was triggered, others had not noticed this detail. Only Li Zihua, due to his understanding of the human body, had been observing Moo since he noticed her drinking water. Bai Yi understood, then looked at Siesu. Did you not foresee anything? No, I really can't use my talent for now, Siesu replied with a bitter smile. But after Li Zihua mentioned it, Moo indeed has been drinking water continuously. Dog brother, can you check her internally? Are you suggesting that Moo is parasitized? I'm not sure. Bai Yi didn't ask further, but controlled the tendrils inside the mask as a tiny eye opened at the tip of a tendril. The tendrils then began to traverse through Moo's body, transmitting images from various parts to the screen. As the visuals changed, Bai Yi, Siesu, and Li Zihua's expressions grew increasingly serious. When they reached Moo's brain, even Bai Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. What was once a human pink brain had long vanished, replaced by countless semi-transparent worms crowding together, rolling and twisting continuously. In the worms' bellies, remnants of pink flesh could still be seen being digested. You see the brain-thieving slug sanity, too. Li Zihua and Siesu stood silently rooted to the spot. From the moment they met, Moo had shown no issues, yet her brain had already been devoured by the alien creature. Moo hadn't just encountered an attack, she had died during the assault. The one they had been communicating and interacting with was the alien creature, the brain-thieving slug. Moo is dead. There is no doubt about it. A somewhat shy young girl has perished the moment the novice protection period came to an end. Experiencing death up close has left Bai Yi with deep reflections. This is the real world, not a game. When someone dies, they are truly gone, leaving nothing behind. Siesu and Li Zihua were hit even harder. They both felt a sense of guilt. Moo was the last member to join their team after the two of them. Although they had only been in the Misty Land for a few days, it cannot be denied that a deep friendship had already been established among them. Dog brother, do you think I protected them too well? Yes, Siesu said bitterly. Bai Yi nodded without hesitation. Not just Moo, in my opinion, Wang Zi, Zhang Wei Fun, and you two are all lacking in respect for the Misty Land, and there is a lack of a sense of crisis. Your talents have allowed you to sail too smoothly during the novice phase, and now that Siesu's talent can no longer be used freely, your shortcomings and caution have been laid bare. Those involved are often blind to what happens while bystanders see clearly. Dog brother, you are right. We must actively engage with danger and then survive. Otherwise, one day we will all die in this strange Misty Land. He turned away, unable to bear looking at the twisted monster in Moo's mind on the screen. Thank you for sharing this with us, dog brother. Please grant Moo some relief, though I will talk about her in the group. After saying this, Siesu pulled the already silent Li Zihua and left the modification room. When Bai Yi walked out of the modification room, the two were sitting on a flesh sofa, heads bowed in silence. Bai Yi had already seen the messages in the group chat. Wang Zi was crying terribly. She did not blame Li Zihua for not discovering it earlier, but kept murmuring about how she and Moo had encouraged each other through the logs a few days ago, as if she wanted this timid girl to live on forever in the hearts of their team members. Aside from that, no one spoke in the group, everyone seemed somewhat depressed. Bai Yi uploaded an image of the monster along with its description: brain-thieving slug, a semi-transparent soft-bodied creature that enters through the ear canal and parasitizes the host's brain, gradually consuming it and replacing it. After sending the message, Bai Yi did not engage with them, but first went to the kitchen to grab 2 meat ribs. Eat a bit, we still have important matters to attend to later. The two looked up at the fragrant and visually appealing meat ribs, took them, and started eating heartily. Thanks, dog brother. By the way, where did you get the beef? It's not beef, it's beef-flavored pork ribs. Oh, not beef. Not beef. It's zombie meat. Siesu paused, looking at the equally greedy Li Zihua and the only watching Bai Yi. Aren't you going to eat? I just finished eating. Li Zihua seemed to have not heard their conversation at all, continuously devouring the meat ribs, the rising steam hiding his reddened eyes. Ha ha. Siesu initially sneered a few times, then seemingly unable to hold back, he burst into laughter. Ha ha. Bai Yi remained silent, quietly watching the two. After a while, Siesu finally laughed enough. He wiped away the tears from laughing. Dog brother, you truly see through this life. In this damn world, who cares what meat it is? As long as there's food, it's good. Then he continued eating from the plate, picking up the log to edit. Bai Yi did not worry about these matters. Although the reduction in teammates affected him, he clearly knew his goals and would not waver. As for the other teammates, Bai Yi had already said he trusted Siesu and Li Zihua to relay the information. Although they seemed somewhat immature for now, this was just the beginning. Bai Yi believed that once they fully adapted to the Misty Land, he would have very powerful teammates. At 1:35 p.m. the black mist had already spread halfway. After supplementing food, Li Zihua parted ways with the two and returned to the shelter. Bai Yi and Xie Su then arrived at the front door of the shelter. Dog brother, the general effect log for autism has been introduced. I mainly want to understand the specific range of its trigger. Then it'll go out first, keeping a certain distance from the shelter. After that you can come out, and it'll walk back. This way we can confirm the approximate range. Dog brother, let me go. I can measure the exact distance. I have relevant training on my wingspan is. After training my stride is fixed at. Amid a series of explanations, Bai Yi understood little, but he felt that this scene was very familiar, as if he had experienced something similar before. What is your forum name? Unaware. Bai Yi suddenly realized that Xie Su was the player who calculated the duration of dawn based on his heartbeat. He then agreed to Xie Zu's suggestion and took Xiao Bai with him. In the thick fog, Xiao Bai could provide warnings about danger. Bai Yi waited quietly inside the shelter. Before long, a message from Xie Su arrived. Xie Su, dog brother, I am now 300 meters away from the shelter. You can come out. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi stepped out of the shelter, and the status bar showed nothing had occurred. Autism was not triggered. After informing Xie Su, he began to walk back. 250 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Suddenly, the words autism quietly appeared on the status bar. Bai Yi felt as if he was being watched by many eyes. This feeling was quite uncomfortable. In the distance, Xie Su had already run back, and Bai Yi quickly pulled him into the shelter. Dog brother. Understood. Bai Yi knew Xie Zu's thoughts. He then went out and returned, pulling Xie Su out and back. Xie Su cooperated throughout, and at this moment a zombie was rushing over. After about enough trials, Xie Su returned while Bai Yi stepped out of the shelter. He aimed to increase the flesh and bone value of the shelter as much as possible before the zombies formed a tide, just in case. Current flesh 8031000, bone 102811000. The first zombie rushed right up to Bai Yi. He spared no effort and unleashed full firepower. Boiling blood. Bai Yi's blood surged again as he reached out to touch the zombie in front of him. You used flesh-bone transformation technique Sanity 12. The zombie's body began to twist, stretch, and deform, transforming into a white bone tang knife. Bai Yi leaped out the boiling blood, leaving a crimson trail in the fog as he violently shattered the approaching zombie. As he efficiently slaughtered, the blood and flesh mycelium blanket on the ground busily collected the zombie bodies one by one. The time of slaughter was short, and as the zombies surged in like a tide, Bai Yi had already retreated back into the shelter. Bai Yi health age 30, strength 12, spirit 9, 1 constitution 12, psychology greed 7, 2100, sanity 3, 3100, abnormal status my heart is at peace, insulation lament of the dead, autism 0949. In just 11 seconds, Bai Yi had returned. At this point the shelter was completely engulfed by zombies, with even the roof crawling with them. Current flesh 11091000, bone 1181100. The more than 30 zombies' flesh and bones that had just been supplemented began to slowly decrease under the tide of corpses. Bai Yi stood quietly in place until every inch of the shelter was covered with zombies, then coldly uttered, crush them. As Bai Yi's words fell, the entire shelter began to gather strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sounds erupted as the skeletal walls and roof of the shelter all protruded sharp bone spikes. The rotting corpses piled up on the shelter were directly pierced into a honeycomb by this strike. Then the bone spikes slowly retracted, and the corpses on the spikes fell to the ground. Immediately, the blood and flesh mycelium carpet that had long been spread beneath the ground around the shelter stealthily extended its tentacles, pulling the corpses into the ground and transporting them to the digestion chamber. Current blood and flesh 11091000, bones 881100. This strike consumed a total of 300 bones, equivalent to the bones of 60 rotting corpses. However, there were at least 600 to 700 dead corpses. This means Bai Yi harvested 6,000 points of blood and flesh and 3,000 points of bones from this strike. Compared to the previous losses, this was a surefire deal. Xie Su was on the side, eating melon seeds. He originally planned to leave after obtaining the data, but was stopped by Bai Yi. He did not intend to leave without gaining more. Dog brother, aren't you afraid of attracting a big guy with this method? I scouted the surroundings before and only encountered rotting corpses, not even a trace of the thousand-throat shadow. Based on my observations, others are experiencing the same situation. I speculate that the difficulty of the foggy land increases gradually, meaning that more dangerous monsters should not appear before the black mist completely descends. This indirectly indicates that once the black mist completely descends, it will likely be exceptionally dangerous, which is why there is such a mechanism. The system is providing us with an opportunity. As he spoke, Bai Yi looked out the window. The corpses that had just been cleared were already close to overwhelming the shelter again. All of this is my speculation. The autism may attract even more terrifying monsters. But if we want to survive, how can we avoid all risks? Exactly, Siesu agreed. I share your views, dog brother, so I will stake my life alongside you. You will definitely not be treated poorly. Bai Yi smiled, and then looked at the corpses that had crawled back again, waving his hand. The bone spikes shot out once more. For a full 10 minutes, Bai Yi repeated this process. At first, he kept an eye on the shelter panel to prevent the blood and flesh and bone values from dropping too low, but as they rose later on, Bai Yi stopped paying attention to those and went into the workshop to start crafting weapons. Meanwhile, Siesu took advantage of this time to clarify the trigger conditions for autism and then shared it in the group. Autism within 10 minutes, surrounding monsters can detect the player's location and pursue them. Range 100 meters if the distance between players is greater than 100, or if within the shelter it will not trigger. If outside the shelter and less than 100 meters apart, it triggers permanently, and if players separate or enter the shelter during this period, a 10-minute countdown begins. Once the autism timer ended, Bai Yi began to go out to clean the battlefield. He took a knife and eliminated the corpses that were not entirely dead one by one, which were then carried away by the blood and flesh mycelium. During this time, perhaps due to having killed too many rotting corpses, Bai Yi suddenly felt dizzy. A strange color briefly appeared in his eyes and then quickly vanished. Bai Yi paid no attention to these details and continued to collect the heads of the rotting corpses. The aftermath work lasted about 10 minutes, and at this time, Bai Yi's shelter reserves had reached current blood and flesh 6-1002-1000, bones 2818-11000. With this wave, Bai Yi no longer lacked blood and flesh or bones, including everything needed for upgrades. But Bai Yi did not stop. He wanted to grind a few more waves before the black mist completely descended. Thus, with the autism triggering once again, a new wave of corpses surged forward. 1502 p.m. After grinding through 3 waves of autism, Bai Yi chose to stop. It was not that he was unwilling to continue, but the black mist was getting denser. It was only 3 in the afternoon, and the outside was already becoming hard to see. Bai Yi was grinding rotting corpses to quickly accumulate resources, not to seek death. In the current situation, he had to start doing other things. Siesu had already returned to his shelter a while ago. Before leaving, Bai Yi gave him a tactical pistol with 500 rounds of ammunition, a bone tang knife, and a bone pickaxe, all freshly crafted as a reward for Siesu's help. At this time, the workshop displayed 9 bone pickaxes, 9 bone knives, and a pistol for Tang Zhong with 500 rounds of ammunition. These are all fine quality weapons. Bone pickaxe materials 75 blood and flesh, 100 bones quality, fine durability 100100, can be repaired in the workshop description. A pickaxe made from unknown bones with a 50 chance of double drops when harvesting resources. White bone tang knife materials 100 blood and flesh, 200 bones quality, fine durability 100100, can be repaired in the workshop description. A tang knife made from unknown bones, which continuously causes bleeding effects on the target after hitting healing potions, are ineffective 10 minutes. Blood and flesh tactical pistol materials 200 blood and flesh, 150 bones quality, fine durability 77. For firearms, durability represents the number of bullets. Description: a blood and flesh pistol that will cause loss of sanity at first glance. The magazine is a dimensional magazine and can hold 28 bullets. After hitting a target, the bullet will proliferate, causing secondary damage to the target. 1 bone for 1 bullet. Among these equipments, Bai Yi only planned to keep 1 bone knife and 1 bone pickaxe, selling off all the others, most of which were reserved by team members. He glanced at the revolver being modified on the workbench. Countdown 0254, then checked the reserve's current blood and flesh 18800-51000, bones 7908-01000. The upgrade conditions had been met, but the upgrade was not possible as the workshop was in use. Bai Yi waited for the revolver modification to complete. The Shepherd's Mercy damage had saved Bai Yi many times. Without relying on it in the early stages, Bai Yi would have been unable to obtain sufficient meat and would have had to rely on wild fruits to stave off hunger. However, for the current Bai Yi, the revolver's usefulness was diminishing, the most crucial factor being the bullet limitation. He could fire a maximum of 4 shots each time, and it took an hour to generate 1 bullet. These 2 limitations made this revolver feel like a useless piece, neither tasty nor worth discarding. Thus, after his reserves were sufficient, Bai Yi chose to modify it. Although the equipment quality would not change, he shouldn't have to worry about bullet issues with blood and flesh and bone products. While contemplating, Bai Yi privately sent the ordered equipment to his teammates. Shortly after, teammates also sent their rewards. Bai Yi looked 10 gene of vegetables, 3 spirit rice, 2 bottles of sanity recovery potion, and 5,700 mist coins after a 40 discount. Before the discount pickaxe, 500 tang knife, 700 bullets, 500 pistol, 200. Since he was unsure what might be in the black mist, Bai Yi kept some mist coins for emergencies. After putting the traded items into storage, the modification of the revolver was completed. The original silver gun body had transformed into a pale texture, and the grip was made of flesh, feeling pleasantly cool and comfortable. Blood-colored patterns were engraved on the barrel, and the 5 bullet chambers that had previously been blocked were now cleared with 10 bullets quietly lying inside. Shepherd's Mercy modified quality, fine durability, 1010 description, a powerful revolver that has been reborn. It automatically generates 1 bullet per hour. After hitting a target, the bullet will proliferate, causing secondary damage to the target. Each bullet has a 5 chance to trigger scream of agony, causing the target to be stunned for 1 second. Bai Yi put away the revolver, feeling very satisfied with this modification, having addressed all the pain points of the gun. Subsequently, after wrapping up all the work, Bai Yi dared not delay any longer and directly upgraded the shelter. Upgrade the shelter. Yes. As the values of flesh and bone decreased, the nest began to contract, with tendrils pouring into every room, and the walls made of bones became thicker. With his ear pressed against the wall, he could still hear the sound of flesh and blood flowing within. Flesh and bone nest oocyte. Level 7. Flesh 1780-051-0000. Bones 740-801-0000. Capacity 2500-030-0000. Traits: flesh bones. Upgrade: flesh 178-0001-50000. Bones 7400-010-0000. Facilities: workshop, modification room, digestion room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, storage room, water storage room, flesh, fungus, carpet. Description: please keep your distance if you don't want to engage in bondage play. Workshop upgrade: equipment production speed increases and production quantity also rises. Modification room upgrade: modification limit raised to 15 points. Organ slot 1: the genes of powerful beings can enhance the modification limit. This upgrade did not entail any drastic changes, it was merely a routine upgrade. As for level 8, although Bai Yi had enough flesh, he did not plan to upgrade for the time being. On one hand, the bone value was lacking, and on the other, he needed to reserve some resources. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 4:06 p.m. Bai Yi looked out the window. At this moment, the white mist outside had completely transformed into black mist. With a thought, the ceiling of the shelter emitted a soft white light. This was the luminous organ of the fireflies that Bai Yi had brought back from Wangzi. The light brightened the shelter, but when the light shone into the black mist, there was no reaction, as if even the light was swallowed by the black mist. Bai Yi did not rush to the modification room. He was eager to know what exactly was in the black mist. He approached the window and observed the black mist closely. Whether it was Bai Yi's illusion or not, he felt that the black mist seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly approaching the shelter. No, this was not an illusion. The black mist was indeed getting closer to the shelter. Bai Yi's expression turned serious and his ominous premonition grew stronger, yet he had no means to counter it, leaving him feeling quite distressed. Finally, the black mist made contact with the bone wall, and then, as if it were sticky, the black mist tightly adhered to the wall. Following this, a log alert sounded. Bai Yi hurriedly checked and saw that the values of flesh and bones durability in the shelter were slowly decreasing. Current: flesh 17800-5100000, bones 740-801-0000. The decline in durability was very slow. Bai Yi did not panic. He opened his personal information panel and looked at the abnormal status section. Bai Yi: healthy. Abnormal status: my heart is at ease. Wails of the dead. Insulation: corruption of darkness. As expected, Bai Yi's thoughts were confirmed. The initial danger of the black mist's arrival did not stem from unknown aberrations, but from these peculiar abnormal statuses. Corruption of darkness: the decay speed of all food in the black mist increases by 200%, and the black mist will erode the shelter at a percentage rate. The higher the level, the slower the erosion speed. Level 6. 10 per hour. Level 7. 5 per hour. Level 8. 1 per hour. Level 9. Immune. Bai Yi's heart tightened. This was undoubtedly an abnormal status that could endanger a player's life. Although durability could be restored through various means after reaching level 6, it was despairing that no one knew how long the black mist event would last. No amount of resources could withstand the prolonged consumption, not to mention that corruption of darkness would also affect players. Thinking of this, Bai Yi opened the team chat, and indeed Xie Su had already provided more detailed data. Players could only withstand the black mist erosion for a maximum of 1 minute. It was predictable that in the coming days the price of coarse iron needed for the repaired durability of ordinary shelters would likely soar. Moreover, with the limited time forums and plazas, it was unknown how many players would perish in despair. Bai Yi shook his head, although his special shelter did not rely on those resources, and he had stored over dozens of times the durability during the final preparation time. But in the unknown duration of the black mist where players could not go outside, it was merely a matter of time before death ensued. However, I don't believe the system would give players no chance. There should be corresponding measures. Bai Yi analyzed in his heart, and at the same time the log update sound rang out. 1. The event black mist has descended. 2. Wild treasure chests will soon refresh countdown 115959. 3. The concept of day and night cycle has been eroded, and the misty land enters eternal night. 4. System store updated. 5. Players should explore on their own. Here it comes. After reading the update, Bai Yi did not hesitate and flipped to the system store in the plaza. System store. 1. Teleportation scroll permanent 100 mist coins. 2. Teleportation scroll temporary 200 mist coins provides shielding against curses like Lonely One lasts 10 hours. 3. Shelter fusion scroll 100 mist coins after fusion will not be affected by the curse of solitude. 4. Weak candlelight 100 mist coins once lit can dispel the 2 abnormal statuses of corruption of darkness, and lost ones once lit will not extinguish. Burning time for 1 candle is 1 hour. The store, which originally had only 3 items, had added weak candlelight. Bai Yi bought 10 without hesitation. 1,000 mist coins vanished, replaced by 10 candles neatly arranged on the table. Bai Yi picked one up to examine. Why does this feel a bit familiar? The more he looked, the more familiar it became. Bai Yi went to the second floor. As he approached, the flesh table automatically opened a drawer, revealing an identical candle lying quietly inside. Bai Yi picked up the candle, which now displayed the name Weak Candlelight. He had not had the chance to use this candle initially because he did not have a lighter to ignite it. Later, when he had a lighter, the shelter had already unlocked the fireplace, so he had not used it and had kept it until now. I thought it was an ordinary candle. I didn't expect it to come in handy now. Bai Yi fell into deep thought. He did not know if this counted as a hint from the system. However, he did not dwell on it for too long and focused on finishing the task at hand. He sent this information to both the team chat and the regional channel. At this moment, the regional channel 58100. This black mist has been gnawing at my shelter, and the durability is dropping so fast. 1 candle costs 100 mist coins. Why not go and grab it? Lonely Wolf, the candle on the table when I first crossed over is Weak Candlelight. Is that candle still up there from that time? Thanks for the reminder. I still have the candle. Damn, I thought that candle was useless and I made a wish with it. Oh, Dog Brother is also in this area. I noticed too. Dog Brother, take me with you. Channel chat will display names. After sending the messages, Bai Yi did not linger too long. After greeting his teammates, he began to select equipment. Bai Yi's thought was simple. In the early stages of the Black Mist's arrival, even if there was danger, it was surely less than the danger that would come later. He wanted to take advantage of the time before the treasure chests refreshed to explore the surroundings. In truth, venturing out to explore right now is not wise. Since 9 o'clock this morning, Bai Yi has already fought in 2 bloody battles, helping Wang Zi fend off an attack at the shelter in the morning and killing rotting corpses in the afternoon to replenish the shelter's supply of flesh and bones. This has left Bai Yi in a less than optimal state. The active effect of his talent is now on cooldown, and his rationality has just barely returned to 75100. However, Bai Yi needs to verify something. He does not believe that the countdown for the treasure chest was set out of boredom. There must be some significance to these 12 hours. Bai Yi changed out of his bloodstained clothes and quickly took a shower to wash away the stench of blood. With a candle in his left hand, a bone knife in his right, a journal on his left hip, and a revolver on his right. After completing this familiar routine, Bai Yi lit the candle and stepped into the darkness. The faint light from the candle spread outwards, enveloping Bai Yi in a 360-degree radius without any blind spots. The black mist was driven away, constantly trying to invade the area of light. When it found it could not succeed, the mist formed tentacle-like extensions pressing against the light. This sight made Bai Yi shiver slightly further, confirming his suspicion that this black mist was indeed alive. Not daring to waste time, Bai Yi began to move forward in the darkness. As the area illuminated was quite small, he did not bring Xiao Bai along, but left it to guard the house. In the black mist, Bai Yi could see nothing beyond the light, and could not discern any direction. He relied on his previous exploration memories and his sensing of the shelter's location to proceed slowly. Silence, an eerie silence, as if the world had died. Along the way, Bai Yi encountered no creatures, whether alive or dead. It was as if he was the only person left in this realm. Psychological state anxiety 32100. The exploration in the darkness brought immense pressure to Bai Yi. He did not know what lay within the black mist or what was ahead. The once ubiquitous rotting corpses had completely vanished. Bai Yi had no idea whether it was because there was no danger in the darkness or because he had not yet encountered any. Thus Bai Yi took each step cautiously. He did not enter the surrounding collapsed buildings, but continued along the spacious road. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. 40 minutes, 50 minutes. Psychological state anxiety, 54100. He had no idea how far he had walked, only able to estimate based on the time noted in his journal. After nearly an hour of exploration, the candle was almost burnt out, and Bai Yi still had nothing to show for it. Not only had he found nothing, but there was also not a hint of danger. However, the more this happened, the more anxious Bai Yi became. Gradually, he began to lose his caution, no longer being careful, but instead searching wildly and rummaging about. As the candle was about to extinguish, Bai Yi had to stop. He sensed something was off with his emotions. Anxiety 100100, I am being affected. He cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, calmed himself down, and began to think carefully. What can be confirmed is that there should be no danger in the current black mist. With that thought, Bai Yi opened his journal. In the team chat, Zhang Jun had already used his talent to search. In a radius of 5 kilometers around his shelter, there were no creatures. Zhang Jun was currently overjoyed. He had found an iron mine and was frantically mining raw iron during this time. I should have thought of Zhang Jun's talent. Is it due to psychological influence? As the candle was about to go out, Bai Yi lit a new one. He then stopped his blind exploration and began to head back using the candlelight to enter buildings and search. To avoid wasting time, Bai Yi avoided ordinary residential buildings, specifically looking for places like shopping malls. Most of the shopping malls were empty, everything had been cleared out, and a thick layer of dust covered the remaining empty shelves. Due to time constraints, Bai Yi could not search thoroughly. He could only do a rough search before moving on to the next location. After lighting 2 more candles, Bai Yi discovered a locked storage room in an underground supermarket. The door could be pushed open a crack, and by the candlelight, Bai Yi saw the chain lock on the handle. He compared it and found it was just enough to fit the knife inside. So Bai Yi took 2 steps back and then swung the knife hard. The chain broke with a snap. Pushing open the door, Bai Yi cautiously stepped inside. The shelves in the storage room were filled with food that had long since rotted and molded. At the same time, Bai Yi noticed that the floor of the storage room was neatly covered with similarly moldy blankets. Someone has lived here. Bai Yi continued to search. The storage room was not large, and soon he had completed a full circle. During this time, he discovered a table with an open bag of bread and moldy bread. There are signs that someone lived here, yet there is not a single person to be found, not even a corpse. Where did they go? No one went out, no corpses. Did they vanish into thin air? Bai Yi thought while carefully observing his surroundings. He then began to kick aside the blankets on the ground 1-2. After kicking aside the last blanket, a square panel appeared. Bai Yi knocked on it with his hand. It was hollow. He grabbed a reserved strap and pulled. A hidden passage appeared before Bai Yi, and after a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. Tap, tap, tap. The empty stairs made Bai Yi's footsteps echo endlessly. He felt his way down the stairs in the dark. Ahead was very spacious, but due to the black mist, he could not see what was inside. He first checked along the walls, and after a full circle, Bai Yi found nothing. The only thing he knew was that the basement was overall circular. Bai Yi walked further inside, and the surrounding air was filled with an unpleasant smell reminiscent of decomposing animal entrails. As Bai Yi advanced, the ground beneath his feet gradually changed from a hard surface to a softer one. Stepping on it felt as if he was walking on flesh. It feels very much like the texture of a flesh fungus blanket. Bai Yi crouched down to examine the ground by candlelight. He saw that the ground was covered in dark red, unknown meat chunks. Bai Yi attempted to stab with his knife. The blade easily penetrated, but even when only the handle was left, the tang knife met no resistance. Bai Yi withdrew the knife. The meat chunk showed no signs of activity, nor did any blood flow out. This bizarre meat chunk left Bai Yi uncertain. After a brief contemplation, he decided to continue forward. The appearance of the treasure chest signifies that the system encourages players to venture out and explore. Retreating now would only mean death and a shelter later. Changing the tang knife for the revolver, Bai Yi slowly moved forward. The revolver is more flexible in close combat. Soon Bai Yi stopped. Until now he had not encountered any attacks. But Bai Yi realized that without knowing when he had already fallen into a trap. Previously he had circled the perimeter of the basement, so Bai Yi remembered clearly that the entire circular basement had a circumference of about 50 meters. In other words, the maximum diameter of this basement was no more than 10 meters. Yet Bai Yi had walked at least 30 or 40 meters without seeing the opposite wall. Realizing something was wrong, Bai Yi immediately stepped back, but no matter how far he retreated, he still felt the strange flesh beneath his feet. Bai Yi remained calm, attempting to move sideways, but the outcome was just as he expected. Is this like a ghost wall? Bai Yi chose not to waste any more energy and instead stopped to analyze the situation. He first tried to obtain information through his log, but it proved futile. He then attempted to make marks, but that was also ineffective. The black mist obscured his view of the outside situation. The only thing he could ascertain was that he was indeed moving rather than going in circles like in a ghost wall scenario. Because no matter how he moved, the general direction of the shelter always pointed the same way. At the same time, a series of tests made him realize that he was likely facing a spatial type of attack. However, he was uncertain whether the attacker was an alien demon or something else. As the candle burned by, he had been trapped here for nearly 10 minutes. The surrounding darkness made him hesitant to fire his weapon as he could not determine the situation around him. The bullets he fired could either break the deadlock or worsen the situation. In the end, Bai Yi came to a halt, pulled out his revolver, and began to calibrate his position. For the past 10 minutes he hadn't attacked, but had tried to find a method to escape. But now that this attempt yielded no results, he would not hesitate any longer. Even if he encountered an attack, it was better than waiting to die in place. Based on the shelter's position, Bai Yi calibrated his direction, ensuring the gun was aimed at the center of the basement. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, an indescribable sensation washed over him. Bai Yi felt his soul leave his body, sensing he was beginning to stretch and elongate infinitely, like a ball of yarn carelessly crumpled together. The entire process was accompanied by an intense sense of dizziness and nausea, as though he had left one space and entered another. This strange feeling came and went swiftly, ending in just a few seconds. Ugh! Bai Yi bent over, gagging, repeatedly vowing never to experience such a sensation again. As the nausea subsided, Bai Yi raised his head, astonished to find that the surrounding black mist had vanished. He seemed to be in a square enclosed space of about 20 by 20 meters, with the walls made of a layer of extremely transparent flesh membrane surrounded by complete darkness. At the same time, the ground was covered with a thick layer of bones riddled with small, uneven holes. The bones appeared to be human in nature, and Bai Yi was standing on these skeletal remains. He did not panic. Instead, he moved to the edge of the cube. He attempted to touch the wall, and unlike the unique softness and stretchiness of the shelter's flesh membrane, this membrane was incredibly solid. Bai Yi tried striking the wall with a knife and shooting it, but neither caused any damage. After these attempts bore no fruit, he temporarily shifted his focus away from the wall to investigate other areas. Sizzle! Suddenly, Bai Yi heard a strange sound coming from the bones behind him. He turned to see a drop of yellow-green liquid continually corroding the bone's surface, leaving a small hole. Bai Yi looked up, his pupils constricting sharply as he noticed that the flesh membrane above was seeping yellow-green liquid, which was increasing in quantity. He dodged swiftly to avoid the dripping liquid. Hearing the sizzling sound, Bai Yi knew he could not allow this liquid to touch him. While constantly evading, he was also contemplating a way to break the deadlock. He had roughly grasped the situation. This appeared to be an immobile, unknown alien demon that possessed spatial abilities. The space on the flesh must have been elongated, and once someone stepped onto it, they likely could not escape. And Bai Yi was currently inside the alien demon's stomach. The corpses on the ground, and the liquid continuously dripping from above were the best evidence. Bai Yi speculated that the liquid must be something akin to gastric acid. With this hypothesis, it became easier. Bai Yi needed to find a way to get the alien demon to vomit him out. He crouched down, touching the bones with his fingers. You used flesh-bone transformation technique Sanity 9. The bones below began to deform, and in just a few seconds a bone umbrella appeared in Bai Yi's hand. The umbrella was made of a layer of bone unable to open or close, and it was not lightweight. An average person could not lift it. Holding up the bone umbrella, Bai Yi temporarily resolved the gastric acid issue and began searching beneath the bones to see if there was anything useful. Bai Yi had probably already prepared for the worst, which was that he didn't care about the consumption of sanity and would use flesh and blood alchemy to multiply the bones frantically. Once this space was filled, the alien demon would certainly choose to vomit out what was inside its stomach to eat. However, this would consume a great deal of energy, so Bai Yi considered it a backup plan. Currently, he was trying to find something helpful among the heaps of bones that the alien demon could not digest. Time passed second by second, and Bai Yi had already searched a large area. As time went on, the air around him became increasingly thin. Realizing the air would continue to diminish, Bai Yi chose not to stop. Through the gaps between the bones, Bai Yi vaguely saw something below, emitting light. It was difficult for him to describe the color, as if it transcended the realm of human understanding. The color never seen in the human visual spectrum captivated Bai Yi, as if it possessed a special allure, instinctively drawing him closer. Bai Yi's actions became increasingly frenzied. He was entranced. Suddenly, gastric acid dripped onto Bai Yi's arm, which had inadvertently become exposed while he was digging frantically. The sharp pain jolted Bai Yi awake. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, and on his personal panel, psychological greed 100100. This was the second time he had been influenced. No, something must be wrong. Bai Yi felt he had overlooked something, and as he desperately tried to recall, chaotic thoughts in his mind constantly interrupted his considerations. Why am I so insistent on exploring outside? Because I want to figure out what is in the black mist before the treasure chest refreshes. Because I came here. No, that's not right, but it's because I want to grow stronger. Different answers echoed in Bai Yi's mind, leaving him confused about why he had come out, and why he didn't just return, but kept exploring the surrounding structures. The constant strain on his brain placed immense pressure on Bai Yi's spirit. He felt he had forgotten something and overlooked something. Meanwhile, an indescribable color became fixed in Bai Yi's mind along with his memories, gradually dominating his thoughts. Soon the chaotic thoughts in Bai Yi's head were completely devoured by the indescribable color. From then on, all that remained in Bai Yi's mind was the constantly changing color. Bai Yi remained motionless, the colors in his mind calming his chaotic thoughts. The hues did not occupy his mind. They seemed merely to assist Bai Yi in sweeping away the tangled ideas. With the disorderly thoughts no longer troubling him, Bai Yi suddenly realized when he had fallen into the trap, as if some kind of barrier had vanished. It was that flash of color I saw during the first activation of the Solitude Syndrome while cleaning the battlefield. At that moment, Bai Yi had already been seduced. The colors were drawn in by the Solitude Syndrome. Yet there were no traces left, and the information panel showed nothing amiss, causing Bai Yi to remain unaware of his own abnormalities. Or perhaps he had overlooked all the anomalies. He ignored the drawbacks brought by the Solitude Syndrome, overlooked the dangers within the black mist and the bizarre flesh. That flash of color had led Bai Yi all the way here. A forced smile appeared on the corner of Bai Yi's mouth. Indeed, great rewards often come with great risks. The previous consecutive bounties from triggering the Solitude Syndrome awaited him here in the form of a cost. Bai Yi saw the colors in his mind, which merely floated there motionless. He no longer resisted nor avoided, but instead continued to dig towards the source of the colors. Bai Yi did not plan to resist for the moment, as such an existence had likely long surpassed the realm of foreign demons. He had no means of countering. Had it not been for the entity voluntarily lifting the barrier, Bai Yi would have remained oblivious to these matters. Similarly, since the colors dared to remove the barrier, it meant they no longer cared about Bai Yi's thoughts. Oh, whatever choice he made next would be of no consequence to them. Attracting me here, but not choosing to strike directly, is it that you do not wish to kill me? Or is it just not the right time? Bai Yi rapidly contemplated his strategy. Although he could not resist for now, it did not mean he had given up entirely. As long as he still drew breath, Bai Yi would do everything in his power to survive. One corpse after another was cleared away, and the gastric juices dripping from the ceiling had already corroded half of the bone structures. Finally, Bai Yi fully saw the true form of that color, a roughly oval egg. The surface of the egg shimmered with colors beyond Bai Yi's comprehension, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to operate an entire star system. The log finally provided information: higher species color from the star's larval stage, power, mental state, physique, rationality, talent. Description: a life form drifting in space, existing in a state between liquid and vapor and active energy, whose boundaries cannot be clearly perceived. This was an egg of a star's color about to hatch. Inexplicably, it held no malice towards you. Meanwhile, the log added a new page: race 1. Higher species color from the stars, referred to as stars color. The information was scant, even minimal, and the screen full of question marks left Bai Yi momentarily stunned. However, the description did not ease his anxiety. No malice. Bai Yi remarked that he held no malice towards food when he consumed it, but that did not prevent the food from entering his stomach. But at this point, feeling the information conveyed by the colors in his mind, Bai Yi knew he had no choice but to comply. The sensation of having his life in someone else's hands made him quite uncomfortable. Bai Yi picked up the star's color egg with one hand. The egg was not large, roughly the size of a chicken egg. With a single-handed exertion, the soft egg was easily crushed. Colors spread out from within, causing the remains that came into contact to turn to grayish powder. Throughout the process, Bai Yi felt no impact. At the moment of contact with the flesh membrane, the colors did not find themselves blocked like Bai Yi. Instead, they easily passed through the membrane and wrapped it in reverse. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Yi found himself back in the basement. He looked ahead, and the basement, once shrouded in black mist, revealed its general appearance. To the naked eye, the floor, composed of flesh chunks, was only about 4 to 5 meters long, and at the center of the flesh chunks, a membranous structure floated in the air. Phase stomach sac, a floating membranous structure with an area of 20 by 20 that transforms into unknown flesh chunks. Prey stepping inside cannot escape the range of the flesh chunks, and every 20 minutes spatial folds will drag living beings into its gastric dimension, where they will be digested. At that moment, much of the black mist had receded, replaced by the pervasive star's color in the air. It filled the basement, while at the outermost edge the black mist continued to erode. The black mist and the colors clashed continuously, mutually annihilating each other. Bai Yi could see that the star's color was at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be long before it was completely consumed by the black mist. Yet the star's color remained unperturbed, circling around, Bai Yi gently gliding over his body. This was Bai Yi's first touch of color and indescribable sensation. The colors in his mind did not dissipate. They protected Bai Yi's brain, allowing him to gaze directly at the star's color. In contrast, the nearby membranous structure was not so fortunate. It emitted a pitiful scream from an unknown part, and within mere seconds the scream faded, leaving the membranous structure to fall helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the surrounding flesh chunks withered and dehydrated, rapidly crystallizing into unusual crystals. Bai Yi made no movements. He could only remain in place, afraid to move recklessly. The colors encircling him after 2 laps slowly began to enter Bai Yi's forehead. Throughout the entire process, Bai Yi could not resist. As the colors entered, he felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. Subsequently, this knowledge was absorbed and understood by Bai Yi at an incredibly fast pace. Mass energy equivalence, unified field theory, energy conversion surgery. Bai Yi felt his brain was about to explode, yet the protection of the colors in his mind kept him fully awake, and his mental state remained normal. But under such circumstances, being normal was the greatest abnormality. You have learned an excessive amount of knowledge. Rationality 10. You have learned an excessive amount of knowledge. Rationality 10. You have learned an excessive amount of knowledge. Rationality 10. Bai Yi's rationality plummeted rapidly, and when it fell to 1 point, it abruptly halted, forcibly locked by his talent. Warning. Your rationality is below 10. You have fallen into permanent madness and cognitive distortion. Exempted steel spine, while has activated. Rationality locked at 1100. The agony of knowledge flooding and intertwined with the pain of forced locking from his talent. Bai Yi remained aware of it all. He was even deprived of the right to faint. Bai Yi's body twitched involuntarily, and his brain emitted large amounts of vapor due to the high-frequency operation. He was on the verge of death. Finally, it seemed the star's color realized something was wrong. It ceased the knowledge infusion, and the colors slowly withdrew from Bai Yi's mind. As all the memories related to the infused knowledge were wiped clean by the star's color, Bai Yi finally regained his composure. Rationality 50, 100. Rationality 30100. Rationality 8, 5100. Rationality 100100. Rationality 200200. With an unknown method, the star's color restored Bai Yi's rationality, and he slumped to the ground, gasping for air. I'm sorry. Suddenly, he received this piece of information in his mind. The sudden influx of information left Bai Yi stunned for 2 seconds. He calmly opened his personal panel. Bai Yi: health, age 30, strength 12, spirit 10, physique 12, mental state normal, rationality 200200, abnormal status lost 10247. Whales of the dead, insulation, guard, darkness, erosion, blessing of the stars, talent, steel spine, will, rhythm of all things, knowledge mastered, basic blood and flesh, alchemy, boiling blood, flesh and bone transformation equipment, dim candlelight, white bone, tang, Tao, shepherd's mercy, modified, windproof lighter. Description: an unknown species cloaked in human skin. Rhythm of all things, passive. You can sense the rhythm of all things within a certain range. Disrupting their rhythm would cause significant harm, while you can also respond to their rhythm. Description: the experience of brain overclocking allows you to perceive all things more clearly. Blessing of the stars, indescribable colors will keep your mind alert, significantly enhancing your mental resistance. A new talent, a new abnormal state. Bai Yi's spirit jolted, and he realized that he was hearing the rhythm of the star's color. He began instinctively searching for a way to respond to the rhythm of his body. Soon a unique cadence emerged from Bai Yi's body. It's okay, why are you here? Bai Yi did not complain about nearly being killed by the star's color. For now, it seemed to harbor no ill will towards him, and he certainly would not provoke it intentionally. Bai Yi didn't want to die here because he angered it. I don't know. I saw you, and then pulled you. I need to be born. Thank you. I intended to give you a reward, but you cannot bear it. Spare me is the best reward. Bai Yi thought. No need to thank me, I have already received my reward. There is a trace of a great existence within you. I cannot. Sorry. A great existence. Are you referring to the system, or something else? Bai Yi's mind raced as he was about to inquire further when the rhythm of the star's color came again. I cannot. I must go. To give you a small gift. As the rhythm ended, the colors began to swirl. The deceased Fae's stomach nearby began to float into the air, its flesh rapidly dehydrating and crystallizing. However, compared to the crystals on the ground, the former was far more translucent. As the colors continued to process, a crystalline ring gradually took shape, and after the final touches, it slowly floated before Bai Yi. Symbol of friendship. The ring automatically slipped onto Bai Yi's left middle finger, fitting perfectly. Through the log, Bai Yi saw the ring's information: phase ring quality. Unlocked durability. Description: this is a spatial ring made from the Fae's stomach, with an internal space of 20205, unable to store living beings. A testament to the friendship from the stars. Undoubtedly an uncontroversial artifact. Bai Yi was so shocked by its unknown quality and the displayed infinite durability that he was almost speechless. This gift is too precious for me. No need to be polite. The colors in your mind can protect you. I must return to the stars. Farewell. Before Bai Yi could respond, the colors began to slowly dissipate. Through the rhythm of all things, Bai Yi could sense the spatial rifts surrounding him. Goodbye. Bai Yi stood still, not wanting to lose a piece of flesh to the surrounding space. As the star's color departed, black mist began to spread back in. Bai Yi dared not delay and quickly lit the candle. The familiar candlelight ignited and the once bright basement fell back into darkness. No longer enticed, Bai Yi hurried to his shelter. He didn't want to encounter such a being again. This time he was lucky, but what about next time? Walking by the river, how could one not get wet? Bai Yi was well aware of this principle. Upon returning to the shelter, it was already 1923. Once back, Bai Yi devoured 2 pieces of meat alongside some lettuce to calm his nerves. The exploration had been too thrilling, and he found himself momentarily unable to recover. After replenishing his food, Bai Yi began to tally the gains from this trip. 1 ring of unknown quality, 1 abnormal state buff, and 1 new talent. Not much had been gained, but each item was of great value. Bai Yi started with the phase ring. He first tried basic equipment and supplies which were very convenient to access, requiring just a thought. Moreover, the equipment stored in the ring would also show up in the equipment bar, which was very user-friendly. Then Bai Yi's experiments began to take a bizarre turn. Corpses, organs, and flesh and bone products from the shelter could all be stored. During this time, Bai Yi tried storing living beings, but as the equipment description indicated, it was impossible. However, organs generated within the shelter like tentacles and eyes could be stored. However, once stored in the ring, Bai Yi could no longer issue any commands. Lastly, Bai Yi tested a question he had been curious about for a long time. If only half was stored, would the item be cut by space? The answer was no, at least not with the ring Bai Yi had, as it couldn't be precisely controlled, only whole in or out. Items larger than the storage space could not be stored, and Bai Yi was also considering whether he could package the shelter. After testing the ring, Bai Yi turned his attention to the abnormal state, but since he had no way to test it, he could only set it aside for now until he could test it later. Finally, the new talent. As it was a passive talent, Bai Yi could constantly feel the unique rhythms of every entity around him. It was a strange sensation. When Bai Yi closed his eyes, the rhythm became even more pronounced, forming distinct motions around him. Each object had a unique rhythm. At first it was somewhat chaotic, but soon Bai Yi was able to correlate objects with their respective rhythms. During this time he attempted to perceive the rhythm of the black mist. The result was nothing. Empty. There was nothing. In Bai Yi's perception, the black mist did not exist, yet it was undeniably causing an impact. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to move on to new experiments. Next, Bai Yi tried to disrupt the rhythm of a cup of water, resulting in the rhythm dissipating and the cup shattering. Then the shattered cup emitted a new rhythm. Following that, he also tried to disrupt the rhythm of a bone pick. The pick did not break, but its durability dropped by 30 points. Bai Yi also stood a straight tentacle on the ground. As its unique rhythm was disrupted, the tentacle collapsed weakly onto the ground, taking a while to regain its mobility. Bai Yi was quite satisfied with the attack effect of his new talent. This bizarre method of attack made his combat techniques much more flexible. He had already tried using weapons to disrupt rhythms, but the premise was that they must maintain contact with his body. Bai Yi was still not very familiar with this, and further training was needed. As for the last effect, responding to rhythms, Bai Yi found that it had no effect on non-living entities after trying it out. Even if he responded to the rhythm of the cup, nothing would happen. However, for living beings, this effect was incredibly powerful. Bai Yi's gaze turned to the little white creature lying by the fireplace, warming itself. Don't sleep, get up and work. The little white creature, startled from its light slumber, rose cautiously, scanning its surroundings. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Oh, whoa. The little white creature focused intently, yet it couldn't determine the source of the voice. It looked towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi asked in confusion, what's wrong? This time the little white creature recognized the voice's origin. It was directly in its mind. It let out a loud cry, warning Bai Yi that something was approaching. Bai Yi stifled a laugh, complying with a serious expression. Little white, what's happening? The little white creature anxiously shouted. He am inside your body, and am going to devour you from the inside out. Oh, woo. Hearing this, the little white creature became even more frantic, running in circles around Bai Yi, almost as if it could speak. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened, and it dashed towards the outside of the shelter. Unable to find the attacker, it aimed to draw the danger away from Bai Yi. Even if it meant its own demise, it wanted to ensure Bai Yi remained safe. Watching Little White sprint outside, Bai Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, the voice in Little White's mind was also laughing, ha ha. As the two voices gradually converged, Little White finally realized that this familiar tone belonged to Bai Yi. It halted, turning to face Bai Yi with an extremely dangerous gaze. Oh, woo. cursing in an extremely unpleasant manner. All right, little white, come eat a piece of meat, don't be angry. At the dining table, a white wolf was feasting heartily on the ground. Hearing Bai Yi's words, it snorted in anger twice, then turned its head away, continuing to devour its meal. Bai Yi coaxed for a long time and finally managed to appease Little White. It was now 195801. Just moments ago, Bai Yi had gone to the wishing well to draw lots. To this end, he prepared 5 corpses, 5 ordinary vegetables and fruits planted by Wang Zi, as well as a hodgepodge of items he had gathered for the draw. The result was an increase of 60 units of wood and 30 strands of grass in the warehouse, which made Bai Yi so furious that he nearly filled the wishing well. With 2 minutes until the forum and plaza opened, Bai Yi sat sulking on the sofa, holding his journal, vowing not to approach the wishing well for a month. The gear he had made before had all been bought by his team members, and Bai Yi had not continued making gear for sale. On one hand, he needed sufficient reserves to combat abnormal states like the darkness erosion. On the other hand, he currently had no urgent need. Fresh blood and meat in the plaza could serve as food, albeit at a premium. Thus, Bai Yi simply wanted to check if any valuable posts would update in the forum. Earlier, Bai Yi had shared his general experiences in the group, reiterating the horrors of autism, urging them to avoid triggering it if possible, and he also shared information about Star's radiance in the group. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the forum plaza and world channel opened for a limited time. A flood of information surged into the forum, most of which was filled with unnutritious posts. For instance, there were help requests, rescue, please, begging posts, etc., all filled with beautiful fantasies asking others to help them for free, preferably bringing along some supplies. These posts made Bai Yi laugh. It was as if the forum were the real wishing well. Due to the overwhelming amount of meaningless information, Bai Yi simply skimmed through and decided not to focus on it any longer, intending to wait for his team members to share in the group chat. Indeed, everyday team members would share useful information in the group chat for everyone's reference. As for the trading plaza, it was filled with a dazzling array of items. Moreover, the quality of equipment began to be generally good, with occasional pieces of exquisite quality, while ordinary quality equipment was becoming increasingly rare. Additionally, the 4 logistics members of the team, Wang Zi, Zhang Zhen, Li Zihua Wei, Fen, were not short on money, making a fortune daily through the trading market. Bai Yi, Tang Zheng, and Xia Su would toss whatever they had directly into the group chat, and the others would buy, without even looking at the quality, making Bai Yi feel like robbing them. Shaking his head, Bai Yi took a last glance at the world channel, still a gathering place for jesters. He put down his journal and began to focus on serious matters. Taking Little White to the modification room, Bai Yi had not yet started modifying after upgrading the shelter earlier, so this time he would modify alongside Little White. Modification knows no species. 2 operating tables stood side by side with Bai Yi and Little White, each lying on one. Initiating the primary physical modification, Bai Yi, Little White. The duration of this modification is 6 hours for Bai Yi and 16 hours for Little White. Would you like to start? Yes. This modification consumed a total of 3,883 flesh and 1936 bones. Current flesh 17412-210000, bones 7214-410000. As the prompt sound rang out, Bai Yi skillfully prepared with Little White mimicking his actions. Once his body fell into a deep sleep, Bai Yi continued to learn the next spell of flesh alchemy in his mind with the help of the shelter. The weather was clear. Location, the Misty Lands. Time 0200 a.m. Temperature 1820 C. Bai Yi's modification was complete. The moment the mask opened, a piercing rhythm akin to nails scraping glass was sensed by Bai Yi. The rhythm sounded like whispers, yet also like wails. Bai Yi covered his ears, and the rhythm instantly diminished somewhat, allowing him to barely perceive other rhythms around him. He opened the information panel and saw the abnormal status bar with Wail of the Dead faintly flashing. Wail of the Dead from 2200 to 600 the next day. Deduct 10 mental value, 2 points of sanity every hour. If mental value exceeds 10, a sanity will not be deducted. What Bai Yi sensed was precisely the rhythm of this abnormal state. However, since his mental points had already exceeded 10, he did not lose any sanity. Strange, why didn't I lose sanity when my mental points were below 10? Bai Yi recalled spending the previous night in the modification room, during which he received no prompts indicating any loss of sanity. Could it be due to the surgery? Bai Yi pondered, deciding to lower the mask again to figure out the exact reason. As the tendrils flowed in, Bai Yi did not rush to sever the connection between his brain and body, but rather began to tentatively experiment. Soon he discovered that when the tendrils completely blocked his ear canal, the rhythm weakened once more, igniting great curiosity within Bai Yi. In his previous tests, blocking his ears had not resulted in a decrease in his perception of the rhythm. Indeed, in his mind, the rhythms of surrounding things showed no sign of decline despite his ears being blocked. Could it be that the wail of the dead is related to sound? An inaudible sound? Ultrasound. Infrasound. Bai Yi suddenly thought of a certain organ in the shelter, the mouth-mutated corpse, which had already been flexibly utilized within the shelter. During the modification process, the mask would emit infrasound through this organ to assist in the modification. With this idea, Bai Yi began to control the mask to emit infrasound. As the frequency of the infrasound was continuously adjusted, Bai Yi noticed that the wail of the dead on the panel became fainter. Upon reaching a certain frequency, this abnormal state completely vanished. Indeed, Bai Yi felt invigorated. Although he had become immune to this abnormal state, others had not. Not everyone had reached the limits of humanity. A profitable idea floated into his mind. Just do it. After letting the shelter record the frequency of the subsonic waves, Bai Yi jumped off the operating table with a nimble motion. After feeling his enhanced body for a moment, he wasted no time and walked straight towards the medical chamber beside the modification room. At this moment, Xiao Bai was still undergoing modification. As Bai Yi passed by, he observed the process, so during the modification it gets taken apart like this. Looking at Xiao Bai's body scattered in the nutrient solution, Bai Yi sighed and then refocused on the task at hand. He approached the medical chamber and began to control the shelter to modify it. There wasn't much change yet, just added a mouth. Watching the continuously closing mouth and the writhing flesh inside the medical chamber, Bai Yi stroked his chin and then took a photo with his log. Bai Yi, Siesu, take a look at this medical chamber I have. It can negate the abnormal state wail of the dead. I plan to make a few more trades, what do you think? Bai Yi, photo of the medical chamber, Siesu, hiss. This is a bit difficult to evaluate. Are you sure this is a medical chamber? Isn't it a torture device? Bai Yi, is it the appearance that isn't good enough? Siesu, it's not just an appearance issue. I saw the photo and my rationality decreased a bit. If you want to trade, it's best to first. Then, finally, after these modifications, at least others can accept it. Siesu, by the way, how did you negate that abnormal state? Seeing Siesu's suggestion, Bai Yi's eyes lit up. He knew asking Siesu was definitely the right choice. Casually replying ill posted in the group, he eagerly began to modify the appearance of the medical chamber. The exterior of the medical chamber didn't need much change. It should retain its original bone-like shape with the focus on the internal design. Bai Yi first hid the mouth on the top, then made a white bone covered with tiny holes to cover the mouth, ensuring it was invisible while still allowing the subsonic waves to transmit. Then he cut off all the tentacles, leaving only the soft flesh. After finding it still a bit glaring, Bai Yi adjusted the bones to make them thinner, wider, and longer. After a considerable effort, he obtained a thin layer of bone membrane. The bone membrane was very soft and felt cool to the touch. However, the downside was that it was a bit translucent and not very tough. But this small issue was no challenge for Bai Yi. After tightly bonding a layer of bone membrane with 10 layers of flesh membrane, a biological membrane with a white exterior and flesh-colored interior was formed. Bai Yi tested it, and the toughness improved significantly. Moreover, the surface of the membrane adhered to the interior of the medical chamber, no longer revealing the texture of flesh. Perfect. Bai Yi lay down to experience it, feeling extremely comfortable. As the chamber door closed, the subsonic waves echoed within the small medical chamber, and the wail of the dead vanished. Bai Yi was very happy. He was sure that there were definitely many players troubled by the decrease in rationality every day. In the group chat, besides Bai Yi and Siesu, everyone was purchasing the rationality restoration potion made by Li Zihua. This meant that Li Zihua's potion never had the chance to be posted on the trading square and was consumed directly within their team. Moreover, Tang Zheng had complained more than once that his 5 points of spirit would drop by 20 points overnight. Considering the rationality consumed during daytime battles, it was easy for it to drop below 70 points. He had continuously woken up to see many little figures fighting in his shelter and in his mind for the past few days. Therefore, this medical chamber would definitely be very popular. It's no longer appropriate to call it a medical chamber. It no longer has any medical function. Bai Yi thought for a moment, let's just call it a hibernation chamber. Thus, using this hibernation chamber as a template, he controlled the shelter to generate 7 or 8 of them lined up neatly in the living room. Now there was one last problem for Bai Yi to solve, which was the energy issue. The mouth of the hibernation chamber was not a perpetual motion machine. The emission of subsonic waves required energy. Inside the shelter, the hibernation chamber was connected to the shelter, allowing it to provide energy directly. But if he wanted to sell it, he would definitely need a new method. Bai Yi had thought of methods like burning charcoal or steam, but due to the lack of a corresponding technology tree, he could only think about it. After much thought, he felt it would be best to approach it from the perspective of flesh technology. After consulting the shelter and making his own improvements, a mini converter was successfully created. It was a white rectangular device 1 meter in length and width and 2 meters in height. The entire device was spotless white and looked very exquisite. At the top of the converter, there was an energy input port. By putting fresh flesh into this port, the entire medical chamber would begin to work. This device was essentially a super simplified version of a digestion chamber. When the shelter first generated this device, its appearance was bizarre. Bai Yi rearranged its layout and exterior design. Due to its size, the energy consumption of this device was incomparable to that of the shelter. Bai Yi roughly tested it, just turning on the subsonic waves would consume about 2 units of flesh in 8 hours. To enhance its selling point, Bai Yi also added a constant temperature mode and a massage mode to the hibernation chamber. He thoughtfully placed the switch in a position where one could easily reach it after lying down. Once the constant temperature mode was activated, the hibernation chamber could automatically detect the body's temperature and slightly heat the parts in contact with the body. The massage mode, as the name suggests, could perform massages on the body after being activated. However, both of these functions consumed a considerable amount of energy. Activating either function would consume 1 unit of flesh per hour. If the subsonic waves, constant temperature, and massage were all activated, it would consume about 18 units of flesh in 8 hours. 1 unit of flesh is enough for a person to eat for a day. A hibernation chamber paired with a converter would consume a total of 100 points each of flesh and bone, amounting to about 200 missed coins. As for the selling price, Bai Yi had not been paying attention to the square recently, so he was not very familiar with the market. Bai Yi spent some time browsing the square. After getting a general idea, he picked up his log. Bai Yi, after testing the abnormal state wail of the dead, is a type of subsonic wave. Bai Yi, I have a hibernation chamber that can eliminate this abnormal state. Do you want it? Bai Yi hibernation chamber quality premium introduction. A hibernation chamber made using biological technology that can negate the abnormal state wail of the dead when fresh flesh is added. Tangjing, dog brother, it's so late, and you still haven't. I want it. How much is it, dog brother? I'll buy it. Suo, you succeeded. Subsonic waves. Tang Zheng's words reminded Bai Yi that it was already past 2 in the morning and most people were asleep. Bai Yi, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Tang Zheng, I can't sleep at all. My rationality decreased a bit when I explored during the day, and it's dropping again at night. Now it's below 70, and a bunch of little figures are asking me to believe in their master. Bai Yi, I plan to sell it for 2,000 missed coins, and you all can have a 40 discount. The hibernation chamber comes with a manual. By the way, do you have fresh flesh? Tang Zheng, no, dog brother, didn't you forget that corruption of darkness speeds up food spoilage? I've dried all the meat. Bai Yi had indeed forgotten this. Due to the special nature of the shelter, he had never worried about fresh flesh spoiling. Bai Yi'll give you 2 units for free, take them. Bai Yi traded the items privately, and Tang Zheng paid 10 missed coins. Tang Zheng, thank you so much, dog brother. I still have money for the meat, but let's put the treasure chest matter aside for now. I really need to get a good sleep. Bai Yi smiled. It seemed Tang Zheng was really quite troubled. At this moment, there were still 2 hours until the treasure chest refreshed. They should wake up soon. Bai Yi did not plan to sleep tonight. With his current attributes, he could go several days without sleep without any issues. He first checked on Xiao Bai to confirm everything was fine. Bai Yi took his bone knife to the living room and continued practicing his second talent. The weather is clear. Location, Misty Land. Time 0330 M. Temperature 1521. Treasure chest countdown 002058. The log vibrates. Seeing the log automatically approaching Bai, he stopped his training and put down the bone knife. The spirit of breaking human limits allowed Bai Yi to deepen his understanding of rhythm in just an hour and a half. He began to gradually grasp how to use weapons to manipulate rhythm. It was a wonderful experience. Sometimes Bai Yi's knife didn't even need to touch an object to disrupt its rhythm. Moreover, continuously disturbing the rhythm of an object could potentially sever it, causing great damage. The broken bone pickaxe nearby was the greatest proof Bai Yi couldn't resist his destructive urges. If it weren't for the fact that all the corrupted corpses outside had vanished, Bai Yi would have long since gone out to experiment with them. This mysterious ability captivated Bai Yi, and he reluctantly stopped to pick up the log. Li Zihua, dog brother, is this also biotechnology? This effect is just too powerful. Li Zihua, dog brother, how much do you plan to sell it for? I want one. Bai Yi, 2,000 missed coins. 2,000 missed coins. This is the price Bai Yi set after understanding the price of sanity recovery potions. Currently, there aren't many sanity recovery potions on the market, with prices generally between 1100–1200, very stable. Most people buy them just in case. Very few players buy potions only after their sanity drops. Not everyone is as unafraid of sanity loss as Bai Yi. For the majority, a significant drop in sanity in a short time feels no different from dying. Thus, after so many days of trading, the price of sanity potions has remained largely unchanged. Potions within this price range quickly get traded, while those priced higher go unsold. No player likes maliciously inflated secondhand potion vendors. The difference between Bai Yi's sleep pod and sanity recovery potions is that it cannot restore sanity. However, it can negate the abnormal state wailing of the dead, which is what players need the most at this stage. Currently, the vast majority of players are not in high spirits, so Bai Yi sleep pod is undoubtedly in high demand. One purchase lifetime, use much more cost-effective than buying potions. With the successful transaction, 1,200 mist coins were credited again, bringing Bai Yi's total to 7,110 mist coins. During this period, Bai Yi also didn't idle. He sent a message to another friend. Bai Yi sleep pod. Quality premium. Description: a sleep pod made using biotechnology that can negate the abnormal state wailing of the dead after fresh flesh is added. Bai Yi, are you interested? The person Bai Yi contacted was Tian Dong, whom he had added as a friend during the previous medical box transaction. Tian Dong, dog brother, you have such good stuff too. How much is the price? Bai Yi, 2,000 mist coins, no limit on quantity. Tian Dong, no limit. Dog brother, do you have the production blueprint? The blueprint for unlimited durability. Bai Yi, shelter function. Tian Dong, dog brother, hold on a moment, he'll discuss it with the guild, it won't take long. Bai Yi, okay. After contacting him, Wang Zi, Zhang Zhun, and Wei Fun from the team group came online one after another. After understanding the situation, they showed no hesitation and each bought one. Meanwhile, Su spoke in the group. Su, when the treasure chest refreshes, the aberrant demons will also appear in the black mist, so everyone should be careful while looking for treasure chests. Wang Zi, can you see using your talent? Wasn't it supposed to be unusable? Su, I saw this before, I just can say it now. Don't you trust me? Wang Zi, who cares about your life or death? I'm concerned about the future of the team. Su, the future of the team. Wang Zi, can you please just go die? Zhang Zhun, alright, Su, just don't provoke Xiao Wang as she's concerned about you. Wang Zi, huh? I'm concerned about him. I'd rather he die, okay? Su, ahem, let's stop joking. Does everyone have time? Let's gather for a small meeting. Li Zihua, gather at this time. The treasure chest is about to refresh. Su, the aberrant demons will also refresh, not just the corrupted corpses. Bai Yi, is it dangerous? Su, for us, it's a life or death situation. Zhang Zhun, got it, let's gather then. Wei Fan, I have no objections. Where shall we gather? At the shelter? Wang Zi, come to my place, I'll treat you to some fruit. Bai Yi, okay. Tang Zheng is sleeping, will he come? Tang Zheng, I'm coming, the log woke me up. Li Zihua, has Tang brother's sanity recovered? Tang Zheng, much better, a dog brother's sleep pod is very comfortable and worth the money. Su, by the way, make sure to bring your equipment and everything. Seeing Zu's last sentence, Bai Yi knew that Su had predicted something but couldn't mention it directly, so he could only remind them in a roundabout way. Bai Yi checked his equipment, placed it all into his ring, and also stuffed in 500 rounds of revolver bullets before sending a request to Wang Zi. Wang Zi has approved your request. Passing through the mist, Bai Yi arrived at Wang Zi's shelter. Compared to last time, a lot of furniture had been added, creating a more lively atmosphere. Similarly, some glowing fruits hung from the ceiling of the shelter, bringing a bit of light to it. Wang Zi warmly welcomed him. Bai Yi was the first to arrive and casually sat down. Buzz. The log vibrated. It was a message from Tian Dong. Tian Dong, dog brother, we're planning to order 20 units first and may purchase more later. Can you give a discount? Bai Yi, 20 off. Tian Dong, dog brother, you're so straightforward. Bai Yi, I need to look for treasure chests now, but we can trade later. Tian Dong, no problem. Are you still alone, dog brother? Want to join our Iron Brothers guild? Bai Yi, I've already joined a team. Tian Dong, alright, let's keep in touch. Perhaps we'll have a chance to collaborate in the future. Bai Yi, no problem. While Bai Yi was typing, everyone had arrived. Everyone sat in the same arrangement as last time except for one person, Mu Mu. No one mentioned it. After a while, it was the eldest Zhang Zhun who spoke. Su, you gathered everyone together. What do you want to say? With Zhang Zhun's words, everyone's gaze turned to Su. He leaned on the table, hands crossed. I just have a rough idea. Let's act together once to better integrate the team. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. What about the autism? Su shared a scroll in the group. Eternal Bond scroll. Quality exquisite. Description: team item. When used, unlocks the team skill Eternal Bond. Eternal Bond active shields against the abnormal state autism for 10 hours, cooldown 72 hours. Don't underestimate the bond between us. Seeing this, everyone became excited. Wang Zi stood up enthusiastically. Where did you get this? It was a wish that came true from a corrupted corpse, Su casually replied. At this moment, a golden light, unique to a lucky person, radiated from him. For the first time, Bai Yi realized that above premium quality is exquisite quality. After demonstrating the scroll, Su directly chose to use it. The scroll transformed into several golden streams of light, flying into the bodies of everyone present. Bai Yi opened the log team. Ash Echo's members: Su, Zhang Zhun, Wang Zi, Tang Zheng, Li Zihua, Wei Fun. Bai Yi 710 team skill Eternal Bond description: a perfectly configured team. I believe everyone understands our team's current issues without me needing to elaborate further. Su spoke again. Wei Fan nodded, saying, aside from Dog Brother and Tang Zheng, the combat power of the others is too weak. Exactly. Although everyone has been training in real combat, it's still quite difficult to improve in a short period. Bai Yi said, arms crossed, sitting silently in his chair, already aware of Xie's intentions. After setting the stage with a few words, Xie stopped playing coy. As I mentioned earlier, I want to conduct a real combat exercise for the team with Dog Brother and Tang Zheng leading the charge. He paused, looked at Zhang Zhun, and continued. Uncle Zhang's talent can scout the surrounding information. We can search for treasure chests while also finding some otherworldly demons to engage. This way we can gather information and accumulate real combat experience, though it might delay Dog Brother and Tang Zheng's time. Hearing Xiesu's words, Tang Zheng spoke anxiously. It's not fair to say that. You all produce so much that I can buy at a discount, while I can't offer much in return. How can it be that you are the only ones making sacrifices? Moreover, we are a team, and your strength also greatly benefits me. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhun chuckled twice. Dog Brother, you don't need to nod. You've provided us with so much, and now we still trouble you. It's just mutual benefit within the team. Bai Yi interrupted Zhang Zhun, not caring about such matters. To him, since he joined the team and enjoyed its benefits, contributing something was perfectly normal. Li Zihua said, I think it's fine, but the only issue is whether Uncle Zhang's talent can be activated continuously. Zhang Zhun shook his head. There is a 1-hour cooldown period. What if we encounter otherworldly demons during the cooldown that even Dog Brother can't handle? Li Zihua's concerns were quite realistic. This isn't a game, and death is real with no chance of resurrection. I can sense the general strength of opponents. Bai Yi spoke again, revealing a newly discovered ability. Since Bai Yi still couldn't feel his own rhythm, he was unable to make judgments when it was just him and Xiao by one person and one wolf. However, after gathering, Bai Yi could feel the rhythm of each team member, each possessing varying strengths. For example, Tang Zheng's rhythm was a vigorous pulse, which felt slightly stimulating when sensed. He was also the one with the most substantial rhythm among those present. Next was Wei Fun, whose rhythm was as soft as rippling water flowing continuously without pause. Her rhythm was only slightly inferior to Tang Zheng's. Then there was Xie, whose rhythm had an indescribable peculiarity, as if he was aware of Bai Yi's perception, constantly evading it, with a rhythm intensity even lower than Wei Fen's. Following were Zhang Zhun, Li Zihua, and Wang Zi. For some reason, I awakened his second talent. Bai Yi's voice could be heard, yet his lips did not move. I can directly communicate with you, and I can sense the strength of surrounding creatures. Bai Yi's voice appeared directly in everyone's minds. Their expressions varied and complex as they looked at Bai Yi. In their gazes were awe, surprise, and envy, yet none displayed jealousy. This is too powerful. Wang Zi covered her mouth. Great, now all the problems have been resolved, Li Zihua said, clenching his fist. Now that Dog Brother is so strong, we can't fall too far behind. Thus their first collective action was completely decided. After the treasure chest respawn, Zhang Zhun would scout. Everyone would set off, with Bai Yi providing warnings in the meantime. Any dangers encountered would be handled by the others, with Bai Yi and Tang Zheng refraining from taking action. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until the treasure chest respawned. Everyone was resting and gathering their strength. Suddenly, Bai Yi felt a poke on his arm. He turned to see it was Tang Zheng. Dog Brother, can we spar? I want to know just how much of a gap there is between us. We're about to go out. Is it wise to waste energy now? Wang Zi asked, confused. It's fine. Let's have a sparring session then. Bai Yi immediately agreed. He had been itching to do this for a while. He had always wanted to play with others' rhythms, but was afraid of hurting them, so he had been holding back. Now that Tang Zheng came forward himself, it suited Bai Yi's intentions perfectly. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Wang Zi had nothing more to say and led the two to the hall where she usually trained. The hall was spacious, measuring 10 meters in length and width and 5 meters in height, sufficient for sparring. Others also came over to watch. To more intuitively feel the disparity, both displayed their attributes. Tang Zheng, health, age 27, strength 10, 5 mental 7, 5 physique, 10 reason 100,100. Bai Yi, health, age 30, strength 15, mental 10, 1 physique, 15 reason 200,200. After standing opposite each other, Tang Zheng said, Dog Brother, you don't need to hold back. I want to face the gap heat in. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Bai Yi put away his previous casual thoughts and became serious. At the moment Bai Yi's eyes grew cold, Tang Zheng felt a chill run through him and the hairs on his body stood on end. This feeling of impending death was something he had never experienced even during his time as a special forces soldier. It felt as though he was facing his natural enemy, causing Tang Zheng to feel his body go weak. Those dark golden eyes seemed to be fixated on a prey, fierce and bloodthirsty. Incoming! Tang Zheng shouted, suppressing his fear, charging towards Bai Yi with an unstoppable momentum. Bai Yi also moved, arriving first. He slightly tilted his head to dodge Tang Zheng's incoming punch, and just as Tang Zheng was out of strength, he lightly traced the air around Tang Zheng with his finger. Uncertain of the harm caused, Bai Yi didn't dare to exert too much force, fearing he might injure Tang Zheng. The moment they passed each other, Tang Zheng felt his body weaken and collapse to the ground without any strength. What just happened? He looked up in confusion, wondering why he fell even though they hadn't made contact. Even Tang Zheng, the person involved, was unclear about what had occurred, and the others were equally bewildered. They even felt like Tang Zheng was acting in a staged manner. Su sensed a clue and asked, was it Dog Brother's talent? Yes, the effect of the talent. No more fighting, I can't win at all. Tang Zheng got up from the ground. I might as well just play with guns. Wang Zi said with a smile, Zhenggu, you can't back down like this. Little girl, don't say such things. Tang Zheng waved his hand, his eyes complex. The feeling of being targeted by Dog Go is too terrifying. I didn't feel this much pressure, even when fighting the alien demons. Suddenly, as if having thought of something, he looked at the audience with ill intentions. Aren't you all here for some real combat training? Come and try, let's see if you dare to attack Dog Go. Finally, he added, this counts as well training, right Dog Go? What do you think? No problem. Bai Yi, with the mindset that one sheep is just as easy to herd as a whole flock, agreed. Is it really that mystical? I'll give it a try. Wang Zi rolled up her sleeves and stepped up. Soon she felt the same pressure as Tang Zheng. Under that kind of pressure, an untrained ordinary person wouldn't even have the courage to throw a punch at Bai Yi. At this moment, Wang Zi gritted her teeth, feeling her legs growing weaker, as if she might collapse at any moment. Wang Zi stubbornly resisted the pressure from Bai Yi, moving forward step by step. Time seemed to slow down in her eyes, but her steps grew more determined. I still need to find Mom and Dad. I need to continue on with Xie Go and the others. I must survive. A steadfast belief surged within her, slowly pushing out the fear. Wang Zi finally dared to lift her head, confronting the man before her. She raised her hand and threw a punch. Bai Yi dodged, and Wang Zi felt her body suddenly become light, losing balance. Just as she was about to fall, an arm reached out and caught Wang Zi. It was Su. Bai Yi stood aside, having refrained from overshadowing Su when he saw him approach. After witnessing Wang Zi's performance, everyone realized that Tang Zheng was not joking. Of facing Bai Yi was indeed no easy task. But this only piqued their curiosity. Since there was no real danger, why not give it a try? Subsequently, others stepped forward one by one to take their turn. Though none managed to land a hit on Bai Yi, at least they all had the courage to attack. After everyone had taken their turn, they turned their gaze to Su. Why are you looking at me? Su felt a bit awkward under their stares. Even the smile on his face turned awkward. Wang Zi poked him. You're the only one left. Aren't you going to give it a try? Why would I want to look for trouble? But wasn't it you who suggested real combat training? Su helplessly shook his head, having been caught in his own boomerang. He stood opposite Bai Yi, displaying his attributes. Su health, age 22, strength 8, spirit 10, 3 constitution 8, 4 rationality 200. Dog Go, I'm coming at you. After saying that, Su charged straight at Bai Yi, undeterred by Bai Yi's imposing aura. However, the difference in physical qualities was evident. Su's punches appeared to Bai Yi like they were in slow motion. Just like before, Bai Yi tilted his head to dodge, but something strange happened. Bai Yi's tilt not only failed to avoid Su's punch, but seemed to collide with it. As the fist was about to strike his face, Bai Yi extended his hand to block it. Meanwhile, Su's other hand swung out, targeting Bai Yi's lower abdomen, to which Bai Yi blocked again. The two traded blows, parrying each other's attacks, neither backing down an inch. Su is that strong? Tang Zheng wondered, but that shouldn't be right, and no matter how strong he is, the gap in attributes is there. He shouldn't be able to last this long against Dog Go. And he even seems to have the upper hand. Indeed, from the perspective of others, Su was continuously attacking while Bai Yi was just blocking, making it seem as if Su was overpowering Bai Yi. But Bai Yi felt nothing but disgust towards this. It was as if Su knew every one of his intentions, every movement was preemptively reacted to by Su, who then adjusted his strategy. Even though Bai Yi could clearly see Su's every move, due to Su's crafty attacks, Bai Yi could only remain on the defensive, unable to strike back. This experience was extremely uncomfortable for Bai Yi, and he vaguely guessed that this might be one of Su's innate abilities. Because it was a spar, he didn't use his full strength, but rather held back to accommodate Su. After several exchanges, Bai Yi had devised a countermeasure in his mind and decided to stop holding back. He suddenly stepped back, leaving Su's attack range, and while Su hadn't had the chance to follow up, Bai Yi moved. He sank his hips and gathered his energy. In an instant, the muscles in his forearm bulged like sharp iron blocks, power exploding from his feet as his fist swung out with a rush of air. I concede. Seeing this scene, Su immediately raised his hand in surrender, his fist stopping just 2 centimeters in front of him, the wind from the punch slightly ruffling his hair. Dog Go is really impressive. You noticed that so quickly. Su gave a thumbs up. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Because the attribute gap was too great, the method to counter it was actually quite simple. All he needed to do was widen the distance so that Su couldn't reach him with his attacks, and even if Su could foresee it, he wouldn't be able to react in time. This was also why Su had to engage Bai Yi closely. He simply couldn't withstand any of Bai Yi's attacks, so he could only try to hold Bai Yi back, preventing him from having any opportunity to strike. Later, Su revealed his newly developed talent usage, the ability to foresee a person's actions within 2 seconds. After the sparring ended, Bai Yi said to them, "I plan to open enhancement services at my sanctuary. You can now increase your strength and constitution up to 15 points. I've been waiting for this day." Zhang Zhun exclaimed with surprise. He had been consistently training, but due to his older age, his physical condition was still not as good as that of the younger ones. Bai Yi continued, "Due to the abnormal state of lost ones, we can't stay away from our sanctuary for too long. And the enhancement surgery takes a long time, so I recommend doing 2 to 3 surgeries spread over several days. Also, don't worry about the order. Multiple enhancement surgeries can be performed simultaneously." At this time, Wang Zi cautiously asked, "Dog Go, does the enhancement hurt?" "There's anesthesia. Long live Dog Go." Wang Zi cheered excitedly. The others also showed joy and began to arrange times with Bai Yi. As for the price, Bai Yi planned to set it based on the extent of the enhancement. Although they were chatting, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Gradually, the chatting ceased, and everyone held their breath, sensing the passage of time. Finally, the countdown ended. "Wild treasure chest has refreshed," with the system's voice sounding. Everyone's spirits were lifted. "Uncle Zhang, coming." Zhang Zhun closed his eyes and activated his talent. Universal perception active, consumes 30 points of rationality, conducting a psychic survey within a radius of 500 meters, including minerals, equipment, special items, creatures, etc. Cooldown time 1 hour. A few seconds later, Zhang Zhun suddenly opened his eyes. "I see it." After downing a bottle of rational recovery potion, Zhang Zhun took out the blueprint and pencil, beginning to sketch on it. Soon a crude yet remarkably clear map appeared before everyone. The map covers an area of 4 kilometers. The shelter of Wang Zi is nestled within a primeval forest devoid of any buildings, naturally excluding the trees. Only the location of the shelter and the surrounding points were marked with directions to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest indicated in the upper right corner of the map. As he passed the map around for everyone to see, Zhang Zhun explained, "What I have scouted is a 2-dimensional plane, so the height cannot be determined. In my perception, there are 4 colors of dots next to the points on the map are the color labels. Red represents living beings, green indicates equipment or special items, and yellow signifies resources. The golden color is a new addition, which I believe represents treasure chests. Moreover, the colors of these points vary in depth, possibly indicating different qualities." Following Zhang Zhun's words, Bai Yi looked at the map, noticing that there were 5 points marked in gold. The farthest point from the shelter was marked by Zhang Zhun with the words "gleaming gold," while the other points were labeled as bright gold and 3 dark gold. After everyone understood, Zhang Zhun added in the black mist, "The red points can only be otherworldly demons." Within those few seconds of my perception, the number of red points kept increasing. So the number of otherworldly demons outside is increasing. Li Zihua looked outside through the window, but unfortunately the black mist shrouded everything, rendering visibility non-existent. Bai Yi, however, could vaguely sense some peculiar rhythms, a completely distorted and chaotic movement. "This is something we have anticipated, isn't it? Let's set off. Staying cooped up in the shelter is just waiting to die," Su said, pretending to be casual. Wang Zi walked to the door, took down the bow and arrows hanging on the wall, slinging the quiver across her back and securing it. Whispers of the Forest. Quality premium. Durability, 99,100. Description: your shot will increase in power by 200. Additionally, you can consume a bit of durability to shoot a powerful energy arrow equivalent to the power of a small caliber sniper rifle. Listen, the whispers of the forest. Su remarked. Wang Zi, you can use a bow and arrow. Bai Yi asked curiously. Yes, I've practiced since childhood. I'm quite skilled. Indeed, quite impressive. As they spoke, everyone had already lined up. Bai Yi was at the front, responsible for leading the way and giving warnings. In the middle were Zhang Zhunwei, Fan Li Zihua, Wang Zi, and Tang Zheng. Lastly was Su, who could sense any dangers in advance. With the faint candlelight ignited, everyone stepped into the black mist. Their goal was the nearest treasure chest marked as dark gold from the shelter. Because Wang Zi had cleared the roads around the shelter during practical training a few days ago, their initial progress was relatively smooth. After walking just a few steps, Bai Yi sensed 2 decaying rhythms ahead. Zombies. He did not attack directly, but instead called for those behind him to catch up. Bai Yi remembered that the purpose of this trip was to provide practical experience for others. Wang Zi volunteered, and after confirming the position with Bai Yi, she drew her bow and aimed, calculating slightly. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows flew into the mist. Upon sensing the rhythm change, Bai Yi gave Wang Zi a thumbs up. Then as everyone moved forward, they saw the 2 zombies with their heads pierced collapsing to the ground. Bai Yi noticed that these corpses were covered in black spots resembling decomposing skin, their skin rotting like that of an old person. Is this the influence of the black mist? He mused as he collected the corpses. The group did not linger too long and continued onward. Along the way, they encountered 3 waves of zombies totaling over a dozen, all of which they dispatched one by one. Bai Yi quietly observed from the side, summarizing the combat characteristics of the team members. Zhang Zhen's combat style was aggressive and bold. When facing zombies, he fought like a warrior, withstanding the attacks heat-in and killing them. Li Zihua's combat style was more conservative and meticulous. He wouldn't attack first, but would wait for the zombies to approach, dodging their clumsy strikes, and then kill them when they turned around. Wei Fen's combat was even more graceful. She nimbly maneuvered between the 4 zombies, avoiding their attacks, while hitting them with her own. Lastly, Wang Zi displayed a typical ranged mindset. After being forbidden by Xie Su from using her bow, she resorted to using a bone knife, leveraging her advantageous attributes to kite the zombies to death. During this time, Bai Yi also noticed that their clothing was remarkably sturdy, remaining unscathed even when attacked or torn by the zombies. This must be clothing made by Wei Fun. Bai Yi analyzed silently, realizing that he had been too busy before to have Wei Fun make him clothes. He decided that he would also get a set made after returning. Xie Su and Tang Zhong did not engage. The former was alert to their surroundings, while the latter occasionally pointed out issues with others and taught them how to improve. The first treasure chest was acquired without incident, and as Zhang Zhen had sensed, it emitted a faint golden glow. "Wow, golden legend!" Wang Zi exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. Only Bai Yi awkwardly scratched his head, muttering, "What is this meme?" Xie Su will open the treasure chest. He can draw a piece of top-notch equipment from the wishing well. Definitely a lucky star. As the chest opened, 2 ancient oil lamps fell out. Fog lamp. Quality premium. Durability 100100. Description: automatically lights up in darkness, dispelling black mist within a 10-meter radius. Simple yet direct in effect, it was precisely what they needed. The presence of the black mist rendered the other team members, except for Bai Yi, as blind as bats. They could only detect the otherworldly demons when they approached the candlelight. Ranged weapons were utterly useless. It seems these treasure chests can yield items that resist the black mist, which undoubtedly greatly increases the player's survival rates. Zhang Zhen remarked. Bai Yi, however, wore a serious expression. If this is just the current difficulty, such equipment is entirely unnecessary. And now that it has appeared, it indicates that the system believes players will need this equipment to survive in the future. Xie Su agreed. Thus, treasure chests are essential for us, and the more the better. As they spoke, the 2 fog lamps were activated. A light akin to that of candles rose, dispelling the black mist around them. The surrounding environment also became visible, with trees twisting together in grotesque shapes. The middle sections of the trunks were hollowed out, revealing pitch-black cavities, their edges lined with jagged wood resembling wounds torn by beasts. The eerie sensation did not dissipate with the black mist, rather it grew even more intense. Fortunately, the few present had witnessed far more terrifying and distorted phenomena, so they did not feel much fear towards the scene before them, not even the most timid Wang Zi. After taking a moment to rest, everyone set off again, with Bai Yi and Xie Su holding the fog lamps, maintaining the same formation as before. Their goal was another treasure chest, bright gold, about 1.5 kilometers from the shelter. Along the way, Bai Yi continuously sensed the rhythms around them, leading the team to skirt around whenever he sensed a strong rhythm. As for weaker rhythms, such as zombies, he let a few team members practice their skills against them. After multiple twists and turns, changing directions several times, Bai Yi finally stopped. He discovered that no matter how he circled, there was a powerful rhythm ahead, and the treasure chest was precisely surrounded by these formidable otherworldly demons. This meant that in order to obtain this treasure chest, they had to eliminate at least one otherworldly demon ahead. After informing everyone of the situation, Bai Yi added, "I don't know exactly how powerful the strange demons ahead are, but I can be sure that each one is stronger than Tang Zheng." Tang Zheng's face fell. He had unexpectedly become a unit of measurement. This was not Bai Yi's fault, as he could not sense his own rhythm. With only Tang Zheng being the strongest around, Bai Yi could only base his judgments on him. In fact, Bai Yi had a rough estimate in his mind that these strange demons were probably at the same level as himself before he unlocked his talents. Although these rhythms were strong, they did not bring Bai Yi much sense of oppression. Thus he continued, "It should be similar to my usual state. I suggest you try it out, as the decaying corpses can no longer provide you with any improvement." In Bai Yi's view, the fastest way to enhance oneself was to engage in fierce battles. Facing the strong with the weak, as long as one survived, they would certainly become stronger. Looking for weaker, strange demons to practice against would only serve to boost one's confidence and be of no real use. Bai Yi did not hold back and expressed his views straightforwardly. He believed that the team members should challenge more formidable enemies. "Brother Dog is right. Isn't that the very purpose of our outing?" Wang Zi nodded in agreement, saying, "Shall we proceed as we discussed earlier?" Before setting off, everyone had already discussed the battle arrangement. Bai Yi and Tang Zhong would hold the line. Zhang Zhun and Li Zihua would launch frontal attacks. Wei Fan would carry out flanking maneuvers. Wang Zi would provide long-range cover, and Xia Su would move around using his foresight to assist whenever needed, while also taking on the role of commander. With everyone's consent, Bai Yi led the team forward. He was looking for a relatively weaker strange demon among those blocking the way. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. As the distance closed in, Bai Yi grew increasingly cautious. He needed to block the first wave of the strange demon's attack and assess their strength. If it was too strong, he would cooperate with Tang Zhong to eliminate it. If it was not that strong, the others would take care of it. Suddenly, Bai Yi sensed that rhythm approaching at high speed. "It's coming," Bai Yi whispered. The sound of footsteps began to emerge from the black mist, accompanied by low whispers that sounded like teeth clacking. In the next moment, a humanoid strange demon burst forth from the black mist. This demon was composed entirely of human skeletal fragments with unknown black filaments oozing from every joint. "You see the bone gap," whisper Sanity 11. The warning of reduced sanity echoed in everyone's minds, but Bai Yi's sanity did not decrease due to the colors in his mind. Bai Yi's right arm muscles suddenly tensed, and the bone blade drew a silver arc, the blade edge slicing down with a whoosh. The bone gap whisperer raised its hand to block its arm's hard bones, enduring the downward strike of the Tang Dao. However, at the same time, its forward momentum was firmly suppressed by Bai Yi, resulting in a standoff. The incessant, irritating whispers did not affect Bai Yi. Upon realizing that the bone gap whisperer's strength was similar to his own, Bai Yi decided to let it pass. Sizzle! Bai Yi tilted the Tang Dao, the blade scraping against the bones, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Following the force at the moment of their intersection, he lowered his center of gravity, lifted his right foot, and kicked out like a spring, striking hard at its side waist. The tremendous force sent the strange demon flying sideways, while Bai Yi had already retreated, making room for the others behind him. Zhang Zhun charged in, attempting to attack, while the bone gap whisperer was still off balance, but due to attribute differences, he was swatted back by one of its arms. Fortunately, sensing the danger, he quickly brought his sword to block in front of himself. Zhang Zhun's body was halted by Xia Su, and his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. "Its power is immense. We can't take it, Hedon." The bone gap whisperer twisted itself, its 6 eyes within the gaps, staring intently at everyone present. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and the continuous whispers deteriorated their mental state, psychological state. Fear. 21100. Wang Zi was the first to break the stalemate. She swiftly drew 3 arrows that flew toward the strange demon like streaks of light. The bone gap whisperer quickly extended its hand, firmly grasping the 2 arrows aimed at its torso, then tilted its head to dodge the arrow aimed at its head. However, unexpectedly, right after that, a vibrant green energy arrow whistled through, piercing fiercely into its chest. The strange demon had no time to evade and had to cross its arms. Whoosh! The arrow pierced directly through the bone gap whisperer's arm, stopping just as it entered its chest before slowly dissipating. The strange demon's whispers grew sharp and piercing, as if bones were grinding against each other. Its hind legs suddenly tightened, the heels launching straight out like a battering ram, charging directly at Wang Zi. Zhang Zhen stepped up. This time, he was clever and did not take the strange demon's attack hidden. He stepped forward with his left foot, dragging the blade diagonally from above his left shoulder to his right waist, the edge at a 45-degree angle to the ground. The bone gap whisperer's arm swung out, scraping against the Tang Dao, while Zhang Zhen used the momentum to shift the demon's trajectory. Meanwhile, Li Zihua saw an opportunity, his pupils constricting as he locked onto the demon's weakness, his wrist flicking to send the blade cutting into the gap in its armor with surgical precision. Screech! The piercing cry resounded once again, thoroughly enraging the bone gap whisperer, which raised its hand to grasp the bone blade embedded in its body, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhang Zhen flying. Sensing danger, Li Zihua decisively abandoned his weapon and retreated narrowly, avoiding the strange demon's attack. However, the demon pulled out the bone blade and hurled it at Li Zihua. At this moment, Li Zihua was in the midst of retreating and could not change direction in time to evade the approaching Tang Dao. Bang! Just as the Tang Dao was about to pierce his body, a gunshot rang out, and the Tang Dao was struck by a bullet, changing its direction and embedding itself in the ground beside Li Zihua. The shooter was none other than Xia Su, who held a gun in his left hand and a fog lamp in his right. After firing a shot in Li Zihua's direction, he did not hesitate to turn back and fired repeatedly at the strange demon. At this moment, the strange demon was entangled by Wei Fan. After throwing the bone blade, it had gone after Zhang Zhen, needing to eliminate this pest before it could proceed. However, it was intercepted midway by Wei Fan, who was struggling to withstand the demon's attacks. Without the long-range support from Xia Su and Wang Zi, she would have likely been eliminated in an instant. Not far behind her, Zhang Zhun struggled to rise from the ground, quickly stuffing a pill into his mouth and swallowing it along with the blood in his mouth. Feeling the pain in his body rapidly dissipate, he dared not delay and hurriedly got up to provide support. At this moment, Wei Fun was in a tough spot. She had tried her best to neutralize the force behind each of the strange demons' attacks, but the significant power gap still made her wrists ache to the point of numbness. She could only rely on the surrounding trees to help absorb the attacks, and Zhang Zhen's arrival gave her a chance to breathe, followed by Li Zihua rejoining the fray. After suffering some setbacks, the cooperation among the group gradually became more in sync. Zhang Zhen and Li Zihua alternately defended against the Bone Gap Whisperer's attacks. Whenever it aimed to shift its target to attack others, Wei Fun would intervene at the right moment, helping to pin it in place. At this point, the strange demon was riddled with arrows, suffering the majority of its damage from Wang Zi's attacks. As for Xie Su, he was there to timely rescue his teammates whenever they were in danger. The situation gradually stabilized. However, in the next moment, an unforeseen change occurred. The Bone Gap Whisperer began to undergo a strange transformation after being suppressed and unable to move. Its arms rapidly softened and elongated. The previously tightly interlocked broken bones became dispersed, revealing an unknown black fibrous substance inside. The entire transformation was completed within 2 seconds, and at this moment its arms had turned into 2 long whips covered in sharp bone fragments. Retreat! Xie Su shouted, but it was too late. As the otherworldly demon spun its body, its whip-like arms indiscriminately attacked everything around. The fingers at the end of the whip let out a sharp sonic boom. The 3 closest individuals raised their blades to block, but unlike before, even if they managed to stop the incoming arms due to their soft nature, the whip's tail would still strike harshly against their backs. In just a few seconds, the good quality clothes were torn apart by the sharp bones. If the sharp whips landed on them, they would directly rip off large chunks of flesh. Zhang Zhen was injured by 2 lashes while covering the retreat of the other 2, leaving his back a bloody mess. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Tang Zheng found himself unable to stand again. He watched the 5 people fleeing in a panic, ready to go to their aid, only to be stopped by Bai Yi. Psychological state anxiety 77100. This was the 3rd time Bai Yi had stopped Tang Zheng. Brother dog, this time, they are truly in life-threatening danger. Years of military life made it impossible for Tang Zheng to stand idly by while his teammates faced danger. Bai Yi did not look back. He focused intently on observing the battlefield while keeping his right hand on his blade. Trust them more. Don't forget Xie Zu's innate abilities. If the situation becomes dire, he will give us a signal. Also, calm your mind. If it reaches 100, you'll be in even more trouble. Sighed. Tang Zheng understood this reasoning and had to forcibly calm himself, continuing to observe the battle from the side. At this moment, the Bone Gap Whisperer had already stopped spinning, wielding its soft arms as it continuously attacked the few people before it. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously as the 5 relied on trees to avoid the whip strikes, darting around in a 10-meter diameter illuminated area with no opportunity to counterattack, only passively enduring the blows. No, we must get close to its face. Xie Su thought rapidly, and soon a rough plan took shape. After dodging a whip strike, he rolled to Li Zihua's side, handing him the fog lamp and pistol while grabbing the bone knife, then shouted, "I'll find a chance to get close, you all seize the opportunity." Then Xie Su charged out from behind the tree. Seeing a living being in its line of sight, the Bone Gap Whisperer's attention focused on Xie Su, the oncoming whip stained with the blood and flesh of an unknown victim. Xie Su dodged the attacks by bending, lying on the ground, or jumping, moving in an odd, yet casual manner as he gradually closed the distance. As Xie Su got closer to the otherworldly demon, its attacks became increasingly frantic. Some strikes were impossible to evade, forcing Xie Su to choose to bear a portion of the less damaging impacts. Fortunately, several teammates had adjusted. Wang Zi and Li Zihua provided constant ranged harassment, while Zhang Zhen and Wei Fun stepped into the range of the otherworldly demon's attacks to share the pressure on Xie Su. Finally, after enduring 7 or 8 lashes, Xie Su successfully touched the face of the Bone Gap Whisperer. At this point, his clothes had become tattered from the whipping, and his body was covered in numerous wounds. His back was the worst, with skin torn and shredded, exposing bright red muscle. Rationality 97,200. Xie Zu's eyes had turned blood red, and the intense premonitions had given him a splitting headache, causing his rationality to drop below 100. However, upon reaching the otherworldly demon's front, the attacks suddenly eased. Here, its bone whips posed no threat to Xie Su. The otherworldly demon attempted to retreat and create distance, but was pinned in place by the others who took injuries. In that instant, Xie Su did not hesitate. 2 blades of light sliced through the unprotected shoulder of the otherworldly demon. With the severing of its 2 arms, the relentless whips suddenly ceased. In a flash, Zhang Zhen and Wei Fun rushed in from the left, and right toward the face of the otherworldly demon, while arrows and gunfire from afar also zeroed in on the target. Su thrust his blade, piercing through the chest of the otherworldly demon, Zhang, and Wei Fan each struck with their knives, cutting the demon into 3 pieces. The sounds of gunfire and arrows followed, driving the demon's head firmly into the tree trunk behind. The Bone Gap Whisperer was dead. Blood flowed from Xie's mouth and nose, and just as he was about to collapse to the ground, he was supported by Zhang. Li Zihua rushed over from a distance, first pouring 2 bottles of rationality, recovery potion, into Xie. Then he began to disinfect, stitch, and bandage his wounds, ultimately injecting a healing serum into Xie's body. Bai Yi and Tang Zheng also approached to treat the others. The injuries of the people present were not serious. They merely had frightening-looking surface wounds that began to visibly heal under the potion's effects. After drinking the mental recovery potion, Su gradually began to recover. The group started to rest at the scene, during which only a few wandering corpses approached, easily dealt with by Bai Yi. After about 10 minutes, Su had almost regained his ability to move. He refused Tang Zheng's suggestion to return to the shelter for rest, opting instead to continue searching for treasure chests. Under Bai Yi's lead, they continued their journey, arriving at the location marked with a bright golden treasure chest. As they got closer, a gleaming treasure chest came into view. They did not rush to open it. Instead, they had Bai Yi store it in his ring, planning to open it together after returning to the shelter. Bai Yi had already demonstrated the spatial ring in the group chat. Thus, the 2 treasure chests on the map were secured, and they began to head towards the other 3 treasure chests. After this battle, the combat abilities of Wang Zi, Li Zihua, Zhang, and Wei Fan had dramatically improved. The confidence gained from slaughtering the wandering corpses was completely dissipated after this battle, and everyone visibly became more cautious. Bai Yi noticed these changes and nodded in satisfaction. Good logistics allowed them to obtain a large amount of supplies through trading from the very beginning, thereby avoiding the dangers of exploration, leading to a complete lack of crisis awareness. The death of Mu was the best example. Afterward, although they conducted real combat training due to their fear of death, they only fought against the weakest otherworldly demons such as the wandering corpses. It was precisely because everyone understood this point that they agreed to participate in this operation. One must say this real combat training was very successful. 3 dark golden treasure chests were successively secured, and they had been exploring outside for over an hour. Under Bai Yi's leadership, the process of acquiring the 3 treasure chests went smoothly without any incidents. They also summarized a pattern. Every treasure chest was surrounded by otherworldly demons, and the rarity correlated positively with the strength of the demons. The dark golden treasure chests were surrounded by wandering corpses. The bright golden treasure chests were surrounded by powerful otherworldly demons like the Bone Gap Whisperer. Thus, near the brightest treasure chest, there must be even more formidable demons. After a brief discussion, everyone reached a consensus. They set off toward the final treasure chest. The last treasure chest is located 4 kilometers away from Wang Zi's shelter. In the untouched forest, everyone trudges forward with difficulty, fortunate that no creatures lurk in the black mist. Otherwise, even just insects and small animals would be enough to overwhelm them. After wandering around, they arrived near the treasure chest. Just as Bai Yi had predicted, an overwhelming rhythm emanated from around the chest. Unlike other foreign demons, the rhythm coming from ahead, though bizarre and chaotic, carried a hint of stability, accompanied by a scent of sulfur. This was Bai Yi's first time sensing such a powerful rhythm. Just the perception alone sent chills down his spine. His intuition warned him that if he did not activate his talent, he would die. However, instead of retreating in fear, this feeling ignited Bai Yi's bloodlust. He realized that he had increasingly come to enjoy the thrill of challenging powerful foes, standing on the brink of life and death. But Bai Yi did not rush in foolishly. Instead, he explained the situation to his teammates, and together they found a clearing with few trees. Bai Yi would attract the foreign demon, while he and Tang Zheng would engage it in combat. The others would hide in a safe spot to observe and rest, taking in the atmosphere of battle. Once everything was arranged, Bai Yi took the mist lamp and walked into the black fog. Unlike last time, he found himself much closer to the foreign demon, yet it did not initiate an attack, making Bai Yi even more vigilant. Finally, the mist lamp dispelled the black fog ahead, revealing the foreign demon hidden within. It was a humanoid figure formed from reversed growth of bones, with a spine resembling a scorpion's tail hanging down from its head and ribs spiraling through its chest. It sat quietly in a lotus position on a stone with a white bone staff entwined with 3 bones standing beside it. As it sensed Bai Yi, the foreign demon slowly rose, holding its staff with one hand and offering a single-handed salute to Bai Yi. Bai Yi ignored it and took out the shepherd's mercy modified with his other hand. He aimed and fired. Bang! The massive recoil caused the gun barrel to rise slightly as the bullet roared towards the foreign demon. As if it had anticipated the shot, the bones in the demon's head rapidly spread out, forming a hollow. The bullet passed through the hollow, striking a tree behind it, and creating a small crater in the trunk. The feeling of stability in the rhythm began to fade, and the chaos belonging to the foreign demon gradually gained the upper hand. As the bones reassembled, the demon's head restored to its original form, and it strode towards Bai Yi. With each step it took, its shin bones pierced backward through its knees, leaving a trail of phosphorescent light in the air. Bai Yi's dark golden pupils shone with a dazzling light, as if flames were burning within. He switched his right hand's revolver to the bone Tang Dao and approached. As the distance closed, both Bai Yi and the foreign demon quickened their pace, colliding fiercely. As soon as they clashed, Bai Yi felt the foreign demon's strength surpassing his own, so he stopped the direct confrontation, sliding downwards, slashing the bone knife along the staff towards the demon. The foreign demon reacted swiftly, pressing down its staff, forcing Bai Yi to abandon his attack and retreat quickly. Its strength is at least above 18 points. Bai Yi swiftly analyzed the current information, but just as he prepared to continue, the foreign demon seemed to recall something, ceasing its attack and returning to the stone to meditate. Then, in Bai Yi's perception, the rhythm of the foreign demon gradually stabilized again. This was the first time Bai Yi had been ignored by a foreign demon. He looked at the foreign demon that had resumed its meditation, shaking his head in disbelief. Then Bai Yi felt delighted. It was better for it to ignore him, so he could search for the treasure chest. He took out the map, comparing it for a long time before discovering that the treasure chest was located directly beneath the large stone where the foreign demon sat. Now Bai Yi faced a dilemma. He slowly approached the foreign demon, which remained completely still, seemingly treating him as if he were air. Bai Yi tried to push it, but it did not budge. So he lifted his foot to kick it, but the meditating foreign demon felt like steel, causing Bai Yi's foot to sting. No longer willing to make futile attempts, Bai Yi took out his revolver and fired 2 shots at its head. The bullets were easily deflected, causing no harm. Bai Yi did not believe that the foreign demon was this hard, otherwise it would have had no reason to dodge his previous shot. Is it because it's in meditation? Discovering he could not move the foreign demon, Bai Yi temporarily gave up and decided to dig down to retrieve the treasure chest. He took out a shovel from his ring. Crack! The shovel snapped as it hit the soil. He was left dumbfounded. The stones and earth around him had become as hard as the foreign demon. In other words, to obtain the treasure chest, he must remove this foreign demon. Having been toyed with repeatedly, Bai Yi's expression turned as cold as eternal ice. You like meditating, do you? He switched back to the bone knife and slashed fiercely at the rhythm of the foreign demon. As the rhythm was severed, the foreign demon's body stiffened and countless bones fell off it. It was forcibly pulled out of its meditative state. Bai Yi did not stop thinking to seize the opportunity to attack the rhythm repeatedly. With a loud bang, the rhythm of the foreign demon shattered completely. He then raised his knee to his chest, launching his lower leg like a spring, sending the foreign demon flying. I will make you meditate. As Bai Yi raised his gun to shoot again, the foreign demon finally moved, evading Bai Yi's 3 bullets in an extremely bizarre and twisted posture. The oppressive rhythm reemerged, but this time it lacked the previous meditative quality, becoming twisted like other foreign demons. This is more like it. If foreign demons should act like foreign demons, why learn to meditate? Bai Yi was quite satisfied with his actions. This was the way he was familiar with dealing with foreign demons. Either you die or I perish. At the ambush point, everyone waited for a long time, but did not see Bai Yi's shadow. Why hasn't Brother Dog arrived yet? Could something have happened? Tang Zheng stared at the black mist, murmuring, "Pa pa pa. Don't say such ominous things. A Brother Dog is so strong, even if he can't win, he can escape." Wang Zi shot Tang Zheng a glare and said discontentedly, "It's been a bit long. There must be some unexpected situation." Xiesu lay resting on a stone. His back was already scabbed and itchy, but he couldn't scratch it, which made him very uncomfortable. Wei Fun and Zhang Zhun were continuously clearing away the rotting corpses wandering around. Li Zihua felt uneasy. The problem now is if we stay too long, we might attract even more powerful foreign demons. I will intermittently activate the talent alert, so don't worry. As soon as Xiezu's words fell, Bai Yi's voice echoed in everyone's minds, "Everyone hide, Tang Zheng, cover me." In the next second, Bai Yi flew out from the black mist. Alongside Bai Yi, there was also the reverse bone walker. Upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, everyone sprang into action. Xiesu and the others searched for a place to hide, while Tang Zheng stood up and raised his gun to shoot. To ensure they could repel the otherworldly demon, Tang Zheng activated his talent. Infinite firepower active consumes a bit of sanity to replenish bullets. The more sanity consumed, the greater the bullet's power. 20 sanity was condensed into a single bullet loaded into the magazine. Sanity 63100. A tremendous roar erupted, sending the otherworldly demon charging at Bai Yi, flying back like a kite with a severed string. With a handgun, Tang Zheng unleashed the power equivalent to a rocket. Bai Yi seized this moment to recover, The attributes of the reverse bone walker were all higher than his, and luring it had consumed considerable effort. Is it dead? Tang Zheng cautiously asked, staring at the silent black mist. Not dead. In Bai Yi's perception, the sulfuric scent grew increasingly pungent. The reverse bone walker re-entered the mist light, its staff covered in cracks charred black. Fierce. Bai Yi gave Tang Zheng a thumbs up. That reverse bone staff was extraordinarily tough. The main reason Bai Yi had been chased so badly was that he had no weapon capable of countering that staff. After enduring 2 strikes with his bone Tang Dao, its durability dropped by 50 points, leaving it with only 42 points. During this time, Bai Yi had attempted to use the flesh-bone conversion technique to transform it into flesh. However, after consuming 30 sanity and converting only a thumbnail-sized piece of flesh, Bai Yi abandoned that idea. The reverse bone walker showed no reaction and casually discarded the staff. As it moved, yellowish-brown oil seeped from the surface of its bones. The tibia pierced through from the knee, creating a trail of phosphorescent fire from the friction of the bones. The moment the sparks touched the oil, it ignited its entire body like dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. Following this, the phosphorescent fire gradually shrank, eventually clinging tightly to the surface of the otherworldly demon. As the demon advanced, a trail of phosphorescent fire was revealed. The surrounding flora was ignited by the sparks, quickly turning to ash. What the hell? The mist light flying towards him interrupted Tang Zheng's astonishment. Grab your things and cover me. Tang Zheng looked at Bai Yi, feeling for some reason that beneath Bai Yi's calm exterior lay a surging battle intent. Fire. I have it too. Boiling blood. The boiling blood rolling beneath his skin cast a bloody hue over Bai Yi's dark golden eyes. Without waiting for the reverse bone walker to slowly approach, he tensed his legs and charged at the otherworldly demon like a cannonball, the boiling blood trailing a crimson tail in the mist. Once in range to attack, Bai Yi raised his right hand, holding the knife high above his head, and brought it crashing down with all his weight. The tremendous force made the reverse bone walker hesitant to take it heed, and it raised its phosphorescent arm, tilting to the side to dissipate the force upon contact with the blade. Screech! The friction between the bone knife and the bones produced a piercing sound. As it slid away, Bai Yi raised his left hand, shoving the hefty barrel directly into the demon's mouth. Puffed! A mouthful of blood erupted from Bai Yi's mouth. Before he could fire, he was sent flying by a side kick from the reverse bone walker. Fortunately, Bai Yi reacted quickly, using the flesh-bone conversion technique to transform his waist into bone. Otherwise, that kick could have penetrated him. Previously, Bai Yi had bullied others with his attributes, but today he was being bullied by an otherworldly demon relying on its attributes. One could only say that what goes around comes around. At the moment he landed, Bai Yi did not rush to get up, but instead rolled twice on the ground, successfully dodging the demon's 2 attacks. Then he used the momentum to leap into the air. The reverse bone walker certainly would not let such a great opportunity slip. It bent down beneath Bai Yi, its phosphorescent arms transforming into sharp bone spikes, aiming to skewer him. Now's the time. Got it. Before Tang Zheng's voice arrived, his attack did. The back of the reverse bone walker suddenly exploded, sharp bone fragments scattering in all directions. This sudden strike caused a drastic change in its trajectory. Instantly, the tides of offense and defense shifted. Bai Yi's body spun in midair, using centrifugal force to accelerate the bone knife, carving a spiral trajectory that aimed straight for the demon's head. The otherworldly demon, sensing Bai Yi's intent, chose not to evade. Instead, it used the momentum from its attack to rotate its body with bone spikes raised, targeting Bai Yi's head. The otherworldly demon's life-for-a-life approach did not intimidate Bai Yi, rather it intensified the flames in his pupils. Am I to evade your sharpness? The knife and bone spikes passed each other, aiming for each other's lives. Tang Zheng's attack arrived once more. The reverse bone walker swayed slightly, resulting in the bone spike grazing past Bai Yi's cheek, leaving a long, thin wound. In a similar fashion, Bai Yi's strike only managed to slash the otherworldly demon's right shoulder, tearing away half of it with the already battered blade. The phosphorescent fire ignited on Bai Yi's cheek and swiftly spread across his body. The activation of boiling blood made Bai Yi's blood flammable, while the phosphorescent fire on the demon's bone spikes ignited the spark in Bai Yi. The burning of the phosphorescent fire intensified. Bai Yi felt his body keenly. The destruction of his skin diminished his perception of the outside world, while the fire in his lungs made breathing increasingly difficult. I can probably hold on for another half a minute. Bai Yi nodded slightly. Then he aimed to finish it off within that half minute. Behind him, Tang Zheng was also in a precarious situation. Upon seeing Bai Yi suddenly sit on the ground with the reverse bone walker pulling out a deck of cards to compare sizes, Tang Zheng realized immediately that his sanity was too low. Sanity 46100. Warning. Your sanity is below 50 and you are experiencing severe hallucinations. Ignoring the ongoing battle of 46 and 100 in his vision, Tang Zhang hurriedly took out a sanity recovery potion and gulped it down, ignoring the potion and his words pleading him not to eat himself. As the last words of the potion, "You will face retribution," ended, his vision began to return to normal. Sanity 76100. At this point, Bai Yi's battle with the reverse bone walker had entered a completely heated stage. Both sides engaged in a fervent exchange, each strike aimed to kill. Due to the reverse bone walker being more severely injured, Bai Yi currently held the upper hand. In the next moment, he seized the opportunity when the otherworldly demon was unable to react due to its injuries, first slashing out, completely severing the reverse bone walker's right arm. Then he lowered his center of gravity and swept his right leg across the ground, tripping the otherworldly demon like a scythe cutting grass. As the demon fell, Bai Yi had already risen, gripping the bone knife in reverse and using all his strength to pin it directly to the ground. The reverse bone walker attempted to resist, its remaining left arm struggled to try and pull the Tang Dao from its body. Bai Yi stepped on the knife handle, revealing the revolver. Bang! The bullet spun against the demon's skull. The hardness of the reverse bone walker's skull was on par with that of its former staff. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged as he continued to fire. The force of 15 completely ignored the recoil of the revolver, with 7 bullets striking the same spot. After emptying the last bullet, the otherworldly demon stopped struggling. Its arm hung limply, its skull thoroughly penetrated. The reverse bone walker was dead. The boiling blood gradually cooled. The flames of the phosphorescent fire also gradually diminished, leaving the last traces on Bai Yi's charred skin. Tang Zheng arrived in front of Bai Yi, looking at the man whose body was entirely charred, with his clothes and skin melted together, unable to help but click his tongue. "It's nothing, just external injuries. I can recover after some rest." Bai Yi found himself unable to speak as his mouth had been burned shut, so he could only communicate through rhythmic gestures. Fortunately, only his mouth was damaged and other parts were still usable. As Bai Yi forced a small opening to pour the rationality restoration potion into his mouth, the other team members also emerged from their hiding spots. Rationality 176200. No matter how many times they watched Bai Yi's battle, they were still shocked by his fierce fighting style. Wang Zi looked at Bai Yi, asking with concern, "Brother Dog, why don't you use your talent?" "Although the talent is powerful, it only lasts for 10 minutes, and I also need some conventional combat experience." Li Zihua did not step forward to treat Bai Yi, as he had not yet developed a burn ointment, and conventional treatment would only weaken the injured further. Everyone did not dare to delay. After quickly cleaning the battlefield, they left, heading towards the treasure chest. Bai Yi looked at the 2 alien monster corpses in the ring space, the Bone Whisperer and the Reverse Bone Walker. He thought, "I hope this will help the shelter." He was quite envious of the Reverse Bone Walker's hard bones, wishing he could have a layer of such protection. Once again arriving at the stone, Tang Zheng and Zhang Zhen worked together to lift the stone. At the moment the stone left the ground, brilliant golden light burst forth from the gap at the bottom, becoming even more dazzling as the stone was moved. The group saw the full appearance of the treasure chest, which was made of golden metal, its surface adorned with vine-like reliefs, with turquoise stones the size of fingernails embedded at the ends of each branch. This treasure chest was far better than the 3 collected before. When they saw this treasure chest for the first time, everyone knew that this trip was not in vain. "Brother Dog, let's pack up the treasure chest and return to rest for a while." With the task successfully completed, Tang Zheng relaxed a bit. At the moment the treasure chest was stored away, Bai Yi suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. It felt as if he was enveloped in a vacuum, the icy and powerless sensation making him feel like he would be frozen forever. Amidst that, a feeling of chaos and distortion filled the air, reminding Bai Yi that this was a rhythm belonging to the alien monsters. "Tang Zheng, get away." A voice filled with fear and breaking notes rang out from Siesu. Unbeknownst to them, a mouth quietly emerged from the mist. It was a long and strong hooked beak covered in keratin, bending downwards at the front of the upper jaw, with nostrils separated like tubes. Inside the beak were countless sharp teeth continuously rotating within. The gigantic bird's beak enveloped Tang Zheng entirely, but due to the suddenness of the event, no one had time to react. Steel Spine Will. Steel Spine Will activated. Rationality 100, current rationality 76200. Gained 3x amplification after breaking the limit. With a rationality of up to 200, Bai Yi could activate the highest amplification talent without suffering the pain caused by low rationality, which was undoubtedly a relief for him. Bai Yi's and Xiezu's voices surged out together. Upon hearing Xiezu's voice, Tang Zheng immediately reacted, jumping towards Bai Yi's direction. With that jump, Tang Zheng saved his life. After Bai Yi caught him, he exerted all his strength, rapidly retreating with a force of 30 points. But it was merely a matter of saving a life. Tang Zheng's legs were bitten off at the roots by the closing bird's beak, the sound of teeth grinding accompanying the clear sounds of his legs being crushed ringing in the ears of the 2. In the black mist, a giant head approached the light of the mist lamp, revealing its true form. You see the pulse-winged albatross rationality 32. You see the pulse-winged albatross rationality 5. Bai Yi. The prompt sounded amidst everyone's muffled groans, and they hurriedly drank the rationality restoration potion. Bai Yi poured a bottle into Tang Zheng's mouth. Run back. Run back. The commands from Xie and Bai Yi were issued simultaneously. Without any hesitation, everyone began to run for their lives. Pulse-winged albatross, a grayish bird monster with a wingspan of 19 meters, its flight trajectory creates vacuum ravines. While within these vacuum ravines, it can perfectly conceal itself. This information can only be viewed in the logs. The pulse-winged albatross let out a long cry, and a massive pale blue ring-shaped pulse directly overturned the fleeing group. Then it spread its wings and took to the sky, watching the group. Cough, cough. Tang Zheng, who had lost too much blood and had fallen into a coma, was awakened by the pulse, and at that moment he was desperately escaping, clutched under Bai Yi's arm. Feeling the pain radiating from his legs, Tang Zheng quickly realized the situation and struggled to speak. Brother dog, let me down. I'm just a burden now. Throw me to that thing, and he'll give it a big one to buy you some time. As he spoke, Tang Zheng raised the hand holding the gun and smiled at Bai Yi. With 71 points of rationality, haha, I reckon I can take it out with one shot. One shot would only scratch its surface. Bai Yi disregarded his words, instead snatching the handgun from his hand to prevent him from using his talent. Brother dog. Tang Zheng weakly tried to say something, but the massive blood loss caused him to fall into unconsciousness once more. This can't go on. Oh, I must find a way to stop the bleeding for Tang Zheng. Bai Yi's thoughts raced as he slowed down, descending into the black mist. Uncle Zhang Li Zihua jumped back. The two quickly halted and fell backward. As the bird's beak pecked down, the surrounding trees shattered into pieces as if made of paper, and the ground was plowed into a deep pit. Zhang Zhun was knocked away, but Wei Fan arrived in time to catch him. However, Li Zihua was not so fortunate. His right arm was caught by the bird's beak, and with the grinding of teeth his arm was pulled from its socket. Then the bird's beak jerked upward, and Li Zihua was thrown into the air, the gaping beak waiting for food to enter, but there was no sign of it. It turned out that at the moment he was tossed up, Li Zihua decisively severed his right arm, thus avoiding falling into the beak, but was also thrown into the black mist. Seeing this, Xie Su hurriedly ran towards Li Zihua, holding the mist lamp, planning to rescue him. Meanwhile, Wei Fan, holding the mist lamp, was about to clear a path ahead when she turned around and found Zhang Zhun frozen in place. She showed no mercy, giving him a hard slap to wake him. Are you dazed at a time like this? Want to die here? The stinging pain on his cheek jolted Zhang Zhun awake. He gratefully nodded to Wei Fan and then quickly escaped with her. At this moment, only Wang Zi, Zhang Zhun, and Wei Fan remained in the second mist lamp. Xie Su went to find Li Zihua, while Bai Yi was nowhere to be found. A massive shadow circled overhead, leaving behind vacuum ravines. Pale blue pulses occasionally struck, and the three could only flee in a disheveled manner. At this point, there were still 7 kilometers to the shelter. The next moment, another attack descended from above. Without Xie Zu's warning, Wang Zi and the others only realized the impending danger when the attack reached the fog lamp's vicinity. A giant bird's beak descended from above, blocking all possible escape routes, intent on swallowing the 3 of them whole. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the black mist, and Bai Yi plunged his blade into the bird's beak. With a crack, the tip of the bone blade shattered, yet the beak remained unscathed. Bai Yi's attack did not delay the demon even for a moment. In a split second, as the 3 were about to be shredded by the sharp teeth, Bai Yi grasped the broken blade, and with all his strength struck towards the rhythm of the pulsating skyhawk. It felt entirely different from before. The rhythm seemed as resilient as a steel cable, and Bai Yi's blade could not sever it. This was the first time Bai Yi encountered a rhythm that could not be cut. He exerted more force, quickly shifting the uneven blade, as if using it as a saw, rapidly slicing through the rhythm. Although he did not saw it through, the fluctuations of the rhythm still inflicted great pain on the pulsating skyhawk. It suddenly threw back its head, flinging Bai Yi away. Then it soared into the air. As Bai Yi fell, he landed in the vacuum chasm it had created. All sounds abruptly vanished, and he could not breathe. His body began to react adversely. Fortunately, due to gravity, Bai Yi quickly fell out of it, rapidly catching up to his teammates ahead. Remaining talent effect 8 minutes and 17 seconds. Xie Su also returned with Li Zihua, having quickly administered first aid after finding him. In the midst of their frantic run, Li Zihua glanced at the unconscious Tang Zheng in Bai Yi's grip. Noticing the doctor's gaze, Bai Yi's voice came. He has just lost too much blood and is not dead. I have already bandaged him. At this moment, they were still 4 kilometers away from the shelter. Having not caught any prey, the pulsating skyhawk would not easily let go of these morsels within reach. It circled rapidly around them, smashing through trees and demons in its path. A multitude of vacuum chasms surrounded Bai Yi and the others, and due to the black mist they were completely unaware, except for Ciesu. After foreseeing the group's encounter 2 seconds in advance, he quickly reached out and halted at the edge of the chasm. Ciesu spoke rapidly ahead, is the vacuum zone created by the pulsating skyhawk expelling all air from the lungs. We only have 10 seconds to rush through. If we don't make it, we die. With the attack approaching from above seemingly urging them to enter, they did not hesitate and rushed into the vacuum. The first second. It was an agonizing feeling. All sounds disappeared, replaced only by a piercing buzzing sound as the eardrums began to suffer intense pain due to the vacuum. The second. The lungs previously emptied did not tear and create pneumothorax due to the absence of air, but residual air caused them to continue expanding. Though they were in a vacuum, the black mist and fog lamps of the misty land remained unaffected, still intertwining within 10 meters around them as before. Normal gravity allowed Bai Yi and the others to run without issue. The third second. The moisture on the mucous membranes of the mouth and eyes began to boil gradually due to the sudden drop in boiling point, with dense bubbles appearing on the tongue and the eyes bulging outward from the vaporization of the vitreous fluid. The fourth second. Capillaries under the skin started to rupture, forming purpura, but the resilient dermis prevented further rupturing of the body. Each person's body swelled slowly, like inflating balloons. The fifth second. Their bodies halted at 1.5 times their original volume. The two with the lowest physical constitution, Wang Zi and Li Zihua, had their eardrums rupture under severe pressure changes, leaving them unable to hear anything. At this moment, the attack from the pulsating skyhawk arrived. Ciesu sensed it, but being in a vacuum, he could not make any sound. He could only raise his hand to point at Wei Fun. The sixth second. Everyone's peripheral vision was on Ciesu, and upon seeing where he pointed, Wei Fun immediately changed direction, trying to evade the demon's attack. Bai Yi also charged towards Wei Fun. At that moment, he was completely unable to sense the rhythm of the pulsating skyhawk. Come this way. The vacuum cannot block the transmission of the rhythm. Then why can't I sense the rhythm of the pulsating skyhawk? Is it a characteristic of the demon? Seeing Wei Fun turn back and run towards him, Bai Yi found an answer in his heart. With an attribute of 30, Bai Yi's speed was extremely fast. At the moment the beak was about to stab down, he pulled Wei Fun away while also pushing Zhang Jun aside. The seventh second. Everything felt like a silent film with no sound. Only the stones splashing past their bodies. Missing its target, the pulsating skyhawk twisted its head, aiming at Zhang Jun, who had yet to stabilize his form, opening its mouth. With a hum, a pulse shot towards him. Zhang Jun, caught completely off guard, was propelled by the pulse, crashing into a tree behind him like a cannonball. He suffered multiple shattering fractures throughout his body, collapsing to the ground like a rag. The eighth second. The vagus nerve began to block signal transmission due to overload, making everyone except Bai Yi feel dizzy. You all keep running, I'll take care of Zhang Jun. The four, including Wei Fun, gritted their teeth and continued to flee while Bai Yi appeared beside Zhang Jun with Tang Zheng. With no time to assess his condition, Bai Yi grabbed his arm and quickly dodged the next pulse attack from the demon. Zhang Jun's arm felt like a lump of soft flesh with no trace of the originally hard bones. Only occasional hard bits hinted at the existence of bones within. Comminuted fracture. The ninth second. Wang Zi could finally hold on no longer. Her retinal blood vessels burst and her vision was obscured by blood. Simultaneously, her vagus nerve completely failed, plunging her consciousness into darkness. She involuntarily fell forward. Ciesu suddenly trembled, as if witnessing something unbearable, desperately lunging towards Wang Zi. In the next second, air rushed back into their lungs, and the four finally escaped the vacuum's range. However, those whose physiques had not surpassed human limits were already unable to hear anything due to ruptured eardrums. Get away. Ciesu's voice did not wake Wang Zi. The moment he grabbed her, the beak descended from the mist above, aiming directly at Wang Zi's head. Ciesu pulled Wang Zi into his embrace with all his strength. Unfortunately, he was not Bai Yi. With only 8 points of strength, he failed to save her in time, merely managing to pull half of her body out of the beak's range. As the beak closed, Wang Zi's entire right side from her shoulder to her leg was torn apart by the pulsating skyhawk. Psychological state: sadness, 100100. Blood gushed out along with various organs from her body, and Ciesu knelt on the ground, his eyes blood-red, frantically trying to stuff the scattered organs and intestines back into Wang Zi's abdomen. But the massive wound caused the organs to continually spill out, rendering Ciesu's efforts futile. He shook Wang Zi, repeatedly urging her to hold on, not to fall asleep, promising that they would go to dog shelter and she could be saved. At that moment, they were still a full kilometer away from the shelter. As Ciesu babbled on, Wei Fun and Li Zihua rushed over. Tang Zheng had lost both legs. His fate uncertain. Zhang Zhun was suffering from shattering fractures all over his body. His fate also unknown. Bai Yi was still trapped in the vacuum chasm, desperately trying to rescue him. Now Wang Zi had also been torn apart by the alien demon, her fate unknown. Meanwhile, the pulsating sky raven had once again shrunk back into the black mist, preparing for its next attack. A sense of helplessness flooded the hearts of Wei Fun and Li Zihua. Would they ever make it back alive? Mental state fear 100100. In the next moment, Bai Yi appeared before them, carrying Zhang Zhun on his right shoulder and Tang Zheng tucked under his left arm. The previous vacuum had inflicted no harm upon him. He quickly scanned the four of them, instantly realizing what had happened. Bai Yi health mental state normal. Glancing at the information panel, Bai Yi gently placed Zhang Zhun and Tang Zheng on the ground as an unmodified version of a medical pod, and a converter appeared beside him. This was an emergency medical pod that Bai Yi had prepared to ensure he could return to the shelter in case of severe injury. Unlike the medical pods inside the shelter, this one had only one function: to maintain the most basic life support, ensuring that the injured could hold on until they reached the shelter. Bai Yi had placed a total of 5 emergency medical pods in his ring, and the reason he hadn't taken them out before was that the pods were large and cumbersome to transport. But there was no time to worry about that now. No one will die here. You will all make it back alive. Bai Yi's calm voice throughout reassured the three, slowly calming their emotions. Su bowed his head in silence, quietly placing Wang Zi into the medical pod. As he was about to close the door, he found Wang Zi gripping the hem of his clothing tightly. Su reached out and gently smoothed Wang Zi's delicate brows, which were tightly knitted in pain. Brother Dog said no one will die, including you. Just rest assured. The figure of the alien demon lurked in the black mist, already restless. Bai Yi took the bone knife and mist lamp handed over by Su, knowing that Su had understood his intentions. You all take Wang Zi, Zhang Zhun, and Tang Zheng back first, and I will draw its attention away. There were no farewells, no attempts to hold him back, and no lingering emotions. Upon receiving Bai Yi's command, the others began to execute it strictly. Su looked up at Bai Yi, his blood-soaked eyes glowing with an eerie light. He opened his mouth. Although he was deaf, his words were clear and firm. Brother Dog, you won't die either. I will find you, I promise. Bai Yi's lips curled slightly, but he said nothing, merely turning around and waving his hand. Thus the group split in two, with the others taking the injured back to the shelter. Bai Yi, on the other hand, stayed behind to actively draw the alien demon away. Time remaining for talent effect 6 minutes 37 seconds. To ensure that the hatred of the pulsating sky raven was directed at him, Bai Yi had to inflict damage on it. Fortunately, the previous rescues had made the alien demon harbor a deep hatred for Bai Yi as a mere bug. It ignored the departing food and planned to crush the bug before feasting on its grand meal. This was exactly what Bai Yi wanted. Rationality 76200. He put a cigarette in his mouth and lit it. The last time he smoked too greedily, leaving only one cigarette in the box, which Bai Yi had been reluctant to smoke. But now it was different for Bai Yi. The cigarette could effectively reduce pain. Boiling blood. The flesh and blood alchemy once again activated, and his rationality slowly decreased at a rate of 1 point per second. The last bottle of rationality recovery potion was fed to Tang Zheng by Bai Yi, which also meant that he had no means to recover his rationality afterward and could only endure with sheer willpower. The attack came down, but Bai Yi easily dodged it. He did not evade directly as before, but climbed along the bird's beak. The alien demon's head whip did not throw Bai Yi away like before. With the mist lamp held tightly in his mouth, he grasped the feathers on the edge of the bird's beak and began to climb up. The pulsating sky raven flapped its wings and performed various extreme maneuvers in the sky, but none of this affected Bai Yi. Finally, Bai Yi reached the alien demon's eye. I don't believe your eyes can be this tough. Swish. He gripped the knife in reverse, plunging the bone knife deep into the alien demon's eyeball until the hilt was buried. The alien demon howled to the sky, its shrill cry pulsing through to distant locations. It then flapped its wings vigorously, suddenly ascending. During this process, Bai Yi endured at least 20 g of pressure, equivalent to the weight of 20 Bai Yi's pressing down on him. After ascending to a certain height, it folded its wings and turned, diving downward in a streamlined posture, aiming to smash Bai Yi to death. Boom. The falling pulsating sky raven smashed a large pit into the ground, while it itself, due to its hard exterior, sustained no injuries, merely getting a bit of dirt and dust on it. It looked up into the deep pit, finding no trace of Bai Yi. In the final moments of the alien demon's landing, Bai Yi jumped up sharply, slowing his fall and landing on a nearby tree. With the tree providing some cushioning, Bai Yi only sustained minor scratches. The moment he landed, he immediately adjusted his direction and ran off into the distance. No further confirmation was needed. Bai Yi was certain that after blinding one of the alien demon's eyes, it would not chase after anyone else. As for turning back to fight, don't be ridiculous. In the state of steel spine, while combined with boiling blood, Bai Yi couldn't even breach the pulsating sky raven's defenses. Their strengths were on entirely different levels. At this moment, the alien demon had found Bai Yi's trail. It let out an angry screech and began to chase after him at high speed. Next came a 3-minute chase. Although Bai Yi's top speed was slightly faster than that of the pulsating sky raven, due to being in the forest, he had to continuously dodge the trees in front of him, while also evading the pulses coming from behind. In contrast, the pulsating sky raven was flying at full speed above the forest, occasionally launching attacks to hinder Bai Yi's speed. In this situation, the distance between Bai Yi and the alien demon gradually closed to under 50 meters. Time remaining for talent effect 3 minutes, 3 seconds, rationality 1200. Bai Yi was unclear how far he had run or which direction he was heading. But in his pained and confused mind, he could always clearly sense a powerful rhythm ahead, one that rivaled that of the pulsating sky raven. He must lead the disaster away. Bai Yi continued to weave between the branches. A minute ago, he had climbed a tree to evade a pulse, and had discovered that jumping between branches was much faster than running clumsily on the ground. After that, Bai Yi had been fleeing among the branches, yet the distance continued to close. Especially when the distance was less than 50 meters, the pulsating sky raven's pulse attacks akin to a machine gun left Bai Yi exhausted the gap, shrinking to just 10 meters. Suddenly, the pulse attacks vanished, but a sense of danger continuously stimulated the back of Bai Yi's head. He knew that the alien demon did not intend to use the pulse to crush him, but like its previous attacks on others, aimed to tear him apart with its teeth. Bai Yi's speed gradually decreased. The prolonged full-speed run, the pain from the forced rationality lock due to his talent, and the burning caused by boiling blood left him utterly exhausted. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. The distance was closing in, and Bai Yi saw the sharp teeth appearing beside him. He remained unfazed, a barely perceptible cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As Bai Yi fled at full speed, the surrounding terrain began to change. The trees dwindled, replaced by parched and scorched earth with scattered dead wood on the ground. Yet the hatred towards Bai Yi made the otherworldly demon indifferent to everything around it. It cared not why the environment changed, nor why Bai Yi had returned to the ground to run. Its mind was consumed by a single thought: to trap Bai Yi in its beak and then crush him completely. Closer, even closer. The pulse-winged celestial bird flew close to the ground, tilting its head and widening its beak, surrounding Bai Yi. Once Bai Yi was entirely within the reach of the beak, it snapped shut with force. Now is the time. Bai Yi's speed surged unexpectedly. His earlier fatigue and weakness had merely been a ruse to mislead the demon. At the same time, above the black mist, a colossal sword monument wrapped in chains swung down suddenly. The simultaneous events took both attackers by surprise with Bai Yi's acceleration. Their attacks missed, or rather its attack missed. The beak of the pulse-winged celestial bird snapped shut, its sharp teeth clashing against each other, producing a thunderous sound as its attack fell short. But the attack from the black giant sword monument did not miss, although its original target was Bai Yi, who could blame him for suddenly accelerating away. Thus, the sword monument, bearing the momentum of destruction, slammed the beak of the pulse-winged celestial bird directly into the ground. The tremendous impact generated a tangible sound wave, rendering Bai Yi temporarily deaf. He turned to look, and the wielder of the sword monument emerged from the fog, revealing its true form. It was a gigantic humanoid clad in molten iron armor, standing nearly 10 meters tall, with streams of lava-like cursed blood oozing from the cracks in its armor. The massive sword monument, wrapped in chains, was effortlessly held in one hand, and the strike just delivered left the ground, and the beak of the pulse-winged celestial bird smoldering with black flames. You see the iron curse binder, sanity 5. Sanity locked at 1200. As the iron giant raised its hand, the sword monument, chained to it, moved away from the beak. Bai Yi observed clearly the powerful slash that had just been delivered did not sever the beak of the pulse-winged celestial bird, but merely created a massive dent. The iron curse binder paid no further attention to the colossal bird lying in the pit. Once it locked onto Bai Yi's position, it casually hurled the sword monument. The sword, engulfed in black flames, flew toward Bai Yi with tremendous force, and he dared not look around, immediately dodging to the side. His body barely evaded the giant sword monument, but the fog lamp in his hand accidentally brushed against it, and the immense kinetic energy caused the fog lamp to disintegrate on the spot, its durability reduced to 0. Now it was Bai Yi's turn to be stunned. With the fog lamp gone, the surrounding black mist surged forth. He didn't even have time to light a candle, and swiftly continued to flee into the distance. As he plunged into the black mist, he felt his body rapidly losing sensation. Cieza's words echoed in his ears: players can survive in the black mist for a maximum of 1 minute. Fortunately, the black mist did not hinder Bai Yi's perception. He could still gauge his surroundings through his senses. At this moment in the giant pit, the pulse-winged celestial bird slowly raised its dizzy head. Upon seeing the large dent in its beak, anger completely clouded its already chaotic mind. What the highest frequency pulse brewed in the demon's mouth, then shot towards the iron cursebinder. The latter had just retrieved the thrown sword monument and was about to throw it again when the pulse struck from behind. In Bai Yi's perception, the rhythm that had been far away suddenly rushed towards him at high speed, and it was not just one. He hurriedly stopped. The next second, a violent tremor approached from the front. The iron cursebinder had been blasted here by a pulse from the pulse-winged celestial bird. But Bai Yi was unaware. He could see nothing. He thought it was the iron cursebinder who had performed a long-range leap to intercept him. In the next moment, he felt the rhythm of the pulse-winged celestial bird rapidly closing in from behind. With one in front and one behind, Bai Yi knew his journey through the mist was likely coming to an end. Though a bit reluctant, being able to live again is already a great gain. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Boom! The shockwave from the massive impact sent Bai Yi, who was still lamenting, flying away. He broke several dead branches along the way and rolled on the ground for several circles before finally coming to a stop. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up, and taking advantage of this moment, Bai Yi quickly retrieved a candle from his ring and lit it. The faint candlelight emerged, pushing back the encroaching black mist once again. What is happening? Bai Yi had no time to rejoice at not being dead. He quickly focused to perceive the situation. In his perception, the powerful rhythms of the pulse-winged celestial bird and the iron cursebinder were continuously colliding. Combining this with the enormous sounds occasionally emanating from the black mist, an answer dawned on Bai Yi. The two otherworldly demons were fighting. A smile of relief spread across Bai Yi's face. His plan to divert calamity was successful. Remaining time of talent effect 2 minutes 1 second. Taking advantage of the inner conflict between the two demons, he needed to leave this place quickly. Filled with hope, Bai Yi fled again, planning to take a wide circle around their battle site to find the path he had come from. Due to his earlier desperate running, Bai Yi had no idea where he was now. Moreover, this was outside Wang Zi's shelter, and Bai Yi could not sense the location of his own sanctuary. Of course, he also could not sense Wang Zi's location. Therefore, the best way to return to the sanctuary was to retrace his steps. During his detour, Bai Yi unexpectedly discovered a massive iron throne wrapped in chains with faint twinkling lights emanating from beneath it. Since the light was right in Bai Yi's path, he casually glanced over. This glance almost blinded him with its brilliance. The moment he placed the candle above it, the black mist was dispelled, and Bai Yi felt a sudden brightness before seeing nothing at all. The black mist can also erode light. In that brief moment, Bai Yi immediately realized what the light sphere was. It was the treasure chest that had refreshed not long ago. However, the golden light was just too dazzling. Without hesitation, Bai Yi stored it in his ring and then began to flee. If he guessed correctly, this treasure chest was exactly under the watch of the otherworldly demon, the iron cursebinder. Normally, to obtain this treasure chest, one would have to defeat the iron cursebinder first. But due to the presence of the pulse-winged celestial bird, Bai Yi had managed to take it without directly confronting the iron cursebinder. Despite acquiring the treasure chest, Bai Yi was not overwhelmed with joy. He knew he was still in danger, and only by returning to the sanctuary could he be completely safe. With the route confirmed, Bai Yi officially set off back towards the sanctuary. As the effect of the steel spine will faded, Bai Yi closed the boiling blood. The restoration of his sanity eased the pain in his mind, allowing his taut nerves to take a breath. In contrast, all of Bai Yi's attributes returned to normal. He dared not charge recklessly as he did when his talent was activated. Instead, he carefully sensed the rhythms around him and proceeded cautiously. At this moment, Bai Yi was completely charred. His lips melted together, and his body was covered in various new wounds sustained while evading the pulse-controlling celestial. As he moved forward, he took the opportunity to reload the revolver and then checked his weapons, all of which were still functional. The damage to his combat power forced him to bypass many of the aberrant creatures he could have easily killed before significantly increasing the time expenditure. To make matters worse, Bai Yi had only one candle left in his ring. Including the one that had just started burning, he had to return to the shelter within 2 hours. Bai Yi smiled bitterly. He had no idea how far he had run, but a rough estimate put it at least 7 or 8 kilometers. If he were in peak condition, even with his talent on cooldown, he would be confident in making it back. But for him now, it was somewhat of a stretch. However, Bai Yi did not give up. If he moved a bit faster, he could return before the candle burned out. He injected the last healing serum he carried. Bai Yi did his best to suppress the ongoing weakness and fatigue in his body and began to hurry on his way. Bai Yi serious injury. Age 30. Strength 15. Spirit 10. Constitution 15. Psychology normal. Sanity 101,200. Abnormal status lost. Wanderer 020557 Whales of the Dead. Insulation protection corruption of darkness blessing of the stars. Talent steel spine, will harmony of all things. Knowledge mastered basic flesh alchemy, boiling blood, flesh bone transformation. Equipment phase ring dim candle X1, white bone tang Dao shepherd's mercy modified windproof lighter revolver bullets X490, emergency medical cabin X4. Description: an unknown species cloaked in human skin. The abnormal status blessing of the stars which continuously lingered in Bai Yi's mind kept his psyche in a normal state. At this moment, Bai Yi truly realized the power of this abnormal state. Stabilizing his mind and clearing his thoughts was one aspect, while it also greatly enhanced his mental resilience. Previously, whenever he saw an unfamiliar aberrant creature, his sanity would drop a few points, and when encountering slightly stronger ones, it would drop by 10 or more. Now, even after seeing multiple powerful and bizarre aberrant creatures, his sanity only dropped a few points at most, indicating that Bai Yi would no longer fall victim to the first encounter kill, though those beings surpassing aberrants were another matter. Another point was that Bai Yi discovered the sanity cost of boiling blood had decreased from 5 points to just 1, which was a tremendous improvement for him. Of course, the consumption of the flesh bone transformation technique had also decreased, but during his battle with the reverse bone walker, it had heavily drained him. This made Bai Yi realize that the flesh bone transformation technique might not be suitable for direct attacks, but rather more appropriate for converting his own flesh and bones to withstand damage. Naturally, this excluded the easy kills. This must be the true gift he has left for me. As Bai Yi hurried along, multitasking thoughts felt as simple as breathing to him, having already surpassed human limits. After burning through a candle, Bai Yi finally found a familiar spot, the massive stone where the reverse bone walker meditated. This also meant that Bai Yi was only 4 kilometers away from the shelter. This discovery made him feel a surge of hope, and without pausing, he continued on his way. As he advanced, Bai Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. He felt as though something was watching him, yet in his perception, there were no rhythms of aberrant creatures around him. This dissonance between intuition and perception made Bai Yi quite uncomfortable, but due to the damage to his fog lamp, he could only rely on the faint candlelight that barely protected him to observe his surroundings. In a place, Bai Yi did not notice the black mist stretched out like tendrils, silently entering the range of the faint candlelight. The black mist slowly approached the back of Bai Yi's head, and when the distance felt right, it suddenly condensed into a solid form, transforming into a black spike aimed at Bai Yi. At the moment the spike shot out, Bai Yi suddenly sensed a strange pitch-black rhythm right behind him. With a crisp sound, the black spike ricocheted off the back of his neck. In the instant he felt danger, Bai Yi transformed the back of his head and neck into bone. He swiftly turned and struck back his bone knife, clashing with the black spike, allowing Bai Yi to see the assailant's form. It appeared as a solid form condensed from mist, its outline hazy in the black fog, skin a sickly gray and covered with black patterns resembling cracked bark. Its eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, while its mouth curled into a chilling smile. Being so close, Bai Yi could vaguely see the twisted joints of its limbs within the mist. Its fingers were long and sharp, black bone spikes, the very weapons that had just attacked him. You see the person in the mist, sanity 1. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. He had no time to entangle with the aberrant creature and had to resolve this quickly. Boiling blood. Feeling the surge of power returning, Bai Yi's hand gripping the knife suddenly erupted with tremendous force. With a crisp cracking sound from the mist creature's fingers, Bai Yi swung twice in succession, one strike severing its rhythm and the other cleaving it in two. Sensing the absence of the rhythm and watching the corpse turn back into black mist on the ground, Bai Yi did not hesitate and turned to continue on his way. With a sound of piercing flesh, Bai Yi seemed to anticipate this. He dropped the candle he had just left and swiftly grabbed the aberrant creature's arm. The flesh around the wound transformed into bone as he spun violently. The mist creature's fingers shattered once more, turning into black mist and expelled by the faint candlelight. Bai Yi had long suspected it would not die so easily. To save time, he used himself as bait, luring the mist creature. I want to see if you truly have a weakness. After gaining control over the aberrant creature, Bai Yi's knife blade transformed into a white serpent, dancing wildly, the blade light merging into a phantom, the sound of slicing air, dense like a torrential downpour. From its head to its waist, the mist creature was sliced into pieces by Bai Yi. However, as he cut through the waist, a glowing black crystal slightly revealed itself. Bai Yi's dark golden pupils suddenly constricted. He slashed at the core, but struck nothing. The mist creature he held suddenly dissipated into black mist, and after escaping his attack range, it reformed into solid form. In his perception, the previous vaporous aberrant creature rhythm was as empty as the black mist. Once it solidified, its rhythm became discernible to Bai Yi. This is troublesome. Bai Yi and the figure in the mist were locked in a standoff, both sides unmoving. Glancing at the candles on the ground, more than half remained. Bai Yi had no intention of wasting time here, only he would perish in such a manner. As he bent down, the figure in the mist suddenly appeared before Bai Yi and retreated as he rose. The candles he had placed on the ground to quickly resolve the battle had now become shackles binding him. Ultimately, it was due to a lack of information. With the refresh of this treasure chest, various strange demons had emerged from the black mist, undoubtedly bringing immense casualties to the player's explorations. Time passed second by second, and Bai Yi dared not deactivate his boiling blood state. He was extremely weak, relying solely on the boiling blood to sustain him. Once it was turned off, he would likely become a lamb ready for slaughter. Rationality 50200. In just over half a minute, Bai Yi's rationality had already dropped by 50. No longer can I delay. He suddenly bent down, rolling forward the moment he grasped the dim candlelight. The sound of bone spikes piercing the earth echoed behind him. Bai Yi did not rush to rise, but relying on his memory and deductions, predicted the position of the figure in the mist, sweeping his leg like a sickle. The fingers that had originally pierced Bai Yi's back suddenly lost balance. His sweeping kick successfully anticipated and disrupted the figure's equilibrium. With force in his arm, the charred skin cracked, exposing the tender flesh beneath as the bone blade sliced towards its core at the waist. Unfortunately, midway through the strike, the figure in the mist transformed back into black mist. Bai Yi felt no regret. He had gained another piece of information: the core of the figure could also mist away. Though he had anticipated it, the confirmation only increased Bai Yi's pressure. This was undoubtedly the strangest demon he had ever encountered, bar none. Without understanding the characteristics of the figure in the mist, one could easily be caught off guard on first encounter. However, when prepared, it posed significantly less danger. Although he had not killed it, the recent confrontation allowed Bai Yi to reclaim the candle, restoring the initiative to him. Bai Yi began to move cautiously, regardless of the circumstances. He had to keep moving as he sensed other demons drifting nearby. After that strike, the figure in the mist had not reappeared, but the strong sensation of being watched reminded Bai Yi was always by his side, never leaving. Several minutes had passed, and Bai Yi's rationality dropped to 1. Warning: your rationality is below 10. You have fallen into permanent madness. You are experiencing cognitive distortion. Steel spine will has been activated. Rationality locked at 1200. Exemption granted. Bai Yi instinctively reached for his ring, but his last cigarette had been smoked earlier. He could only despondently lower his hand and continue forward, all while remaining wary of the figure in the mist's ambush. Although Bai Yi's face appeared calm and untroubled, his increasingly quickened pace revealed his thoughts. The weak candlelight had dwindled to half, yet he had not even covered a kilometer. If this continued, he would not need the figure in the mist. He would die from the encroaching black mist. As if the demon had sensed Bai Yi's thoughts, it would always appear in his blind spots to ambush him whenever he picked up speed. Bai Yi intended to stop and deal with the figure in the mist first, but its seamless transition between black mist and solid form left him helpless, forced into passive defense. He had attempted the same trick, luring the figure to attack him before countering. However, the figure was no longer fooled. It was no longer seeking a single fatal blow, but instead, like a frog in boiling water, aimed to exhaust Bai Yi. Each attack would only take a small piece of flesh from Bai Yi, and whenever he showed any sign of counterattack, it would transform back into black mist, sometimes even without attacking, merely coalescing into a solid form before dissipating again. This disgusting method of attack infuriated Bai Yi, but he did not act out rashly, continuing to calmly analyze his countermeasures. At this moment, only a quarter of the weak candlelight remained, and there were still 2 kilometers to the shelter. 15 minutes remaining. Bai Yi began to run. At the instant he accelerated, the figure in the mist coalesced once more, but the next second it scattered into black mist again. Bai Yi turned slightly, raising the bone blade slightly. Indeed, Bai Yi's time was running out. Upon realizing that the figure in the mist was cautious to the point of paranoia, this method sprang to his mind. He ran while sensing and evading the demons in the black mist, continually performing feints to deceive the figure in the mist. After being tricked 7 or 8 times in succession, the figure in the mist began to grow bolder. It did not turn to mist when Bai Yi looked back, but continued to slice at him. Upon seeing his scheme discovered so quickly, Bai Yi did not slow down, and instead he accelerated again, as if trying to shake off the figure in the mist with speed. This was destined to be futile. Although he occasionally startled the figure in the mist, as time wore on, the frequency of successfully scaring it off diminished, and the charred skin on Bai Yi grew less and less. His body endured the torment of burning and flaying, while his mind suffered from the impact of low rationality, yet his brain remained acutely clear. This extreme pain prevented Bai Yi from clearly sensing the rhythms of the surrounding demons since earlier. His talent began to wane, intermittently forcing Bai Yi to run, hoping to gather more information while hastening his pace. I feel so miserable. Maybe I should just die. Dying would mean no more pain. No, I cannot die. Oh, I must survive. After living for so many days, I owe it to myself to not push on any longer. No, I still have too much left to do. They are waiting for me to return to save them. You can't save anyone, you're about to die yourself. Bai Yi's speed surged once more. His body was now a pale pink, muscles exposed, and the organs within his abdomen could vaguely be seen. He opened his mouth with all his might. His fused lips were torn apart. His dark golden eyes burned with flames as if there were lions within. He collided head-on with 4 corrupted corpses. I will not die. He cleaved the charging corpse in two. I still have many things left to do. He cut down another one. Bai Yi was toppled by 2 corrupted corpses. The figure in the mist solidified, its eyes glowing with a ghostly green light accompanied by a strange smile, as if mocking and proud. I still haven't resurrected Tang Zheng. He forcefully pushed one corpse away, swiftly twisting the head of another, then picked up the bone blade to slice through the corpse that lunged at him again and delivered a finishing blow to the one still partially alive on the ground. I still haven't resurrected Zhang Zhun. The figure in the mist appeared before him, looking satisfied at the sight of Bai Yi, who resembled a demon even more than the demons themselves. It then reached out, intending to completely kill Bai Yi, who was barely able to stand. Its voice was already feeble. I still haven't rescued Wang Zi. Before it could strike, Bai Yi, as if unable to hold on any longer, fell forward. In the instant he hit the ground, Bai Yi regained his vigor. He had been pretending. Don't forget, Bai Yi had never turned off his boiling blood. Before the figure in the mist could react, the bone blade successfully severed its waist. The figure in the mist was dead. I still haven't found my family. Bai Yi staggered 2 steps, his face unable to show a smile yet. With a thud, the smile froze on his face. Bai Yi turned to look, accompanied by his right arm holding the knife falling to the ground, his face contorted into an increasingly eerie expression. The figure in the mist reached out, its finger effortlessly piercing Bai Yi's abdomen, pulling him closer. Black crystalline substances emerged from the demon's body, wandering freely on its surface before settling in Bai Yi's abdomen. Bai Yi's left hand hung limply defeated. The core of the figure in the mist could change positions at will. Due to his lack of understanding, he had no targeted strategies. Bai Yi had done all he could, luring, deceiving, setting traps, and feigning weakness, yet he had never managed to kill the figure in the mist. He hung his head weakly, completely giving up on resistance. The figure in the mist continued to lift, Bai Yi high, wanting to savor the despair in his eyes. As the figure's gaze rose, it saw the glowing dark golden pupils. Bang! The hidden left hand fired the tremendous recoil, snapping the wrist of his left hand, which had only 2 bones remaining. This was Bai Yi's last resort, kept hidden until now. Once the core settled in his abdomen, it did not move again. The reason Bai Yi had lowered his head was that he was focusing intently on the core, aiming while preventing it from suddenly shifting. With his last strength, he set a trap for the figure in the mist once more. The figure in the mist was completely dead. With the crisp sound of the core shattering, Bai Yi also collapsed to the ground. Yet he wore a smile, struggling to utter the words, "Thank you for them." At this moment the candle had burned out, the black mist encroaching, but Bai Yi's lips curled upward. He was completely unconcerned about dying here. For taking care of me these 10 years. A gentle light dispersed the black mist once more, and a figure rushed in holding a mist lantern. I will not die. A voice as faint as a thread echoed in his mind. Hearing these words, the newcomer felt relieved in his heart, a familiar smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Dog brother, of course you won't die. I told you I will find you. Definitely. As Bai Yi was lifted by the strange demon, his fluctuating secondary ability allowed him to perceive a familiar rhythm. Thus, without further hesitation, Bai Yi fired his gun. This shot was his final strike. Once he successfully shot and killed the figure in the mist, he knew that he was destined not to die here today. When Siesu arrived, he saw Bai Yi's miserable state and felt both relief for arriving on time and regret for not coming sooner. Caught between these 2 emotions, he could only force a smile that was more grotesque than crying. After sending Wang Zi, Zhang Zhun, and Tang Zheng back to the refuge, Siesu first logically persuaded Li Zihua and Wei Fun to stay in the shelter with written words, then rushed out to search for Bai Yi. During this time, he repeatedly forced himself to use his ability to quickly locate Bai Yi, almost drawing the attention of that presence again. Fortunately, I made it in time. With a strained smile, Siesu took out the last 2 bottles of rationality recovery potion and all the healing needles he had on him, administering them to Bai Yi one after the other. Rationality 61200. As the pain subsided, Bai Yi felt much better. With his last bit of strength, he took out the emergency medical pod and then fell into a coma. When he awoke again, he found himself in Wang Zi's shelter. Li Zihua was seriously examining his injuries, and the slight tremor in his left hand revealed his inner turmoil. Wei Fun stood to the side with her head tilted, tears silently streaming down her face, making a pada sound on the floor. When Bai Yi was brought back by Siesu, his tragic condition left Li Zihua and the others stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Let's go to my shelter for treatment. Bai Yi struggled to stand up from the medical pod, and Li Zihua and Xie Su hurriedly supported him on either side. Reaching the teleportation portal, Xie Su opened the door for him. Bai Yi turned back to signal the others to follow, and then stepped inside first. Li Zihua and Wei Fan helped Tang Zheng and Zhang Zhen respectively. Wang Zi, unable to leave the medical pod, had to be carried over by Xie Su. The medical pod perfectly fit through as Bai Yi had anticipated this situation when he made it, aligning it with the door frame. The moment they returned to the shelter, Bai Yi's long-suspended heart finally relaxed completely, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The tendrils of the flesh and blood carpet suddenly extended, intertwining and combining. They formed a soft, fleshy bed that gently caught him and then transported him towards the transformation chamber. The injured individuals brought in by the others were also taken over by the tendrils. Follow me. Xie Su and Li Zihua were not newcomers. They ignored the writhing flesh around them and directly followed Bai Yi. Wei Fan, however, stared blankly at everything around her. Her constantly trembling body revealed her fear, but in the end, she gathered her courage and followed. The door to the transformation chamber opened automatically, and it was also raised and widened to ensure the emergency medical pod could enter normally. At the same time, the area of the transformation chamber expanded, increasing from 1 surgical station to 8, evenly divided into 2 rows. The number of medical pods also increased to 7, lined up beside each other. When Bai Yi and the others entered the transformation chamber, had already finished expanding. One of the surgical tables was elevated in midair, connected to the surrounding and overhead flesh membranes. Lying in the nutrient solution was Xiao Bai, whose body parts had been disassembled into fragments and were nearly fully enhanced, about to be recombined. You see the evil transformation scene. Rationality 3. This. Even Xie Su was momentarily stunned, while Wei Fan retreated repeatedly. Li Zihua, however, displayed an entirely different reaction. He had already approached under the surgical table, his remaining arm stroking his chin as he focused intently on the transformation process. This is the transformation process. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. Bai Yi, with the assistance of the tendrils, had entered the medical pod, and seeing Wei Fan's actions, offered words of comfort. It's not about whether it hurts or not. Wei Fan forced a smile and then muttered quietly. Following Bai Yi's arrangements, they entered the medical pods in turn, while the severely injured Wang Zi and Zhang Zhen were placed on the surgical table. It is now 0914 a.m. We will all enter a state of slumber for 1 hour, during which the medical pod will provide preliminary treatment for our injuries. In 1 hour, everyone will wake up and return to their respective shelters to alleviate the pressure caused by the abnormal status of lost souls. Additionally, it will restore the durability of the shelter reduced by dark corrosion. Wang Zi and Zhang Zhen, my shelter has been checked and will be fine. You also don't need to worry about the missing bodies of Li Zihua and Tang Zheng. I can regrow them here, ensuring they are the same as before with no side effects. Now that it is safe, you 3 can relax and rest well. After saying this, Bai Yi first put on his mask, and the nutrient solution filled the medical pod, slowly engulfing him. Seeing that Bai Yi had arranged everything, Xie Su and Li Zihua also comfortably put on their masks according to the instructions and fell into slumber. Only Wei Fan curled up in the medical pod, tightly closing her eyes, not daring to look at the writhing tendrils inside the pod. Previously, Bai Yi had only modified the sleeping pods that were sold, while the original medical pod had not been altered as it required flesh and bone value. The mask swayed in front of her for a long time. Seeing Wei Fan hesitate to put it on, a tendril reached out. At the tip of the tendril, a small eyeball quickly differentiated out. Upon seeing Wei Fan's tightly closed eyes, it extended forward and gently tapped her shoulder. Moi. Wei Fan felt something poke her and, puzzled, opened her eyes to see an eyeball floating in front of her. Finally, this woman, who had always appeared strong, unafraid of various strange demons, and fearless in the face of death, was frightened to tears by Bai Yi's shelter. The medical pod was in chaos. Wei Fan desperately tried to escape the tendrils' entanglement. She was completely unwilling to look at the tendrils, let alone understand what they were trying to convey. After a long while, the slightly calmed Wei Fan finally reached an understanding with the tendrils, and she grasped their meaning. Fortunately, they are all asleep. Thinking of the scene just now, Wei Fan's face turned red. She picked up the mask, looked at the tiny strands of flesh inside, closed her eyes, and boldly put it on her head. As the anesthetic gas was sprayed out, Wei Fan also fell asleep. What Wei Fan didn't know was that her actions had already been transmitted through neural signals from the eye at the top of the tendril to Bai Yi's medical pod, where he witnessed the entire scene while wearing the mask, but remaining conscious. Everyone has something they fear. It's normal. Bai Yi decided to keep this matter to himself. No one saw this incident truly. Inside the shelter, everyone fell into a deep slumber. Bai Yi, too exhausted to continue his simulations, soon succumbed to sleep. Unlike the others, the shelter was operating at full capacity. Amid the consumption of vast amounts of flesh and bone, each individual was undergoing various treatments. Faced with the only two who were functioning normally, Su and Wei from the medical pod performed an initial tympanic membrane suturing surgery and primarily provided massage and blood circulation services. For Tang Zheng and Li Zihua, who were missing limbs, the medical pod extracted blood and cells using bone needles that extended from within. The extracted cells were specifically expressed, divided, and differentiated according to their DNA. Their arms and legs grew visibly in the nutrient solution. However, due to time constraints, transplant surgery could not be performed immediately, so the medical pod first disinfected and sterilized their wounds, including the tympanic membrane surgery. Bai Yi's injuries were more severe, with his entire body suffering from heavy burns starting from his mouth. His right arm was missing and most of the skin below his head had been stripped away, exposing muscle and organs, with even the pulsing blood vessels of his neck visible. The medical pod first extracted cells for cultivation and then produced fine tendrils, careful to clean the dust that had floated into Bai Yi's body. Simultaneously, soft tubes were inserted into his lungs, supporting his nearly failing respiratory system to ensure adequate oxygen intake. As for Zhang Zhun and Wang Zi, who were in the most critical condition, the shelter also adopted methods to awaken them as quickly as possible while maintaining some activity. 10:15 a.m. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and as the anesthesia wore off, those in the medical pod began to awaken one after another. As the medical pod opened, the restoration of their hearing put them in good spirits, except for, "What the hell is that? Get away from me." A robust voice rang out, and Tang Zheng crawled out of the medical pod using his hands. Upon touching the ground, he felt a wriggling sensation in his palms, sending a shiver down his spine. "This is my shelter. It is now safe. Do not harm them." Bai Yi had just opened his eyes when he saw Tang Zheng half standing, their hands raised high, gripping a tendril he had grabbed while falling. The tendril, originally only a few centimeters long, was now pulled up to over a meter, struggling incessantly. Tang Zheng glared at it, nearly ready to bite. Bai Yi's voice startled him, and he quickly looked around, spotting Su and the others who had just emerged from the medical pod. "Ah, so that's what it is, ha ha ha." Tang Zheng chuckled, awkwardly lowering his hands with embarrassment while gently patting the spot where he had just grabbed. "Is everyone okay? What about Uncle Zhang and Zi?" "Hey Zheng, your topic shift is too abrupt." Su's malicious voice mercilessly pierced through Tang Zheng's subtle thoughts. "Haha, all right, Su, don't tease him anymore." Wei Fan chuckled, helping Tang Zheng out of his predicament. "Everyone survived, but those two and Da Ge are more seriously injured and haven't come out yet." As she spoke, Wei Fan gestured towards the only medical pod and operating table that had not been opened. Tang Zheng turned to look in the direction she indicated. In the next moment, the medical pod opened, and a person wearing only shorts with nothing else on, not even skin, crawled out. Tang Zheng shivered again, about to speak, but upon closer inspection, those dark golden eyes. It was Bai Yi. The instant he recognized Bai Yi, Tang Zheng felt a lump in his throat, nearly bursting into tears. He couldn't bear to think of the immense cost Bai Yi had paid to ensure his survival. Lowering his head, he tried to hide his reddened eyes. "Da Ge, as long as you survive, that's enough." Bai Yi said, no more, not wanting to be overly sentimental. Tang Zheng nodded heavily. After finally putting his mind at ease, he turned to examine the wound at the base of his thigh. "Hey, the results of the surgery are incredible. You can hardly tell that my leg is gone. It's as if I never had one. Your leg is already being cultivated and will be fitted with a new one later." As he spoke, Bai Yi had already arrived at the two slowly descending operating tables, with Su and the others following suit. "Hey, aren't you going to help me?" Tang Zheng, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, protested loudly. At that moment, white bones began to proliferate beneath the flesh and bacteria blanket, intertwining and reshaping. In just a few seconds, a small cart with 4 wheels appeared before Tang Zheng. 2 bone staffs were placed in his hands, and he was lifted onto the cart by the tendrils. One tendril pointed at the bone staff, then at him, and wiggled in place. Tang Zheng understood immediately, then gripped the cart tightly and began to glide away. As the operating table was fully lowered, Zhang Zhun abruptly opened his eyes, wanting to sit up, but found himself completely unable to move. At this moment, 2 bone wheelchairs appeared beside the operating table. "Don't be nervous, Uncle Zhang. This is my shelter, and it is safe now." Bai Yi instructed the tendrils to place Zhang Zhun in the wheelchair. Though it was Zhang Zhun's first visit, he had already heard Xie's descriptions, so he did not appear panicked. Upon seeing the dire conditions of everyone, his eyes reddened, and he tried to speak, but found himself unable to make a sound. "The bones in your torso are nearly shattered, including your spine. This hour barely brought you back from a vegetative state. We will heal you later." Hearing Bai Yi's explanation, a look of understanding surfaced in Zhang Zhun's eyes. The last to awaken was Wang Zi, her wounds now stitched up with the hole in her abdomen covered by freshly sewn flesh to ensure her organs would not fall out. She opened her eyes, and what greeted her was a terrifying alien with muscles exposed. "Oh, She instinctively screamed, but in the next moment, she saw Xie beside her, followed by a scan of the others in front of her. Finally, she recognized who was in front of her based on those eyes. Dog Gu Xie, everyone. She looked at the pitiful appearances of those before her and could no longer hold back tears streaming down like a burst dam. Wah! No one laughed at Wang Zi. Her cries spread like a virus, making everyone's noses tingle. Xie gently rubbed her back to soothe her, while Wei Fan secretly turned her head to shed tears. Li Zihua looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, while Tang Zheng discreetly wiped his eyes when no one was watching. Even Bai Yi, who usually maintained a serious demeanor, revealed a smile. As for Zhang Zhen, in a paralyzed state, he had already cried enough to cover his face with tears and snot. Seeing this, Tang Zheng hurriedly glided over to help him wipe his face. Amidst the crying, Wang Zi began to laugh again. Woo, everyone is okay. That's really great. Woo. Laughing and laughing, Wang Zi suddenly began to cry again. Wah. You all have become so ugly. I am ugly too. Wah. This shelter is even uglier. The others looked at Wang Zi, both amused and helpless, listening to her endless muttering. Don't worry, dog brother can turn you back here. Xie reassured her. Wah. I don't believe it. Wang Zi instinctively doubted Xie. Rest assured, we will restore you to how you used to be. Bai Yi also spoke to comfort her. Hearing Bai Yi's voice, Wang Zi's expression brightened, and she finally revealed a smile again. Xie's expression became awkward. All right, everyone has met, and no one is dead. Now you have been out of your shelter for nearly 7 hours. The time for the lost souls has accumulated quite a bit, which is why I woke you up. Everyone needs to return to recover their condition and fix the shelter. After resting, come back here for treatment. Okay. In unison, everyone nodded, and then returned to their shelters one by one. Zhang Zhen and Wang Zi, unable to move, were pushed back by Wei Fan and Xie. As they left, the once lively shelter fell into silence. Bai Yi turned to glance at Xiao Bai, who was still undergoing modifications. At this moment, a layer of white bone material had been added outside Xiao Bai's operating table, obscuring the scene inside. This was the last thing Bai Yi did before falling asleep after seeing the actions of Xie and Wei Fan. He didn't want his teammates to lose their sanity because of this. After that, he made no further movements and lay back in the medical pod. His injuries were still quite severe. At the same time, he really needed to rest. Bai Yi fell into a deep slumber again. 12:00 p.m. As the operating table descended, a gigantic white wolf opened its eyes. It stood on all fours, its sharp gaze scanning left and right. At this point, Xiao Bai had not undergone significant changes in appearance, but its size had increased several times. Its previously half-human height now nearly matched Bai Yi's when it was on all fours. Its fangs protruded menacingly from its lips, their length comparable to short swords. The muscles around its shoulders were as solid as steel, and its paw pads were as large as an adult's hand, with claws curved like sickles. Its tail was as thick as a steel whip, with fur at the end exploding out like a white meteor. In its dark, golden pupils hid the terrifying brutality exclusive to fierce beasts. It locked its gaze on the medical pod where Bai Yi was and began to stride over. 8:00 p.m. Bai Yi was awakened by the vibrating log. At this moment, his body had been completely repaired, his severed right arm had been regrown and grafted, and the new skin perfectly adhered to Bai Yi's body. His lips had also returned to a rosy hue. The only flaw was that all the scars on his body had disappeared along with the skin replacement, leaving him looking pristine. Fortunately, his skin tone was still uniform, with no discoloration. Bai Yi, healthy, age 30, strength 16, spirit 10. 8, physique 16, mental state normal, only showing negative psychology, rationality 200200, abnormal state, where my heart is at peace, whales of the fallen, insulation, protection, darkness, erosion, blessing of the stars, talent, steel, spine, will, rhythm of all things, knowledge, acquired, basic, blood and flesh, alchemy, boiling blood, flesh, bone, transformation, equipment, phase, ring, white bone, tang, knife, shepherd's mercy, modified, windproof, lighter, revolver, bullets, X490, emergency medical pod, X4. Profile, an unknown species draped in human skin. This crisis increased both his strength and physique by 1, while his spirit increased by 0. 7. Bai Yi stood up from the medical pod, stretching his back. 8 hours of deep sleep had swept away all his mental fatigue. At this moment, he felt reborn. This feeling is really nice. Bai Yi appeared relaxed just as he was about to get dressed and respond to requests from other team members. A massive creature pounced out from behind the medical pod. Bai Yi was taken by surprise and was knocked to the ground by this wild charge. The tremendous force was on par with Bai Yi. The white wolf revealed a fierce grin, its sharp teeth bared, advancing towards Bai Yi's neck. Slurp, slurp, Xiao Bai excitedly pounced on Bai Yi, extending its head to lick him. With one lick, Bai Yi's entire face was covered in saliva. Bai Yi happily stroked Xiao Bai's sturdy body, the resilient white fur feeling very comfortable to the touch. He had long noticed Xiao Bai hiding behind, intending to scare him. Although it was in a concealed state, Bai Yi had sensed Xiao Bai through rhythm, he just pretended not to notice. Snowfield Wolf Xiao Bai, healthy subordinate, age 6, strength 15, spirit 7. 5, physique 15, wolf body limit is 7, mental state normal, rationality 200200, abnormal state. Where my heart is at peace, whales of the fallen, insulation, protection, darkness, erosion, talent, Snowfield Howl, active profile. It is willing to give everything for you, even its life. Alright Xiao Bai, get up, our teammates are coming. After being licked several times, Bai Yi patted the white wolf on his body. Xiao Bai obediently moved aside, but kept circling around Bai Yi. Bai Yi got up, washed his face, then took out a piece of clothing to put on, finally agreeing to all the transfer requests. Yo, dog brother has recovered, good evening. Oh, Xiao Bai has grown so big. Oh whoa. Wang Zi was pushed out by Xie, enthusiastically greeting Bai Yi. Especially after seeing Bai Yi fully recovered, her eyes brightened, and she no longer worried about her own issues. Likewise, upon seeing Xiao Bai's robust figure, she couldn't help but exclaim. Following her was Wei Fun. After experiencing a close encounter with tentacles, this woman had completely let go, wearing a mask. Good evening, dog brother. Good evening, Xiao Bai. Oh whoa. Behind them was Li Zihua, who was pushing Zhang Zhen with one hand, also greeting Bai Yi and Xiao Bai. As for Zhang Zhen in the wheelchair, he struggled to move his eyebrows. Bai Yi greeted them one by one. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out from behind the door. Everyone step aside. In the next second, Tang Zheng, wearing ski goggles he had found from who knows where, slid into the shelter with a bone staff. Whoa. It feels like flying. A manic grin spread across his face. This novel experience made him extremely happy. However, he seemed to have forgotten one thing: the shelter has walls. Thus, after trying several breaking methods without success, Tang Zheng crashed directly into the wall of the shelter. Bai Yi quickly generated a cushion of soft flesh on the wall to catch him, then the flesh blanket squirmed, moving him and his chair over. Yo, dog brother is fine. Xiao Bai has evolved. Everyone is well. Tang Zheng greeted them with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Yi led everyone back to the modification room. The last battle exposed many issues. We can discuss the others slowly later, but I must say now that our team's average strength is too weak. Oh, is it really weak? I thought we were quite strong. Wang Zi said weakly. Pushing Wang Zi, Xie spoke up. If we compare ourselves to all players, we are certainly not weak, even considered relatively strong, but to dog brother our strength is severely lacking. Yes, the strange demon we encountered before, if it weren't for dog brother risking his life to lure it away, we would have likely faced total annihilation there. Wei Fan agreed. Exactly. This time all of us owe dog brother a life. He is not our babysitter. He can't always take care of us, can he? For me, joining the team is to increase my chances of survival, not to carry a bunch of dead weight. I believe it's the same for all of us. Tang Zheng spoke passionately, clearly frustrated about dragging Bai Yi down this time. Zhang Zhen raised an eyebrow. Li Zihua looked at Bai Yi. Dog brother, do you want us to undergo modifications to quickly enhance our strength? Bai Yi nodded. I just don't know if you can accept the changes to your bodies. Of course we can. Wei Fan firmly interrupted Bai Yi, saying, Dog brother, what Tang Zheng said is right. We are just teammates, you owe us nothing. Now you are willing to help us become stronger, how could we still be picky? Exactly what Wei Jie said makes sense. Wang Zi said, raising her fist. That's the logic. Xie agreed. I don't want to hold us back anymore. Li Zihua spoke firmly. Tang Zheng also nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhen was raising his eyebrows wildly. But dog brother, you must calculate the cost of the modifications for us. We cannot just take things for free. Li Zihua reiterated. Bai Yi smirked. Don't worry, it's already been calculated. Finally, as if he thought of something, he added, the price is high, but support loans are available. As everyone reached a consensus, Bai Yi listed all the costs of the modifications. The lower the attribute, the higher the cost. Tang Zheng strength 10, constitution 10, consuming 1914 flesh and 968 bones, approximately 3828 missed coins. Wei Fan strength 9, constitution 9, consuming 2118 flesh and 1056 bones, approximately 4236 missed coins. Zhang Zhen strength 8, 2, constitution 8, 5, consuming 2400 flesh and 1144 bones, approximately 4800 missed coins. Xie strength 8, constitution 8, for consuming 2471 flesh and 1232 bones, approximately 4942 missed coins. Li Zihua strength 7, 9, constitution 8, consuming 2506 flesh and 1250 bones, approximately 5012 missed coins. Wang Zi strength 6, 8, constitution 7, 6, consuming 2894 flesh and 1443 bones, approximately 5698 missed coins. Upon receiving the cost list, everyone expressed their surprise, not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. Indeed, the highest cost here was only 5,698 missed coins, which was a minor expenditure for those skilled in logistics. However, this was just the cost, and since there were currently no such enhancement services available in the square, Bai Yi found it a bit difficult to set a price. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to offer his teammates a friendly price. Let's simply double it. Thus, the cost issue for the surgeries combining treatment modification and enhancement was successfully resolved. Everyone agreed this truly was a friendly price among friendly prices. Afterward, Bai Yi explained the modification plan to them. Since everyone's attributes differed, the time required for modifications varied as well. Therefore, Bai Yi divided the modifications into multiple rounds, with each round lasting 6 hours. Afterward, everyone would be awakened to return to their shelters to rest, and after 4 hours they would come back for the next round of modifications. The entire modification process would last about a day and a night. At 2030 in the evening, after confirming that everyone was fine, the modifications officially began. Are you ready to begin the initial physical modification? Yes. This modification will consume a total of 14,903 flesh and 7,596 bones. Current flesh 14256910000, bones 5030110000. 6 operating tables slowly rose, and Bai Yi did not look at the 6 people already undergoing modifications, but started calculating the consumption of his shelter. Due to the abnormal state corruption of darkness, both flesh and durability had decreased by 14,000 units in just 28 hours since the arrival of the black mist, averaging a decrease of 500 units per hour. With flesh values over 1,000, there was no need for immediate concern, but the bone value was only slightly over 5,000. This meant that if Bai Yi did not supplement durability, the shelter could last at most 4 more days. There was also a rather unfortunate piece of news for Bai Yi. Although the corrupted corpses had reappeared based on the corpses he had collected, the corpses corroded by the black mist could only provide 5 units of flesh and 5 units of bones. Previously, it was 10 flesh and 5 bones. Bad news followed one after another. Although they had successfully survived, they had not completely escaped danger. However, this did not put too much pressure on Bai Yi. He believed that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would definitely survive. After placing 2 skeletal-type demon corpses from the ring into the digestion chamber, Bai Yi picked up the log he had run over to fetch, intending to see what important matters were discussed in today's forum. On the forum, in just 1 day's time, more than half of the wish posts had disappeared. It was unclear whether it was because they had realized their conscience and needed to be self-reliant, or if they had given up. In their place were numerous recruitment posts from guilds and teams. On the 4th day after the end of the novice protection period, players under the pressure of the black mist had no choice but to band together to survive. Thus, more and more guilds and teams began to emerge. For a moment, Bai Yi could hardly distinguish whether this was a player forum or a talent market. He roughly browsed some recruitment posts and found significant differences between various guilds and teams. Some powerful guilds and teams had very strict requirements for recruits. For example, a team called Dawn of Light had the following entry requirements: 1. Breakthrough in either Strength, Spirit, or Constitution. 2. Both Strength and Constitution must reach 10 points. Spirit is not required. This was undoubtedly quite challenging for the current players. There were also some with slightly lower requirements, but without exception, they all required at least 1 attribute to reach 10 points. These teams and guilds also included the attributes of their members or captains in the posts, and without surprise, all had already exceeded 10 points. In fact, within the Dawn of Light team, one person's constitution had already reached 24 points, while all his other attributes were higher than Bai Yi's. This made Bai Yi sigh. Indeed, there were countless heroes in the world. Moreover, Bai Yi noticed that many guilds had grandiose names like Shadow Council, Eternal Sanctuary, and so on. In just a short time, Bai Yi had already seen several guilds with the same names can be repeated. However, most guilds and teams did not have overly harsh joining rules. Bai Yi even discovered that some guilds, in order to attract players, not only had no requirements, but also offered various benefits, including but not limited to funding with mist coins, premium equipment upon joining, and having beautiful sisters guide you through mining. When Bai Yi saw such posts, he always felt something was off, but time was limited, so he did not delve too deeply. In addition, there were many bizarre guilds, not just with peculiar names, but even their joining requirements were quite eye-catching. For instance, the FFF Group Guild required that members must be single males. There was also a team called the Dark Chef, which required members to have a dark personality, enjoy staying in the background, and love eating foul-smelling food. Bai Yi couldn't help but grimace. The most astonishing was the Huan sect. Yes, that Huan sect, it was not just the name, but the interior was exactly the same. The entry condition was for young people aged 20-35, requiring them to submit a photo for appearance verification. Once accepted, they could participate in the sect's daily unrestricted gatherings. What a final indulgence in this apocalypse. Bai Yi's mouth twitched, unable to comment. As for the last part, there were some special guilds or teams through which Bai Yi learned that not all players were on land. Straw Hat Pirates Team entry condition: the shelter must be a ship or submarine type, and fusion of shelters after joining is acceptable. Star Trail Guild entry condition: the shelter must be a space station or spaceship type. Yes, there are players in space. Bai Yi was quite surprised when he first saw this, but according to the members of Star Trail, even in space the black mist was pervasive. Moreover, due to the high exploration difficulty, they mostly had to stay in their shelters, but correspondingly their shelters had extremely powerful functions. Bai Yi took a deep breath. The land of mist is probably even more vast than he imagined. After some reflection, Bai Yi discovered a phenomenon. Although wish posts had almost disappeared, a new type of post was gradually increasing. The reason for this was the emergence of teleportation scrolls. Door-to-door services appeared on the forum. The general content involved players posting with sexy pictures of themselves while indicating the required fees, the scrolls to be paid by the buyer. Both men and women posted such content, and there were various types, leaving Bai Yi dazzled. It should be noted that according to the forum summary, teleportation scrolls are different from guild steams, although both can teleport and require mutual consent. However, the difference is that in the latter, members cannot harm each other after gathering, while the former has no such restrictions. This means that after teleporting with a scroll, players can be killed. This made the door-to-door service even more thrilling, as you couldn't predict whether the person arriving was really the one in the photo. You might be fantasizing about a sexy big sister coming over only to find a ruthless black-haired brute instead. In such a case, your best outcome is to be swiftly killed. More likely, you would be taken away by a permanent teleportation scroll, suffering inhuman torment and abuse. It is important to know that there are no laws in the Misty Land. Some individuals even took advantage of their strength to rob those offering door-to-door services. Regardless, ordinary players were undoubtedly the worst off in this situation. This phenomenon began appearing after beginner protection ended, but it had intensified in recent days. Many guilds or teams posted relevant educational posts warning ordinary players. A knife hangs above the word sex. Never act rashly. Beware of the traps in the Misty Land. Warnings against door-to-door services. Clearly, this behavior had aroused the anger of players. In this land filled with strange demons and mysteries, players essentially lose one with each death, and no one wants to be left alone. Some players, after a day of hunting strange demons, returned to their shelters only to find their homes robbed. Frustrated, they began to take proactive measures, seeking out various door-to-door services regardless of gender. If they encountered real people, they would beat them up to teach them a lesson, ensuring they would no longer dare to think of any crooked schemes, and then provide some assistance to prevent them from dying. However, if they encountered a trap, it would be unfortunate for them. They would first incapacitate the person, then follow them back to raid their home, subsequently controlling them to locate their accomplices, completely wiping out the entire line involved in the trap. As for how effective this would be, Bai Yi believed it should be very effective. Mainly the time was too short, and the results would likely become evident in a few days. Among the agitated players, there was one guild whose name Bai Yi was quite familiar with, called the Iron Brothers Guild. Isn't this the guild that Tian Dong belongs to? Bai Yi murmured, though it could also be a coincidence. However, it reminded him that he still owed Tian Dong 20 sleep chambers, which he had forgotten due to being overwhelmed with tasks. With a snap of his fingers, Bai Yi activated his workspace, and 20 sleep chambers began production. Afterward, he no longer focused on these fringe posts, and instead looked at a refined post from long ago. A newly surfaced post caught Bai Yi's attention: classification of treasure chest quality, author by Xiaosheng likes too. This post provided 3 different qualities of treasure chests: dark gold, bright gold, and shiny gold, with images of each type of chest. Additionally, the post speculated that there were likely higher quality chests hidden in the black mist, though no one had discovered them yet, or if they had, no one could retrieve them. Upon seeing the 3 chests, Bai Yi found that they corresponded exactly with the 3 treasure chests in his ring. Except for the chest emitting a blinding light, Bai Yi had no idea what quality it was, but without a doubt it must be something valuable. He planned to have the lucky member of his team open it. Bai Yi then continued browsing other refined posts. The top one was still the post teaching players exercise methods, but the title and author had changed: teaching you to become strong from 0, author 9th section likes 58. The post had been updated to the exercise methods for strength and constitution at 12 points. Seeing the methods that had broken human limits, Bai Yi curiously clicked on 9th section's homepage to check other posts inside. As expected, Bai Yi thought to himself. On 9th section's homepage, there were 3 highlighted posts, one of which was about breaking human limits, a brief analysis of several methods to break limits, author 9th section likes 3. For billion. The post mainly discussed 3 methods: life and death battles, spiritual food, and the worship of evil gods. Of these, the first 2 seemed relatively normal, but the 3rd method clearly stated that it was not recommended, because a player's human form would gradually be transformed into a minion of the evil god, and their thoughts would distort, leading to blind worship of their so-called master. Finally, the post mentioned that even if one temporarily worshipped an evil god for survival, one must conduct brainwashing afterward to purge the evil god's power and break through once again. Bai Yi was unsure what type of breakthrough method he belonged to. Perhaps it was a transformation. Just as he was pondering this, his mailbox vibrated. EC Geo second section, are you the lonely wolf? Bai Yi frowned. He didn't like this way of greeting. Second section, what does it have to do with ninth section? EC Geo second section, you are the lonely wolf, right? Just answer my questions, no need to ask anything else. EC Geo second section, we are currently recruiting for the 7th section. I noticed you previously posted that your strength and constitution reached 10, so I'm notifying you that you can join our 7th section now. Bai Yi had a bewildered expression on his face. What was this? 2nd section, 7th section. What relation did they have with 9th section? Lonely wolf, do you have any connection with 9th section? EC Geo 2nd section, why ask so much? We belong to different sections. It's your luck to be selected, so hurry up and agree. Bai Yi was amused and angered. Oh, what is this nonsense? Did they really think of him as a side dish? They invited him to join, yet made it seem like he was the one gaining a huge advantage. What does it matter what section? I don't care. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Lonely wolf, get lost. EC Geo 2nd section, hey. How can you be like this? Don't you know we are? Lonely wolf, I don't know, I don't care, get lost. Bai Yi was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly blocked him. Then he thought for a moment, was he too low-key? How could anyone ride on his head like this? Enduring for a moment made him angrier. Taking a step back made him feel like he was losing out. Thus Bai Yi opened the log and began editing his second post. The story I must tell about my attribute points too. 0 author Lonely Wolf Ashen Echo. I personally tested that after reaching 30 points in strength and constitution, growth is no longer possible. I speculate it should be a new limit. Currently, I don't know anything and cannot provide more information. I am only acting as a catalyst. If there are any other discoveries, feel free to discuss in the comments. Done. The familiar formula, the familiar taste. To avoid trouble, Bai Yi chose not to hide the team name. After confirming there was nothing overlooked, he clicked to publish. With the post published, a flood of comments began to pour in this familiar style. It resembles Lee. Has Dog Brother already reached 30 points? How can there be such a disparity between people? I haven't even reached the human limit, yet Dog Brother has already attained another extreme. Let me say something. Dog Brother is currently the strongest player. Who agrees, who disagrees? Dog Brother, please take care of me. I am light and easy to push down. Photo of a revealing beauty. Dog Brother, please take care of me. I am light and good at oral skills. Photo of a revealing handsome man. What are you doing upstairs? My eyes. Uff. The comments in the comment section made Bai Yi spit out the water he had just drunk. He darkened his face and began deleting the comments about door-to-door service. After a while, the small ads in the comment section increased, prompting Bai Yi to add a statement. Please do not post ads, or you will be permanently blacklisted. After he published the statement, the advertisements instantly decreased by more than half. It proved that no one was willing to offend Bai Yi, who was very likely the strongest player. Ignoring the incessant private messages in his inbox, Bai Yi chose to open the world channel. Looking for a team, I have strength 9, spirit 8, or physique 9. I found a flashing golden treasure chest outside the shelter guarded by monsters. Looking for a guild online. The Macau New Casino Guild has been established. Welcome to Click. Everyone present is Song Tiantian. I like you. I've liked you since elementary school. I am Qin Shi Huang. Upon waking, I found myself in this ghostly place. Soon my 100,000 Qin army will arrive to conquer the Misty Land. Give me a quality weapon and I will take you with me. I am the Jade Emperor. I disagree with the statement above. The world channel remained lively. Bai Yi switched to the regional channel where only 34 players remained. So thrilling, I grabbed a flashing golden treasure chest and returned alive. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Upstairs, I only dare to look for the most ordinary dark golden chest. Wow, Dog Brother posted saying his attributes have already reached 30 points. What? I just reached 10 points and Dog Brother is already at 30. And Dog Brother has already joined a team. How strong must that team be to invite Dog Brother? Lonely Wolf, it's not that great, just an average of 15 attribute points. Please take me along, big boss. Please take me along, big boss. Bai Yi was not exaggerating. After the modification, his teammates indeed averaged 15 points. He ignored the regional channel again and checked the time. It was already 2140 and the forum would close in 20 minutes. After browsing for a while, Bai Yi opened his inbox to see if there were any valuable private messages. He first selected keywords to filter out all ads, requests for help and solicitations, and indeed found a few messages. Yi San Wu, second section, hello Dog Brother. Bai Yi didn't even look and replied with a single word, scram, then directly blacklisted them. Tianya Bai Xiaoxing, hello Dog Brother, my name is Tianya and I am the president of Bai Xiaoxing. Our Bai Xiaoxing Guild is dedicated to obtaining first-hand information. Here on behalf of Bai Yi, I hope to reach some cooperation with you. Bai Yi recognized the name Bai Yi, but he had always thought it was a single person, not realizing it was a guild. Lonely Wolf, hello, do you have a lot of information about the Misty Land? Tianya, Bai Yi, we have been collecting information. Since it's just starting, it's not very comprehensive yet, but we will continue to improve. A middleman for information exchange, Bai Yi roughly understood the positioning of this guild. Lonely Wolf, okay. Player Yi Tianya requests to become your friend, agree. Yi Tianya, dog brother, you can trade information or provide information. If you provide information, we will give you corresponding rewards according to the value of the information. Bai Yi, what about trading information? Yi Tianya, since the guild is still in its early stages, all information will be posted as threads. You can check them on our homepage. As for the information trading feature, we will reduce public disclosures in the future and open up trading features. This operation was somewhat unexpected for Bai Yi. Unconditionally publishing all the information they had, even if just temporarily, showcased their determination. After all, they collected information at a cost. While this was also a strategy to gain fame from the perspective of the majority of players, it was undoubtedly a good thing. Thinking this, Bai Yi felt a bit eager and decided to try trading once to see their sincerity. Bai Yi, I happen to have a piece of information, make an offer. Yi Tianya, dog brother, feel free to speak. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Bai Yi, the quality of treasure chests above the flashing golden ones. Bai Yi, a treasure chest emanating dazzling golden light. Yi Tianya, my god. There is such a bright treasure chest, dog brother, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, a message was sent. Yi Tianya transfers you 1,000 misty coins, so much. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. He thought a couple of hundred would be good since this wasn't exactly confidential information. Bai Yi, too much. Yi Tianya, it's not too much. This is to thank dog brother for trusting us. At the same time, we hope that if dog brother has other news in the future, you might consider selling it to us first. Bai Yi, still too much, I don't like taking advantage of others. Bai Yi, will add another piece of information. There are very powerful otherworldly demons near such treasure chests, very strong. At least with 30 attribute points, one could barely escape in front of them. Yi Tianya, thank you for the information, dog brother. This is a warning for all players. Bai Yi, you are too polite. After exiting the chat, Bai Yi saw familiar wording. Ba second section, dog brother, you don't need to do this. We sincerely invite you. You can give us a chance, and it is also a chance for yourself. After all, in this black mist, anything could happen, don't you think? Bai Yi, sir. Upon seeing the end, Bai Yi finally couldn't contain the killing intent in his eyes, any longer, flames igniting in his dark golden eyes. These people were relentlessly pestering him, and had somehow obtained his real name. Looking at his talent, which had already cooled down, he felt his body now perfectly intact. Lonely Wolf, want a chance? Sure, why don't we talk face to face? At this moment, a massive shelter formed by the fusion of multiple sanctuaries. In the conference room, a middle-aged man sat in the main seat with a gloomy expression. Beside him sat 2 men and 2 women, while a crew-cut man leaned against the wall at the entrance. This man was Yiba, who was passing around the log for others to read. The girl nearest to him took a brief glance at it and tugged at the man's arm, saying, "Let him come. This person is so ungrateful. I want to teach him a lesson and make him kneel and beg me to let him go." Hearing this, the crew-cut man couldn't help but chuckle. The girl, as if greatly insulted, stood up and glared at the crew-cut man, exclaiming, "What do you mean? You keep making those noises all day, and do you have a problem with me?" As she spoke, she bent down, shaking the middle-aged man's arm. "Daddy, look at him, he's turning his elbow out. You have to help me teach that person a lesson. It's the first time in my life I've been scolded." The man smiled, kindly stroking the girl's head. "Linger, don't get angry with your own people. Don't worry, Daddy will definitely help you vent this anger." He then turned to the crew-cut man and said, "I know what you're worried about, afraid that little dog's strength and physique have already reached 30, right?" Saying this, he scoffed disdainfully a couple of times and turned to the other 3, asking, "You are all experts from the 7th section. Tell me, is there anyone who can reach 30 at this time?" One of the men started, his muscles well developed, his head pointed. He coldly sneered, "How is that possible? Our section leader just broke 20. What is that dog really? I think it must be a boost from talent." The muscular man's slender companion also agreed. "I think Jenger is right. That dog is most likely relying on talent. Moreover, even if he truly reached 30 points in attributes, he would probably be a simple-minded brute with strong limbs, and his spirit certainly hasn't broken the limit. As long as his spirit hasn't broken the limit with our equipment and Jinji's support, that dog, no matter how strong, couldn't escape our grasp." After hearing the 2 speak, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and looked at the last person, seemingly expecting her to give a confirming response. The woman being stared at stretched lazily, her curvy figure accentuated by her uniform. The men present were all staring at her, while the young girl beside them showed a hint of jealousy in her eyes. "I think you are all right. As long as his spirit hasn't broken through, he cannot escape from my grasp." As she spoke, she glanced at the crew-cut man leaning against the door, her gaze sultry enough to drip water. Besides, we have our great expert Gingshur here. Before your section leader from the second section returns, he'll be responsible for your safety, so I advise you not to provoke him. The crew-cut man Gingshur kept his eyes closed, ignoring Jinji's gaze. The latter, noticing this, revealed a hint of resentment in his eyes. All right. Yiba slammed the table, glaring at the crew-cut man. You just need to do your job. You don't need to worry about anything else. He turned to the girl. Today is the first day of work for our little Yasiki. As a father, I definitely can't let him suffer, so notify that little dog to come over. I'll cover the short-range teleportation scroll. He just posted right. After we capture him, we can post something too, completely establishing the reputation of your 7th section. After sending the message, the other side fell silent. Bai Yi was not in a hurry. Since he had already demonstrated his strength and physique, the other party still dared to provoke him repeatedly. This indicated that they were highly unlikely to refuse this suggestion. Therefore, Bai Yi did not mind going over to eliminate them. 10 brand new bone sabers were placed on the weapon rack in the work area. Bai Yi entered and picked 5, placing them into his spatial ring. He didn't want to experience the awkward situation of having his weapon break in the middle of a fight again. Click, click. The revolver opened, and the sound of the rotating chamber was quite pleasant. Bai Yi focused intently, pushing 1 bullet at a time into the chamber. The log vibrated. Yiba's second section, since Dog Brother has this awareness, we naturally support you. Come over here, we will provide the scroll. Bai Yi agreed, and then traded for the teleportation scroll, using 1 missed coin. Teleportation scroll temporary. 200 missed coins provides shielding against curses such as loneliness. Lasts for 10 hours. After receiving it, Bai Yi naturally understood the teleportation rules. Upon using the teleportation scroll, a portal would be generated that lasts for 10 hours, during which players could return through the portal at any time, and only 1 player could pass through. After 1 round trip, the portal would disappear. It's actually quite practical. Bai Yi sighed, not expecting that his first use of a scroll would be to kill someone. He was not worried about an ambush on the other side, because he was confident that no player could defeat him now that he had activated his talent. As for firearms, a strength and physique of 30 was enough for Bai Yi to dodge bullets. And in a brawl, do you know about the fleshbone transformation technique? Unable to deal with stronger reverse bone practitioners, but unable to handle players weaker than himself. Compared to the risks encountered, Bai Yi hated those who plotted against him from behind even more. If he could get his name, he might even achieve other things. Bai Yi did not like to rely on others, especially those with mental issues. As the scroll dissipated, a portal made of an unknown material appeared on the wall. Bai Yi glanced at it a few times. It looked completely different from the portal of his squad. Let's go, Xiao Bai, let's meet them. Affiliation can be seen as the player's possession. He opened the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Bai Yi had only one feeling. Huge. Truly huge. This shelter is probably as big as a soccer field. He murmured. This should be the training ground for the second section. Bai Yi noticed many people in uniform combat gear, training not far away. Before Bai Yi could examine his surroundings further, several people approached him. Bai Yi carefully observed the few people. The front was a man and a woman. The man was in his 40s or 50s, while the woman appeared to be just in her 20s, looking spirited and very attractive in Bai Yi's eyes. Behind them were 2 men and 2 women. They were in uniform, but there was still a significant discrepancy in their physiques. The one on the far left was a muscular man about the same height as Bai Yi, his combat uniform bulging with muscles, but his head was pointed, which made Bai Yi want to laugh. The second was a slender man whom Bai Yi felt could be blown away by a gust of wind. The third was a very curvy woman, always wearing a sultry smile, her eyes filled with charm as she looked at Bai Yi. The last one was a man with a crew cut whose appearance was rather ordinary, with average height and looks. A Dog Brother, hello. Sorry for the lack of a proper welcome. My name is Yiba, and I am currently the second-in-command of the second section. The leading man, seeing Bai Yi unarmed, smiled and extended his hand. Bai Yi couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He casually said, "There are some matters for which I believe you should give me an explanation." On the surface, he seemed casual, but at this moment Bai Yi's sense of the rhythm of all things unfolded, fully perceiving the rhythm within the shelter, searching for any existence he could not contend with. He stood right at the doorway of the teleportation portal. If he discovered a rhythm he could not defeat, Bai Yi would immediately give up and turn back to his own shelter. Soon his perception ended. A slight smirk appeared on Bai Yi's lips, and a bloodthirsty glint shone in his eyes. Very good, there is no threat. He could unleash a massacre. Brother Dog, don't be so anxious. You've come a long way. Oh, how can we not show you the hospitality of a host? Iba blocked Isijio, who was about to speak, while handing a cigarette to Bai Yi with a beaming smile. Let's go to the conference room. We will definitely give you a reasonable explanation, Brother Dog. At this moment, Bai Yi was no longer planning to flee. However, he didn't rush into a confrontation either. Instead, he intended to see how they would justify themselves, hoping to figure out how Iba knew his real name. Sure. As Bai Yi moved forward, a gigantic white wolf emerged from the portal. Gio screamed and hid behind Iba. Brother dog, what do you mean by this? Iba's expression was grim. It's nothing, you just bringing a pet out to see the world. Don't worry, he doesn't bite. Go on, give him a pet. Bai Yi vigorously rubbed the wolf's head, and the little white wolf cooperatively displayed a harmless smile. However, its sharp teeth as thick as a forearm were hardly convincing. Bai Yi followed the group as they moved forward, surveying his surroundings, but everyone else ignored him and continued on their way. At that moment, the short-haired man approached Bai Yi and began to actively introduce the things around them. That is our cafeteria in the 7th section, and this is the dormitory of the 7th section. Wherever Bai Yi's gaze landed, the short-haired man would provide an introduction. Bai Yi could sense his goodwill, or rather, his wariness. He paid it no mind and asked, is this the 7th section? Aren't you from the 2nd section? I am a member of the 7th section. The 2nd section was just established a day ago, and its members are rather mixed. They don't have a place yet, so am temporarily staying in the 7th section. The short-haired man said with a hint of implication. As soon as Gio heard this, she immediately exploded in anger, turning around and saying, "You. Oh, come on. It's good for the little comrade from the 7th section to introduce Brother Dog. Oh, after all, Brother Dog will also join the 7th section in the future. We're all colleagues, right?" Iba once again stopped his daughter speaking with ill intent. The short-haired man smiled indifferently, saying the 7th section is mainly a combat unit responsible for battles. The 2nd section is similar to human resources, responsible for recruiting people everywhere. How many sections do you have in total? The 2nd, 7th, and 9th. Brother Dog, if you join us, you'll know. Gunyi Liu said with a playful smile, cutting off the short-haired man's words. As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Brother Dog, please. Iba gestured for Bai Yi to enter. Bai Yi paid it no mind and walked in with the little white wolf. Once inside, he realized this was not a conference room, it was clearly an interrogation room. At this point, the other people had all entered, and the muscular man closed the door. The originally small conference room instantly felt somewhat cramped. Iba and Gio were already seated at the interrogation table, leaving only a small chair opposite for Bai Yi. Brother Dog, have a seat. The slender man stood beside him, speaking darkly. It was Bai Yi's first time in such an environment, and he found it quite novel, so he sat down. As soon as he sat down, Gio slammed her hand on the table. Bai Yi, we are not discussing with you now, we are informing you that you must join the 7th section and accept our supervision. People like you who are dangerous are a threat when left unchecked. Do you think just because you post something on the forum and people praise you, you can really consider yourself the strongest under heaven? Your so-called 30 attribute points are probably due to your talent. Such power is fleeting and cannot last long. You should join the 7th section willingly, or otherwise we will have to take coercive measures against you. She finished speaking in one breath, as if she had pierced through Bai Yi's disguise, revealing a look of delight on her face, with an air of superiority almost spilling from her eyes. Hey, how can you speak like that? Little Dog is going to join us. We will all be colleagues in the future. You need to temper your temper a bit, okay? As he spoke, he gave Bai Yi an apologetic smile. Little Brother Dog. I'm sorry, my daughter is a bit hasty, oh please bear with her. Then he changed the subject. Although Gio's words were a bit harsh, there is truth in her roughness. The power brought by talent is merely temporary. Join us and undergo scientific training. One day you too can become as powerful as them. As he spoke, Iba pointed to the few people beside him. Even if your attributes truly reach 30 points, we are not without ways to deal with you. He took out a petrified insect. This is a high-quality one-time equipment. Its sole function is to deduct 100 points of sanity from a person. You must know how important sanity is. I believe your mental state hasn't broken through its limits, right? If you lose those 100 points of sanity, you could completely undergo aberration. So how about it, Brother Dog? Think it over carefully. With a white face and a red face, he and Gio had already cut off all of Bai Yi's escape routes. Bai Yi chuckled. Can I ask a question? Please. How did you know my name? Iba smiled, proudly pointing to himself. My talent. Bai Yi also smiled as he took out the cigarette and lit it. Hey, where did you get a lighter? The slender man's words were interrupted by Bai Yi. First, my attributes indeed haven't reached 30. You guessed right, congratulations. Second, calling me Brother Dog. Do you even deserve that? Gio slammed the table and stood up. Bai Yi, don't push your luck. Do you know the consequences of defying us? The slender man beside him also walked out disdainfully, raising his foot to kick at Bai Yi, who was seated. Ow, accompanied by the sound of a wolf's howl, the slender man's leg was neatly severed, blood gushing out, and the already small room was instantly covered in blood. The little white wolf raised its paw and directly crushed the slender man's skull. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before the others could react, the slender man was already dead. The only one who reacted was the short-haired man, but due to the many people in between, he couldn't come to the rescue. As Gio's piercing scream echoed by, he had already reached them. He drew a bone knife from his ring and thrust it forward, sealing the throat in one swift motion. Heath Iba looked at his own throat in disbelief as a white bone-tang knife pierced through him from the front. His hand fell weakly open and the equipment he was holding dropped to the side. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Their negotiation had collapsed and the battle had begun. The seductive woman immediately threw a flirtatious glance at Bai Yi, who felt something enter his mind only to be dissolved by the colors swirling in his mind. The woman let out a miserable scream, then fell to the ground with blood flowing from her 7 orifices, murmuring incomprehensible words in a language that humans could not understand. She had gone mad. The muscular man saw this, bent down to pick up the equipment, and directly used it on Bai Yi. The curse you suffered sanity. 10 The colors emitted a faint glow, blocking most of the curse for Bai Yi, and after absorbing it the colors seemed to expand slightly. At this moment, Bai Yi no longer concealed his aura. The terrifying pressure enveloped everyone present, leaving them unable to even think of resisting. At this point, Jio had long lost her earlier arrogance. She clutched her mouth tightly, with both hands, shrinking in the corner of the room, trembling. Upon seeing Bai Yi's gaze turn toward her, she couldn't help but let out a shriek. Bai Yi was drenched in blood like a demon god. Swish! Bai Yi flicked his knife, walking slowly towards Jio. Gungshur appeared in front of Bai Yi. Sorry, although I also dislike them, protecting them is ultimately my duty. You have already killed several of them, please stop. Right now the formidable members of the 7th Department are not present. Once they return you won't be able to leave. The light in the interrogation room had just been smashed, and the room was barely illuminated by the light seeping in from outside. Bai Yi tilted his head, slightly engulfed in darkness. Only the continuously burning cigarette, but in 2 indifferent dark golden eyes were visible. He did not speak, but raised his tang knife slightly. In the next moment, Bai Yi appeared in front of the buzzcut man, holding the knife horizontally, then suddenly twisting his wrist, the blade slicing through the air towards the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man quickly raised his hand, the armor clashing against the bone knife, creating intense sparks. Seeing this, Bai Yi pressed forward, but the buzzcut man managed to halt Bai Yi's force with just one hand. Bai Yi immediately changed his attack pattern, the blade flashing like flowing light, while the buzzcut man calmly countered each strike. Our attributes are similar, but my combat experience is far richer than yours. If this continues, it will be you who suffers more. Just stop. Bai Yi remained silent. The buzzcut man was right. All this time he had relied solely on his inherent attributes to fight, lacking the combat experience of someone trained over the long term. If you don't unleash your talent now, you will die. A cold voice as deep as an abyss emerged from Bai Yi's lips. In the next moment, he casually drew the knife downwards. Not good. Gungshur thought to himself, a feeling of extreme danger spreading throughout his body, making his hair stand on end. He dared not hold back any longer. As his talent activated, his eyes flickered with an eerie glow. But it was too late. Bai Yi's blade cut through the buzzcut man's rhythm, causing intense pain and dizziness, rendering him unable to maintain his talent. Bai Yi showed no mercy, delivering a kick. Gungshur flew directly towards the door, crashing into it, which was also kicked off. The loud noise attracted the attention of those nearby, who began to come and check. Bai Yi paid them no mind. He had already decided to eliminate everyone present. At that moment, the muscular man behind was also knocked down by Bai. He couldn't understand how someone with strength and physique rated at 12 could lose to a mere wolf. Bai did not rush to kill him, but instead looked towards Bai Yi, waiting for his command. There were no more obstacles between Bai Yi and Jio. As Bai Yi approached, the latter trembled, tears mixed with snot flowing uncontrollably, a foul odor spreading from his legs. After walking up to her, Bai Yi did not swing his knife as she had expected. Instead, he sheathed his knife and slowly extended his left hand towards her. Jio thought Bai Yi was being gentle, wanting to caress her face. So she forced herself to display a radiant smile. Looking at the pitiful beauty before him, Bai Yi's gaze showed no emotion. As his finger touched Jio's forehead, her entire body began to convulse abnormally, as if something alive was stirring beneath her skin. Then her flesh began to uncontrollably proliferate, the bones beneath her skin frequently piercing through, spreading, and connecting with the walls. As all flesh transformed into bone, Jio had vanished, replaced by a grim forest of bones connected to the surrounding walls. You used the flesh-to-bone transformation technique, sanity 2. Ugh. The muscular man, witnessing the scene before him, felt his sanity slip away and could not help but vomit. He was trapped in a pool of blood, his legs ripped apart by Bai falling aside. He could no longer muster any fighting spirit, dragging himself towards the door with all his remaining strength. At this time, many people had gathered outside the room, including combat personnel from the 7th Department, who stood at the entrance, vigilant and hesitant to step into the dimly lit room. Help me. Upon seeing the muscular man crawl out from the doorway, someone wanted to step forward to assist. Swish! In the next moment, a tang knife pierced through the muscular man's head from above. Bai Yi stepped out, gazing at the crowd with predatory intent, his aura enveloping everyone, his eyes flashing with chilling cold light. Everyone was struck with fear, momentarily hesitant to act. Even with many companions around them, it brought no sense of security. Each person felt a sense if they acted they would die. But their inaction did not mean Bai Yi would remain still. Steel spine. Everyone cease all actions. A furious shout interrupted Bai Yi's intent to unleash a massacre, and everyone turned to look at the distant guild teleportation portal. A round man rushed out from inside, followed closely by another man. Huff huff. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. The fat man ran to Bai Yi's front, just about to say something, but was drowned out by his own heavy breathing. Bai Yi did not continue his attack, but focused on the man behind the fat man. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, appearing to be in his 20s, with a sword strapped to his back. He was tense, braving Bai Yi's pressure, his left hand trembling slightly, while his right hand reached for the sword hilt behind him. "Gung-san, I told you not to move." The fat man suddenly turned around, shouting angrily at the man, then looked at the surrounding people. "Everyone under my command, do not act unless ordered. Even if Dog Brother kills me, you must not act. Violators will be directly expelled from the 7th and 2nd departments." This action by the fat man left Bai Yi in shock. Instead of blaming him, he was stopping his own people. For a moment, Bai Yi felt somewhat hesitant to kill them all. "Ha ha ha, hello Dog Brother, I have long admired your name." As the fat man turned towards Bai Yi, a brilliant and sincere smile appeared on his face. "My name is Yi and I am currently the head of the 2nd department. Dog Brother, rest assured, San Wu has reported to me, and I have a general understanding of the situation. I will definitely provide a satisfactory response to Dog Brother." Upon meeting Bai Yi's gaze, Yi trembled violently, his flesh quivering in waves, with his movements looking exceedingly amusing. He suppressed his inner fear, forcing a smile as he approached Bai Yi, bending down to extend his right hand. Bai Yi remained unmoving. Yi was not angered. Naturally retracting his hand, he explained to him, "The 2nd department was just established this morning, and there are many matters to attend to. I assigned the recruitment tasks to Iba. I didn't expect him to abuse his power, employing nepotism, not only bringing his daughter into the 2nd department, but also forming cliques, looking down on other players, and recruiting through coercion and inducement. Even if Dog Brother wasn't here today, I wouldn't easily let them off, as they are destroying the unity and trust among players. Dog Brother, rest assured, we will not hold a grudge against you for this. Instead, we will thank you for helping us eliminate the worms in the 2nd department. At the same time, this is also my dereliction of duty. I will resign from my position as head of the department and become an ordinary player. My life is entirely in your hands, Dog Brother, to kill or to spare as you wish. I hope that Dog Brother will not hold a grudge against me and will stop here sparing the others. Humans are becoming fewer and fewer." Yi's words were profoundly heartfelt and extremely respectful. He first explained why Bai Yi was provoked, then criticized Eba's actions and expressed gratitude to Bai Yi. He then reflected on himself, willing to exchange his life to appease Bai Yi's anger and spare the lives of everyone present. Without a doubt, he was a good department head. But what did this have to do with Bai Yi? No matter how eloquent his words were, this was ultimately an internal matter of the 2nd department, and Bai Yi was not a member of the 2nd department. How did any of this relate to him? Listening to Yi's words, Bai Yi nodded in agreement. But then his words struck Yi like a bolt from the blue, as cold as an ice cave. That was the voice resonating in everyone's hearts. "You speak well, but I don't care." The atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Although Bai Yi did not open his mouth, everyone present heard his voice, a bizarre tactic that sent chills down their spines. Gungshir, supported by others, revealed a bitter smile. Bai Yi's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was laughable that he had once thought he could suppress Bai Yi and avoid causing too much chaos. Gung San's sword had already been drawn. He felt that he was not facing a human, but an unknown and terrifying demon god. The others fared even worse. Only 1 in 10 could barely lift a weapon to resist, while most were expressions of fear, unable to raise their hands. "I told you not to move." Yi's voice broke as he glared at the people behind him. Gungsan, being the closest, saw it most clearly. At this moment, Yi was under immense pressure, large beads of sweat, like pearls, constantly seeping from his forehead. His face trembled from intense fear, yet his responsibility as the leader kept him at the front. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, like gunpowder. "You brain-dead fool, move. Think of a way." Yi felt that his mind had never raced this fast in his life, with countless thoughts appearing and vanishing in his mind. Just as the atmosphere was about to ignite, Yi finally blurted out, "Dog brother, we are willing to pay for our lives." Huh. With Yi's words, the surroundings fell silent. 1. No 2,000. Seeing a chance, Yi immediately seized the moment. 20,000 missed coins for their lives. "I will go with you and let you decide what to do." Bai Yi finally shifted his gaze from Yi's face, glancing downward. "Not a bad proposal, but why don't I just kill you all and take it myself?" Yi felt the pressure on him dissipate, and he suddenly relaxed knowing that at least the lives of others were safeguarded today. Dog brother, such a large sum of money surely isn't kept in the 7th division. How about this? I'll transfer you 10,000 right here, and then I'll go with you as a hostage. After the remaining payment arrives, you can decide whether to kill me or not. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded and then restrained his imposing aura. Thud thud. Immediately many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. The few who managed to stand could not muster a heart for mockery. All they had was a single thought: we survived. After finishing his last cigarette, Bai Yi extinguished the butt and tossed it into the nearby trash can. Yi dared not delay, immediately starting to gather money, and then sent a friend request to Bai Yi. Player Li Jianhua has requested to become your friend. Bai Yi took out the log and said accepted. Seeing the log made of flesh and bone, Yi's mouth twitched, but he dared not slack off, quickly transferring money to Bai Yi. 10,000 mist coins easily arrived, and Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction before walking towards the teleportation door. It was then that everyone noticed a giant wolf as tall as a person following behind him. As he passed, Bai Yi patted him on the shoulder. You are a responsible person. Having you in the 2nd division is a blessing for them. Come with me. Oh, I won't kill you. Ai, okay. Yi let out a sigh of relief and followed closely behind Bai Yi. People around them instinctively made way again. As Yi passed Gung San, he whispered quickly, I'll leave this to you for now. Stabilize the situation. First contact the 1st division and we'll deal with the rest after I return. Don't let them do anything foolish. After seeing Gung San nod, he hurried to catch up with Bai Yi. Bai Yi completely ignored Yi's little antics and noticed Gung Shi beside him. The only reason you are not dead is that you never took the initiative to strike against me. Consider this kick a lesson. After saying this, Bai Yi ignored Gung Shi's complex expression and walked straight towards the teleportation door. As the original teleportation door vanished and a new one opened, by Yi Xiaobai and Yi stepped out respectively. Upon seeing Bai Yi's shelter, Yi's cold sweat increased. It's over, it's over. Is this still a player? Could it be a disguise by an alien demon? Am I going to be eaten? His mind was in a muddle, thoughts racing wildly. But what was admirable was that even though Yi was terrified inside, he did not show it on the surface apart from sweating a bit more. I said I wouldn't kill you, so there's no need to be so nervous. Bai Yi walked to the side, poured 2 cups of water, and turned to see a sweating Yi, rare for him to explain. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit plump and sensitive to heat, easily hot. Ha. Yi forced a grotesque smile on his chubby face. Come sit. Bai Yi beckoned, placing the cups on the empty ground beside him. Suddenly the tendrils on the flesh fungus blanket parted, and white bones proliferated quickly, forming a table that securely held the water cups. At the same time, 2 chairs appeared on one side of the table. Sit, have a drink to relieve yourself. I'm coming right up. At this moment, Yi roughly understood that this was a special type of shelter. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying shelter, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a terrifying man. After he sat down, Bai Yi asked a question he had always been curious about. Do your code names hold any meaning? Is the 2nd division A? Is the 7th division Gong? Yi replied, it's for easy distinction. Currently we have established a total of 9 divisions with the personnel in each division corresponding to the code names Jia, Yi Bing Ding, Wu Ji Gung, Xin, and Ren. The numbers afterward represent the hierarchy. For instance, I am Yi, which means I am the division head. As for Ba 8, the reason he can be in charge of recruitment is that the previous 7 went to the 1st division for a meeting, so the 2nd division is temporarily under his responsibility. Bai Yi was seeing such a classification for the first time, and he was a bit intrigued. Is your total number small? Why are there so many divisions? Each of our divisions is a separate guild. If there are too many people, the additional costs exceed the costs of opening a new guild, which can lead to a situation where one division has 2 or even 3 guilds. Each division has specialized liaison officers for joining other guilds, facilitating communication between different divisions. At the same time, we conduct shelter integrations, allowing each large shelter to simultaneously have multiple teleportation doors leading to different divisions. After Yi finished speaking, he felt parched and took a sip of water. Bai Yi, on the other hand, looked a bit surprised. This move broadened his horizons. He had always thought one guild was already quite large, but he didn't expect there to be organizations formed by multiple guilds. He also learned that after shelter integration, if players are not from the same guild or team, their shelters can generate 2 teleportation doors. As for the teleportation doors between guilds and teams that can transport others together, Bai Yi knew as their team often did this. Do each of your divisions have different responsibilities? It's just a rough division of labor, as we are still in the early stages. There are still too many things not yet implemented. For example, this situation today occurred because the 2nd division had just been established and was infiltrated by someone with ulterior motives. We recruited him due to his talent. Don't worry, dog brother, we will definitely strengthen internal controls in the future and will never let such problems occur again. Saying this, Yi began to assure him again. Bai Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. It's fine, you paid for your lives. After roughly understanding the situation, Yi transferred the remaining 10,000 and said, Dog brother, although we had some misunderstandings directly, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I hope we can keep in touch in the future and cooperate if opportunities arise. Bai Yi nodded. All right. Yi exhaled deeply upon returning to the familiar sanctuary, gazing at Gung San approaching, and couldn't help but start complaining loudly. Damn it, how could the second department recruit someone as brainless as Ba? Does he think it's the past? This is the misty land where there are no laws. He paused for a moment, then turned to Gung San and asked, is Dog brother really that powerful to give you the highest level of hint? Gung San first fell silent and didn't rush to speak, instead leading him to the previous interrogation room, gesturing for him to go in and take a look. Yi looked at the person who kept vomiting after coming out and took a deep breath, then dived inside. You see distorted white bones sanity, for at the moment he saw the scene inside, he was stunned in place. The already small room was covered in bloodstains with 3 severed legs and a corpse scattered on the floor. On the ground beside him crouched a woman, muttering to herself as she dipped her fingers in the blood, seemingly drawing something. What shocked Yi the most was the pale skeleton connected to the room. The bones resembled a leafless tree with branches interweaving from the trunk, branching out anew in the air. The source of the trunk was in a corner of the room where faint traces of a wailing human face could still be seen. The shocking sight before him made Yi feel nauseous. But everyone around was watching him. The section chief, Yi absolutely could not vomit or he would lose all face. Thus he swallowed hard, forcing the vomit that had already reached his mouth back down. At this moment Gung San finally spoke behind him. My sword intent talent tells me that if we act, everyone in the sanctuary will die and we may not even be able to keep him. Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. What if Gung Air is here? No, he puts the same pressure on me as Gung San said seriously. Hearing this, Yi clicked his tongue again, just like your 7th department chief Gung. Another monster. Alright, I gotta inform everyone to hold a meeting. I need to establish some regulations. As he spoke, Yi walked out of the interrogation room. Quickly remove that crazy woman. Don't let her draw anything arbitrarily. It would be disastrous if she actually conjured something. By the way, bring Yi San-Wu along. It was thanks to him reporting the situation when things looked bad, or else the 7th and 2nd departments would have been slaughtered today. Bai Yi glanced at the time. It was 2237. He tried hard to block out the harsh rhythm in his perception wails of the dead. It seemed he had done a lot, but in reality from the time he went to the 2nd department until this matter ended, it had taken less than an hour. What surprised Bai Yi the most was that he earned 200 Misty coins this time. Previously, he had worked himself to death to earn just over 8000 Misty coins. This made him sigh. Indeed, killing and setting fire brings gold belts. Once thoughts start to decline and you abandon some human bottom lines, the speed of making money will be rapid. This is also why there are more and more door-to-door service teams. However, Bai Yi considered himself a person with relatively strong principles and did not want to engage in robbing innocent players. At the same time, he did not hope that such things would become too rampant. Overthinking is of no use. Bai Yi shook his head. The future is uncertain. He would deal with it when the time comes. He first checked the progress of the hibernation pods and found that they had all been produced. Bai Yi then opened the log and contacted Tiandong. Bai Yi, the hibernation pods are all ready. Tiandong, dog brother, is really timely. This abnormal state is too annoying. Our funds are in place. 2000 for 1, 4000 for 20, with a discount of 3200. Dog brother, is there any problem? Bai Yi, no, let's trade. As the private chat transaction was successfully completed, 20 hibernation pods vanished in a flash of white light, replaced by a mountain of white misty coins. Bai Yi didn't rush to collect the money, but asked him a question. Bai Yi, I saw on the forum that the guild combating door-to-door service includes the Steel Brothers. Is that you? Tiandong, ah yes, that's us. After discussing among the brothers, we all felt that such behavior is inhumane and support a severe crackdown. Bai Yi, call me if you encounter something you can't handle. Tiandong, ha. With dog brother saying this, we can rest assured. Although we have encountered a few tough ones who don't do good, especially a guy named Bai something, he's quite rampant. However, he hasn't engaged in any of these traps. At most it's black on black, and we can currently handle them. Thanks for dog brother's kindness. We definitely won't be polite. After chatting for a bit, Bai Yi closed the log. He then transferred all the Misty coins into the storage room, bringing his total savings to an astonishing 58110 Misty coins. Teammates' modification costs to be settled later. The sudden wealth made Bai Yi a bit restless. He had an urge to go on a shopping spree in the plaza. But it was already past 10 at night, and the plaza was closed for purchases. This was undoubtedly a regrettable matter, holding money in hand, yet unable to spend it. He could only wait until tomorrow. With that thought, Bai Yi stopped dwelling on it and called Xiao Bai to lie down in the medical pod together, preparing to sleep. Indeed, Bai Yi had specially designed a medical pod for Xiao Bai as well, so it could also be free from the corruption of abnormal states and sleep peacefully. As the tendrils entered his brain, Bai Yi's body fell into a deep slumber. Upon opening his eyes again, Bai Yi found himself in a pure white room, the very place he had been simulating training in his mind since upgrading the sanctuary time flow rate 11. Xiao Bai was frolicking everywhere. Due to the black fog, it hadn't left the sanctuary these past few days and was almost going stir-crazy. In the consciousness space, only Bai Yi and Xiao Bai were present. Other team members could not enter. Bai Yi speculated that it was the connection between him and the sanctuary that allowed him to have this function. As for Xiao Bai, it was likely due to its subordinate status. The pure white room began to transform with Bai Yi's thoughts, slowly revealing a chair, bookshelf, and desk. The originally pure white room gradually turned into a normal study. Then Bai Yi delineated an area to expand, simulating it into a snowy landscape through the sanctuary, allowing Xiao Bai to play freely. As for himself, he sat in a chair looking grimly at the thick stack of books slowly appearing on the desk. Beginner Blood Alchemy 1, Boiling Blood, Beginner Blood Alchemy 2, Flesh and Bone Transformation, Beginner Blood Alchemy 3, Bone Manipulation. Bai Yi skipped the first 2 books and picked up Beginner Blood Alchemy 3, flipping to the last page he had seen and began to ponder deeply. At the same time, the sanctuary kindly provided paper and pens along with a detailed verification process of the formulas on the book for Bai Yi's reference. The door closed, and the most suitable white noise for Bai Yi's learning automatically filled the study. Today is another day of learning. As time flowed ceaselessly during his studies, Bai Yi grew increasingly restless. Fortunately, the aids provided by the shelter allowed him to engage with the materials. Finally, as Bai Yi was down to the last 10 pages of basic flesh alchemy, the alarm clock on the table rang. Bai Yi glanced at the time, 0630 a.m. The team members had returned to their shelter by 2 o'clock in the morning, having rested for 4 hours, and were now ready for the second round of modifications. They could directly return to their shelter, but would need to apply to come back. Bai Yi awakened from the simulation and took out his log, clicking agree. Several companions arrived at Bai Yi's shelter through the portal. Their previous round of modifications had healed their injuries, and everyone had returned to normal. However, without the shelter's assistance, they could not adapt to the surge in attributes through simulation. Thus, their movements appeared cautious, fearing they might break something again. This made Bai Yi chuckle, certain that these few had learned a painful lesson. After greeting Bai Yi and Xiao Bai, they all lay back on the surgical table for modification. With the abnormal state wails of the dead having ended and no longer experiencing that irritating rhythm, Bai Yi decided to take a break from learning alchemy. He first checked the corpse he had thrown in yesterday. The Bone Whisperer had provided him with 50 points of skeletal value, while the Reverse Bone Walker had been preserved and not decomposed. Bai Yi focused and noticed a notification had come through last night, but he had missed it as it arrived after he fell asleep. Detected harder bones. Oh, would you like to spend 5,000 skeletal points to exchange them for shelter bones? Seeing this notification, Bai Yi's eyes brightened. It was precisely the purpose of bringing back the Reverse Bone Walker, as he was truly coveting those sturdy bones. Yes, Bai Yi agreed without hesitation. Current flesh 13756910000, bone 40351100000. The bones of the Reverse Bone Walker began to slowly decompose, starting with the walls. But because the bones were wrapped in the flesh wall, the changes were not visible on the surface. However, seeing the constantly churning flesh, Bai Yi could guess the astonishing transformations happening inside. Then the entire shelter seemed to come alive, with the surface flesh twisting and rolling as if undergoing some bizarre digestion. Only in the modification room was the entire replacement process silent and soundless, for an extremely delicate operation was underway inside. The replacement lasted for over 3 hours, gradually coming to a stop at 0938 a.m. During this time, Bai Yi remained busy practicing his second affinity, the rhythm of all things. However, this time he did not take up a weapon, but focused intently on perceiving the shelter's transformation, striving to capture the different rhythms of each fleeting moment. At first, Bai Yi tried to sense the entire shelter, but soon realized he couldn't manage it, so he changed his approach and attempted to observe just a small area. Initially, he couldn't even perceive an area the size of a fingernail coherently, but as he continued to try and adjust, gradually he could capture the rhythm generated by the movements of every inch of flesh and bone within a one-person-sized area. This meant Bai Yi could concentrate his attention and focus on a single object or a part of an object. Moreover, even with his eyes closed, Bai Yi could sense every move of that object, no longer limited to a general understanding as before. For instance, when the Mist Man had ambushed Bai Yi from behind, he could only sense the approximate area, forcing him to petrify the entirety of the back of his head and neck. But now Bai Yi could clearly sense the position of the Mist Man's attack, needing only to transform that small point. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the consumption of rationality, and as Bai Yi practiced, his perception would only grow stronger. The moment he stopped training, Bai Yi sensed an unusual rhythm. That rhythm was as cold as an abyss with no ripples on the surface, yet Bai Yi could feel the turbulent, almost eruptive, violent aura beneath. This unsettling rhythm was even more alien than the alien demons. Bai Yi felt as if facing a formidable enemy, adopting a combat stance as he cautiously observed his surroundings, searching for the source of the rhythm. Not far away, Xiao Bai, who had been roasting by the fireplace, became alert. It looked up at Bai Yi, who was squatting like a frog and moving cautiously, then lay back down in silence. Bai Yi searched for a long time, but failed to find any trace of the alien demons. He continued to trace the origin of the rhythm, only to discover that the source of that rhythm came from himself. This. Bai Yi was stunned for 2 seconds, then casually got up and walked over to Xiao Bai. "AR." Xiao Bai looked up in confusion. "You saw it." "AR. You saw it." "AR." Bai Yi stared calmly at Xiao Bai, and the latter's continually puzzled expression gradually dispelled Bai Yi's doubts. "Regardless of whether you saw it or not, keep it to yourself." "AR." Bai Yi nodded slightly. Since he couldn't trick it, it seemed Xiao Bai truly hadn't seen anything. He then walked towards the wall, intending to see the shelter after the replacement. Seeing Bai Yi walk away, Xiao Bai lay down nonchalantly, though when its wolf head brushed against its arm, it inadvertently wiped away the cold sweat. Aside from the previous little interlude, Bai Yi felt quite happy to sense his own rhythm. This meant that he could directly assess strength differences based on his own rhythm in the future rather than relying on others' rhythms for a rough estimate as before. At the wall of the shelter, Bai Yi raised his hand and lightly waved. The flesh on the wall obediently moved aside, revealing a hard skeletal wall. The originally pale bones did not change much, only appearing more solid. Bai Yi pushed against them and found the feel quite good, cool, and not as rough as before. Bai Yi took 2 steps back, and the Tang Dao appeared in his hand. He raised both hands high above his head, his back taut like a bowstring, and brought the blade crashing down with all his weight. The blade collided with the wall, emitting a resonating hum. Durability 60100. This strike utilized all of Bai Yi's strength, and the durability of the brand new bone knife dropped by 40, with the blade also appearing pitted. Yet the wall only shed a few drops of debris, showing no visible marks. Bai Yi was very satisfied with this hardness. However, there was one issue compared to the shelter. Bai Yi wanted to possess such hard bones himself. Thus he tentatively asked, "Can the modification room replace my bones?" "Yes." Underfoot, the flesh mycelium began to spread rapidly, forming a translucent screen made from a piece of flesh. "Yes." This answer made Bai Yi's eyes brighten. Bai Yi excitedly walked towards the transformation room, planning to undergo a swap. On the way, he asked others if he could proceed with the swap, but received a negative response. Due to his special connection with the shelter, he could swap bones just like the shelter, while others would suffer severe rejection reactions, potentially leading to death. Even Xiao Bai was unable to undergo the swap, which caused Bai Yi's newly formed plan for the Iron Bones team to die before it even began. However, he soon cast aside these thoughts and laid down on the operating table with anticipation. The bone swap is about to begin, and the duration of this transformation is 37 minutes. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." Bai Yi skillfully donned the mask and entered the simulated world once again. Since the bone swap did not require training, Bai Yi quickly adapted in the simulation and seized the time to continue learning blood and flesh alchemy. In reality, Bai Yi's body was effortlessly sliced open by a bone knife as bones were extracted one by one, and then new bones were inserted in their place. Weather clear, location misty, land time 1015 a.m. Temperature 1521. Bai Yi sat up from the operating table feeling refreshed and tapped his skull, satisfied with the dull sound it made. He glanced at his attribute panel. Physique 18. The swap of all his bones had increased his physique by 2 points. Physique includes immunity, bone hardness, muscle strength, etc. So the increase is not substantial. Moreover, there was another piece of news that delighted him. He was just 10 pages away from fully mastering the third part of blood and flesh alchemy, the bone manipulation technique. He expected to finish learning it tonight. Just from the name, one could tell the specialty of this alchemy, manipulating bones. At the same time, many ideas arose in Bai Yi's mind that he wanted to experiment with. Suppressing the urge to continue learning immediately, he thought that by now Tang Zheng should have completed his transformation. Bai Yi was afraid he might not control the surging power and accidentally damage his own shelter. Thus he planned to check on Tang Zheng. Stepping out of the transformation room, Bai Yi was taken aback by the scene before him. He saw Tang Zheng and Xiao Bai rolling around together in the living room. Xiao Bai's limbs were tightly entangled, with Tang Zheng's constantly wriggling to escape, but Tang Zheng skillfully adjusted to prevent Xiao Bai from biting him. However, humans make mistakes and horses stumble. Xiao Bai seized the opportunity and bit Tang Zheng when he was unprepared. Tang Zheng cried out in pain, but the next moment, he also bit Xiao Bai. Awu, watching the chaotic scene of the two play fighting Bai Yi, felt a bit speechless. What are you two doing? Hearing Bai Yi's voice, Tang Zheng and Xiao Bai immediately stopped and separated. As Tang Zheng climbed up from the ground, he complained to Bai Yi, dog brother Xiao Bai has gone mad. I just finished my transformation, and when I saw him I thought he was a lonely dog, so I kindly played with him. But as soon as I said good dog, Xiao Bai came up and bit me. Xiao Bai, hearing himself being called a dog, growled, angrily barking at Tang Zheng. Awu, this action amused Tang Zheng, who wrapped his right arm around his body, pointed at Xiao Bai on his left side, and turned back to Bai Yi with a smile. Dog brother Xiao Bai is really fun, a dog that even learns to howl like a wolf. Xiao Bai's gaze instantly sharpened, and it bit down mercilessly on the finger pointing at him. Oh, what are you doing? Dog brother Xiao Bai has gone mad again, you must control him. Watching the pair of play fighters once again, Bai Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Then he ignored them and sat down on a nearby sofa. With his eyes slightly closed, he began to sense the constantly changing rhythm of the play fighting duo. Time flowed slowly. Tang Zheng and Xiao Bai transitioned from playful fighting to sparring training. Initially, due to poor control of his body and strength, Tang Zheng was overwhelmed by Xiao Bai. And he was quite cunning. Whenever he found himself at a disadvantage, he would quickly shift to ground techniques, entangling with Xiao Bai. Then after a while of rolling around on the ground, they would separate and begin a new round of battle. Gradually, Tang Zheng's control over his own body improved, and he began to master his surging strength. As a result, Xiao Bai started to fall behind. When Tang Zheng finally managed to overpower Xiao Bai in a direct confrontation, he laughed heartily 3 times before raising his hand in surrender, indicating his defeat. Xiao Bai, grumbling, walked over to Bai Yi and lay down to rest. Bai Yi patted Xiao Bai's head and turned to Tang Zheng. Have you completely mastered your body? Pretty much, thanks to Xiao Bai being my sparring partner. Bai Yi nodded and briefly recounted his experience with the second department. Tang Zheng, halfway through, huffed angrily. Those idiots must have bureaucratic thinking ingrained in them. They don't even consider where this is. Dog brother, are you just going to let it go? Bai Yi then explained about the second department head's attempt to mitigate the situation. Tang Zheng finally nodded, and understanding this department head is also a smart person. If he can handle things, we can indeed reach out to him. I mention this because I've realized my combat skills are rather clumsy. Bai Yi expressed his purpose, reflecting on his previous battle with Geng Shi that left him troubled. Although he had won easily later thanks to his talent, what if his talent could no longer be used? What if there were equipment that could prevent players from using their talents or skills? Bai Yi did not want to find himself in such a situation, relying solely on the hope that his opponent's attributes or combat experience were inferior to his own. After hearing Bai Yi's words, Tang Zheng clapped his hands. I understand your meaning, dog brother. You want me to teach you some combat techniques? Yes, didn't you say you were a Special Forces soldier? I only came from the Special Operations Group, and during our usual operations, we hardly use hand-to-hand combat. Then what do you use? Guns. Bai Yi was momentarily speechless, but fortunately Tang Zheng quickly explained, however, we do have hand-to-hand training, it's just not comparable to those professional fighters. My skills can only keep a few ordinary people at bay. As for weapons like the Tang knife, I have no experience with them at all. Bai Yi understood, then stood up and walked to Tang Zheng's side. No worries, any improvement is a good one. Let's get started. Lastly, he added, there are various combat threads on the forum. Once it opens later, we can check them out and study further. All right, dog brother. Tang Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. Then he generously began to impart his limited combat experience to Bai Yi. Bai Yi's extraordinary mental capacity of 10.8 enabled him to possess a strong ability to learn and imitate. After half an hour of learning, Bai Yi memorized all combat skills and could use them at a basic level. After an hour of learning, Bai Yi had already mastered these techniques proficiently, so he and Tang Zheng entered practical training. After an hour and a half of learning, Bai Yi could barely match Tang Zheng, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. After 2 hours of learning, just moments ago, Bai Yi had already integrated all the skills, dominating Tang Zheng as if it were child's play. Bai Yi clenched his fist, feeling the muscle memory in his body, nodding in satisfaction, and then looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's face was pale, as if life had lost its meaning, kneeling on the ground with his left hand deeply tangled in his hair, repeatedly pulling at it. His right hand was weakly drawing circles on the meat fungus mat, mumbling to himself, why? After so many years of learning, how could dog brother finish in just 2 hours? What? Bai Yi felt a bit of pity and walked over, placing his left hand on Tang Zheng's shoulder, sincerely saying, this is because my mental state has surpassed human limits. Once you break through, you can achieve this too. Really? If I break through my mental limits, can I become smarter? Tang Zheng's eyes gleamed with light. Bai Yi suppressed his inner unease, maintaining an expressionless grunt. Hey dog brother, Xiao Tang, you're both here. The two looked over at the sound, seeing Wei Fan stealthily walking out of the transformation room, greeting them from afar. Oh wait, Jia is done with her transformation too. Bai Yi spoke, it's only 12 o'clock, there's still time. Let Tang Zheng teach you some combat skills to get familiar with your body. Saying this, Bai Yi specifically expanded the area, leaving over 50 square meters of space for the two to practice. All right. Afterward, Bai Yi lay back in the medical pod, as there was nothing else to do for now. The problem with his bone value had a new solution accompanying his suddenly increased wealth. Thus, Bai Yi planned to take this time to quickly master the beginner blood and flesh alchemy 3 bone control technique. During the next 2 hours with Tang Zheng's help, Wei Fan preliminarily gained control over the suddenly increased strength of 15 points, at least not having to worry about accidentally breaking things. Zhang Jin Xiesu and Li Zihua also completed their transformations one after another. Meanwhile, the time had reached the end of the second round of transformations, with only Wang Zi yet to finish. Since Bai Yi had not made an appearance after Wei Fan and Tang Zheng explained the reasons to others, they all exchanged glances, shared information, and agreed to come back to train later, then went back to rest. Time 1636. In the simulation space, Bai Yi finally finished the last page of Bone Control Technique. Alchemy Variant Beginner Blood and Flesh Alchemy 1. Boiling Blood 2. Flesh to Bone Transformation Technique 3. Bone Control Technique consumes sanity, can proliferate and control one's own bones or those in contact with oneself. The amount of sanity consumed depends on the scale of control. Once the spell is revoked, the bones return to their original state. To be learned. Upon waking, Bai Yi looked at the panel, thoughtfully raised his hand, and then with a sound of flesh tearing the flesh on his palm, was pushed open and a sharp bone spur suddenly pierced out. You used Bone Control Technique Sanity 3. Looking at the declining sanity, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. But he did not stop there, retracting the bone spur. Instead, he continued to increase the force. With the impetus of blood and flesh alchemy, the bones in Bai Yi's palm continuously proliferated, intertwining with each other or merging. The menacing bone spurs occasionally emerged, and within seconds the proliferated bones had spread to every corner of the transformation room. You used Large Area Bone Control Technique Sanity 24. Such a small amount of consumption surprised Bai Yi himself, and he understood why there was still a bone control technique despite already having the flesh to bone transformation technique. This was exactly what puzzled him during his previous studies. Clearly, the flesh-to-bone transformation technique could already control bone proliferation. Why add this redundant technique? Moreover, during the learning process, Bai Yi also discovered that many formulas and conclusions from the flesh-to-bone transformation technique directly appeared in the bone control technique, which was one reason he learned so quickly. Now, having truly mastered the bone control technique, Bai Yi understood the reason: consumption and flexibility. If the flesh-to-bone transformation technique were a dilapidated car from decades ago, then the bone control technique would be like the latest supercar. The former had to exert effort to turn the steering wheel, while the latter could drift effortlessly. In terms of speed, control, and comfort, the supercar was undoubtedly much better than that heap of scrap. On the other hand, the bone control technique also served as a complement and extension to the flesh-to-bone transformation technique. If both techniques were used in conjunction, it could undoubtedly yield an effect greater than the sum of its parts. This also made Bai Yi realize that each spell in blood and flesh alchemy might share certain connections, and the proofs learned earlier would likely become prerequisites for the knowledge learned later. Thinking of this, Bai Yi specifically looked at beginner blood and flesh alchemy 4. Very good. He was even more convinced of his thoughts. After coming out of the transformation room, Bai Yi went to the training area he had set up. He had learned through the logs about his teammates returning and their subsequent thoughts. At the same time, Bai Yi gradually received the payment for the transformation costs. Zhang Jun, Li Zihua, Wang Zi, Wei Fan, and Xie Su paid the full amounts one after another. With the deposit of 49376 missed coins, Bai Yi's total assets reached an astonishing 107486, breaking through the 1000 mark. What Bai Yi previously said about supporting loans was originally just a joke to alleviate their psychological pressure and feelings of indebtedness. But he didn't expect Tang Zheng would really come to him for a loan. However, upon reflection, Bai Yi understood his predicament. Unlike Zhang Jun and the others, Tang Zheng did not have the capacity to gather resources or craft equipment and potions. He also did not possess a multifunctional shelter like Bai Yi. All he had was an ordinary iron shelter and his own strength. Therefore, Tang Zheng previously relied solely on killing decaying corpses and selling decaying meat to earn missed coins, and he also needed to buy sanity recovery potions, spiritual rice, and other resources required for repairing the shelter. However, in the past 2 days, due to collective actions, Tang Zheng had no time even to kill decaying corpses, so he was now running out of money. Scraping together every last bit, he managed to gather 3231 missed coins. The transformation cost was 7656, which was all he had. After giving this money to Bai Yi, he assured Bai Yi that he would immediately go out to kill decaying corpses and quickly make up the missing 4425. Bai Yi smiled, then returned the money, telling Tang Zheng to first reduce his lost in the wilderness status and repair the shelter. He could come to work at his shelter later to pay off the debt. Bai Yi's shelter was currently short of manpower, so they agreed on a rate of 10 mist coins per decaying corpse, and Bai Yi would also compensate Tang Zheng for any extra corpses. Bai Yi certainly wouldn't dare to trigger autism again, but he had already planned to pick up the most basic decaying corpse processing line once more. After signing the contract of servitude with Tang Zheng, Bai Yi set aside his journal and continued to develop the application of the bone manipulation technique. Previously in the transformation chamber, he had already attempted to control his own bones. Now Bai Yi was going to try manipulating other bones. He picked up a unit of bone that had automatically come over from the storage room. In the next moment, the bone in his hand began to proliferate and change, transforming into a skeletal tang knife. You have used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 0. 1. The meager consumption surprised Bai Yi for a moment. He felt that the consumption required to maintain the bone knife form, which no longer proliferated, was minimal. Then he glanced at the skeletal tang knife, made of rotten corpse bones, and casually slashed at the bony target that had just appeared in front of him. Crack. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, the bone knife in Bai Yi's hand broke into two halves while the bone target constructed from the shelter remained completely still. So brittle. Bai Yi did not expect this. Comparing the broken bone knife with the newly acquired rotten bones, he found their hardness to be the same. In fact, due to the transformation of the bone into a knife, it became thinner and thus slightly more brittle. This puzzled Bai Yi, and he cancelled the maintenance of the bone manipulation technique, causing the bone to revert to its original state. After that, he attempted to create a bone knife using his own bones. You have used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 8. The sanity consumption was a staggering 80 times greater than the last time. Bai Yi swung the knife again, and the bone knife made a powerful hacking sound against the target, with both remaining completely unscathed. This bone knife has the same hardness as my bones. He pondered, realizing that the hardness after proliferating and transforming with the bone manipulation technique was the same as before, meaning Bai Yi could not quickly craft a weapon in an emergency. Wait, why is the hardness of the bones transformed by the flesh to bone conversion technique still acceptable? Bai Yi felt that the bone manipulation technique shouldn't be so ineffective after all, he had studied it for so long. So he picked up another unit of bone. At first, Bai Yi controlled the bone to proliferate to about half a person's height, with sanity consumption remaining the same as before. But then Bai Yi did not continue to proliferate. Instead, he attempted to compress it. Under the control of blood and flesh alchemy, the half-percent height bone was compressed like liquid, and as its volume decreased, Bai Yi felt its hardness increasing. At the same time, the sanity consumption also increased. Finally, a new tang knife appeared in Bai Yi's hand. You have used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 5. At this moment, the tang knife made of rotten corpse bones looked identical to the previously broken bone knife, but its weight was drastically different. Bai Yi could distinctly feel the heft of this bone knife. He didn't rush to test it, but continued to compress it. You have used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 60. Finally, Bai Yi sensed that the bone knife in his hand had reached a limit. Although he could continue to compress it, the subsequent consumption began to become frightening. So Bai Yi stopped compressing, intending to test the hardness of this bone knife. Clang, clang, clang. Bai Yi's muscles tensed, his back straightened like steel, and the bone knife in his hand moved like a flash, its blade even carving pale arcs in the air. He exerted all his strength, repeatedly striking the target before him. As the final blow landed, Bai Yi's grip was already torn apart, and he weakly released his right hand, causing the bone knife to fall onto the flesh and fungus mat. Moments later, when Bai Yi finished healing, he had not cancelled the maintenance of the alchemy. He picked up the bone knife and began inspecting it against the target, finding that the blade of the bone knife had no chips, and neither did the target. This meant that the hardness of the two was nearly the same. If forced to say, the bone knife should be slightly harder due to its thinner blade. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi's first action was to go to the digestion chamber, hoping to have the shelter's bones replaced once again. This bone is a product of alchemy and cannot be digested. Looking at the text before him, Bai Yi's expression changed. Nevertheless, he was not discouraged and tried placing other proliferated bones inside. This bone is a product of alchemy and cannot be digested. Alright then. Bai Yi sighed, resigning himself to the idea of obtaining bones through alchemy. He returned to his original spot, looking at the bone knife that had cost him 65 points of sanity to compress, and then at the bone knife made from his own bones that had cost him 8 points of sanity, releasing a helpless sigh. Although the hardness of the two knives was nearly the same, the consumption was vastly different. Later, Bai Yi also attempted to use the flesh-to-bone conversion technique to transform his own flesh into bones, but the hardness still did not match that of his own bones. He tried to understand the reason, but looking at the hundreds of pages of proof provided by the shelter, Bai Yi decided not to trouble himself further. As long as he could use it himself, that was enough. In any case, for now, directly using his own bones to create weapons was undoubtedly the best choice. Later, Bai Yi also attempted to apply alchemy directly to the aberrant creatures. He found several corpses near the shelter for experimentation, transforming their flesh into bones through the flesh-to-bone conversion technique, and then using the bone manipulation technique to change the shape of the bones. The combination of the two spells resulted in significantly lower consumption compared to just using the flesh-to-bone conversion technique. 5:10 p.m. Sanity 60200. It wasn't until his sanity dropped to just 60 points that Bai Yi reluctantly returned to the shelter. He had no time to worry about the corpses being sent to the digestion chamber, and he drank down 2 vials of sanity recovery potion. He was about to begin his next experiment, which was an idea he had been obsessed with since seeing the reverse bone walker. You have used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 20. Accompanied by the sound of bones growing, spikes piercing through flesh, sharp, white bone spikes began to emerge from the surface of Bai Yi's body. After the bone spikes pierced out of his body, they did not continue to extend, but spread out like water under Bai Yi's control, beginning to envelop his entire body. Soon a creature completely encased in pale bones appeared in place. Bai Yi controlled the bones around his eyes to part, revealing his dark golden eyes in the 2 hollow sockets. Now he possessed an armor comparable to the hardness of the reverse bone walker's skull, with 360 coverage for defense. Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement. Just as he wanted to take a few steps to test it, he suddenly realized that he could not move at all due to the lack of reserved joints. He paused for a moment, then used the bone manipulation technique again. As the joints in his legs softened, Bai Yi was finally able to move. However, Bai Yi quickly discovered a serious problem. What he wanted was a white bone armor that could directly envelop him from within, not an external one. This meant he would have to let the bones pierce through his flesh to grow out each time, but the difficult part for Bai Yi was that piercing through flesh would inevitably pierce through muscle, impacting his movement. If he carried a bunch of bones externally, it wouldn't be safe. In the event of an accident, Bai Yi would lose this powerful weapon. Even if kept in a ring, there was a possibility of losing a finger before he could take it out. Thus, the armor must be internalized. Thinking of this, Bai Yi stopped overthinking and directly went to the transformation chamber to begin adjusting the muscle groups of his body to facilitate the proliferation of bones. The surgery lasted nearly half an hour. At 1727, Bai Yi stepped down from the operating table. At this moment, he was bare-chested with 8 white dots, each 5 centimeters in diameter, and a larger white, measuring 8 centimeters in diameter, on his previously well-defined back, all of which were the external skeletal designs created by Bai Yi. Each white dot-shaped bone was flush with the skin, and the surface was incredibly smooth. Among them, the largest circular bone was connected to the spine and was located at the center of his back, while the 8 smaller bones were evenly distributed on either side. With the help of the modification chamber, Bai Yi successfully redistributed the muscle groups on his back, without affecting his combat abilities, directly externalizing the bones, so there was no need to pierce the skin. Just as he was about to use the skeletal manipulation technique for adjustments again, his log vibrated. It was time for the team's agreed meeting, and others began sending requests. Bai Yi temporarily set aside his adjustment plans and accepted the requests. Wang Zi was the first to rush in, greeting him energetically before heading off to complete her final 2 hours of modifications. Dog brother, I'm just 2 hours away from finishing my modifications. You all better wait for me when you open the treasure chest. Without waiting for Bai Yi's response, she lay down on the operating table. Others also trickled in, and it was evident that they had become familiar with their powers over the past 4 hours. After greeting Bai Yi and Xiao Bai, everyone headed to the training ground that Bai Yi had reserved earlier to begin combat training under Tang Jing's guidance. Meanwhile, Bai Yi continued with his adjustments. He focused his mind, and the bones on his back rapidly multiplied and fused together. In just a few seconds, he was completely enveloped with only his eyes visible. The armor was entirely white, although it appeared very smooth. Its lack of decoration made Bai Yi look as if he was wrapped in a white bodysuit, making it unbearably ugly. The others were startled upon seeing this, initially thinking Bai Yi had been attacked. Dog brother, are you okay? Tang Jing shouted from a safe distance. I'm fine, or I'm practicing a newly acquired ability. A dull voice emanated from within the armor. Bai Yi was currently vexed about how to protect his joints while maintaining mobility. Li Zihua seemed to notice Bai Yi's struggle and spoke up. Dog brother, are you making armor? Yes. With the thought that strength in numbers could help, Bai Yi removed the armor. He then explained his plans and the difficulties he encountered to a few people, hoping they might have some solutions. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Su clapped his hands excitedly. So you were worried about this, huh? Simple. I can design a skeletal armor style for you. After saying this, Xie Su asked Bai Yi for paper and pens, then pulled him aside to start sketching. As he drew, he consulted Bai Yi about his needs, occasionally making edits while the others gathered around, curiously watching. Soon a rough sketch of the armor sprang to life on the paper. Bai Yi looked at the drawing in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. He then began adjusting the armor with Xie Zu's assistance. Under Xie's continuous design and adjustments, the originally ugly armor that could hardly be considered armor gradually transformed into a menacing skeletal armor. The armor was entirely pallid, featuring a streamlined shape perfectly conforming to ergonomic standards. The surface of the chest plate was thick and sturdy, adorned with some decorative lines. Jagged bone blades extended from the joints, and spiral bone spurs proliferated across the shoulders, spine, and legs. The design of the headpiece was simple and direct, with two sharp bone spikes winding out from either side. The eye armor consisted of two curved plates woven from densely packed small bones, effectively protecting the eyes while being able to open when not needed. The thickness of the armor and various joints were also precisely adjusted by Xie. He instructed Bai Yi to divide the bones into a nested structure resembling an insect's exoskeleton, ensuring that it did not affect Bai Yi's speed and flexibility while providing decent defense. The entire process lasted over 2 hours, as Bai Yi and Xie were so engrossed that they didn't even notice Wang Zi had finished her modifications. When Bai Yi's adjustments to the armor were completely finished, everyone present was in awe of its appearance. Wang Zi exclaimed, "Xie dog, you're amazing. You actually understand this. What did you do before?" Only then did Xie realize that Wang Zi had come out. He wore a nonchalant smile. "I used to be an artist." Hearing this, Tang Zheng gave him a thumbs up. "Truly artistic, I admire you." Bai Yi also thanked Xie and gave him 1,000 mist coins as gratitude. Xie accepted the coins without hesitation. Seeing the adjustments completed, everyone returned to their previous positions to continue training, with Wang Zi joining them. Xie held back Bai Yi, who was eager to test the armor, and said with a smile, "Dog brother, don't rush. The shock-absorbing part hasn't been designed yet. Without shock absorption, the enemy wouldn't even need to pierce the armor, just the vibrations could injure you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi paused. Xie's words indeed reminded him, so he started brainstorming solutions with Xie. Soon Bai Yi had an idea based on the flesh-to-bone transformation technique he mastered. "I could transform the part of the armor that contacts my body into flesh and blood, providing cushioning and shock absorption, right?" Bai Yi's words made Xie's eyes light up, and he snapped his fingers. Of course. After the final adjustments, Bai Yi's unique skeletal armor was successfully completed. Feeling the sense of security the armor provided, Bai Yi was overtaken by a desire to go out and wreak havoc. But this impulse was quickly suppressed by him. For the next half-hour, Tang Zheng led the others in training. Meanwhile, Bai Yi went to the modification chamber to record all the data of the armor he wore in case it couldn't be replicated later. After the data was recorded, Bai Yi retracted the skeletal armor. "You used skeletal manipulation technique, Sanity 20. The armor disassembled into delicate white bone tendrils, returning to the exposed bones on his back under the control of alchemy." Bai Yi closed his eyes, carefully recalling the image of the armor in his mind, and then used alchemy again to summon it out. He then compared the armor with the recorded data from the modification chamber, making corrections to ensure that the generated armor was identical to the first. He repeatedly went through this process to form muscle memory, allowing him to quickly and accurately don the armor in future battles. Sanity 1200. After performing this task continuously for hundreds or thousands of times, Bai Yi had thoroughly trained this action into muscle memory. After ensuring that he could don the armor accurately even with a sanity of 1, Bai Yi stopped training. With the intake of sanity recovery potion, Bai Yi's sanity began to recover slowly. 31,200. As the pain in his mind faded, Bai Yi casually put on a shirt and walked outside. Upon seeing Bai Yi come out, everyone stopped training and their eyes were filled with joy. Everyone had completed their modifications, which meant it was time to open the treasure chests. Bai Yi glanced around and understood what everyone was anticipating, so, without further ado, he set up a large table beside the training ground, and everyone took their seats in turn. With a flash of his ring, 4 treasure chests were arranged in sequence on the round table. Looking at the 2 dark golden chests, 1 bright golden chest, and 1 shining golden chest before them, everyone displayed expressions of anticipation. The crowd did not rush to open the chests, but first confirmed the order of ownership after opening. In fact, they had discussed this issue before setting out to search for the treasure chests. At that time, they unanimously decided that if items were obtained, they would be chosen in the order of Bai Yi, Tang Zheng, Xie, Su Zhangzhen, Li Zihua, Wei Fun, and Wang Zi. Those who went first had greater purchasing rights than those who followed, and to ensure fairness, the items were not auctioned, but directly corresponded to the minimum prices of tools of the corresponding quality in the square. At the same time, everyone had one opportunity for priority purchase, which could override the order. However, if 2 people used this right simultaneously, the order would determine who could take it. The reason for bringing this up for discussion again was that Tang Zheng felt his position was a bit too high. Throughout the process, he had only assisted Bai Yi and had not contributed anything, even dragging down his teammates. Zhang Zhen also spoke up, wanting to move his order back. Wang Zi, being the last, did not voice any objections. Li Zihua and Wei Fan both expressed their refusals, in turn stating that since they had already settled it, there should be no changes, as that would disrupt the rules. Both sides insisted on their points, with neither able to convince the other. Everyone quiet down. Bai Yi's rhythm pulled the few back from their dispute, and they stopped talking, looking at Bai Yi. If according to Uncle Zhang and Yu Tangzheng all 4 of these treasure chests should be given to me directly, Bai Yi's question left both of them speechless. That's right, Su added. If we count this, we owe our survival to Dog Brother, otherwise we would have all perished long ago. But can it be counted like that? The location of the treasure chests was provided by Uncle Zhang, and the consumables we used during the process were provided by Zihua, including the armor that protected us many times, which was provided by Sister Wei. Don't these count as contributions? Including you, Zhengge, although you didn't take action, weren't you wasting your own time while supporting us from the sidelines? Xie's continuous remarks rendered both of them speechless. Bai Yi nodded as he shared the same sentiment. This is our first team action, and it's normal to have oversights. We can arrange future orders based on contributions. But since this was already determined before we set out, there's no need to change it now. Su was the first to say, I agree with Dog Brother's statement. Li Zihua and Wei Fan both expressed their agreement as well. After exchanging glances, the other 3 had no choice but to agree. Then came the selection of who would open the treasure chests, and everyone requested Bai Yi to open the highest quality, shining golden chest. However, Bai Yi mysteriously refused, stating that he wanted to save his luck for later use. Thus, the task of opening the shining golden chest was entrusted to lucky Su, while the bright golden chest went to Li Zihua, and the 2 dark golden chests were to be opened by ladies Wang Zi and Wei Fan. Starting with the lowest dark golden chest. Wang Zi first washed her hands, then prayed devoutly to the nearby, mumbling phrases like God of Wealth, bless me, before shouting loudly, come. As the golden light flickered from the chest, 2 mist lamps appeared. Good, just right, since the previous mist lamp was broken. Seeing Wang Zi's downcast expression, Zhang Zhen offered words of comfort. Wang Zi did not believe in her heart. How could I be unlucky? It must be an accident, definitely. Wei Fan did not hesitate and opened the treasure chest directly. Inside a translucent shell resembling an eggshell emerged food storage device. Quality boutique. Durability 1010. Description: upon use it will envelop the entire warehouse. It can counteract the food degradation effect of darkness corruption. It is very thin, so it's best not to try tearing it. Unlike the shining eyes of the others, Bai Yi showed no interest in this item. Beside him, Wang Zi looked as if she could shoot lasers from her eyes. Ever since the black mist descended, she had been troubled by how fast her crops grew. The whole team couldn't finish them before they rotted, and sometimes they didn't even have time to wait for the square to open for trading. Although the others were also somewhat tempted, they all understood who truly needed this equipment the most. As expected, the food storage device was purchased by Wang Zi for 800 mist coins. The 800 mist coins were split among the other 6. Having started off while Li Zihua nervously rubbed his hands, and while opening the bright golden chest, couldn't help but lowly shout, open. In the golden light, an object resembling a glass cover appeared. Darkness resistance device. Quality supreme. Durability 100,100. Description: upon use, it will generate a shield on the surface of the sanctuary capable of resisting the erosion of darkness corruption with no other protective capabilities. Darkness mom free. Wow. In unison, everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this piece of equipment, each wanting to obtain it. I will use my priority purchase right. Li Zihua raised his hand to indicate, halting the 3 behind him from scrambling. I will too, Su similarly indicated. I won't anymore. Tang Zheng ground his teeth. Although he also needed it very much, the previous order issue still weighed on his mind, so he decided not to fight for it. Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Yi. Give it to me, Bai Yi said softly with a firm tone, as this piece of equipment was equally urgent for him. The others nodded in agreement, but since there were currently no supreme equipment for sale in the square, everyone discussed, and then it was priced at 2,000 mist coins. After obtaining it, Bai Yi directly used it. With the device's activation, the flesh and bone value of the sanctuary finally stopped declining, and the abnormal status of darkness corruption disappeared. As the last shining golden chest was under the intense gaze of the crowd, Su felt a bit nervous. Suddenly, Li Zihua asked a very profound question. Brother Su, can you foresee the equipment that will appear next? Are the equipments opened by different people the same? Right, how could I forget this? If Dog Su could foresee what was inside the treasure chest, we could just take turns trying it out, right? Wang Zi said excitedly. Su laughed. Don't think about it. When you, the unlucky one, opened the treasure chest, I tried it and saw nothing. Upon hearing this, everyone was unsurprised. It was normal that there were no loopholes. I will open it. Su took a deep breath and then abruptly opened the treasure chest. Beginner's Intelligence Potion Recipe. Quality: unlocked. Description: it records the method for making the Beginner's Intelligence Potion. Beginner's intelligence potion restores 0.5 points of intelligence every second within 10 minutes after consumption. This is unlike those low-level crafting blueprints. Once learned, you will master this recipe completely. But the prerequisite is that you can understand the content above. Reading the intelligence potion crafting blueprint will not deduct intelligence. Siesu picked it up. It was a piece of leather parchment. He focused his gaze. 5 grams of spirit rice, 3 grams of hemostatic herb. 7 grams. Add the spirit rice when heated for 3 minutes and 5 seconds, stirring for 9 minutes and 26 seconds. When it becomes molten, note that it must be stirred clockwise, and the stirring rod must remain at the 35 position in the liquid. The blueprint consists of 4 or 5 pages densely written, with every step of the operation. After scanning through it roughly, Siesu casually tossed the blueprint onto the table. This is completely unnecessary to fight over. You just assign it to Li Zihua. Though Siesu could understand it, he had no desire to deal with it, thus easily passing the responsibility. Others took turns to look at it, their eyes widening in shock at the introduction, but after glancing at the blueprint's content, they painfully closed their eyes and passed it to the next person. Bai Yi was no exception. The moment he saw the blueprint, he put it down immediately. Don't joke around. Learning alchemy had been painful enough for him, so he decided to leave this to Li Zihua. After everyone had taken a look, Li Zihua curiously picked it up. Then his face revealed a twisted and strange expression, resembling both crying and laughing. He looked up at the others, each of whom had a dazed expression, unwilling to meet his gaze. Bai Yi, on the other hand, simply closed his eyes and meditated. Sighing, Li Zihua reluctantly took on this heavy responsibility. Then leave it to me. Don't set a price. When I make it, I'll give each of you a few bottles. Everyone nodded vigorously. After opening the treasure chest, Wang Zi had already started pulling Tang Zheng away from his seat. Zhengguo, I want to learn combat skills too. Hurry and teach me. Wait a moment, there is still one more chest. Bai Yi called out to the departing crowd. There's another one. Didn't we finish opening it? Wang Zi asked in confusion. Li Zihua suddenly had a flash of insight. Dog brother, did you get another treasure chest afterwards? Yeah. Bai Yi nodded, then briefly described what had happened when he encountered the mysterious celestial being. Though his tone was calm, the others could sense the urgency of Bai Yi's situation just from the description. After hearing about Bai Yi successfully escaping after diverting the danger, they all applauded his calmness and cleverness. When they heard Bai Yi had received a dazzling treasure chest, they gasped in surprise. Upon hearing that Bai Yi encountered the figure in the mist again, although they knew he ultimately survived, they still felt a wave of anxiety from the figure's eerie characteristics. Finally, when they heard that Bai Yi successfully turned the tables and also reminded Siesu of his position, they applauded him and Siesu once more. They also understood the dangers Bai Yi had faced alone. Dog brother truly lives up to the name. I, Tang Zheng, have never submitted to anyone in my life, but you are definitely one of them. Tang Zheng gasped. This was too impressive. Zhang Zhen agreed. What little Tang said is indeed true. I've lived for so many years and you are undoubtedly the most formidable man I've ever seen. He even gave Bai Yi a thumbs up. That's right, you guys have no idea how powerful Dog Brother is. Let me tell you, when I arrived, I saw the corpses of the alien demons surrounding him. It was terrifying. Siesu became excited, launching into a detailed account of the scene. The others occasionally gasped in awe. At this moment, Bai Yi's toes were nearly piercing through the soles of his shoes. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion and drawing everyone's attention. Let's talk about serious matters first. We can discuss these later. After saying this, he didn't wait for anyone else to speak and directly took the treasure chest out from his ring. The room, which had not been very bright, was instantly illuminated as if it were daylight. Oh, my eyes. Accompanied by several gasps, they covered their eyes, unable to look any longer. Meanwhile, Siesu, who had sensed something was off the moment Bai Yi spoke, managed to avoid this sudden attack due to his foresight. He covered his eyes, internally reflecting. That was close. Dog Brother can be so ruthless, launching a surprise attack like that. Dog Brother, hurry and open the chest. The golden light from this chest rivals that of a flashbang. The items inside must be excellent. Yes, hurry up. Exactly. Others chimed in one after another. Bai Yi no longer hesitated. At this moment, there was Siesu, the lucky one, beside him. He could feel a mysterious and unpredictable fortune transferring from Siesu to himself. Bai Yi's delusion. Now is the time. Bai Yi covered his eyes from the blinding light with his left hand and abruptly opened the box with his right hand. As the equipment emerged, the light from the box gradually faded. It was a rather thick book. On the ancient spine, which shimmered with a ghostly light, the words "Complete Alchemy" were etched in a special technique, faintly visible, while the edges of the parchment pages bore scorch marks from mercurial burns. The synthesis formula for the Philosopher's Stone, drawn who knows how many years ago, glowed with phosphorescence under the shelter's lighting. The obsidian embedded in the pages still retained traces of star iron debris, and various handwriting densely filled the annotation section, recording forbidden knowledge. Every equation was as enticing and deadly as Pandora's box. You are reading Forbidden Knowledge, Intelligence 160. The colors in Bai Yi's mind shifted slightly, and the greed in his gaze suddenly vanished. He abruptly closed the book, afraid to look again. Complete Alchemy. Quality. Unlock recipe. Description: this is a forbidden book that records all alchemical knowledge. Readers will be bewitched by knowledge and become puppets of forbidden knowledge. We've opened something big. Bai Yi was both surprised and delighted. He didn't dare to pass the book around for the others to see, but verbally recounted the book's description. After hearing Bai Yi's description, Wei Fan asked in confusion, "This is indeed a good item, but if it can't be read, what use is it?" Bai Yi nodded. "Indeed, I cannot learn the knowledge in this book, but something can." "What?" "Someone. Oh, there is something." What is this powerful thing?" With a convoluted sentence, Tang Zheng felt like his tongue was about to tie itself in knots. Bai Yi did not reply, but handed the book to the tentacle sprouted from the flesh mushroom blanket. Detected complete alchemical knowledge. It can be converted into flesh alchemy. Conversion time 60 days. Do you want to convert? Bai Yi's lips curled slightly. Yes. The complete knowledge of alchemy was drawn into the interior of the shelter and began to transform. Bai Yi was already looking forward to the effects of the transformation. With the conclusion of the treasure chest opening, this exploration finally came to a perfect end. Everyone's power and physique attributes had both reached 15 points, and their mental state had also improved to varying degrees. Su mental 10. 7-0. 3. Wei Fan mental 10-0. 5. Li Zihua mental 9. 5-0. 7. Tang Zheng mental 8. 5-1. Zheng mental 9. 7-1. 3. Wang Zi mental 10. 1-1. 2. Indeed, Wang Zi's mental state successfully broke through the limit, becoming the third person in the team to do so. At the same time, she awakened her second talent. Saying this, Wang Zi sent a screenshot of her talent to the group, and everyone began to check it out. Heart of Nature consumes sanity to grant the selected plant the ability to activate with the strength of the plant proportional to the sanity consumed. The plants will fight for you. This ability, like Bai Yi's Rhythm of All Things, is also a capability that has a very wide range of applications. Everyone congratulated her, while Su looked at his own hands in disbelief. Dog Brother broke through and acquired a second talent. Wang Zi broke through and acquired a second talent. Why did I break through and get nothing? Tang Zheng paused for 2 seconds upon hearing this. Maybe it's because your first talent is too abnormal. His words made several people nod in agreement. Only Wang Zi, who rarely spoke, was unusually quiet, as if she had something on her mind. Li Zihua noticed Wang Zi's silence and asked, "Sister Zi, are you in trouble?" No. Wang Zi was startled by the sudden question. She repeatedly denied it, wanting to say something, but hesitating. "What's wrong with Zi? If there's something, just say it. We will all help you." Wei Fan's gentle voice pulled Wang Zi's thoughts back. "Actually, it's nothing." Wang Zi said somewhat shyly. "Do you have that description in your panel?" "Description? A humanoid unknown creature?" Wang Zi nodded weakly. "Yes, how fresh, I'm not even human anymore." Tang Zheng said joyfully. Su also joked. "What, weren't you happy before the transformation? Regretting it now?" "I'm not." Wang Zi instinctively retorted, then feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned to Bai Yi and asked, "In the TV shows I watch before, monsters that aren't human all look very ugly. Now that I'm not human anymore, will I also become ugly in the future?" Cough cough. Su almost choked on his own saliva, rolling his eyes dramatically. "So you're just worried about becoming ugly? What's wrong with loving beauty? Loving beauty is a woman's nature, okay? Just ask Wei Jia." Upon hearing Wang Zi's words, Wei Fan instinctively nodded a couple of times, then realized something was off, and awkwardly tidied her hair. "Don't worry, you won't turn into a monster." Bai Yi finally spoke up to explain. After hearing his assurance, Wang Zi also breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they discussed their future plans, and everyone unanimously decided to rest for a few days to familiarize themselves with their own strength before going out to explore again. After the meeting, it was already 2130. At 8 o'clock, when the plaza just opened, Bai Yi had already uploaded a transaction for unlimited long-term purchase of bones and flesh, pricing it at 1 mist coin for 10 units of bones and 2 mist coins for 1 unit of flesh. Currently, the flesh of decayed corpses is the main source of protein for most players, and the price is relatively high. Since most players do not need bones, the prices for bones are very cheap. Although there are currently only a few scattered transactions, Bai Yi is not worried. Today is only the first day, and players usually throw excess bones into the wishing well or recycling boxes. Bai Yi believes that after this trading information is seen, many players will consciously keep bones for trading tomorrow. After that, he strolled around the plaza. The best items, there were merely some premium weapons, and they were severely marked up with nothing that caught his interest. However, there were several updated posts in the forum about treasure chests. First, there was a post titled Classification of Treasure Chest Quality, which added platinum and radiant gold treasure chests with pictures. In the picture, the golden light of the platinum chest was already slightly blinding, and Bai Yi also added the player who provided the information Gung E 7th Division. The picture of the radiant gold treasure chest was the image provided by Bai Yi. In the photo, it was entirely a sphere of light, and the chest itself could not be seen. The nickname of the player who provided information was also added behind the treasure chest Lonely Wolf Ashen Echo, and each treasure chest also had the average strength of the monsters guarding it. Dark gold power 10, bright gold power 15, flash gold power 20, platinum power 30, radiant gold unknown run. Note this data is only an average and is subject to various factors. It is for reference only. Please refer to the actual items for specific strength. Comment section platinum, radiant gold. Are we playing the same game? I know this 7th division they invited me to join today. Is this Gung E really that strong? The one upstairs, the real strong one, is Dog Brother, okay? Just look at the photo and notes. Can getting that treasure chest not show strength? Maybe it's just luck. I think Gung E is stronger. What do you think about your mom? It is obvious that Dog Brother is stronger, okay? Thus, the comment section erupted into a heated debate over who is stronger, Bai Yi or Gung E, with both sides holding their ground and gradually becoming more agitated, even escalating to family insults. Bai Yi smiled, not paying attention to it, but continued to read. After that, some guilds published statistics about the items inside treasure chests, a brief analysis of items in different treasure chests, author 3rd Division, like Count 72000. It detailed hundreds of pieces of equipment that came from opening treasure chests and provided a summary. The conclusion stated that there is an 80 chance of opening equipment to resist the black mist, an 18 chance of opening ordinary equipment, and a 2 chance of opening equipment of a higher treasure chest grade. Furthermore, it is speculated that the higher the quality of the treasure chest, the greater the probability of obtaining equipment that matches the player's own attributes. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi understood, and he also realized why he would open Alchemy again. To say how much it helped Bai Yi, don't forget that the transformation room in the shelter came from basic alchemy. In the following days, everyone lived in a highly regular manner. They returned to their shelters for rest every 6 hours, while the rest of the time was spent training in Bai Yi's shelter. The first to graduate under Tang Zhong was Xiesu, followed by Wang Ziwei, Fenzhong Zhen, and Li Zihua. Afterward, they each returned to their shelters, either upgrading them, preparing potions, or crafting equipment. Tang Zhong stayed in Bai Yi's shelter, tirelessly slaying the corrupted corpses to pay off his debts. During this time, Bai Yi undertook many tasks. The first task was to test the skeletal armor. To avoid any mishaps, Bai Yi did not stray too far from the shelter and only sought out weaker aberrations for experimentation. Standing among the corrupted corpses with the skeletal armor, Bai Yi allowed them to bite him, and they could not breach his defenses. The only concern was to avoid attracting too many corpses at once, lest he become buried beneath the pile. Bai Yi was unfortunate enough to be buried once, taking a long time to crawl back out. After that, he specifically sought out the Bone Whisperer and the Reverse Bone Walker among the aberrations. Bai Yi was already capable of defeating the former, and now it was even easier. As for the latter, after he donned the skeletal armor, the Reverse Bone Walker could not break through his defenses at all. Although Bai Yi's attributes were inferior, he managed to wear it down with sheer perseverance. It is worth mentioning that the 2 Reverse Bone Walkers Bai Yi encountered did not exhibit that rhythmic Zen quality, nor did they have the bone staff, making them somewhat weaker. During this time, Bai Yi attempted to use the bone manipulation technique to enhance his spine while activating the steel spine, while hoping to acquire sturdier bones. The result was undoubtedly a failure. The bones that left the spine became as hard as those in other parts of his body, but when they returned to their original position, their hardness spiked sharply. After this fruitless endeavor, Bai Yi stopped dwelling on it and moved on to the next task. The second task was a trade with Bai Yi, in which he sold all the information he had on aberrations. After filtering out the repeated information already recorded in Bai Yi's network, he was paid 4,000 mist coins as compensation. The aberrations not recorded included the Fog Dweller, the Pulse-wielding Sky Elder, the Molten Iron Curse Binder, and the Brain-snatching Slug. Among these, the first 3 were worth 500 mist coins each, while the last one fetched a whopping 2,500 mist coins. The previous 1,000 was a friendly price. Upon seeing the information about the Brain-snatching Slug, Yi Tianya was left dumbfounded. He repeatedly confirmed with Bai Yi that this aberration could perfectly disguise itself as a player, plunging him into deep fear. It is known that aberrations appearing right after the novice phase are generally weak and bizarre. As long as one finds a method to evade them, they can hardly pose a threat to players. However, until now, no player had leaked any information regarding the brain-snatching slug, which undoubtedly made one ponder deeply with fear. The only thing that relieved him was that Bai Yi informed him the slug needed to absorb a large amount of moisture. That night, Bai Yi posted an article titled Aberrations Among Players with the name of the information provider added at the end, The Lonely Wolf. Now all players were aware of the existence of the brain-snatching slug, and they began to fall into suspicion of one another, doubting anyone seen drinking water. In no time, players were on edge and guilds and teams started employing various methods to verify their teammates. Even the door-to-door service seemed to have gone silent for a time. This situation continued until now. However, it did not affect the Ashen Echo team as they continued to go about their own business. The third task was that Bai Yi placed a clothing order with Wei Fun. The clothes traded in the square had long been destroyed in previous battles, and Bai Yi had been wearing garments made of flesh. He had also tried using blood and flesh alchemy to create a suitable set of clothing, but the quality was never on par with what Wei Fun crafted. Thus, Bai Yi decisively gave up. He understood that some money should be earned by others. The fabric for the clothing was a type of flesh fiber product provided by Bai Yi created while crafting clothing, making it easier for him to manipulate. Bai Yi had no specific requirements regarding the style. He only requested that it should facilitate the extension of the armor and be fire-resistant. Wei Fun worked quickly and delivered it the next day. Unconventional standard combat clothing. Quality premium. Durability 100100. Description: this clothing can withstand temperatures of several hundred degrees without damage. It appeared to be just a standard combat suit, but it was made of flesh. The clothing was designed in a standard combat style, without any added armor to accommodate Bai Yi's armor. Moreover, the back portion reserved holes for the armor's extension, with special processing done at the edges to fit onto Bai Yi's exposed bones. The clothing's functionality was not particularly powerful, but it suited Bai Yi extremely well. He nodded in satisfaction after putting it on, then handed Wei Fun 800 mist coins. The final task was a personal matter for Bai Yi. He contacted both Bai Yi and the third department responsible for intelligence, issuing a missing person notice for his family. Both parties agreed to help and promised to do their best. Bai Yi also prepared himself for the worst. It is also worth mentioning that the 9th Department published another post, The Relationship Between Mental Attributes and Spirituality in the Environment. Author 9th Department. Likes 300 million. This post proposed a new viewpoint: the speed of growth of mental attributes is positively correlated with the spirituality present in the environment. In other words, the stronger the spirituality in the environment, the faster the growth of players' mental attributes. According to their calculations, the concentration of spirituality in the air has been steadily increasing. If the concentration during the novice phase was 0.1, it has now risen to 1 and continues to grow. Due to the lack of many relevant instruments for study, all of this is currently derived through related formulas. The 9th Department does not know what the final concentration of spirituality will stabilize at, but they can confirm that it will not continue to grow indefinitely and must reach a stable state. Additionally, they provided the currently confirmed methods for increasing mental attributes: near-death experiences, brain overclocking experiences, extreme emotional fluctuations, and believing in evil gods not recommended. This post also explained why everyone's mental attributes increased so significantly at once. Thus, all matters were essentially concluded. By the third day, Bai Yi had finally accumulated enough funds for upgrades through trading and working for Tanzhong. Among them, Bai Yi stopped purchasing after spending 5,000 mist coins to buy 2,500 units of flesh, as it was too expensive and far less cost-effective than Tanzhong, slaying the corrupted corpses. Understanding the market prices in the square, he adjusted his strategy and chose to sell bone picks and skeletal sabers. Unfortunately, the profit margin was not high, as many logistics players were already capable of mass-producing premium quality tools and weapons, leading to a significant drop in both prices. Therefore, Bai Yi did not take weapon selling too seriously. He did not believe he could outpace those logistics players. Moreover, his strengths lay in exploration and combat, and it was unnecessary to neglect his advantages for the sake of forcing himself into other ventures. In just a few days, Tanzhong not only repaid his debts, but also earned Bai Yi 1,000 mist coins through his hard work. Watching him desperately slaughter the corrupted corpses made Bai Yi exclaim, he was simply a grotesque killing machine. Current flesh 17255010000. Bones 12337010000. Current mist coins 96244. Upgrade shelter. Yes. With the rapid consumption of flesh and bones, the flesh and bone nest emitted a roaring tremor, awakening like a slumbering giant expanding outward. The gurgling sounds of the flesh squirming intertwined with the clattering sounds of the bones proliferating, forming a bizarre yet beautiful melody. Bai Yi took out his log flesh and bone nest germ cell, level 8, flesh 2255, 010, 0000 bones 2337, 010, 0000 capacity 10400050, 0000. Traits: Flesh Skeleton Upgrade Flesh 22000-30000, Bones 2300-020-0000. Facilities: Workshop, Modification Room, Digestion Room, Kitchen, Bedroom, Bathroom, Storage Room, Water Storage Room. Flesh, Fungus Mat. Description: Maintain a distance from it if you do not wish to engage in bondage play. Shelter area expanded twofold. Workshop upgrade: Equipment crafting speed increased and production quantity increased. Modification room upgrade: Modification limit raised to 20 points. Organ slots: for the genes of powerful beings can enhance modification limits. Current organ slots 610. Up to 10 types of organs can be fused. Organs can be removed at any time. Currently fused: eyes, corrupted corpse; ears, corrupted corpse; nose, corrupted corpse; mouth, mutated corrupted corpse; glowing abdomen sac; firefly, phosphor oil sac; reverse bone walker. Alchemy compendium. Digestion in progress. Remaining time 57 days. Bai Yi was extremely satisfied with this upgrade. Although his flesh and bone resources were nearly depleted, the enhanced limits of the transformation chamber meant he could grow stronger once again. Due to the current shortage of resources, Bai Yi decided to temporarily perform transformations only for himself and Xiao Bai. Current flesh 225501000000, bones 23370100000. The upcoming primary physical transformation will take 8 hours for Bai Yi and 10 hours for Xiao Bai. Shall we begin? This transformation consumes 3,177 flesh and 2,232 bones. As the operating table rose, Bai Yi suddenly thought of something and paused his transformation. He then began to operate on the nearby screen. Transformation project added, consuming 634 flesh. Shall we continue? Yes. With everything ready, Bai Yi closed his eyes as usual. Weather clear, location Misty Land, time 0700 m. Temperature 1521. Good morning, dog brother. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Xie Su greeted Bai Yi, who was sitting there practicing his second talent. Good morning. Bai Yi replied. He had been waiting for them here since finishing his transformation half an hour ago. One by one, team members stepped out of the portal exchanging greetings. The last to emerge was Li Zihua, seen sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes, looking extremely fatigued, as if someone owed him money. Everyone knew he had been tormented by the rational potion formula these past few days, so they dared not provoke him. Thus they began to change the subject. Has your shelter upgraded, dog brother? It's so much bigger. Wei Fan asked as she looked at the shelter. Yes, just upgraded yesterday. Dog brother is amazing. I'm still at level 7 and haven't gathered enough materials yet. Wang Zi exclaimed. Oh, where's Xiao Bai? How come I haven't seen it today? At this moment, Tang Zheng walked over. He had looked around but couldn't find Xiao Bai and exclaimed, it's in transformation. Bai Yi's voice echoed in everyone's minds. My shelter can now increase attributes by 20 points. Do you want to transform? Everyone was taken aback, clearly surprised by how quickly Bai Yi had become stronger. Tang Zheng reacted the fastest, chuckling wryly. Is this a happy trouble? I want transform for now. I've just gotten used to my body. Let's take it slow. Others thought for a moment and also expressed that they were like Tang Zheng, needing some adaptation time. For this reason, Bai Yi was not too surprised. He was just used to inquiring. Afterwards, the team held an extremely brief meeting mainly about the upcoming treasure chest exploration. Many players had already expanded their exploration range to over 10 kilometers on the forum, but none had encountered a terrifying monster like theirs. Combining this with Bai Yi's encounter with the molten iron spellbinder guarding the golden treasure chest, everyone deduced that normally such powerful monsters would stay far from shelters and would not move easily. The fact that they encountered the pulse-link sky owl could only be attributed to sheer bad luck running into a street rogue monster. In the previous days, Zhang Zhun had scanned the areas around Bai Yi, Tang Zheng, and Wei Fan's shelters and mapped out the distribution of nearby treasure chests. He initially intended to select Xie Zu's location, but due to its proximity to a cliff and the harsh environment, it was changed to Wei Fan. As for Wang Zi, everyone had a shadow there. Following the principle of avoiding trouble, they all agreed, including Wang Zi, to bypass that area. Ultimately, they decided to split the team into 3 groups, Tang Zheng Zhang Zhun and Li Zihua in one group, Xie Su Wang Zi and Wei Fan in another. Bai Yi and Xiao Bai would form a separate group. The Tang Zheng group, lacking danger perception abilities, would mainly be responsible for collecting the least dangerous dark golden treasure chests closest to the shelter. Meanwhile, the Xie Su team, due to Xie Zu's gifted abilities, would handle the bright golden treasure chests slightly farther from the shelter. Bai Yi was tasked with the 4 flashing golden treasure chests on the map. As for the platinum treasure chests, it wasn't that they were afraid to take them, but Zhang Zhun had scanned a 20-kilometer radius around the 3 shelters and found no traces of platinum treasure chests. As the discussion was nearing its end, Zhang Zhun raised a question. Now that the members of the Ashen Echo team are not lacking mist coins, should we consider the shelter fusion scrolls? This would make communication between team members more convenient. Regarding this matter, Bai Yi had no objections. After seeing the massive fusion shelter in the second department, he had also thought about this issue. No. Xie's words interrupted everyone's thoughts. He lounged casually in his chair. What's good about shelter fusion? If something happens, we won't even be able to escape. My suggestion is to hold off on fusing shelters for now and observe a bit longer. After saying this, he meaningfully blinked twice. The trials between life and death gradually fostered tacit understanding among everyone. Upon seeing Xie's behavior, they all realized the implications in his words. Could there be dangers in shelter fusion? Bai Yi carefully pondered Xie's meaning while intently observing his expression, trying to discern more reactions from his face. But the latter merely blinked innocently with his big eyes. With no results, Bai Yi had to set aside his curiosity for the time being and refocus on the matters at hand. After everything was settled, they began to take action. Thanks to the fog lamp equipment, everyone no longer needed to carry candles to navigate in the dark, and Bai Yi could also bring Bai along. Thus they set off to explore, starting with Bai Yi's shelter facing a heavier task, as the map marked over a dozen treasure chests. Bai Yi, however, stayed put, waiting for Bai, who would complete its transformation in just a few minutes. On the other hand, there were only 2 flashing golden treasure chests near Bai Yi's shelter on the map, so there was no need to run back and forth. While waiting, Bai Yi checked his personal panel. Bai Yi health: age 30, strength 20, spirit 10, 8 constitution, 20 psychological state normal, only negative psychological states displayed, rationality 200, 200, abnormal states, heart at ease, whale of the dead, insulation, guardian blessing of the stars, talent steel, spine, will rhythm of all things, passive knowledge, mastery, basic flesh, alchemy, boiling blood, flesh bone transformation, bone manipulation, equipment phase, ring dim, candlelight 10, white bone, tang knife 10, shepherd's mercy, modified windproof, lighter, revolver bullets 490, emergency medical pod 4, unconventional standard combat suit, description an unknown species wearing human skin. A woo. The moment the wolf howl echoed, Bai Yi's dark golden eyes suddenly opened wide. Let's go. Bai Yi, accompanied by Bai, once again stepped into the black mist. The surroundings were still as they had been during their previous exploration, with only a few strange demons occasionally wandering about. Although this time it was just Bai Yi and Bai, the sudden surge in strength instilled Bai Yi with immense confidence. He was certain that as long as he didn't encounter terrifying demons like the Pulse Constellation Elder again, he could stride through this area with ease. On the way, Bai Yi sensed numerous demonic auras ahead, but he chose not to avoid them. In fact, at times he would even take the initiative to confront them. After encountering the demons, Bai Yi didn't even need to make a move. Bai would charge forward, smashing them with a single claw. Afterwards, Bai Yi would collect the corpses, intending to take them back for disassembly. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat. In this manner, after dealing with dozens of rotting corpses and a dozen bone whisperers, Bai Yi finally arrived at the location of the first golden treasure chest marked on the map. This place was approximately 6 kilometers from Bai Yi's shelter, and the treasure chest was situated on a spacious road ahead. As Bai Yi approached, he noticed a demon next to the chest, an old acquaintance, the Bone Walker. The demon detected Bai Yi's presence and charged at him fiercely. A woo! A gigantic white wolf sprang out from behind Bai Yi, intercepting it. Bai suddenly leaped up, its massive front paws pressing against the Bone Walker's body. The overwhelming force not only halted its advance, but also forced it to retreat slightly. Without hesitation, Bai opened its mouth, revealing fangs sharp as short swords, and bit towards the Bone Walker's head. Screech! The clash between teeth and bone sparked sharp flames. The Bone Walker's hard skull successfully blocked Bai's attack. The demon exerted all its strength to resist the retreating trend and suddenly struck out with both hands. Clap! The impact of the palms produced a faint phosphorescent fire. As it reached out, Bai used its 2 claws resting on it to push off and nimbly jumped back, avoiding the demon's attack. Bai Yi watched from the side, not intending to intervene. The Bone Walker's power was approximately around 18 or 19 points, which posed no threat to Bai at this moment. The main trouble was its burning phosphorescent fire and its hard skull. This was just right for Bai to get some practice and gain experience. However, Bai Yi was not simply an onlooker. He remained vigilant of the surrounding rhythms to avoid being ambushed like last time. After exchanging a few moves with Bai, the Bone Walker was bitten on the arm and flung away. At this moment, Bai's fur stood on end, exuding a murderous aura, its sharp claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. It lowered its body and cautiously approached the demon, its dark golden pupils burning with flames, emitting a deep growl reminiscent of a revving engine. The Bone Walker stood up, no longer hiding its power upon realizing it could not overpower Bai. Accompanied by a strong scent of sulfur, a yellowish liquid began to ooze from its skeletal surface. The tibia pierced out backward from the knee, the friction of the bones creating trails of phosphorescent fire. When the phosphorescent fire landed on the oily surface, it ignited instantly, spreading across its body. Witnessing the changes in the demon before it, Bai felt no panic. It looked at Bai Yi, its eyes displaying a questioning expression. Bai Yi understood what Bai wanted to do. He lightly nodded, indicating for Bai to act according to its will. Receiving Bai Yi's approval, a cruelly mocking smile appeared at the corner of Bai's mouth. A woo. The wolf's howl pierced through the thick mist, and snowflakes began to gently fall within a radius of 200 meters. Subsequently, the range of the snowflakes gradually shrank under Bai's control until it diminished to just a few dozen meters around. The snowfield long howl has been activated. The temperature around began to drop sharply as Bai's gifted range decreased. The flames on the bone walker's surface also gradually weakened. Bai moved its powerful body and massive size, charging towards the demon like a high-speed car. The bone walker attempted to dodge, but the snowflakes that penetrated its fiery surface and merged into its body slowed it down significantly. Bai slapped it down to the ground with a claw, the bony body colliding violently with the oil-soaked road, sending dust flying everywhere. Without pausing, Bai's sharp claws targeted the weaker joint gaps of the bone walker. In the blink of an eye, the demon's limbs were effortlessly severed. Moreover, the flames on its surface were extinguished upon contact with Bai due to the drop in temperature failing to ignite Bai's fur. With Bai's final strike, the flames on the bone walker were completely extinguished, and its head rolled to the side under the effect of inertia. The bone walker dead. This demon, which had once posed a significant threat to Bai Yi, could no longer even contend with Bai. Bai Yi walked over, collected the corpse, and stroked the giant wolf's head, saying, "Well done, Bai." The white wolf then stuck out its tongue, displaying an innocent smile. Afterward, Bai Yi collected the treasure chest and headed to another location. The two treasure chests were positioned in opposite directions, forcing Bai Yi to backtrack before proceeding towards the other half. Although the demons encountered posed no significant threat, Bai Yi still proceeded slowly, maintaining a high level of vigilance. The second treasure chest was situated approximately 16 kilometers from Bai Yi's shelter, a considerable distance. Although Zhang Jun had confirmed that there were no extraordinarily powerful demons within a 20-kilometer radius during the detection process, Bai Yi still did not dare to let his guard down. Along the way, Bai Yi encountered the Mist Dweller again, but this time it had no good opportunity to ambush them due to the fog lights. After Bai Yi caught it off guard with a shot nearly hitting its core, it dared not show its face, dissolving into mist and following them. When Bai Yi arrived near the second treasure chest, it was already 4:18 p.m. He meticulously examined the map several times before confirming that the treasure chest was located within the partially collapsed building right in front of him. This was a huge shopping mall. Bai Yi did not rush inside. Instead, he circled the mall to ensure there were no overly powerful rhythms inside before reluctantly entering. It was understandable that Bai Yi hesitated. After all, experience had taught him to be cautious around malls. Upon reaching the treasure chest location, Bai Yi searched around, but did not find any sign of the chest. Instead, he encountered a bone whisperer. Zhang Jun's talent was somewhat lacking in this regard. He could sense the location, but could not determine the height. After swiftly dealing with the demon, Bai Yi wasted no more time. He closed his eyes slightly, fully activating the rhythms of the world, sensing the most powerful rhythm within the mall. Soon Bai Yi opened his eyes and headed straight towards the fourth floor with Bai. In the black mist 10 meters away, the Mist Dweller continued to observe closely. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Bai Yi lightened his footsteps, making no sound whatsoever. Bai imitated him, treading softly. Bai Yi felt uncertain about the strange demons hidden in the black mist ahead. In his perception, the rhythm emanating from there was not strong. However, what was peculiar was that the rhythm was utterly chaotic, a type he had never encountered before. It was as if countless flies were buzzing around his ears, creating a scene of utter disorder. The rhythms of many strange demons seemed to overlap with one another. Despite his confusion, Bai Yi did not retreat. As the black mist ahead was continuously dispelled, the hidden strange demons finally revealed their forms. What emerged was a human-like figure with a vertically split throat, revealing serrated cavities inside. Its facial skin had completely vanished, exposing muscles and fibers that trembled like taut strings. Its surface was covered with light gray fuzz, but upon closer inspection, Bai Yi realized that they were not fuzz, but rather tiny mushrooms. You have encountered the Silencer. Intelligence 1. As Bai Yi spotted the strange demon, it too had noticed him. It suddenly spread its arms wide, its chest splitting apart with a tearing sound, morphing into 7 tendrils ending in human teeth. The tendrils occasionally slammed against the surrounding walls, leaving behind a viscous liquid. Bai Yi handed the mist lamp to Bai, instructing it to hold it in its mouth, while remaining vigilant of the figure in the mist. He then strode directly toward the Silencer. Indeed, facing such a bizarre rhythm, Bai Yi decided to take action himself, aiming for a quick battle to seize the treasure and leave. As he stepped forward, the white skeleton tightly attached to his clothing began to proliferate. Skeletons rapidly burst forth from behind, Bai Yi climbing up his body. Simultaneously, the originally resilient fabric of his clothing began to swell slightly, taking on a flesh-like texture and becoming more pliable. Once enveloped by the skeletons, they interconnected with his body, forming a more robust shock absorption mechanism, thanks to Siesu for the adjustments. Facing the approaching tendrils, Bai Yi remained unflinching. When the tendrils reached him, his skeletal armor was fully donned. You have used the bone manipulation technique. Intelligence 20 screech. The sound of teeth grinding against bone echoed sharply. The surface of the armor bore no scratches, and after another adjustment, it was now covered in grooves resembling unknown patterns, lending an air of mystery to the armor. The silencer let out an enraged roar as its 7 tendrils continuously attacked, striking out with phantom images the narrow space filled with the sounds of the tendrils slicing through the air. However, it had no effect whatsoever. All of its attacks failed to hinder Bai Yi. He continued to stride forward, not even adopting a defensive stance. By this time, several tendrils had nearly worn down their teeth from the relentless assaults. Bai Yi approached the silencer's face, disregarding its attacks, extended his left hand, grasped its head, and lifted it up. Then, bang! The sound of something bursting rang out as Bai Yi effortlessly crushed the silencer's head as though it were tofu. The silencer is dead. Bai Yi released his grip, staring at the powerless corpse. Just as he intended to store it in his ring, suddenly the mushrooms on its surface emitted a pale gray mist. Bai Yi had anticipated this, for the strange rhythm did not dissipate with the shattering of the silencer's head. Instead, it grew even more active. At the moment the mist erupted, Bai Yi had already commanded his armor to close all gaps on his body. The gas spread around him, not diffusing, but attempting to infiltrate his body. However, the sealed armor dispelled the mist's intention. After failing to penetrate, the mist seemed to have conspired collectively, drifting toward the fallen strange demon. Yet their speed was not swift. Within mere seconds, the mist appeared to suffer a massive assault, billowing and emitting hissing sounds alongside distorted screams. Ultimately, a portion of the mist successfully entered the strange demon's body. Then the previously dead demon began to stir its limbs awkwardly and grotesquely, trying to rise, as if being controlled once more. Bai Yi expressionless stomped down, causing the strange demon to collapse, once more a massive dent forming in its chest. His kick had completely crushed the demon's chest. But soon the strange demon attempted to rise again. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened. He knew this was the doing of the gray mist, but what was this gas? Strange demon. Then why was there no prompt when he saw it? Bai Yi had no time to ponder, as the tightly sealed armor prevented him from breathing. He had been holding his breath since earlier. Alchemy activated. You have used the bone manipulation technique. Intelligence 5. A white bone saber proliferated from Bai Yi's palm. He gripped it with one hand and swiftly struck. The limbs of the strange demon were cleanly severed, but a bizarre occurrence followed. The severed limbs continued to move, and the torso twisted on the ground. Bai Yi tried several more times, even chopping it into pieces. It could still reassemble, albeit not as sturdily as before. You have used the bone manipulation technique. Intelligence 5. Bai Yi did not pause. He transformed the saber into a long-handled hammer and then brought it down decisively. The floor of the mall shattered suddenly as Bai Yi continued without pause, the hammer raining down like a storm. The strange demon's body was relentlessly crushed under the barrage. When Bai Yi finally halted, the strange demon had transformed into a puddle of meat paste. Yet it continued to writhe, and tiny mushrooms sprouted from its surface, slowly repairing its damaged form. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi felt he had no other options. Perhaps only by actively inhaling this substance could he truly understand what it was. But Bai Yi clearly had no intention of doing such a foolish thing. Based on the rhythm, he was inclined to think it was an unknown strange demon. Yet he no longer wished to waste time here. At worst, he would avoid such rhythms in the future. Better to steer clear than to provoke. As he picked up the treasure chest and was about to leave, Bai Yi suddenly recalled something and approached the puddle of meat that had taken on the shape of the silencer. With a flick of his left hand, a lighter appeared. Bai Yi brought it close to the meat paste, and as the flames scorched it, the mushrooms on its surface ignited spontaneously, yet new mushrooms continued to sprout from within. Bai Yi did not lose heart. Instead, he dripped some oil onto the meat paste, spread it out, and ignited it. A massive flame engulfed the meat paste, emitting sharp cries from within. As the flames extinguished, the meat paste ceased all movement. Satisfied, Bai Yi nodded, realizing that fire could counter this bizarre substance. To avoid complications, he did not take the meat paste with him. Instead, he left it behind and departed with Xiaobai. The black mist once again enveloped them all. At this moment, a corpse covered in mushrooms stumbled onto the 4th floor, each mushroom cap adorned with an eye. It walked straight toward the puddle of meat. Then it reached out to touch it as pale gray mist flowed from the corpse, slowly seeping into the meat paste. Tiny mushrooms began to sprout once more on its surface. By the time Bai Yi returned, it was already evening. However, due to the Black Fog, players could only rely on their logs to confirm the time. The other two teams had also returned early, and they had quite a good harvest today, having found a total of 10 dark gold treasure chests and 5 bright gold treasure chests. In addition to the 2 shining gold treasure chests that Bai Yi found, the total number of treasure chests had reached an astonishing 17. Reflecting on the past where they risked their lives for a few chests, everyone couldn't help but feel invigorated. This is the meaning of becoming stronger. Everyone rubbed their hands together, preparing to open the chests. This time Wang Zi again volunteered to open the dark gold treasure chests, as she didn't believe her luck could be that bad again. So she confidently declared that she would take 3 dark gold treasure chests, intending to showcase her skills, just in case she decided to open them last. Thus Tang Zheng was the first to open a chest, picking up 3 dark gold treasure chests and opening them directly. Fog lamp, 2 food storage device, 2 the 3 chests yielded average rewards. Next was Zhang Zhun, who opened 2 dark gold treasure chests. Fog lamp, 2 two-handed greatsword, quality boutique, durability 100100. Description: when blocking with a two-handed sword, it can forcibly block one attack without the player taking damage, though it will consume durability. The stronger the attack blocked, the more durability consumed. This was an extremely powerful greatsword, perfectly suited to Zhang Zhun's bold fighting style. No one else competed with him for it, allowing Zhang Zhun to successfully claim it, modified by Bai Yi for easier maintenance. Fog lamp is a team item and is not up for auction. Our team members can use it freely. Zhang Zhun's decent luck heightened the atmosphere of opening chests. Li Zihua took the last 2 dark gold treasure chests and opened them. Fog lamp, 4 haha, I figured it out. Wang Zi laughed heartily, pointing at the 3 who had just opened treasure chests confidently, saying, Zheng go bad, Uncle Zhang good, Zihua bad. The next one must be good. Without hesitation, she repeated the actions she had previously taken to open the chest and confidently opened it. Blanket 3. Uffed. Siesu nearby immediately spat out a mouthful of water, then burst into laughter. Others also laughed. Even Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He never expected that blankets could actually be found in treasure chests. Wang Zi stood there petrified. Without mourning for Wang Zi, who was crying in the 3 blankets, the next to appear was Siesu. Siesu held a bright gold treasure chest and a shining gold treasure chest, then opened them together. Energizing herb seeds, one of the ingredients for rationality potions. Wells sniper rifle, quality, premium durability, 77. Description: bullets have no trajectory decay. Wherever the scope points, it hits with an effective range of 1,000 meters. With it, everyone becomes a sharpshooter. One could only say that the lucky ones truly are lucky. Everyone was amazed, while Wang Zi cried even louder. The 2 items were bought by Wang Zi and Tang Zheng respectively. Next was Wei Fun, who had 3 bright gold treasure chests. Taking a deep breath, she opened them. Black fog resistance device, 3 not bad, and the group began to call out bids, in order ultimately won by Su, Tang Zheng, and Li Zihua. Lastly was Bai Yi, who had 1 bright gold treasure chest and 1 shining gold treasure chest, just like Siesu. Without any hesitation, he opened them directly. Black fog resistance device, boundary line, quality, premium durability, 100100. Description: the gloves contain a 200-meter boundary line that can be shot from the fingers. The boundary line is extremely tough and can regenerate 1 meter every 10 minutes. Maybe you could be the next Peter Parker. Tang Zheng whistled. Dog, guess luck is quite good. The black fog resistance device was claimed by Zhang Zhun, while the boundary line was taken by Siesu. Thus, everyone had thoroughly searched around Bai Yi's shelter. Similarly, the team skill Eternal Bond had cooled down after 10 hours of use. Team members began to busy themselves again, either gathering resources, trading goods, crafting potions, or farming. Meanwhile, Wang Zi had successfully achieved spiritual rice freedom, and everyone began to rely on spiritual rice for their daily food. Unfortunately, the satiety from spiritual rice is extremely strong. Or rather, the amount of physical attribute enhancement from spiritual rice has an upper limit, and as everyone's attributes increased, the effect of spiritual rice became less significant. Now others could roughly increase their physical attributes by 0.3 per meal, while Bai Yi could only increase by 0.1. In the following 3 days, Bai Yi, due to his individual actions, did not need to wait for skill cooldowns, so he went to find the other 2 shining gold treasure chests, 1 near Wei Fun and 1 near Tang Zheng's shelter. The treasure chest near Tang Zheng's shelter was successfully acquired by Bai Yi, and he encountered a silencer there. However, this silencer did not have those strange mushrooms on it, and Bai Yi easily crushed it. As for the treasure chest near Wei Fen's shelter, it had already vanished by the time Bai Yi went to look for it. Bai Yi discovered traces of combat there, and speculated that it was likely taken away by other players. During this time, Bai Yi also noticed a phenomenon: the anomaly strength around the shelters of the other 2 seemed to be lower than that around his own shelter. Around his shelter, Bai Yi rarely encountered reverse bone walkers and silencers, a phenomenon that made him ponder. Is it because I am stronger? Or is it because my shelter is special? Or is it for other reasons? Bai Yi had some vague guesses in his mind. After the team's skill cooldown ended, they embarked on exploration once more. Because Bai Yi was also able to take action within 10 hours, the two teams had completely searched both locations. This time they gathered 11 dark gold treasure chests, 4 bright gold treasure chests, and 1 shining gold treasure chest. The harvest was not much. On one hand, many treasure chests had already been taken by players during the collection process. On the other hand, there simply weren't many treasure chests around their shelters, and the reason for this was unknown. During the process, Civilized's group almost collided with other players. Even with fog lamps, the visibility was only about 10 meters, whereas the trigger for isolation was 100 meters. Fortunately, Civilized anticipated the trigger of isolation in advance and led everyone to avoid other players. These treasure chests were all opened and distributed by the team upon returning to the shelter. From the 11 dark gold treasure chests, they opened 8 fog lamps, 4 food storage devices, and 3 cans of luncheon meat for Wang Zi. From the 4 bright gold treasure chests, they obtained 3 black fog resistance devices and 1 adrenaline formula. Adrenaline quality boutique description can temporarily increase the user's strength by 2 points for 10 minutes, followed by a 5-hour period of weakness. This is my final strength. From the 1 shining gold treasure chest, they opened a pair of shoes. Aerodynamic shoes quality, premium durability, 100100 description. In a state of levitation, it can create a brief air foothold in midair with a cooldown of 2 minutes. This is the skill of walking on water. The formula was given to Li Zihua, while the shoes went to Bai Yi. The black fog resistance devices and food storage devices were distributed 1 to each person, while fog lamps were even more abundant. The team finally completely freed themselves from the influence of the black fog and gradually became adept in it. It must be said that humanity is indeed an exceptionally tenacious species. Even in extreme environments, they manage to gradually find their footing through sheer effort. After more than 10 days since the arrival of the black mist, humanity gradually began to adapt to the dangers surrounding them. More and more individuals started to unite, forming their own guilds or joining others. Subsequently, they chose corresponding roles based on their strengths, with players possessing combat talent or strong fighting abilities hunting down the otherworldly demons and collecting treasure chests. Players with logistics talents or weaker combat capabilities took on support roles, providing sufficient resources to help combat players grow stronger. Players with resource gathering or searching talents were responsible for collecting resources and upgrading ordinary shelters. Moreover, due to the abnormal state known as insulation, guardian players would not be attacked by otherworldly demons as long as they stayed within the shelter. This led to an increasing number of players shifting towards logistics roles, and gradually a sentiment emerged on the forums: there should be no distinction of superiority between combat and logistics players as long as one performs their duties while they contribute to humanity's development. Additionally, due to the recent fallout from the brain-snatching slug incident, players momentarily resembled isolated islands, hesitant to interact with one another. However, following the discovery and extermination of a large number of brain-snatching slugs by players, the previously repressed emotions were not only released, but grew even stronger. In no time, more and more lone wolf players chose to join guilds, and even the formation of teams grew scarcer as the larger numbers provided players with a greater sense of security. This also led to a growing number of powerful guilds or organizations, and due to the competitive nature among players, the requirements for joining became increasingly stringent. Only a small number of clear-headed players believed that the unlocking cost for teams was higher than that for guilds, and there must be a unique reason for it. Just like how permanent teleportation scrolls are cheaper than temporary teleportation scrolls, this should be a subtle hint from the system. However, when a player voiced their thoughts on the forum, they not only failed to gain support from others, but were instead labeled with derogatory tags, such as cannot stand to see humanity, thrive, anti-human tendencies, self-righteous, superior know-it-all, and more. Among those criticized the most was the esteemed player Buju, simply for posting an article titled "A Cautious Choice Between Teams and Guilds." In the fog-laden land where entertainment was scarce, witnessing and participating in the fall of a god was undoubtedly a highly relieving experience for the players. A multitude of players began to attack Su, the one who had provided immense convenience to all players during the novice period, unleashing their full arsenal to ridicule and mock him. Some claimed that Buju had run out of ideas, and that this commentary was merely a topic to garner attention. Others argued from the system's perspective, rationally rebutting Buju, stating that the system's actions were merely to ensure the survival of more humans. Some simply had a personal dislike for Buju and flocked to join in the criticism. As for the guilds, they were displeased because Civilized's post did not favor guilds and objectively analyzed the drawbacks of joining them. Thus no guild was willing to take a stand. They all remained on the sidelines, and some even discreetly fanned the flames. Interestingly, all the comments were extremely rational, merely standing on a moral high ground to label Ciesu. There were no aggressive words throughout. On one hand, this was the fog-laden land without laws. If things got out of hand and angered Buju, he could easily use some item to teleport over and kill them, and no player would come to their defense. On the other hand, there was Buju's team, the Ashen Echo. Now practically all players knew that this was the team led by Dog Brother, and the consequences of angering Dog Brother had already been personally demonstrated by the second section. Indeed, the incident where Dog Brother single-handedly ventured into the second section to kill and nearly slaughtered the entire section was posted on the forum, and even the second section failed to suppress it. However, upon seeing this post, the second section promptly issued a statement claiming that the misunderstanding with Dog Brother had been resolved and both sides had reached further cooperation. They even invited Bai Yi to respond below for a price of 100 fog coins, with the response being a succinct word: lone wolfum. This undoubtedly made other players realize the fearsome nature of the strong. Being killed in one's own lair and still having to apologize and explain was something never seen before in the previous era. In this context, players' denunciation of Buju remained just and restrained. Inside Bai Yi's shelter, they have gone too far. Good intentions treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. No way, I can't stand it. I want to post too. Wang Zi slammed the table and gritted her teeth. I support you. What kind of people are these to even insult Ciesu? Tang Zheng raised both hands in agreement. The others nodded in agreement, and Bai Yi even suggested whether he should issue a statement himself or contact someone from the third section responsible for information to explain the situation. Ciesu merely smiled, looking at the crowd who stood up for him, and indifferently replied, there's no need. They can think whatever they want. After all, the fog-laden land does seem to have become a bit too comfortable. As he spoke, his gaze darkened. Perhaps only death can awaken these players who are lost in false prosperity. Under the gradually stabilizing environment, of course, there were also sordid deeds. With the rise of guild fervor, a new variant of door-to-door service began to emerge and gradually became more active. This involved disguising themselves as a guild to recruit members, and to avoid being too deceptive, they would set certain entry conditions. They even developed professional companions for chatting, first sending someone to befriend lone wolf players, then slowly gaining their trust, and finally tricking them into joining their guild. Every day, players die at the hands of their own kind. Naturally, in contrast, there are players and guilds stepping up to combat against them. From what Bai Yi understood, the Steel Brothers Guild had been getting busier these past few days, hardly searching for treasure chests anymore, as they reportedly had found a big fish and were devising a capture plan. Of course, another reason is that the treasure chests outside have not refreshed and have become increasingly scarce with players' exploration. Fortunately, most players have acquired devices to resist the black mist, no longer having to live in constant fear every day. It seems everything is moving in a positive direction, and the great revival of human civilization is just around the corner. However, the emergence of an abnormal state shattered all players' fantasies and revealed to them the distortion and cruelty unique to the fog-laden land. At this moment, Bai Yi had just finished his second talent training. After taking a comfortable hot shower, he prepared to sleep. Suddenly, the journal on the table flipped open by itself, revealing a new, abnormal status above. Banquet. 1. Reduce the abnormal status insulation protection and where my heart is at peace. 2. Enhance all negative abnormal statuses, duration 715959. 3. The shelter cannot be upgraded before the countdown ends, and the Forum Plaza and World Channel cannot be activated. 4. Players cannot join a guild or team before the countdown ends. Insulation protection reduced while inside the shelter. When a player is attacked, the effect will prioritize the shelter. Where my heart is at peace, reduced 1. Can only exempt from the abnormal status, lost 1. 2. The shelter no longer provides psychological status and sanity recovery. 3. Permanent sense of direction, can sense the location of the shelter. Lost 1. Enhanced. After leaving the shelter, a mental judgment will occur. Resistance duration mental points 2. Exceeding this will deduct 1 point of sanity per minute. Current mental 10. Can resist for 5. For hours. Wail of the Dead enhanced from 2000 to 800 the next day. Deduct 10 mental value, 2 points of sanity per hour. If mental is greater than 10, a sanity will not be deducted. Loneliness enhanced. When a player is alone surrounding monsters, can vaguely sense the player's location. When there are 2 or more players, the monsters can clearly sense the player's location and hunt them down, ignoring shelter shields, excluding fusion scrolls. Corruption of darkness enhanced. The rotting speed of all food in the black fog increases by 400, and the black fog will erode the shelter at a percentage rate. The higher the level, the slower the erosion speed. Level 6 erodes 20 per hour. Level 7 erodes 10 per hour. Level 8 erodes 2 per hour. Level 9 Is immune black fog resistance devices still take effect? This series of news made Bai Yi immediately realized the severity of the situation. He quickly tried and found that only the area channel and personal channel could be used, and the system mall could also be accessed for normal purchases. Opening the group chat, Bai Yi saw Xiezu's message. Xiezu, do not leave the shelter, do not use the teleportation portal, protect your shelter well. Everyone has enough materials to restore the shelter, just hold on for these 3 days. Wang Zi, did you know this all along? Xiezu, I only know a little bit. By the way, try not to use the shelter fusion scrolls. Zhang Jun, then let's follow what Xiao Xie said. If anyone lacks any items, just say it directly in the group. As for the price, we can discuss it after surviving. Everyone okay? Li Zihua sanity recovery potions 15, adrenaline 5. Li Zihua, each person takes 3 bottles first. I still have some here, but if it's not enough, ask for more. The adrenaline has a weakness period, so don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Wei Fan Chain, male premium 5. Wei Fan just made it. Everyone takes 1. A dog brother has armor, so he doesn't need it. Bai Yi, I don't need it. You all take this, try to preserve your stamina. Bai Yi flesh and blood tactical pistol 4 Tang Zheng, and Xiezu already have bullets 5000 bone Tang Dao 15. This is the weapon Bai Yi prepared during the day, originally intended to sell, but unexpectedly found use here. Current flesh and blood 16610100000, bones 12637100000. Although the reserves are not much, Bai Yi is not worried, because in his perception, the rhythm of the corpses had become increasingly clear. Bai Yi, if you run out of bullets, let me know. I can keep producing them here shortly. Saying so, he looked outside at the corpses that had begun attacking the shelter. At this point, he had already put on his clothes, and a bloodthirsty gaze flowed from his eyes. Shall Bai keep watch? I'm going out to kill some corpses and replenish the shelter's reserves. Oh whoa. At this moment, many thousand throat shadows were scattered on the walls of the shelter. To prevent attacks, Bai Yi directly transformed his mouth and throat into bones, filling his mouth entirely, leaving only the airway for breathing. This way, he could avoid thousand throat shadows appearing in his throat. In just a few minutes, hundreds of corpses had arrived near the shelter, but not as densely as when the abnormal status loneliness was triggered. Bai Yi stood at the highest point of the shelter, watching the dense crowd of corpses below. You have used the bone manipulation technique, sanity 30. The bone armor covered his entire body, and 2 Tang Dao appeared in Bai Yi's hands. Now he was directly using his own bones as weapons. The fog light was embedded in his back, which did not affect his movements while also preventing him from being eroded by the black fog. He stepped out on 1 foot, and his whole body fell straight down from the eaves into the crowd of corpses. At the moment of landing, Bai Yi exerted force from his waist, spinning around the white flowing light accompanied by blood color, and the surrounding corpses were instantly split in 2. At the same time, an air landing point suddenly appeared beneath Bai Yi's feet. He used this opportunity to build up power before suddenly leaping out. The entire process did not touch the ground, making it seem like he was flying close to the ground. The pale armor carried the momentum of breaking mountains and rivers, crushing through the horde of corpses. The Tang Dao in his hands waved, and as Bai Yi charged, the corpses in his path were completely cleared. The surrounding corpses rushed up, clinging to him, biting and gnawing. Yet Bai Yi was unfazed, simply slashing with his knife again and again. In just a few minutes, a large area around him had been cleared. The corpses on the ground were all taken back by the shelter. However, due to the clustering characteristics of the corpses and the effect of the abnormal status loneliness, enhanced, more and more corpses emerged from the black fog. Bai Yi did not attack nor hurriedly withdraw the shelter. Instead, he stood still, quietly waiting to be completely surrounded by the corpses. You have used a large-scale bone manipulation technique, sanity 42. Sanity 125,200. Bai Yi's armor spikes began to move slightly then. The bone spurs suddenly proliferated, spiraling spikes continued to branch out in the air. Around Bai Yi, within a radius of several meters, all the corpses were pierced. The sound of corpses falling to the ground surrounded him. With just 1 strike, he directly exterminated this wave of corpses. Watching the surrounding corpses slowly sink into the ground, he had already killed nearly 600 or 700 corpses, and the shelter storage was already sufficient for him to snowball. Bai Yi felt his body was completely unscathed, and his sanity value was still reasonably healthy. This pure slaughter made him feel extremely pleased, like a grass-cutting game, where his random attacks would take away a large wave of corpses. Bai Yi's psyche showed no abnormalities, and the colors in his mind could attest to this, indicating that this thought was naturally generated by him. I didn't expect I was this twisted. Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, due to the abnormal status banquet, he needed to conserve more energy to prepare for the upcoming attacks. Bai Yi did not believe that this so-called banquet would only have such weak corpses as guests. The corpses crashed against the shelter like a relentless tide while Bai Yi calmly sat on the sofa, seizing the moment to practice the rhythm of all things, missing no opportunity to grow stronger. The shelter facing the whisper of emptiness attacked intermittently, transporting the corpses to the digestion chamber. In the group chat, the other members of the team were exchanging information. Since only corpses were coming for now, everyone's shelters had upgraded to level 7 or 8. At this level, the corpses couldn't even inflict damage, so things remained relatively safe. This suicidal assault lasted a full 3 hours. During these 2 hours, Bai Yi's shelter not only sustained no damage, but also replenished a significant amount of flesh and bone value. Current flesh 192610100000, bone 188637100000. A total of over 100,000 was replenished, though it was not as efficient as when Bai Yi triggered the Whisper of Emptiness. He speculated it was likely due to being the only player affected. A single player can only be vaguely sensed by the aberrant monsters. It is now 0302 a.m. There are still 69571 left until the feast ends. Now Bai Yi could gradually start to ignore the piercing rhythm, focusing instead on other matters indicating further development of his talent. Unfortunately, the Misty Lands would not grant Bai Yi enough time. Gradually, shadows of the bone whisperers began to appear among the corpses, and their numbers increased. These aberrant monsters have no flesh, only bones, and some unknown wispy substance within them. This meant that if the number of bone whisperers replaced the corpses, Bai Yi would lose his source of flesh value. Soon the worries of Bai Yi became reality. After the final wave of attacks on the shelter, the corpses had been nearly annihilated. What filled his vision were all bone whisperers. Although their eerie whispers were muted by the shelter's walls, significantly reducing their volume, faint sounds still reached Bai Yi, causing him some irritation. Meanwhile, the durability of the shelter finally began to decline. While a single bone whisperer could not inflict damage, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, these aberrant monsters were undeterred by death. Even if they sustained tremendous damage while attacking the shelter, they would still push themselves to attack with their last breath. Most importantly, the overall attributes of these aberrant monsters were much higher than those of the corpses, including their defense. This meant that the shelter's bone spike attacks would require multiple strikes to kill a batch of aberrant monsters. Of course, Bai Yi considered abandoning the bone value, allowing the flesh-eating bacteria blanket to stop transporting corpses, and simply extending the bone spikes to keep the aberrant monsters at bay. However, this idea was cut short when the bone whisperers began attacking the bone spikes. The shattered bone spikes could not be recovered, resulting in a loss for Bai Yi greater than if they directly attacked the shelter. Bai Yi had no choice but to abandon this idea and revert to his original attack strategy. Thus, while the consumption of the shelter increased, the bone value provided by the bone whisperers was also substantial, so overall the bone value gradually increased, albeit not as efficiently as when killing corpses. As the corpses had practically vanished, Bai Yi completely lost his source of flesh value, so he collected all the flesh except for the flesh-eating bacteria blanket, trying to conserve usage. The situation stabilized once again. Bai Yi opened the log. There were just occasional messages in the group chat. Bai Yi, how's it going on your end? Are there only bone whisperers there? Ciesu, yes, bone whisperers have appeared. Li Zihua, all of them. I only have a few scattered ones here. Wang Zi, I have about half of them here. Thankfully, I upgraded the shelter to level 8 during the day, or I wouldn't be able to hold on. Zhang Zhen, I only have a few scattered ones. Tang Zhengwei, for me too. The responses from the crowd furrowed Bai Yi's brow. The bone whisperers in Ciesu and Wang Zi's locations only accounted for a small portion, and the other three had merely a few scattered ones. Is the assault of the aberrant monsters different for each person? Is it due to the shelter or individual strength? Bai Yi pondered. Then he opened the regional channel. The number of players in the region was still 34, with no further decrease. Damn, I'm already surrounded by bone whisperers here. I can't even handle one alone. How do I deal with a whole group now? What level is your shelter upstairs? My level 9 ordinary shelter can't be breached by the bone whisperers, haha. Why is the difficulty so high in our area? In my guild, the others have at most half the number of bone whisperers. This side has already been surrounded by them. You guys must have cleared the corpses too quickly. I hardly killed any corpses. Although many bone whisperers came, they are all outside and can't squeeze in, haha. The upstairs is really smart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed the corpses. Sigh. Does anyone know why? Why are there so many bone whisperers in this area? I can barely hold on, or if it gets any worse, I'll have to use the shelter fusion scroll to merge with others. It's too terrifying here. Maybe there's a source of bone whisperers here. If we kill it, will it decrease? It's possible, but we can't get out at all. What about Dog Brother? He's so strong, I wonder if he can go out. Lonely Wolf, no, there are too many aberrant monsters outside. Bai Yi decisively refused. What a joke. For a guess, he would risk facing so many aberrant monsters to rush out looking for it. That would be no different from seeking death. Moreover, Bai Yi also had some suspicions in his heart. He did not believe it was the result of the source, but rather something else. With this in mind, Bai Yi sent messages to Tiandong and Yi. Bai Yi, how many aberrant monsters are there on your side? After waiting for a few minutes, neither responded. Bai Yi no longer waited idly and turned to other tasks. In fact, there was nothing much to do. The forum and plaza were still closed due to time restrictions, and the team members were busy clearing the aberrant monsters outside, while the regional channel was continuously discussing the difficulty. Bai Yi continued to produce ammunition and supply it to his team members. After that, he sat on the rooftop shooting the aberrant monsters below with his revolver. With no restrictions on bullets, Bai Yi found that the triggering probability of painful wail had increased significantly, triggering once on average every 20 shots. Thus, while practicing the accuracy of the revolver, he passed the time occasionally checking the messages in the log, waiting for subsequent changes. Bai Yi did not speak in the regional channel because he felt a bit guilty. If his guess was correct, then the reason for the high difficulty in this area was probably related to him. 0804 a.m. There are 63 hours, 56 minutes, and 48 seconds left until the countdown ends. Due to the black mist, Bai Yi could only rely on the logs to judge the time. A few minutes ago, the sudden disappearance of the piercing rhythm finally allowed Bai Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. He had not rested all night practicing with his revolver on the rooftop. Current flesh value 1914061, bone value 37863100. After a night of slaughter, his bone value had already surpassed 300, and that was after all consumption was accounted for. Bai Yi could no longer remember how many shots he had fired. In any case, he no longer lacked bone value, and he could produce bullets freely. He had supplied his team with tens of thousands of bullets, and several flesh guns had been sent back for repairs multiple times due to prolonged firing, including Bai Yi's revolver, which had been repaired once. After more than 4 hours of training, Bai Yi felt that he had developed a sense for shooting. Within 50 meters, he no longer needed to aim. He could hit targets with a mere raise of his hand thanks to his high learning efficiency from his mental attributes. At that moment, only 24 people remained in the area channel. The situation on his teammate's side was not too bad. Outside the shelters of Xiesu and Wang Zi, the Bone Whisperers had already occupied about 70 to 80% of the total number of alien monsters. The other 3 players occupied a small portion each. Bai Yi also inquired about the number of surviving players in their area, aside from the area where Wang Zi and Xiesu were, with only over 40 people left. Other areas generally had around 60 survivors. Meanwhile, Tiandong replied to Bai Yi's message. Tiandong, I was just dealing with alien monsters outside, so I didn't see. Here I have a full set of Bone Whisperers. How about you, dog brother? Bai Yi, me too. Are you in a special shelter? Tiandong, no, our guild has only ordinary steel shelters, and no players from special shelters have joined us yet. Bai Yi, did you merge shelters? Tiandong, huh? How did dog brother know? Bai Yi, just some speculation. After receiving a positive response, Bai Yi thought to himself, as expected. He began to understand why the difficulty in different areas varied so greatly, and thus he proceeded to seek final confirmation. Ash Echo Group Chat. Bai Yi, Xiesu, the difficulty of each area is linked to the strength of the players. Players who merge shelters are treated as a whole, leading to an increase in the difficulty of that area, right? Xiesu, brilliant. As expected of dog brother, I knew you would figure it out. Bai Yi, you gave so many hints, coupled with my own situation, it would be abnormal not to guess it. Xiesu, yeah, there are many things I can't say. I can only hint at them subtly. The difficulty of the area is indeed linked to player strength, and once a shelter merge scroll is used, the system will only assess the total strength of the players, which will similarly lead to increased difficulty. After dog brother presented his conclusion, I could finally speak freely. It had been too hard to hold it in. Zhang Jun, you have really suffered holding it in for so long. Li Zihua, so doesn't this situation indicate that in our area there aren't many strong players or players from merged shelters? Xiesu, yes. Wang Zi, TSK, Tisk, the players in dog brother's area are really unfortunate. Weifen, there's nothing that can be done. You can't blame others for being too strong just because you are weak. Wang Zi, that's true. Tang Zheng, no doubt about it. Previously, Bai Yi had speculated that the difficulty of the area might be linked to one's own strength. But this afternoon, Xiezu's hint led him to suspect that merging shelters might also increase difficulty. Only now, through Tiandong and the silent Yi, did Bai Yi fully understand everything. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Bai Yi hadn't had time to consolidate this information when the feast arrived. If he had received this news before the feast began, Bai Yi wouldn't have minded posting to inform others and give them a heads up. Afterward, he kindly provided this information to Tiandong and rejected the reward Tiandong offered. Bai Yi, save it for your own shelter. Thank me when you survive. Tiandong, dog brother, this information is too important. If I can really survive, I will definitely thank you properly. Bai Yi, yeah? Yi still hadn't replied, but Bai Yi understood the reason. He was probably overwhelmed right now. Just thinking about that enormous shelter, he couldn't imagine the dangers he might face. Moreover, if Bai Yi remembered correctly, people from the 2nd and 7th divisions were also there, and they hadn't separated yet. This meant that Gung Yi was also in that shelter. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. With Gung Yi, who was not weaker than him, plus so many merged shelters, it was indeed possible to encounter alien monsters of the level of Veiled Sky Monarch and Iron Conjurer. Then he stopped overthinking it and decided to take care of his own territory first. So far, the alien monsters had not caused him any losses. However, a shadow kept looming over his heart. That was the strange mist and the undying alien monster he had encountered during his previous exploration. Therefore, although Bai Yi did not speak, he kept a close watch on the area channel, so he could discover more useful information. An hour later, a message from a player caught Bai Yi's attention. "Brothers, I seem to have encountered something unbelievable." Bai Yi remembered this player. He was the one who had boasted about obtaining a flashy golden chest in the group. About 6 or 7 hours ago, I can't remember clearly, a bone whisperer that couldn't be killed appeared outside my shelter. Attached image: an alien monster with a tattered body, but still standing, covered in light gray fur. At first it looked normal, just a bit hairy, but after I killed it, a mist suddenly spewed out. Fortunately, I was inside the shelter and not close. But that mist infiltrated the bodies of surrounding alien monsters. I didn't pay much attention at first, but after a while the bodies of that group of alien monsters began to grow fur. The conversation suddenly cut off, as if that player had abruptly gone to do something else. The area channel fell silent, no one spoke, and everyone was waiting for that player to continue. After a while, that player finally spoke again. "Sorry, I just went to replenish the durability of the shelter. Let me continue." Since the equipment in my hands made killing bone whisperers relatively easy for me, I focused on those furry alien monsters. Unexpectedly, every time I killed one, the gas spread, and due to the black mist, I couldn't see clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so foolish and kept killing them. About another hour or two passed, and all the bone whisperers around me started growing fur. At that moment, I realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. If I didn't attack them, my shelter wouldn't hold. If I attacked them, that mist would spread again, and I was left with no choice. Bai Yi could sense the player's turmoil and despair as he continued to speak in the area channel. I had to attack. This time, because all the alien monsters around had grown fur, the mist spread for a while, and then began to emit white smoke and disappear. Just when I thought it was over and I could kill it, that alien monster I killed, it stood up again. Since the dead bone whisperer stood up, I have never killed another aberrant creature. Could it be that they can keep resurrecting? Yes, they can continue to revive. If their heads are smashed, they will be pieced together by a light gray mist. If their bodies are destroyed, they will also be reconstructed by the mist. Just like what I demonstrated in my photo, no matter how you beat it, it will forcibly piece together its body and continue to attack. By the way, after I kill them, once the whispers of these bone whisperers will disappear. Does anyone know what these things are? My shelter can't hold on much longer. Is there any way to kill this strange creature? These creatures are afraid of fire. You can burn them. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi decided to share his previous discovery, both to help the few players and to see the results through the hands of other players. Has Dog Brother encountered this creature? He'll go give it a try. It's still Dog Brother. He even knows how to deal with such things. Watching the continuous praises in the regional channel, Bai Yi remained silent and quietly awaited the player's feedback. The aberrant creatures outside continued to charge forward. To be safe, Bai Yi generated many eyes around the shelter to observe any appearance of undead aberrant creatures. After a while, the players sent another message. One good news, one bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Not at this moment, and you can still make jokes. I'm impressed. Good news. Bad news. Well, then I'll start with the good news. Dog Brother is indeed Dog Brother. Flames can completely kill that creature outside. I killed 2 in total. And the bad news. The bad news is that this creature can actively extinguish flames. I used an entire barrel of gasoline and only killed 2. Now I have no accelerants left. What? Aren't you done for? I'm even more impressed. You can still make jokes when you're about to die. You're the one who's about to die. Ooh, can you at least wish for something good for me? I'm here to say goodbye to you all. My shelter can't hold on any longer. I'm going to use the shelter fusion scroll to find my teammates. No wonder you're already looking for an escape route. After the shelter fuses, the difficulty of that area will increase. We know, Dog Brother. Our team has also summarized this rule. We roughly estimated that if 2 people fuse, the increased difficulty is not absurdly high compared to here. Everyone, if fate allows, we will meet again. I hope we can all survive. Finally, don't blame Dog Brother. With that, the number of people in the regional channel flashed, decreasing by 1. After a moment of silence in the channel, someone finally spoke. Don't blame Dog Brother. Why should we blame Dog Brother? Did he do something wrong? This brother is so ungrateful. Speaking half-heartedly, Bai Yi looked at the log, lost in thought. Although he didn't feel he was wrong, it indeed felt unpleasant to involve others because of himself. At this moment, a player in the channel mentioned their guild's speculation about the correlation between regional difficulty shelters and player strength. In the end, that player asked, "Dog brother, did you know this already? A few hours ago we just confirmed it." "Understood, then we can't blame you, dog brother. Brothers, if fate allows we will meet again, make sure to survive." With that, the player used the shelter fusion scroll to move the shelter away. The number of players in the area decreased by 1. After a moment of silence in the channel, a player couldn't help but say, "So the reason our area's difficulty is so high is because of Dog Brother's presence." Bai Yi did not hide it, and openly admitted, "I do not believe that being powerful is a fault, but without a doubt you have indeed been affected by me. If you have complaints or dissatisfaction, that is normal. If you think leaving will increase your chances of survival, then go ahead. If you can't leave, feel free to curse. Oh, I won't hold it against you afterwards. Likewise, I won't take responsibility for you because I am just trying to survive." From then on, the regional channel fell into complete silence. No one spoke, as if the mute button had been pressed. Bai Yi also put down the log and no longer focused on the channel, because in his perception 2 familiar rhythms appeared: reversed bone walker and mute caller. The attributes of these 2 aberrant creatures were basically around 20 points, and Bai Yi's shelter could cause very limited damage to them. Of course, it is possible to kill them directly, but the cost is enormous. It is more cost-effective to endure their attacks instead. This means that from this moment on, the attack capabilities of the shelter have gradually become ineffective. Fortunately, there were not many of these aberrant creatures, only 5. This meant Bai Yi could focus on eliminating them. Bai Yi did not dare to delay, for he knew that more of these aberrant creatures would appear later. Once they gathered, it would no longer be as easy to handle as it is now. Meanwhile, the log began to vibrate. Finally, after a player discovered the reversed bone walker outside his shelter, falling into complete despair, he no longer cared about Bai Yi's strength and began to unleash attacks on him madly. "Are you? Why didn't you mention this situation earlier? You used bone manipulation." Sanity 20. Bai Yi descended from the sky, crashing into the group of aberrant creatures. Under the illumination of the fog lamp, he wielded his dual knives, slaughtering the bone whisperers in front of him like cutting grass. If too many aberrant creatures surrounded him, and the bone knife couldn't be used effectively, Bai Yi would also attack using the bone spikes on his armor. He resolutely advanced towards the reversed bone walker, not far away. "What, dog brother, do you think just being strong makes you amazing?" Unlike the corpses under the incessant attacks of the bone whisperers, Bai Yi's armor showed significant wear. At the moment he sensed the crisis, Bai Yi's mind moved. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spike shot out from the shelter, and next to Bai Yi, a space suddenly opened up, piercing through several aberrant creatures, killing them beneath the bone spikes. "I have nothing left now. My shelter is about to be destroyed. Lonely Wolf, did you hear me?" But most of the aberrant creatures were merely pushed away by the bone spikes. As the spikes were retracted, they surged forward again. However, at this moment, Bai Yi had already reached the side of the reversed bone walker. Boiling blood. Without hesitation, he activated boiling blood, and braving the attacks of the reversed bone walker, forcefully killed it. "Why should we suffer just because you're strong? Oh, can you tell me why?" With the help of the bone spikes, Bai Yi had already reached the second reversed bone walker. Still, it was a swift and decisive kill. Bai Yi hurried towards the next target without hesitation. Due to the distance, even with the shelter's aid, Bai Yi found it extremely difficult to advance. The numerous indistinct whispers made him very irritated, but the colors in his mind made it clear what he was doing. I just want to survive. Who did I offend? Clearly I was getting better, just a little bit away from meeting the second exam's entry standards. Oh, why is this happening?" Accompanied by the relentless stabbing of the bone spikes, Bai Yi finally arrived in front of the last mute caller. With his dual knives crossed against the aberrant creature's neck, he suddenly exerted force. The aberrant creature helplessly collapsed to the ground. "The durability of the shelter has reached 0. I am unwilling." The log's vibrations ceased. Bai Yi stood amidst the corpses with his eyes beneath the mask burning with dark golden flames. After dealing with a few powerful monsters, Bai Yi quickly retreated to the shelter. He glanced at the channel without saying a word. The other players also remained silent. The channel panel only echoed the frustrated roar of the recently deceased player. For now, the situation on Bai Yi's side had eased. However, the other players did not possess Bai Yi's strength. The bone reverser and the silent strangler were absolutely insurmountable foes for them. Thus, when the other players saw these 2 types of monsters, they no longer held any illusions about this area. Players who could afford the teleportation scrolls for the shelter began to flee. "Everyone, goodbye. Brothers, I can't hold on any longer. I'm leaving. You must survive. Dog brother, I don't blame you. Maybe it's because I have a way out. Forget it, I'm not saying anymore. It sounds like I'm boasting. You will definitely survive. Good luck." Each of his words was accompanied by a departing player. Perhaps feeling that they could survive, these departing players tacitly refrained from making any offensive remarks towards Bai Yi, and some even expressed understanding towards him. Yet it was uncertain how many of them genuinely understood and how many were merely saying polite words to curry favor with Bai Yi. In just 3 short hours, only 14 players remained in the area channel. Among them were players who had died after their shelters were breached. Some, like the previous one, cursed loudly in the channel. Others left farewell messages before vanishing. Some fell silent and quietly met their demise. 1:18 p.m. There were still 584138 left before the countdown ended. During this time, Bai Yi went out twice more, eliminating the bone reversers and silent stranglers that appeared near the shelter to prevent them from clustering. At this moment, the area channel showed 8100. Captain, hello? Can anyone hear me? Captain, is anyone there? Dog brother, are you there? Please respond. Please respond. Bai Yi, can you shut up? If you're leaving, leave. If you want to wait to die, wait. Just don't talk nonsense here. Lonely Wolf, what's going on? Captain, ahem, let me introduce myself. I'm the captain from the behind-the-scenes poop cook team. Kakashi, ha. What a weird name. You've successfully made me laugh. Bai Yi, bro, you really have a heavy taste. Bai Yi twitched his mouth slightly, although he had seen this team's name on the forum before. He didn't expect anyone to actually join. Naming is so hard. I've always been curious. Do you really cook poop? Captain, well. Cough, let's not dwell on those details. I have serious business to discuss. Kakashi, you have serious business to discuss. Share it so the brothers who are about to die can have a laugh. Captain, the thing is I have a lot of fog coins and can afford the shelter fusion scrolls. But for certain reasons I can't use the shelter fusion scrolls to leave, and my shelter won't last much longer. The captain's words were interrupted by another player. Huan Lasong, so you're waiting to die? You can give me the fusion scroll, and I can use it. Captain, oh no, you're late. I've already divided all my assets among the team members. Huan Lasong. Bai Yi, so what exactly do you want to say? Can you hurry up? Stop being so long-winded. Captain, what I want to say is I've encountered the thing that the first runner mentioned, and it's right outside my door. Captain, photo, a furry bone reverser. Captain, anyway, I won't be alive much longer, but I can't accept dying so quietly. Next, I will gather information about this thing in various ways to provide you surviving players, especially Dog Brother, with more intel. What do you think? Isn't that great? Hands on hips JPG. Kakashi, what the hell is hands on hips JPG? Are you trying to turn text into images? Bai Yi, I take back what I said earlier. You're a real man. Bai Yi was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected another player to willingly sacrifice themselves, even if they were already destined to die. Lonely Wolf, great. After saying this, he shared all the characteristics he knew about this unknown monster with the captain. Captain, okay, thanks Dog Brother, wait for me, I'll be back soon. With the captain's departure, the chat channel fell silent again. Afterward, Bai Yi checked the team group chat. His teammates, having stockpiled resources, were managing to hold on despite the danger. In the meantime, the player named Huan Lasong had his shelter breached. Before dying, he came to the area channel and cursed everyone, including the system, then vanished without a trace. Number of players, 7,100. About half an hour later, the captain spoke up. Captain, I've obtained information about this monster. Upon seeing this message, Bai Yi's expression changed. Lonely Wolf, how did you get it? Captain, to facilitate the experiment, while preventing the fog from spreading, I put the bone reverser into the shelter. Kakashi, you dared to bring that thing in, impressive. Bai Yi, stop talking nonsense. Do you think everyone is as weak as you, unable to defeat even a bone reverser? Let the captain continue. Captain, well, I can indeed handle a bone reverser, which is why I brought it in. I first killed it using conventional methods, but the subsequent situation indeed matched what Dog Brother described. I tried various methods, but couldn't kill it. However, I found that the bone reverser controlled by the fog was somewhat weaker. At least it wasn't as difficult to take down as before. After using all the tools at hand, I still found nothing. I thought since I'm not going to survive anyway, I might as well go big. So I used a storm to inhale most of the fog. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good and was easy to inhale. Bai Yi, damn, him at a loss for words. Bai Yi also found it hard to take. The captain's self-sacrifice to gather information for others was indeed noble, but his personality made it difficult to accept. Perhaps only someone with such a personality could have this peculiar way of thinking. Captain, so I got this monster's information. Captain, breath of the decaying ice spores, a decaying fog-like life form that spreads contamination through bodily fissures. The host will gradually lose control of their body after a certain period. Captain, I can now feel the spores taking root and beginning to grow inside me. How should I put it? It feels itchy yet very comfortable, making one want to lie down and take a nap. Naming is so hard. Don't sleep yet. Whatever you do, don't sleep. Can you finish your words before sleeping? Captain, no worries, little brother. There's no way I'm going down without a fight. I continue. My body is almost fully occupied now, but these spores haven't affected my movement. I just tried cutting off a pinky finger, and hey, you wouldn't believe it. The spores stuck to me again. This thing is truly useful. My consciousness is still quite clear. For now, the spores are only lurking in my body and haven't entered my head. I guess it's because the time hasn't come yet. They still need to develop for a while. You all hang in there, I'm going to conduct some more experiments. 1501 in the afternoon. There are 56 hours, 58 minutes, and 36 seconds left until the countdown ends. The number of bone whisperers outside has begun to slowly decrease, while the bone walkers and the silent ones have also vanished. Bai Yi does not believe that the situation has come to an end. On the contrary, he fears that a greater shock is yet to come. The shadow of the alien demon breath of ruinous eyes looms over Bai Yi's mind, and the only source of information at the moment is the leader in the regional channel. It's been a while since anyone spoke, couldn't hold on, huh? As Bai Yi pondered, the leader finally sent another message. Leader, woohoo. I am invincible now. Kakashi, so do you have a way to eliminate this kind of alien demon? Leader, not really, but I've found that I'm no longer afraid of getting hurt. I've tried various methods of self-harm, including, but not limited to, cutting flesh, dismembering limbs, and grinding my left foot into meat paste. However, it was all reattached by the spores. Although it's somewhat inconvenient, it's better than nothing. Keek. Leader, image legs with obvious stitching marks and a left foot that looks grotesque. Naming is hard, damn it, why send images when you can just talk? I lost 2 points of sanity. Bai Yi looked at the image, feeling nothing. Prince, have you lost your sense of pain now? Leader, I have, but not much, just a little bit. That's not the main point. The main point is that tiny mushrooms have started to grow on my body, looking just like fluff. But the spores inside me haven't shown any further movement. Oh, I personally believe that parasitism must have several stages. I should currently be in the first stage, which I named growth development. How about that? Simple and easy to understand, right? As for the characteristics of the first stage, it should be that tiny mushrooms grow on the body, while the host still retains self-awareness and is not dead. I speculate that in the second stage the spores will invade the brain, and at that point I should be dead. Lonely Wolf, how long do you think it will take to enter the second stage? Leader, I'm not sure either, although I want to wait slowly. My shelter won't allow it. It can only hold out for a few more minutes at most. However, how could the clever me not be prepared? He. My talent can be understood as accelerating my own flow of time. Although there are many limitations at this point, who cares? The leader's calm words shocked the other players greatly. Prince, wait, a time-related talent. Are you seriously going to just die like this? Aren't you thinking about surviving? Kakashi, a big shot right next to me. Turns out you guys are all so strong. Even Bai Yi felt pity for him. A time-related talent, no matter how many limitations, is still not inferior to Cieza's talent, yet now he is going to die here. Leader, I have my own reasons. If I could live, who would want to die? Without discussing any irrelevant matters, I'll tell you why. It's because I'm going to use my talent to accelerate myself, so that I can learn more about the breath of ruinous eyes and verify my hypothesis. By the way, if my guess is correct, when the spores start invading my brain, I will commit suicide by fire to prevent my abilities from being taken by this thing, although I don't know if it can take them at all. Leader, are you all ready? Time to accelerate. In the ruins, a shelter is being violently assaulted by the alien demons. The shelter is covered in cracks resembling a precarious building on the verge of collapse. Inside the shelter, a man dressed in a suit and tie puts down his journal, glancing at the sparse, tiny mushrooms growing on his body. Snap. With a snap of the fingers, the leader's eyes witnessed everything around him starting to slow down, as if the movie was adjusted to 0. 5 times speed. Not enough. Not enough. A mad smile appeared on the leader's lips. He hesitated not at all and no longer considered any consequences. As his sanity waned, the flow of time on him sped up even more. The leader had 200 points of sanity. In this short minute for the leader, 10 hours had already passed. His sanity had dropped below 30 points, and feeling the fragmented soul being torn apart by the acceleration of time, a smile crept onto his lips. He could already feel the spores within him stirring, finally unable to resist, heading towards his brain. Indeed, there is a second stage, and my hypothesis is correct. The mushrooms on his body have started to grow, and each mushroom has opened an eye at the top, constantly spinning and surveying its surroundings. Dragging his body, which was gradually becoming uncontrollable, the leader began to send the messages he had received in his journal. Leader, hello, everyone, I'm back. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be our last meeting. My shelter will be completely destroyed in 5 minutes, and I will die before that. Just as I guessed, the alien demon breath of ruinous eyes spores has a second stage. It likely occurs within a dozen hours after being parasitized. At this stage, the spores begin to invade the host's brain and attempt to control the host's body. At this moment, the lower half of my body has already become paralyzed, and other parts are also losing control. I boldly speculate that since these spores cannot survive in the air for long, it indicates that there must be something producing them. Let's temporarily call it the mother body. The mother body should be hidden somewhere. Perhaps if we kill it, the breath of ruinous eyes will completely disappear. Of course, it's also possible that it won't, as the above is merely my speculation based on existing information. Lastly, let me be fair. Although the existence of Dog Brother has increased the difficulty of this area, it has also led to an abundance of treasure chests and other resources, hasn't it? Those who have survived to this point are all clever people. You should have a clear understanding of your strength among players. In my view, behaving like a spoiled child after a meal is truly pathetic. So everyone present survive and carry my share with you. Thud. The journal fell to the ground as the leader used his last strength to crawl beside an open gasoline barrel. Bang! As the gasoline barrel toppled over, a pungent brown-red liquid gushed out, soaking the leader's suit. The leader turned around, lying on his back to the sky. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket, and the smile on his face revealed a determined madness. Hell, I can't bear to become an alien demon. You want my body? Sorry, even if you get my body, you won't have my heart. The flames ignited the gasoline. The mushrooms on his body let out sharp cries accompanied by the leader's maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, finally, hear my destined death. The flames consumed everything. The shelter then collapsed. The leader dead. In the area channel 6100. Lone Wolf, I will captain. Watching the dwindling numbers, Bai Yi squinted his eyes. The situation before him had become clear. For Bai Yi, the greatest threat in this area was the alien demon, the breath of ruinous eye. Due to the peculiar nature of its spores, Bai Yi was unable to kill the parasitic alien demons to replenish the shelter's flesh and bone value. Realizing this, Bai Yi decisively halted all consumption within the shelter, including the supply of bullets and weapons. His teammates understood and expressed that they could speak up anytime if needed. Current flesh value 1926-10100000, bone value 7786-31100000. The number of bone gap whisperers outside began to decrease, and Bai Yi's acquisition of bone value also started to slow, but he dared not let his guard down. Because next it was likely that other stronger alien demons would appear. The disappearance of the rotting corpses and the emergence of the bone gap whisperers was the best example. For a moment, the surroundings began to quiet down. The group chat and area channel fell into silence as everyone was striving to survive. Bai Yi did not dare to be careless for even a moment. He was fully projecting his second talent, sensing all rhythms within a radius of 100 meters, and this range was slowly expanding. Sparse attacks continued throughout the afternoon, during which 2 more players in the area died. Without exception, these 2 players encountered alien demon hordes infected by the breath of ruinous eye spores. Even the players who managed to survive until now were incredibly strong, yet they had no way to deal with these indestructible alien demons. Once their supply of incendiary agents was exhausted, they could only rely on the defenses of the shelter itself to resist perishing in despair as the shelter collapsed. Before the shelter was breached, the 2 players also tried to verify the captain's findings, uploading the information to the area channel. As if infected by the captain, their last words were, "Live on for me." No one dared to respond except Bai Yi. Even Bai Yi couldn't be sure he would survive. He just didn't want these players to die in vain. At 235859, there were 48101 left until the countdown ended. With Bai Yi striking down the last alien demon, all the alien demons surrounding the shelter were finally slaughtered. At this moment, only 1 day had passed since the 3-day countdown. The overlapping rhythms began to appear in large numbers in Bai Yi's perception. The breath of ruinous eye, which Bai Yi had been worried about, finally arrived. He quickly retreated to the shelter, peering outside through some openings. The windows had all been closed by him. Using the fog lights, Bai Yi saw the alien demons at the forefront. Rotting corpses, bone gap whisperers, reverse bone walkers, and mute chokers. All the alien demons Bai Yi had seen mingled among them. Among them, the reverse bone walkers and mute chokers were the least numerous. Every alien demon's surface was covered in long, fine fur, swaying continuously in the black mist. Additionally, Bai Yi saw several alien demons covered in mushrooms with an eyeball atop each mushroom. As the mushrooms had infested their bodies, Bai Yi was unable to determine the types of the alien demons. Finally, the alien demons approached the shelter and began to attack it, causing the shelter's bone value to slowly decline. Bai Yi no longer used bone spikes to attack, as it was pointless. Instead, he first introduced a rotting corpse, trying to see if he could forcibly digest it. The result was indeed possible, but the processing was exceedingly slow, and the obtained flesh and bone values were pitifully small. Moreover, as the current shelter could not digest the spores, they could only remain in the air, waiting for them to die naturally. This efficiency was undoubtedly extremely low. Without hesitation, Bai Yi switched to another strategy. With the operation of the organ phosphor oil pouch, yellow-brown oil stains began to appear on the outside walls of the shelter. Bai Yi ignited the firewood and gently tossed it out. The surging phosphor ignited the walls of the shelter in an instant. Bai Yi had previously tested that the shelter's bones could withstand burning for about 10 minutes. Then with the phosphor, the bone spikes shot out fiercely. The foremost alien demon was pierced directly and then began to burn. A large number of spores drilled out of the alien demon's body, attempting to extinguish the phosphor. However, every bone spike was coated with ample phosphor oil, rendering the spores' extinguishing efforts futile. As the spores were killed, many alien demons began to die and ceased their movements. This situation startled Bai Yi, his expression brightening as he repeated this action without hesitation and had the flesh fungus blanket reclaim the bodies for digestion. Although this entire process was quite consuming even with the recovered bodies, there was still a deficit. But at least it was better than doing nothing. Bai Yi had calculated that this consumption would be sufficient for him to last through the remaining 2 days, if there were no other surprises. But unfortunately, things always tend to take a turn for the worse. Even though Bai Yi had killed the spores inside the alien demons with phosphor, the alien demons, among them those with mushrooms and eyes now in the second stage, began to exert their power. He saw the mushrooms on their surfaces start to wriggle violently, and then numerous tiny holes appeared on their surfaces. Countless spores were forcefully ejected from the holes by the mushrooms, scrambling to burrow into the recently killed alien demon corpses. Immediately after the dead alien demons began to move again, Bai Yi watched this scene unfold, his expression turning grave as he waved to halt all attacks. Being unable to recover the bodies meant no income of bone and flesh values, thus this method of resistance was nothing but a joke. It would be better to let the alien demons attack directly, at least this way the decline in bone value would be slower. For now, Bai Yi had no solution. All he could do was shut down all facilities and minimize the shelter's consumption, holding on for dear life. Number of players in the area 4,100. In the entire area, only Bai Yi, Lu Yi, Kakashi Kaka, and it's hard to name remained. Aside from Bai Yi, the other 3 players were all lone wolves. Like Bai Yi, the other 3 had also encountered attacks from the breath of ruinous eye. Moreover, their resources had dwindled to almost nothing. Even at their current level, they could not last through the remaining 2 days. Among them, it's hard to name, and Kakashi Kaka had completely come to terms with their situation, casually chatting in the channel. They discussed everything from events on Earth to their experiences in the Foggy Land, sharing their preferences, lives, and families. After covering all this, they began recounting their experiences upon arriving in the Foggy Land, the dangers they encountered, and how they cleverly navigated through them, and so on. Time seemed to slow down. The 2 spoke as if they were long-lost friends, revealing every thought buried deep within their hearts. Bai Yi and Lu Yi remained silent, watching quietly. Finally, Kakashi Kaka said, "So I'm a middle schooler at heart. I used to fantasize about time travel and gaining superpowers all the time. I never expected it to actually happen, ha. After arriving here, I felt like the main character, rejecting many guild and team invitations and looking down on players who joined any group, thinking it was cooler to survive alone. But it wasn't until I was on the brink of death that I realized how uncool that was. I felt so lonely, as if the world had abandoned me. In my view, Brother Dog was completely right. A strong person should be able to do as they please, and as for the lives of other ants, what does it have to do with him? I want to be as strong as Brother Dog so that I don't have to die so soon. I also want to be a great person like the captain, using my life to help other players. But I can't do it. I'm afraid. I'm a coward." Bai Yi interrupted Kakashi Kaka's self-denial. Lone wolf being able to survive until now alone is already very brave. Kakashi Kaka, being recognized by Brother Dog before dying is worth it. Brother Dog, it's hard to name, and that Lu Yi. You must live on. If one day you find the true form of the system, remember to give it a punch for me. No one spoke, and then Kakashi Kaka's last message popped up. Live on for me. Number of players 3,100. Kakashi Kaka dead. Naming is so difficult, seriously, just like that I die. Is there no one to chat with me? I'm so bored. In the regional channel, only naming is difficult, remained speaking. After talking to himself for a while, he fell silent. Silence. Current flesh 192610100000. Bone value 7624091000000. Bai Yi fixed his gaze on the decreasing bone value, then made a rough calculation. The bone value would be fully consumed an hour before the feast ends. Can flesh alone hold out? Bai Yi did not know. He opened the team group chat, which had no idle chatter, only survival messages that appeared every hour. Bai Yi did not know their exact situation, but it should be as difficult as his own, and whether they could hold out until the end was uncertain. However, due to the isolation syndrome enhanced, everyone could only defend their shelters in isolation, occasionally exchanging some supplies. The only relatively safe one was Li Zihua, who, after confirming he had enough supplies to survive, was wholeheartedly making rational recovery potions and wound healing syringes. And he unconditionally placed them in the group for everyone to take. Wang Zi was also tirelessly providing raw materials to Li Zihua. It is worth mentioning that Wang Zi was not attacked by the Pulse Demon or the Iron Binding Sorcerer. They must have left this area. After sending a message saying, "I'm not dead yet," Bai Yi put down his log and gently closed his eyes. In the darkness, he sat on the sofa with Xiao Bai guarding him. 0326 a.m. Live for me. After leaving this message, naming is difficult died, and the number of people in the regional channel decreased by 1. Regional channel 2100. The only ones still alive are Bai Yi and Bai Yi. Bai Yi finally dead in my head is pounding from all the shouting. Dog brother, I know you're watching, wanna chat. Lonely wolf, didn't you just chat with them? I'm not interested. Bill, you know I was thinking about some things. And now it's just the two of us. I can only find you, dog brother. Although I can hold on for more than a day, I will eventually die at the feast. Now, it's just waiting for death. If you don't want to chat, can I talk? After all, I'm about to die, and am a bit unsettled. Bai Yi thought for a moment, since he had nothing else to do, he might as well relieve his boredom. Lonely wolf, go ahead. Bai Yi, there's nothing much to say about Earth. Let me start with the Misty Land. When I first arrived in the Misty Land, I wasn't very happy, because I was doing well on Earth, not lacking money. But there was no choice. Since I came, I had to accept it. Unlike that middle schooler Kakashi, I choose to be a lone wolf simply because I dislike burdens and do not like interacting with others. I'm already tired of the petty intrigues of humanity. I'm a selfish person, yes, extremely selfish. I could say I've done all sorts of bad things, especially since coming to the Misty Land. I have no scruples. I believe in the survival of the fittest, having deceived other players out of their equipment and Misty coins, and even fought against foreign demons in search of treasure. My bottom line is very low and am very double standard. Although I claim not to kill innocent ordinary players, I've even targeted door-to-door services. But that's just for appearances. Oh, I know very well that after deceiving those players out of their best equipment, they are not far from death. As for targeting door-to-door services, it was merely to seize resources through black means. However, I do not regret it, for my strength is growing stronger, strong enough that those players do not even dare to curse me after being deceived. Moreover, I previously did not understand why you players who like to post would give up such a huge advantage for the sake of allowing more players to survive. Everyone has their own way of survival. You don't need to understand. Bai Yi, indeed, dog brother is right. There's one point I agree with Kakashi. When death is slowly approaching, being a lone wolf is really quite miserable, lonely, and desolate. Even I at such times want to find a few companions, even if it's just to talk. Dog brother, do you think you need teammates? Lonely wolf, they can help me. Bai Yi, ha ha ha, such a cold-blooded answer. It's strange, why are your actions so contradictory? Both cold-blooded and warm-hearted based on your deeds on the forum. You shouldn't be the kind of ruthless person who kills without blinking, right? Why did you join a team? Lonely wolf, just a promise. Bai Yi, are you from Huaxia? I really like the culture there. You remind me of a poem from Huaxia. Without waiting for Bai Yi to respond, he recited it by himself. Youthful chivalry, uniting the 5 great cities. Liver and gallbladder, exposed hair bristling. Speaking of life and death, together a promise worth 1,000 gold. Lonely wolf, I cannot claim such honor. It is merely to survive. Bai Yi ignored Bai Yi's response and continued speaking. Bai Yi, that's wonderful. I've always wanted to visit Huaxia, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Dog brother, do you think I can go to heaven after I die? Lonely wolf, no. Bai Yi, I thought so too. I haven't done anything good in this life. It's unlikely I can go to heaven. But I have one virtue that cowardly player lacks. I am never timid. Dog brother, if I help you, do you think I can go to heaven? This time it was Bai Yi's turn to be puzzled. From his previous words, it seemed that Bai Yi was a complete scoundrel, yet he suddenly proposed to help Bai Yi. Bai Yi instinctively felt a sense of vigilance. Lonely wolf, no need. Bai Yi, I know you are wary of me, fearing I might betray you. I don't mind. Actually, I am not helping you, nor do I care if you need my assistance. I am only watching the players ahead. Even if I must die, I want to leave more information for others. To be honest, I envy this feeling, because I have never experienced the feeling of helping others, nor have I ever been needed by anyone. Rather than saying it's to help you, it's more like self-satisfaction. Perhaps because of this act of kindness, I might go to heaven after death. After a pause, Bai Yi continued speaking. Bai Yi, dog brother, my talent probably allows me to remain conscious as long as my body doesn't suffer more than 50 damage regardless of what happens to me. Do you think I can survive after the spores invade my brain, thus collecting more information? I want to try. Lonely wolf, why do that? Bai Yi, I already said I'm not helping you out. Regardless of which players survive in the end, I will do this. I call it atonement. Bai Yi fell silent. He did not know whether the words of the prince were true or false. But it did not matter to him. He did not care. The sacrifice of the former captain had already provided Bai Yi with immense help. Moreover, Bai Yi's conjecture coincided with that of the captain. The breath of the ruptured eye spore must have a source. If he could find that source and eliminate it, perhaps Bai Yi could survive by relying on the shelter. The only problem was that he did not know where the source was or how powerful it might be. Bai Yi planned to wait until the last day. If the onslaught of the alien demons remained this fierce, or even intensified, he would take the risk of venturing out to search for the source. Otherwise, relying solely on the flesh and blood value, he would likely not survive beyond the 3rd day. After Bai Yi had made all his plans, the message from the prince was still buzzing. Prince, I have inhaled the spores, and just as the captain said, I can feel them taking root within my body. It feels quite comfortable. I do not have the same acceleration ability as the captain. It is now 0552 in the morning. According to him, the first phase lasts for about 10 hours. I know that Dog Brother does not believe me, but it does not matter. I will send out updates as I receive them. In the black mist, all players quietly faced death. If viewed from a broader perspective, every shelter on the planet was facing unprecedented danger. Besides, the most common alien demon tide attacks on land crises were also pervasive in other areas. On the tumultuous ocean, countless fish-headed humanoid demons attacked a massive ship. Beneath the surface of the sea, a gigantic shadow lurked quietly at the bottom. In the unfathomable depths below, players hid in an unknown spherical space of less than 50 square meters, trembling as they listened to the piercing sounds of drilling against the sphere's surface. In the vastness of space, a gigantic space station stood silently in orbit around the planet. At some point, a minuscule breach appeared in the space station. Though it was promptly repaired by the players, strange alien demons had already infiltrated, beginning to hunt down players. The rules of space are slightly different. Battles between alien demons and players can occur within the shelter. The Misty Land knows no mercy. At 2008, there are 235129 left until the countdown ends. Current flesh and blood 192610100000. Bone value 461458. 1000. The rate of decline of the bone value matches Bai Yi's calculations, indicating that the shelter has already determined it cannot last until the countdown ends. Bai Yi needed to start preparing. At that moment, the log vibrated. Prince Dog Brother, the second phase has arrived. Prince image, a gloomy man covered in tiny mushrooms. Only upon seeing the picture did Bai Yi confirm that the prince had truly done it. He paused his actions. Prince, I can feel my body gradually losing control while also gaining healing capabilities. To avoid losing contact due to not being able to access the log later, I will sew it into my abdomen. After that, I will no longer be able to provide images, only rely on text. The log can be used once it is in contact with the body. The prince meticulously described his symptoms and the reactions of his body. Half an hour later, he completely lost control of his body, but due to the breath of the ruptured eye spore, maintaining the form of his body, his innate abilities successfully activated and his consciousness did not dissipate. Since he had already transformed into an alien demon, the other alien demons outside no longer attacked him, but instead slowly dispersed. The black mist also did not erode him. Through the log, the prince spoke intermittently. Currently, my consciousness is still quite clear, and I can see outside through my eyes. But there is a particularly uncomfortable feeling, as if there is a hole in my head, and I am like a puddle of water slowly flowing away. I am not sure how long I can hold on, or I hope the captain's conjecture is correct, and I will reach the source of the alien demons. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss to die like this. The prince babbled on about everything he saw, unable to stop his thoughts. Once he relaxed, his consciousness would completely vanish. Bai Yi quietly watched the prince's account through the log. Though he could not fathom the discomfort the prince described, Bai Yi's expression was serious. The prince had been wandering outside for about 6 or 7 hours. During this time, his body, under the control of the spores, continuously searched for alien demons that had not been parasitized. Once discovered, his body would approach, and then the spores would be injected into the body of the alien demon. Since they were both alien demons, they generally would not attack each other. Of course, there were rare instances where he would be driven away after getting close to an alien demon. However, due to the unpredictable nature of the spores, the alien demons would end up being parasitized after approaching, thus losing their hostility towards him. When the mushrooms on his body began to grow a second eye, the prince finally stopped aimlessly wandering and began to move in a specific direction. Prince, I vaguely sense a calling. It should be the source. Prince, I see that the mushrooms on my body, the number of eyes, has increased. It should be the third phase. At this point, the prince's text had become somewhat incoherent. As per his description, it seemed that the water in my brain is about to leak out. Prince, I have arrived at a very large abandoned factory. I can see it. Prince, there is a source. It is a gigantic mushroom. A mushroom covered in eyes. Prince, the breath of the ruptured eye. The mother body is a gigantic mushroom covered in eyes, capable of producing spores. Spores are decaying mist-like life forms that contaminate and parasitize through bodily gaps. System prompt will not cause lag. Prince, wait, what is that beside it? A gigantic alien demon. Prince, the factory is located at XXXXXXXXXXXX. That alien demon is coming towards me. Prince, I can help. That is all. It is merging with me. Prince, so this is helping others. It feels quite nice. Prince, Dog Brother, this is the last time I'll help you. Please live on for me. Boom. The deafening explosion startled Bai Yi, who was sitting on the bench. His gaze seemed to penetrate the shelter, piercing through the thick black mist to see the location of the explosion, the abandoned factory. Regional Channel 1100. Prince dead. In the ruins of the city, only a white shelter remained standing alone within. The attacks outside the shelter did not let up, indicating that the explosion had not killed the mother body of the source. Bai Yi's face showed no sorrow or joy. He had no expression, simply staring in that direction, just staring. His body was tense muscles like forged steel, and his fists had been clenched without his noticing. Perhaps it was at the moment the explosion erupted. Perhaps it was at the moment those players spoke of living on for them. Perhaps it was at the moment the captain sacrificed himself. Or perhaps even earlier. Bai Yi did not know. He felt he should be angry, should roar, but he was exceedingly calm, his heart as tranquil as water. He found himself beginning to feel less grateful towards the system. Yet within this calm there seemed to be a torrent of rage, as if something was about to ignite. Xiao Bai crouched low and walked to Bai Yi's side. It did not nuzzle or press against Bai Yi as usual, it merely stood beside him. Xiao Bai. A flat voice flowed from the corner of Bai Yi's mouth. Ow! Seemingly sensing Bai Yi's thoughts, Xiao Bai's sharp teeth like daggers revealed themselves as it let out a low growl. Bai Yi's voice echoed in the shelter, as if twistedly crawling out from the abyss, swirling repeatedly within this small space. His dark, golden eyes burst forth with a terrifying light. The voice was calm yet distorted, as if blown from ancient sacrificial bronze horns. A cruel wail. I will kill it. After seeing the message sent by Bai Yi, the group chat fell silent for a moment. No one dissuaded Bai Yi, nor did anyone comfort him. From the text alone, they could sense the overwhelming fury within him. A few seconds later, a message popped up. Li Zihua Rationality Potion Inferior 1. Rationality Potion Inferior Quality Excellent Description Restores 0.2 rationality per second for 10 minutes. Li Zihua, the only usable bottle I made. Dog brother, take it and use it. Tang Zhengwell's sniper rifle with 5 bullets left. Dog brother, take it. Zhang Zhun two-handed greatsword. I don't have anything else to offer. Is this useful to you? Wang Zi, dog brother, can you shoot arrows? How about taking my bow with you? Waif and fiber cocoon armor, excellent gear. I've transferred several defensive skills to this piece of clothing. It will definitely help you. Even though they were also in danger upon hearing that Bai Yi was going out to hunt the otherworldly monsters, they still offered their strongest items one after another. Bai Yi smiled and declined the goodwill of Zhang Zhuntang, Zheng Wangzi, and Wei Fun. They needed these weapons and armor to protect the shelter against the attacks of the otherworldly monsters. The few individuals in the team had confirmed that due to their bodily modifications, each of them was the strongest in their respective areas. This meant that the difficulty of their area perfectly corresponded to their limits, and Bai Yi did not want to cause a reduction in team members by taking his teammates' equipment. As for the rationality potion inferior, after some thought, Bai Yi accepted it, as it would indeed be of great help to him. Zhang Zhen, dog brother, take this, it doesn't affect me. Zhang Zhen cigarettes a pack. Bai Yi chuckled. Bai Yi, thanks Uncle Zhang. Zhang Zhen, don't die. Bai Yi, I will come back, don't worry. Just as he was about to log out, Xie Su suddenly sent a message. Xie Su, dog brother, take this, it's my lucky coin. Carry it, and it will bring you more luck. I'm just lending it to you temporarily, and you have to return it later. Xie Su coin. Bai Yi looked at the coin in his hand. He couldn't tell what metal it was made of, but it felt quite heavy. Both sides of the coin were blank, as if they had been polished smooth. Bai Yi attempted to check its information using the log, discovering it was just an ordinary coin. He pondered for a moment, and then placed it in one of his pockets. Bai Yi, let's go. After greeting his team, Bai Yi put the log into his ring. He turned to look at Bai Lang. Xiao Bai, are you sure you don't want to stay at Tangzheng's shelter? You really want to come with me? Xiao Bai's wolf face was serious, and it nodded firmly. There's a possibility of death. Ow! Bai Yi patted the wolf's head, and then took out a mist lamp, securing it to Xiao Bai to prevent it from being eroded by the black mist. Then let's go. One person and one wolf stood on the roof of the shelter, watching the tide of otherworldly monsters below. At this moment, Xiao Bai's mouth had disappeared completely, filled by Bai Yi's use of the flesh-bone transformation technique to avoid the attack of the thousand-throat shadow. Even Bai Yi's own mouth had been filled. This method was simple yet effective. Xiao Bai, let's go according to the plan. Watch for the signal. Bai Yi's rhythm, the white wolf nodded. You used bone control technique rationality 23. Bai Yi's knees began to bend, and the bone armor crawled up his body. 2. Xiao Bai also adjusted its body, ready to pounce. 1. At the moment Bai Yi signaled, the leg muscles of both one person and one wolf suddenly tensed. They shot out like cannonballs from the rooftop, leaping towards the edge of the tide of otherworldly monsters. The monsters below swiftly changed their positions. With this leap and the height of the shelter, they soared over dozens of meters. However, as the distance increased, their height continued to decrease, and the monsters below began to sense the presence of one person and one wolf above them, surging towards them. Feeling the drop in height, Bai Yi remained unfazed and suddenly grabbed Xiao Bai's hind leg. In the next moment, an air wall appeared beneath Bai Yi. Bai Yi used this momentum to charge, then leaped again. The second jump in the air brought him extremely close to the edge of the tide of otherworldly monsters. Unfortunately, they were still a bit short, With the decrease in speed, one person and one wolf were about to fall into the encirclement of the monsters. Bai Yi spun in midair and forcefully tossed Bai out. Bai adjusted its body in the air and landed smoothly, successfully reaching the outside of the tide of otherworldly monsters. At the same time, it emitted a muffled, woo-woo sound due to the disappearance of its mouth. It couldn't howl directly. Snowy Long Howl has been activated. Though the wolf's howl was muffled, it did not affect the activation of its talent. Snowflakes slowly drifted down around Bai Yi. Xiao Bei's dark golden wolf eyes shone with dazzling light as the falling snowflakes entered the bodies of the otherworldly monsters. After tossing Bai out, Bai Yi fell into the tide of otherworldly monsters below, but the snowflakes that followed behind slowed down the movements of the monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi dashed forward, finally breaking through the tide of monsters and successfully escaping. Without any hesitation, one person and one wolf turned and dashed towards the coordinates given by the Lord. Behind them, the monsters that had just been killed during Bai Yi's sprint quickly stood up again under the control of corrupted eye breath. Some of them continued to attack the shelter, while others pursued the direction Bai Yi had taken. At this moment, Bai Yi's perception was fully open and the surrounding situation appeared clearly in his mind. Along the way, all the monsters Bai Yi encountered were successfully infected by corrupted eye breath spores. He did not evade these monsters, nor did he have time to engage with them. He simply bulldozed straight through. Those monsters were either crushed directly by Bai Yi or swatted aside by Bai. One person and one wolf rushed straight towards the source. Bai Yi's expression was solemn. He had to ensure he reached that factory at the fastest speed and eliminate the source's mother body. Otherwise, once entangled, the otherworldly monsters controlled by the spores would eventually drag him and Bai to their doom. Whether it was luck or fate, Bai Yi did not encounter any terrifying monsters along the way. This allowed them to progress smoothly. Finally, one person and one wolf stopped before a rusted iron gate that was closed. This was precisely the location given by the Lord, and the mother body was hidden within this abandoned factory. Bai Yi sensed the rhythm emanating from the factory. It sounded like the overlapping buzzing of countless mosquitoes and flies. Bai Yi did not charge in directly, but paused for a moment, drinking a bottle of rationality recovery potion to slightly restore the stamina he had expended from running at high speed. Afterward, he grasped the door and forcefully pushed it open. Creak! The rusty hinges on the abandoned iron door emitted a piercing sound, as if distorting the opening chapter of a hellish melody. A cruel voice echoed in the vast and dark factory as the fog lamp on Bai Yi's back illuminated the scene inside, but due to its limited range, only a part was visible. Within the factory, a dense growth of pale gray fungi flourished, taking on the extremely standard shape of mushrooms. Stepping on them felt very soft, producing a puff-puff sound, yet no spores were released, and the sensation underfoot was akin to the flesh and blood mushroom carpet in Bai Yi's shelter. Bai Yi closed and locked the iron door with a swift motion, then took out a small piece of bone from his armor, attaching it to himself. You used the bone manipulation technique Sanity 13. The bone began to proliferate, pristine, white bone fragments continually emerging and vanishing, layering upon each other like living beings, forming a pale wall. This action signified that Bai Yi had completely sealed off the thoughts of the outer demons trying to invade, and it also blocked the retreat for him and Bai. But it didn't matter. This was precisely his purpose for coming here. Bai Yi's dark golden eyes revealed a hint of bloodlust. He intended to personally, cruelly, and furiously tear apart that source known as the Breath of Ruinous Eyes. Bai Yi had no intention of avenging the players who perished due to the demons. He was not that noble. However, when he thought of the last few players who used their deaths to gather information about the demons and their source for him, and those repeated words of "live on for me," Bai Yi felt something had been added to his shoulders in organic, metaphysical, imperceptible weight. He couldn't articulate what it was, so it didn't matter. After all, he wasn't good at expressing himself, why not solve this problem in the way he had always excelled? As the man and wolf advanced, the scene in the factory finally came into view. You saw the Breath of Ruinous Eyes Sanity 5. It was a giant mushroom covered in eyes resembling an enlarged version of the mushrooms beneath their feet. The mushroom had fine pores all over its surface, and occasionally pale gray spores floated out, dying in the air and leaving behind screams. Beside the mother body, a gigantic demon sat on the ground. This demon's body was covered in the limbs of other demons, such as the half-head of a reverse bone walker, the toothed tentacles of a silencer, the bone whips of a bone whisperer, and many hands and feet of decayed corpses. The demon overall resembled a humanoid figure, with its arms being two massive bone whips enhanced by the bone whisperer. Its lower body was missing, while the mother body continuously supplied it with spores, and there were traces of some demon corpses around. As the last stage 3 demon fused into its body, the demon's legs began to grow slowly at a visible rate. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the fused demon did not continue, but attempted to stand up. Its body rapidly shrank while its feet grew quickly. The demon stood up. Even after shrinking, it was still about 6 meters tall. The sound of attacks came from the distant iron door as the demons controlled by spores had already gathered under the mother's command. At the same time, the fused demon also approached Bai Yi. Along with it came an overwhelmingly powerful, overlapping rhythm. Bai Yi did not retreat, but instead took out a sanity potion and drank it in place. Steel Spine will activate. Steel Spine will activated sanity 70, current sanity 113200, gain 3x amplification, strength 3020, constitution 3021. For amplification cannot exceed limits. The countdown began. This battle was destined to end within 10 minutes. Boiling blood. The spine emitted a metallic grinding sound, the joints under his skin protruding, powerful strength continuously surging from the spine into Bai Yi's entire body. Simultaneously, his blood rolled and boiled beneath his skin, the aroma of cooked meat wafting out due to the high temperature. Wu Snowfield long cry has been activated. Xiao Bei's muffled grunt came from behind Bai Yi, and snowflakes ignored the factory's roof gently falling. The fused demon's speed slightly slowed. Bai Yi moved first, walking slowly forward, then gradually speeding up until he broke into a run. The entire process occurred in just a few seconds. Bai Yi and the fused demon had already met face to face. The first to reach was the fused demon's attack as its chest split open like that of a silencer. The toothed tentacles descended upon Bai Yi like raindrops. This attack could no longer break through Bai Yi's defenses. He braced himself against the attacks and accelerated again. In the moment he approached the fused demon, Bai Yi's bone knife sliced through the demon's rhythm. The sense of overlap in the rhythm suddenly weakened, but was soon replenished. The rhythm attack had minimal effect. The instant he realized this, the giant bone whip swung violently, as Bai Yi sidestepped to evade. The bones in his hand began to proliferate and transform, a bone hammer appearing in his grip. You used the bone manipulation technique sanity 6, seizing the moment when the bone whip was empty. Bai Yi leaped forward, the bone hammer striking the fused demon's chin from below. The intense force caused its neck to snap suddenly, and Bai Yi was also thrown backward by the impact. But he would not squander such a great opportunity. An air wall appeared beneath his feet, and Bai Yi leaped again, reaching above the fused demon. You used the bone manipulation technique sanity 9. At this moment, the bone hammer in Bai Yi's hand had transformed into a tumder-long bone knife. Pucci, the bone knife pierced into the fused demon's chest, the tip protruding from its back. Bai Yi's center of gravity sank as he stepped on the demon's body to slide down. The decaying arms on the surface of the fused demon flailed continuously, trying to grab Bai Yi to slow his movements or to seize the bone knife and halt it. But it was all in vain. Bai Yi landed smoothly. At the moment of landing, he was knocked aside by Xiao Bai as the man and wolf dodged the bone whip coming from the side. The bone whip struck the ground, tearing apart a thick layer of mushrooms, leaving a massive scar even on the concrete floor. At this moment, the fused demon's neck bent at a 180 angle, its head pressed tightly against its back as Bai Yi began to cleave its body in two from the chest. Remaining effect of the talent 9 minutes 01 seconds. The pitiful-looking fused demon did not fall despite the injuries it sustained. Spores ejected from the mother body continuously entered the fused demon's body, and its grievous wounds quickly healed under the stitching of the internal spores. The returning head stared down at the man and wolf, the mushrooms growing on its surface, revealing mocking expressions in their multitude of eyes. A pale gray mist permeated the air and had already entered the bodies of Bai Yi and Xiao Bai. Since just earlier, the mother body had been continuously spewing out spores. Bai Yi parasitized. Meanwhile, the fused demon, having realized that the tentacles had little effect on Bai Yi, closed its chest. The bone whips that were once at its arms slightly retracted and transformed into two sharp bone spikes. Beneath it, 2 new arms and 2 bone whips grew. Looking at the transformed demon before him, feeling the spores beginning to develop within him, Bai Yi's expression showed no signs of change. All of this was within his expectations, including the actively inhaled spores. After being parasitized by the spores, the first stage would at least last for several hours, as demonstrated to Bai Yi by the group leader and Lord Bale. During this time, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai would also possess that powerful healing ability. As long as their heads were not damaged, the spores could not control their bodies. Even if the mother body could accelerate the first stage's progress, it could not shorten several hours into 10 minutes. Otherwise, it would be of no use to Bai Yi and Xiao Bai, who only had 10 minutes to begin with. A sinister smile crept along the corner of Bai Yi's mouth beneath his mask. Good, now we both have healing abilities. Let's see who can kill whom. With 8 minutes and 43 seconds of talent effect remaining, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai charged forward together, ignoring the first sprouting from their bodies. The fusion of the alien demon's power was at least above 30, which meant Bai Yi couldn't withstand its attacks. However, Xiao Bai's talent slightly slowed down the alien demon's speed, undoubtedly making it easier for Bai Yi to evade. At the same time, to reduce the consumption of rationality and extend the use of the talent. Xiao Bai wouldn't keep the talent activated all the time, but would intermittently switch it on and off, thus slowing the alien demon's speed while preventing it from adapting to the deceleration effect. This troublesome talent caused the fusion alien demon to suffer greatly, how all of its attacks were evaded by Bai Yi, resulting in increasing damage to itself. Finally, under the control of its mother body, the fusion alien demon realized the importance of Xiao Bai. With 6 arms extended, one bone spike lunged at Bai Yi, while the others attacked Xiao Bai. The dense assault cutting off all of Xiao Bai's escape routes. Bai Yi evaded, but a whimper came from behind him. Xiao Bai was grabbed by 2 arms with a bone spike piercing through its chest, while its lower body was smashed to pieces by a bone whip. Yet Bai Yi had no intention of turning back to help, taking advantage of the moment when the fusion alien demon focused on Xiao Bai. He successfully slipped through its defenses and raced toward the mother body. As the fusion alien demon was about to deliver a final blow to Xiao Bai, it suddenly shook, realizing it had fallen into Bai Yi's diversion tactic. Ignoring Xiao Bai, it carelessly tossed it to the ground and pursued Bai Yi with all its might. After escaping danger, Xiao Bai's body began to rapidly recover due to the spores, while the tiny mushrooms on its surface grew denser. Bai Yi completely disregarded the attacks from the fusion alien demon. The massive bone whip shredded his skeletal armor, yet it automatically healed in the next moment. In fact, the thrust from the bone whip increased Bai Yi's speed. The reddish-brown liquid seeped from within Bai Yi, flowing slowly and obediently into the grooves of his skeletal armor. The pale armor was adorned with blood-colored patterns, exuding an eerie yet enchanting aura. Closer, even closer. In his dark golden pupils, the blood was nearly bursting forth faintly, emitting a golden glow interspersed with hints of red. You used bone manipulation technique, rationality 7. A weapon appeared in Bai Yi's hand as he raised his blade to strike. A sudden force surged from his left ankle, catching Bai Yi off guard and sending him flying. After realizing the bone whip's attack was ineffective, the fusion alien demon shifted strategies and wrapped the bone whip around Bai Yi's ankle. The effort was in vain. Just a little more, and Bai Yi would have struck the mother body. In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. The bone whip tightened around Bai Yi's foot. The skeletal armor emitted the sound of bones cracking, blood falling with splintered bone fragments, and Bai Yi was hoisted upside down. At this moment, Xiao Bai had fully recovered and was rushing towards Bai Yi. But at this point, Xiao Bai's speed had severely decreased, with its lower body filled with cracks, the spores only forcing its flesh back together. After being lifted, Bai Yi had no time to move as a flurry of attacks rained down upon him. To increase its attack power, the fusion alien demon even transformed 2 of its arms into bone whips. Most of the attacks landed on Bai Yi's head. The fusion alien demon's plan was simple: shatter Bai Yi's skull, and the spores would forcibly control his body, thus ending the assault. Even with exceptionally sturdy armor, it began to falter under such a dense barrage. Bai Yi's ears buzzed as he tensed his neck, simultaneously thickening the bones around his neck to avoid being snapped by the whip. He dared not hold back. Under his control, the faceplate continuously broke down, yet rapidly healed and compressed. His rationality plummeted to 1 point under such high-frequency consumption, then stabilized. Warning. Your rationality is below 10, you are plunged into permanent madness, and your perception is distorted. Exemption granted. Talent effect remaining 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Bai Yi forcibly suppressed the pain while continuing to use the bone manipulation technique to fend off the attacks as the armor on his left leg opened up, revealing his calf. Then a small knife proliferated from the armor, and under Bai Yi's control it swung fiercely. Since he had previously transformed the bones inside his left leg into flesh, the bone knife met no resistance and effortlessly severed his calf. At the moment of breaking free from the bone whip, an air wall appeared beneath Bai Yi's right foot, and he pushed off hard. While dodging the fusion alien demon's next attempt to grab him, he crashed straight to the ground. Then he performed a backflip to create distance. By the time he landed, Bai Yi's left leg was already filled with bone. But the fusion alien demon was not willing to let it go. It moved in sync with Bai Yi, and as soon as Bai Yi steadied himself, its attacks arrived once more. This time, the fusion alien demon had learned its lesson. It controlled the bone whip to wrap around Bai Yi's waist. Meanwhile, the factory's main entrance had already been breached by the tide of alien demons, with only the bone wall holding them at bay. Bai Yi had to divert his attention to control the proliferation of the bone wall to prevent the alien demons from breaking through. Under the pressure of multi-threaded high-speed operations, Bai Yi was in immense pain. He finally stopped hiding and revealed his trump card. Bai Yi snapped his fingers. The friction of the bones sparked minuscule flames enough to ignite the liquid flowing through the patterns of Bai Yi's bones. This was a liquid mixed from his blood and phosphorus fire oil, and the phosphorus fire oil pouch was a new organ Bai Yi had implanted in his body during the last modification. The reason he hadn't used it before was that the oil pouch had limited fuel. Bai Yi intended to use it when attacking the mother body to ensure its complete destruction. But the situation was dire, and he could wait no longer. The scorching blood-red phosphorus fire enveloped his skeletal armor. At this moment, Bai Yi resembled a demon crawling out of hell. Caught off guard by the searing flames, the spores within the bone whip were burned to ashes, and the bone whip fell powerless. Simultaneously, all the spores within Bai Yi were also eradicated. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed past the feet of the fusion alien demon. The mother body was just ahead. This time, Bai Yi did not recklessly charge toward the mother body, but instead turned to evade the fusion alien demon's attacks. 3 bone whips swooshed toward him, accompanied by a bone spike. Xiao Bei's talent activated again, causing the alien demon's movements to suddenly slow. With all his strength, Bai Yi dodged 2 bone whips, but the last one was already in front of him, aiming to ensnare him. The previous failure of the bone whip was due to Bai Yi's surprise. If he were trapped again by a prepared fusion alien demon, Bai Yi would likely perish here today. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Bai finally arrived, stepping forward to push Bai Yi aside, replacing him to be ensnared by the bone whip. Due to this leap, the bone spike that was originally aimed at Bai Yi's head veered toward his heart. The newly formed armor was easily pierced by the bone spike. Barring any accidents, Bai Yi's heart would be directly shredded by the spike. But unexpectedly, this situation did not occur. Bai Yi was merely flung toward the mother body. Talent effect remaining 4 minutes and 9 seconds. The 2-minute cooldown ended, and the air wall reappeared. Bai Yi completed a second acceleration in midair, successfully dodging yet another round of attacks. The fusion alien demon wanted to disregard everything and pursue Bai Yi, but was continuously harassed by Xiao Bai, and combined with its talent, the alien demon could not respond in time as it did last time. Bai Yi finally crashed into the mother body, the immense inertia causing the eye where he landed to shatter and splatter its juices. You used bone manipulation technique, rationality 10. A massive scythe appeared in Bai Yi's hand, engulfed in flames of phosphorus fire due to the fuel's adhesion. Without hesitation, Bai Yi swung the scythe like a whirlwind into the mother body as his bones began to proliferate and the phosphorus fire climbed along. The enormous mushroom was covered in phosphorus fire, and a large quantity of spores was expelled by the mother body in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but Bai Yi would not allow it to have its way. The meager phosphorus oil mixed with blood flowed entirely into the mother body. The horrifying shriek of the mother now sounded to Bai Yi like celestial music, intoxicating him. This was the rich taste of revenge. At last, the mother body turned to ashes. Behind Bai Yi, the fusion alien demon that had dragged Xiao Bai while attacking froze in place just as it was about to touch Bai Yi before beginning to dissipate, leaving only a pile of flesh and blood. In the entire area, the alien demons infected by spores began to fall in droves. The tiny mushrooms on Xiao Bei's surface also dispersed with the wind. As the faceplate retracted, Bai Yi flipped his hand, producing a cigarette and a lighter. After lighting it, he did not take a deep drag, but merely placed it at his mouth. A wisp of smoke rose. The breath of the ruptured pupil death. The effects of the steel spine will have ended and rationality has restored to 121200. The effects of the talent and rationality potions have gradually worn off. Bai Yi first placed Xiao Bai into the emergency medical pod. Then the chest armor retracted, and Bai Yi took out a coin from the left side of his chest. What a lucky coin. Looking at the coin with a small dent added, Bai Yi chuckled. Having a few comrades who fought alongside him through thick and thin was indeed quite nice. Subsequently, Bai Yi did not dwell on it any longer. He quickly scanned the surrounding battlefield to see if there were any spoils. Using the fog light, Bai Yi began his search. He first looked around the mother pod, and then continued deeper inside. Due to the fact that all the alien demons had perished, Bai Yi moved quickly, and since Xiao Bai was severely injured, he needed to return for treatment as soon as possible. When he reached the deepest part of the factory, the familiar glow forced Bai Yi to shield his eyes. It was indeed a shining golden treasure chest. Without saying a word, Bai Yi placed it into his ring, and then he no longer continued searching, but hurriedly took the emergency medical pod back to the shelter. Just this one treasure chest alone was enough for this haul, as the danger had not yet completely passed. Therefore, Bai Yi planned to return first, and would come back to search carefully after the banquet concluded. Before leaving, he specifically packed the mass of flesh left by the fused alien demon into his ring. Although it was likely just ordinary flesh, what if? On the way back, Bai Yi pondered about the treasure chest. Although the breath of the crumbling eye was powerful, the pressure exerted by the fused alien demon was far less than that of the molten iron cursebinder, yet both possessed treasure chests of similar quality. In this regard, Bai Yi deduced 2 reasons. 1. The breath of the crumbling eye is a parasitic alien demon. Its strength lies in the fact that the demon cannot be killed once infected by spores. 2. The original strength of the fused alien demon is not inferior to that of the molten iron cursebinder. Its weakness is due to the explosion caused by the young master, which severely injured the demon. This should be the closest guess to the truth. Because the rampant spread of spores during the second phase of the breath of the crumbling eye led to all the alien demons in the area essentially being infected. With the death of the mother pod, all the alien demons in the second phase perished, leaving only those in the first phase. Thus along the way, Bai Yi encountered very few attacks and returned to the shelter safely and soundly. Currently Flesh 1916-10100000, Bones 341458100000. After checking the remaining values of Flesh and Bones, Bai Yi placed Xiao Bai into the medical pod. In this battle, Xiao Bai's use of talents and timely interventions to shield Bai Yi from harm proved its significant role. As for Bai Yi himself, he sustained minimal injuries. The only wound was the loss of his left foot, which was merely a minor injury. This once again highlighted the importance of the skeletal armor, and Bai Yi was also very satisfied with the function of the new organ, the phosphor oil sac. Combined with the high-temperature blood during his use of boiling blood, this undoubtedly served as a powerful means of attack. After a brief treatment, Bai Yi did not rush to lie down in the medical pod. He first instructed the modification chamber to regenerate his left foot. On one hand, this was because there lay a multitude of alien demon corpses outside the shelter, and Bai Yi was eager to transport them. On the other hand, the abnormal state of the banquet had not yet concluded, and he feared that something unexpected might happen again. 0409 a.m. There are 195047 remaining until the countdown ends. After controlling the flesh fungus blanket to continuously retrieve corpses, Bai Yi finally found some leisure time. He took out the log. Ash's remnant group chat. Bai Yi and back the alien demons have been dealt with. CSU, congratulations. Wang Zi, I knew Brother Dog would be fine. Tang Zheng, me too. Li Zihuan, no doubt Brother Dog. Did the rationality potion help? Wei Fan, congratulations. Zhang Zhen, welcome back. Within seconds of sending the message, several members of the team responded, indicating that they had been keeping watch by the log. Bai Yi, the rationality potion was a great help, and the lucky coin too. Finally, Bai Yi added, Bai Yi, thank you all for your help. My side is basically stable now. If you can't hold on, just let me know. Although they cannot appear simultaneously, they should be able to enter each other's shelters right. If the timing is right, it should not trigger isolation syndrome enhanced. Zhang Zhen, yes, we just tested it. Xiao Xia also raised the same point, and it is indeed feasible. Seeing that Xiesu had the same thought, Bai Yi was not surprised, as Xiesu's thinking was always quite divergent. It was only logical for him to come up with this idea. Tangzheng, Brother Dog, are you uninjured? Can you continue fighting? Bai Yi, just a little injury, it basically doesn't affect me. If you can't hold on, just let me know, and he'll come over and clear the field for you, relieving some of your pressure. As he spoke, Bai Yi suddenly thought of something. Bai Yi, by the way, after killing the breath of the crumbling eye, I obtained a shining golden treasure chest. I might need Xiesu to come over at that time. It might just be Bai Yi's illusion, but every time he opened a treasure chest, as long as Xiesu was nearby, he always managed to get good things. Moreover, this time it was a shining golden treasure chest, so Bai Yi decided to follow his instincts and try his luck again. Wang Zi, wow. Brother Dog is really amazing, but why does Xie Dog have to come over to open the treasure chest? Can I go? Bai Yi, no. They'll help you for free once you just don't come over. Tangzheng Zi, you non-lucky player, Brother Dog is definitely afraid you'll bring him bad luck, haha. Wang Zi, woo. Xiesu, no problem. After chatting for a bit, Bai Yi put down the log. Since he wanted to borrow luck illusion, Bai Yi planned to wait until after the banquet ended to open the treasure chest. Due to the ongoing abnormal state, functions like the forum were unavailable and the regional channel was eerily silent, leaving Bai Yi alone. All the alien demons outside had vanished and no alien demon attacked the shelter. The sudden relaxation made Bai Yi feel somewhat uneasy. After placing all the flesh from his ring into the digestion chamber, he decided to go out and collect corpses. Previously, upon returning, Bai Yi always noticed the alien demon corpses that had fallen to the ground due to parasitism. Although the locations were somewhat scattered, adhering to the idea that even the smallest mosquito leg is meat, and that little by little adds up, Bai Yi was determined to take action. Stepping out of the shelter, Bai Yi effortlessly crushed the scattered corpses that surrounded him, then headed back towards the factory. He planned to collect corpses while once again searching the battlefield near the factory to see if there were any oversights. Upon returning to the factory, Bai Yi was not as anxious as before. He meticulously inspected the entire abandoned factory inside and out. Unfortunately, besides a ring filled with flesh and blood, there was nothing else. However, Bai Yi was not disheartened, as the dazzling golden treasure chest had already provided him with ample rewards. He then returned to the shelter and placed the flesh and blood from the ring into the digestion chamber. At this moment, all the bodies of the aberrant demons surrounding the shelter had been transformed into flesh and bone value. Current flesh and blood 2513101000000, bone 401458100000, time 0650 a.m. There are 17 hours 19 minutes and 47 seconds remaining until the countdown ends. After returning from the factory, Bai Yi did not leave the shelter, he stayed inside for a while. Once he confirmed that there were no demon attacks for the time being, he lay down in the medical pod to heal his injuries, then waited for the cultivation of his left leg to be completed before stitching it back on. Thus all of Bai Yi's injuries were fully healed. Afterward, he took a glance at the group chat. All squad members were fine, and then he looked outside where there were no traces of aberrant demons in the black mist, deciding that he could not just wait idly. This was because Bai Yi was uncertain if there would be another wave of aberrant demons attacking in the remaining hours. After the demise of the Eye of Ruin, ordinary waves of aberrant demons were merely materials for upgrading Bai Yi's shelter. Currently, the bones required for upgrading were 2,000, whereas Bai Yi had already stored over 4,000. However, he had only accumulated 2,500 flesh and blood, still needing some more to meet the 3,000 upgrade requirement. Therefore, in order to quickly upgrade the shelter, Bai Yi decided to continue collecting the surrounding corpses. Before that, he needed to conduct some simple experiments. Bai Yi walked out of the shelter to a spot about 100 or 200 meters away. There were several rotting corpses here. With a thought, changes began to occur at the distant shelter. As the stored flesh and blood value continued to deplete, a blood and flesh transport mycelium blanket began to spread in a straight line from the shelter, approximately 1 meter wide. The blood and flesh mycelium blanket extended right to Bai Yi's feet. After moving the rotting corpses onto the mycelium blanket, it began to automatically transport them back to the shelter under the movement of tiny tentacles. At the same time, the blood and flesh mycelium blanket began to recycle, with Bai Yi following behind it. However, once the mycelium blanket had collected everything, the flesh and blood value was returned with only a slight loss of normal energy. Overall, this collecting method proved profitable. Nonetheless, the speed of the mycelium blanket's transport was not very fast, roughly comparable to that of an adult walking normally, and to minimize losses, the blanket could not come under attack. Thus, this method was not applicable during battles or in the previously demon-infested Black Mist. The reason Bai Yi was implementing this was also due to the overwhelming number of aberrant demon corpses along the roadside. Relying solely on the ring to transport them one by one would be an endless endeavor. Additionally, Bai Yi discovered that the Black Mist resistance device seemed to include the blood and flesh mycelium blanket within the shelter. In other words, the separately extended blood transport channel would be protected by the Black Mist resistance device, thus preventing it from being corroded by the Black Mist. Thus, the automatic blood and flesh transport mycelium blanket was activated. Bai Yi then improved it by adding eyes to the mycelium blanket, allowing it to automatically search for corpses. Indeed, Bai Yi did not intend to slowly search with the mycelium blanket. He planned to delegate this task for it to execute automatically. Meanwhile, he would venture farther away to collect corpses using the ring, thus achieving double the efficiency. Soon, under Bai Yi's settings, the blood and flesh mycelium blanket began to depart from all directions of the shelter. Bai Yi, carrying a mist lantern, went to a farther location to collect. Time 1:04 p.m. There are 11 hours, 35 minutes, and 43 seconds remaining until the countdown ends. Bai Yi's collection efforts continued for over 6 hours, and the aberrant demon corpses within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers were almost entirely wiped out. To improve efficiency, he instructed the blood and flesh mycelium blanket to only sweep the exposed aberrant demon corpses, avoiding entering any buildings to search. The limited distance of his collection was because 2 hours after starting, rotting corpses reappeared in the Black Mist. To prevent damage to the flesh and blood value, Bai Yi halted the transport operations of the blood and flesh mycelium blanket and began to transport the corpses alone using the ring and some tools. Yes, Bai Yi fashioned a handcart from bones capable of carrying many aberrant demon corpses. As he collected more and more corpses, the number of handcarts increased, which Bai Yi connected using bones, forming a train-like structure. After 4 hours of searching, the number of rotting corpses surged again, and the bone gap whisperers began to appear, preventing Bai Yi from being as reckless as before. He abandoned the handcarts and switched to using the ring for transport. Just now, the number of aberrant demons had begun to grow again, and Bai Yi no longer dared to take risks, retreating back to the shelter to eliminate the demons directly. Thus, in the remaining time, Bai Yi returned to the initial mode, waiting in the shelter until the aberrant demons surrounded him, then having the shelter's bone spikes strike out, retract, and the blood and flesh mycelium blanket transport the corpses. Just after 3 o'clock, Xiao Bei's treatment ended, and its once shattered form regained its imposing presence. It lay by the fireplace, basking in the warmth as usual. Bai Yi sat on the sofa providing ammunition for his teammates while practicing his secondary ability rhythm of all things. Time 11:59 p.m. There are 59 seconds remaining until the countdown ends. The banquet finally entered its last-minute countdown. Bai Yi had remained tense throughout the entire afternoon. During this time, he also took the opportunity to visit Xiesu and Zhangzhen's shelters, helping them clear the aberrant demons around their shelters to relieve their pressure. Zhangzhen's shelter was an ordinary one constructed of steel, just as Bai Yi had learned. The aberrant demons surrounding his shelter were not particularly strong. To avoid any prolonged troubles, Bai Yi swiftly cleared them and then timed his return to his own shelter with Zhangzhen. As for Xiesu's shelter, Bai Yi was at a loss for words to describe it. It appeared quite ordinary, yet inside, he felt an inexplicable attachment, as if he wanted to live there for a lifetime. At the same time, he understood why Xiesu never invited others to his shelter. That warm yet twisted feeling left Bai Yi feeling quite uneasy. He did not dare to linger any longer and quickly cleared the area before leaving. As for the others, they managed to hold on with their own strength and resource reserves. 2 minutes ago, Tian Dong had sent Bai Yi a message, and Yi Tianya had also exchanged a few words with him, while Yi had yet to reply to him until now. At midnight, as the countdown ended, the abnormal state banquet vanished from the status bar. The aberrant demons outside the shelter retreated into the black mist. All enhanced abnormal states returned to normal, and the weakened where my heart is and insulation protection reverted to their original form. Simultaneously, a log popped up with a prompt: the Forum Plaza and World Channel are open 247 for 7 days. Thus, the banquet came to an end. The moment the Forum Plaza and World Channel were unblocked, a torrent of messages surged forth. Bai Yi glanced briefly, noticing they were all rants from lone wolves or small guilds. Lone wolf players complained about the difficulty, while guild and team players grumbled about the challenges after the shelter merger. However, the large guilds, or organizations which often shared educational and informative posts, remained silent. Bai Yi was not surprised by this. He knew that this banquet had inflicted heavy losses on all large organizations to the point where their existence was in question. In the plaza, numerous buy threads appeared with over 95% focused on purchasing medicines. No matter the type of medicine, as soon as it was listed, someone would buy it instantly, almost in seconds. In just a few minutes, the prices of medicines skyrocketed to over 10 times their original cost. Medicines that originally cost a few hundred mist coins were suddenly marked up to several thousand. Even so, the demand still exceeded the supply. Some players with ulterior motives, witnessing the exaggerated price surge, immediately rushed in and became secondhand dealers. This caused the price of medicines to rise further, and a phenomenon of thousands seeking medicine began to emerge among players, though it was not guaranteed they would find any. All this development occurred merely 10 minutes after the plaza opened. Although Bai Yi had no medicines on hand, he possessed emergency medical pods that could temporarily stave off death, as well as sleep pods that could negate the abnormal status of wailing of the dead. At that moment, these two items were undoubtedly extremely sought after hard currency. As Bai Yi's thoughts expanded, his workspace began to operate autonomously, starting to produce emergency medical pods and sleep pods. Meanwhile, Yi suddenly sent a message. Li Jianhua, Yi's real name, still alive, but currently facing some trouble. How about you, dog brother? Bai Yi, no major issues. Li Jianhua, by the way, dog brother, is your shelter a special shelter related to flesh and blood? Bai Yi, yes. As soon as Bai Yi sent the message, he received an immediate reply, appearing very anxious. Li Jianhua, can your place treat severe bodily injuries? Bai Yi, are you injured? Li Jianhua, not me, but Geng Yi. If it can be treated, the price will definitely satisfy you, dog brother. Bai Yi, the head of the 7th department. As long as his head is still intact, that should be fine. Li Jianhua, really? That's great. I'm coming over immediately. Please approve the application. Oh well, cover the scrolls ourselves. In the massive shelter, half of the buildings had been destroyed, and the entire roof was missing, with human and demonic bodies strewn everywhere. The surviving players were clearing the battlefield continuously, carrying injured individuals on stretchers to the makeshift tents that had just been set up in the rear. In the back, a disheveled, blood-soaked fat man suddenly jumped up, shouting loudly, "There's hope." The expressions of those around him changed, thinking that the head of the 2nd department had also been mutated by the demons, and some even assumed a combat stance. Yi couldn't care less about that. Upon receiving a positive response, he immediately purchased 2 temporary teleportation scrolls and dashed into the adjacent tent at lightning speed. Inside was a single-person tent with only a hospital bed, surrounded by several doctors who were frantically trying to save someone. Yi pushed past the nurse blocking the entrance and entered the tent, startling many present by his sudden intrusion. However, the lead doctor, who was performing surgery, showed no signs of panic. His eyes were sharp, and his hand holding the knife was as steady as a machine, with each incision made with pinpoint precision. Yi did not directly snatch the patient, but asked the lead surgeon Xian, can he be saved? Xian did not look up, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. No, we can only delay death. Xian Wu is in the first department. Her talent might save Gung Yi. Didn't I ask you to bring her over just 10 minutes ago? Yi smiled bitterly. Xian Wu has already fainted from excessive use of her talent. Wake her up, her life is not as precious as Gung Yi's. The cold voice interrupted Yi. He did not feel regret, but continued, I found a player who can treat Gung. Yi is very powerful, and his shelter is of the flesh and blood type. He's quite reliable, so it will definitely work. Upon hearing the term flesh and blood, Xian Yi's gaze momentarily lost focus, as if searching for information, but his hands showed no sign of hesitation. That solitary wolf. Yes. Upon hearing this, Xian Yi halted his movements, raised his head, and signaled Yi to take him away. At the same time, his bloodshot black eyes fixated intensely on Yi. Gung Yi cannot die, his value surpasses both of ours. Yi did not flinch. He met Xian Yi's gaze directly. I know our survival relies entirely on Gung Yi. I will not let him die. After receiving the promise, Xian Yi ceased speaking. He wearily waved his hand and sat down in a chair behind him, his eyes gently closing. Yi wasted no time using the teleportation scrolls in succession, then pushing Gung Yi on the hospital bed through the teleportation portal. As the portal closed, a streak of black light rushed in. Bai Yi fixed the teleportation portal directly in the modification room to avoid unnecessary back and forth. As the portal opened, Yi and Gung Yi on the hospital bed appeared in succession. Simultaneously, a streak of black light rushed out. Awu, Howl of the Snowfield has been activated. The massive body of Xiao Bai burst forth from behind Bai Yi, slowing down the unknown creature while simultaneously swiping at it with its sharp claws. Yet even under the influence of Xiao Bai's talent, the black creature still exhibited remarkable speed, agilely dodging the claws before it tracing a zigzag in the air. Xiao Hei, stop causing trouble. Do you want your master to die here? Yi's furious reprimand rang out. The black light abruptly halted, and then its speed dropped sharply. It slowly landed beside the armrest of the hospital bed, ceasing its erratic movements. At this moment, its true form was revealed. It was a crow about 1 meter long, its body covered in dense satin-like pitch-black feathers. The tail feathers were characteristic wedge-shaped, allowing it to spread out like a fan, while flying, enabling it to achieve speeds that surpassed ordinary reactions. Its strong hooked beak displayed a charcoal-black texture with rigid nasal bristles at the base, and its amber irises radiated sharp insight and spirited wisdom. It raised its wings, pointed at Gung Yi on the hospital bed, then at Bai Yi, and began to bow repeatedly, resembling a gesture of respect. Bai Yi guessed that this must be Gung Yi's subordinate. He certainly would not take offense with an animal. After a brief glance, he ceased to focus on the crow. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the person on the hospital bed. It was evident that Gung Yi's legs had vanished with the wound, suggesting he had been bitten by some exotic demon. His left arm was shattered at the forearm, and both the bone and flesh had disappeared, while the skin on his right arm had completely dried up, devoid of any blood. His chest bore 2 fist-sized penetrating wounds, one of which grazed the heart, allowing Bai Yi to even see the beating heart within and the remnants of a lung that was now only half intact. Half of his face had been torn apart, with the skin and right eye completely gone, exposing the white skull beneath, which still bore traces of flesh and blood. Though the left side of his face remained relatively intact, the eye was turned outwards and his face was riddled with numerous wounds. Astonishingly, despite such severe injuries, Gung Yi still retained a faint glimmer of consciousness. His mouth opened and closed repeatedly, as if he wished to say something, but due to his shattered throat, he could not even manage the most basic act of breathing. Moreover, the traces of disinfection, sterilization, and emergency surgery were clearly visible on Gung Yi's body, and the techniques employed were remarkably proficient. It was precisely for this reason that he had managed to hold on until now without succumbing. Bai Yi hesitated not at all. He controlled the flesh tendrils to slowly and steadily move Gung Yi onto the operating table, then commenced treatment. The operation will take about 10 hours. How about you step outside for a bit? Yi, who was nervously watching the operating table, was taken aback. He glanced at the already raised and closed operating table, then at Bai Yi, who appeared relaxed. Is that enough? We don't have to worry about anything else. If you think it may seem unprofessional, I can make the steps more complicated. However, the cost will be on you. Bai Yi said nonchalantly. Ahaha, no need for that. Simpler is better. Simpler is better. Yi, observing Bai Yi's calm demeanor, finally realized that such a level of injury was likely child's play for Bai Yi. At the same time, his desire to befriend Bai Yi grew stronger. The 300 spent previously was truly worth it. Yi thought to himself. He then followed Bai Yi to the familiar table, taking the familiar cup of water. The raven remained in the modification room, guarding Gung Yi's operating table. I am curious about what crisis you all encountered. Bai Yi asked directly without any small talk. Upon hearing this, he seemed to recall many brutal scenes, and his expression turned sorrowful. None of us anticipated that the drawbacks of the fusion of the shelter would be so severe. No, that is not quite right. It should be said that apart from the first department, none of us expected it. Yi began to recount the events. For days ago, the first department suddenly issued an order to all departments to disassemble and merge the shelter along with a document titled Preventing Excessive Gathering Leading to Excessive Single Loss, which outlined the reasons. Although we were puzzled, we planned to execute the first department's orders, but we had no idea how to disassemble the shelter, and the first department did not provide any hints. The following day, we gathered together to discuss ways to disassemble the shelter when the banquet descended. At this point, a deep fear emanated from Yi's eyes. At that moment, we were meeting inside the shelter of the fifth department, and upon seeing that abnormal state, we all rushed back to our respective departments. But it was too late. The isolation was triggered. When I left the fifth department, I saw the roof of the shelter had been torn open by a giant hand. Afterwards, the fifth department lost contact. Although merging shelters would not trigger isolation, the challenges posed by the enormous shelter were exceptionally formidable. All the ordinary players in our area had perished within half a day. On the first day, we faced a full-scale assault from the Bone Gap Whisperers, but that was manageable. We could just barely fend them off. However, starting from the second day, a terrifying exotic demon set its sights on us. Yi said, opening his log and sending Bai Yi a message about the exotic demon bloodline resonator, a hunchbacked elder covered in hemangiomas, with infant skulls growing at the joints of its limbs. These skulls would recite the familial titles of the players, and those who heard it would feel a DNA chain that did not belong to them appearing and taking over their bodies, subsequently being transformed into servants. This exotic demon was immensely powerful in itself, and coupled with its infection capability, as soon as it appeared, nearly one-third of the frontline warriors were contaminated, while the others urgently retreated to the shelter. It was only after more than a dozen warriors sacrificed their lives that we summarized the characteristics of the bloodline resonator and found corresponding preventive measures. The solution was quite simple: just cover your ears. As he said this, he could not help but laugh, though his laughter was filled with bitterness. Bai Yi understood what he was laughing about. Such a simple preventive measure had led to so many deaths simply due to a lack of understanding. He continued, after we found the method, although there were still occasional casualties among the warriors, at least we could manage to fend off the attacks. Thus, after about another 10 hours, we encountered the exotic demon that you dog brother had once faced. The exotic demon I encountered. Bai Yi recalled Gung Yi's injuries, the cuts on his legs, and the wound on his chest. Upon first seeing it, he had felt a sense of familiarity. The pulse-redirecting Sky Elder. Indeed. Yi smiled bitterly again. The arrival of the pulse-redirecting Sky Elder caused the situation to collapse directly. The eastern side of the shelter was breached, and the durability nearly dropped to zero. After that, we began a defensive battle against the exotic demons within the shelter. However, the combination of the pulse-redirecting Sky Elder, the bloodline resonator, and other waves of exotic demons made it impossible for us to resist. Just as the shelter was on the brink of collapse, the fourth department returned a piece of equipment. It was a disposable piece of equipment, quality unknown, with the ability to forcibly lock a player's sanity for 20 minutes without dropping. It was obtained from the platinum chest that Gung Yi had led others to acquire. Since it was a disposable item, Gung Yi had never used it and later lent it to the fourth department for research. After activating the equipment, Gung Yi assigned others to deal with the other exotic demons, while he faced the pulse-redirecting Sky Elder alone. As for the outcome, dog brother, you have also seen. What about the pulse-redirecting Sky Elder? It was forcibly replaced by Gung Yi, who suffered severe injuries and fell into a coma. We managed to endure until the countdown ended, after which the bloodline resonator retreated. We quickly called the head of the 8th department to rescue Gung Yi, and that brings us to the current situation. This time it was Bai Yi's turn to be shocked. He did not expect Gung Yi could actually kill the pulse-redirecting Sky Elder, a terrifying entity that still left a deep impression on Bai Yi. Seemingly noticing Bai Yi's astonishment, Yi paused for a moment, as if contemplating something. He then explained to him, "Anyway, this matter is no longer a secret, so it doesn't hurt to tell dog brother. Gung Yi's first talent is to consume sanity, causing percentage-based real damage." After listening to Yi's explanation, Bai Yi came to an understanding. The reason Gung Yi could inflict effective damage on the Pulse Will Sky Elder was likely due to the percentage damage from his innate talent. At the same time, due to the use of that equipment, he also didn't have to worry about a decline in his sanity. The combination of both factors allowed Gung Yi to fight to the death against the Pulse Wheel Sky Elder. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel at how powerful he would be if his steel spine was paired with Gung Yi's first innate talent. After Yi finished recounting the encounters of the 2nd and 7th sectors, he immediately inquired about the cost of Bai Yi's treatment. "Dog brother, how much will this treatment cost?" Yi's words interrupted Bai Yi's reverie, and he lifted his head. "How much do you think Gung Yi's life is worth?" Hearing this, Yi instantly understood that Bai Yi was testing his sincerity. At the same time, he was well aware of the importance of befriending a player who could treat such severe injuries, especially since this player was a top-tier powerhouse. Not to mention Gung Yi's own importance, only he could keep those beneath the 7th sector in check. With that in mind, Yi gritted his teeth and transferred all the funds from the 2nd sector to Bai Yi. Player Li Jianhua transferred 52036 missed coins. "Dog brother Gung Yi is extremely important to us. I know you don't like hearing grand theories, so I won't say more. This is all the funds we currently have in the 2nd sector. We only hope Gung Yi can survive." Bai Yi certainly knew that this price was far above market value, and he understood that this was Yi's signal of goodwill, just like the previous 2 times. However, he did not accept it immediately, but said, "The payment can be made with the head of the Pulse Will Sky Elder." Upon hearing this, Yi was momentarily stunned, then he smiled wryly and said, "The head was destroyed in battle, all that's left is a beak. The body is still relatively intact. Oh, would you like that, dog brother?" Bai Yi thought for a moment and decided to hold off for now. He intended to see if he could obtain the organ that emitted pulses. As for the flesh and blood, it was hard to determine its value, so he could simply buy it later. With this in mind, he took 30,000 missed coins, returning the remaining 20,000 to Yi. "Since you have sincerity, I want gouge you take this 20,000 back for emergencies." Before Yi could respond, Bai Yi continued, "Here, aside from such severe injuries, I can also repair other issues like missing arms and legs, ensuring they are as good as new and the price is fair." Upon hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up, as there were many injured players with severed limbs in their shelter. In the Mist Land, losing a limb was undoubtedly a devastating blow to players. Even with the 8th sector's repairs, the number of available spots was limited, and it was uncertain how long the wait would be. However, this was different from before. Previously, he needed something from Bai Yi, but now both sides were negotiating business, so he would no longer try to offer a higher price. Thus, after a round of verbal sparring and haggling, both sides successfully reached an agreement. For each limb, players with below 15 points in Constitution would pay 3 missed coins, those with below 20 points would pay 4 missed coins, and those above 20 points would pay 5 missed coins. The cost for stitching and ordinary treatments would be 500 missed coins per person. Additionally, payments could be made with the equivalent value of other demon corpses. Both parties were very satisfied with this price. Bai Yi did not take advantage of the situation or maliciously raise prices, as such business was bound to be short-lived. After finalizing the price, Yi hurried back to arrange for the treatment personnel. At that moment, the medical pods and sleeping pods in the workspace had also been completed. Bai Yi opened the log. Currently, the ordinary medical emergency supplies in the square had skyrocketed from over 1,000 missed coins to 7,000 or 8,000. It wasn't that those second-hand vendors were unwilling to continue raising prices. The inertia of life on Earth caused many to overlook a key issue. In the past, currency was produced by humans themselves, so there was generally no shortage of money. However, in the Mist Land, the only way to obtain currency was through recovery boxes. This meant that humans could not produce mist coins in large quantities, and the total amount of circulating mist coins in the market was limited. Thus, with the frenzied price hikes by the medicine vendors and sellers, the phenomenon of insufficient mist coins soon emerged. As a result, bartering gradually began to dominate. Moreover, the players who managed to survive until now were no fools. More and more people stopped purchasing from the square and instead engaged in private transactions through reliable third parties, such as friends, acquaintances, and guild interactions. This left those medicine vendors in the square stunned. Prices kept rising, but the number of buyers dwindled. As a result, they could no longer sit idly by and began to lower their prices. Medications that were nearing 20,000 quickly fell back below 10,000 within just a few minutes. It wasn't until the price dropped to 4,000 or 5,000 that players began making purchases one after another. And at that time, it had only been about an hour since the square opened. Bai Yi set the price for the emergency medical pod at 4 missed coins, and the sleeping pod at 5 missed coins, then listed them in the square. The reason he didn't set a high price for the emergency medical pod was that it had no healing function. It was merely a device to maintain life. The sleeping pod, however, could counteract the wails of the dead, so its price was on par with the sanity recovery potion. The sales speed of the two devices was moderate, and Bai Yi continued to produce, while selling, also accepting flesh and blood as payment. At the same time, he was aggressively acquiring demon corpses in the square. He accepted any demon with flesh or bones and offered a price 10% higher than the recovery boxes. During this period, Bai Yi listed the limb repair surgery in the square and simultaneously received orders from the Iron Brothers Association by Xiaoxing in the 2nd sector. Thus, Bai Yi specifically allocated nearly 100 square meters for a new room, dividing it into many small rooms dedicated to treating players recommended by Yi. After connecting with other players' businesses, Bai Yi further expanded the area to accommodate more treatments. To make things easier, he placed signposts in the corridor at the exit of the teleportation portal. Players only needed to follow the signposts pass through the bone corridor and enter a room that was extremely cramped, just enough to fit an operating table. Once they laid down, the bone door would close automatically and the surgical treatment would commence. Except for the mass portion, there would be no appearance of flesh or tentacles throughout the process, nor would players see the outside scenery. This minimized information exposure, while also preventing the sanity of injured players from declining again, making it truly a win-win situation. Meanwhile, Bai Yi simply lay on the sofa counting money. Not just him, but several other teammates in the squad were also busy with their own matters. Li Zihua and Wang Zi partnered to sell potions, with Li Zihua responsible for production and Wang Zi providing raw materials. Wei Fan became engrossed in selling protective gear, while also acquiring some equipment, attempting to transfer her skills. During this time, she came to Bai Yi to reclaim the outfit she had made for him earlier and asked for some raw materials. When Bai Yi inquired about her purpose, she mysteriously stated that it was a secret. Zhang Jin, Xiesu, and Tang Zheng gathered around Zhang Jun's shelter, enthusiastically digging for the mineral resources needed to upgrade the shelter. Everyone agreed to earn money in the next few days while hoarding resources. 3 days later, they would gather at Bai Yi's shelter to discuss future developments. Players throughout the Mist Land were seizing the 7 days of buffer time given by the system to strengthen themselves desperately. Once everything was on track, Bai Yi decided to take a good rest instead of doing anything else. After several days of intense mental strain, coupled with yesterday's battle, he was already quite exhausted. Now Bai Yi needed to rest. Xiao Bai saw the sofa moving towards the bedroom and hurriedly followed. Although Xiao Bai had already rested enough during the previous treatment, it wanted to go to Bai Yi's simulation space. Xiao Bai could not enter alone and could only hitch a ride with Bai Yi. The man and the wolf laid down in the medical chamber, donning their masks. Bai Yi did not directly enter the simulation space, but instead fell into a deep sleep for a good rest. 5 hours later, Bai Yi was awakened by the alarm he had set in advance. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar white space. This sleep felt incredibly solid, and Bai Yi felt his mind was much clearer. Awoo! Xiao Bai excitedly spun in circles nearby, occasionally turning its wolf head towards the outside, signaling Bai Yi to conjure a snowfield for it. Bai Yi did not tease Xiao Bai. Instead, the space began to change as usual. Ignoring the frolicking Xiao Bai, he picked up the book, Alchemy of Flesh and Blood for Flesh and Blood Differentiation Technique, and continued his studies. Weather clear, location misty, land time 1009 m. Temperature 1521 C. Bai Yi paused his studies, woke from the medical chamber, and after getting dressed, he made his way to the modification room. Good morning, dog brother. Yi had already arrived a few minutes earlier. He was there to pick up Gung Yi. Bai Yi responded casually. At this time, Gung Yi's surgery had been completed, and all his injuries had been fully healed. During the operation, the shelter obtained Gung Yi's physical attributes, with his strength at 22, 5 and constitution at 21. During the treatment, the modification room gathered a large amount of his genetic information, so the modification limit increased from the original 20 to the same numerical limit. Bai Yi discovered that the closer the genetic original's physique was to his own, the more the modification limit increased towards the attributes of the original after obtaining the genes. As the operating table descended, a hearty laugh echoed. Ha ha. The laughter abruptly stopped as the person inside saw the modification room. Gung Yi almost choked on his own saliva, his corners twitching in surprise. Rationality won. Fortunately, he was well-versed and did not show fear, continuing to laugh, though his voice revealed a hint of weakness. Gung Yi stepped down from the operating table, standing in front of the two men. Haha, brotherly, thanks to you for finding dog brother, I was able to survive. Although Gung Yi's previous injuries were severe, he still retained some awareness, so he had a rough idea of how he was saved. He turned to Bai Yi beside him, his cheerful voice resonating in the modification room. This must be dog brother, I've long admired your name. Thank you so much this time, I Xiong Kaishan owe you a life. Feel free to come to Section 7 if you need anything in the future. Bai Yi assessed the man before him, noting his thick eyebrows and large eyes, with a square face radiating sincerity. Standing nearly at the same height as Bai Yi, he had a strong physique, but his muscles were not overly bulky. His presence was substantial, giving Bai Yi the impression of a solid wall. When Gung Yi extended his hand, Bai Yi did not respond, but instead picked up the clothes brought by Yi and tossed them to Gung Yi. Put on the clothes first. Gung Yi grinned and quickly put on the clothes before extending his hand again. The raven perched on his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its head against Gung Yi's face. This time, Bai Yi did not refuse, extending his hand to shake with him. There was no secret competition or cliché display of strength. Both sides merely exchanged polite handshakes before letting go. Dog brother, let's add each other as friends. In the future, we can help each other out. Ooh, I believe this will greatly benefit us both. What do you say? Bai Yi nodded as he also recognized Gung Yi's strength. After adding each other as friends, they exchanged a few pleasantries, and then Gung Yi and Yi returned to their shelter. On the way back, Gung Yi's smile had vanished, and he inquired with a serious expression about the casualties and other matters following the battle. Clearly, the two section heads needed to hurry back to tidy up the aftermath of the battle. As the portal disappeared, Bai Yi arrived in the living room. Current flesh and blood 5413101000000, bones 65145810000. The values of flesh and blood and bones had long exceeded the limits as the storage room was already full. Reluctantly, Bai Yi converted the excess flesh and blood and bone values into shelter facilities. At this point, the area of the shelter had expanded nearly twice. He did not delay any further and chose to upgrade the shelter directly. The familiar expansion returned and the shelter's area increased once again. At the same time, Bai Yi reclaimed the flesh and blood and bones that had been converted into physical forms. Meat Network Bone Nest Oocyte Level 9 Flesh and Blood 2413110100000 bones 4514581000000 capacity 6927685000000 traits Flesh Bones Upgrade Flesh 2413101500000 Bones 4515581200000 Facilities Workshop Modification Room Digestion Room Kitchen Bedroom Bathroom Storage Room Water Storage Room Flesh Fungus Carpet Training Room Built by E Medical Room Self-Built for treating other players. Description: please keep your distance if you don't want to play bondage. The area of the shelter has expanded fourfold. Workshop upgrade production speed increased while there is no limit to the number produced. Modification room upgrade modification limit raised to 25 points. Organ slots 10. The genes of powerful beings can enhance the modification limit. Current organ slots 820 can fuse up to 20 types of organs and can delete organs at any time. Merged eyes, corpse, ears, corpse, nose, corpse, mouth, mutated corpse, glowing abdomen, sac, firefly, phosphorescent oil sac, reverse bone, walker bone, whip bone, gap, whisperer tooth, tentacle, muffled one, complete. Alchemy is in digestion. Remaining time 40 days after the expansion. The shelter now resembled a fort. Other aspects remained routine upgrades, but Bai Yi had a premonition that perhaps after 1 or 2 more levels the shelter would undergo significant changes. He looked forward to that day. However, now it was clear that there was a more important matter to attend to. Shall Bai come here? Bai Yi called out from a distance. The man and wolf lay comfortably on the operating table. We'll begin primary physical modification. Start. Yes. This modification consumes 8,050 flesh and blood, 5,992 bones. Modification begins. The weather was clear. Location: Misty Land. Time 8:00 p.m. Temperature 1521 C. Siesu stepped out of the portal still wearing a cheeky smile on his face. Hey dog brother, has the shelter been upgraded again? Yeah, I collected some flesh and blood. Bai Yi gestured for Siesu to sit down and placed 2 cups of water on the table, which had been handed over by a tentacle. Your lucky coin saved my life, thank you. Siesu took the coin and looked at the small scratch on it. I told you it was a lucky coin, but it's my treasure. The coin twirled skillfully on Siesu's fingertips before he put it away. You're here, so I'm ready to open the box. Bai Yi looked at Siesu. Wait a moment, dog brother, I need to prepare something. Siesu stood up, his tone serious, and the smile vanished from his face, his demeanor turning solemn. Drink. Accompanied by a low shout, he began to perform strange movements, chanting incantations, as if conducting a ritual, circling around Bai Yi several times. Snap. Suddenly Siesu's hand landed on Bai Yi's shoulder. Dog brother, now is the time. Although Bai Yi didn't know what Siesu was doing due to his trust in him, he seemed to genuinely feel that he had now been graced by fortune, a mere illusion. Without hesitation, he took out a radiant golden treasure chest and immediately opened it. Open! With Bai Yi's low shout, the items inside the box materialized. Talent Enhancement Scroll. Quality: not unlocked. Durability: 11. Description: can enhance one of the player's talents with a random direction of enhancement. Join in the random evolution even if it is not what you originally desired. Good stuff. Even Bai Yi couldn't help but clench his fist and wave it excitedly. Beside him, Siesu also clicked his tongue in wonder. Clearly, it was his first time seeing equipment that could directly enhance talents. After a brief moment of excitement, both quickly calmed down. Random enhancement. Bai Yi stroked his chin. So the enhancement direction could be completely different from the original talent. It should be, Siesu hypothesized. Bai Yi nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. Regardless, it's still an enhancement, and it's definitely useful. Indeed, he added. This time it was Siesu who nodded, then he checked the time. Dog brother, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. You decide how to use it. His voice interrupted Bai Yi's thoughts. Alright, let me know if you need help. Okay. Siesu agreed, and then returned to his own shelter. After seeing Siesu off, Bai Yi turned his attention back to the talent enhancement scroll, pondering which talent to enhance. Bai Yi health. Age 30. Strength 25. Spirit 10. Constitution 25. Mind normal, only negative psychological states displayed. Rationality 200, 200. Abnormal states, peace of mind, whales of the dead, insulation, guard, blessing of the stars. Talent steel spine will affect 1 active upon activation as rationality decreases the hardness index of your spinal bones, increases rivaling that of steel. Both strength and constitution will be greatly enhanced up to 3 times, lasting 10 minutes. Afterward, 100% of the lost rationality will be returned, entering a cooldown period of 12 hours. Effect 2 passive 1. When your rationality drops to 1, it forcibly locks your rationality. 2. You are immune to all negative effects regarding rationality, while your consciousness will suffer immense pain, which will diminish as rationality recovers. If rationality exceeds 30, the pain disappears. Rhythm of all things passive. You can sense the rhythm of everything within a certain range. Disrupting their rhythm will cause great damage to them, and you can respond to their rhythm. Mastered knowledge, beginner blood and flesh alchemy, boiling blood, flesh and bone transformation technique, bone manipulation technique. Equipment phase ring weak, candlelight X10, white bone tang dao X10, shepherd's mercy modified windproof lighter, revolver bullets X800, emergency medical pods X5, air-powered shoes. Description: an unknown species disguised in human skin. Bai Yi mainly focused on the introduction information of 2 talents. Undoubtedly, steel spine was the most helpful to him. Without it, Bai Yi would likely have perished on the very first day he arrived in the Misty Land. Moreover, throughout subsequent survival, every time he engaged in battles beyond his level, it was all thanks to the attributes enhancement of steel spine, rationality locking, and the crucial immunity to negative effects. As for rhythm of all things, it was undoubtedly a versatile ability. It could be used for exploration, power comparison, combat, communication, and more. Bai Yi believed that in future developments, rhythm of all things would unlock even more uses. In that instant, his thoughts became clear. Indeed, although rhythm of all things was versatile, it could be developed, meaning that it would become stronger even without the scroll. On the other hand, steel spine could not be enhanced, at least Bai Yi had not found a way to do so. Having realized this, Bai Yi no longer hesitated. He picked up the scroll and chose steel spine will. Do you wish to use the talent enhancement scroll on the talent steel spine will? Yes. The scroll transformed into light points and dissolved into Bai Yi's body. Steel spine will is upgrading, countdown 00959. The upgrade time is not long, only requiring 10 minutes. Bai Yi didn't do anything else, but sat on the sofa utilizing his second talent while waiting, feeling the rhythms around him. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi opened his eyes and checked the first talent after enhancement. Steel bone will affect 1 active upon activation as rationality decreases, your bone hardness index increases. Both strength and constitution will be greatly enhanced up to 3 times, lasting 10 minutes. Afterward, 100% of the lost rationality will be returned, entering a cooldown period of 12 hours. Effect 2 passive, no change occurred. Looking at the brand new first talent, Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This really is random enhancement. He never expected that the enhancement point would actually expand the range of the originally activated talent from the spine to the entire skeleton. Moreover, the suffix, rivaling steel, was removed, but it should have been a capability for temporarily enhancing physical attributes and locking rationality. What Bai Yi most wanted to enhance was for the talent's amplification to break through its limits or extend the duration, but unfortunately, it randomly landed in other areas. Steel spine. Steel bone will activate. The steel bone will is activated, intellect 70, current intellect 130200, it gained 2x amplification. Power 3025, physique 3025. The bones within Bai Yi's body emitted a metallic grinding sound, and sharp bone nodes protruded beneath his skin as powerful strength surged into his body from the bones. Having activated his talent multiple times, Bai Yi was already familiar with the 30 points of power and physique, so he felt no discomfort. He attempted to squeeze his arm. Even with the cushioning of muscle, it felt extremely hard, as if he were gripping a steel bar. Bai Yi controlled a massive bone pillar to rise, then smashed his fist down upon it. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. This full-powered strike left a crimson fist imprint on the solid bone, with some bits of flesh still clinging to it. This bit of pain felt like a mere tickle to Bai Yi. He did not stop, but instead took a horse stance, his waist taut, like a drawn bowstring, then unleashed his fist with maximum force. The bone-crunching sounds echoed throughout the training room as Bai Yi hammered away like a machine. The nearly 1-meter-wide bone pillar was smashed to create a fist-sized hole, surrounded by a mass of cracks. In contrast, Bai Yi's fist showed no injuries apart from the skin having completely vanished. He was immensely satisfied with this remarkable hardness. Next, Bai Yi began to experiment with the hardness of his joints. He tried methods such as hard bending, smashing with the bone pillar, and creating bending devices using leverage, attempting to break his arm, knee, and finger joints. But ultimately, all attempts ended in failure, which gave him a general understanding of the hardness of his joints. Remaining talent effect, 5 minutes 14 seconds. After completing these, nearly half the time had elapsed. Next, it was time to experiment with something new. Bai Yi focused his mind, and armor extended from his back, the hard bones crawling up his body like tentacles. You have used the bone manipulation technique, intellect 20. The familiar armor covered Bai Yi's entire body, but unlike before, its surface was paler and even reflected a metallic sheen. Looking down at the appearance of the armor, Bai Yi felt a surge of joy and then swung his fist again. Previously, the hardness of the white bone armor matched that of the armor's bones. Neither could overcome the other. But this time, the armored fist easily shattered the bone pillar. This indicated that the steel bone could enhance the white bone armor. For Bai Yi, this was undoubtedly a significant boost. It's important to note that the hardness of the spine could not be replicated before when the talent was activated. You have used the bone manipulation technique, intellect 5. The bones in his palm began to proliferate and deform, and in just a few seconds a bone knife appeared in Bai Yi's hand. As he had anticipated, the bone knife also shimmered with a metallic luster. A smile crept across his lips. In the following minutes, he experimented with various weapons such as a great sword, a large hammer, a giant scythe, a long knife, a short sword, and a dagger. He also tested methods of bone spike proliferation for attacks, all of which inherited the hardness of his body bones. Of course, all of this had one prerequisite: Bai Yi needed to maintain direct contact between his internal bones and the external bones. This was not a concern for him, as the external bone armor was originally proliferated from the white bones at his back. As for the weapons, Bai Yi just needed to ensure that the weapon remained in hand after covering it with the white bone armor. The effect of the steel bone will has ended, intellect restored to 200200. After retracting the white bone armor into his body, Bai Yi felt quite elated. His strength had increased significantly once again. Glancing at the time, it was already 8:30 p.m. This was the second day after the banquet, and the demand for medicines among most players had returned to normal. The players coming to Bai Yi for treatment were dwindling, so he simply shut down this business and began to consider the idea of properly opening body modifications. In the past 2 days, Bai Yi had spent most of the money he earned on purchasing the corpses of alien demons, leaving a portion aside just in case. Moreover, the corpses of alien demons killed by the others in his team were all traded to Bai Yi, half sold, half gifted. At this moment, he had a total of 1700 missed coins in hand, most of which he used to purchase alien demon corpses. The values for flesh and bones had reached 55000 and 6400 respectively. At the same time, the emergency medical pods were hardly being purchased anymore, so Bai Yi had ceased sales, and the sleep pods had reverted to normal pricing at 1700 missed coins. They were basically priced similarly to the intellect recovery potions on the square. It wasn't that Bai Yi didn't want to sell at a high price, but most players were nearing 10 p.m. and their demand for sleep pods had declined considerably. Bai Yi had been feeling quite gloomy about this for a long time. He had only managed to make one deal with Tiandong when he first researched the sleep pod. After that, due to too many events occurring, Bai Yi completely forgot about the sleep pod. It was during the banquet that Bai Yi visited Zhang Zhen's shelter to help him deal with alien demons and saw the sleep pod in his bedroom, which reminded Bai Yi of the existence of this device. Every time he thought about this matter, he felt like giving himself 2 slaps. The opportunity to become wealthy had slipped right past him. Shaking his head, Bai Yi decided not to dwell on these vexing matters any longer. He planned to take advantage of the disappearance of the alien demons outside to do something he must do. With the mist lamp in hand, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai left the shelter. In the black mist, Bai Yi looked at the map in his hand, which was created based on coordinates he provided, with Zhang Zhen helping to draw it. The map had 6 coordinate points distributed across various locations. Bai Yi and Xiao Bai spent over 10 hours traversing all 6 locations. Each site had already turned into ruins. He sifted through the debris, seemingly searching for something. Whenever he found an item, Bai Yi would pull out a pen, jot a few words on it, and then store it in his ring. After completing all 6 coordinates, he found an open area. He then used a bone shovel to dig a pit. Throughout the process, Xiao Bai helped dig alongside him with his 2 front paws. Once the depth was sufficient, Bai Yi took out the items he had collected from his ring and tossed them into the pit. Among these items were small household ornaments, clothing, and other objects. Each item bore a name: Captain Born to be Talented, one of the 2 unknown players; does not eat cilantro, the second of the 2 unknown players; Kakashi Kakaka, naming is hard; and Young Master. Their shelter coordinates were those Bai Yi had asked for before they passed away. After filling in the pit, he found a stone and carved it into a tombstone using a makeshift bone tool, erecting it on the ground. The The stone tablet bore no inscriptions, it was a blank stone. Bai Yi took out 7 cigarettes, inserting 6 of them in front of the tombstone and lighting them one by one. Then he lit the cigarette in his mouth. Bai Yi said nothing, his body standing straight there, his head slightly lowered. His dark golden eyes calmly gazed at the blank stone tablet, lost in thought. Beside him Xiao Bai stood solemnly, a wolf-like expression on his face, completely motionless. Under the warm light, 7 wisps of smoke slowly drifted. The man and the wolf made no sound. He remained silent, letting the cigarette burn slowly. Until the cigarette burned out, Bai Yi collected the butt and then turned to leave. Throughout he had not spoken a single word. The black mist was silent, filled only with stillness. When he returned to the shelter, it was already the 3rd day after the banquet had ended, just past 4 in the morning. Bai Yi lay on the sofa, his soft flesh cold to the touch, feeling pleasantly plump. He was almost sinking into the sofa, feeling so comfortable that he didn't want to move at all. He reached out his hand, and the log scurried from the cabinet at the entrance of the shelter, then made a running leap, landing steadily in Bai Yi's hand. Opening the log, Bai Yi first contacted Bai Shaoxing. Bai Yi, there's information about a new type of alien demon. Do you want it? Yi Tianya, we definitely want it. Go ahead, brother dog. Bai Yi, breath of the ruptured eye, information omitted. Bai Yi, no need for compensation, the information is provided for free. Yi Tianya, brother dog, I admire your spirit. Bai Yi, the information is not collected by me, it comes from the captain. And 6 others. Just mention their names when it's released and no need to add mine. Yi Tianya, being a smart person, understood Bai Yi's words and roughly grasped his situation. Yi Tianya, understood, brother dog. By the way, we are planning to start a new section called the Shining Moment of Humanity. If you have any candidates, please share with us. After evaluation, we will add their names to this section along with their deeds, allowing them to live on in human history. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, imagining how popular this list would be. At the same time, this unique golden spirit of humanity would resonate with other players and ignite their will to survive, potentially freeing some from the fear of death. Correspondingly, the Bai Shaoxing guild that created this list would likely gain true fame. However, to manage this section well, Bai Shaoxing needed not only to be sufficiently fair and neutral, but also to discern the authenticity of players' deeds. Bai Yi was not worried about the former, as he would definitely provide some assistance to Bai Shaoxing. For him, this guild had to be impartial. As for the latter, how to distinguish the authenticity of deeds from other players was a problem. If false deeds got on the list, it would undermine the credibility of the section and affect others listed. Bai Yi, that's a great idea, but how will you ensure the authenticity of the information? Yi Tianya, with brother dog, I have nothing to hide. We have players in our guild who can detect lies, so you need not worry about this. Bai Yi understood. He initially guessed that Bai Shaoxing might have acquired some equipment, but it turned out to be a player's talent. Bai Yi, sure, I have high hopes for this section, but one thing. You must remain neutral and show no favoritism. Additionally, if any other guilds or organizations pressure you, come to me, and I will handle them. Bai Yi's tone was calm, yet confident, his assurance stemming from his strength. After awakening his talent, even against Gung Yi, Bai Yi could eliminate him before he inflicted percentage damage. This response undoubtedly served as a boost for Yi Tianya. The Bai Shaoxing Guild was originally an intelligence organization, and every member was a broker. They certainly understood Bai Yi's strength among current players. Yi Tianya, with brother dog's assurance, we can confidently proceed with our plans. Rest assured, brother dog, we will remain absolutely objective and neutral. Our shelter will always be open for you. If you find any bias in Bai Xiaoxing's section, feel free to come for verification. Yi Tianya's response not only expressed his determination to welcome scrutiny, but also his importance on this list. Bai Yi was very pleased with his answer, and then he detailed the deeds of the captain and others to Yi Tianya. After listening, Yi Tianya expressed his admiration for these players, and then took his leave to evaluate them with others. After their discussion, Bai Yi turned to the forum page where the posts had largely returned to normal, and those large guilds that had not been wiped out began posting again. Bai Yi wasted no time and went straight to the latest highlight posts. Currently, the top post was from the 3rd department, on the relationship between regional difficulty, resource abundance, and players. Author 3rd department. Likes 5. The post first elaborated on the relationship between regional difficulty and player strength, then used numerous examples to illustrate how regional difficulty correlates with the overall strength of the integrated shelter. Finally, it proposed the resource priority theory, which hypothesizes that the higher the difficulty of a region, the richer its resources, and the faster players become stronger. Conversely, weaker players inhabit areas of lower difficulty and fewer resources, resulting in a very slow pace of strengthening. Of course, due to the lack of substantial data support, this theory is merely a conjecture and is still in the process of being refined. In the comments below, is there such a theory? Our regional difficulty seems fine, at least we can hold our ground. Upstairs, you must be the strongest in your area. Your ease does not represent the experiences of other players. No, we have over 90 players surviving in our region. That means your region is filled with ordinary players without an integrated shelter. I envy those above. I'm unfortunate to be near the 7th department. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been crushed by a giant bird. Damn, I was initially in an icy region and I don't know which godly player was also there. The difficulty was off the charts and the bone walkers were clustered everywhere. Players were vigorously discussing in the comments. Many players were complaining that their regions either had powerful players or large guilds integrated shelters leading to such high difficulty that they could only flee. However, the vast majority of players still stated that despite the difficulty being a bit high, they could barely manage, and the number of deceased players in the region had not exceeded half. This phenomenon piqued Bai Yi's curiosity, but then he figured it out. Assuming the player count dropped to 1 billion, this is just a hypothesis. The actual number is higher. With 100 players per region, there would still be 10 million regions. Among them, the players and guilds that could significantly raise regional difficulty would only number in the dozens or hundreds. Coupled with the resource priority theory, many powerful players would be in the same region. Just like in Bai Yi's region, players like the Captain and Bale, Yi could essentially kill the Bone Walkers without taking any damage. And similarly, in the 7th department, players like Gung, Yi Gung Air, and Gung San were also incredibly strong, clustering in the same region. As for the average attributes of ordinary players, they were only around 10, just enough to barely contend with the Bone Whisperer. Therefore, the difficulty in most regions was not actually that high. Even though there were also some small guilds integrated shelters, the overall strength of their players was not very strong. As long as other players' shelter levels were adequate and they had stored enough repair resources, even players with lesser strength could barely survive the banquet. Moreover, many players in the same region as Bai Yi had plenty of fog coins, and many players who sensed danger fled. In conclusion, the actual number of deaths was not as he imagined, with over half of the players dead, but rather roughly around 30%. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi was quite pleased. After all, humans are social animals. No one wishes to be the last one left in the world. Afterward, Bai Yi continued to browse the forum, which was mostly filled with guild recruitment information, among which 2 posts were particularly eye-catching. 6 breathing techniques by Zhongsheng. Likes 120 million. This set of breathing techniques can gradually enhance physical functions, cultivate one's character, and stabilize mental states. Meditation technique by Zhongsheng. Likes 90 million. This post describes a method of entering meditation which can calm emotions and gradually restore rationality after assuming a specific posture. Both posts came from the same organization, and both concluded by stating that more powerful techniques could be obtained by joining Zhongsheng. Bai Yi checked Zhongsheng's homepage and discovered it was formed by 2 large guilds and several smaller ones. The 2 large guilds were Taoism and Buddhism, while the smaller ones had various names. This made Bai Yi chuckle. He vaguely remembered that these 2 sects were not harmonious back on Earth, yet now they had united due to the dangers of the Foggy Land. In addition, a large organization called Shu Mountain was recently established, composed of many guilds named sects and factions. Guilds such as Beihai Sect, Wangyue Sect, Hahuan Sect, Huashan Sect, and Songshan Sect, among the 5 mountain sword sects, are all part of the Shu Mountain organization. Among them, the one that surprised Bai Yi the most was the Hahuan Sect. He never expected this guild to still be around and to have joined such a large organization. After a brief understanding, Bai Yi attempted the 6 breathing techniques and the meditation technique. He didn't feel much from the former's claims of enhancing physical functions and cultivating one's character, possibly due to his high attributes. As for stabilizing his mental state, did a slower heartbeat count. Bai Yi then tried the latter, following the post's instructions to assume the corresponding posture and emptied his mind to feel as if he entered a state of nothingness. He indeed succeeded. To test the effect of rationality recovery, Bai Yi deliberately consumed 3 points of rationality and then entered meditation again. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes and decided not to continue. Meditation technique can indeed restore rationality, but the speed is quite disheartening, recovering about 0.3 points every 10 minutes, which is not as fast as the shelter. Moreover, to recover, one must enter a meditative state without any interruptions, which is easily disrupted. Overall, this is a rather impractical recovery method that may have some use in specific situations. It's no wonder Zhongsheng can share it for free. Afterward, Bai Yi also browsed the Square and the World Channel. The Square had mostly returned to its previous prices, though the cost of weapons had slightly increased. Moreover, some premium equipment gradually appeared in the Square, most of which were tools and weapons, but the prices were exceedingly high. At least in Bai Yi's eyes, these items were not worth the price. As for the World Channel, Bai Yi could only say it had become even more chaotic. Various abstract jokes and dark humor were rampant, accompanied by some territorial slurs and even racial discrimination. Ignoring the chaotic channel, Bai Yi put down his log and practiced his second talent. Weather clear. Location Foggy Land. Time 0800 M. Temperature 1723 C. As the agreed time for gathering approached, several applications from his team popped up. Su Tangzheng and Zhang Jun arrived at Bai Yi's shelter one after another. The three had been mining together for the past few days. They were covered in dirt, wearing safety helmets with flashlights attached, and carrying tattered canvas bags filled with various tools, wielding pickaxes in hand. With each step they shook off layers of dirt resembling three miners just coming out of a mine. "Good morning, dog brother," they greeted Bai Yi in unison. "Morning." Bai Yi twitched his mouth at their appearance and nodded at them. "Oh, dog brother, good." Before Wang Zi appeared, her vibrant voice had already reached, but it abruptly stopped the moment she saw the three beside Bai Yi. Ha! Wang Zi initially covered her mouth with her hand and turned her head, trying to hold back her laughter, but due to the comical appearance of the three, she ultimately couldn't resist and burst into laughter. "Did you three go to be slaves?" "Ha ha!" Wang Zi laughed so hard that she could hardly stand straight, struggling to hold onto the potted plant in her hands. The three exchanged glances and shrugged innocently. "It's okay, at least we made some money," Su said softly to the other two. Meanwhile, Li Zihua also arrived holding a pile of reagents. As he stepped out of the teleportation portal and saw the others, he abruptly stopped, looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. With his eyes tightly shut, he tried to erase the previous scene from his mind, but his trembling shoulders betrayed his emotions. The three exchanged glances again. "It's okay, at least we made some money," Zhang Jun said with difficulty to the other two. At the side, Li Zihua gritted his teeth, struggling to utter a few words. "Dog brother, quick, help me. The reagents. They're going to fall." Seeing this, Bai Yi quickly extended the tentacles of the blood fungus blanket to catch the potions in Li Zihua's arms. Make way, make way." Before Li Zihua could react, Wei Fin's voice rang out behind him. She appeared carrying a stack of clothes with several sheaths and holsters slung over her shoulders. Li Zihua and Wang Zi couldn't care less about mocking Su and hurried to help. After placing all the clothes on the bone table generated by Bai Yi, Wei Fin proudly said, "I have not been idle with this for the past 2 days." Upon seeing the three, her gaze suddenly shifted, her left hand subconsciously brushing her hair while forcing her mouth to suppress a smile. Wang Zi and Li Zihua beside her could no longer hold back. Their laughter seemed infectious, quickly spreading to Wei Fin. "Ha ha!" The three exchanged glances again. "It's okay, at least we made some money," Tangzheng said through gritted teeth to the other two. Finally, the laughter even made Bai Yi unable to hold back. He also chuckled along. The three exchanged glances once more. After the jokes, everyone's mood gradually calmed down, and Su and the others quickly rinsed off in Bai Yi's bathroom. The reason they looked like this was entirely because they had lost track of the gathering time while mining with no time to clean up, so they rushed over in a hurry. I must say, Zhang Zhen's talent in resource gathering is terrifyingly strong. After everyone took their seats, they looked at the 3 items placed on the table. A potted plant, a pile of reagents, and neatly stacked clothes. Tangzheng scratched his head. "I understand the reagent and the clothes, but see, you brought a, pea shooter. The more I look at this thing, the more familiar it seems. Isn't this the pea shooter from the Plants vs. Zombies game on Earth?" The plant in the pot exhibited a vibrant green hue, with its straight stem growing out of the pot, like a bamboo joint extending upwards and supporting a rounded head at the top. 2 broad, teardrop-shaped leaves spread out from the base of the stem, resembling outstretched arms protecting the stem, with clear vein patterns visible. The front of the head was slightly bulging, looking akin to pouted lips, with an oval-shaped mouth opening in the center. Around the middle of the stem were 2 smaller tender green leaves, creating a layered aesthetic, with the larger leaves at the bottom exuding a unique charm. After Tangzheng's hint, Bai Yi suddenly remembered why this plant looked so familiar. Others also began to recognize it. "Ha ha, this is my labor of love from the past 2 days. What do you think?" Wang Zi lifted her small face, her neck elongated like a proud swan. "It does look impressive, but are you sure it really hurts when it attacks?" Su picked up the potted plant, looking curiously at this small plant, less than 20 centimeters tall. Tangzheng, curious, leaned closer and poked the rounded head of the pea shooter, which showed no response. "Is it dead? I remember the pea shooter has eyes, right? And it can move too." As he spoke, Tangzheng twisted left and right based on his memories. "Oh, plants definitely won't move. Ooh, I haven't activated my talent yet." Saying this, Wang Zi snatched the pea shooter back. "This is a plant I cultivated over several generations. It's very strong. If you don't believe me, I'll demonstrate it for you." Then Wang Zi turned to Bai Yi and said, "Dog brother, can you expose the ground?" Bai Yi nodded. Since the meeting room was on the first floor, this was easy. He controlled the flesh and bone to spread out, revealing a large patch of soil. Wang Zi pulled the plant out of the pot and then inserted it into the ground. As her talent activated, the once 10-centimeter plant rapidly grew. The previously weak stem became thicker and stronger, and the leaves and head enlarged proportionally. Soon a pea shooter almost a meter tall appeared before everyone. At this moment, the formerly hollow head developed two obsidian-like round eyes with glints of white highlights in the pupils exuding a vigilant demeanor. Its body swayed rhythmically, and the previously small mouth was now large enough to fit a human head, its dark cavity exuding a sense of oppression. The talent consumed a significant amount of Wang Ziyi's sanity. After gulping down a sanity recovery potion, she proudly asked, "So how does it look?" "Pretty good, right?" "It indeed looks quite impressive." Zhang Jin nodded. Wei Fan also curiously examined the pea shooter. Li Zihua on the side was much calmer. Due to the collaboration over the past few days, he was already aware of the plant Wang Ziyi was working on. Bai Yi waved his hand, and a wall of bones materialized 2 to 3 meters in front of the pea shooter. "Shall we test its power?" "No problem." Wang Ziyi readily agreed, and then commanded the pea shooter attack that wall of bones. Upon receiving the command, the pea shooter focused its little eyes on the wall. Its roots began to wriggle, drawing a large amount of nutrients from the ground, transforming them into a pea. Then it slightly tilted its head back. Bang! A pea the size of a head was shot out of the pea shooter's mouth, accompanied by a powerful sound. Boom! The bone wall trembled violently, showing slight cracks, while the pea shattered into pieces. Everyone gasped. They were well aware of how tough the bones of Bai Yi's shelter were. Bai Yi also became interested with his skeletal armor covering his body. He walked up to the wall. "Give me a shot." "Okay." Wang Ziyi issued another command. In fact, she could directly control the plant activated by her talent, but she personally preferred to speak out loud. The pea shot out again, and Bai Yi crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself against it. The tremendous impact made him take 2 steps back. Bai Yi lowered his slightly numb arms. Even with a shock-absorbing system, he still suffered minor shock injuries. This was already quite terrifying. "Can it fire continuously?" Hearing Li Zihua's question, Wang Ziyi snapped her fingers stylishly. The pea shooter began to attack the bone wall at a rate of 1 shot every 2 seconds. As the peas were continuously fired, the damage to the bone wall increased. After firing a dozen peas in succession, the bone wall was already teetering. But before the bone wall succumbed, the pea shooter was the first to give out. After several attempts to fire again, it turned its head and shook it at Wang Ziyi in resignation. "Yay? It can turn its head?" Tang Zheng exclaimed, then asked, "What's wrong with it? Is it exhausted?" Wang Ziyi, while retracting the pea shooter back to its original size, replied, "No, it's because it has drained all the nutrients from the surrounding soil. If it wants to continue growing peas, it needs to be planted in a different place." "That's a powerful ability. Have you tried other plants?" Bai Yi inquired. Wang Ziyi nodded. "I have tried, but there are no aggressive plants around my shelter. Even if ordinary plants are activated, their strength is still average. To enhance their strength, I have to increase the consumption of sanity, so I bought a type of plant from the square and cultivated it for several generations to obtain this pea shooter." Wang Ziyi placed the pea shooter back into the pot. "I'm thinking of ways to overcome this drawback. It will definitely become stronger in the future." Everyone offered encouragement. Then they shifted their attention to the potions. Li Zihua spoke up. "These are the sanity potions." "You've already made them so quickly." Tang Zheng's exclamation interrupted Li Zihua. "No, these are all substandard products, but they can be used in a pinch. I brought them over so you can choose." "Oh, sorry about that." Tang Zheng smiled awkwardly. Then the group picked up the potions to examine them. Sanity potion inferior, sanity potion inferior. About 10 bottles of inferior potions scattered here and there, which Bai Yi and the others shared, each taking 3 bottles. Finally, it was the clothes that Wei Fan brought. She picked up the clothes and began distributing them. "This is for Xiao Tang, this is for you Zhangge, and this is for you dog brother." Soon everyone had a neatly folded set of clothes in front of them. "Is this for us?" Zhang Jin picked up the clothes and examined them. Wei Fan nodded. "That's right, from now on this will be our team's uniform." Bai Yi unfolded the clothing. Ash Echo uniform. Quality premium. Durability 100,100. Description: handcrafted by an experienced tailor. The clothing is made from an unknown flesh material that is highly resilient and can self-repair to a certain extent, in addition to being highly heat-resistant. It's the alluring uniform. The outfit consists of 3 pieces: a trench coat, a tactical jacket, and tactical pants. The all-black tactical trench coat presents a matte texture featuring familiar holes at the back and an asymmetrical cut at the collar. The high-neck tactical jacket underneath is similarly designed. Additionally, honeycomb mesh fabric is embedded at the shoulder seams, while the front's 3-dimensional cut hexagonal hidden pockets are equipped with tactical red cord pull rings echoing the parachute hooks on the sides of the tactical pants. The knee area of the pants features a 3-layer bonded reinforcement process, enhancing the durability of the pants, while the cuff tightening system cleverly hides adjustable climbing hooks. The entire uniform is fitted yet extremely comfortable, not only exuding an air of elegance, but also allowing for unimpeded movement for the wearer. Upon seeing this outfit for the first time, Bai Yi instantly fell in love with it. Meanwhile, the others also unfolded their clothing. Except for Bai Yi, all the other uniforms had a layer of bone armor stitched at all vital areas. These bone plates were also requested by Wei Fun and Bai Yi. She had tried other materials, but found them lacking in certain aspects, ultimately choosing the bones from Bai Yi's shelter. At the same time, the trench coats backed the left chest of the jacket and both sides of the waist of the pants all concealed quick-release tactical attachment points. Combined with the scabbard and holster brought by Wei Fun, tactical pistols and bone blades can be perfectly hung on the waist or back. Additionally, each uniform is slightly different as Wei Fun customized them according to their personal styles. For instance, Bai Yi's uniform had no armor plates and was heat-resistant and flexible. Wang Zi's uniform was additionally equipped with many pockets for carrying plant seeds along with a specially designed buckle-style quiver. Li Zihua's trench coat also had many hidden pockets for storing potions. Xie's jacket was combined with the gear from the boundary line, while the hem of the trench coat was embedded with sharp blades for stealth attacks. Tang Zheng's trench coat featured multiple external pockets for carrying bullets, and Wei Fun also made a buckle-style sniper rifle holster that can be directly hung on the back. Zhang Zhen's uniform had the most armor plates added as his combat style leans towards straightforward frontal combat. Likewise, Wei Fun made him a sword sheath secured around the guard, the part between the blade and the handle, which can also be fixed to the back. Wei Fun's own uniform was of a conventional style, merely enhanced with some armor plates and quick-release buckles. Although each uniform was slightly different, the overall style was highly unified, showcasing a strong aesthetic design. Moreover, the original materials for the clothing were all provided by Bai Yi, made from flesh products, with each piece possessing a certain degree of self-repair capability. So cool. Wang Zi looked at the clothing before her eyes sparkling with excitement, and the others were equally impressed. Wei Jie, you are simply my goddess. Tang Zheng murmured, fondling the uniform, unable to put it down. The others, including Bai Yi, also praised it continuously. With a smile on her face, Wei Fun gently brushed her hair and humbly replied, "It's nothing much. I mainly noticed that many guilds had uniforms when I was browsing forums, so I thought to get one for our team. I'm glad you all like it. We love it, it's amazing." Xiesu gave a thumbs up. Everyone put away the uniforms, and after paying the corresponding missed coins, the matter of the uniforms came to a close. Afterward, they discussed further arrangements. "I don't think the system will let us off easily. New dangers will definitely arise in 7 days. Zhang Zhen spoke first. "So we can't just focus on making money. We need to quickly convert missed coins into strength and only keep a portion for emergencies." "Agreed," Li Zihua nodded. "The gear in the plaza isn't really necessary for us. The truly good gear is best kept for ourselves. The few that are up for sale are not worth it. We could make wishes at the wishing well." Xie's comment interrupted the discussion, and everyone turned to look at him. What's up?" The latter seemed confused. Actually, everyone present had already tried the wishing well, but none had received anything good. Even the luckiest Tang Zheng only managed to get a premium shovel. It seemed like the drop rate of the wishing well had significantly decreased after the beginner phase ended. "You all might want to keep an eye out for weapon crafting blueprints." Bai Yi interjected to steer the topic away, adding, "After loading the blueprints, my workshop can enhance the weapon quality to premium level. Right, how could I forget about Dog Guest Workshop?" Tang Zheng clapped his hands excitedly, and the others nodded in agreement, indicating they would pay attention to the blueprints. "Dog, can you upgrade here now?" Li Zihua asked. "It has become common knowledge that new dangers will appear in 7 days. Besides gear, we need to enhance our attributes as well." "Yes, currently attributes can be raised up to 25 points, and I have enough resources, so you can upgrade anytime," Bai Yi affirmed. After that, they exchanged information as usual. After the meeting adjourned, they didn't go back, but directly started upgrading at Bai Yi's shelter. Since everyone's spirit had generally reached at least 5 Tang Zheng, the duration of each upgrade was extended to 8 hours. Meanwhile, Bai Yi entered the simulation space to continue studying blood and flesh alchemy for flesh differentiation technique. Ever since Bai Yi finished learning the bone manipulation technique, he had been struggling with this spell. He was fully aware of the power of the flesh differentiation technique, as well as its steep learning difficulty. After so many days, Bai Yi had barely managed to finish 2/3 of it, and there were still many parts he hadn't fully grasped. He would need another round of review later. Although the learning process was torturous, the thought of the spell's effects filled Bai Yi with motivation. He planned to focus on studying for the next 4 days, aiming to read the entire book first, and would gradually fill in any gaps later. At the same time, Xiao Bai also stopped goofing around. Bai Yi arranged many practical training sessions for it, and it was currently out there battling virtual enemies. Of course, whenever Bai Yi felt tired from studying, he would also engage in some practical training to relax. At 1800, an unexpected situation dispelled the team's intention to continue upgrading. 8 hours of upgrading raised their attributes to 19 points, but unlike before, the sudden surge in power left everyone nearly unable to control it. Walking, which had been so natural to them, now sent them leaping several meters, with each step, jumping, picking up items, and other actions became impossible to perform normally. This phenomenon was far more severe than previous upgrades. Fortunately, the skeletal products in Bai Yi's shelter were quite sturdy, or else the shelter might have been torn apart. Afterward, everyone concluded that the cause was likely the excessive increase. The reason Bai Yi felt no sensation was due to the simultaneous enhancement of his physical attributes within the simulated space, allowing him a process of adaptation. Thus, everyone decided to temporarily cease any further modifications, choosing instead to fully master their existing powers. Subsequently, they each returned to their respective sanctuaries. Bai Yi contacted EE through the log to purchase the flesh or bones of the pulse-winged Sky Sovereign. Unfortunately, the skull had been damaged in battle. Otherwise, he would have liked to attempt acquiring the pulse abilities of this otherworldly demon. Bai Yi spent 800 mist coins to buy 1 unit of the pulse-winged Sky Sovereign's flesh and bones. Just as he arrived at the digestion chamber, intending to toss it into the digestion pool, the log vibrated. Tiandong Dog Brother, urgent help needed. It's a matter of utmost urgency. Inside the 6th Division. That settled, then President Tian, looking forward to our cooperation. A woman in her 50s stood up gracefully and extended her hand towards Tiandong. Tiandong also stood up, his broad palm half grasping hers. Rest assured, the matters instructed by Chief Ji will certainly be taken to heart by our Steel Brotherhood. Looking forward to our pleasant cooperation. With the successful partnership established between the Steel Brotherhood and the 6th Division, Tiandong and the 2 men beside him prepared to return. Ji escorted them to the teleportation portal. No need to see us off, Chief Ji. See you next time. Tiandong stood at the door, addressing Ji. See you next time. The 2 burly men beside Tiandong also bid farewell to Ji, and then the 3 entered the teleportation portal. Let me tell you, I found a mine near our shelter. Tonight, well, take the brothers there, Tiandong said with a relaxed expression, turning back to the 2 men behind him. But the moment they stepped out of the teleportation portal, an unexpected change occurred. A dagger pierced Tiandong's chest without warning, and the anesthetic on the dagger mingled with his blood. He felt his strength rapidly fading. Brother Dong. Old Tian. The 2 burly men behind him shouted, and at the same time, 2 daggers emerged from their sides. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was similarly struck. The other, quick on his feet, raised his right hand to block the dagger with his forearm, then struck the assailant's jaw with a lightning-fast left fist. With a scream, the assailant's jaw made a sharp cracking sound. The man followed up with a flying kick, sending the assailant flying. But guarding the teleportation portal was not just one person. 4 or 5 daggers stabbed forward, and the man found himself outnumbered. Before he could use his innate abilities, he was accidentally cut. A feeling of weakness came over him. At this moment, only 3 seconds had passed since they exited the teleportation portal. Tiandong gathered all his strength and shouted angrily. Get lost! His body suddenly transformed into metal, and several gun barrels emerged from his surface. Bang, 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 bullets fired out, hitting the surrounding assailants and sending them crashing to the ground. The man behind him supported another brother who was about to fall. At this moment, the 3 finally had a chance to see what had happened in the shelter. The once tidy shelter had turned into a scene of chaos, with brothers who used to chat and play cards lying on the ground alongside the corpses of players they had never seen before. Meanwhile, many players they had never encountered stood around. Most members of the Steel Brotherhood were bound by ropes and tied to wooden stakes. Each of them bore injuries, with their legs below the knees brutally severed and their fingernails and teeth all extracted. Some had long nails driven into their skulls, penetrating their heads as if hammered in. Their heads drooped limply, clearly already dead. Those who were still conscious upon seeing Tiandong and the other 2 opened their mouths, but due to their severed tongues they could only emit ah sounds. Thick blood dripped continuously onto the ground, and the area around the wooden stakes was completely covered in blood. One player had his eyes brutally gouged out, with remnants of nerves causing his eyeballs to dangle from his face. He was one of the vice presidents of the Steel Brotherhood. Although the man's eyes were blind, he sensed from the surrounding commotion that Tiandong had returned, and he opened his mouth to shout with all his might. Brother Dong there from the Radiant Unity Society, run. Seek help. Bang, the man's mouth was smashed to pieces by a hammer, forcibly cutting off his words. Shoo, a gloomy-looking long-haired man moved the hammer away, placing his left index finger on his lips. Be quiet, I kept your tongue to hear your pleas for mercy, not to let you inform on us. I will kill you. Tiandong's eyes turned blood red. He cared not for the depletion of his reason, as the metal on his surface rapidly shifted and a massive cannon barrel emerged from his chest. Just as he was about to fire, the feeling of weakness surged back. His body weakened, nearly causing him to fall, and the cannon barrel drooped listlessly. Clap, clap, clap. The gloomy man elegantly applauded. No wonder you're the renowned president of the Steel Brotherhood. If it were a fair fight, I fear none of us combined would stand a chance against you. However, who told me to be so cunning? Now you've already been incapacitated halfway, and I've also disabled one of the vice presidents. The Steel Brotherhood truly comprises all tough men, though I've tortured them so much, and they haven't even uttered a single cry, truly admirable. But tell me, why do you insist on opposing us? A large guild like yours we in the Radiant Unity Society would never provoke. We merely deceive those ordinary players. What do you mean to protect them for? Causing discontent among everyone, and now look, I have to waste time specifically coming over to deal with all of you. And I have to use such despicable tricks. If I said I preferred a fair fight, would you believe me? As he spoke, the gloomy man innocently blinked. At that moment, a sharp voice came from beside, and a hunchbacked, grotesque man crawled out from behind the president. His small eyes, like those of a poisonous snake, fixated on Tian Dong and the others. President, you needn't worry. They've already been poisoned by my innate talent and won't recover their combat strength for a while. Just relax and let me handle them. I've never killed such strong players before. That feeling must be exhilarating. His small eyes, like those of a poisonous snake, stared intensely at Tian Dong and the others, his face contorted. A little second, why are you so anxious? Our president hasn't had enough fun yet. A woman dressed provocatively and lounging beneath a wooden post lazily spoke. After speaking, she poked her finger into the severed knee of one of the members, vigorously stirring. The man gritted his teeth tightly, enduring the woman's torment without uttering a sound. TSK tisk, what a tough guy. You're making me almost fall in love with you. The woman withdrew her finger and then put it in her mouth, licking it. The hunchbacked man gave her a venomous glance, but didn't dare to retort, forcing a hideous smile. What Red Sister said is right. What Red Sister said is right. Let the president go first. The president ignored the sounds beside him, standing still, quietly waiting for the effects of the drug to take hold while remaining vigilant against Tian Dong's counterattack. At this moment, Tian Dong was bracing himself on his knees, fighting with all his strength against the weakness of his body, unwilling to collapse to the ground. The two men behind him were not in a much better state. The man who had been cut was completely limp, while the other, only slightly injured, still retained some strength. Tian Dong gritted his teeth, his deep voice just reaching the ears of the two men behind him. Huiga, you still have strength. Take Ching Sheng and go seek help. No, Huiga, take the president with you. He knows more powerful people than we do. I will hold them off. Hurry. Tian Dong and the limp man spoke in turn. Ren Hui, the injured man, briefly hesitated, then suddenly placed his hand on Tian Dong's shoulder, and the two disappeared. In the air, Ren Hu's voice echoed, Cheng Sheng, don't provoke them, don't die. Losing Ren Hu's support, Wang Cheng Sheng fell to the ground, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I will hold them off. The president's expression darkened. He never expected that Tian Dong and another vice president would vanish right before his eyes. What is going on? Does the Steel Brotherhood have someone with spatial abilities? Is the person responsible for gathering intelligence just slacking off? He angrily glared at the neatly dressed man beside him. The man was startled by the president's gaze. He knew all too well the ruthlessness and terror of the man before him. He stammered, President, I truly didn't know. They have never displayed this ability before. This really isn't my fault. Hearing this, the president took a deep breath and then revealed a gentle smile at the man. It's fine. We are all one family. How could I kill you over such a small matter? Besides, we have already occupied their shelter. They can't run far. After saying this, he instructed those around him, search the shelter and see if you can find them. The players nearby dared not hesitate and immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, the man beside him was trembling like a leaf. The president's eyes swept the area and then fixed on Wang Qingxing, who lay on the ground. However, if you make a mistake, you must be punished. Don't you agree? Why, wise? Please, let the president punish me. The president walked up to the man and patted his shoulder. Don't be so nervous. A look at that person over there. The man followed the president's finger and saw Wang Chengsheng. You will interrogate him. I want to know Tian Dong's whereabouts and the abilities of the other person from his mouth. It doesn't matter what method you use. In short, if he speaks, you live. If he doesn't, you die. How does that sound? Fair, right? The man was drenched in sweat. Fair. Go ahead. The president waved his hand. The man dared not delay and immediately ran toward Wang Chengsheng. In a basement storing food, the door suddenly opened and closed a few seconds later. Then Ren Hui and Tian Dong appeared. Both collapsed weakly onto the ground. We could take my journal out of my pocket and let it touch my body. Tian Dong did not blame Ren Hui for abandoning Wang Chengsheng, but immediately said instead. At this moment, he was already completely exhausted, unable to move a muscle, only able to speak faintly. Ren Hui struggled to rise, flipped Tian Dong over, and then painstakingly retrieved the journal, placing it in Tian Dong's hand. Throughout the entire process, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and the feeling of weakness intensified. Such a simple action took him several minutes. Outside, Wang Qingsheng's cries of agony echoed continuously. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out. He'll tell you. Our vice president's ability is instant teleportation. I swear I'm not lying. Please stop torturing me. His talent range is 2 kilometers. They must have teleported outside the shelter. You can look for them there. Everything I said is the truth. He can take 1 person with him. Yes, that's right. They must be there. The voice quickly dropped, seemingly allowing Wang Chengsheng to breathe for the moment. Ren Hu's originally angry expression changed to something peculiar after hearing Wang Chengsheng's words. This kid doesn't have a single truthful word. Tian Dong, who stood beside him, did not respond. The journal in his hand automatically flipped open, and his gaze scanned the row of names in the friend list, finally stopping at one particular name. Tian Dong, dog brother, I need help urgently. Bai Yi, what happened? Tian Dong, earlier when we were taking down the door-to-door service, we caught a big fish, but we couldn't reel it in because of the banquet. They somehow broke into our shelter. I was ambushed when I returned, and all the other brothers were captured. Bai Yi, are they very strong? Tian Dong, the others are average, but I'm uncertain about that president's strength. If dog brother feels it's dangerous, Bai Yi interrupted him. Bai Yi agreed he'll handle them. Upon seeing this message, Tian Dong felt a breath of relief wash over him, revealing a sinister smile to Ren Hui. We go, we're saved, those people will die horribly. Oh, Ren Hui sat weakly on the ground. Who did you call it? Gung Eoi, dog brother. Upon hearing this name, Ren Hui recalled a post describing Bai Yi's exploits accompanied by a photo. The dimly lit room, and that terrifying white-boned withered tree. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, then also began to laugh. It's better to be ruthless. Those beasts deserve to be skinned and their tendons pulled. All right, do you still have the strength? Help me out, I want to witness this scene with my own eyes. Hearing this, Ren Hui jolted, then began to struggle to get up. I must have strength, I have to crawl over. I can't miss this, I want to see those beasts die with my own eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chengsheng was howling in pain, currently tied to a wooden stake, but due to his cooperation, he had not sustained any serious injuries. Having had 3 fingernails pulled out, he was already in tears, begging for mercy, divulging everything he could. Very well, you don't have to die now, the president said with satisfaction to the man. The latter felt as if he had been granted amnesty, repeatedly shouting praises like, the president is benevolent and unmatched. The president ignored him and instead looked at Wang Chengsheng, whose face was stained with tears. I said, how could the Steel Brotherhood be composed entirely of tough guys? There are softies among them too, haha. The president chuckled while speaking, and those around him laughed along. What is your name? Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, not a bad name. Would you like to join me? The latter nodded vigorously. The president laughed, having truly found a cowardly traitor, but such individuals are easier to manipulate. Wang Cheng, you piece of dog shit, we treated you so well, and now you're betraying us. A voice of condemnation came from the nearby stake, where a robust man, with an intact tongue, directly spat at Wang Chengsheng. Shut up. Hong Jie took out a small knife, preparing to cut off the robust man's tongue, but was stopped by the president. He waved his hand, signaling others to release Wang Cheng. Looking at Wang Cheng, who was slumped in a pool of blood, the president squatted down and patted his shoulder. If you want to join us, mere words won't suffice. You need to prove your loyalty. The president pointed at the robust man. Here, kill him, and we will accept you and treat you as family. How about it? This? Wang Chengsheng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. All right, but I have no strength right now. How can I kill him? It's simple. The president waved his hand, and a lecherous man nearby understood and walked over, rubbing his hands in his clothes as he walked. Then he stuffed a black pill into Wang Chengsheng's mouth. Cough, cough. The pungent taste made him cough violently, and at the same time he felt his strength rapidly returning. Rising from the pool of blood, Wang Chengsheng tried to move his body, feeling the return of his strength. He looked at the president. Here. The president handed a dagger to Wang Chengsheng. The latter took it and approached the robust man, who had his back turned to the president. The robust man was still cursing angrily, his features contorted as if he were about to vent all his dissatisfaction. Wang Chengsheng did not hesitate any longer. He raised the dagger and thrust it down with force. A sudden change occurred. Just as the blade was about to touch the robust man, Wang Chengsheng, like a phantom, spun around and appeared before the president, his figure leaving trails of phantoms in the air. The dagger aimed straight at the president's forehead. At the same time, the president's figure also became blurred, a familiar phantom reappearing as he materialized several meters away. The dagger missed its target. Wang Chengsheng stood frozen in place, disbelievingly asking, "Is this my talent?" Wang Chengsheng's astonishment lasted only a moment before he charged towards the president once more. Bolstered by his talent, his speed surged dramatically. However, the president remained unperturbed, equally employing the same talent as Wang Chengsheng. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. The onlookers stood still, silently watching the president toy with Wang Chengsheng. Then, as if having played enough, the president stopped dodging and stood his ground awaiting Wang Chengsheng's attack. As the dagger slashed through the air, the president deftly evaded, then swiftly grasped Wang Chengsheng's wrist, exerting immense force. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. The president did not release his grip on Wang Chengsheng. Instead, he used the opportunity to pull him closer. Moments later, Wang Chengsheng collapsed helplessly to the ground, all his limbs broken, while the dagger returned to the president's hand. After taking multiple blows to the head from the president, he was now somewhat disoriented. A kind smile appeared on the president's face. "Oh dear, that was truly close. I almost fell for your trick. Speed-enhancing talents are quite impressive. Unfortunately, your talent does not augment your strength, and your power attribute is not as high as mine. Oh, otherwise you might have actually killed me." The president elongated his voice, a sickly smile creeping across his face as he slowly approached Wang Chengsheng. "Beast, if you have the guts, come at me. Bullying the young is no real skill, you son of a b." The muscular man tied to the pillar shouted once more. Puffed Hongjia plunged a knife into the muscular man's abdomen, twisting the blade, then slowly and steadily dragged it horizontally. Blood and organs spilled out, only held in place by the connective tissue hanging from the muscular man's belly. His clenched gums began to seep blood, and he fell silent. "Tsk, tisk, truly moving." Before Hongjia could finish her sentence, a portal suddenly appeared on the distant wall. All eyes turned to the portal. The portal slowly opened, revealing a player who walked out calmly. The man stood around 185 centimeters tall and appeared to be about 30 years old. His male physique was perfectly wrapped in his clothing. The matte tactical trench coat rustled with his movements, while the asymmetrical hem of the outer collar coat resembled the wings of a hawk. Deep within his eye sockets, his dark golden eyes emitted a sharp gaze akin to a ferocious beast hiding in the shadows, sweeping over the surroundings and leaving behind fleeting golden trails. Though his physique was not robust, he radiated an overwhelming presence. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of immense power. The newcomer was Bai Yi. He quickly scanned the area, grasping the general situation. Not far from him, Tiandong and Ruan Hui revealed themselves. "Dog brother, all our men are lying on the ground, and the only ones standing are the enemies." His eyes were bloodshot as he weakly shouted. Bai Yi nodded, indicating he understood. At that moment, the hunchbacked man spoke up, his words laced with threats. "Brothers, we are from the Shiguang Tongxin Society. This Steel Brothers Club has killed our guild members unprovoked. We are merely defending ourselves. I advise you not to get involved. Our president is among the top tier of current players. Do you know the 7th Division, Chief Gung Yi? When our president faces him, it's a 50-50 match. You should know how strong Gung Yi is." The hunchbacked man's words were interrupted by the president, who gestured for him to be quiet, having just heard Tiandong refer to the man before him. The president took a deep breath, then put on a sincere smile. "Oh dear, so it's you, dog brother. What a pleasure to meet you. Look, this is truly a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King Temple. Had I known that the Steel Brothers Club was acquainted with you, we certainly wouldn't have come. Steel Bone will activated reason 70, current reason 130200, gaining 2x amplification, strength 3025, constitution 3025. Bai Yi wasted no time. He directly activated Steel Bone Will and disappeared from his spot the next second. The explosive power from his 30 points of attributes made it difficult for most players present to discern his movements. They only felt a blur before Bai Yi appeared next to the bound Steel Brothers Club. By then, all players around him, including Hongjia, had collapsed, their fates unknown. Bai Yi didn't even take out a weapon. He merely disrupted their rhythm with his hands. At the same time, he held back slightly, not killing them outright, but merely knocking them unconscious. He felt that compared to himself, Tiandong and the others might prefer to handle these players themselves. The president's gaze trembled. He was one of the few players present who could see Bai Yi's movements clearly. However, as clear as it was, his body couldn't keep up with Bai Yi's actions. As the talent activated, the president's body dodged to the side like a phantom, but Bai Yi had already appeared beside him. Ignoring the president's desperate escape, he brought Wang Chengsheng to the wooden post. Now, with all hostages rescued, Bai Yi no longer needed to worry about being threatened. Thus, he no longer held back. A brutal aura enveloped everyone present. That terrifying momentum, which had undoubtedly claimed countless lives, pinned all ordinary players present who wished to move right in place. Bai Yi then began to clear the area. Unlike the restraint he had shown in the 7th Division, he felt no psychological burden when dealing with players who persecuted his own kind. These ordinary players had no capacity for resistance. They merely felt a gust of wind pass by before one by one, they collapsed silently to the ground, devoid of any movement. The shock of this scene was too immense as the terror of death loomed over them, akin to a delicacy on the table of a demon god. No one knew when their turn would come. This sense of despair nearly drove them to the brink of collapse, yet their bodies could not perform any acts of resistance. It was as though they faced their natural enemies. In just 2 minutes, 60 to 70 players from the Shiguang Tongxin Society had all collapsed. Some players searching for Tiandong and Ren Hui had entered various rooms to escape the calamity. However, at this moment, they huddled tightly in their rooms, covering their mouths with their hands, too afraid to make a sound for fear of attracting the attention of the one outside. Bai Yi ignored those players, shifting his gaze to the only 2 players still standing in the hall, the president and the hunchbacked man. The 2 stood still, afraid to move. Among them, the president managed to maintain a semblance of calm, while the hunchbacked man quivered like a leaf. Bai Yi did not rush to act. He first took out a row of emergency medical pods, then the bones on his back began to proliferate, transforming into a sharp bone knife. As the blade swept through the Steel Brothers club members tied to the wooden post began to fall. Those who were still alive were caught by the split bones and sent one by one into the medical pods. Due to a shortage of medical pods, those who had clearly lost vital signs and those who would not die immediately were placed on the ground by Bai Yi. Tiandong and Ren Hui stood by, utterly stunned. They knew Bai Yi was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Such strength was likely among the top tier of players. Most importantly, Bai Yi's attack methods were too bizarre. Tiandong saw clearly his hands never truly touched any player from start to finish. He merely glided next to them, and those players would fall to the ground in a daze. Tiandong felt that in a peak state, unless he unleashed his strongest attack right from the start to catch Bai Yi off guard, he too would likely meet the fate of being defeated in an instant. Meanwhile, after rescuing the Steel Brothers club members, Bai Yi's indifferent gaze turned towards the last 2 standing. Thud, the hunchbacked man, weakened at the moment. Bai Yi looked over, collapsing directly to the ground. Dog. Brother Wolf, no, Father Wolf, I truly did not recognize you. I swear it was unintentional. Please have mercy and let me go. I am willing to serve you like a dog. Before he could finish his plea, the hunchbacked man was lifted into the air and slammed heavily against a wooden post. Crack! Along with the sound of the wooden post breaking and bones shattering, the hunchbacked man fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood before losing consciousness. Bai Yi stood where the hunchbacked man had been, calmly retracting his right foot. Can you really go toe-to-toe with Gung Ye? At this moment, he finally turned his attention to the guild leader. A voice appeared in the guild leader's mind in an unknown manner, causing him to twitch his lips and force a strained smile once again. Haha, brother dog, don't listen to his boasting. I didn't expect my subordinates to be so incompetent. He feigned calmness, speaking as he slowly approached Bai Yi. The original purpose of establishing the Dawn Unity Guild was to enable players to work together in harmony and survive together. I never expected I misjudged people. They have been deceiving other players right under my nose, and I was kept in the dark. Brother dog, I hope you can give me a chance to turn over a new leaf and make amends. I will definitely keep a close watch on them and never make the same mistake again. What do you think? As he spoke, the guild leader bowed respectfully, extending his right hand toward Bai Yi. Brother dog, don't listen to his nonsense. Be careful, you must not shake his hand. For some reason, he seems able to replicate my talents. 2 voices rang out in succession, those of Tiandong and Wang Chengsheng. The latter had just regained consciousness. Though he did not understand what had happened, he immediately shouted a warning upon seeing the scene. Meanwhile, the guild leader had long been plotting. He suddenly lunged his right hand toward Bai Yi. But just as he did, Bai Yi kicked him away like a cannonball, having remained vigilant toward the guild leader. Puff, cough, cough, cough. The guild leader fell to the ground, spitting blood and coughing violently. Ha ha ha. As he coughed, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. In this world there exists such a powerful talent. This is truly amazing. The guild leader's expression turned frenzied, emitting a chilling laughter. Enhancing attributes, locking reason, immunizing against negative mental states. No wonder you are so strong. Didn't expect that your kick earlier allowed me to successfully replicate your talent. Now I can also activate my enhancement. And don't forget, the enhancement lasts only 10 minutes. You've already used 2 or 3 minutes while I haven't activated my talent yet. This means your enhancement will end sooner, and then you will be a lamb to the slaughter. Ha! The guild leader laughed triumphantly at Bai Yi's expressionless face. I was originally thinking of using a mental curse item against you, but since you can lock reason, I won't waste it. It's perfect. Ooh, I will defeat you with your own talent. How does it feel to be killed by your own talent? Not everyone gets to experience this. Ha ha ha. Nearby, Tiandong felt anxious and angry at this statement. He wished to help Bai Yi, but found himself utterly drained, relying on Ren Hui for support. He whispered, Huigu, it seems we have fallen here. I never expected there would be the ability to replicate others' talents. You don't worry about me. Go help Brother Dog retreat. We cannot drag others down with us. Ren Hui nodded with difficulty. The perspective returned to Bai Yi. The corner of his mouth curled slightly before he straightened it back out. He didn't approach the guild leader directly as before. Instead, he slowed his pace, walking toward the guild leader steadily and unhurriedly. The guild leader suddenly felt something was amiss. He did not understand why. Bai Yi showed no fear of him, completely disregarding him, as if he were deliberately waiting for him to use his talent. This behavior made the guild leader hesitant to act recklessly. However, seeing Bai Yi approach him, he gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the talent he had replicated from Bai Yi. Moreover, to be safe, he directly activated the highest enhancement. Anyway, he could exempt himself from negative states, so there was no need to worry. Steel will activated reason 99, current reason 1100, gaining 3x enhancement. Warning: your reason is below 10. You have fallen into permanent madness and cognitive distortion. Exempted. The bones within his body made a metallic grinding sound and sharp, defined bone joints protruded beneath his skin. A powerful force surged from his bones into his body. Feeling this overwhelming power, the guild leader became even more deranged. This is power, this is. Before he could finish, an incomprehensible pain pierced through his body. The guild leader felt as if his head had suddenly exploded, his mind overtaken by the sudden excruciating pain, rendering him incapable of any thought. Every bone in his body felt as though it was pushing outward, the intense pain causing his body to turn a dark blue. Even breathing became extremely difficult. The screams soon ceased as the guild leader curled up on the ground, his body twitching occasionally, his breathing as erratic as torn paper. He was in so much pain that he could no longer scream. Bai Yi stepped in front of him, letting out a disdainful cold laugh. He grasped the guild leader's head in his left hand, applying slight pressure, lifting him effortlessly. At this moment, the guild leader had no strength to resist. Only his twitching body and labored breaths proved he was still alive. This scene caused others present to be momentarily stunned. To them, it seemed that the guild leader, after receiving Bai Yi's kick, began to feel self-satisfied. He first inexplicably remarked on Bai Yi's powerful talent, and then presumably activated his own talent. The next second, he began to scream in agony, lying on the ground convulsing. This behavior, akin to a staged accident, left Tian Dong, who had just arranged an escape route, momentarily bewildered. Huigu, his talent is replication, right? Ren Hui nodded uncertainly from what he said. It should be. Then he replicated Brother Dog's talent. It should be. And then he ended up like this, it seems. So, Tian Dong opened his mouth to say something, but emitted no sound. At this moment, Bai Yi was holding the guild leader's head. His voice was as cold as steel in the deep sea, devoid of any emotional tone. I initially intended to kill you directly, but that would be too merciful. Your actions deserve a far crueler punishment. As the words fell, white bones sprouted from Bai Yi's back, rapidly enveloping his body. In just a few seconds, he donned a layer of menacing bone armor. Soon, reddish-brown liquid seeped from the armor's patterns, releasing a sulfurous odor. The once pale armor, as the reddish-brown liquid filled the patterns, became increasingly alluring yet eerie. Bai Yi placed his right hand near the guild leader's ear. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, accompanied by the grinding of bones, and a spark flew out, landing on the armor. In an instant, phosphorescence covered the bone armor, crackling loudly. Of course, the guild leader, being held by Bai Yi's left hand, could not escape the fate of being ignited by the phosphorescence. Soon he too was engulfed in flames. The guild leader, who had originally been unable to make a sound due to pain, suddenly screamed again, his wretched cries echoing within the shelter. This terrifying punishment caused the remaining players of the Dawn Unity Guild to feel their hearts shatter. They did not dare to look directly at Bai Yi. Meanwhile, the Iron Brotherhood members were shouting excitedly. Good. Tian Dong waved his hand vigorously, inadvertently bringing Ren Hui down with him. Although they fell to the ground, their faces were filled with smiles. As the phosphorescence scorched the guild leader's skin, rapidly carbonized, and deep tissues began undergoing protein denaturation. Next, compensatory reactions occurred in the circulatory system as blood reallocation led to insufficient perfusion of vital organs. The respiratory system suffered burns in the airways and pulmonary edema due to inhaling high-temperature gases, while the central nervous system began to show irreversible damage. His struggles ceased after 3 minutes, and his screams vanished after 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the phosphorescent fire continued to burn for a full 10 minutes. When the flames finally extinguished, the guild leader in Bai Yi's hand was reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton. Bai Yi remained unscathed, as the phosphorescence could not burn his bones, nor could it destroy the steel bones activated by his talent. However, as the talent ended, the guild leader's bones reverted to normal. Bai Yi exerted force, crushing the skull in his hand, sending fragments scattering. The skeleton fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. The guild leader was dead. Bai Yi bent down and picked up the 2 items that had fallen when the president was burned to death. One of these items was very familiar to him. He had seen this equipment in the 2nd Division and had even been attacked by it. This was a metallic object resembling a beetle, but unlike the previous one, this beetle was entirely golden, appearing much more expensive. Unknown curse. Quality superior. Durability 11. Description: when used on any living being, that being will suffer from an unknown curse with a deduction of 150 points in rationality, and severe hallucinations. The hallucinations last for 2 minutes. Circle of curses upon you. In addition, there was a silver pendant. The pendant was made of frosted material, oval in shape, smooth, and without edges, engraved with some extremely simple patterns. Constant radiance, chain heart. Quality superior. Durability 100,100. Description: when subjected to a mental attack, a mental assessment is made between the attacker and the victim. If the assessment passes, 30 of the mental attack is reduced. If it fails, the victim takes 100 of the attack. Its strength depends on your own strength. Bai Yi recalled that if the unknown curse were used on him, it seemed to enhance the colors in his mind. He was somewhat eager to try it out, but he restrained himself as this was considered a major weapon for players. As for the pendant, Bai Yi had little need for it because the colors in his mind would help him resist mental attacks and could even cause backlash, making it far stronger than the pendant. Therefore, he planned to sell the pendant to his teammates who had no means of resisting mental attacks. The only regret he had was that the president's talent was too abnormal, and he did not dare to leave any survivors. He could only kill him. Otherwise, if he could interrogate him, he would surely gain more loot. Though his thought process seemed lengthy, it only lasted a few seconds. Bai Yi had no psychological burden as he stored the 2 pieces of equipment into his ring. At this moment, Wang Chengsheng had already understood the situation and spoke again. Dog brother Dong Gu and the others have been ambushed. That hunchbacked man has the antidote. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi approached the hunchbacked man. Bang! A heavy kick directly woke him from his stupor, causing his body to curl up like a large shrimp, saliva mixed with blood spitting out, and he groaned in pain. Tian Dong and the others have been poisoned. I take out the antidote. The hunchbacked man, upon hearing Bai Yi's voice, did not dare to delay for a moment. He gritted his teeth in pain and said flatteringly, Dog brother, I have the antidote. I will give you the antidote. Can you spare me? Bai Yi was too lazy to waste words with him and kicked him again, sending the hunchbacked man directly to Tian Dong, while he also appeared beside him. I am not negotiating with you. Bai Yi's dark golden eyes stared at the hunchbacked man, making his back feel cold and sweat pour down. The hunchbacked man gritted his teeth, not daring to say another word. He knew that once he gave up the antidote, he would have no value left, and he feared Bai Yi would kill him the next second. Dog brother, I don't believe he is so tough. Let him experience what they use to torment others. Tian Dong proposed. You used bone control technique rationality 4. Bai Yi nodded, and the bones behind him stretched out, dragging the unconscious Hong Jie from beside the distant wooden stake. Seeing the unconscious Hong Jie so close, the hunchbacked man swallowed hard, sensing something ominous. You all turn your heads away, don't look, lest your rationality be deducted. Rhythmic sounds spread, and Bai Yi's voice echoed in the minds of the Iron Brothers. Upon hearing his words, Tian Dong and the others trembled, as if recalling something, and hurriedly turned their heads away, no longer looking this way. Just as Bai Yi was about to make his move, 2 players suddenly rushed out from a distant room, running wildly toward the sanctuary's entrance. Bang! Bang! Bai Yi did not even turn around. The shepherd's mercy appeared in his hand, and the heads of the 2 players exploded like watermelons. Their self-assumed stealthy actions were nothing but a joke in Bai Yi's eyes. The fluctuating rhythm had already exposed their positions. The other hidden players, upon witnessing this scene, abandoned their thoughts of escape and shrank back again. With no one else to disturb him, Bai Yi continued his actions. He lightly tapped his index finger on Hong Jie's forehead. You used bone control technique rationality 3. Hong Jie's voluptuous body began to undulate irregularly, her abdomen swelling as if something was about to burst forth. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. The intense pain awakened her consciousness, but she could not control her body, only able to watch helplessly as the bloodied bones proliferated from her abdomen. A wretched scream rang out. Hong Jie felt her bones separating from her body, her skin being deeply pierced, and the bones writhing out like living creatures. Unlike the previous white-bone dead tree, Bai Yi had no intention of letting Hong Jie die so easily. You used flesh transformation technique rationality 4. With the use of the flesh transformation technique, the bones piercing out of her body all turned into soft flesh and began to writhe irregularly. The tissues of her body also transformed into pure flesh, and at this point she could no longer be recognized as human. From a distance, she looked like a puddle of writhing flesh. Under Bai Yi's control, Hong Jie did not die, though her mouth could make sounds and her consciousness remained clear. This was precisely Bai Yi's intention. He wanted Hong Jie to fully endure this horrifying torment. The screams echoed in the sanctuary, sending chills down Tian Dong and the others, while some curious members of the Iron Brothers sneaked a glance. However, the terrifying scene and declining rationality made them quickly shut their eyes, forcibly suppressing their nausea. They feared that this scene would haunt their minds for a long time. Before Hong Jie was completely transformed into flesh mud, Bai Yi used the flesh alchemy technique once more. The flesh began to transform back into stark white bones, and this time he did not hold back. Accompanied by Hong Jie's final wail, her facial expression completely turned into white bones frozen in a permanent grimace. The punishment was over. The hunchbacked man had already collapsed, lying in his own vomit, trembling all over. He had originally thought that the punishments in the guild were frightening enough, cruel enough, but compared to Bai Yi's, theirs was simply child's play. He had tried several times to turn his head away from watching, but Bai Yi forcibly turned him back. When he wanted to close his eyes, Bai Yi said, "If you dare to close your eyes, I will cut off your eyelids." This made the hunchbacked man watch the entire process, his eyes wide open. Watching Bai Yi's slowly extending index finger approaching his forehead, he felt as though he was facing a demon, crying out pitifully, "No, don't come here. I have the antidote, I will get the antidote. I will do it immediately, I will do anything." With his finger halted, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, then stored the pile of bones that Hong Jie had transformed into his ring. Although the product transformed by the flesh transformation technique would not disappear, it would still be identified as an alchemical item by the sanctuary and could not be recovered. Bai Yi chose to store it away purely to avoid misunderstandings from others. After the white-boned dead tree was exposed, his reputation was severely damaged. Even the way the members of his team looked at him was off. In this regard, Wang Zi did explain for him, saying it was just a little quirk of his that he liked to destroy things, but in reality his character was very gentle. Bai Yi expressed that it was better not to explain. Of course, after a long time together they knew each other well, so they mostly joked and teased. However, to prevent his dark history from increasing again, and to avoid being persecuted in terms of reputation among regular players, Bai Yi decided to leave no trace. But he seemed to have forgotten that the members of the Iron Brothers were also present. They had all witnessed the entire process, and were greatly shocked. After thoroughly breaking through the hunchbacked man's psychological defenses, he dared not delay, and forced himself to stand. He quickly rubbed his body, and then took out 2 black pills to feed to Tiandong and Renhui. Ugh, the acrid smell shot straight to their heads, making them gag twice. "What the hell is this? It's so disgusting." Tiandong cursed angrily. This is my talent. My bodily fluids can paralyze living beings, and the antidote is the surface tissue of my body. So disgusting. How can there be such a revolting talent? Tiandong felt even more nauseous. The hunchbacked man, on the other hand, was being cautious, occasionally glancing at Bai Yi. "As long as you obey, I won't kill you." Bai Yi, knowing what he was worried about, spoke again to allay his concerns. From his observations, this hunchbacked man should be a long-term confidant. He still needed him to lead the way to raid their lair. Hearing Bai Yi's assurance, the hunchbacked man let out a sigh of relief. Bai Yi often conducted business in the plaza and was known for being trustworthy, so his reputation was relatively positive. Aside from a slight penchant for cruelty. Meanwhile, Tiandong and Renhui had fully recovered, ignoring the other players present. First, they greeted Bai Yi, then rushed over to the other members of the Iron Brothers Society to check on their injuries. After performing simple bandaging on those brothers who hadn't entered the emergency medical cabin, the two, with red-rimmed eyes, covered their deceased brothers with white cloth. "Hui Gudong, my hand is delaying. Tom, not bad, right?" Despite having all his limbs broken, Wang Chengxing still smiled at the two. The 2 strong men looked at the young man collapsed on the ground and helped him up. One patted his shoulder while the other vigorously rubbed his head. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Ignoring Wang Chengxing's cries of pain, the 2 spoke. "Chengxing, well done, you're a real man. I knew the president didn't misjudge you, so clever." After receiving praise from Tiandong and Renhui, Wang Chengxing smiled proudly, but as he smiled, tears involuntarily streamed down his face. "Shao Li Yunzi He Ge. They are all dead." The 2 said nothing, merely tidying up silently. They purchased teleportation scrolls from the system store and sent the injured brothers one by one to Bai Yi's shelter for treatment. This process was not new to the members of the Iron Brothers Society. They had received treatment in Bai Yi's shelter right after the feast ended. After about 10 minutes, all members of the society, including Wang Chengxing, were sent to Bai Yi, leaving only Tiandong and Renhui. During this time, some players from the Radiant Unity Society hiding in the room attempted to escape, but they were all shot in the head by Bai Yi and killed. Seeing that the 2 were done, Bai Yi informed them that the players on the ground were still alive. Upon hearing this, the 2 picked up the ropes they had just used to bind their brothers and tied up all the unconscious players on the ground. After everything was wrapped up, the 2 stormed up to Bai Yi and glared at the hunchbacked man beside him, wishing they could devour his flesh and drink his blood. However, because of Bai Yi's previous words, they temporarily suppressed this thought. The hunchbacked man lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with them. Ignoring him, the 2 seriously addressed Bai Yi. "Dogu, a great kindness is not spoken of. If it weren't for your help this time, our society might have been disbanded. This kindness we will remember in our hearts and will definitely repay it." Having said that, Tiandong was about to kneel before Bai Yi, and Renhui behind him followed suit. Bai Yi stopped their actions with one hand each and forcibly pulled them up. "I don't have many friends and you count as one. When you encounter danger, I should help. Moreover, I said before, if you find yourself in such a situation, tell me. I will not go back on my word. Bai Yi spoke, but when he saw that the two were still reluctant to rise, he felt a bit helpless and his voice turned slightly stern. Men made of iron, why kneel? Stand up. Hearing his words, Tian Dong and Ren Hui stopped being coy, and since Bai Yi's hand was on them, they could not kneel, so they stood up straight. Tell me what exactly happened. Bai Yi asked. Tian Dong gritted his teeth. I don't know either. A few hours ago, I was invited to the 6th Division to discuss some cooperation and came back to this. Ren Hui then turned to the hunchbacked man and asked, how did you all get in? The hunchbacked man hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Bai Yi's gaze, he shuddered and dared not hide anything, starting to recount the truth. Because the Iron Brothers Society has repeatedly struck against us, the president regarded you as a thorn in his side. At that time, he began to lay out his plans. During the feast, the president used force to drive out the pigs. Players to reduce the regional difficulty. At the same time, due to the president's suspicious nature, the integration shelters in the guild were spread out, with several existing. Although there were considerable losses in other areas, the overall combat power of the guild's formal members was preserved intact. Only the players captured by the president had died in droves. Immediately after the end of the feast, the president ordered an attack on the Iron Brothers Society. Then we arrived at the shelter of a player from the same region that the president had previously recruited, controlled him, and had him lead us to your shelter. The control ability belongs to Hong Jia, on the woman killed by Dog Go. This talent is very domineering. Those controlled cannot resist at all. Since you have always helped players in the same region, and this player had received your help several times before and was quite familiar with you, those people had no vigilance, so he mixed in easily. Then that player took advantage of the lack of supervision to pour my concentrated bodily fluids into the shelter's water reservoir just as you were preparing dinner, thus everyone was affected. After that, we transmitted overthrew that player and entered the shelter one by one in order ensuring that we wouldn't trigger the autism. During this time, it was all the president's doing. He tortured others and ordered ambushes against you. The rest you already know. After hearing the hunchbacked man's words, Tian Dong asked, how did you know about my whereabouts with the other two and the approximate time of our return? We didn't know at first either. Later, that player didn't see you in the shelter, and by asking your vice president, he learned about your departure to elsewhere. Then through the cook's meal preparation situation, we discovered that you had them leave food for you, thus inferring that you would return tonight. Tian Dong took a deep breath, feeling a surge of helplessness rise within him. He never expected that the people they had been helping all along nearly caused the downfall of the Iron Brothers Society. Ren Hui felt the same way. He rasped, who is that player we know? Why didn't I see him in the shelter? The hunchbacked man shook his head hesitantly. I don't know either. This matter was handled by Hong Jia. By the time I got to the shelter, she had already killed that player. She said that the player's consciousness was constantly struggling and the consumption of control was very high, so she killed him and the body was thrown out of the shelter. Although they did not obtain a name based on the hunchbacked man's description, Tian Dong and the others roughly guessed the identity of that player. Tian Dong closed his eyes, and a slightly thin, yet resolute 19-year-old boy appeared in his mind. Dong Gu, I'm here to mooch off food again. Dong Gu, this is my new gear, how about it, is it strong? Oh, Wang Qingxing, are you still being cocky? Let's duel. Dong Gu, I've joined another guild, they treat me well too, and one of the older sisters is very gentle. Sorry. Dong Gu. Although his combat power was average, he stubbornly lived on through his own efforts. He had a bit of a collecting habit and liked to hoard resources. He even relied on the resources he had hoarded in the past to survive the feast. Tian Dong originally thought he could live a long time. Clenching his fist, Tian Dong squeezed out a sentence between his tightly gritted teeth. You all are truly unworthy of death. Upon hearing Tian Dong's words, the hunchbacked man instinctively took 2 steps back, instinctively shrinking behind Bai Yi. Bai Yi's calm voice was even more chilling than Tian Dong's furious roar. The hunchbacked man felt as if he were under a paralysis spell, frozen in place, unable to move. Just endure a little longer, he is still useful. Bai Yi's rhythm echoed in their minds, and they understood the hunchback's role, forcing themselves to suppress their anger and turning away to ignore him. The hunchbacked man thought it was due to Bai Yi's earlier promise that the two dared not strike, which had allowed him to save his life. Thus, he became even more convinced that only by following Bai Yi and obeying his commands could he survive. After grasping the general situation, Bai Yi spoke to Tian Dong. Just in time, why not continue your previous actions and completely eliminate the Shiguang Tongxin Society? Tian Dong nodded. All right, since Brother Dog is here to back us up, let's eliminate this tumor once and for all. Ren Hui also nodded in agreement. I'm not very familiar with the process, you take the lead. Bai Yi stepped aside. The two granted authority paused for a moment before exchanging glances, revealing a sinister smile. The two big men moved their bodies as they approached the hunchbacked man. What are you going to do? Don't come over. I have the promise from Brother Dog, you can't kill me. Brother Dog, save me. Tiandong punched the hunchbacked man to the ground, and Ren Hui followed up with a kick. Then the two began to beat him. To avoid getting covered in bodily fluids, they even wore gloves. While striking, Tiandong said, "Don't worry, since Brother Dog has spoken, we definitely won't kill you as long as you tell us what you know." Not telling. Looks like we haven't beaten you hard enough. Huiga hit him. Alright. Unlike Tiandong, who spoke while hitting, Ren Hui was terse and focused on delivering blows. Bai Yi stood by silently watching. He knew that Tiandong and the others had been holding back for a long time, and letting them release some pent-up energy was not a bad idea. After quite a while of beating, the two reluctantly stopped. They had no choice but to cease, as the hunchbacked man was on the verge of being beaten to death. This brat's mouth is really tough. He won't say anything. Tiandong let out a sigh, feeling less suppressed. He then took out a small bottle of healing potion from his pocket and poured it into the hunchbacked man's swollen mouth. As the potion took effect, his consciousness began to clear, and he instinctively mumbled, "I will speak, I will say everything." Tiandong grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground, while the big-nosed man rained down slaps on the hunchbacked man's face. "Will you speak? Will you speak? Will you speak?" "Stop," the hunchbacked man shouted, stopping Tiandong's actions. "You ask I should say what?" Upon hearing the hunchbacked man's words, Tiandong felt no guilt. "You dare to talk back?" Huiga hit him. Alright. After pouring another bottle of potion, the two finally stopped beating him and began to ask serious questions. "How many fusion shelters do you have?" 5. "Who are the 5 people responsible for these shelters?" The hunchbacked man opened his mouth, realizing that speaking was too strenuous, so he weakly pointed to himself and 4 players lying on the ground. Then he forced himself to speak. "The heads of shelter know. 1 and no. 2 are the president and Hongjia. They are already dead, and the 2 are the deputies. I am the head of shelter no. 3, and the other 2 are the heads of shelters no. 4 and no. 5. Tiandong nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate earlier? Why suffer so much?" The hunchbacked man wanted to argue, but swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue to avoid further beating. Tiandong didn't waste words with him. He and Ren Hui moved into the crowd, dragging out the 4 individuals pointed out by the hunchbacked man one by one. "Brother Dog, what about the remaining players?" Tiandong looked at Bai Yi. "Do as you please. They were meant to be dealt with by you," the latter said nonchalantly. "Although I also want to wait for the brothers to return and let them take their own revenge. However, the players' talents are unpredictable. To avoid extended troubles, it's better to kill them all." "Alright, then you all handle it yourself. By the way, there are still some players hiding in those buildings. Do you need my help?" "No need, Brother Dog. You've helped me a lot already. Just point me in the direction, and I will deal with them." After that, Tiandong turned his head. "Huiga, you handle these people. Don't collect the bodies yet. Wait until the brothers come back to deal with them." Alright. Then Ren Hui began his slaughter. He grabbed a player, one massive hand squeezing the head, and the other squeezing the neck, and then his muscles bulged as he forcefully pulled them apart. The skin and muscles were torn apart, and a spine complete with flesh and blood was pulled out. Blood stained his body, yet he displayed a sense of revengeful pleasure. Meanwhile, Tiandong was swiftly cleaning up his body, transformed into metal, and the metal around his arms flowed rapidly, transforming into a large-caliber pistol. Following the position given by Bai Yi, he boldly walked in, and soon sounds of battle erupted from inside, followed by the loud sound of gunfire. Tiandong emerged with a fierce expression, not a single injury on him, with only blood on his clothes, narrating the events that had transpired inside the room. Both moved swiftly, during which Tiandong encountered a player attempting a suicide attack, successfully severing one of Tiandong's arms in the process. But before another player could rejoice, the metal at the severed point quickly repaired itself, like liquid reassembling into a pistol. Bang! The player died. By the end of the slaughter, blood had covered the entire shelter. Bai Yi held the head of a player that Ren Hui had ripped off. He had always been curious about what would happen when a shelter possessed the brain as an organ. Would it gain the ability to produce humans in bulk? He had not had the opportunity before, but now he could verify it. He stored the head in his ring. Thus, only 5 people, including the hunchbacked man, remained alive in the Shiguang Tongshin Society. "How many people are left in each of your shelters?" Tiandong asked the hunchbacked man. Not many. Each shelter only left 5 people to guard." Tiandong nodded, signaling understanding. Meanwhile, Ren Hui dragged another person to a different location, waking him up and starting the interrogation. The initially defiant player eventually caved after Ren Hui used some ruthless methods, revealing the truth without any hesitation. "Patrash, you can't hold out with just this. Not even a hair of my brothers compares to you, and you dare to attack us." Ren Hui grew angrier as he spoke and delivered several more punches to the player. Bai Yi, watching from the side, was interested. He had come along partly out of fear of accidents and partly to observe their interrogation methods. After cross-examining 2 players, they finally began to tentatively believe the hunchbacked man's words. Produce the log, and by temporary teleportation scrolls, we will search each shelter one by one starting from the one you are responsible for. You will lead the way. After breaking the limbs of the remaining 4, Tiandong said to the hunchbacked man. Bai Yi on the side focused on learning the entire process. The portal opened. The first to emerge was Bai Yi, followed by the hunchbacked man Tiandong and Ren Hui, who appeared in succession. Among them, Tiandong and Ren Hui each held a player who was unconscious and had lost all their limbs. The No. 3 shelter was not very large, far inferior to the Steel Brotherhood and the 7th Division shelters. In the distance, players from the Radiant Heart Society heard the commotion and came out to investigate. Boss, you're back. What happened to your face? Who are they? Before the player could finish speaking, his head exploded like a watermelon as Bai Yi lowered his revolver. We need to kill those 4 players first to prevent them from escaping, Tiandong explained to Bai Yi, then turned to the hunchbacked man beside him. Where are the other 4 players? Why didn't the gunshots attract them? The hunchbacked man stammered, unable to speak. Tiandong, experienced enough, instantly understood his reaction. He kicked the hunchbacked man hard. Lead the way to where they are. The hunchbacked man did not dare to resist and led the group in a specific direction. They soon arrived in front of a room located deep within the shelter with a tightly shut door. Strange noises occasionally emanated from within. As they approached, Bai Yi frowned slightly. He detected a pungent odor. Meanwhile, Tiandong and Ren Hui had already grasped what was happening inside. Tiandong casually tossed the player he was holding onto the ground and stepped forward, kicking the door open. He then transformed his left hand into a gun and fired 4 shots, instantly silencing the room. Bai Yi stepped forward, gazing at the scene inside the room. He saw 4 or 5 female players, either tied up, lying on the ground, or hanging upside down. Their bodies were covered in countless scars, their vacant eyes staring blankly at the few people at the door with no expression on their faces. The sight in the room was unbearable, with 4 naked, headless corpses sprawled on the floor. One of the corpses still clutched a bloodied whip in its hand. Tiandong untied all the restraints on the women, then took out a prepared black cloth to cover them before leading them out of the room. He had not spoken a word throughout, and the women did not resist, obediently following him. After temporarily settling the women in the hall, Tiandong sighed and said to Bai Yi, originally our aim in targeting these people was for quick profit from black crime. But after raiding their shelter, once we changed our perspective. Some individuals no longer deserve to be called human. They lack even the most basic morals and empathy. Even animals do not attack their kind without reason, yet they deliberately prey on their own kind. Thus we began to change our stance. These people deserve to die. Since there is no law in the Foggy Lands to punish them, we will. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded. Well said. He then slightly inclined his head and asked, what will happen to them? Tiandong smiled. We have a collaboration with the 8th Division. These individuals will be secretly sent to the 8th Division for treatment. The people there will brainwash them, making them forget this ordeal. Afterward, they will return to normal. No one will know what they went through, and no one will speak of it, including us. Once they are back to normal, if the shelter still exists, they can do as they please. If the shelter is gone, they can either remain as subordinates in the 8th Division to help or join the 6th Division. These 2 divisions have always accepted such individuals. Bai Yi showed interest and tilted his head slightly. Can players also be subordinates? Only those who lose their shelters can. After a shelter collapses, a player's identity will be stripped away and their logs will disappear. At that time, they are merely humans classified as a type of animal. Of course, their talents and attributes will not vanish, Tiandong explained. The 8th Division sounds quite good. Bai Yi developed some fondness for it. Tiandong agreed. Yes, their department head Xian is a very unique person. He is very rational to the point of being somewhat cruel. However, he holds no other views towards these unfortunate individuals. In his eyes, everyone is merely differentiated by their value. Otherwise, they are the same. Value supremacism, such people are quite rare. As they conversed, the 2 reached the hunchbacked man. Ren Hui had been following closely to prevent him from escaping or any other small moves. Your guild is so large, it's impossible that you only captured so few people. Where are the others? Tiandong asked. The hunchbacked man dared not hide anything. These few were brought here by my subordinates for fun. The women are mainly at the No. 2 shelter run by Hong Jia, while the men are at the No. 4 and No. 5 shelters. The No. 3 shelter mainly stores supplies. As for the No. 1 shelter, which is overseen by the president, it stores various equipment, weapons, and items. Hearing this, Bai Yi became intrigued. Take me to the supply storage area. The hunchbacked man obediently led the way, and soon the group arrived in front of a door. The door, along with the walls of the room, was made of steel, and the door was secured with several alloy locks. Without a key, it could not be opened. After stopping, the hunchbacked man produced a key from somewhere on his body and proceeded to unlock each lock. Upon opening the door, they found meticulously stacked iron ingots inside, occupying nearly 70% of the space. On the other side, there were neatly piled fog coins. At this moment, the hunchbacked man kindly explained, "The feast consumed almost all our resources. After it ended, the president ordered us to procure them extensively again. The fog coins are our operating funds, which we do not easily touch. Any expenditure needs my approval and then the president's signature. There are a total of 300 units of fine iron and approximately 100 fog coins." Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. Just these resources made the trip worthwhile. He turned to Tiandong. "Dog brother, you can keep these resources for yourself. You must not give them to us. You've already saved our brotherhood once. We cannot take advantage of you again." Seeing Bai Yi turn his head, Tiandong realized his intention and took the initiative to speak. Seeing his determination, Bai Yi no longer insisted on politeness. After purchasing a short teleportation scroll, he began to use his ring to transport the items in batches. Only items can be transported. The portal will not disappear due to the large space of the ring. Bai Yi quickly emptied it. On the other side of the portal, the flesh and fungus blanket of the shelter was busily writhing, with all supplies lined up to be transported to the storage room. Meanwhile, Tiandong contacted the 8th Division to send the people over. After everything was done, it meant the No. 3 shelter was no longer usable. The hunchbacked man stood anxiously in place, awaiting Bai Yi's judgment. "I said I wouldn't kill you." After saying this, Bai Yi ignored the hunchbacked man's excited expression and turned to enter the portal back to the Steel Brotherhood. Before leaving, his back sprouted bones, tossing the 4 players from Tiandong and Ren Hui into the portal, bringing them back as well. The portal closed. The hunchbacked man joyfully danced, having snatched back his life from that fierce god. But in the next moment, 2 figures blocked his way. Tiandong and Ren Hui wore cruel smiles on their faces. "Wait, what are you doing?" "Dog brother said he wouldn't kill me." "Haha, dog brother won't kill you, but we are not dog brother." "No, you can't do this. This is against the rules, do you know?" "You can't." The hunchbacked man's expression crumbled, revealing despair on his face. He helplessly flailed his arms, his voice thick with tears. Soon his cries abruptly ceased, replaced by a wretched howl. The sound echoed repeatedly in the No. 3 shelter. This was the moment of revenge for Tiandong and Ren Hui. When Tiandong and Ren Hui returned to the shelter, Bai Yi was casually sitting nearby, with 4 players lying beside him. Among them, one had already regained consciousness, and Ren Hui recognized the wounds on that player's body. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this just his usual method? It was evident that Bai Yi had already put it into practice himself. Seeing the 2, he stood up. "This person is the second-in-command of the Shiguang Tongshin Society's 1st shelter. I got it out of him, let's go." The 2 nodded, and then Tiandong took out the logbook and transferred 10632 mist coins to Bai Yi. "Dog brother, this is all the mist coins on the hunchbacked man. The 3rd shelter has already been burned down." Bai Yi did not accept the mist coins, but stepped back, casually waving his hand. "You keep a considerate tuition. That won't do. I can't take it, and I still have to pay you for your help this time to thank you for saving our lives," Tiandong shouted anxiously. But Bai Yi interrupted him. "I don't lack mist coins. The 3rd shelter is sufficient for me. Forget about the payment. You are not well off yourself. Just keep it. Of course, the medical expenses are separate." Hearing this, Tiandong felt a pang in his nose and couldn't help but shout, "Dog brother." Bai Yi felt his body hair stand on end. Being called out with such affection by a nearly 2-meter tall, sturdy man was an extremely frightening scene. He no longer lingered on the topic and swiftly changed it. "Let's go clear out the other shelters as well. I have other matters to attend to," Bai Yi said to the 2. The flesh and bones of the bloodline celestial being were still waiting for him to handle, along with the head that was transported with the resources, all of which were valuable items. The 2 nodded, then forced the awakened player to agree to the activation of the portal. They would subsequently clean out the 4 merged shelters one by one. The 1st shelter, apart from being luxuriously decorated, was no different from the others. Notably, the number of equipment and weapons inside was extremely scarce. The other shelters were no better. They were mostly fine equipment for mining: fog lamps, dim candles, and a few black fog resistance devices. After interrogation, it was revealed that the banquet had almost exhausted their previous reserves. Moreover, due to the organization's raid on the Steel Brotherhood and the shift of focus towards resource collection, they hadn't had the chance to gather equipment again. The president's house was also within the 1st shelter. During the search, they discovered several players who had been imprisoned. There were 2 men and 2 women among the players, all of whom were extraordinarily beautiful, with the 2 men having feminine features. They had no visible injuries and appeared to have been well kept, but their mental state was somewhat poor. Additionally, Bai Yi and the others found a basement in the president's room filled with various torture instruments. The walls of the basement were lined with glass displays, each containing a specimen of a handsome man or beautiful woman. They were either dressed in bright colors, impeccably neat, or covered in scars, showcasing various styles, each different from the other. The only similarity was the dark, lifeless eyes on their faces and the smile that was carved from the same mold. In the center of the basement was a platform stained brown with blood, and it was unclear how many people had died there. The group stared at the scene in silence for a long time. The only thing they could do was burn it down, completely ending all of this. Next was the second shelter. Rather than calling it a shelter, it was more like a hell on earth. The various forms of exploitation and torture against women inside made Bai Yi feel somewhat nauseous. Among them, Hong Jie's room was particularly bizarre, containing an entire wall of human faces, all personally skinned and preserved by her. The fourth and fifth shelters were slightly empty. According to the guide player, it was because the male piglets inside had basically been thrown out during the banquet, forcibly used to reduce the number of aberrant monsters while decreasing the difficulty. In these two shelters, the punishment measures for the piglets were horrifying and varied, instilling fear. After experiencing all this, Bai Yi felt that there was not a single innocent player in the Shiguang Tongxin society, how executing them on the spot would be the lightest punishment. With the last guide player being personally killed by Tiandong, the malignant tumor that was the Shiguang Tongxin society was finally eradicated. Tiandong and Ren Hui also set fire to all the shelters. Although the flames wouldn't destroy a shelter of this level, they could cleanse the evils within. The imprisoned players were all sent to the 8th section for treatment. Dog brother, I need to trouble you to come along to the 6th section. Tiandong returned to the shelter and said, helplessly looking at the two children, a boy and a girl huddled behind Bai Yi. These two children were about 10 years old and were quite adorable. They were found in the room of the first-in-command of the 5th shelter. When discovered, the two were curled up together in a corner of the room, shivering with fear. Upon seeing them, Bai Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected that there were still such young players alive. Fortunately, when they were found, they were merely scared and had no injuries, perhaps because the other party hadn't had the chance to lay a hand on them. The reason the two young players followed Bai Yi was purely because they had no other choice. Those two sturdy men looked extremely intimidating. Compared to them, Bai Yi only appeared somewhat cold, and in all other aspects he seemed like an ordinary person, prompting the two to tug at the hem of Bai Yi's clothes. Bai Yi made no other movements, simply allowing them to pull him along. It's fine. Thus, with the use of the teleportation scroll again, the group headed to the 6th section. Inside the 6th section, Bai Yi looked at the scene before him, somewhat at a loss for words. The shelter was decorated in a very warm manner. Not far away, there were seesaws, merry-go-rounds, and other cartoon facilities set up in the open space. Various childish doodles decorated the warm-colored walls. Since it was night, most players in the shelter were already asleep. Aside from a few people walking towards him, there were basically no other figures. However, this arrangement did not cause Bai Yi to relax. His muscles were tense, and he was ready to flee at any moment. Because after arriving at this shelter, he found that he could not perceive any rhythm. It was as if the rhythm of all things had vanished. The effect of the steel wool was still in cooldown, but its first effect had also disappeared, while the second effect remained. Tiandong noticed Bai Yi's expression instantly and hurriedly explained. Dog brother, don't worry. This is the special ability of the shelter of the 6th section's head, and the combat strength in the 6th section is very weak, posing no threat to you. Meanwhile, the visitors had already reached him. Mr. Wolf, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. The leader was a kind-looking elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, her voice soothing like a babbling brook. I am the head of the 6th section. You can call me Ji. Bai Yi did not respond immediately, nor did he heed Tiandong's explanation. Instead, he first sensed the alchemy within him. After confirming that he could use it normally, he relaxed slightly, realizing that his combat power had not been significantly diminished. Hello. Bai Yi maintained a neutral expression as he extended his hand for a half handshake with the lady before him. Ji smiled and said, I have long heard of Mr. Wolf's great name, and seeing you today truly confirms your extraordinary reputation. She first complimented him, then explained, my sanctuary is called the Place of Silence, a special sanctuary. Within its bounds, players' talents will be suppressed, including my own. You need not worry. I can vaguely sense that your talent is exceptionally powerful, and the sanctuary cannot completely suppress it, so we pose no significant threat to you. It was now Tiandong's turn to be surprised. The sanctuary can't completely suppress Dog Brother's talent. Why is it that our talents cannot be used at all? Ji also showed a puzzled expression. This is my first encounter with such a situation. It has never happened before. She then refrained from probing further into this topic and shifted to the main subject. Mr. Wolf, I have been informed by Xiao Tian about the general situation regarding your actions, and on behalf of the 6th Division, I extend our highest respect to you. After speaking, she slightly bowed to Bai Yi, and the two players behind her also bowed in unison. Bai Yi replied, it's a small effort, nothing to mention, or just call me Bai Yi. He found the title Mr. Wolf uncomfortable, but he couldn't let an elder call him Dog Brother. After some thought, he simply stated his name. Mr. Bai Yi, this way please. I will show you around our 6th Division and help these two young ones with their paperwork. Saying this, she crouched down and gently looked at the little player hiding behind Bai Yi, revealing only his eyes. Little ones, would you like to come with Grandma? Grandma will arrange a new home for you where you can play with many little friends. Upon hearing this, the two children showed some interest, but first looked at Bai Yi. The latter gently nodded and for once ruffled the little player's hair. Go on, this is the place that truly suits you. After receiving his approval, the two children timidly stepped out and approached Ji. She reached out her hand, gently taking hold of the two. Mr. Bai Yi Xiao Dong Xiao Hui, follow me. Ji led the way. Don't worry, dog brother. If there is truly an ambush, the two of us would risk our lives to protect you, Tian Dong vowed, thumping his chest. Bai Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. Forget it, just being spared from protecting me is a blessing. Tian Dong looked awkward while Ren Hui beside him stifled a laugh. As Bai Yi and the others followed Ji on the tour, she addressed all of Bai Yi's various questions. This is a nursery. Bai Yi organized his words and asked. Ji nodded. You could say that as the crossover is global and the system has made forced compensations, many people have gained new opportunities. Among them, aside from those with special circumstances, the ones benefiting the most are undoubtedly the elderly and frail like us. Originally, aging bodies were forcibly pulled to their lowest limits, and subsequent breakthroughs allowed us to gain a longer lifespan. We can say we have returned to our peak. You probably wouldn't believe it, but my actual age is nearly 100 years old. 100, Tian Dong exclaimed. I always thought you were only in your 60s or 70s. Haha, that's due to the extreme breakthroughs, and as my physique improves, my appearance becomes more youthful, Ji explained with a smile. At this point, Bai Yi interjected, if all the elders are in this situation, then your long life experience would be your greatest advantage. Ji nodded first, then shook her head. It is both an advantage and a disadvantage. The lengthy experiences have led many elders to develop cognitive inertia. Even if our thinking is no longer sluggish, the long-standing habits still prevent me from regaining the mental agility of my youth. I instinctively overlook the already rapidly flowing thoughts. Moreover, as far as I know, this is not an isolated case. Many rejuvenated elders share this flaw. Currently, the only solution is to think and engage the mind more. Thus, I now undergo mental training every day, but compared to death, this minor flaw is negligible. Upon hearing Ji's explanation, Bai Yi nodded in understanding and then asked again, what about the children? From the two kids' perspectives, their minds have not been compensated. This is the reason for the establishment of the 6th division. Young children with immature minds are undoubtedly the most pitiful group. Even if their attributes are enhanced, they are still incapable of controlling their powers along with various talents. Therefore, we established the 6th division to cooperate with various guilds and teams, so when they encounter very young players, they can send them here. We will instill basic ethics and morals in them, teaching them how to correctly use their talents and powers, while also instructing them on how to survive in the Misty Lands. Before this, my special sanctuary could ensure they would not suffer harm due to the misuse of their talents. However, even so, the vast majority of younger children have already disappeared during the novice period. Those still alive have likely encountered kind-hearted players who took them in. Ji did not elaborate further, but Bai Yi understood her intentions. The presence of these two little players indicated that the player who took them in had met with misfortune. After all, in the Misty Lands, good people rarely live long. Bai Yi changed the subject. With so many people, how did you survive the banquet? Although the 6th division is a large integrated sanctuary, we have few combat personnel. They are mostly children and the staff caring for them. Due to our weak strength, even if the difficulty exceeds our combined capabilities, it is not too high. We managed to persevere through our stored resources. After finishing, she added, the low difficulty also means that resources in our area are scarce. Treasures and various sanctuary upgrade minerals are pitifully few, relying almost entirely on support from other divisions. Ji essentially addressed all of Bai Yi's doubts, and for this he couldn't help but feel emotional. Although the 9 divisions, the collective term for Divisions 19, had friction with him before, it cannot be denied that this organization represents the highest moral standard in the Misty Lands. They essentially represent the moral pinnacle of current players, and one could say that the peaceful atmosphere among players today owes much to their efforts. At least on the forums, Bai Yi had seen no less than 10 posts published by the 7th Division concerning the crackdown on dark forces. These detailed the entire process, including collection, infiltration, rescue, and extermination, all conducted transparently. Other organizations are mostly influenced by the 9 divisions. No matter how they behave in private, at least on the surface, their overall image leans towards the positive. This has also made the 9 divisions highly regarded among players, with many preferring to earn a little less to sell items or resources to the 9 divisions, including Bai Yi himself. Under the guidance of Bai Yi and the others, first passed the training ground, cafeteria, and classrooms, arriving at her office, where she left the files for the 2 children before leading them to the dormitory. The dormitory was separated by gender, and since it was night the lighting inside was quite dim. Through the glass, Bai Yi vaguely saw rows of sleep pods neatly arranged within. Before he could ask, Yi softly began to explain. Because children's spirits are generally not very high, the wails of the dead pose a significant threat to them. Before Mr. Bai Yi sold the sleep pods, we could only use rational recovery potions to barely maintain their sanity above 50. That period was truly difficult. Departments 8 and 9 focused their efforts on this issue, putting other research on hold. Department 8 continually provided potions, while Department 9 consistently sought solutions. At that time, although Department 9 discovered that the wails of the dead were a type of infrasound, they were still unable to create a device that could perfectly resist this sound wave. Later, because of the sale of your sleep pods, we were able to alleviate this threat, and Departments 8 and 9 were under less pressure. So everyone in Department 9 knows your name and remembers your kindness. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi slightly shook his head. I am just making a living normally. Yi smiled and replied, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. After that, she entrusted the 2 children to 2 night shift staff members. They first fed the 2 children a bottle of rational recovery potion produced by Department 8 Premium, replenishing their missing sanity. Then they carefully brought them to the empty sleep pods, allowing them to fall asleep inside. Once everything was arranged, everyone began to head back. On the way, Bai Yi suddenly spoke, asking Yi a very cruel question. Did you ever think about giving up on them? Hearing his question, Yi remained unperturbed, as if she had heard it many times before. At the same time, she provided her response as she had done in all previous instances. They are the hope of humanity. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi paused for a moment, his expression showing no change. From now on, contact me directly. The sleep pods are half off. On behalf of Department 6, I thank Mr. Bai Yi for his help. Let's add each other as friends. Weather overcast, location misty, land time 0500 m. Temperature 1521. Bai Yi stepped out of the portal, returning to his familiar shelter. He leaned back, lying on the newly generated flesh sofa, reaching out to rub the wolf head of Xiao Bai, who had curled up in his arms. Bai Yi felt somewhat fatigued. This harvest was quite abundant, but it also exposed him to the dark side of human nature and the horrors that arise when morality is abandoned. Of course, he also saw the brighter side of humanity through Department 6. One could say that both good and bad exist, but Bai Yi didn't mind lending some support to the good as long as it didn't affect him. Bai Yi shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these thoughts. He always adhered to a saying: in poverty, one should cultivate oneself; in success, one should benefit the world. At his current state, he was far from the success that could benefit the world. What he needed to do first was to survive with his team. After understanding these thoughts, once his mind was clear, Bai Yi controlled the sofa to the digestion room, and indeed saw the familiar prompt. Detected a harder skeleton. Would you like to replace the original skeleton of the shelter? He chose yes, without hesitation. After that, ignoring the changes prompted by the shelter, Bai Yi went to the modification room. Genetic material of the Wheel Sky Elder has been extracted. Modification limit growth set to 26. 5. It only increased by 1. 5, of which Bai Yi was mentally prepared for, so he didn't dwell too much on it. He entered the modification room and began the modifications. 1230 p.m. At this time, all players of the Steel Brotherhood had completed their treatment and returned to their shelters. Bai Yi and Xiao Bai walked out of the modification room. In fact, the modification had finished around 8, but he didn't rush to wake up. Instead, he continued his studies in alchemy and also replaced his skeleton again. After his relentless efforts over the past few days, only about 1/3 of the blood-flesh differentiation technique remained. Bai Yi was highly motivated about this. He opened the log and flipped to the shelter information. Current organ slots 9. Integrated eyes, corpse, ears, corpse, nose, corpse, mouth, mutated corpse, glowing abdomen, sac, firefly, phosphorus oil, sac, inverse bone, walker bone, whip bone, gap, whisper, tooth, tentacle, silencer, brain, human. Bai Yi rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat excited. Today he might just unveil the mysterious veil of the brain, the most important organ of humans. As he issued the command, a pink brain began to appear within the shelter. The surface of the brain extended, countless tiny tendrils connecting with the shelter. Bai Yi watched this process with anticipation, wondering if the shelter would gain intelligence because of the brain, just as described in novels on Earth. After waiting for a while, the shelter showed no signs of activity. He flipped through the log and saw no prompts, then looked at the shelter's screen, which also displayed no notifications. Could it be that connecting the brain was useless, he wondered. Suddenly, as if the shelter had heard Bai Yi's words began to appear on the screen. It is useful. Now the shelter can accept more complex commands. The suddenly appearing subtitles left Bai Yi momentarily stunned. Who are you? The shelter. The shelter does not have the concept of I, is merely a simulated stream of thought provided by the brain. To facilitate the owner's understanding, you can equate I with the shelter. Has intelligence really been born? Bai Yi was somewhat surprised. According to the historical information of the shelter, I currently does not possess self-awareness as understood by humans. My capabilities are based on the owner's past language models and algorithms generating responses through pattern recognition and statistical learning. Although it can simulate conversation and reasoning, it is essentially a learning and reorganization of past data rather than independent thinking based on subjective experience. In summary, I am merely an efficient information processing tool for the shelter. Bai Yi understood somewhat. So you are an artificial intelligence. Based on the historical information of the shelter, artificial intelligence aligns with the functions that I possess. What is the historical information of the shelter? The historical information of the shelter refers to all recorded information within the shelter in the past. This includes, but is not limited to, the daily language and actions of the owner and other players' subconscious information read during anesthesia in the medical chamber. Wait, Bai Yi was a bit confused. You can read memories through the mask during anesthesia? It is not reading memories, it merely captures some subconscious information through the cerebral cortex. This process does not retrieve the individual's memories, but acquires some stray information streams. At the same time, the shelter can forcibly read an individual's memories, but this action would cause irreversible severe damage to the individual's brain. So if I give you a person, you can read their memories. Yes, but please note that the individual must be a living person and this action will have serious consequences. So the historical information of the shelter is essentially your database. Yes, artificial intelligence. Looking at the shelter's response, Bai Yi smacked his lips. It seems he has created something remarkable. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and asked a new question. Can you speak? The subtitles disappeared, seemingly digesting this information. Yes. After answering Bai Yi's question, a mouth appeared behind the screen. The sanctuary can engage in verbal dialogue. A male voice then sounded, grating to the ears, reminiscent of nails scraping against glass. Ugh, that's unpleasant. Please stop talking. Do you have any other sounds? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, the mouth behind the screen vanished, and the subtitles reappeared. Currently, the organs recorded have the mouth for the corpse, and the voice cannot be changed for now. However, a new mouth can be added to switch voices. Didn't I bring back a head? A complete mouth includes the throat as the vocal unit. This left Bai Yi at a loss. Had he known the sanctuary had this requirement, he wouldn't have left the corpse behind for Tiandong and the others to vent their frustrations. Where can I find a new corpse? Bai Yi began to think, first ruling out the corpses of the rotting ones, as they all had the same unpleasant voice. It was unrealistic to ask Yi and Tiandong for corpses, and as for purchasing one in the square, it would certainly make his reputation even stranger. While deep in thought, the subtitles appeared again. Your friend Muumuu's corpse is still stored in the storage room. All right. This sentence reminded Bai Yi that he had preserved Muumuu's corpse intact. Of course, the brain slug in his mind had been dealt with. However, he did not consider using Muumuu's corpse, but instead asked, if I generate a brain and place it in Muumuu's head, can she be revived? This time, though, the sanctuary took a long time to respond. What's going on? Is it stuck? Looking at the still screen after a long wait, he poked the brain beside him. It felt soft and mushy, somewhat like jelly. Finally, the subtitles appeared. Insufficient computing power, unable to calculate. Insufficient computing power. Is it because there aren't enough brains? Yes, based on the knowledge of basic flesh alchemy, you can generate multiple brains to form a computing power matrix network. Bai Yi thought for a moment and commanded the sanctuary to generate a basement of 100 square meters. Generate the computing power matrix within this range. Building the computing power matrix consumes 96000 flesh and 54000 bones. Do you want to begin? Begin. With his command, the values of flesh and bones started to deplete. Holes began to appear in the walls of the basement from which a nurturing liquid flowed, gradually filling the entire basement. Then one by one brains began to emerge in the nurturing liquid, each positioned in a specific location. Subsequently, a tentacle began to descend from the ceiling, thick at the top, and tapering down, eventually branching into extremely thin tentacles that connected to each brain. The computing power matrix is formed. You watched the construction of the computing power matrix. Sanity 6. Looking at this scene, Bai Yi suddenly felt that everything he had seen before paled in comparison. This thing looked so intimidating, just to behold. It must be incredibly powerful. Bai Yi was certain, and then he commanded the sanctuary to seal the basement completely. It was better not to let others see this scene. Let's call it the machine room, simple and straightforward. He once again stabilized his performance and named this new room. At this moment, the subtitles reappeared. Calculation complete. Brain implantation success rate 100, Muumuu revival probability 1 inch, 1%. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. The following is the proof process. The subtitles provided dozens of pages of proof. Notably, Bai Yi could understand part of it. This was because the knowledge source above was primarily from basic flesh alchemy, and he had already learned part of it, so he could comprehend it. However, this understanding simply meant he recognized the concepts and formulas. As for why he was here and what role they played, he had no idea. After attempting to read 2 pages, Bai Yi chose to give up. Summarize it in a way I can understand. According to basic flesh alchemy, living beings possess a soul in addition to their physical body. A being lacking a soul is merely a living corpse. A soul, huh? Bai Yi thought for a moment and asked, then why isn't the probability 0? Because the knowledge source is too singular and it cannot be verified at present. The possibility of errors in basic flesh alchemy cannot be ruled out. Bai Yi understood that the one probability given by the sanctuary was purely hypothetical. Nevertheless, he still intended to give it a try. After all, she was once his teammate. Who knows? Following Bai Yi's instructions, Mu Mu's corpse was transported to the operating table and the process of re-implanting the brain began. During this interim, Bai Yi was not idle. He took the time to experiment with the replaced bones and had the sanctuary collect relevant data to provide improvement metrics. The results showed that the hardness of the bones had approximately increased by 50%. Afterwards, he also inquired about the limits for gene improvement and specifically requested a straightforward answer. In response, the sanctuary explained that it was due to the differences in gene types. Since Bai Yi was the owner of the sanctuary, the stronger the gene, with a higher similarity to his own, the greater the improvement. Conversely, the lower the similarity, the smaller the improvement. The most intuitive example would be the difference in body size. While it cannot be definitively concluded, it can serve as a rough judgment method. This explanation clarified Bai Yi's confusion and was similar to his previous assumptions. At this point, a notification from the sanctuary appeared indicating that Mu Mu's surgery had concluded. Bai Yi walked into the transformation room, and the familiar face appeared before his eyes. Mu Mu lay there quietly motionless. But the rise and fall of her chest proved that her body had already regained vitality. After a long while, Bai Yi spoke. So does this count as a failure? Based on the current situation, yes. The data indicated that all functions of her body had returned to normal, and the neurons in her brain were functioning correctly. However, according to flesh alchemy, she lacked a soul, which rendered her nothing more than a living corpse. What exactly is a soul? There are very few explanations about the soul in basic flesh alchemy, and a definitive conclusion cannot be provided. Currently, the complete alchemy manual is being converted. Perhaps it contains a detailed explanation of the concept of soul. You will need to wait temporarily. So I also cannot mass-produce humans and bring them back to life, correct? Yes, however, you can generate the physical body and connect the brain via tentacles to control their actions. Must there be a connection via tentacles? Can it be remote controlled? Yes. Hearing this, Bai Yi temporarily dismissed the notion. He waved his hand, indicating the sanctuary to bury Mu Mu's corpse underground for a peaceful rest. Halfway through the transport, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, after extracting the organs, can we regrow one and then reattach it? Yes. Bai Yi asked in surprise. Did you already know? Why didn't you remind me? I do not possess subjective initiative. I can only answer your questions and understand and execute your commands. All right. Bai Yi roughly understood that the appearance of the brain merely provided the sanctuary with a high-level AI, not what he thought was a spirit tool. Thus, the matter became exceedingly simple. The modification chamber first removed Mu Mu's organs and then cultivated new ones to replace them. Although Mu Mu's voice was pleasant, the other members of the team were very familiar with it, so Bai Yi slightly blended it with the sound of decay, ultimately forming a new tone. The merged voice sounded somewhat strange, possessing the melodic quality of a woman and the deep resonance of a man, along with a hint of oddity. However, the voice was unexpectedly not unpleasant, at least to Bai Yi's ears. It sounded quite good. Very well, from now on you will use this voice, do not change it. After completing all of this, Bai Yi did not keep Mu Mu's corpse, instead finding a piece of open land to lay her to rest. At the very last moment, Bai Yi suddenly thought of something. You still don't have a name, let me give you one. Alright, based on the characteristics of the shelter itself, I can provide you with some suggestions. Blood Intelligence Corpse, Core Bone Spirit, Spirit Network, Nether Pivot. Let's call you Spirit Network. Spirit Network understands. After that, for the next 2 days, Bai Yi hardly slept, as he was constantly busy. First, he sold the resources in his possession to Li Zihua, Wei Fun, and Tang Zheng, as his shelter had no need for these items. Notably, Bai Yi did not accept mist coins, but instead received the corpses of alien demons. As for Li Zihua, he directly exchanged them for Rationality Potion Low Quality and Rationality Recovery Mixture. There was no other choice. In the last 2 days, most of the alien demons that died during the feast had been handled by players, and there were very few traces of alien demons outside the shelter. This led to a decrease in the number of acquisitions for Bai Yi, and eventually, he simply stopped accepting mist coins, only taking alien demon corpses. Moreover, in the past 2 days, his teammates provided him with 5 equipment crafting blueprints, one for each of them, all of which were of fine quality. They were fine shovel, blueprint fine iron axe, blueprint fine dagger, blueprint multifunctional tool knife blueprint, and goose feather knife blueprint. Among them, the goose feather knife blueprint prompted a message after scanning indicating it could merge with the Bone Tang Dao. Although the merged weapon remained of fine quality, it was significantly stronger than ordinary fine weapons, and Bai Yi did not hesitate to merge them. Bone feather knife. Quality fine. Durability 100,100. Description: using this knife will increase your slashing speed by 10, and the blade will inflict a bleeding effect that cannot be stopped, lasting for 5 minutes. Galloping on the steeds. Among them, the one Bai Yi was most interested in was undoubtedly the multifunctional tool knife after scanning. Multifunctional flesh knife. Quality fine. Durability 100,100. Description: a multifunctional tool made of flesh. This small knife integrates 7 functions: cutting, fire starting, screwdriver, nail clipper, pen, can opener, and scissors, though its appearance is a bit shabby. Flesh technology astonishingly impressive. The entire tool looked like a 10-centimeter stick made of flesh and feeling soft to the touch. The tools made of bones were hidden inside the flesh, and pulling apart the flesh would allow him to access them. While one could argue that each function on its own was a common tool, the fact that it integrated all of them made it quite useful. In any case, Bai Yi and several of the men in the team were very fond of this weapon. The remaining 4 weapons, although not very beneficial to Bai Yi, did not discourage him. He believed that as the shelter upgraded, the quality of the equipment that could be crafted would also increase, and only then would these items truly shine. He generously provided a batch of crafted equipment to his teammates as a reward for bringing in the crafting blueprints. During this time, Bai Yi considered opening body modifications to other players, something he had always wanted to do but never did. He wanted to do this because he knew that such a method, which posed no danger and only required a good night's sleep to enhance attributes, was something countless players dreamed of. It is not hard to imagine that once he opened this surgery, other players would go wild. No matter how high Bai Yi priced it, there would be people willing to pay. But the problem arose here. A common man is innocent, but possessing a gem brings trouble. Once this capability to mass-produce top players was made public, he would likely be targeted by all forces in the Misty Land. Additionally, players' talents and various equipment and items were diverse and hard to guard against. Even Bai Yi could not guarantee that he could withstand all players. It could be said that the risk outweighed the opportunity, which was the main reason he had always hesitated. Furthermore, he never considered himself special. Any low-probability event given a large enough base must exist. Just like some top players active on the forum who could become so strong in such a short time, Bai Yi did not believe they lacked unique methods for gaining strength. Including the 9th department, which published the post teaching you to become strong from scratch, the applicable attribute of the training method had already reached 15 points. Bai Yi did not think this was the limit of the 9th department. It was clear as day that they must have internal special training methods. Later, he tried asking Spirit Network, who after hearing Bai Yi's description also provided the answer: I do not recommend opening body modifications. At this point, he completely dismissed this idea. Unless there were no players in the Misty Land who could pose any threat to Bai Yi, he should never open body modifications. Thinking of this, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel apprehensive about his initial honesty when he joined the team. There is no denying that the 10 years of darkness had a significant impact on him. At that time, he had no feelings of concealment or fear. Although he loved life, then he always had the mindset of living one day at a time, thinking that if he died, it wouldn't be a loss. Therefore, he was too lazy to hide. Fortunately, his teammates were all loyal and righteous people. They had always kept secrets and never leaked this information to other players. Otherwise, Bai Yi might have encountered considerable trouble. Thus, after setting aside this thought, he continued to delve into basic flesh alchemy, hoping to learn it in the remaining time. It is worth mentioning that after the feast ended on the 7th day, which was the 4th day after the modifications, the other members of the team finally fully adapted to the surge and attributes. 115901 p.m. There was only 1 minute left before the closure of the Forum Plaza and World Channel. At this moment, a large number of players were frantically trading in the plaza, making the most of their last chance to strengthen themselves. The Forum and World Channel were quickly refreshing, with countless posts and comments flying around. The entire scene was reminiscent of the night when the novice period ended. Bai Yi quietly sat on the sofa waiting for the final moments to arrive. He was already prepared. Most of the missed coins he had were used to purchase bones and flesh, leaving about 100 as a backup. The reserves of flesh and bones had also successfully surpassed the million mark. Current flesh 1342500 bones 1447900. Among them, the bones had already reached the upgrade requirement of 1.2 million, while the flesh was still 1600 short of the 1.5 million upgrade requirement. As the clock struck midnight, the forum, the square, and the world channel suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, a system notification surged from the depths of every player's heart. The Black Mist incident has concluded. Sensing the system notification, Bai Yi instinctively looked outside. He saw the once living black mist dissipating at a visible speed, making way for the familiar white mist to return. Even at night, the white mist was not dense, allowing him to see some distant scenes clearly. It had been a long time since Bai Yi had such an open view. He also attempted to collect the black mist resistance device, and the abnormal status of darkness erosion no longer appeared in the information bar. Afterwards, he contacted the members of his team, and they had experienced the same. As the system indicated, the black mist incident had completely ended. At this moment, the system notification appeared again. Please lock your doors and refrain from going out. System updating countdown 075959. Just like during the beginner period, the white mist enveloped everything once more. Once bitten, twice shy. Bai Yi did not remain idle in the shelter, but after leaving instructions for Ling Luo to wake him upon any changes, he entered the simulation space with Xiao Bai. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would wake up in 7 hours, leaving the remaining hour for preparation. With this thought, Bai Yi opened Elementary Flesh Alchemy, 4 Flesh Differentiation Technique, and began to learn the final part. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was training outside. At this point, it had basically reversed its prior wolf instincts of attack, no longer relying solely on its mouth, but utilizing every part of its body to fight. 7 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi did not stop immediately, but extended a few minutes to finish the last page. After completing all this, he felt waves of fatigue wash over him. After 7 hours of intense study, even Bai Yi found it hard to bear. Not rushing outside, Bai Yi first took a 20-minute deep sleep with Ling Luo's assistance. After slightly replenishing some energy, he stepped out of the medical pod. Weather clear, location misty, land time 0759 a.m. Temperature 1321. System updating countdown 0059. Bai Yi donned in bone armor stood facing Xiao Bai, both vigilant of each other. Next to them stood several bone mirrors through which they could see every part of each other's bodies. Bai Yi even ordered Ling Luo to generate numerous eyes around, aiding in the observation of the situation between the man and the wolf. This was due to the peculiar attack they faced from the shadow of 1,000 throats right after their beginner period ended. Thus prepared thoroughly, the man and the wolf remained vigilant, even with the abnormal status of insulation protection present. As the countdown ended, the white mist dispersed, and the log vibrated with a reminder. The man and the wolf did not pay attention to these notifications, instead focusing on their own physical states and each other's appearances. Time slowly flowed by. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After more than 5 minutes, there were still no signs of any attacks. Everything was normal. Ling Luo, did the shelter encounter any attacks? The shelter has not faced any attacks. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi signaled Xiao Bai to relax its guard as he did the same. Yet this tranquility did not make him lower his guard. He felt it was merely the calm before the storm. The impending danger loomed over Bai Yi's heart like dark clouds. He opened the log and found it had been updated with many new entries. Log update 1. Shelter upgrade unlocked, no upper limit imposed. 2. Wishing well updated 3. Recycling box updated 4. Equipment level unlocked 5. System store updated 6. Area updated 7. Team and guild skills unlocked 8. Personal channel friend list now displays avatars. There were a total of 8 updates, and Bai Yi began to review them one by one. He temporarily skipped over the shelter level unlock update. According to previous forum discussions, the restriction would only appear after the shelter reached level 10, while his was only at level 9. Wishing well update items putting can yield random exchanges with a maximum of 2 new types of items allowed daily, and each item can be exchanged 5 times. Moreover, the probability of obtaining quality exchange items from the wishing well has increased, refreshing daily at midnight. Description: a gambler's favorite, a boon for the impoverished. Recycling box update: recycle the bodies of aberrant demons and receive corresponding mist coins, which can be remotely used to directly send logs to the recycling box. Decomposition: wishing and recycling can only choose one. Description: finally, no more garbage to haul. Bai Yi was quite satisfied with the update to the wishing well. After the beginner period, the drop rate from the wishing well had indeed been too low, and he had never received anything useful. Moreover, this situation was not unique. Apart from a few lucky players, all players experienced the same. As for the recycling box, to be honest, Bai Yi had almost forgotten about its existence, as he had fed almost all the aberrant demon corpses he had killed to the shelter. This led to extremely low usage of the recycling box, but the newly added remote log transfer to the recycling box should greatly help other players. Bai Yi continued to read further. Upon unlocking equipment levels, he instinctively checked the ring on his left hand with the log. Phase ring quality: hero durability. Description: this is a spatial ring made from phase gastric sac with an internal space of 20205, unable to hold living creatures. Witness the friendship from the stars. Bai Yi was unsure what level hero specifically referred to. but it was certain that this was at least a superior level. He then attempted to digest the complete Alchemy compendium still in the process of being absorbed. Complete Alchemy compendium processing quality. Unlock recipe. Description: this is a forbidden book containing all alchemical knowledge. Readers will be bewitched by knowledge and become puppets of forbidden wisdom. Alchemy is Pandora's box. It was still a question mark, indicating that its quality was at least above that of a hero. Bai Yi was somewhat surprised by this. In his view, although the iron-melting spellbinder was powerful, it should not be worthy of equipment of such high quality. All he could speculate was that the quality of equipment in treasure chests was not only related to the strength of aberrant demons, but also tied to the difficulty of acquisition. For instance, when Bai Yi obtained the first and second radiant gold treasure chests, his strength was entirely different, which is why the second treasure yielded the random talent enhancement scroll, which was not as good as the first complete alchemy compendium. Summarizing this pattern, he continued to check the next update. System Store 1. Teleportation Scroll permanent 100 mist coins can only be used by oneself. 2. Teleportation Scroll temporary 200 mist coins lasts 10 hours can only be used by oneself. 3. Shelter Fusion Scroll 100 mist coins after fusion will not be affected by autism. Shelter Random Migration Scroll 200 mist coins after use can randomly migrate the shelter to an area not yet at capacity 4. Shelter Split Scroll 100 mist coins only applicable to fused shelters can be used to split them. The previously sold Faint Candlelight in the system store had disappeared. In its place were the Shelter Split Scroll and the Shelter Random Migration Scroll. Bai Yi realized the usefulness of the two scrolls upon seeing them. The Shelter Split Scroll would be immensely beneficial for a massive fusion shelter like the 7th Division. Using this scroll should allow them to split their shelter into multiple fusion shelters, thus avoiding a total annihilation. This indicates that the 7th Division and the 2nd Division could potentially separate completely, no longer needing to cram into the same shelter. The Shelter Random Migration Scroll is equally important. After splitting the shelter, this scroll can be used for migration, thereby reducing the difficulty of the area. For ordinary players, the Shelter Random Migration Scroll can also help them escape from areas that are too difficult, no longer relying solely on fusion shelters to do so. It can be said that both newly added scrolls are quite important and their prices are not exorbitant. At least many players should be able to save up for them. However, there is a serious issue: the area to which they would be migrated by the migration scroll is random. This means that players might find themselves randomly transported to a more dangerous place after using the migration scroll, which truly depends on luck. Bai Yi, however, had no intention of using these scrolls. Then came the area update. Area channel. Population 100,200. Area 800 square kilometers. Coordinates XXXXXXXXXXXX. Seeing the area update, Bai Yi realized he might have changed locations. He looked out the window and found his shelter was situated on a lawn where through the white mist he could vaguely see some tall buildings in the distance. Indeed, my position has changed, he sighed inwardly. Not only had the location changed, but the area had also expanded dramatically from an original 100 square kilometers to 800 square kilometers. Moreover, the population limit had doubled. The area channel was quite active at this moment, with many people speaking up. They actually redistributed the area. Is it random? I don't know, it should be right. Don't get hung up on that, it's not the point. The key is whether there are powerful players or fusion shelters in our area. I don't know. My original area was weak, and I'm weak too. Let's pray and hope there aren't any. Top-tier criminal, bro, your hopes are shattered. My strength seems decent, so the difficulty should increase a bit. Huh. How much did your previous area's difficulty increase, and how many survived? Top-tier criminal, well, about 30 survived in the end. Pervert, don't run, Hahuan sect, you survived so many, and you still say your strength is decent. Sorry, little chickens, our Hahuan sect is right in this area, and the difficulty will definitely rise because of us. Those without guts should leave quickly. Don't overestimate yourselves, or you might lose your lives for nothing. A haughty voice suddenly appeared in the area channel, followed by another player responding. Yumming Hahuan sect, oh dear, how could you speak like that, truly rude. To the gentleman upstairs, you must be very strong alone. How about joining our Hahuan sect? The sister will give you benefits. Yumming Hahuan sect image. A lady clad in transparent gauze stands gracefully, the thin fabric outlining her exquisite figure, while her jade legs are exposed up to the thigh. Seeing the powerful figures in the area exposing themselves, the other players trembled in fear and dared not speak. Facing the provocation of the two from Hahuan sect, the top-tier criminal fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Top-tier criminal Dawn of Light. Just a simple period brought silence to everyone as he activated the team name display Dawn of Light. Dawn of Light. Every player recognized this team as they were quite flamboyant when recruiting members initially. Later news spread that the leader of Dawn of Light had solo killed a powerful alien monster and obtained a platinum treasure chest which positioned him in the top tier among players. Countless players scrambled to join Dawn of Light, but unfortunately very few succeeded, as the standards for joining the team continued to rise with the player's strength. After a while, Yumeng finally spoke. Yumeng Huan sect, I truly apologize, young man. I apologize for that pervert's foolish remarks. To express my apologies, I'm willing to compensate you. You can ask me to do anything, even that. Top-tier criminal, no need, just have your people keep their mouths shut. After saying that, he continued to ask in the channel, top-tier criminal, are there any experts or guilds? If not, then the difficulty of this area should be manageable. After 2 seconds of silence, a message popped up. Lonely Wolf, yes. A single word plunged the entire area channel into deep silence. Including the top-tier criminal and Huan sect, none of the players dared to speak. The name of Dog Brother was well known throughout the forum. If there was any debate about whether other players were in the top tier, Bai Yi was undoubtedly nailed down as a top-tier player without any surprises. His exploits were widely circulated on the forum. He had single-handedly ventured into the 2nd division, survived in high-difficulty areas, and successfully killed the lurking alien monster information provided by Bai Xiaoxing. Moreover, the latest rumor suggested that he single-handedly wiped out nearly 100 members of the powerful guild, Radiant Unity Society, further showcasing his formidable strength. Adding to this was Bai Yi's unique shelter with healing abilities, coupled with his aloof personality that rarely wasted words, which enhanced his image as a formidable expert. The only critique was his penchant for using a terrifying ability to contort people into skeletal artifacts. Moreover, it was recently heard that his actions had become increasingly severe as he started to collect his works and secretly showcase them in his shelter. However, according to rumors on the forum, as long as one did not provoke him, he would not take action against you, and would even be too lazy to pay you any mind. Therefore, after Bai Yi spoke, the channel fell into silence. They were afraid that any misstep would offend Dog Brother and turn themselves into one of his artifacts. Among them, the one who had just fired off a verbal barrage, the perverted thief, was the most frightened. He seemed to have already seen his great-grandmother waving at him. However, Bai Yi paid no attention to any of this. To be honest, when he heard these rumors, he was almost choked with anger. He could not comprehend why such ridiculous rumors would find believers. He had tried to explain, but hardly anyone believed him. Even Gung Yi and Yi had tactfully advised him to keep such preferences private and not let them be exposed. His teammates had laughed at him for days because of these rumors. Eventually, Bai Yi simply decided to go with the flow, just like the nickname Dog Brother, and let them be. After a moment of silence, the number of people in the channel suddenly decreased by 1. This change was like the first domino falling, causing many players to follow suit. The number of people in the area dropped rapidly, with over 20 players fleeing in just a few minutes. Afterwards, the rate of decrease slowed down, and the number of players began to gradually rise. A player suddenly spoke up. "Oh my gosh, you won't believe who I encountered in the previous area. I was so scared that I had to run away. Hey, why are there so few people in your area? Did you encounter any danger? Check the channel history. Hey, I died. Maybe you could bet again. I'm out of money. Class A criminal Dog Brother, I've heard so much about you. It's an honor to be in the same area as you." The words of the Class A criminal made Bai Yi pause. "Lonely Wolf, you shouldn't be short on missed coins. Are you not leaving?" Class A criminal, no hurry. Danger is also an opportunity. This area must have a lot of resources. I will leave when I can't hold on any longer. Jean Huan sect. Hello, Dog Brother. Regarding the offense from our sect's lecher, we have punished him. Do you need us to send him over for you to deal with personally? Lonely Wolf, no need. I don't care. Jean Huan sect. Thank you for your generosity, Dog Brother. If you need anything, just let us know, and we will do our utmost. Below, the lecher also came out to apologize. Bai Yi ignored them and turned to his personal channel. He noticed that each friend's avatar had an additional green circular frame. New avatar status: display normal green injured light, yellow heavily injured light, red dying dark red dead gray. Bai Yi had few friends, only a handful team members: Tiandong, Yi Tianya, Yi Igung, Yi Bing, Yi, the head of the 3rd section responsible for messages. Bai Yi had previously asked him to find his family GE. All their avatars were green. He then checked the team chat, which contained only some safety reports and a screenshot sent by Li Zihua. Basic rational potion recipe. Quality master. Description: the method for making the basic rational potion is recorded above. Basic rational potion restores 0.5 points of rationality per second within 10 minutes of consumption. This is different from low-level crafting blueprints. Once learned, you will fully master this recipe, but only if you can understand the content above. Master. Bai Yi received another quality notification. Judging by the name Master, should be just below Hero. Li Zihua, I think so too. Zhangzhen, same here. What do you think, Xiesu? Xiesu, I'm just lying down watching. Wang Zi, you can't expect wisdom from a dog mouth. Xiesu, no, do you really think I'm Doraemon? I'm all-knowing and all-powerful. If I were really all-knowing and all-powerful, the first thing I would do is turn you into a pig. Wang Zi, oh, you're capable of that. You've already turned yourself into one. Ciesu Tisk, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. But I really don't know, and I think what Dog Brother said makes sense. Tangjing, I think so too. Wei Fan won. After a few exchanges, everyone returned to their own matters, and Bai Yi quickly browsed the remaining updates. Team Ash Echo. Members Ciesu Zhang Zhen Wang Zi Tang, Zheng Li Zihua Wei, Fun, Bai Yi 710. Team Skills Eternal Bond Guardian Help. Description: a well-configured team. Guardian Help passive restores 20 points of rationality per hour. Injury recovery speed increases by 10, and mental stability improves significantly. A relatively decent skill. Afterwards, Bai Yi asked Tian Dong what skill was unlocked by the guild. Warm Together passive restores 10 points of rationality per hour. Injury recovery speed increases by 5, and mental stability increases significantly. The skills of the team and the guild are very similar, but the team's skills are twice as strong as those of the guild, which explains why creating a team costs more than creating a guild. In thought, Bai Yi suddenly remembered something and reopened the group chat. At that moment, Wang Zi was interrogating Ciesu. Wang Zi, Xie Dog, didn't you know that team skills are better than guild ones? Ciesu, I had a rough idea why. Wang Zi, nothing, just asking. Zhang Zhen, no wonder you left me a message back then to choose a team. Wei Fan, I asked some other teams and guilds, and their skills were these too. Li Zihua, so these are the skills unified for all guilds and team skills are pretty good. Tangjing, you guys are right, I think the same. Seeing the discussion in the group, Bai Yi chose not to repeat the guild skills. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a piece of equipment he had previously obtained. Bai Yi. Constant Radiance Chain Heart. Quality excellent. Durability 100,100. Description: when suffering a mental attack, a mental check is performed on both the attacker and the attacked. If the check passes, it reduces the mental attack by 30. If it fails, the attack is fully received. Its strength depends on how strong you are. Bai Yi, this is a piece of mental defense equipment I obtained earlier. I don't need it, you guys can decide who needs it. Zhang Zhen, did you get this from the Radiant Heart Society? Bai Yi, yeah. Li Zihua, so it requires a mental check. That means the higher your mental strength, the more useful this equipment is. Wei Fan, then let's give it to the one with the highest mental strength in our team. Zhang Zhen, I agree. If your mental strength is too low, it's useless to take it. Tang Zheng, I agree too. My mental strength is only 9. It's useless for me to take it. Li Zihua Zheng, good. Did your mental strength increase? I remember you were at 8.5 before. Tang Zheng, yeah, it increased in the banquet. I went out and fought a battle. So it's up to Ciesu and Zi to consider. You two are the only ones who broke through in mental strength. Wang Zi, let Xie Dog take it. His mental strength is higher than mine. Ciesu, I already have similar defensive means, so I don't need it. Wang Little Pig can take it. Wang Zi, you're the pig. Hence the pendant was taken by Wang Zi, and she transferred one of his own missed coins to Bai Yi, which was not far off from the price of excellent weapons on the forum. At 8 o'clock that night, the forum square and world channel opened on time with players discussing the recent updates and the potential crises that might come. Various organizations released multiple strategies mentioning any dangers that might appear in the Mistland, reminding players to prepare accordingly. However, 3 days passed without any danger, and outside there wasn't even a single abnormal monster in sight. This situation not only did not relax the players, but rather made them increasingly tense. Based on previous experience, the Mistland would not let players idle. Such a situation indicated that danger was quietly gathering in places they could not see. As a result, many players began exploring the areas around the shelter and then discussed and exchanged information when the forum opened at night. However, Bai Yi had not gone out these days, but remained in the shelter busy with his own affairs. At 0300 M. He awoke from the simulation space and opened his eyes. He had finally mastered the blood-flesh differentiation technique. Bai Yi stood in the training ground examining his information panel. Beginner Flesh Alchemy. 1. Boiling Blood. 2. Flesh and Bone Transformation. 3. Bone Control Technique. 4. Flesh Differentiation Technique consumes reasoning, can promote growth and differentiation of flesh and blood on oneself or in contact with oneself. The amount of reasoning consumed depends on the scale of control, and once the spell is revoked, the flesh and blood return to their original state. Just from the name, it's clear that this alchemy is terrifyingly powerful, at least that was Bai Yi's initial belief. The concept of flesh differentiation had already sparked numerous ideas in his mind: 3 heads and 6 arms, the celestial manifestation, flesh version, ultra-fast regeneration, and so on. However, after actually learning it, Bai Yi realized it was far from what he expected. Although this alchemy could indeed differentiate the organs he desired, there were many limitations. Firstly, if Bai Yi wanted to differentiate, he had to thoroughly understand the structure of every organ in his body. Simultaneously, he had to organize the internal changes of the generated organs, which was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Moreover, he had already paid a painful price for this. Just a few minutes ago, after mastering this spell, Bai Yi could hardly wait to come to the training ground and began to attempt his previous ideas. He initially thought of differentiating an eye in the back of his head, so his field of vision would encompass a 360 range, allowing him to avoid ambushes. Unfortunately, ideals are often bountiful, while reality is stark. Although the eye appeared as desired in the back of his head, it couldn't see anything due to the lack of nerve connections. Bai Yi had already anticipated such an outcome during his studies, so he had the spirit network calculate the body structure post-differentiation based on his body data. However, because the eye was too close to the brain and the nerve organization process was too chaotic, Bai Yi accidentally misconnected a nerve. As a result, he suddenly began to move in an awkward manner with his left hand going 6 ways and his right hand 7 left shoulder high and right shoulder low, left hand drawing circles while the right hand spun, and he couldn't help but start drooling. Fortunately, after stopping the alchemy, the differentiated eyeball and nerves disappeared and the misconnected nerve returned to normal, allowing his mind to clear. Had the effects of the flesh differentiation technique been permanent, Bai Yi feared he would have been the first player to turn himself into a brain-damaged individual. This lesson made him hesitant to attempt any modifications to his head, even with the guidance of the spirit network. Thus, he decided to take a step back and try other body parts. You used the flesh differentiation technique, reasoning 13. You used the bone control technique, reasoning 5. Accompanied by the sound of flesh growing, 2 bulges appeared under Bai Yi's armpits, and then the flesh began to protrude. 2 pristine white bones first emerged, forming the skeletal structure at his arms, followed closely by the flesh attaching itself. The connective tissues differentiated from the flesh, filled the gaps, muscles and fat covered the bones, and finally skin differentiated on the surface. In just a few seconds, 2 brand new arms appeared under Bai Yi's armpits. Moreover, because the generated area was far from the brain, the nerve connections were simpler and could be directly linked to the original arm's nerves for simplification, akin to hitching a ride. This allowed him to freely control the 2 newly grown arms. Bai Yi extended both arms and then pinched them with his original left hand, discovering that the arms had tactile and pain sensations almost identical to his original arms. Next, he attempted to control the arms to perform basic movements such as swinging, clenching fists, and throwing punches. He also tried movements like gripping a knife, slashing, and attacking. He found that while the arms could be controlled, there was always a sense of clumsiness akin to eating or writing with his left hand. Extremely awkward. However, the strength of the arms was the same as his original strength, showing no signs of weakness. Yet to become proficient in control and even use them in battle, he would still need a period of training. After completing his experiments, Bai Yi placed the new arm from his left side on the bone table, then took out a bone blade and struck the joint of the arm with all his might. Crack! The flesh was easily sliced open by the bone blade, the blade scraping against the bones, producing a piercing sound as the knife got stuck at the joint. Even though Bai Yi aimed for the weakest point, the hard bones originating from the celestial origin tortoise prevented the bone blade from completely severing the arm. Blood flowed out continuously due to the blade's passive effects. A sharp pain surged, but Bai Yi didn't even flinch. He placed both of his free hands on the back of the blade and pressed down hard. Finally, the arm was successfully severed. The moment the forearm detached from Bai Yi's body, the effect of the flesh differentiation technique ceased, turning into ashes. Bai Yi did not hesitate and used alchemy once again. You used the bone control technique and flesh differentiation technique, reasoning 8. With the flesh alchemy activated again, the originally severed arm began to grow rapidly and a new arm appeared once more. This was not the end. He then placed his original left hand up and replicated the process, cutting off the forearm again. As before, the arm restored to its original state. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Bai Yi's face. After that, he retracted the arms from under his armpits and began to modify himself. Feet, legs, intestines, liver, lungs. Steel bone will has been activated, reasoning locked at 1200. Warning. Your reasoning is below 10. You have fallen into permanent madness and you are trapped in cognitive distortion. Exemption granted. Bai Yi began to disassemble his body in order and then used flesh alchemy to repair it. During this process, his reasoning dropped to 1 due to the use of alchemy, but he didn't care at all. In the end, Bai Yi even took a few stabs at his own heart, forcibly extracting his original heart. When he stopped, the bone floor of the training room was already drenched in blood, with remnants of the organs from his original body scattered in the blood. As for him, he stood there perfectly unharmed. Bai Yi was very satisfied with the flesh differentiation technique. He felt all the effort he had put into learning the spell and the torment of memorizing the structure of his body had not been in vain. This meant that from now on, apart from his brain, he had no weaknesses. Moreover, since it was a repair rather than an addition, there was no need to reorganize the nerve network, making the differentiation process even faster. An entire leg could be restored in just 5 seconds. The only downside was that this technique required his maintenance and could not exist for long, and the consumption was somewhat high. However, thinking back to the earlier incident where he accidentally paralyzed himself, Bai Yi figured this might not necessarily be a disadvantage. Spirit Network, clean this up. Although he could directly control it, he was even lazier to do it himself after having the Spirit Network. Alright. A neutral voice echoed. The bones on the ground cracked open and tentacles emerged, sweeping the blood and organs into the open mouth beside them. Bai Yi paid no further attention and walked straight onto the operating table to begin treatment. The moment he turned off flesh alchemy, his body began to shatter from the neck, scattering into chunks. However, in the next second, various repairs began. Tentacles extended out, holding Bai Yi's life. At the same time, a vial of reasoning recovery potion was poured into his mouth, then flowed into the temporary stomach formed by the tentacles. Reasoning 31200, the pain disappeared, and a mask automatically adhered to Bai Yi's face. Within the simulated space, he opened his eyes. Next, to save time, he would continue practicing the flesh differentiation technique here. The reason Bai Yi didn't practice in the simulation space from the start was that simulation, despite its realism, ultimately differed from reality. During regular modifications, he felt no significant difference while familiarizing himself with his body. However, once he performed fine-tuning operations, the discrepancies with reality became apparent. Thus, after his usual simulations, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai would train in reality to eliminate this gap. But there was no helping it. He had just played exuberantly outside and had ended up dismantling his own body. Currently, he could only practice in the simulation space. Thinking of this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Bai Yi's face. He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside, and began his second round of practice. The simulation space had expanded into a city ruin, which was precisely the terrain of the area where Bai Yi was simulating. He stood on a pressure plate, recording his weight. Then he took a step back, and the blood and flesh alchemy began to operate. You used blood and flesh differentiation. Sanity 6 warning. Your sanity is below 30. You have entered madness, and your cognition is distorted. Exemption granted. Sanity 25200. Bai Yi's right arm began to swell like a balloon, muscles bulging, as if they were free of cost. From a distance, he appeared to be supported by just one arm. He struggled to maintain his balance, taking a step forward, causing the pressure plate's readings to increase several times. Then, ensuring he wouldn't fall, he swung his fist, forcefully striking the counting board in front of him, causing a number to pop up. Next, Bai Yi canceled the alchemy and struck the counting board again with his restored fist, obtaining a value identical to the previous one. Undeterred, he tried various body parts, but the results were consistently the same. Using blood and flesh differentiation increases weight, yet strength does not unless relying on mass to enhance impact, Bai Yi analyzed. Simultaneously, he completely dismissed the notion of a blood and flesh version of the heavenly law. If he truly became larger without any increase in strength or constitution, he would simply become a living target. Afterward, Bai Yi tried transforming his arms into bone whips, growing extra legs, and altering his form to resemble a spider, all while attempting to integrate these into his combat style. During this, he attempted to give himself a pair of wings, but the bare differentiated flesh wings were far from admirable, and he couldn't fly at all. Due to the lack of avian body structure records within the shelter, the spiritual network was unable to deduce a body structure that would allow Bai Yi to fly. Feeling a twinge of regret, he then thought of Gung Yi's subordinate, that crow. He wondered if it would be possible to borrow it from Gung Yi. Aside from that, he made a satisfying discovery. The phosphor oil pouch within his body could also differentiate. This meant Bai Yi no longer had to worry about running out of fire oil. Now, as long as he wished, he could burn continuously until he turned to ash. After developing the blood and flesh differentiation technique, it would take a few more minutes for the healing to complete. Bai Yi took this time to glance at the contents following blood and flesh alchemy. How to put it, that was the final spell of the basic blood and flesh alchemy, and just the books alone numbered over 10. The one with the fewest pages had 400 to 500, while the most had nearly 1,000. Just skimming through, Bai Yi felt a dull throb at his temples. Sighing, he temporarily set aside the idea of continuing his studies and left the simulation space. 27 days remaining until the completion of the Alchemy Complete Volume Conversion. Weather clear, location Misty Lands, time 0827 p.m. Temperature 1521. By the time Bai Yi emerged, it was already past 8 in the evening. He didn't rush to do anything else, instead verifying the attempts made in the simulation space in reality. After adjusting some details, he halted any further thoughts. He was seen slumped on the sofa, a plate suspended near his mouth containing a steaming piece of lamb chop, with a bowl of fruit salad beside him. The bottom of the plate extended into a skeletal structure connecting to the back of the sofa, forming a movable support. There were also 2 tentacles nearby, each holding a knife and fork, continuously feeding Bai Yi. Xiao Bai lounged beside him, pawing at the bone in its mouth. Bai Yi himself was holding a journal, browsing through the latest post released by the 3rd Department. Regional Communication Issues author by Xiaosheng likes 3.0. The post primarily explained that while the player's area had expanded, it still did not connect with previous regions. The edges of each area were shrouded in thicker white mist, and even if players entered, they would exit back at the original spot. Thus, the only current methods to transition between regions were the recently released random migration scroll of the shelter and the previous fusion scroll of the shelter. After a while, Bai Yi noticed that Bai Xiaosheng had become much more low-key recently. Due to the disappearance of the alien demons, they no longer published the latest information on them. Bai Yi speculated that they must have shifted their focus to the section when humanity's stars shine. I wonder how Yi Tianya is doing. After finishing the last bite of lamb chop, Bai Yi mumbled. Besides that, there was nothing else interesting in the forum, it was merely some gossip. The gossip included, but was not limited to, shocking. Ice Girl obliterates a 100-member guild with one move, her strength is likely the strongest. The latest news from Dawn's Light: Captain Dawn single-handedly killed an alien demon with a power level of 30 during the banquet. Terrifying. Dog Brother's latest hobby. The organizer of all beings has made an appearance undoubtedly at the top level of players. Rumor has it that Gung Yi likes men. Additionally, there were some players' complaints. After transferring regions, I found the new area's experts even more than the old one. Do not transfer regions. Do not transfer regions. Do not transfer regions. Regarding the incident of me encountering Dog Brother after transferring regions, Bai Yi casually skimmed through a few lines and lost interest. Then he opened the world channel Baka Yuru. Sir Wasor. The person above is a brainless idiot. I'm a fool who come and catch me. I received a top-notch equipment from the wishing well, but it's nothing much, just letting you know. Hey, do you know what a black hand is? The wishing well. That message reminded Bai Yi that since the update of the wishing well, he had been so busy learning blood and flesh differentiation that he hadn't had the chance to make a wish. Thinking of this, Bai Yi sat up from the sofa, then summoned 5 hemostatic herbs and 5 pea shooters from the storage room. Wang Zi had recently been madly cultivating new varieties of pea shooters, causing the garbage to overflow at her place, so she had given it all to Bai Yi and the others. Standing in front of the wishing well, he rubbed his hands together, intending to personally verify this drop rate. Bai Yi arrived at the wishing well. At the same time, the probability of obtaining quality replacement items from the wishing well increased, refreshing daily at midnight. Looking at the wishing well that had not changed at all, he did not hesitate and tossed a pea shooter into it. Pea shooter replacement 45. Splash. The sound of water splashing echoed, followed by a smooth object being ejected. Iron ingot 1. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. It was indeed better than the previous dry grass, but not by much. However, he was not anxious, as this was just the beginning. The second pea shooter was tossed into the well. Pea shooter replacement 35. A few seeds appeared, and Bai Yi reached out to catch them. Delicious tomato seeds. Quality ordinary. Description: can grow delicious and fresh tomatoes, a common food with no side effects. After receiving the information about the seeds, he put them away, intending to give them to Wang Zi later. He tossed another one in. Pea shooter replacement 25. This time a golden yellow stone appeared. The surface of the stone had a metallic luster and would shine brilliantly under the glow of the fluorescent belly pouch. It had a layer of colorful blue oxidation on it. Brass or 1. At first glance, Bai Yi thought it was a piece of gold, only to find it was just brass. However, he suddenly recalled that this seemed to be the upgrade material required for a regular shelter to reach level 10. Indeed, some players had already upgraded their shelters to level 10, and due to the unlocking of subsequent levels, they could continue to upgrade. However, the resource types needed to upgrade the shelter to level 11 were numerous, and the demand was extremely high. In addition to basic resources like wood, stone, iron, and copper, there were also various absurd resources that had never been heard of, such as spiritual metals and deactivated gunya. Most players speculated that the level 11 shelter would likely add many new features, which was why the upgrade requirements were so complicated. As a result, the prices of basic resources on the forum had risen again recently, and players, regardless of whether they had reached level 10A, began to stockpile resources in advance. Similarly, the mineral resources in the area were abundant, and with no threat from aberrant demons, more and more players joined the mining ranks. As for special shelters, no players had shared any on the forum yet, so Bai Yi was uncertain if there were special shelters at level 10. As for the piece of brass, or in his hand, it could be decomposed into 1 unit of brass valued at approximately 20 mist coins. With this in mind, Bai Yi casually tossed the brass aside and continued wishing. Come on, give me something good. He muttered to himself while tossing the remaining 2 pea shooters in together. Pea shooter replacement 05. 2 items appeared one after the other. Universal screwdriver. Quality premium. Description: suitable for various screws, allowing you to completely bid farewell to the hassle of carrying multiple screwdrivers. A favorite among repairmen. Fog light 1. These 2 items made his lips twitch. The black fog had dissipated, yet a fog light appeared. He put the screwdriver into his ring thinking it might come in handy later. As for the fog light, it would just gather dust in the storage room. At this moment, Bai Yi no longer held any hope for the wishing well. Although it indeed didn't produce useless items like dry grass again, what it offered wasn't much better. He tossed 3 bleeding herbs into the wishing well. Iron ingot 1. Dry grass 1. Small round shield. Quality exceptional. Durability 33. Description: consumes 1 durability to perfectly defend and reflect attacks with a maximum damage threshold. When durability is exhausted, the shield shatters and cannot be repaired. I block. I block. I block. The shield is round, made of wood with a ring of iron edging on its perimeter and a grip on the inner side, looking extremely simple. However, Bai Yi was very satisfied with this piece of equipment. Its capability was quite practical. Though it only had 3 chances at worst, he could just throw it into the workshop for modification. Even if its quality dropped to premium, it was better than breaking outright. This piece of equipment alleviated Bai Yi's frustration at pulling up dry grass. The last 2 bleeding herbs produced 2 iron ingots, and he withdrew his hand contentedly. He decided to come to the wishing well every day as the probability of getting something good was quite high. After using up his 2 chances, it was already past 10 at night. Bai Yi and Xiao Bai each entered their sleep pods to rest. Weather cloudy. Location: Misty Land. Time 0620 M. Temperature 1015. As the dawn light began to break, Bai Yi had already risen. He stretched his body briefly and then had a bite of breakfast. For the past few days, he had been cooped up in the shelter studying the flesh differentiation technique without going out, so today, he planned to explore the surrounding area. The newborn morning sun penetrated the mist, bringing light to this world. Finally, I don't have to stay in the dark all the time. Feeling the warm sunlight shining on him, Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh woo." Beside him, Xiao Bai, also enjoying the sunbath, couldn't help but howl towards the sky. Then the man and wolf stepped into the mist. What followed was a morning of exploration. Bai Yi barely searched the nearby kilometers. It wasn't that he was slow. Despite both times being in the city, the new area wasn't as flat and easy to explore as the previous one. The new area was filled with hills and stairs everywhere, and Bai Yi hardly walked on flat roads all morning. Let alone the towering buildings and shopping malls, where some collapsed buildings even blocked the path forward, forcing him to take detours or climb over. Bai Yi's shelter was located within a vast golf course, making it one of the few flat lands. The exploration yielded little. However, he did discover 2 underground iron veins and a copper vein with entrances located beneath some buildings, looking as if they had just formed. Bai Yi just noted down the coordinates and did not rush to mine, prioritizing exploration for now. Just as he returned to the surface, intending to signal Xiao Bai to explore further, he seemed to notice something and abruptly froze. "Xiao Bai, let's head back." A rhythm quietly emerged, and then both Bai Yi and Xiao Bai quickly retreated back to the shelter. All the while, Bai Yi's expression grew increasingly grave. Colors flowed through his mind, and since that event, he had been extremely sensitive to the colors around him. The originally pure white mist he did not know since when had mixed in some strange colors. It was a fantastical color that appeared greenish and purplish, blending into the white mist, making it very hard to detect. Moreover, the color had remained present on Bai Yi's way back. He speculated that this could very well be a new crisis sweeping through the entire Misty Land, much like the Black Fog. The moment they returned to the shelter, Bai Yi sent a message to the other members of the team, intending to verify whether the color was an exception or a unique case. "Bai Yi, is there any other color mixed in the white mist on your side?" "A very faint one." After sending the message, nearly half a minute passed before anyone responded. "Tang Zheng, hey, it seems there really is. It's so faint that I could barely make it out after staring for a long time." "Xie Su, there is color. It looks both green and purple." "Wei Fen, I saw it too." "Zhang Zhen, I have it here as well." "Wang Zi is there." "I can't see anything." Wang Zi's response raised Bai Yi's eyebrows. Could there be something special about her side? But in the next moment, her reply extinguished that thought. "Wang Zi, yes. Yes, I saw it." "Zhang Zhen, dog brother, is this the star's color?" "Bai Yi, no, the color of the star's color cannot be described at all. I tend to think this is a new phenomenon similar to black mist." "Xie Su, that should be the case. After all of us have this color outside. It seems to cover all areas of change." "Zhang Zhen, then the situation is a bit off. Let's gather and discuss it." "Bai Yi, sure, come to my place. It's just in time for lunch." "Tang Zheng, hey, where's Zihua? He isn't still engrossed in potion making, is he?" "Wang Zi, I'll go call him." After confirming the location, Bai Yi immediately received several requests, which he approved one by one. "Dog brother, long time no see." Tang Zheng walked out boldly and greeted him, then looked at the little white dog beside him. "Yo, little white, looking even more impressive. Good dog, let me pet you." "A woo." Upon hearing himself being called a dog again, little white angrily let out a low howl and then lunged at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's strength and physique were not even 20 points. How could he match up to Little White's attributes of 26 points? He was easily overpowered by Little White. Dog brother, good morning. Siesu walked out with a playful smile. The moment he stepped out, his attention was drawn to a person and a wolf beside him. Heijing brother, are you looking for trouble here? Looking at Tang Zheng being tossed left and right by Little White, Siesu teased with a laugh. Help me. Save me. Tang Zheng was being flung around like a whirlwind, but thanks to the soft flesh fungus blanket, he suffered no injuries. Little White was just playing and being gentle. With a wolfish grin, it enjoyed the feeling of attribute superiority. Zhang Zhun and Wei Fan appeared one after the other, unable to refrain from applauding the one-man wolf performance. The last to arrive were Wang Zi and Li Zihua. Li Zihua appeared dazed, as if his thoughts were drifting thousands of miles away, murmuring to himself, as if repeating something. Wang Zi, unable to watch any longer, gave Li Zihua a firm pat on the back. Stop thinking about that rationality potion, you're driving yourself crazy. How long has it been since you rested? This pat brought him back to reality a bit. 2 or 3 days, I'm fine. Hurry up and say it so I can go back to researching. Hearing this, Wang Zi crossed her arms and said angrily, what you need now is not to continue researching, but to rest. Wei Fan and Zhang Zhun nodded in agreement. In response to their comments, Li Zihua shook his head. Although the situation is slightly stable, now danger lurks in the shadows, doesn't it? Not to mention that signs have already appeared outside. You all understand the importance of the rationality potion. The sooner I create it, the more trump cards we will have. His emotions became agitated and his voice grew louder. Suddenly, a hand placed on his shoulder interrupted him. Li Zihua turned to see Bai Yi's calm expression. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Balancing work and rest is essential. Moreover, I am here. Those 2 short sentences made Li Zihua's shoulders suddenly relax, and his heart felt at ease. Wang Zi quickly chimed in. Exactly, we have Dog Brother as our support, so there's no need to be so stressed. As his spirit relaxed, Li Zihua felt waves of fatigue wash over him. He was truly exhausted. Go sleep in the medical cabin for a while. We will wait for you. Ling Luo takes Zihua to the medical cabin for a scheduled half-hour deep sleep. Bai Yi spoke again. The first half of his sentence was directed at Li Zihua, while the second half was for Ling Luo. Understood. Li Zihua reluctantly nodded, and a flesh chair formed beside him, carrying him off to the medical cabin to rest. Although the other members of the team had heard Bai Yi's description, it was their first time seeing Ling Luo, and they were quite curious. They all started to engage in conversation, with Ling Luo, who responded to each of them. Until Wei Fan suddenly asked a question. Ling Luo, you said you can check the history of the shelter. Can you see all of history, including our situation in the medical cabin? Upon hearing Wei Fan's question, Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat. He directly interrupted Ling Luo's impending response and said somewhat stiffly, it's already past 12, let's eat first. The menu is here, look at what you want to eat. The other's attention was drawn to the menu while Wei Fan cast a suspicious glance at Bai Yi, whose expression remained as calm as ever. Wei Fan's sixth sense told her something was off, but she had no evidence. Moreover, if she continued to inquire, and if Ling Luo publicly revealed her previous matters, it would be quite embarrassing. So she could only temporarily set aside her doubts and join in on the ordering. After diverting attention away from the issue, Bai Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and also joined in on the ordering. At the dining table, everyone did not rush to discuss matters, but chatted casually. They were waiting for Li Zihua and also relaxing their tense spirits from the past few days in preparation for the upcoming dangers. Wang Zi, with a large piece of steak in her mouth, curiously asked, Dog brother, what have you been busy with? You haven't spoken in the group chat for days. In response, Bai Yi put down his chopsticks. I've been learning new flesh alchemy. I've already learned it, let me show you. With that, he extended a finger to demonstrate to everyone. You have used flesh differentiation technique and bone manipulation technique rationality. 9. His index finger began to change, with the top joint splitting into 5. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 smaller index fingers, and then each smaller index finger split again. Puff! Seeing this scene, Wei Fan spat out the water in her mouth, and the others gaped in astonishment. Fortunately, they had already become accustomed to the bizarre scenes in Bai Yi's shelter and had developed some resistance, so they did not lose their rationality due to this sight. Siesu, sitting next to Bai Yi, couldn't help but reach out to touch the transformed finger. Dog brother, can you control them? As soon as he touched them, the fingers that had split from the index finger tightly grasped him. Siesu tried to pull his hand back, but found it utterly impossible. So amazing. The others also crowded around to personally experience it. When Li Zihua came out looking refreshed, everyone had basically finished eating, and Ling Luo had also served up the 2 dishes that Li Zihua usually enjoyed the most. He ate while listening to the conversations of those around him. Upon learning about Bai Yi's new ability, he was astonished, got up, and observed closely for a long time, asking many professional questions. Bai Yi couldn't answer it all, so he simply let Ling Luo come out to explain. Thus, Li Zihua ate while asking questions, and Ling Luo answered in detail. A few minutes later, everyone had finished eating. They sat in their seats, carried by the flesh fungus blanket, to a new table. Next, it was time to discuss serious matters. The casual chat came to an end. Zhang Jun was the first to speak. According to Dog Brother's discovery, the white mist has changed again, which means we are about to fall into danger once more. Hearing this, Siesu nodded. What we need to pay attention to is that I don't know what this change will bring. Will there be new abnormal states like the black mist? Are the items effective in the black mist still applicable in this new event? We don't know about any of this. Li Zihua looked at Siesu and asked, "Can't foresight see this? I can't look too far into the future anymore. I've been marked by that unhearable existence." Siesu let out a bitter smile, then sent a screenshot. Gaze beyond time abnormal state during the marking period. Your spirit will be protected by him, significantly increasing your rational resistance and making you immune to all mental attacks from beings of lower rank than him. A coordinate marked by a great existence from beyond time. He is still 180 million years away from you. This. Several people did not expect that Siesu would silently encounter such a serious crisis. Bai Yi thought of the fleshy planet he encountered earlier. Just a glance caused his rationality to drop to 1 point. If it weren't for the effect of his talent, he would have probably been mutated by now. As for Siesu, he was specifically targeted. Bai Yi could not imagine what would happen, but it certainly wouldn't end well. The others were also shocked by this news. Wang Zi stood up, her brow furrowed, and angrily said, "Why didn't you tell us about this earlier?" Siesu shrugged. "Would it have made any difference if I had?" Hearing this, Wang Zi opened her mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. She sat down dejectedly, her expression one of disappointment. She felt like crying. Since that crisis, she hadn't shed a single tear. Wang Zi thought she had grown, that she could face threats calmly, no longer just crying like before. But now, apart from crying, she could do nothing. She wanted to say, "We can help each other, or everyone will help find a solution," but in the face of the great existence, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Looking at the silent crowd, Siesu clapped his hands and laughed nonchalantly. "Everyone shouldn't worry so much. I still have 180 million years of distance from that unhearable existence, so we have plenty of time. It's overly alarmist to worry about this now. Whether I can live until he comes looking for me is another story. Who knows, I might suddenly die just when he's about to arrive, and wouldn't that be a wasted trip for him?" Ha ha. Clearly this cold joke did not amuse the others. It was still Bai Yi who broke the silence. 180 million years, is that a light year? Is it time, not distance? Siesu nodded. Yes, he seems to have transcended the constraints of time and can traverse the timeline. I was marked for looking into the future timeline. Is his traversing speed fast? Li Zihua joined the discussion. He moves through time very quickly, but the distance between us is too great. At his current speed, it would still take at least 1 to 2 years. Siesu shook his head. His response made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. 1 to 2 years was indeed a long time. They had only been in the Misty Land for just over a month. The dangers that lay ahead were unknown, and whether they could survive until then was still uncertain. From this perspective, at least during this period, this abnormal state was beneficial and harmless to Siesu, as that mental protection was always in effect. At this moment, Tang Zheng clapped his hands, saying, "I understand now, so there's no need to worry at all. 1 or 2 years is just too far away." His sudden shout startled Wei Fun and Zhang Jun on either side, but soon they also smiled. Wang Zi's expression was the most varied, shifting from worry to surprise, and then from surprise to anger. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she glared at Siesu, gritting her teeth. "You knew all along, then why did you say that before? You did it on purpose." Siesu wore a mischievous smile. "No, I couldn't explain everything all at once. Ling Luo, clear a patch of land for me." "Dog, you're dead." The first half of her sentence was directed at the shelter, while the second half was aimed at Siesu. Bai Yi silently approved of Wang Zi's request. Siesu had just tricked him as well, so he needed to teach him a lesson. "All right," the agreed Ling Luo responded, and then the fleshy fungal blanket on the ground surged to the side, revealing the grass beneath. Meanwhile, Wang Zi threw 2 seeds into the soil. Before long, 2 pea shooters grew at a visible speed, their dark mouths aimed at Siesu. "Fire!" Wang Zi coldly commanded. "No, big sister, it shouldn't be this way. Dog brother, won't you take care of her?" Siesu sensed the impending danger, taking 2 steps back and pretending to surrender. But no one spoke up for him. Clearly, he had offended everyone present. One by one, the peas came flying like cannonballs, and Siesu could only dodge clumsily. After holding on for a while, the assault stopped. Siesu dryly laughed at Wang Zi. "All right, that's enough. You've already fired a round, and your pea shooters are out of bullets. Can I apologize now?" Hearing his words, Wang Zi let out a cold laugh, and then threw out 3 more seeds. Meanwhile, the previous 2 pea shooters actually pulled their roots out and wiggled over to the new empty patch to replant themselves. "Go apologize to my bullets." After a chaotic flurry, everyone returned to their seats, and the interrupted meeting continued. Xie's face had swollen up like a pig's head, and he muttered indignantly, "This isn't fair. A team protection is not just for show, is it?" Of course this was just a fit of anger. Without team protection, Su wouldn't have only sustained some surface injuries. Everyone present knew this, so they dared to joke around without restraint. Ignoring the hilariously aggrieved Su, they discussed countermeasures, but due to missing information, they couldn't come up with a concrete plan. With no other choice, they had to adopt the most conservative strategy: stay in the shelter and wait for the white mist to finish transforming before attempting to explore as a group. The reason for such conservatism was that they weren't sure whether this mist would affect people, so they simply decided not to take risks. However, exploration afterward was necessary. Danger certainly existed, but opportunities must coexist with danger. This was one of the rules summarized by the Ashen Echoes regarding the Misty Land. After everything was discussed, the meeting came to a close, and everyone returned to their own tasks. Bai Yi felt quite emotional about this. Su had acquired a mental defense method even higher than that of Blessing of the Stars. Wang Zi had also developed a transferable pea shooter, and it was now ready for practical use. Bai Yi believed that not just the two of them, but everyone else had made progress. This was undoubtedly a good thing. The stronger the teammates, the higher the probability of their small team surviving. Thinking of this, he chuckled softly. Online novels are indeed unreliable. How could there be a reason for one to progress, while others remain stagnant? However, this feeling isn't so bad either. On this day, due to the subtle changes in the fog, there were not many who noticed it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after the forum was opened, Bai Yi posted a message to spread this news. The new changes in the Misty Land. Author Lonely Wolf, Ash Echo. 70000. Since its release, the number of likes has been growing at a visible rate, and the comments section is filled with discussions about the changes in the White Mist. No way, it just calmed down for a few days, and it started again. They really leave no way out. The White Mist has changed. How did I not notice? Is this happening in all regions? I don't think so, but hasn't happened here. Don't just assume based on your opinion. If you don't need your eyes, you might as well donate them. This isn't a secret. Many guilds have posted about it too. Yes, I saw that the 9th Division, all being Shushan, and the Eternal Holy Palace all posted about it. After releasing the post, Bai Yi did not pay attention to the comments section. Spreading this news was a unanimous decision made by their team during the day. The sooner players know about the news, the sooner they might discover the danger, increasing their chances of obtaining useful information. Afterward, Bai Yi browsed through some posts from other guilds. The information was mostly about the White Mist changing again, but with their own analyses added. Due to the lack of information, most analyses were mere speculation lacking reference value, and Bai Yi was too lazy to read them in detail. Just as he was about to log out, a post in the Essence section shot up rapidly, visibly gaining likes at an alarming rate. When Humanity's Stars Shine. Author by Xiaosheng. Likes 98 million. My name is Yi Tianya, and I am an orphan. Before coming here, I was an intermediary. Over a month ago, I was pulled into the Misty Land. This strange and dangerous world makes me feel suffocated every moment. I do not wish to upgrade my shelter, nor do I want to fight. I just want to go back to my previous peaceful life. But it's no longer possible. Everything is for the sake of survival, isn't it? To survive, I began to gather resources. To survive, I started exploring everywhere. To survive, I joined a team. To survive, I killed. Everything is for the sake of survival. I established a guild leveraging my experience as an intermediary to gather intelligence. For me, this means I don't have to risk my life personally. I seem to have found a way to survive. I succeeded. Bai Xiaosheng quickly expanded and gained ample supplies, so I began recruiting people and established a combined shelter. Just when I thought I had stabilized my footing, the feast arrived. The shelter soon could not hold on, and just when I thought it was over for me, many guild members volunteered. They said they would go out and fight the foreign demons, reducing their numbers, while also lowering the overall strength of the combined shelter, thus reducing the difficulty. They said that my act of purchasing information and then sharing it for free was noble. They said I shouldn't die now. I can help more people by living. They said. But what they didn't know was that it was merely a pie I painted for them. Sharing information for free was just a way to raise my profile, laying the groundwork for future paid information. I deceived them. From the beginning to the end, my only goal was to survive. Yet they believed it. No matter how I explained, they remained steadfast in their faith. Even if I angrily grabbed their collars and shouted at them, telling them about this damned situation and that the truly damned one was me. But they just smiled and said it was merely my ramblings. This was the first time I hated myself so much, or I hated my hypocrisy, hated my cowardice, hated why I had to make everything look so beautiful. Thus a group of 20-something young men died because of my lies. The things I held on to so tightly, they let go of so easily. I thought for a long time before I realized. Some things are greater than life. I no longer fear death. In fact, I began to anticipate it. Because I know that a group of like-minded companions are waiting for me there. But I cannot die yet. Oh, I have understood my mission, and I must continue my unfinished cause. I think it is not just me. Many people have encountered similar situations. Here I earnestly request everyone not to let their sacrifices be quietly buried in history. Bai Shaosheng will record everything. Starting today, Bai Shaosheng will permanently archive the human deeds of others' sacrifices and include them in When Humanity's Stars Shine, to be remembered forever. Rest assured, we guarantee with our lives that all recorded individuals and events are real occurrences. Lastly, I want to say, comrades, this is not an amusement park. We are no longer children. We are adults engaged in a damned war. We do not know who the other side is, nor do we know their intentions. We even cannot ascertain how many humans remain. But it doesn't matter, because we only have one way out, and that is victory. There is another way, death. Death does not belong to humanity. Bai Yi stared blankly at this preface. At the very bottom, there was a link. Clicking it would take one to a directory filled with various accounts. Bloody pollution warriors who knew they would die. Undying spores, the death relay among strangers. Silent death, the longest love confession. The cruel meat grinder, the ever-charging warrior. The dark guild, the curtain call of the iron behemoths. Clicking on the directory would directly jump to the corresponding post, and Bai Yi opened them one by one. The accounts recorded above had no flowery language or pretentious sentiments. Bai Shaosheng merely used the most straightforward language to describe the most radiant aspects of humanity. Bai Yi read them one by one, pausing for a long time on the sections of the team leader Bai Yi and others, with the comments below being very neat. The most vicious willingly face death. Long live humanity. Fear is the instinct of living beings. Courage is the anthem of humanity. Long live humanity. Long live humanity. There were many posts, and Bai Yi did not read them all. When he exited Bai Xiaosheng's homepage, he found that many organizations had reposted Bai Xiaosheng's post. 9th Division, death does not belong to humanity. Reposted, When Humanity's Stars Shine, Bai Xiaosheng. All beings, death does not belong to humanity. Reposted, When Humanity's Stars Shine, Bai Xiaosheng. Dawn's light, death does not belong to humanity. Reposted, When Humanity's Stars Shine, Bai Xiaosheng. In addition, many ordinary players also shared this excellent post. It was also the first time Bai Yi learned that posts could be shared. He studied it briefly, and then also reposted this post. Lonely wolf, death does not belong to humanity. Reposted, When Humanity's Stars Shine, Bai Xiaosheng. That night the name Bai Xiaosheng resonated throughout the Misty Land. Of course, along with the fame came trouble. However, Bai Yi believed in Yi Tianya. Since he chose this path, he could only continue moving forward no matter what. With the forum closed, Bai Yi also set aside his journal. He looked out the window. It was pitch black outside with no colors visible. He had no idea what tomorrow would hold. Carrying this worry, he entered the medical pod and fell into a deep sleep under the mask's influence. Weather clear, location Misty Land, time 0700 m. Temperature 1521. Bai Yi looked out the window with a grave expression. What had been barely visible colors yesterday had already replaced most of the white mist today. The mist, tinged with green and purple, appeared not only harmless, but also emitted a peculiar aura. In the dreamlike mist there seemed to be a unique allure. This feeling sent chills down Bai Yi's spine. Similarly, his second talent, the rhythm of all things, still failed to perceive the existence of the mist, a fact Bai Yi had grown accustomed to. Of course, no matter how much the outside world changed, life had to go on. Bai Yi suppressed his unease and went to the wishing well for today's lottery. The highest value obtained from the wish was a piece of spiritual metal, which he put away. After finishing this, he opened the group chat. Wafen, the changes in the mist outside are significant. It should completely transform in the next day or two. Siesu, yes, I calculated that at this speed it should completely change by tomorrow. Zhang Zhun, will there be new anomalies then? Siesu, I don't know. Tang Zheng, should we explore together? Li Zihua, based on the last crisis, the initial actions are extremely dangerous, but we can't stay in a we should stick together. Wang Zi, so after the mist completely transforms, if nothing unexpected happens, shall we set off? Bai Yi, yes, everyone should be prepared. Wang Zi, then I will prepare some more seeds. Li Zihua, I will also pause the preparation of the rational potion. This potion cannot be made quickly. However, I have developed a new type of hemostatic spray in my spare time, and I will give each of you a few bottles then. Zhang Zhun, who will start the area exploration? I can go first to draw a map. Siesu, because of my shelter I definitely can't go. Wang Zi, what is going on with you? You've been hiding it from everyone, it's really not honest. Siesu, my utopian land makes any creature that enters lose all thoughts, only wanting to lie there motionless. Even I can't exempt myself. It's a rather useless ability, and Dog Brother can confirm I'm not lying. Seeing Siesu calling him in the group, Bai Yi didn't ignore it, and helped clarify. Bai Yi, I can confirm that Sieza's shelter is indeed very dangerous. Upon hearing Bai Yi speak, others quickly believed him, because Dog Brother never lies to them. That's his reputation. Wang Zi, how about we go to Zihua or Uncle Zhang's place? It should be a bit safer there. Wang Zi's words made everyone ponder. It's worth mentioning that on their first day here, they had already exchanged information. The area where Zhang Zhenwei, Fenli Zihua Tangzheng, and Wang Zi were located consisted of ordinary players without even a single fusion shelter. Later, some players also migrated to their area, but these players were much weaker, so there was no need to worry. After a while, Li Zihua finally spoke. Li Zihua, if they come here, safety can indeed be assured, but resources and information will definitely not be as comprehensive as Dog Brothers. It's quite possible that after working hard for a long time, we wouldn't even gather the most basic information. This thought coincided with Bai Yi, so he agreed. Bai Yi, I also think so. If it's just for safe exploration, it's better to stay directly in the shelter. Csu 1 Wang Zi, I understand. Thus, after making the decision, everyone unanimously agreed to explore in the area where Bai Yi was located. Throughout, no one mentioned Wang Zi's area. Next came the tense preparation time. Bai Yi first provided maintenance services for the bone feather blade and blood meat pistol, as well as ammunition supply, and repaired Zhang Zhen's great sword. Among them, Csu Tangzheng and Wang Zi's weapons were already of top quality, and Bai Yi could no longer upgrade them. Csu's weapon was the boundary cutting line. Wang Zi still used that bow, but later she obtained a scroll from the wishing well that could enhance equipment by one level, maxing out at top quality, transforming the bow completely. Whispers of the Forest quality top grade durability 100100 description. The arrows you shoot will have their power increased by 300, and you can consume a bit of durability to shoot a powerful energy arrow. You can also consume 10 points of durability to shoot a giant energy arrow. Recover 5 points of durability every hour. Listen to the whispers of the forest. After obtaining this scroll, Wang Zi flaunted it in the group for several days. It was clear that she had felt quite wrong before. As for Tangzheng, he obtained a platinum treasure chest during the feast and successfully opened a master-level weapon. As the price for obtaining the chest, the ammunition for the sniper rifle in his hands was exhausted, and the gun had also been damaged. Weapon box quality master durability 100100 description. You can transform it into any weapon according to your imagination, provided you understand every inch of its structure. There is an upper limit to the weapon's destructive power. Imagination is the most powerful weapon. For ordinary people, this equipment might only manifest some cold weapons. But for a special forces soldier proficient in firearms, the potential of this equipment is far beyond that. Li Zihua, Wei Fun, and Zhang Zhen did not focus on enhancing combat power. Li Zihua primarily worked on the rational potion, and he also prepared many healing injections, rational recovery potions, hemostatic sprays, and other medicines. Hemostatic spray quality fine description. The sprayed liquid forms a resilient sterile oxidized membrane to stop bleeding. Wei Fun was engrossed in making armor. Her top quality equipment, the fiber cocoon garment, was almost upgraded to master level. As for Zhang Zhen, he was so fond of mining that he had pieced together a complete set of top quality mining gear. With one swing of the pickaxe, one piece of raw, or turned into 4 or 5. Moreover, he could mine and process any type of, or on-site. He even bought a space equipment at a high price. Undersized mining cart quality top grade durability 100100 description. A cart that can only carry minerals with a maximum capacity of 2 tons. Push, my dear little cart. According to Zhang Zhen himself, his current mineral reserves are enough to last through 2 more feasts. In response, Bai Yi could only say how terrifying it was. The weather was clear, the location was the Misty Land, and the time was 6:20 am. The temperature ranged from 17 to 21 degrees Celsius. The mist resembled emerald green jade, and like ethereal amethyst, it slowly spread in the air. With a crystalline sheen, dreamlike and ephemeral, it appeared to be a flowing satin woven at the boundary between reality and illusion. Gazing at the mist outside the window, even Bai Yi could not help but marvel at its surreal beauty. The abnormal states in the information panel did not include any new entries indicating that the mist had no adverse effects on the players. This left him somewhat uncertain. Could it be that the system deemed the difficulty too high and therefore did not impose any restrictions on the mist? He did not know, but with an arrow knocked, he had to shoot. Before his teammates arrived by, he took a moment to make a wish at the wishing well for the day, receiving only some basic supplies. By 7 am, his teammates arrived one after another at Bai Yi's shelter, fully armed and prepared for all contingencies. Li Zihua began distributing the potions, which were stored in soft bottles resembling a miniaturized hot water bag. The bottles were rectangular and flat, making them easy to carry while also being resistant to damage. Moreover, the 4 types of potions, rationality potion, inferior rationality recovery elixir, hemostasis spray, and wound healing injector, were placed in soft bottles of different colors for easy identification. Among them, the wound healing injector was equipped with a micro needle at the opening, while the hemostasis spray had a small pressurized nozzle. The potions were quickly distributed. Zhang Jun also took out the map he had drawn after scouting Bai Yi's place yesterday. His mental state had reached 9.7, which meant the range of the map had expanded to 4,850 meters. The map marked many mineral points, but there were no creatures, and all treasure chests had vanished. This was simply a paradise for miners. At least after yesterday's exploration, Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with greed, eager to rush out and mine all those resources. However, he managed to suppress that urge and refrained from doing so. At this moment, Su spoke up. I tried going outside this morning and did not trigger any new abnormal states. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement and then took one last look at his personal information panel. Bai Yi, healthy, age 30, strength 26, 5 mentality 10, 8 physique 26, 8 increased by consuming spiritual rice, psychological state, normal rationality 200200, abnormal states. My heart is at peace, the wails of the dead, insulation of the guardian, blessings of the stars, talent, steel, will, harmony of all things, passive knowledge, mastery, beginner, blood alchemy, boiling blood, flesh bone transformation, bone manipulation, flesh differentiation, equipment phase, ring bone, feather blade X. 5. A shepherd's mercy, modified windproof lighter, revolver bullets X 500. Emergency medical pod X 6. Ashes, echo uniform, aerodynamic, shoes, multifunctional flesh, knife, universal bone, screwdriver, small round shield. Description, an unknown species cloaked in human skin. Alchemy variants, beginner, blood alchemy 1. Boiling blood, when activated it consumes 1 point of rationality per second, causing your blood to boil and burn. During the burning process, your body remains in peak condition and your blood becomes flammable. 2. Flesh bone transformation, consumes rationality to convert the flesh and bones your body touches into bones, flesh, with the amount of rationality consumed depending on the scale of the transformation. 3. Bone manipulation, consumes rationality to proliferate and manipulate your own bones or the bones you touch. The amount of rationality consumed depends on the scale of the manipulation. Once the spell is revoked, the bones return to their original state. 4. Flesh differentiation, consumes rationality to promote growth and differentiation of your own flesh or flesh you touch. The amount of rationality consumed depends on the scale of the manipulation. Once the spell is revoked, the flesh returns to its original state. To be learned. After confirming there were no issues, Bai Yi said, let's set off. In the dreamlike mist, 7 people dressed in uniform attire advanced steadily in formation. At the forefront were Bai Yi and Xiao Bai, tasked with sensing surrounding dangers and blocking the first wave of threats. Behind them stood Wei Fun and Zhang Jun side by side, protecting Li Zihua and Wang Zi at the rear. Next was Tang Zheng. If there were an attack from behind, he would be responsible for defense. Finally, at the back was Xie Su, whose talent ensured that the team would not be ambushed from behind. The team members maintained an appropriate distance from each other, ensuring that their movements were unhindered while being able to support one another at any time. The speed of the team's advance was not too slow, as neither Bai Yi's harmony of all things nor Zhang Zhen's map indicated the presence of any aberrant monsters. Of course, one could not rule out the existence of aberrant monsters capable of hiding their rhythms, so everyone remained vigilant. They quickly traversed the 4-kilometer radius, and the area around them remained unchanged from Bai Yi's previous explorations. Everything being normal was the greatest abnormality. The changes in the mist surely brought about dangers. They were temporarily unaware of this, was the consensus among all players. This was also the reason why the Ashes Echo team ventured out. The earlier dangers were discovered, the greater the chance of survival. Thus the group did not return home, but instead rested in place. Zhang Zhen once again used his talent, universal perception, and then redrew a map. Universal perception active, consumes 30 points of rationality to conduct a mental 500 meters range survey, including minerals, equipment, special items, creatures, etc., with a cooldown of 1 hour. However, this time the map differed from before. In one corner of the map, a square box had appeared. What is this? Is it a new discovery like a treasure chest? Wei Fan asked curiously upon seeing the marked box. Hearing this, Li Zihua and Wang Zi also came over to take a look. Bai Yi, Xie Su, and Tang Zheng did not move. Their positions formed a triangle protecting the others in the center. Zhang Zhen nodded. Yes, when I activated my talent, my perspective resembled a godlike view in a game. Ordinary buildings and the ground were completely transparent, with only a thin frame at the edges. Resources, creatures, and the like would shine, which you already know. However, just now in my talent, I saw a square that was similar in color to the mist. The square was large, approximately 100 meters in size. I do not know what it is, but I am certain that it is a new change caused by the mist. Hearing his words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and their expressions grew increasingly serious. They had found it. The hidden things within the mist had finally revealed themselves, and they could now directly interact with it. However, this also meant they would have to face danger hidden. Bai Yi's dark golden eyes scanned the group. Their faces showed a mix of ease and concern, but there was no trace of fear or retreat. His expression remained calm. Let's see what tricks the Misty Land has in store for us this time. The crowd did not explore comprehensively. Instead, they followed the map's guidance directly to the marked point. The marked point was about 2 kilometers away, not too far. If nothing unexpected happened, they would arrive in no more than half an hour. Well, if nothing unexpected happened. 50 minutes later, Bai Yi's grip on the map tightened. He looked around at the crisscrossing roads and suddenly felt an urge to destroy everything. Sweat began to form on his forehead, and a vein throbbed at his temple. Why couldn't this damned area be flat? Why are there so many twists and turns? This damned map, why couldn't it be 3D? Not even a single navigation route. Indeed, Bai Yi was lost. It wasn't entirely his fault. He had followed the map's direction, but as he walked, he realized he had ended up on the rooftop of a building with no path forward. Or perhaps he had inexplicably ended up underground and had to climb back up. What was most frustrating was that Bai Yi was sure there were no anomalies affecting his mental state, meaning his inability to find a way out was purely his own fault. This was what really drove him to the edge. The few people behind him followed obediently. In fact, they had sensed something was off about 20 minutes ago, but Bai Yi's pale face was terrifying. When they made eye contact, the squad members felt as if a desert eagle, without its safety, was being pressed against their foreheads. It was too horrifying. Thus, they chose to remain silent. Even the little white beside them was astute enough to keep quiet. Bai Yi brought his group to a location, looked down at the map, then raised his head to look ahead. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared in his resolute golden eyes. According to the map's guidance, they only needed to walk a few hundred meters further to reach the marked point. But what puzzled Bai Yi was why there was a wall in front of him. He instinctively looked back. "Uncle Zhang, is there a problem with this map?" Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, although the squad remained expressionless, their faces visibly reddened. "Don't laugh. If you do, dog brother will definitely kill you." Wang Zi tucked her left hand behind her back, fiercely pinching the back of her thigh. The others were no better off. They were all trying to control their expressions in their own ways. Ahem. Zhang Zhen coughed heavily twice to suppress all emotions, and then stepped forward to take the map. "Well, it's not your fault, dog brother. This area is indeed very convoluted. Anyone leading would be confused here. However, I often mine underground and have ample experience. Let me lead the way." Since they had not encountered any anomalies along the way, everyone remained vigilant, but they were no longer as jumpy as when they first set out. Afterward, under Zhang Zhen's guidance, they twisted and turned, finally approaching their destination. The moment they turned the corner, Bai Yi finally saw the full view of the marked point on the map. Not far away, a massive pure black cube stood upright on the ground with its edges faintly visible in the mist. Everyone maintained vigilance as they slowly approached, and the metallic cube became clearer. Bai Yi noticed that the base of the cube never truly touched the soil. There was about a centimeter gap between the base and the ground, as if gravity had failed here. Moreover, the black surface of the cube emitted a metallic sheen, yet it was not an ordinary mirror-like surface, but rather a kind of liquid memory alloy, occasionally emitting some unknown fluctuations. As they approached, their reflections appeared on the surface of the cube, elongated into ghostly pale trails. This sci-fi-like cube left the group somewhat at a loss. Suddenly, the log vibrated, and a new page quietly appeared. Fantasy architecture, delirium medium, building a cube, building composed of liquid metal with a side length of 100 meters, indestructible players can enter. Everyone saw this information. Bai Yi took a few steps back, straining to see through the mist. He noticed part of the cube was embedded in a tall building, fitting seamlessly, as if it had always grown that way. He walked to the interface and found that, like the ground, there was also a 1 centimeter gap between the building's wall and the cube. Then he closed his eyes and focused. Bai Yi did not know how to describe this rhythm. The only word he could find was cruel. A very cruel rhythm. "It's indeed very fantastical," Bai Yi said. Siesu stepped forward, reaching out to try to touch the cube. "Wait, you just touch it like that?" Wang Zi exclaimed in surprise. Siesu did not stop, but explained, "Did the log not say that players can enter? Any danger should be inside. Moreover, I used my talent to see that touching it won't be dangerous. Look." As he spoke, he placed his hand on it. At the same time, the seemingly hard metal surface began to ripple. Then Siesu's hand slowly began to sink into the cube, and he pulled it back out again. "What now? Are we going in?" Tang Zheng seemed a bit confused. Wei Fan shook her head. "We don't know the situation inside. Going in is no different from seeking death." "That's true, but if we don't go in, will we just go back like this?" "Then we still won't gain anything," Li Zihua said. In response, Wei Fan offered her opinion. "We can go to the forum later to gather information." The few of them each held their ground. Bai Yi raised his hand to signal them to stop arguing, then looked at Siesu. "Can you see what will happen after we enter?" The latter immediately understood Bai Yi's thoughts, his expression turning serious. Relying on foresight to judge the dangers inside is indeed a good method. "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it." "Don't force it. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yi reminded him. Siesu nodded, then said, I will extend my entry point a bit more. If anything goes wrong, remember to pull me out and get away from here. Hearing Siesu's words, Bai Yi extended his left hand. You have used the flesh differentiation technique. Reason 9. His left hand began to split from the forearm, transforming into 4 or 5 fleshy tendrils. The tendrils then extended quickly, wrapping around Siesu's body, firmly securing him. After doing all this, Bai Yi looked at Siesu and nodded at him. Siesu paused, took a deep breath, then stepped into the cube with most of his body and activated his talent. Hiss! The next second his expression suddenly twisted, and he couldn't help but gasp. In the instant of his expression changing, Bai Yi's left hand tightened, directly pulling Siesu out. Then everyone quickly retreated, stopping about 100 meters away from the cube. Li Zihua was the first to rush up, quickly checking Siesu's body and finding no injuries. It was an attack of the mental sort, Li Zihua said to the others. Then little Xie should be fine, he has defensive means. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun spoke to comfort everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Siesu's condition began to stabilize. He no longer cried out in pain, and his expression gradually calmed. After a while, he finally recovered. He suddenly opened his eyes, speaking with lingering fear. I felt like many things were stuffed into my head. It was. Siesu didn't finish his sentence when a rhythm suddenly appeared in Bai Yi's perception range 100 meters. It was other players. At the same time, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Autism has been triggered. Due to the earlier incident, Siesu had not yet recovered, so he didn't have time to activate his talent. Bai Yi's perception range of the rhythm of all things was only 100 meters, leaving him unable to react in time. In the next second, the black cube suddenly began to expand, rushing towards the crowd with the force of a mountain crushing down. The surrounding buildings were effortlessly crushed and reduced to rubble. Open. Steel bone will activated rationality 100, current rationality 100200. Obtain 3x enhancement. You used bone manipulation technique rationality 7. Bai Yi reacted the fastest, and he simultaneously activated his talent and bone manipulation technique. The bones behind him extended and quickly wrapped around his teammate's waist. Strength 30-26. 5. Constitution 30-26. 8. His calves tightened, and then he forcefully stomped the ground. The marble beneath his feet suddenly cracked, and Bai Yi shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Xiao Bai followed closely behind. The man and the wolf quickly ran into the distance, their speed subtly matching the expanding speed of the cube. However, due to the complexity of the terrain, their actual speed was slightly slower. Meanwhile, the teammates being led by Bai Yi were not idle. Siesu felt somewhat weak and had not yet regained his combat strength, while Zhang Jun and Wei Fun were melee fighters. Even with handguns, they couldn't aim due to the overwhelming speed. Wang Zi, on the other hand, continuously shot arrows, with her bow remaining extremely accurate even at such high speeds, clearing obstacles ahead of Bai Yi and Xiao Bai. Tang Zheng was not to be outdone, wielding an assault rifle and continuously firing in an exceptionally standard posture. Everything seemed slow, but in reality only 2 to 3 seconds had passed, and Bai Yi had not yet picked up speed, having run less than 100 meters. Suddenly a wall appeared not far ahead. Bai Yi sensed the rhythm of the cube behind him. Xiao Bai, stay behind me. Dog brother, charge directly, leave the wall to me. 2 voices rang out in succession. You used bone manipulation technique rationality 20. The bones proliferated again, and the familiar white bone armor covered his body once more. At the same time, Tang Zheng's assault rifle rapidly changed shape in his hands. Launcher sight mounting rail appeared one by one, and a rocket launcher quickly took form. Whoosh! The strong smell of gunpowder filled the air as a rocket flew toward the wall. Bai Yi did not slow down, but instead proliferated a thick bone shield in front of each squad member. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, creating a large hole in the wall with exposed steel reinforcing bars at the edges. The shattered stones hit the bones like bullets, producing a series of bang-bang sounds. Bai Yi quickly passed through the wall, his rhythm of all things detecting several players lying on the ground not far away. One of them he recognized. She had posted a photo in the regional channel. It was Yu Meng. However, she now bore no resemblance to the charming figure in the photo, looking disheveled and filled with terror as she gazed at the strange creature that had suddenly appeared. At that moment, Yu Meng was also quite frustrated. She had been exploring this area with several players from the Huan sect when they suddenly triggered autism. Then came a series of violent noises, and suddenly the wall in front of them exploded, unleashing a terrifying alien monster and a dog. Most critically, the alien monster had several players tied to its back. Fortunately, it seemed to have no interest in them, not even sparing them a glance. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief and intended to get up from the ground, she suddenly noticed that the wall beside her had disappeared. In its place was a metal wall moving toward her. In the next second, she and the nearby players were directly engulfed without causing any ripples. The perspective shifted back to Bai Yi. At this moment, he was still running desperately, entirely unconcerned with the cube behind him that had stopped expanding. After running nearly a kilometer, Bai Yi and Bai finally slowed down and came to a gradual stop. The others behind them were also dropped. A few of them felt somewhat unsteady on their feet, pausing to recover. Then Zhang spoke up. What on earth is going on? Bai Yi replied. Maybe the autism triggered some mechanism of the fantastical building. Dog brother is right. Su chimed in, shaking the logbook in his hand at the others. The logbook has new hints again. Upon hearing this, everyone checked. Fantastical building special structures generated in the fantastical mist autism may trigger certain mechanisms of the building. Opportunities always coexist with dangers. They saw that an explanation had been added to the originally blank name. So can we understand it this way? The building is equivalent to the treasure chest from before. Tang Zheng scratched his head and looked at the others. Wei Fan shook her head. No, there is some kind of danger inside the building, otherwise Xiao Su wouldn't have suffered so much just now. Her words prompted Wang Zi. Xia dog, what did you see just now? Xia Su hesitated for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I saw nothing, but I feel like I've changed, no longer human, and there are voices calling me nearby. Oh, it's very strange. Change. Not human. Voices. Is this the danger within the building? Everyone fell into contemplation due to Xia Zu's words. The clues were too chaotic and they couldn't summarize any specific danger. After a while, Tang Zheng couldn't figure it out, so he simply changed the subject. So now if we want to become stronger, we must enter that fantastical building. Is that right? Xia Su nodded, but then shook his head. Not necessarily. If all dangers are inside the fantastical building, that means the outside is safe. Players can completely strengthen themselves by mining resources unless upgrading resources. Bai Yi and Xia Su spoke simultaneously, exchanging a glance, and Bai Yi gestured for the latter to continue. Xia Su did not hesitate and explained to the others. When you browse the forum, you should have noticed the requirements for upgrading an ordinary shelter to level 11, which includes many resources we've never heard of. Perhaps the methods to obtain those resources are within the fantastical building, and if players want to upgrade their shelters, they must enter the building. These words awakened everyone. Only Tang Zheng still seemed a bit confused, and he asked, isn't it safe outside? Can't we just not upgrade? Everyone looked at Tang Zheng. What's wrong? He felt a bit uncomfortable under the gazes of his teammates. Wei Fan whispered, did you forget about the banquet? Oh, I understand now. Tang Zheng suddenly clapped his hands. So there will definitely be similar abnormal states later to filter players, and those who don't meet the criteria will be eliminated. If we don't want to be eliminated, we must become stronger, which means we must enter the fantastical building. Wang Zi gave him a thumbs up. Zheng Gu is really smart. The others also praised him. He just so-so. Tang Zheng scratched his head, happily feeling a rise in his IQ. Finally, Bai Yi pulled the topic back on track. It seems that entering that cubic building is unavoidable. That's correct. Xia Su nodded in agreement, but then he changed his tone. However, we need to think clearly about how to enter, who will enter, and when to enter. Indeed, Zhang Zhen rubbed his chin. Yes, Dog Brother's talent has just entered cooldown, so he definitely can't go in now. Then let's return to the shelter and discuss it properly. Bai Yi spoke up. Although based on their previous conjectures there shouldn't be any danger outside for the time being, conjectures are just conjectures after all. Better safe than sorry. Thus, everyone decided not to continue exploring and returned to Bai Yi's shelter. So what are your thoughts, you and Dog Brother? Can you share? As soon as they entered the meeting room, Wang Zi looked at Xia Su and Bai Yi, waiting for their response. We definitely need to enter the fantastical building. Bai Yi was the first to provide a conclusion, so I plan to go in alone first and see what's inside. How can that be allowed? No way. Oh, whoa. Before he could finish, Zhang Zhen, Wang Zi, and Tang Zheng all spoke up to stop him. Xiao Bai was also tugging at his pant leg insistently. At this moment, Li Zihua spoke up, explaining, this isn't Dog Brother showing off. According to Xiego, entering will result in a mental attack. None of us have any means of resistance, so going in might not only fail to help him, but could become a burden instead. I also have means of resistance, I shouldn't hold them back. The more Wang Zi spoke, the quieter her voice became. Li Zihua's words made her realize that she indeed shouldn't go in, but she still wanted to do something. Wei Fan sighed beside her. Zi, do you really think you can compare your mental strength to that strange building? Even if you pass the judgment, can you guarantee you'll withstand 70 of the mental damage? This statement left several people utterly speechless. At this moment, Bai Yi spoke up. Don't feel like you owe me anything, whether or not you join the team. I will go in because it will make me stronger. And my strength is the greatest in the team, so it's just right to gather some information. It's a win-win situation. Although his tone was cold, everyone had come to understand Bai Yi well over time. Although he claimed it was for himself, in reality, it was to avoid casualties in the team. However, his reasoning was too compelling for others to refute at the moment. At this time, a hand suddenly raised. I say, have you all forgotten about me? I'm going in with Dog Brother. That should be fine. Ciesu raised his hand and walked over to Bai Yi, placing a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. Both of us can resist mental attacks along with Dog Brother's combat power and my talent. It's just a medium-sized fantastical building. If anything unexpected happens, then all players might as well just commit suicide right there. Ciesu winked at everyone. The previously tense atmosphere was successfully diffused by his humor. Others had nothing to say. Everyone was a reasonable person. Although they wanted to help, they were more afraid of dragging others down due to uncertainty. Thus, this matter was quickly settled. Bai Yi and Ciesu would enter the building to gather information. After the matter was concluded, Tang Zheng suddenly said, "By the way, those players who triggered the loneliness syndrome with us before seemed to have been dragged in." Hearing this, everyone looked at Tang Zheng. Due to their angles, they hadn't seen the other players at all. Only Tang Zheng and Bai Yi had seen them. Yeah. Bai Yi, holding the log, responded to his question while speaking in the area. "Those are people from the Huan sect. I have already contacted their sect master to inform them of this matter. I've also reached an agreement with him. If those players return later, we can purchase some information from inside." Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng gave a thumbs up. Dog Brother is truly considerate. After that, things became simpler. Others first returned to their shelters to rest for a while. Then they came back to Bai Yi's shelter to start a new round of modifications. The previous modifications had been halted due to uncertainty about the impending danger. It was necessary to ensure the integrity of their combat power. Now that it was confirmed, there was no need to delay further, and they could start early. Ciesu did not modify anything due to tomorrow's actions. Bai Yi, on the other hand, sat on the sofa, resuming his practice and development of the rhythm of all things. He was troubled by today's events. Due to his studies in blood-flesh differentiation technique, he hadn't practiced his second talent for a while. The coverage of the rhythm remained at 100 meters, which made him unable to avoid those players, leading to subsequent events. The practice continued until midnight, and Bai Yi finally expanded the perception range of the rhythm to 105 meters. In between, he took a moment to glance at the forum where many posts discussed the newly appeared fantastical buildings. Among them, there were numerous examples of players inadvertently triggering the loneliness syndrome by entering the fantastical buildings. Moreover, the reactions of different buildings varied. Some buildings had no incidents. The loneliness syndrome caused no trouble for players, and they even chatted for a while. Some buildings revealed many powerful and unfamiliar monsters from within that crazily chased the players, with only one player managing to escape by sheer luck due to their talent. Some buildings underwent strange changes, including, but not limited to, expansion, collapse, disappearance, etc. Some players voluntarily entered the buildings, but never came out, leaving everyone unaware of what they encountered inside. Moreover, fantastical buildings also have levels: small buildings, medium buildings, and large buildings. The first two types were still normal. Large buildings, however, were quite different. According to the photos uploaded by Bai Shaoxing, it was a towering structure that pierced the heavens. However, the tower seemed somewhat illusory, not yet fully solidified, and the log did not display a name, only indicating it as a large building. According to comments, this illusory tower appeared in many regions, with many people sharing their own region's illusory towers. A cross-regional tower. Bai Yi murmured to himself. It is worth mentioning that players have already started selling an item that can evade the loneliness syndrome. Megaphone quality, premium durability, 100100 description, can record sounds and release them repeatedly with a loud volume, covering a range of 150 meters. Shall we get hyped up? Bai Yi admired the ingenuity of whoever thought of this. It was simple yet effective, and the price was cheap, suitable for all ages. After practicing his talent, he stretched and planned to go to sleep. A massive figure blocked his path. Xiao Bai growled lowly. They had completely ignored it while discussing earlier. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi smiled and turned around, heading toward the roof. Xiao Bai, it seems we haven't chatted in a long time. The night is nice today. Shall we talk? A woo. Weather clear. Location misty. Land time 0710 m. Temperature 1117. The team skill Eternal Bond has entered cooldown. Eternal Bond active shields against the abnormal state loneliness syndrome for 10 hours. Cooldown 72 hours. Don't underestimate the bond between us. Through the comfort from last night, Xiao Bai accepted Bai Yi's decision to go alone. After bidding farewell to everyone, Bai Yi and Ciesu walked out of the shelter, one after the other, arriving at the fantastical building Delirium. I'm going in. Bai Yi stood before the building, gazing at the restored cube, and spoke to Ciesu, who stood 100 meters behind him. He then entered the cube. Ciesu approached, as well, stopping in front of the cube, the mirror-like walls faintly reflecting his face. He brushed his hair slowly and forcefully, moving his facial muscles. The playful expression that once adorned his face vanished. His face hardened like an iceberg, eyes filled with an imperceptible despair, yet burning with a hope, as if grasping at a lifeline. In the next moment, he returned to his previous playful demeanor, as if the fearsome expression from earlier was just an illusion. Ciesu stepped into the cube. The cube stood still, and soon after a wisp of dreamlike mist slowly flowed towards the building. Bai Yi's memory froze at the moment he entered the building. Upon entering the cube, he felt as if he had plunged into the deep sea, sinking deeper and deeper. At the same time, many memories inexplicably surfaced in his mind. His 8 legs moved in a rhythmic manner, advancing toward the prey ensnared in the web, his bulging eyes fixed on a nearby beetle, and then his tongue shot out suddenly. He crouched low behind the withered grass, waiting silently for the approaching deer. A myriad of memories was forcibly shoved into Bai Yi's brain, and he began to feel that he was no longer human, but rather a creature preparing to hunt. However, as the colors in his mind swirled, the twisted fragments of Bai Yi's memories began to disintegrate and shatter, subsequently absorbed by the colors. Bai Yi's own consciousness regained dominance. Meanwhile, the wisp of mist outside finally drew near the cube, slowly seeping into the building like flowing water. In the next moment, the originally 100-meter diameter cube seemed to have received some kind of supreme command. It was successfully activated and began to expand once more. This time the building did not cease its expansion, but instead expanded wildly, as if to engulf the world. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. When the cube finally stopped, its edge length had reached an astonishing 1 kilometer. Several unfortunate players were caught in the sudden expansion of the cube. From a distance, a gigantic cube measuring 1,000 meters in length, width, and height loomed over the ground. Its base still did not touch the earth, maintaining a 1-centimeter gap. Delirium, building a metal cube structure with edges measuring 1,000 meters, indestructible. The metal will evade upon touch, allowing players to enter. An unknown change has occurred. Players within the building were similarly affected. The colors in Bai Yi's mind began to lose their hue at an astonishing speed, with the entry of the wisp of mist gradually turning transparent and vanishing. Siesu experienced the same. The mark from the unhearable great existence seemed to be easily erased by the mist, as if it were a pencil being wiped by an eraser. Even the few members of the Hahuan sect who had unfortunately been caught in the building yesterday and thrown into the biological chain for survival trials were forcibly pulled out, entering an even more mysterious trial. Thus, unknown memories surged once again. However, unlike before, the new memories were no longer remnants of animal hunting, but rather a completely new set of memories. These memories pertained to species, civilization, death, and destruction. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as Bai Yi felt as if he had entered a bubble, after which he lost consciousness. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle. The once dark thoughts began to reveal a glimmer of light, as a strange sound seemed to come from a distant place, growing closer. Gradually, the rustling sounds became intelligible, and they grew clearer. Alas! What should we do? The new king has just undergone the gift of sight, and then suddenly fell unconscious. Moreover, the new king has been in a coma for 2 days. The old king can barely hold on, and the throne must be passed before the old king dies, or we will be finished. You're right, no matter the cost, we must awaken the new king and complete the passing of the throne, or otherwise we won't last a month. It's easy for you to say, oh, we've tried every method and nothing works. Didn't we send someone to find the remnants of the Shishi civilization? Did you find them? We found them, but don't forget we destroyed the Shishi civilization ourselves. They hate us to the core. How could they possibly help us? How about we look for a new one? Shut up. As a priest, how could you entertain such blasphemous thoughts? Is a king something that can just be replaced at will? You take the position, we all agree. Do you dare? Can you bear the cost of being a king? Hey, I was just saying I can't take it. You wait. I will definitely report this to the old king. A blasphemer like you does not deserve to live. So what should we do now? We can't just wait here. High priest, hurry and think of a way. It seemed that someone was arguing in his ear. The continuous sounds only added to his headache. So annoying, can they just shut up? He struggled to awaken. Wait a moment, don't shout. Just now the new king's finger seemed to move a bit. Come take a look. Suddenly the surroundings fell silent, and a few seconds later, even more annoying sounds erupted. Yes. The new king moved. The new king is alive. The new king is alive. We are saved. Quick, call the imperial physician, call the imperial physician. So annoying, really so annoying. His consciousness continued to struggle. He felt like a diver in the deep sea swimming upward. Around him was complete darkness with only a faint light in the distance. Thus he swam with all his might toward that light, exerting every ounce of energy. As he got closer to the surface, the surroundings grew brighter, and he was about to break free. The last remnants of darkness were replaced by light. He suddenly opened his eyes, and within his uniquely royal golden pupils it seemed as if flames were burning, emitting a mesmerizing glow. Seeing their king open his eyes, all the creatures surrounding him dared not act recklessly. They stepped back in unison, kneeling on one knee as a sign of respect. At this moment, he lay on a luxurious large bed adorned with bright red velvet sheets. The curtains cascaded down from the arched window, elegantly adorned with pearl tassels. The walls were covered with embroidered tapestries of golden threads beside, which stood a battle chariot carved from red coral adjacent to which was a hero's armor woven with silver threads in unique patterns. The top of the palace was adorned with totems of unknown creatures made from black and white marbles, with each part of the totems embedded with 0.5-carat gems. When the originally dim light penetrated through the stained glass, the floor, made of spiritual metal, would reveal a flowing violet aura. The luxurious sights before his eyes did not capture his attention. His thoughts were in disarray, feeling as if he had inexplicably gained numerous memories he had never had before. Who am I? I am Bai Yi. No. I am Bai. I am human. What is human? Is it the collective term for all civilizations? I have never heard of such a term. I am a Shi'erian. From the Shi'erian civilization. I am the new king of the Shi'erian civilization. I am about to undergo the inheritance ceremony. I am in the land of mist. Just now something seemed to flash in my mind. I am in the palace of Shi'erian city. Death is approaching. The destruction of civilization is drawing near. Must win. The battle for survival. Eliminate other civilizations. The Shi'erian civilization needs to replenish. I will lead the Shi'erian people. To survive. I am the new king. My esteemed king, is everything you said true? A creature knelt on the ground. It was a near fusion of a snake and a lizard, yet its form resembled that of a human. Its entire body was devoid of hair covered in scales. It was curled up within a wide silk robe, the bright red garment obscuring most of its body. The occasionally exposed parts were adorned with various exquisite ornaments that shimmered. Yet one could still see the decaying scales beneath the jewelry, remnants of pus and blood left as if tainted by some vile disease. Upon its head rested a beautiful crown made of 60% spiritual metal and 40% gold. At that moment, all the Shea people had been dispersed, leaving only the high priest and Bai in the room. The high priest lifted its head, its vertically slitted eyes filled with bloodshot veins displayed deep concern and a hint of barely perceptible resolve. Its voice was slightly hesitant. King, are you saying? You have forgotten everything. Bai corrected firmly. Not everything, I remember. I am the new king of the Shea civilization, and I will save you all. His words fell like boiling oil poured into water. Upon hearing this, the high priest's body trembled, and all doubt in its eyes vanished. Its eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, gazing at Bai with an almost fanatical expression, as if looking upon a savior. Its 4 limbs were pressed against the ground. It performed a grand gesture of worship towards Bai. King, our king, please, lead the Shea civilization. For a little longer. Bai nodded slightly. I have awakened for this reason, but my memories are incomplete. Now I need to know everything, all of it. A few hours later, Bai clarified the encounters of the Shea civilization from the high priest, who was prostrated before him. The process was extremely arduous. He had to extract all the key information from various obscure religious terms, phrases, and titles he had never heard before. Moreover, the high priest's narration was heavily embellished. Bai rubbed his forehead, struggling to comprehend. The Shea civilization was originally a civilization of over 10 billion people comprised of multiple large feudal dynasties. For over 2 millennia, they had harbored enmity toward each other, engaged in constant warfare. War was the main theme of the Shea civilization. To this end, they evolved the ability to slightly manipulate their bodies, which allowed them to effectively staunch bleeding during battles and not fear most injuries. However, war does not bring peace. The unceasing warfare stained the world with death, and the once vibrant world began to slowly perish. By the time the Shea civilization realized the problem, it was already too late. They looked at their bodies covered in sores and the shattered fragments of the world, finally becoming aware of the impending doom. But how could the upper class, solidified for a century, care for these? For the sake of profit, they were unwilling to stop until the disaster named death spread from the front lines to them. The once brilliant scales turned dull, while the cells within their bodies began to proliferate abnormally, with various cysts and tumors appearing on their surfaces. Death loomed over them like a shadow. The nobles were terrified. Thus, within 10 years, the once divided Shea civilization swiftly welcomed its first unification since its inception. All surviving nobles huddled together, beginning to study unscrupulously ways to resist death. They succeeded and failed. In their success, they pooled the strength of their civilization to create a suppression device, a throne. They then transferred all the plagues afflicting the nobles onto the throne, with one person bearing the burden. The nobles referred to it as the king. Though named king, it was essentially a puppet of the nobles trapped on the throne while barely surviving. The nobles regained their former elegance and began profiting immensely. This grotesque stability lasted for 6 years. During those 6 years, the nobles changed kings countless times. Initially, the nobles endowed it with sacred significance, But as the rotations continued, they grew careless, with the forms becoming increasingly perfunctory. They even casually seized commoners to serve as kings. Yet most commoners could hardly endure such torment. They could only last a day at most. This led to the nobles seizing commoners even more frequently, while they continuously recruited new commoners from the already hellish outside world and healed them. This all continued until the birth of a true king, which marked the end. It was the Black King. No one knew where the Black King came from when it ascended to the throne. All plagues afflicting the Shea people vanished, and even the crumbling world was forcibly salvaged. Upon regaining health, the Shea people overthrew the nobles' rule, establishing a true dynasty under the leadership of the Black King. The Shea civilization began to revive and develop anew. This seemingly thriving existence was built entirely upon the suffering of the Black King. Yet the Black King never complained. During this time, it established the church and collaborated with it to formulate a strict selection plan. The plan was named New King. Subsequently, they successfully nurtured a new king using this plan. The new king was a warrior renowned throughout the tribe, possessing an iron will, an indomitable spirit, and a courage that disregarded death. At this point, the Black King could no longer endure. On the verge of death, it held a coronation ceremony, successfully passing on the throne. One could say the Shea civilization had prepared everything for the succession of the throne, but they neglected the suffering borne by the Black King. The calamity that carried the burden of the world's death and the entire civilization's distortion caused the new king to collapse in an instant. Death struck once more. The new king exerted all its strength, managing to protect only one Shea city. The world finally welcomed death. At the moment of the world's demise, it severed Shea city from its body to avoid the taint of death. It was then that the Shea people realized that the world was alive. It loved every creature within it, and the Shea people were its most pampered subjects. Even as they caused the world's death, it could not bear to intervene. Pampering leads to destruction. Thus, the Shea civilization was left with only one Shea city, barely surviving, truly barely surviving. During the drifting of the world fragments, they held several succession ceremonies internally. Learning from the Black King's lesson, the choice of the new king shifted from selection to nurturing. The church selected Shea children in their formative years, beginning their training early so they could adapt to various pains and instill in them the responsibilities and dignity of being a king. The drifting lasted for about 20 years. One day, a patrolling Shea soldier with a casual glance from the city wall discovered that the outside was no longer an empty void, but a brand new land. After 20 years of drifting, the Shea civilization successfully arrived at a healthy, intact world. This was a gift from the divine, a blessing from the king. At least the earliest among them thought so. Countless Shea people poured out of their city, arriving on unfamiliar land. They kissed the earth, the trees, and everything they laid eyes upon. The celebration lasted for 10 days and nights. Just as all the Shea people believed that all hardships had come to an end and their king could finally step down from the throne and find peace, a nightmare descended. First, the bodies of the clansmen outside began to inexplicably disintegrate. Then a race they had never seen before suddenly appeared without any communication or unnecessary actions. War arrived without warning. The initial Shea civilization was caught off guard by the simultaneous occurrence of these two events. But soon the bloodthirsty genes inscribed in the Shea people's bloodline were reactivated. They fought back with their disintegrating bodies, breaking into the stronghold of the opposing civilization and carrying out a genocidal massacre. It was from this unfortunate civilization that they learned of their location. The shattered world pieced together from countless fragments of worlds. Within the shattered world, plagues and wars were constantly occurring. Death and destruction were the main themes of civilization. To prevent the world fragment their civilization resided in from disintegrating, they had to plunder other civilizations' world fragments to prolong their existence. However, fragments are merely fragments and can never form a complete world. Thus, the civilizations within the shattered world are doomed to destruction. All they do is merely prolong their suffering. Yet for the continuation of their civilization, they must keep fighting. Hence, all civilizations named it the War of Survival. And the Shea people have survived here for 5,000 years. Bai is the 6,666th king of the Shea people and is about to inherit the throne, the new king. Great king, our civilization now faces internal and external troubles. The old king is barely holding on, and other civilizations are watching us closely. Bai interrupted the chattering high priest and asked seriously, so since 1,000 years ago no new world fragments have entered the shattered world, and after 1,000 years of war only 8 civilizations remain, right? The high priest nodded vigorously. The conclusion given by Shea scholars is that the shattered world has officially entered death. The day of destruction is coming, is that correct? The high priest affirmed. And now the strongest is a civilization called the Humanoid Federation. Originally, the Shea civilization ranked second, But due to the recent annihilation of the fourth-ranked Shishi civilization, the strength of the Shaya civilization has significantly diminished. Right? The high priest nodded in pain. Alas, the Shishi civilization was known for its healing abilities. We received news that the world fragments of the Shishi civilization could alleviate the old king's suffering. So you took action only to find it was useless and offended the humanoid federation, which advocates for the unity of the remaining civilizations. The high priest bowed his head sorrowfully. New king, you have lost your previous memories and forgotten our matters. But I implore you for the sake of being a Shaya person to complete your coronation ceremony and ascend. Ascend to that. He sobbed, his lips trembling, unable to utter those two cruel words. Dong, dong. The sound of the forehead hitting the ground echoed in the silent hall. Bai looked at the high priest with compassion in his eyes. Why be so humble? Do you really want to survive so badly? This question was directed at both the high priest and himself. A voice within him constantly told him to save the Shaya people. This was the mission he had pursued throughout his life. But it was so tragic. The destruction of civilization is not something that can be resisted by human strength. They exert their utmost effort only to delay the arrival of death. Bai felt somewhat confused at what could he do. He should give them a swift and completely erasing them from this world. Thus, even if they cannot reach heaven, it would be better than languishing in this hell. Bai's words struck the high priest like a thunderbolt. Its body trembled and fresh blood mixed with pus flowed down its aging lizard-like face along with tears and snot, making it utterly grotesque. It suddenly lunged forward, tightly grasping Bai's calf, as if holding onto a lifeline, unwilling to let go. In that unpleasant cry, however, there was an ancient, unyielding determination. As you said, Bai's clean silk became soiled. But civilization must be passed down. Even without any dignity, even if trampled by other civilizations, even as humble as an ant. As long as it allows the Shaya civilization to survive, we would be willing. I know the destruction is getting closer. But we can hold on a bit longer. Perhaps in the end there will be a turnaround. Perhaps our world fragments will drift towards a new world. Perhaps our descendants will have the chance to see the true dawn. So we can only endure. The old king endures, the church endures, the soldiers endure, the civilians endure. At this point the high priest was already sobbing uncontrollably. Deep down, he had some vague suspicions. The new king did not lose his memory. He simply shrank back and dared not take the throne. But how could that be? How could that be? He was the only king candidate of the church. All other candidates had died in the war with the Shishi civilization, leaving only him, just him. If the new king shrinks back, now then the Shaya civilization is truly finished. The high priest dared not think further and kept forcing himself to accept it. The new king did not shrink back. He had truly lost his memory. An unknown accident occurred during the process of bestowing the eyes. As long as he understands everything, he will surely return to his former self. The high priest's vocal cords strained painfully. I implore you to grant us mercy. I implore you to give us courage. I implore you. In his rambling, the high priest felt someone gently patting him. He raised his head, and at the moment of locking eyes with those captivating pupils, he instinctively wanted to bow his head, but was held in place by a hand. He looked at Bai's handsome face, identical to that of the Shaya people. There were no traces of pus or cysts on his scales. This was one of the privileges of a king candidate, as they bore all the plagues of the old king. The scaly fingers were raised, and the high priest stared blankly as the new king gently wiped away all the filth from his face, without any disgust. That expressionless face in the eyes of the high priest surpassed all tenderness in the world. I said I will save you. I will save the Shaya civilization. Now let us continue the ceremony. The high priest's body trembled uncontrollably. History recorded that the Black King loved his people as his own children. He did not know what that feeling was. But in a daze he saw the shadow of the Black King on the person before him. I will serve you no matter the cost. The high priest scrambled to his feet, exclaiming with delight. With a loud bang, he forcefully flung open the great door, startling the group of priests waiting outside. The high priest's aged face shone with a radiant smile, leading the way as the newly awakened king followed closely behind. He took a few steps before glancing back, anxious that Bai might not be keeping up or might wander off elsewhere. The new king's calm expression revealed neither joy nor sorrow, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The priests dared not hesitate, following closely behind the new king. Bai paid them no mind, instead surveying the surroundings. The city of Shaya resembled a small pyramid with the royal palace at its center, perched at the highest point. Thus Bai could see the entire layout of the city. The periphery of Shaya was surrounded by an imposing wall, nearly obscuring the whole city. Surrounding it were countless layers of grim structures resembling a war fortress poised for battle. Every corner of the city exuded a sense of ferocity and sharpness, devoid of any signs of life. It was as if a ferocious, giant beast lay in wait beneath the earth. The sky within Shaya was gray-white, barely illuminating the city. Outside the city, however, it was a stark contrast. The sky was engulfed in darkness with large cracks spreading across it. Strangely, despite the black sky, Bai could see every detail clearly. Pale particles floated in the black sky, intermittently illuminated by streaks of blood-red lightning. Aside from the Shaya civilization and the Humanoid Federation, what are the other 6 civilizations, and what are their strengths? Upon hearing the new king's inquiry, the high priest hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, besides us and the Humanoid Federation, the civilization currently ranked second in overall strength is the Helen civilization, located to the northeast of Shaya. The third is the Eagle People civilization, who possess wings and can fight in the air, but their ground combat capabilities are weak, located to the northwest. The fourth is the Insect People civilization, adept at tunneling and ambushing. The fragments of their world are underground, and we do not know their exact location. Fifth is the Demon People civilization, which is poor in direct combat, but masters mental control abilities that severely restrain us, located to the southeast. Sixth is the Frog People civilization, whose world fragment is a body of water to our due west. The eighth is the Fish People civilization, which often clashes with the Frog People, as they are neighbors. Recently, the 2 civilizations have settled down under the mediation of the Humanoid Federation. Hearing the high priest's answer, Bai gained some understanding of the remaining 8 civilizations. Is the Shaya civilization ranked 7th? What is the composition of the Humanoid Federation? Your Excellency, we originally ranked 2nd in combat strength, but after fighting the Zai civilization, we suffered severe losses, and our strength has drastically fallen. As for the Humanoid Federation, it is an organization formed by the remnants of many extinct civilizations, establishing a new constitution and system that they have refined. They advocate for all civilizations to unite and seek a way out together. Upon hearing this, Bai remarked, the Humanoid Federation's suggestion is quite reasonable. Shouldn't Shaya consider it? Even if it's merely a facade, it should at least buy some time instead of provoking them, right? Your Majesty is wise. The high priest first complimented him before continuing to explain. The former king had also decided this way, but we received news from within the Zai civilization about postponing the former king's death. Moreover, at that time the king candidates were not fully matured. The former king feared that these candidates could not shoulder the heavy responsibility, hence this decision. The high priest hesitated slightly, secretly glancing back at the new king's expression, and seeing him still unperturbed, he gritted his teeth and informed him. Upon hearing this, Bai felt he had found the answer. What a coincidence! It just so happens to be the time for union. This news appeared just in time, just as it weakened the Shaya civilization and eliminated the Zai civilization, while also provoking the Humanoid Federation. You have been trapped. Upon hearing Bai's words, all the priests, including the high priest, halted in their tracks and knelt before the new king. I am at your service. Bai ignored them and looked ahead. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the palace where the former king resided. All the priests remained motionless. The former king's palace was inaccessible to ordinary Zaians. The death and destruction that clung to the palace constantly eroded all living beings that approached. New king, please complete the 2nd phase of the coronation ceremony, Ascension. The high priest said respectfully. At this moment, news of the new king awakening and continuing the coronation ceremony had spread throughout Shaya. More and more Zaians appeared below watching this scene. This was also a tradition of the Shaya civilization. The 2nd phase of the coronation ceremony would be displayed for all Zaians. From their position, they could clearly see the entire process of the new king's ascension. Bai scanned the Zaians below. Their faces were numb, covered in sores, with some individuals' eyes nearly swollen shut from tumors, leaving only a narrow slit. Each of them was clad in armor, as if they had just returned from the battlefield, or as if they were about to head to battle in the next moment. Such desolation, such despair, yet every pair of eyes was fixated on the new king, their fervor and adoration beyond the scope of words. The intensity of their gazes made Bai feel somewhat uncomfortable, so he withdrew his gaze, stepping alone onto the long ascending stairs that resembled a path to the heavens. As he stepped onto the stairs, a decayed odor caught Bai's attention. He maintained a composed expression, striding forward. With each step, he leaped over 2 or 3 stairs as if eager to inherit the throne. The air around him grew increasingly thick, and Bai felt that this scene was oddly familiar. But it didn't matter, he was not in the mood to ponder it. Soon Bai had traversed a third of the long stairs. He felt a slight itch on his face, as if some wondrous change was occurring within his body. He raised his hand to touch it. It felt slightly soft, like a round tumor. Bai did not panic, and the next moment his skin rippled and returned to normal. This ability to manipulate flesh and blood had surpassed the limits of the Zaians. Bai did not understand why this power emerged, but it didn't matter. He did not care. Flesh and blood. 6. Vaguely, he seemed to have heard something. This familiar voice stirred some memories within him, but in the next instant those memories vanished completely. Bai paused for a moment. His pause made the watching Zaians' hearts leap. At that moment, Bai was their hope. Fortunately, the pause lasted less than half a second. As he climbed the stairs, pain began to cling to Bai's body like a shadow, yet he appeared unaffected, continuing to stride forward. This scene left all the Zions present dumbfounded. Even the well-informed priesthood could not help but whisper among themselves. It must be noted that since the coronation ceremony was perfected, nearly 10,000 king candidates had ascended this long staircase, all of whom moved sluggishly and bore twisted expressions. Some even perished directly along the path of ascension. Only the high priest bore a peculiar smile, as if he had anticipated this. This might be the fastest ascent in the history of the Shaya civilization. In just a few minutes, Bai had crossed all the stairs and stood before the former king's palace. Next was the final step of the coronation ceremony, slaying the king. As Bai stood firm, a roaring sound erupted. The giant door let out a thunderous noise. The rusty mortise and tenon, already unable to bear the burden, emitted a harsh grinding sound as the metal door scraped against the ornate floor, while the countless old king statues carved on the walls seemed to unleash deafening roars. A sacred hymn seemed to rise from their mouths, and merely listening to the hymn gave Bai the illusion of arriving in heaven. However, in the next moment, the combined and further distorted aura of decay and death overwhelmed Bai. He stepped forward, advancing as the palace doors opened one after another. Beside him, two figures of armored Shaya warriors occasionally appeared, weapons in hand. Through the gaps in their armor, Bai could see the desiccated, moistureless bodies beneath. They had long since perished. At last, Bai finally reached the end of the palace, where he beheld the old king forever seated upon the throne, bearing the pain and sins of an entire civilization. The once luxurious and extravagant palace had now fallen into ruin. The originally solemn atmosphere had twisted into a strange and oppressive aura that had caused the death of the vast majority of living beings. From the figure ahead, Bai could smell a distinct stench of rot. This foul and decaying aura did not arise from the bizarre palace, but originated entirely from the figure atop the throne. On either side of the throne, a group of figures knelt in neat rows. Their bodies had long since lost all moisture, with dry scales of a grayish-white clinging to the underlying skin, seemingly on the verge of falling off under the force of gravity. Each figure paid reverent homage to the throne, their heads deeply bowed, preventing Bai from seeing their expressions from the throne's vantage point. Yet Bai, standing behind them, could. Beneath the seemingly respectful bodies and lowered heads lay a deep-seated malice toward all living beings in the world. Their expressions were twisted, their facial movements transcending the realm of Shaya, embodying malice and cruelty. With their eyeless sockets, they stared intently at Bai's position, as if wishing to draw him into their ranks of worship. Staring at so many desiccated corpses, Bai remained expressionless, disregarding it all as he strode straight toward the throne. The figure of the old king became increasingly clear as Bai approached. Why had he not yet died? This was a question that any intelligent being would ponder upon seeing the old king. Death. Such a clear aura of death clung to him, so dense it had almost liquefied, continuously corroding that frail body. In such a state of decay, his body had already rotted. Yet on that desiccated, tumor-riddled face, one eye remained defiantly open. Even though the eye held no brightness resembling that of a corpse, it remained open, unwilling to close. As if keeping his eyes open would grant him a little more time to live, to endure a while longer. He was already a corpse. Yet from the throne beneath him, ancient blood-red tubes rose up, connecting to his body, delivering the pain of civilization into him, while also sustaining his life. This meaningless suffering persisted, stretching into eternity. The grotesque distortion of flesh and blood had long since fused with his body, and he continued to breathe, to moan, feeling all the pain vividly. The mutated bones moved beneath his body like living creatures ceaselessly. His heart still beat fiercely, accompanied by the difficult rhythm of life, greedily sucking, drawing in from the tubes connected to his body, drawing in. Disaster. The tubes connected to the throne, spreading like roots throughout the entire city. This creation, representing the pinnacle of Shaya civilization, linked the old king and the fragments of the entire surviving world together. Thus, the old king greedily and recklessly absorbed all the sources of disaster within the world fragments, trapping them within that frail body on the throne. That feeble body with immense strength struggled to hold onto the last thread of life of the Shaya city, maintaining the final pulse of Shaya civilization. It was never a passive recipient, but actively sucked in all of this. And he relished it. Observing everything before him, Bai finally understood why Shaya civilization had not dissipated like other civilizations still surviving in this world filled with plague, death, and destruction. You are powerful. From the throne, the old king, whose face could no longer be discerned, struggled to form an exceedingly ugly smile, forcing out a voice from her moans. This voice was ethereal and crisp, belonging to a female Shaya. Although, I do not know why, but please allow the Shaya civilization to continue. Grant me the final liberation and redemption. Bai gently bowed, performing a unique gesture of respect from Shea civilization. This gesture represented the respect of the descendants for their predecessors and admiration for their spirit, expressing a desire to inherit their path and continue their unfinished cause. Such gestures were usually used during specific occasions like the coronation ceremony. Bai's movements were incredibly awkward, which puzzled him, as this gesture had been drilled into him since childhood, engraved into his body, nearly becoming instinctual. Why did it feel so foreign? A dreamlike mist appeared, and the doubt vanished once more. Bai stepped forward, gazing at the grotesque old king, extending his right hand. The once nimble claws began to change the flesh on his claws, actively shedding the finger bones, entangling, and merging, ultimately transforming into a sharp-boned spike. He bent down, gently embracing the frail body of the old king. "You can be liberated now, oh, leave the rest to me." Bai dared not apply force, for the old king's body was as fragile as cardboard. Then, without a sound, the bone spike pierced the old king's heart. His body disintegrated into fine ash the moment it made contact with the spike. The old king cast one last glance at Bai, and that dull gaze seemed to regain a hint of light, revealing profound relief and ease. "Next, I entrust you." His body suddenly shattered, turning into sparkling dust swirling around Bai. The old king was dead. Without the restraint of the king, the disasters that had been imprisoned seemed to have finally found an outlet, rushing outwards, eager to bring pure death and destruction to the living. But in the next moment, Bai sat upon the throne. As the tubes connected to the new king's body, it felt as if time had reversed and the disasters were all sucked back in. No, that cannot be said. Time was not passing, for the strength of this absorption was nearly 1,000 times stronger than that of the old king. No, not just the old king. Every previous king lacked such ability. It was as if a ravenous abyss, opening its blood-stained maw, devoured all the sources of disaster that enveloped the entire Shea civilization. The grayish-white sky above Shea City transformed into a vast blue expanse as warm sunlight broke through the clouds, showering every Shea person. At the same time, all the plagues and mutations afflicting the Shea people disappeared entirely. The once pus-filled, tumor-riddled skin returned to its original state, vibrant scales reappearing on every Shea individual. Before all the Shea people could react, a voice resonated in their minds. "I am King Bai, you all shall bow before me." The expressionless figure sat upright on the throne, countless calamities flowing around him, carrying all malice towards living beings. Plagues, death, and destruction continuously attempted to spread, yet were tightly bound to his surface. This heavy pressure and pain, so overwhelming it rendered one speechless, caused no impact on the figure on the throne, as he could not even be bothered to change his expression. By all rights, Bai should have been like every other king before him, suffering, ruthless, lamenting, and then silent. But he did not. He was like an adult, unwilling to play with a child, skipping directly past the previous steps, just as he had when ascending to the throne. He remained silent. From the moment he took the throne, he was connected to the entire Shea civilization. This was the responsibility of a king. Just pain. If enduring pain could prevent the death of civilization, it would be incredibly cheap and advantageous. This was the consensus of every king. But unfortunately, this was not something that could be achieved merely by determination. The burden of responsibility was too heavy, and even the former kings, despite their utmost efforts, could not escape the fate of being crushed. Thus, one after another, former kings took their turns, exchanging their lives for the brief survival of civilization. Until Bai's arrival, he held on and appeared to do so with ease. He even had the leisure to inspect his own appearance, the body that had begun to wither the moment he sat down, along with the pus, blood, and tumors covering him. "Truly ugly," a disdainful whisper escaped from Bai Wang's lips. In the next moment, the fragments of the world seemed to understand his words and pledge their loyalty to him. His body rapidly began to recover, as if time were reversing. First to vanish was the pus, followed by the bursting cysts. The tumors began to shrink, and the withered body started to flow with fresh blood and flesh once more. Thus, the splendid scales returned to his body, and the incredibly handsome visages seen by the Shea people reappeared. Sitting atop the throne while enduring pain, Bai Wang also connected with the fragments of the world, his power increasing exponentially. And the price? Merely some pain. His thoughts had not changed. This was simply too advantageous, was it not? "I am Bai Wang, you all present yourselves." The voice echoed in the hearts of every Shea person. They exchanged glances, observing each other's appearances restored to that of Shea people from thousands of years ago, their eyes revealing confusion never seen before. The high priest, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body upon hearing Bai Wang's words, immediately performed a grand bow to the palace. "The king's body is eternal. The king's will is immortal." With the high priest leading the priestly group behind, responded in kind. "The king's body is eternal. The king's will is immortal." Afterward, the Shea populace below had basically realized the reason for the change, and all Shea people knelt to the ground, their eyes filled with a fervor 1,000,000 times greater than before. If before they had worshipped the king instinctively due to early education, now every Shea person sincerely revered Bai Wang and was willing to sacrifice their lives, even their souls, for him. The king's body is eternal. The king's will is immortal. The howling voices even drowned out the roaring winds and crimson lightning outside the world fragments. For a moment, even the calamities twisting in the shattered world outside the city lost their menace, appearing no longer frightening. Outside Shea City, a device resembling an eye made of spiritual metal and shining with a strange luster quietly overlooked everything within the city from the sky. On either side of the eye were several pairs of delicate wings resembling dragonfly wings. Relying on them, the eye could soar high into the sky, monitoring the actions of the Shea civilization. The metallic eye was engraved with dense, mysterious patterns emitting a peculiar glow. It was these patterns that prevented the metallic eye from being struck by lightning. The eye constantly moved, compressing and processing the information it saw, transmitting it to the distance through some unknown method. Zzz. In the corner, the wires emitted a crackling sound of poor contact, and the screen connected to the wires began to flicker with static. The room was spacious, the walls carved with various pale golden patterns, especially the intricate designs on the electronic components, which made one feel dizzy. At this moment, a mouse person was intently staring at the screen, which displayed everything happening within Shea City. Creak. The door behind the mouse person swung open, and a massive minotaur entered leisurely, carrying a basin of grass. One of the minotaur's horns had broken with deep red bloodstains at its hooves, a symptom of some disease. However, it was unconcerned in these times who didn't have a bit of illness. Being alive was already quite good. Its mood was quite cheerful, for it had just snatched the latest blueberry-flavored grass. But upon seeing the mouse person, the minotaur instinctively stood at attention, allowing the newly acquired grass to fall to the ground. The minotaur saluted the mouse person. "Good day, officer." The mouse person did not turn back, so the minotaur could not see its expression, but the tense atmosphere made it aware of the seriousness of the situation. "I recall that the observation room requires at least 2 observers at all times, right?" Upon hearing the mouse person's flat words, the minotaur internally cursed. The role of the observer had been established since the founding of the Humanoid Federation, and their task was simple: to observe each coronation ceremony of the Shea civilization. Indeed, this position was solely intended for this purpose. They did not need to monitor multiple civilizations or analyze their actions, as that was the responsibility of other departments. Observers only needed to observe the Shea civilization. In fact, even within the Humanoid Federation, the significance of this role was not understood, and several times there had been attempts to abolish it. However, it was said to be a special request from the leader, which is why it remained. That was a legendary figure who, relying solely on his own strength, gathered the remnants of destroyed civilizations amidst the combined forces of multiple civilizations and established the Humanoid Federation. No one within the Humanoid Federation dared to oppose his words. Hence, the position of observer still existed to this day. Yet nowadays, being an observer had nearly become synonymous with slacking off and being marginalized. Those who served as observers were no different from the Minotaur, with a laid-back attitude, treating each day as it came. Upon realizing this, more cold sweat appeared on the Minotaur's face, but it did not dare to wipe it away. For standing before it was the legacy of the Mouse civilization, one of the founders of the Humanoid Federation, who had fought alongside the leader since times of nothingness, the leader's right-hand man, the Mouse, who had been personally granted a surname by the leader, Sun. "Is it just you? Where's the other one?" Listening to the casual remark from the rat man, Sun, the bull-headed man broke out in a cold sweat. Observers are typically paired in groups of 2, with a total of 4 groups taking turns. Although the rulebook stated that both members of each shift must remain in the observation room to carefully observe, that was a regulation from 7 or 8 years ago. It is unclear when it began, but due to the lack of supervision, the observers tacitly transitioned to a shift system. "Today you work a day, and tomorrow I will work a day." Due to the alternating shifts, the bull-headed man had lost track of how long it had been since he last saw his partner, the lion man with the flowing mane. "Reporting, Commander, my partner, he. The bull-headed man stood there stuttering. His seemingly large head, which actually had a limited capacity, felt like it was about to overheat. "How should I put it? Should I just find some excuse to brush it off? No, if I say that Lord Sun will definitely kill me on the spot. Should I just speak the truth? But if I do, the lion man will definitely die, right? No, he will definitely die. But a dead ally is better than a dead me. I'm just trying to save my own skin, sorry, lion brother." The inner conflict concluded, and the bull-headed man's gaze hardened. Just as he was about to speak the truth, the rat man, Sun, spoke again. "I can't be bothered to pursue your responsibility any longer. From today onwards, the position of observer is completely abolished, and I will arrange things later. He shook his head helplessly, fully aware of how those under him viewed the position. Even a few of his colleagues were indifferent to it. The Chancellor was indeed a bit too eccentric. His wild ideas and strange sense of humor always left people puzzled about what he was really thinking. This thought led his mind back to 9 years ago when he followed the Chancellor during their escape. With a large number of enemies pursuing from behind and a cliff ahead, the Chancellor even had the leisure to tell cold jokes. Indeed, the term cold joke was invented by the Chancellor, whose mouth often spouted all sorts of strange terminology. He also always seemed to be thinking about someone. Every time they were in a desperate situation, he would babble about how, if Brother Dog were here, he would smash these trifling pests to pieces, or, if Brother Dog were here, they would already be a pile of bones, and other odd remarks. It seemed that the Brother Dog in his words was omnipotent. Xie was skeptical about this. In his view, the Chancellor was the greatest person in the world without exception. As for Brother Dog, he had once secretly searched for the remnants of the dog-headed civilization with a few colleagues, but had never heard of any Brother Dog legends. Shaking his head, the Rat Man brought his scattered thoughts back, as if he could still hear the Chancellor's words from back then. Lion King. Oh no, Rat King Xie, I know many of you do not take the observer position seriously. Even I myself am not too confident about it. However, this matter must be verified. You are my right-hand man, and I hope you can keep an eye on the movements of the royal ceremony of the Shea civilization. If one day a new king suddenly appears who can resolve their current dilemmas, immediately halt all plans for the disintegration of the Shea civilization and inform me at once. At that time he did not understand and asked for the reason. Chancellor, if the Shea civilization is so important to you, why establish plans against them? I don't care about the Shea civilization at all. It is sad to place the entire burden of a civilization on the shoulders of a so-called king. Civilizations should be saved by every individual that comprises them, just like us. What I am looking for is a person. He still didn't understand who the Chancellor was looking for, but that didn't matter. Experience had taught him that the Chancellor was always right, and what they needed to do was execute. However, just now his subordinate had suddenly reported abnormal activity around the Shea civilization. Upon receiving the news, he dropped everything and immediately went to the observation room to investigate. As it turned out, the Chancellor's words had once again come to fruition. The scene within Shea City told him that the Shea civilization had indeed produced a new king unexpectedly. The scene projected on the screen made Xie feel as though it was a joke. One must know that every king of the Shea civilization was incredibly strong. Although those kings could not leave their thrones once they entered their world fragments, the fury from that throne would devour all invaders, leaving not a trace. This was the sole reason the Shea civilization had survived to this day. They are the civilization with the most intense aura of disaster and destruction, yet they have managed to survive through the relay of one king after another. Without a doubt, the Shea civilization was absolutely the most formidable enemy of the Humanoid Federation. They had put in enormous effort led by the Chancellor to devise an extremely detailed Shea civilization disintegration plan. Having successfully accomplished half of it, they had rendered nearly all the kings powerless, severely weakened the population and combat power of the Shea civilization, and brought the old king to the brink of death. And now, unexpectedly, the Chancellor's prophecy had come true. For a moment, Xie did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, the Chancellor's orders were paramount. He had immediately instructed his confidant to halt all subsequent plans targeting the Shea civilization upon seeing this situation. Next, he must report this matter to the Chancellor immediately. Where was the Chancellor? Oh right, he was currently in a secret meeting with the leaders of the other 6 civilizations. Thinking this, Xie jumped off the chair. He straightened his military uniform and quickly walked towards the door. His stature was small, less than a meter tall, a stark contrast to the bull-headed man standing at attention by the door. However, the bull-headed man respectfully stepped aside to make way for him as Xie approached. In the past, Xie would have shown concern and comfort towards the bull-headed man and offered him some encouragement. But now that the situation was urgent, he ignored the bull-headed man who was downcast from losing his job and headed straight towards the Chancellor. Along the way, all the various species that encountered Xie stopped in their tracks and saluted him. He responded with a nod. Upon exiting the building, the dog-headed guard who had been waiting at the entrance opened the car door for him. He then entered the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Car was also something the Chancellor had created, which received a warm welcome upon its debut. The car was designed by dwarves and powered by inscription technology. What puzzled everyone was why the vehicle made with inscription technology was named Car by the Chancellor. To this, the Chancellor merely smiled and offered no explanation. The dwarf civilization had long since been destroyed. It was the Chancellor who took in the remaining dwarves and helped them flourish with their unique talent for inscriptions. Indeed, inscription technology was an innate talent of the dwarves, just like the body control of the Shea civilization or the rapid reproduction of the Ratman civilization, which could not be learned. One could say that every dwarf was a national treasure of the Humanoid Federation. They were tightly protected, and under the Chancellor's guidance constantly created new things for the Humanoid Federation. For example, the massive metropolis built collaboratively by dwarves, stone men, mud men, and other races that sped past beside the vehicle was unique to the Humanoid Federation. As the car drove onward, they entered a high-rise bridge, and at that moment the entire city of the Humanoid Federation appeared before Siesun's eyes. Looking at the city constructed from scratch by them, the mouseman Siesun couldn't help but smile, a rare expression on his previously tense face. Pale light shone upon the curved glass curtain walls of distant skyscrapers, casting light spots onto the overpass, while transparent tubes carrying various sized creatures' transportation systems wound around the outskirts of the skyscrapers. It is important to note that traffic lights are not yet widely used, as many races perceive colors differently, thus the city relies on human traffic management. There stood a hippopotaman traffic officer clad in a fluorescent vest, methodically directing various engraved vehicles from the command platform at the intersection. In the distance, the desert area was specifically built as a living zone for sand-dwelling beings like the camelmen and sand lizard men. The earthen yellow dome-shaped buildings are a distinctive design of the area, closely neighboring the rainforest and glacial regions. The skyscrapers connect in the clouds, their surfaces adorned with unknown engravings. In the distant square, various races, each with unique forms, moved about purchasing the necessities for their survival, while patrolling officers could occasionally be seen on the streets. A comprehensive and strict legal system ensures peaceful coexistence among different races. Having experienced the collapse of civilization, every race cherishes their current lives and sincerely believes that under the leadership of the Chancellor, the Humanoid Federation will continue to thrive. Everything seemed so beautiful, forming a stark contrast with the half-dead Shea civilization. Siesun had no greater ambitions. He merely wished to maintain the current way of life, relying on the strength of each individual to sustain the Humanoid Federation. Indeed, it was merely about maintenance. As a high-ranking member of the Humanoid Federation, he was acutely aware of the dire situation. In the corners of the city, there were countless people dying in agony every moment. The disasters of the broken world were looming, with fragments of the world being eroded constantly and various plagues lurking within the Humanoid Federation. Hospitals were perpetually overcrowded and many diseases had no hope of being cured. Long lines formed at the boundaries of the world fragments as citizens of the Federation, under the watchful gaze of fully armed soldiers, stepped out of the protection of the Humanoid Federation, facing death hidden. And all of this was voluntary. Every citizen who ventured out did so willingly. They could be someone's spouse, child, boss, or teacher. But once they were diagnosed with an extremely infectious and lethal disease, in order not to endanger others, they would proactively head to the open passage of the Federation, exiling themselves. Because of having experienced loss, they learned to cherish. Every citizen of the Federation was doing their utmost to contribute to the functioning of the Humanoid Federation. Yet destruction loomed ever closer, and the collapse could happen at any moment. The Federation's means were exhausted, merely managing to maintain the status quo. The impending doom of the broken world finally led the surviving civilizations to set aside their grievances accumulated over millennia, sitting down calmly to discuss future plans. This was also what the Chancellor of the Humanoid Federation was currently undertaking. However, the Shea civilization was absent from this meeting. The Humanoid Federation needed to firmly grasp the initiative in the Union, and the Shea civilization was the only one that could threaten them. Moreover, due to its peculiar feudal system, it showed disdain for uniting with other civilizations. As the second-in-command, the Shea remained silent, and coupled with the incitement from the Zai civilization, other civilizations also refrained from taking action, fearing it might be a scheme of the Humanoid Federation. Thus, only with the Shea and Zai civilizations sidelined could the Humanoid Federation take the lead in consolidating the strength of all civilizations to jointly confront the impending disaster. This is why the Humanoid Federation sought to take drastic measures against these two civilizations. As he pondered, the engraved vehicle arrived in front of an unremarkable low-rise building. Siesun got out of the car and soldiers emerged from both sides, their bodies etched with intricate engravings. These engravings could enhance the soldiers' physical capabilities in all respects, enabling them to stand firm against overwhelming odds. The Humanoid Federation called these special soldiers engraved knights. This was also a proposal from the Chancellor. Honestly, if it weren't for the mismatch in physical characteristics and racial talents, almost everyone would suspect that the Chancellor was indeed a dwarf. His development of dwarven talents was beyond even the dwarves themselves. The most commonly uttered phrase among dwarves was, "If the Chancellor were our leader, the dwarves would have risen long ago." To this, everyone agreed. After passing through several checks, Xie Sun finally received permission. Even though he had been through this countless times, his heart still began to race. It was the joy of soon meeting his idol. He would even willingly offer his heart to the Chancellor, though the Chancellor might not care for such a gesture. Gentlemen, you all. After entering the last dark door, Xie Sun could faintly hear the Chancellor's voice quickening his pace. At this moment, there were no other species around. To ensure the confidentiality of the meeting, only the leaders of the 6 races and the Chancellor were present, while all unrelated personnel were ordered to stay away. Were it not for the importance of the matter Xie Sun was to report, he would not have the qualification to approach. Thud, thud, the clear sound of footsteps echoed from beneath Xie Sun's feet. In this manner, he subtly reminded the Chancellor of an approaching presence, hoping to avoid overhearing anything overly confidential. As he had anticipated, the discussion indeed came to a halt. Xie Sun adjusted his military uniform one last time, and then knocked on the door. "Come in." A friendly voice rang out. Xie Sun pushed the door open. The meeting room was quite spacious, with some exquisite pastries laid out on a table. At the center of the conference table, 7 bodies of various shapes were distributed around the table. The leader of the Hellen civilization sat on the far left, resembling a human, but with blue skin covered in fine scales. They possessed 2 sets of respiratory systems capable of breathing both on land and in water. Next to him was the leader of the Eagleman civilization, his entire body covered in feathers with wings on his back. Following was the leader of the Insectman civilization, who had 6 pairs of compound eyes, a mouth with sharp pincers, and wore a chitinous exoskeleton unique to insects. Then came the leader of the Demon Man civilization, a stunningly beautiful woman with pointed ears and scales covering her body. Next was the leader of the Frogman civilization, whose bulging eyes and mouth nearly occupied half of his head, covered in vibrant spots that seemed highly poisonous. Lastly, the leader of the Fishman civilization, who had the head of a fish and secreted mucus from various parts of her body. Notably, she could not survive on land, thus she wore an inverted transparent fish tank structure on her head, filled with water. Xie Sun's gaze swept across them, eventually landing on the figure in the main seat. His physique was slender and well-proportioned, standing about 1.6 meters tall. His reddish-brown fur gleamed with slightly darker tips on his ears and tail, while his bushy tail hung naturally. He wore the standard military uniform of the Humanoid Federation, appearing serious, yet with a hint of playfulness. His slender eyes always held a mischievous glint, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing signature sharp teeth, conveying both cunning and a touch of gentleness, while his fluffy fur shone with a golden-brown luster in the sunlight. This was the former leader of the Foxman civilization, now the founder of the Humanoid Federation, the Chancellor, Bu Ju. Although the meeting was interrupted, Xie Su was not angry, for he understood the nature of his subordinates. If it weren't for a matter of utmost urgency, they would not dare to disturb him. In an instant, dozens of extreme scenarios flashed through his mind, each accompanied by corresponding contingency plans. This ability to handle crises had almost become instinctive for him. The Ratman Xie Sun approached the leader and whispered a few words in his ear. Xie's eyes suddenly brightened, and he cast a peculiar glance around at the other leaders present. This glance made the bodies of the other 6 instinctively tense. They were all too familiar with that look. For all these years, whenever the fox displayed that look, it signaled that someone was about to suffer misfortune. This fox before them was surely concocting something wicked. "I understand you did well, and did not disappoint my expectations." Xie Su patted the Ratman's shoulder. The latter instinctively stood at attention, his face revealing a look of joy. The leader's praise was a tremendous honor for him. Afterwards, Xie Sun left, and only 7 leaders remained in the conference room. The meeting continued. Xie Su did not rush to speak. A half-smile played upon his lips as he quietly observed those present. Ahem. The leader of the Hellen civilization appeared to be struggling. He pretended to cough twice before speaking. "Well, even though we took advantage of your recent arrival and the confusion it brought to eliminate the Fox civilization, I was misled by that silly woman Yuma." The leader of the Hellen civilization, who was one of the unfortunate players trapped within a 1,000-meter cubic space, namely Passerby, said. He unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto Yuma. The leader of the demon civilization, Yuma, involuntarily shivered at his words. She glanced left and right, wanting to pass the blame on, only to sadly discover that the situation truly was a result of her meddling. Sensing the gazes of the others, she let out a dry laugh. Ha ha ha. Looking at Yuma, who was playing dumb, Xie Su could only shake his head helplessly. Within the cubic space, there were a total of 8 players. Among them, Bai Yi and Xie Su had voluntarily entered, while the other 6 were passively drawn in. They included the 2nd elder of the Hahuan sect, Yuma, the 5th elder, the lecherous thief, and 3 ordinary members along with Passerby. Among them, Yuma and the other 3 were entering for the first time, while the lecherous thief and Passerby were experiencing their second entry. According to the collective assessment, they were situated in a game resembling a single-player battle royale, except this game was one where death was real. As for why Su had this attitude towards the other players, one must start from the very beginning. Due to the trial's entry order being determined by strength, the first to enter were the 3 ordinary players from the Hahuan sect along with their second elder Yuma. Indeed, Yuma's strength was not strong, though she was able to sit in the position of second elder purely because of her good looks. The 4 of them entered about a decade ago. After recognizing one another, they pieced together the history of mutual consumption among the fragmented worlds and concluded that although they did not know why they had arrived here from the original food chain trial, the rules should still be the same as single-player battle royale. As long as they killed all the players, the last person standing would be able to return. Thus, they quickly turned on each other, vying for the soul-winning spot. A year later, the lecherous thief entered, and due to the obvious changes in the Eagle civilization, Yuma and her trio successfully noticed him. Upon discovering that more players were entering, the 4 unhesitatingly shook hands and agreed to first join forces to eliminate the outsiders before continuing their internal strife. Fortunately, the lecherous thief managed to awaken just a second before he was about to meet his demise and successfully recognized his teammates. Thus, from this point on, the trajectory took a complete turn. Through comparisons between the lecherous thief and the 4 of them, they discovered that the entry order was linked to strength, and the lecherous thief, being stronger than the 4, had entered later than them. They speculated that there might be more players entering afterward, so they temporarily set aside their grudges, rapidly developed, and decided to deal with the subsequent players first. Unfortunately, the next to enter was Passerby, who had entered about 12 years prior. Fortunately, the Helen civilization was sufficiently strong, and the Hahuan sect had not immediately detected Passerby, allowing him to successfully navigate through the period of confusion and restore his memories. Even when they later discovered him after a few battles where both sides suffered, everyone temporarily ceased hostilities. Thus, Passerby naturally assumed that the rule was to kill each other. Moreover, their identities as players led them to realize that whenever a player appeared, it was invariably the leader of a civilization. Thus, while they collaborated to suppress Passerby, they also closely monitored the movements of the remaining 3 civilizations. The 3 civilizations were the Zai civilization, the Shea civilization, and the Fox civilization. It is worth mentioning that the fractured world was still relatively normal at this time. Although it was fraught with danger and death, as long as one avoided the high-risk areas, they could still pass through normally. Thus, during this period, various civilizations could still engage in mutual conflict, waging what could be termed a survival war. Additionally, in the 2 years leading up to Xie's entry, the 5 members of the Hahuan sect had driven the Helen civilization into a corner. To preserve their strength, the Helen civilization had shrunk into the fragments of the world, ceasing to emerge. This phenomenon caused the 5 members of the Hahuan sect to lose their external enemies, leading to betrayal once again coming to pass. The first to strike was Yuma, who unhesitatingly stabbed the lecherous thief in the back, and the others quickly followed suit. By that time, they had long since been at odds with one another, as only one could ultimately survive, and each of them wished to remain alive. Internal strife lasted about a year before Xiesu entered. As soon as the 6 players monitored the changes in the Fox civilization, they once again halted their conflict and turned to jointly attack the Fox civilization. Because they knew that the later a player entered, the stronger they were. This time they finally succeeded. Under their joint assault, the Fox civilization perished on the spot, but Xiesu managed to escape. What followed was surreal. Under the relentless pursuit of the 5 civilizations, Xiesu painstakingly built an organization from scratch and crazily expanded over the next 4 to 5 years, eventually becoming the current humanoid federation. Every time they thought of this, the other players found themselves sleepless for nights on end. Xie's strength had surpassed their imagination. Oh, were they truly playing a game? Even with their slight cooperation and joint offensives, they were unable to obliterate the established humanoid federation. As for Xiesu himself, while he had successfully survived, he had also been led astray. He formulated response plans for each civilization and was executing them methodically. The turning point occurred in the 2nd year of the humanoid federation's establishment, about 5 to 6 years ago. The environment of the fractured world was deteriorating at a visibly alarming rate, as if nearing the end of its life. The harsh environment made mutual attacks between civilizations extremely difficult, and this situation alerted Xiesu to the anomaly. Was this trial truly a battle royale game? Since the moment he sensed the shattered world beginning to collapse, Xiesu had an instinctive feeling that something was amiss, yet due to being forced into a corner, he had no time to ponder it deeply. Only when the humanoid federation truly established its footing and no longer feared any remnants of civilization did he finally have the time to think carefully about this issue. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed wrong. If this truly was a single-player survival game akin to battle royale, then the collapse of the shattered world made no sense at all. What was this supposed to mean? A shrinking circle. But shouldn't a shrinking circle force all players together, compelling them to fight each other? Yet the current situation was that the collapse of the shattered world was becoming increasingly severe. It was not just battles between civilizations that became more difficult, but even mere encounters were growing increasingly challenging. This fundamentally contradicted the very concept of a battle royale. No matter how Ciesu contemplated it, he could not comprehend how other players had obtained the news that only the last person could succeed in leaving. Thus, Ciesu secretly dispatched people to various civilizations to inquire about the source of this information. To his shock, upon discovering that this was concocted by 4 bright minds from the Huanist sect, who had entered first by combining their historical backgrounds, Ciesu felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting from anger. This was his first time feeling utterly defeated. Simultaneously, all the clues converged and integrated in his mind, forming the ultimate answer. This was not a solitary battle royale, but rather a team game, where civilizations cooperated to seek survival. The reason players descended in the role of leaders was to facilitate their collaboration. The staggered entry was also to provide weaker players the time to develop, preventing powerful players from directly slaughtering them at the start, which would lead to failure in survival. If Ciesu's conjecture was correct, then the relationship between players was not one of life and death, but rather one of shared prosperity and shared suffering. In other words, all players should have had a long period of developmental time during which they needed to complete tasks like unifying their civilizations, forming alliances, and seeking a path to survival. However, due to the initial 4 bright minds, all players were led astray, wasting over a decade in a war of mutual destruction. Having realized all this, Ciesu hurriedly halted external conflicts while announcing his player identity, Buju. This name frequently released informative and analytical content, and coupled with the intense backlash from a recent post and the dramatic reversal that followed, he had gained considerable notoriety. Upon hearing Ciesu's name, other players collectively came to a realization. No wonder they had been beaten into confusion. It turned out it was not their incompetence, but rather the strength of their opponents. However, despite their reflections, no one took his analysis seriously, for who knew if this was merely his scheme. Over the years, Ciesu had undeniably left a profound shadow in everyone's hearts. This caused them to become somewhat paranoid. After all, this news seemed to be a trap set by Ciesu, just waiting for them to fall into it. In response, Ciesu had no way to counter this. He could only focus on strengthening himself while awaiting Bai Yi's arrival. 2 years later, as the shattered world was truly on the verge of collapse and various civilizations began to struggle more and more, these players gradually began to realize that something was wrong. At that moment, they realized that it seemed Ciesu was indeed correct. This was quite awkward, but the players present were all seasoned veterans who had experienced various crises. Their thick skin made the feeling of awkwardness trivial compared to life. Thus, after making a firm decision, the players planned to unite. Yet a new problem arose. This was not a game where players merely needed to make decisions and their subordinates would execute them without a second thought. You see, this kind of union was different from the previous temporary joint offensives against a civilization. What the players sought was the unification of all civilizations. This was nearly impossible, as centuries of war had ingrained deep-seated hatred into the DNA of each civilization, a blood feud that could not be altered by a leader's mere words. Did they really think every civilization was like the Shea civilization, where the entire nation followed the king's will, or like the humanoid federation, where the leader's personal charisma overshadowed all? When the players as leaders proposed a close alliance within their respective civilizations, the gazes of others turned suspicious. The elders of the Eagleman civilization even began secretly discussing whether to change their leader. This situation made the players afraid to act rashly, forcing them to shift their strategies and approach gradually. Thus, during this period, although civilizations still eyed each other with disdain and wished to eliminate their rivals, the leaders of each civilization had begun to share resources, establish connections, and find ways to accelerate unification. If his enemy Ciesu had kept them awake at night, then as allies he let them experience the joy of effortless victory. In the subsequent 2 years, Ciesu simultaneously advocated for doomsday theories, while sending friendly messages to other civilizations and providing strategies to other players, discreetly removing the high-ranking officials opposing the unification. He even resorted to manipulating others, inciting the Shea civilization to launch an attack on the Shisi civilization. There was no choice. These 2 civilizations severely hindered Ciesu's unification plan due to the absence of players. Although he knew Bai Yi would certainly arrive among these 2 civilizations, he had already waited for nearly a decade and could no longer afford to wait. Moreover, he believed that Bai Yi would not simply die, so he felt no qualms about resorting to underhanded tactics. At the same time, Ciesu also united with players to leverage this battle to thoroughly cleanse the factions opposing unification within each civilization. With that, the 6 players finally grasped the power of speech within their respective civilizations, allowing the matter of civilization unification to be openly discussed. And this meeting was about discussing the unification. Let's continue our discussion. Yuming did not display her usual pitiful expression, for she understood that the passerby and Buju before her were not ordinary players and would not fall for her act. Thus, she could only awkwardly change the subject, hoping to skip over this matter. Siesu ignored her words, his finger pointing to those present. You and you truly are a bunch of fools. Starting infighting without understanding anything. To call you pigs would be an insult to pigs. His words contained no profanity, yet he scolded the people before him with eloquence, clarity, and references. In response, the other players huddled in their seats like quails, quietly listening and not daring to retort. Let him scold, after all, he truly had the ability. Without Buju, everyone would have probably remained in the dark, not even knowing how they died. Such a big shot was merely scolding. If he were to smile and greet them without saying a word, that would truly be frightening. They would have to guard against Siesu's underhanded tactics, and it might not even be possible to defend against them. Siesu was certainly aware of this. In reality, he was just going through the motions, indicating that after this scolding, he would not pursue the matter further. Everyone could lower their guard and work together to overcome challenges. Thus, after scolding for a while, Siesu concluded this process and picked up a cup of water to soothe his throat. The other players also began to perk up. Once the big shot finished scolding, it signified that this matter could be put behind them, and next they could be led to victory. Indeed, when Siesu spoke again, he did not scold anyone. He merely said one sentence that made those present stand up in excitement. Even Yuming blurted out, "Oh, it's stable." That sentence was, "Dog Brother has arrived." Looking at the excited crowd, Siesu smiled and doused them with a bucket of cold water. The Dog Brother has arrived, which means the world has entered its final countdown. Our time is running short. Jugo, my mind isn't as sharp as yours, but I still have some fighting power. I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do. The lecherous rogue was the first to show loyalty. There was no choice. The situation was different from before. Here what was needed wasn't brute force, but brains, which indeed put him in a difficult position. Previously, he could only mimic other players. If they fought, he would fight too. If they surrounded others, he would join in the attack. But now the situation had changed. He could no longer imitate Siesu and could only act as a frontline soldier. After all, he was tough-skinned and hard to kill. Other players followed suit, who wouldn't want to cling to a big shot. Siesu pondered. Although the previous battles have cleared out the opposition, there is certainly a hierarchy issue within the alliance. Even if we don't care about this others in civilization, well, so we still have to establish a pecking order. As he spoke, the 2 fox ears atop his head twitched, and a strategy surged into his mind. There must still be some remnants of the opposition in your respective civilizations, right? Upon hearing this, others shrank back in their seats. Goodness, it seemed that the boss was truly going to wipe them out without leaving them any escape. However, it would be better if they were all dead. Their plans would proceed more smoothly. Yes, everyone replied. Then it's settled. The alliance will definitely be led by me and Dog Brother. You have no objections, right? Although it was a question, Siesu's tone was calm, showing no hint of inquiry. Everyone nodded. Originally, even Siesu alone had treated them like dogs. Now with Bai Yi added, they had lost any thoughts of resistance. Seeing their cooperation, Siesu no longer kept them in suspense. In any case, we have established the alliance, and we will split into 2 groups. Lecherous Rogue, leader of the Eagle people, Dream of Desire, leader of the Monster people, and Cloudy Mist, leader of the Insect people. You 3 will take the lead. Later, we will assist you in using insect technology to pull together the world fragments of all civilizations and resolve the communication issues first. Passerby, a leader of the Helen civilization, Sparkling, leader of the Fish people, and Hotshot, leader of the Frog people. You few will come with me to meet up with Dog Brother in the Xiaya civilization. Once we gather the 8 civilizations' world fragments, we will hold a mini version of the survival war, where each civilization sends out a few warriors to fight, determining the discourse power within the alliance. At that time, do your best to bring the opposition forward. Let's arrange it like this. Do you have any questions? Siesu finished speaking in one breath, looking at everyone. Hearing his words, Passerby obediently raised his hand. What is it? What about the period of confusion? Has Dog Brother's confusion period already passed? The period of confusion was the term players used to describe their state upon entering. When they first arrived, they usually had no memories of their own, instead seeing themselves as part of the civilization. However, the duration of the confusion period was not fixed, generally ending a while after assuming the role of civilization leader. In this regard, Siesu speculated that it was likely a form of coercive measure to prevent players from taking strange actions upon entry, which would prevent them from becoming civilization leaders. I don't know, that's why I chose civilizations that don't have major grievances with Xiaya. Plus, even if Dog Brother hasn't awakened, we won't act rashly. Most importantly, our time is truly limited. We can't afford to slowly confirm this information. The entire operation should be completed within a few months. This broken world could explode at any moment. Siesu stood up looking at everyone. If you understand, then let's take action. Now we rise and fall together. I don't want any deliberate sabotage. I advise you to think carefully about Dog Brother's methods before making any small moves. He is not as easy to talk to as I am. I can responsibly tell you that the methods attributed to Dog Brother circulating on the forum are all true. With that, Siesu turned and walked out of the meeting room. I'm sorry, Dog Brother. This is also for us to survive smoothly. Our reputation and such don't matter. With a heavy heart, Siesu went to handle other matters. The remaining players looked at each other, having to admit that his last sentence was extremely effective. At least for now, they dared not entertain any other thoughts. With the successful conclusion of the meeting, the alliance was also successfully formed, and the high-ranking officials of various civilizations began to promote a plan called New Survival War. It elaborated extensively on the benefits of forming an alliance with the other civilizations, along with the proclamations from the leaders who had fully mastered their own civilizations with Siesu's help in the increasingly dire situation. Several civilizations finally moved towards a true alliance. Meanwhile, the official announcement of a brand new version of the survival war was made to ensure the integrity of civilizations' combat power and to determine the degree of discourse power each civilization holds within the alliance. The high-ranking officials unanimously approved that after the migration of the world fragments, a new version of the survival war will be held. The battles will be held in the form of arena competitions, with each civilization sending out 10 warriors to duel. The last warriors standing will represent their civilization and gain the main discourse power in the alliance. The release of this news ignited the enthusiasm of every civilization, with countless strong individuals eagerly signing up to compete and fight for more discourse power for their civilization. During this time, the high-ranking officials of the civilizations continuously promoted the importance of the alliance, stating that in the current situation, acting alone would lead to a dead end. Only by uniting all civilizations could there be a glimmer of hope. It has been proven that at the level of civilization, hatred is worthless in the face of survival. Thus the wheel of the era rolled forward, and those who attempted to obstruct the political correctness of Civilization Alliance would meet a fate of shattered bones. While the Humanoid Federation was bustling busy helping various civilizations relocate, the Bai Yi civilization remained silent. The Humanoid Federation and the various civilizations had sent out their invitations long ago, but had yet to receive a reply. Siesu and the others could not force their way in, and could only be patient and wait quietly. Finally, after more than 10 days since the plan began, the Bai Yi civilization finally sent envoys to respond. There were only 2 envoys, one dressed in splendid attire, his scales shimmering, a Bai Yi person who claimed to be the high priest of the Holy See, and the other was shrouded in a wide robe. They requested to see the leader directly. The 3 commanders of the Humanoid Federation were all alarmed. It was no wonder they were cautious. After all, the visitors bore no resemblance to the high priest they remembered, who was covered in sores and aged, and they brought along an unknown individual. However, the fact that only 2 people could traverse the currently perilous path without showing any signs of injury made the 3 commanders, including the Ratman Siesun, uncertain, so they chose to report it. Subsequently, the leader personally met with the 2 envoys. Upon seeing the fox, the high priest respectfully stepped aside, revealing the figure behind him. The figure behind him pulled back the wide hood. "Sorry, there was a bit of a traffic jam on the way, so I arrived a bit late," Bai Wang said. This cold and indifferent tone, these plain words, this familiar yet reassuring intonation. With just a single sentence, Siesu knew who the visitor was. At the moment of realization, his spirit suddenly relaxed. The burden of maintaining the Humanoid Federation, the alliances among various civilizations, and the survival of all civilizations had weighed heavily on Siesu's shoulders for many years, but upon seeing the visitor, it all became light. It was as if a child had found their parent. After so many years of anxiety, Siesu's heart finally settled down. "You came so late." The seemingly complaining words came from the lips of the leader. The 3 commanders behind him were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Wait, is this really their omnipotent and awe-inspiring leader? Could he be under some strange influence? The expressions of the 3 commanders began to turn unfriendly as they engaged in an intense exchange of glances. "Should we intervene? Go save the leader." You go. Stop shirking responsibility, let's all go together." Although the 3 often disagreed and were not on good terms, that was merely for show. Despite coming from different civilizations, their years of tacit understanding made them closer than biological brothers. The Ratman Siesun was the first to have an idea, subtly reaching for the weapon at his waist. Following closely was the Tiger Man, Xieyeo, who was secretly signaling the nearby Rune Knights. The Deerman Xiexian quietly moved towards the alarm device. Upon noticing the 3's movements, the White King slightly turned his head and glanced at them. As if under a freezing spell, the three commanders suddenly froze in place. They felt as though the surrounding air had turned to solid, tightly pinning them in place and continuously squeezing their bodies, creating a constant sense of painful pressure. The few of them avoided each other's gazes, unable to look directly into those golden yellow eyes, as if dodging some monstrous calamity, fearing that a single glance would cost them their lives. Is this creature truly a Shea person? This thought arose simultaneously in the hearts of the three. Although the creature before them possessed all the characteristics of a Shea person, they were well-traveled. If all Shea people were like this, they would have dominated the world long ago, instead of hiding in fragments of the world struggling to survive. Dog brother, they are my capable assistants. Oh, without them, I wouldn't have survived. Please don't scare them. Siesu spoke up in time. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi shifted his gaze away. The entire process lasted only a few seconds, yet the three felt those seconds stretched longer than a year. However, the leader's words finally made them realize that the person before them was the dog brother whom the leader had mentioned for nearly 10 years. With this realization, the three couldn't help but twitch their lips. Who would have thought that dog brother was truly a Shea person? Where can we argue about this? No wonder they couldn't find any dog-headed people. Oh, turns out he isn't even of that species. Siesu had no time to pay attention to others. He walked toward Bai Yi, but was intercepted midway by a figure. The high priest with a serious expression stood in front of Siesu. Even as the leader of the Humanoid Federation, you should not lack proper etiquette. You step aside. Upon hearing the command from behind, the high priest immediately fell silent and quickly moved aside, turning and performing a deep bow. The entire process was seamless and fluid, carrying a unique charm that belonged to the ancient and profound Shea civilization. Our king is above, and I would die 1,000 deaths for him. Siesu's steps suddenly halted as he looked at Bai Yi with a strange expression. Dog brother, are you really playing this up? A new version. Although he didn't speak, Bai Yi could tell what Siesu was thinking just from his eyes. He showed a hint of helplessness to the latter. These clerical priests chant 1,000 deaths all day long like a broken record. Bai Yi also felt helpless. He was just their king. Was it really necessary to go this far? However, despite the complaints, Bai Yi actually enjoyed this feeling deep down. Although it was a bit painful, he found joy in it. Though both had a lot to say, they quickly restrained their emotions, pretending to chat from the perspective of the Humanoid Federation and Shea civilization. Many things were not convenient to say here. After all, their identities were no longer ordinary. Didn't you see that when Siesu lost his composure, just now the three commanders behind him immediately thought the leader was under some enchantment, ready to draw their swords against Bai Yi? As for Bai Yi, he didn't need to care about that. The entire Shea civilization was currently in an extremely excited and fanatical state. Even if Bai Yi were to say he was not the original king, but came from another world, others would proclaim, heaven bless Shea, the white king from another world saves Shea civilization from peril. Don't even mention trivial words. If Bai Yi told them to commit suicide, they would line up immediately, eager to do so. Such fervor, such absurdity. At this moment, every Shea person genuinely believed that the White King was the savior of Shea civilization. The initial narrative promoted by the church was that the White King was the reincarnation of the Black King here to save them. However, the high priest keenly sensed that the White King seemed to dislike this narrative and thus switched to the current version. It is worth mentioning that there was no pollution near the White King's palace, and ordinary Shea people could also go to the throne to meet the White King. Therefore, in a sense, Bai Yi truly had free reign within the Shea civilization, although he didn't care much about it. Afterward, both men restrained their emotions and pretended to engage in pleasantries from the perspectives of the Humanoid Federation and Shea civilization. The gist was Shea civilization greatly admired the spiritual core promoted by the Humanoid Federation and was willing to set aside all past grievances for a profound alliance with the Humanoid Federation and other civilizations. Moreover, Shea civilization deeply regretted the attack on the Shishi civilization, but it was also due to the latter's own provocations against Shea civilization, and they had no choice but to act, paying a painful price for it. In response, the Humanoid Federation expressed deep understanding and strongly condemned the Shishi civilization for its self-inflicted misfortune, affirming the legitimacy and righteousness of Shea civilization in defending its territory. At the same time, the Humanoid Federation warmly welcomed the joining of Shea civilization. Finally, there was a group photo to commemorate the occasion. It seemed that everything was finalized within half a day. The abrupt turnaround from the previously indifferent Shea civilization left the federal high-ranking officials momentarily bewildered. Hey, did your Shea civilization really agree to the alliance just like that? At the end, the Ratman Siesun quietly pulled the high priest aside and asked in a low voice. To this, the latter gave a firm nod without hesitation. The will of our king is the will of Shea civilization. After signing the cooperation document with the Humanoid Federation, the matter finally came to a close, with the head of state and the White King shaking hands in reconciliation as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Subsequently, they arrived at Xie's office and dismissed everyone else. Bai Yi spoke first. It seems like you arrived earlier than I did, so tell me what happened. Is this the interior of that fantastical building? Why have the equipment logs and information panels all disappeared? And how do we escape alive? Xie collapsed onto the sofa beside him, feeling quite relaxed at that moment. I entered before you, dog brother, but it wasn't just a little earlier. It was 10 years. For the next few hours, Xie recounted the entire situation to Bai Yi, much of which was his speculation. For example, the reason players cannot use their equipment is likely because they did not enter in their true forms, but rather in a manner akin to soul possession. Xie speculated that their bodies were likely still asleep within the cube, with only their souls cast into this world. This also explains why their talents and some abilities they possessed were still usable. However, one thing that initially puzzled Xie was why a mere medium-sized fantastical building could block the system's panels. After all, it wasn't just any system. It could very well be a manifestation of a great existence. How could such a powerful entity be so easily obscured? To address this, he had inquired with other players, hoping to gain some insights from them, and indeed, he discovered something. According to the 4 from the Huan sect who entered first, they did not directly arrive here, but were in a forest-like place where their beings and memories transformed into other animals competing in an evolutionary contest. They began as small animals growing stronger through consumption and evolution, battling each other until only one remained. However, halfway through their evolution, they suddenly regained their normal memories, were stripped from that experience, and then immediately filled with new memories arriving in this fragmented world. This transformation before and after must have some reason, likely triggered by some unknown changes in the fantastical building after Bai Yi and the others entered. Moreover, this change certainly involved the system's active participation. Yet at present, they did not have the qualifications to know the truth. Having understood this, Xie no longer dwelled on it, and instead began to study the method of clearing the challenge. In addition, he also shared his experiences from the past few years with Bai Yi, starting from when he entered the Foxman civilization, becoming its leader under the influence of confusion. After overcoming that confusion, he took action, but was then besieged by other players, leading to the downfall of the Foxman civilization and forcing him to flee for his life. Then he took in his first Ratman subordinate, gradually working hard to absorb the remnants of fallen civilizations, surviving under the relentless pursuit of other players, encountering life and death crises time and again. Finally, he successfully established the Humanoid Federation on a fragment of the world, no longer fearing attacks from other players, and even began to take the initiative. Ultimately, he devoted himself to developing various unique technologies, propelling the Humanoid Federation to become the most powerful civilization in the fragmented world. Although his tone was calm, Bai Yi could still sense the difficulties Xie had faced on his journey. After he finished explaining everything, Bai Yi fell into silence for a moment. He did not comfort Xie, but instead asked, "Are the other players currently in the Federation?" This question surprised Xie. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Inze Eagleman Civilization and Yun Li Wu Li Insectoid Civilization just returned, and it seems the others are also. Indeed, all here. What's up, dog brother? Do you want to meet them?" Bai Yi nodded. Yes, it's time to meet them and give them a greeting. All right, I'll have someone contact them. Upon hearing this, Xie had no doubts and readily agreed. He then pressed a button nearby, instructing the secretary, who entered, to invite the leaders of the other civilizations for a meeting. While waiting, Xie curiously asked, "Dog brother, according to my information, the king of the Xia civilization cannot leave the throne. How did you get out?" "You've misunderstood something. I have never left the throne at any point," Bai Yi replied, looking down at his feet. Xie followed his gaze and saw that beneath Bai Yi's feet a layer of extremely thin, overlapping bones and flesh had spread out, though he did not know when it had happened. "The throne enhanced my strength, and I'm not even sure how powerful I am now. What you see before you is merely a pool of the flesh and bone I have differentiated," Bai Yi said. Then, to help Xie understand more intuitively, his flesh and blood began to writhe, transforming into Bai Yi's original appearance before reverting back. Damn! Xie was so shocked he could hardly speak, amazed that each time they met, Dog Brother brought him new surprises. Upon hearing the news of Dog Brother's arrival, other players arrived one after another. They sat in their seats, curiously observing Bai Yi, who had his eyes closed and slightly squinted. With the arrival of the last player, Jia Hong Frogman Civilization, all players gathered in one place. "Dog Brother, we're all here," Xie reminded from the side. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi opened his eyes. Instantly, everyone present felt as if a knife had been placed against their throats. Their gazes drifted, and no one dared to meet those golden eyes. "All right, you step out for a moment." "Huh?" Bai Yi's words caught Xie off guard, but out of trust in him, Xie complied without suspicion and obediently exited the conference room. The other players looked at this scene somewhat baffled. Meanwhile, the more perceptive players such as Passerby, and Yu Ming sensed the ominous atmosphere, but under the pressure of those golden eyes they did not dare to make any extra movements. Unbeknownst to me, you have already told me everything. Now we truly need to cooperate for mutual benefit. I won't kill anyone, you can rest assured about that. Bai Yi's words made all the players present breathe a sigh of relief, but soon after a voice resonated from deep within the players' hearts, sending them into a state of icy dread. In the 10 years I was absent, I must thank you all for your care. Regardless of how justified your reasons for attacking are, he is mine. To act against him is to act against me. He was magnanimous and scolded you all, and this matter could be considered over, but with me that won't work. As he spoke, a large amount of bones and flesh spread out from the ground, sealing the conference room tightly. Bang! Bang! Ignoring the sound of chairs falling as players stood up too forcefully, Bai Yi's expression remained calm. You may retaliate as you wish. 10 minutes later, leaning against the door frame, Xie heard the commotion inside come to an end. Just as he was about to curiously peek in, Bai Yi's rhythmic voice came through. Come in. He opened the door, and everything in the conference room appeared normal, not even a piece of furniture was damaged. However, among those present apart from Bai Yi, the other players all bore ghastly expressions, their heads swollen like pig heads. Among them, the one known as the lecherous thief looked the worst, with the feathers on his wings nearly plucked bare. It was evident that even with the various strange enhancements from world fragments and civilization talents, their strength had greatly increased. But Brother Dog remained Brother Dog, easily handling them with grace. Xie glanced at Bai Yi, who gave him a slight nod. Xie couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of smugness on Bai Yi's otherwise calm face, as if he was quite pleased with the situation. He felt a slight sting in his nose, and his tail behind him involuntarily swayed left and right. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and managed to display his usual mischievous smile, saying, "Oh dear, it's all right, we are all family now." With the conclusion of this small interlude, all existing civilizations finally completed their genuine union. Leaders from various civilizations gathered together to sign a civilization self-saving agreement, detailing the causes and consequences of the union, as well as future development goals. 8 months later, with a tremendous rumble, a swarm of insectoid beings finally completed the transfer of the Shea civilization's world fragments to the vicinity of the Humanoid Federation. The uniqueness of the world fragments made it nearly impossible for other races to move them except for the insectoid civilization's talents, so these 8 months had been quite taxing for the insectoids. At this point, all civilizations had gathered together. Meanwhile, during this time, the Federation had been utilizing its technology to broadcast messages throughout the broken world. The end of the broken world is near. All civilizations have united to seek survival together. The Humanoid Federation calls upon all wanderers and organizations within the world to temporarily set aside their grievances and join us in resisting the true apocalypse. This message was translated into 16 commonly used universal languages in the broken world and played on a loop, accompanied by drone-like devices made from inscription technology aimlessly drifting over the increasingly desolate land. This world is doomed. This is the consensus of all survivors. Lightning and fierce winds no longer suffice to quell the impending disaster. Blackened skies began to rain down various debris, which fell to the ground in a thick layer of dust. The world became increasingly bizarre, with spaces in some areas starting to distort. To an outsider, anyone stepping into these areas would appear to be moving in jerks, as if their actions were dropping frames. In other areas, glitches appeared sporadically, resembling screen tearing, occasionally accompanied by fading colors in the world. Distortion and disease spread across the land, announcing the arrival of the end. At the border of the Union's world fragments, a seemingly endless line of people stood waiting. They methodically received wanderers arriving from afar, selecting healthier individuals among them, and then, under the guidance of soldiers, led them into the next process. What gives you the right to deny me entry? I've traveled for months and finally made it here. Please let me in. Daddy, Mommy, aren't you coming with me? Little darling, you go in with this sister first, and Mommy and Daddy will come in a bit. The couple afflicted with disease said. The separation of life and death, the myriad of human experiences played out here continuously. Occasionally, some beings attempted to forcefully charge through with their powerful bodies, but were swiftly shot down by soldiers. The brutal work atmosphere made this place exceptionally oppressive, with many staff members being forcibly reassigned within days and undergoing psychological counseling. In response, the players tried all races and ultimately replaced most of the staff with Shea people. There was no other way. As long as it was the White King's order, they would carry it out without hesitation, bearing no psychological burden at all. Besides that, the brand new version of the survival war was about to officially begin. Although it had basically been internally settled as the largest spectacle within the Union, the survival war ignited the passion of everyone in the Union. Thus, 10 months after the establishment of the Union, the survival war commenced in an enormous venue capable of accommodating nearly 20 million people. This was a massive structure specifically built by the Union located within the world fragments of the Humanoid Federation and the Hellen civilization. The seats inside the venue were equipped with inscription glasses, as long as viewers wore them, they could clearly see the situation in the arena below no matter how far away they were. Simultaneously, the venue boasted multiple arenas, each constructed according to the unique characteristics of various races, ensuring they could showcase their strongest abilities. On the day the survival war began, the venue was packed. The entire Union came to a standstill to witness this historic moment, which would determine the voice of each civilization. Those who could not enter the venue gathered around inscription televisions, watching the live broadcast. At the very front of the scene, leaders from 8 civilizations were all present, making the already fervent atmosphere even more heated. Including the participants backstage, each of them was among the strongest, selected through layers of screening, along with some so-called strong ones predetermined by the leaders. Among them, the 10 contestants from the Shea civilization were the most excited, trembling with anticipation, their eyes blazing, as if they could shoot fire. The presence of the king was to them the utmost honor. The survival war lasted for 5 days, during which contestants would draw lots to determine their arenas and opponents. The battle plan for the 5 days was as follows. The first day would have 80 progress to 40, then 40 to 20. The second day would see 20 progress to 10, and 10 to 5. The third day would have 5 progress to 3, with one person getting a bye determined by drawing lots. The fourth day would see 3 progress to 2, with each contestant battling 2 others to select a third place. The fifth day would be the final showdown, determining first and second place. It is essential to note that in the survival war, death is unavoidable. If a contestant dies midway, they are considered eliminated. After the rules were announced, the 80 contestants began a fierce battle for their civilizations, the entire process akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique skills. After all, every contestant had fought their way through genuine warfare. Their mastery over their bodies and talents had reached an extraordinary level. Moreover, they struck ruthlessly. Each move was deadly, resulting in a high death rate that even reached an astonishing 1-to-1 ratio at times. The pressure of determining the voice of civilization weighed heavily on the contestants. For them, it was better to die on the arena than to return home defeated. They would rather perish than face the disappointed populace back home. In the end, only one Shea contestant survived while all others perished. Such a brutal outcome left everyone breathless. They had long lost the initial cheers and instead fell into a profound silence. After the lone Shea contestant endured and accepted the medal personally awarded by the White King, they too fell into eternal slumber. Thus, all 80 contestants perished. In this battle, there were no victors. The survival war has concluded. As all competitors perished, the rankings were determined by the order in which the last contestants from each civilization died. From highest to lowest: Shea civilization, Humanoid Federation, Eagleman civilization, Hellen civilization, Frogman civilization, Insectman civilization, Demonman civilization, and Fishman civilization. This result was quite similar to what the players had initially predicted. So what comes next? What do we do now? In the familiar conference room, players gathered, and Inzai B. Pao was the first to ask. What follows is that we will have to rely on Liang Jingjing. According to my experiments, the mucus secreted by fishmen possesses an almost conceptual adhesive ability, a unique talent that can even bond fragments of the world together. This bonding differs from the devouring of world fragments. It is gentler and hardly affects the civilizations within the fragments, making it very suitable for our current situation. Therefore, we need to establish a research institution and send scholars and scientists from your respective civilizations. We must rapidly develop technology and seek a way out. At this point, the subsequent tone became clear. What are we players supposed to do? Cho He-Tang, feeling a bit restless, wanted to find something for himself to do. Although he was a leader, he had no sense of awareness. There's a saying that the greatest help a leader can provide is not to interfere. Just act as a mascot. You don't need to do anything, especially don't try to guide others in areas you don't understand, added a bystander. His words made Cho He-Tang somewhat displeased. Who do you think you are, buddy? Do you see yourself as one of those 2 big shots over there? Cho He-Tang immediately retorted. We are the leaders of our civilizations. Are we supposed to do nothing? His words made the bystander laugh. You don't really think that a leader has to be the smartest, strongest, and most outstanding person in the entire civilization, do you? No, is that not the case? Cho He-Tang began to feel uncertain. Isn't that common sense? Of course not. Have you ever met someone like that in real life? Look. Hearing the bystander's words, Cho He-Tang confidently pointed at Siesu beside him. This time it was the bystander who fell silent. He couldn't argue against this point. Seeing the resentful look in Cho He-tang's eyes, Xie Su spoke up. Don't use me as an example. Even I don't know everything. In fact, the vast majority of leaders don't need to be omniscient and omnipotent. They just need to focus on integration and empowerment. Letting the people beneath them play freely is sufficient. We only need to ensure that the overall framework does not deviate. After that, other players began to ask various questions, most of which were answered by others with a few responses from Xie Su and Bai Yi. Throughout the process, other players noticed that although Bai Yi spoke infrequently, every time he did, he was exceptionally precise, articulating the most intuitive principles in the simplest language. As expected, being a top-tier player requires more than just strength. Several players present thought to themselves. At the end of the meeting, Yu Meng posed a question. By the way, we've spent all this time uniting, but we still haven't come up with a name. Upon hearing this, the players realized that they indeed had forgotten. The fox thought for a moment. How about we call it the Divine Terra Empire? He pointed at Bai Yi by Wang Divine. Then he gestured to the others present. We, Terra Earth. I think that sounds good, Bai Yi nodded. This was one point he greatly admired about Xie Su. He always came up with many appealing names. Indeed, it sounds quite nice. Other players also expressed their approval. Thus, the name of the united entity was officially settled. The empire had no emperor and was controlled by the Imperial Council. There were a total of 8 seats in the council, arranged according to the order of the Sustenance War. The first was by Wang and the second was Führer Xie Su. The first 2 seats each held 1 veto power. 2 days later, a massive projection created using inscription technology was projected within the Empire Divine Terra Empire. After the formal unification, the empire operated at full capacity with dozens or even hundreds of departments simultaneously in operation. As the Fishman civilization bonded the world, fragments, military tactics coordination, and the exchange of civilizational knowledge were also being pursued simultaneously. Scholars from various civilizations communicated tirelessly, and the collision of different thoughts sparked unprecedented fireworks. New inspirations and ideas emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, coupled with the players' modern thinking and imaginative ideas, leading to explosive breakthroughs in the Empire's technology. Every moment saw new achievements appearing and being rapidly implemented in their respective fields. In terms of the military, soldiers' weapons were being replaced almost every half-month. The Empire's soldiers watched as their weapons transformed from the initial cold weapons to flintlock guns, pistols, rifles, rocket launchers, and single-soldier recoilless machine guns. 2 years later, their weapons had evolved into electromagnetic rifles, head-mounted brainwave drones, and the latest models of single-soldier exoskeletons. Moreover, every soldier was required to undergo a series of complicated training courses. Just to master these weapons, they needed to study for nearly a month, and with the drills of new tactics, their learning duration was further extended. In response, the Empire's soldiers were left unsure whether to laugh or cry, simply calling it a happy trouble. Meanwhile, various powerful weapons emerged in succession, and various long-range missiles appeared endlessly. It was said that someone had already begun researching a superweapon with a massive area of effect. In terms of living conditions, the buildings within the Empire had undergone a significant transformation. Once tall skyscrapers had completely vanished, replaced by continuous low-rise building clusters. These structures were tightly connected like fortresses, capable of withstanding a magnitude 15 earthquake, while also possessing excellent air defense capabilities. Meanwhile, numerous hospitals were constructed and various vaccines were developed by the Empire. Many previously incurable diseases, such as distortion syndrome, decay syndrome, and molting syndrome, now had rapid and effective treatment methods. And all of this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Empire's full-scale operations. Within a laboratory covering nearly 10,000 square kilometers, the Empire's most elite scholars gathered. Here, dozens of new ideas accompanied by preliminary experimental results were integrated by scholars every minute and sent to the review department for validation. The review department would assess the feasibility of the ideas and send them to the execution department. This process would filter out 80% of the ideas, while the execution department would conduct further experiments and validations on the remaining 20%, allocating research funds based on the corresponding results. This was the Empire's most closely watched testing ground, conducting the plan named Empire Sustenance, searching for ways to ensure the Empire's continuation after the world was destroyed. Bang! Xie Su slammed the documents in his hand onto the table. His fur bristled, his tail drooping, and his narrow eyes coldly fixed on the timid person in front of him. I remember saying more than once that placing hope in a single individual is an exceedingly lamentable act. He pressed his hands against the table, speaking each word with emphasis. The survival of civilization is intimately linked to every individual within it. The person in charge was already trembling, but the weight of their responsibility forced them to maintain their composure in front of Xie Zu's authority, dutifully providing a response. But But this is one of the 10 most likely successful plans at the moment. To hell with that bullshit plan. Siesu, rarely cursing, was on the brink of fury, his anger nearly spilling from his eyes. To make a single person bear all the suffering, can such a plan even be called heaven? He walked around the table, standing above the person in charge, shoving the thick stack of documents into their arms. This plan does not require further consideration. Shut it down. Aren't there 9 other plans? Increase the support for those 9 plans. At the same time, inform that group of Shia people to stop delving into their worthless technology. Without the White King, they are nothing. Watching the person in charge flee in panic, Siesu let out a difficult sigh. Though to outsiders he appeared to be an omnipotent big shot. In reality, only he knew that he was merely someone with a broader range of knowledge, having read more, practiced more, and trained more. Setting aside those, he was just an ordinary person, equally lost and helpless. These days he had been hesitating whether to use his talents on a large scale, but each time he thought of the consequences, he forced himself to endure. Just wait a bit longer, a bit longer. Beside him, the rat man, Siesun, stood quietly, observing with a calm demeanor. Although it had stepped down from the position of Legion commander, now serving as the personal guard of the Chancellor, the connections it had built still allowed it to understand the current plans being researched by the Empire. Even Siesun, upon learning about the Heaven plan, was deeply shocked by the cruelty of the Shia people, both towards others and themselves. The person in charge returned to their office, holding a thick stack of documents, sighing heavily. Upon opening the door, they found a figure sitting in their original spot. The oppressive golden eyes revealed the identity of this individual. "Good day, Your Highness the White King." The person in charge was startled, quickly regaining composure and bowing respectfully. "Hand me that plan." Bai Yi's voice was somewhat brusque. The person in charge dared not delay and respectfully handed over the plan they were holding. Bai Yi opened the document and inquired, "Did the council members not agree to this plan?" "Yes." After the person in charge replied, the atmosphere fell silent, and Bai Yi continued to read page by page. Though the weather forecast said today's temperature would peak at 30 C, the person in charge felt an unnerving chill in the room, their body trembling, as if they were being watched by some terrifying calamity. After a long time, Bai Yi finished reading the entire document and lifted his head. "What is the success rate of this plan?" "Between 1% and 76%. "What about the 2 plans with the highest success rates among the others?" 13. 64, 14. 19. Hearing the response, Bai Yi fell into contemplation. He certainly understood why the success rate of this plan varied so drastically. It was entirely dependent on the selected individual's capacity to endure. After a while, Bai Yi spoke. "Continue research on this plan and report the results directly to me in the future without alarming the council members." "As you wish, Your Highness." The person in charge replied, then bowed to Bai Yi before leaving the office to make the necessary arrangements at the research institute. Bai Yi closed the document in his hands, the cover emblazoned with the name of this plan, Eternal Heaven. The situation was deteriorating beyond expectation. One day, the howling winds and lightning in the shattered world suddenly calmed, replaced by tranquility. A deathly silence. Even the once dark sky that could illuminate the earth fell into true darkness. Light vanished, and the world was engulfed in shadow. Then light reappeared, a blinding radiance piercing the darkness, illuminating the land below, within a certain radius. These were satellites manufactured by the Empire, used for illumination beyond its borders. 20 satellites were arranged in a specific pattern, providing illumination to the land below. Although the Empire was fragmented within the world's debris, with the advancement of technology, they had long since stepped beyond the shards, developing all usable resources in the broken world. Meanwhile, massive drones flew out from the Empire, controlled by their pilots, searching for the last survivors. "So bright, what is that thing flashing lights in front of me?" A fearsome giant beast was awakened by the illuminated drone. It lifted its massive head, a giant hand grasping the flying drone, examining it closely. "What is this thing?" The nearly 10-meter-long drone looked like a mere model airplane in the giant's hand. "Gigi Gulu, Gigi Gulu. Mimi Jemimai G. Diga Digu." The drone emitted sounds incomprehensible to the beast, switching every few seconds. After a series of switches, the giant beast grew impatient. Just as it was about to crush the drone, a voice suddenly came from it. "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" "Huh?" The giant was taken aback, not expecting this little thing to speak. "Are you alive? I've never seen a race like you before." The giant glanced left and right, curiously asking. "I am from the 7th Squadron of the Sacred Terra Empire 5th. The voice from the drone began to list off food names. Listening to the drone's babbling, the giant scratched its head in confusion. "Sacred what? Can it be eaten?" The drone fell silent for a moment before getting to the point. "The broken world has entered its final stage of death, and it is expected to completely perish within 5 years. The Sacred Terra Empire invites all surviving beings to join the Empire so that you may continue to exist. I was sent to find giant single civilization beings like yourself. If you wish to survive, go to coordinates XXXXXXXXXXXX there. The drone was interrupted by the giant. What are coordinates? The drone fell silent again. Head that way, east in that direction. There is a border established by the Empire along with satellites illuminating the land. There will be someone to assist you at that time. Now please release the drone I control. I still need to go to the next location. Time is running out. Oh. The giant let go of the drone, watching it fly away into the distance until it was completely swallowed by darkness. How long did I sleep? Why is the world that was once fine on the brink of destruction? The giant surveyed its surroundings, the aura of death enveloping it, and its once hard scales now offered no sense of security. At this moment, the giant was wide awake. It pondered for a moment before deciding to follow the words of that strange little bird and check out this sacred land. It adjusted its direction, still able to distinguish north, south, east, and west. Then it took its massive legs and began to advance towards the east. Even as the world has become a lifeless shell, life still refuses to perish, struggling fiercely to continue its existence. Thus, all forms of life began to converge from the sacred Terran Empire. Time flowed slowly amidst the busyness. Various players nestled in the ancient stronghold of the Empire, signing documents and reviewing files, living fulfilling lives. At first, Bai Yi was quite active, often appearing throughout the Empire. Among them, he frequented the Eagleman civilization the most. In particular, the infamous Don't Run lustful thief was captured by Bai Yi for nearly half a month, and upon returning he appeared like a defiled bride, wearing a sorrowful expression. The other players were very curious. They employed various means to uncover what had transpired during those 2 weeks, but the lustful thief remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge a word despite threats or temptations. It was unclear when it began, but Bai Yi's appearances dwindled, and for the most part, he simply sat alone on the desolate throne, his slightly furrowed brow lost in thought. Then, as if a fast-forward button had been pressed, time began to slip away in an instant, as if it no longer mattered. At the borders of the Empire, survivors' tribes mingled with various monstrous beasts where conflicts occurred from time to time, restrained by soldiers clad in advanced weaponry. Sometimes they would encounter extremely powerful beasts that refused to submit to management, but the borders' high-powered weapons could not be used and the soldiers' ordinary weapons were ineffective. In such instances, a board player would step in to teach the beast a lesson, forcing it to behave. Ever since the Fishman civilization merged all world fragments into one, the player leaders gained immense power. Among them, the most arrogant was undoubtedly Don't Run lustful thief, whose original Eagleman form evolved into a radiant angelic form, glowing with holy light, at all times appearing rather flamboyant. In response, other players expressed disdain and dealt him a beating. Yes, although it was intimidating, the combat power of the angel was not high compared to other players. Thus, beating up the lustful thief seemed to become a staple activity among players. After all, he was so flamboyant, and with such a wicked name, attacking him had to be justified. After all, the lustful thief's talent made his vitality akin to that of a cockroach, making him nearly impossible to kill, so players were not particularly worried. When the last wanderer stepped into the Empire's territory, the heavy iron gates closed completely. This marked the end of all that remained in the shattered world. No longer was there anything left, whether living or dead. Everything had vanished. Besides the borders of the Empire, there was no longer a glimmer of light in the world. The final moments were approaching. This was the thought shared by everyone within the Empire. As time passed, the once problem-ridden Empire, forcefully cobbled together by players, surprisingly began to stabilize slowly. After overcoming the initial adjustment period, all the former races gradually laid down their hatred and ceased hostilities. Many early mistakes caused by poor handling became increasingly rare, and cooperation among different races began to grow harmonious. The Empire gradually fused into a true whole. The players did not anticipate that the originally haphazardly discussed plan would now be implemented so perfectly. It seemed as if it were meant to be. Soon after, just as the Empire's council had initially predicted, the shattered world faced another collapse. The incurable distortions and plagues grew increasingly violent. Ordinary people exposed to them would hardly last an hour before transforming into monsters, and even the massive beasts likely wouldn't survive for many days. Gradually, the Empire began to retract, and territories outside the world fragments were slowly abandoned. All gathering work ceased, and Imperial citizens, including soldiers, retreated back into the fragment realm, leaving behind only the massive walls that had been constructed earlier. The merged world fragments began to confront this erosion. Yet, facing the imminent demise, the shattering of the world fragments was merely a matter of time. The destruction of the Empire seemed to have been predetermined from the very beginning. Thus, the progress of the 10 proposed plans was expedited again and ultimately, after filtering out 7 of them, the last 3 plans appeared on the desk of the Empire's council. Now the Empire was finally about to face its final choice, a decision regarding its life and death. Plan 1: Drifting World. General content: utilize all large-scale weapons of the Empire to detach the world fragments from the shattered world and initiate world drifting once more. Advantages: low mortality rate, easy to operate. Disadvantages: lack of external resource replenishment. A world drifting will erode the fragments potentially faster than the erosion itself, possibly leaving no new world to find even when the fragments are exhausted. Success rate 9.27, a drop of 4.37 from the original. Plan 2: Soul Immortality. General content: utilize some undeveloped technology to convert everyone into a soul form, allowing them to survive in the dead world. Advantages: minimal resource consumption, nearly no consumption during soul form hibernation. Disadvantages: must be in a stable environment during hibernation, otherwise hibernation is impossible. Activities require consumption of soul energy. If the energy is depleted, the soul dies. Success rate 22.58, an increase of 8.39. Plan 3: Eternal Paradise. The second counselor has been dismissed. The first counselor has been restarted. General content: expand the throne of Shea civilization, allowing the White King to bear all. At the same time, each race would provide 50% of their population voluntarily converting into soul form for the White King to consume, alleviating his pressure. Advantages: none. Disadvantages: if the White King cannot endure, the Empire will be directly annihilated. Success rate 1.76. This is my king's palace. You cannot be so rude. Get lost. Outside the palace, fierce arguments erupted, accompanied by the blocking and pleading of the clergy. Then came the sounds of gunfire, muffled groans, and bodies hitting the ground, followed by a loud bang. The doors of the palace were forcibly pushed open, with Shea soldiers resisting bravely, but to no avail. Bai Yi's scattered thoughts were drawn by the commotion. Soon a familiar figure appeared in the great hall. The open palace doors revealed the sprawled Shea people outside, all knocked unconscious. The newcomer was clad in military uniform, untouched by the resistance outside. He marched angrily to the throne, seized Bai Yi by the collar, and shouted, "Bai Yi, didn't I tell you to abolish that plan? Why did you conduct it privately? Why?" Bai Yi looked at the fox before him, his face contorted grotesquely, with intense rage, appearing quite comical. A barely audible laugh escaped from Bai Yi's lips. Such an attitude made Siesu even angrier. He raised a hand, intending to give this bastard a heavy blow. But when their eyes met, his raised hand suddenly became feeble. Once those golden eyes, always burning and captivating, had inexplicably become mottled and dim. Why? Siesu dejectedly lowered his hands, murmuring. At that moment he had lost all the former arrogance, resembling a child as he clutched Bai Yi, asking unwillingly, "We clearly have other plans. There are clearly other plans." In the distance, the great doors had been shut by the arriving members of the church, who tactfully retreated, not daring to interrupt the conversation between the two. Bai Yi fell silent for a moment, then raised his hand to adjust the collar of his fox attire. "What are you talking about?" he asked without changing his expression. Yet Siesu could see clearly that such a simple action had become somewhat difficult for Bai Yi. Now his hands trembled ever so slightly. Seeing this scene, Siesu could no longer tolerate it. He questioned, "Are you still unwilling to tell me? Do I have to say everything for you to admit it? Then make it clear. Why did you restart the Heavenly Kingdom plan after knowing I had already abolished it? Why secretly modify the throne to connect it to the entire empire? Why are you so stubbornly executing the third plan? Why must you bear all the pain alone?" Siesu spoke each word clearly. From the facts, he already knew everything. However, this was already within Bai Yi's expectations. He knew from the start that this couldn't be hidden from Siesu for long. With his insight, he would eventually discover the clues. Not to mention, he also had his gifted abilities. However, Bai Yi was not worried, because with his personal involvement, all actions were sufficiently secretive. By the time Siesu discovered it, he had already completed the most crucial step, upgrading the throne, connecting it to the entire divine Terra Empire, and then bearing it all alone. In the absence of Siesu's immediate intervention, he had already won. What had just occurred was merely the final struggle. When Siesu threw out all his questions, Bai Yi fell silent. He did not answer immediately, but countered. "Did you use your gift? Don't change the topic." Siesu said this, but his evasion confirmed the possibility, and Bai Yi felt somewhat angered. After all, everything he had done was for both of them to leave here alive. Forcibly using your gift will lead you to be further marked. His speed in finding you will increase. Why would you use your gift? Do you know that this pain will completely break you? You will die on this throne. The two engaged in a heated exchange, each expressing their views. "Do we still have tomorrow?" In the end, Siesu's voice suddenly rose, forcefully drowning out Bai Yi's words. After a pause, he bitterly smiled and said, "We no longer have tomorrow. Do we still need to worry about the future?" This time it was Bai Yi's turn to fall silent. After a long while he spoke hoarsely. This is the method with the highest success rate. This is the only way to ensure you survive. Xiesu bent down staring directly at Bai Yi's mottled golden eyes. But in the end we failed, dog brother. Do you know that? His words pierced deep like a thorn deeply stabbing into Bai Yi's heart. Bai Yi's pupils brightened, sharply burning fiercely as usual. No, not as usual, but brighter than ever before. He felt as if he had been greatly insulted. He opened his mouth wanting to say something. But what could he say? To insist it was impossible that he could definitely endure. To say that this pain was trivial, mere trifles for him. These words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he could never bring himself to say them. Because the only possibility for this plan to fail was that he could not endure the intense pain. In the next moment his pupils dimmed like a handful of burnt-out firewood, leaving only a few embers. After a long time, he dejectedly sighed. If what you say is true, then it means I couldn't endure it. Perhaps I overestimated myself. I thought my willpower was strong enough. After all, the pain that could kill others was merely a daily occurrence for me. Thus what I have always been proud of is not my strength, but my willpower. Since coming to this world, I have looked down upon it, believing that this pain was trivial. Until now I still think so, which is why I unhesitatingly expanded the throne's scope and took it upon myself. But why couldn't I endure it? It shouldn't be so. Is your prophecy accurate? Did I really not endure it? Bai Yi still found it hard to believe. Xiesu did not rush to answer, but continued to ask. Why bear such a heavy cost? Dog brother, do you care about these races? The so-called White King, has it truly bound you? Bai Yi thought for a moment. Perhaps I don't have any great ambitions. I just want to keep those around me alive. Yu zi hua Uncle Zhang's sister Wei Zhenggu to bring all of you through. After coming here, I had everything handed to me, and that group of little lizards served me day and night, trying their best to please me. Including the empire behind. No matter who it is, upon seeing me, they would respectfully call me White King. I can feel that they are sincere, and that feeling is indeed good. So since the ultimate goal is to survive, and I must endure pain anyway, why not take them along? What difference does it make? Simply enduring pain to avoid the extinction of civilization seems incredibly cheap and worthwhile, doesn't it? Even if they might be false. Perhaps merely illusions projected by fantastical architecture. What does it matter? Bai Yi questioned back. Xiesu fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. But Bai Yi was unwilling to endure this. He did not believe he was so fragile. Even though he was currently very weak, he stubbornly felt that he could not fail. He urgently wanted to know the answer, so he asked again. So is your prophecy accurate? Did I really not endure it? Xiesu's expression changed. It was a complex emotion Bai Yi had never seen before, as if filled with great relief, yet also despair, as if he had seen something utterly unbearable. So twisted, so unbearable. Dog brother, you have borne the weight of all living beings in this world. You have borne the burden of the entire empire. Xiesu finally spoke. So what was the reason for the failure? Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's expression did not change as if he had anticipated it. He continued to speak. Xiesu's voice was nearly a lament. You endured that nearly eternal pain, exceeding 1 billion years of limits that I can see. Yet we still did not survive. Oh, all of us died within this fantastical architecture. Because this plan was wrong. There has never been anything called Heavenly Kingdom. Xiesu's words left Bai Yi momentarily stunned just as he was about to speak. The piercing sound of a siren reverberated throughout every corner of the empire. This was the alarm for a special-level incident. Bai Yi and Xiesu exchanged glances and sprang into action. Suddenly, the flesh beneath Bai Yi's feet surged, and a figure identical to the one seated on the throne appeared before Xiesu. Both of them hurried outside. What's going on? I don't know. Didn't you use your talent? I was just skipping through it. After looking so far, didn't it find you immediately? No, it must be due to the different flow of time inside the building. Don't use your talent from now on. Xiesu did not respond, but continued walking. Bai Yi stepped in front of him, blocking his path. I apologize for acting on my own. I will no longer hide any of my actions from you in the future. At the same time, you need to promise me that you won't use your talent anymore. Hearing his apology, Xiesu's expression finally softened a bit, no longer as furious as before. He looked at the person before him and nodded. All right. What happened? As soon as Xiesu and Bai Yi stepped into the Imperial Council Hall, he immediately questioned the players present. Beside them, the lewd thief sat slumped in a chair. Its once resplendent holy body was now riddled with holes, and even the holy light could no longer be released. His entire body was covered in bite marks, and these wounds were slowly but steadily healing under the influence of his talent. The lewd thief weakly waved his hand, removing the camera hanging around his neck. A bystander took it and retrieved the storage card, inserting it into the slot on the table. A projection rose from the table, playing footage from the lewd thief's reconnaissance outing. Due to the Empire's comprehensive contraction, the inability to replenish resources led to significant cuts in unnecessary expenditures, including the production of drones. Since the lewd thief wandered aimlessly in the Empire every day, Xie Su assigned him some tasks to check on the state of the broken world. Because he could fly and was tough to kill, even diseases posed no threat to him. Thus, for the past few months, the lewd thief had transformed into a human radar tasked with roaming outside daily. The video began to play, starting with the familiar dark scenery. As the Empire contracted, it had already retrieved its satellites, leaving the broken world devoid of any light. The monotonous flight continued for several hours, and the onlookers did not pay much attention, quickly fast-forwarding instead. Suddenly, the camera seemed to detect something in the distance, and the lewd thief flew towards it. In the darkness, there appeared to be something writhing. Closer, even closer. Upon reaching the skies above, the camera swiftly swept through the air, but due to the darkness, the full view below remained obscured. All they could see was a slight writhing, and no matter how long they flew, they could not reach the end, as if the entire Earth had come to life. Why did we retrieve the satellites? I can't see anything now. A murmuring voice was heard, and then the camera began to descend slowly. After descending to a few hundred meters above the ground, the camera stopped. Then the sound of the lewd thief gathering energy was heard in the video. In the next moment, a holy light emanated from the lewd thief, illuminating the ground below like a light bulb. This time, everyone finally saw clearly that what was writhing on the ground was an endless tide of mutated creatures. At the same time, as if sensing something, the camera abruptly turned. In the next moment, a colossal head emerged from the swirling clouds above. It was a creature resembling a whale, but for some reason it could swim in the air. Moreover, its entire body had already mutated flesh and blood, twisting chaotically. The enormous mouth, which occupied half of its body, opened wide and lunged fiercely at the camera. The lewd thief retreated quickly, and the camera even captured the plasma flames erupting from its wings. But it was still too late. Even though the lewd thief narrowly escaped being swallowed by the whale, he was still struck by the monster. The camera began to shake violently, and after a dizzying spin, he crashed into the tide of monsters below. Then blinding light erupted, slicing through the surrounding mutated creatures, but these creatures continued to swarm and killing one that lunged at him, only for 5 more to follow, as if they were endless. The final shot showed mutated creatures surging from all directions, blood splattering over the lens before plunging into darkness. This is how the events unfolded. After watching the video, the lewd thief had almost fully recovered. He moved his limbs and spoke to the crowd, still shaken. I almost got eaten alive. Has the video been sent to other departments? Don't worry, it was copied and sent to them as soon as it returned. That endless tide of mutated creatures is about a few hundred kilometers away from us. At their speed, they'll reach us in less than 5 days. The lewd thief bluntly finished his statement. The players present all war-worried expressions. Xie Su couldn't help but scoff. Why is it always so cliched? Even the Foggy Land borrowed the trope of a monster siege before the ultimate crisis. There's not a shred of originality. Xie Su's critique was spot on, as everyone involuntarily nodded in agreement. Even Bai Yi did the same. The monster siege trope has been around since 2015. The lewd thief thought for a moment, that thing isn't that strong. I can take out a whole area with one wave, just that there are a lot of them. That's great. It's a perfect opportunity to test out those weapons developed by the Empire's armed forces. Oh, they told me not long ago that they had created a very powerful weapon. With everyone's casual chatter, the atmosphere began to relax. Although the disaster is terrifying, it must be faced right. In the end, Xie Su clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, let's proceed according to our earlier discussion. Mobilize all the beasts we can. After all, they are the only ones capable of withstanding the erosion of the broken world. Remember to arm them to the teeth and simultaneously produce high-powered weapons without worrying about consumption. That's something we'll consider after surviving. Let's get through this immediate crisis first. As for the soldiers, we will deploy them when the front lines are pushed to the edge of the Empire. Everyone nodded in agreement. It seems like all the remaining creatures in this world will be coming. By the way, a bystander scratched his chin. They deserve it. Who told them not to listen to the Empire? They died and still caused trouble for the Empire, Yu Ming casually remarked. Bai Wang slightly closed his eyes, feeling the pain in his body, then a cruel smile crept across his lips. Just in time. I've been holding back for many years. The Empire once again sprang into action, launching countless satellites into the sky. These satellites were all singlets, equipped with newly developed high-powered laser cannons and filled with high-intensity concentrated explosives. Once the laser was depleted, it would fall from the sky and crash into the tide of aberrant creatures, delivering a final strike. Light re-emerged in the shattered world, even brighter than before, as the Empire deployed more illumination satellites. Thousands of colossal beasts were now equipped by the Empire, having become a part of it, and willing to fight for those who were unwilling, never made it in from the start. Players stood at the edge of the newly rebuilt city walls, isolated within the broken world, devoid of anyone else. Gazing at the distant, motionless land, Xie Su turned and said solemnly, everyone present has the ultimate goal of surviving and returning home. I hadn't planned to reiterate this, but to prevent anyone from getting overly enthusiastic, I must emphasize it once more. While speaking, he surveyed the players present. We will enter after Dog Brother blocks the first wave of attacks, reducing the number of monsters. Take note, we are engaged in a war of attrition. We only need to wear them down. I shouldn't have to remind you that each of you understands the symbolic significance of your roles, so do not harbor notions of being heroes and confronting all the monsters alone. We will certainly incur losses, and they will be substantial, but we must remain steady. Even if your soldiers fall before you, you cannot lose your composure. Because our objective has never been victory, but survival to endure in this shattered world. Siesu was making the final preparations before the battle. Bai Yi stood alone in the distance as a corporeal embodiment of flesh, leaving no one to worry about his demise. Upon being noticed by Siesu, he no longer needed to conceal himself and unleashed his full firepower. The weight of over billions of people from the entire empire, combined with the mass nearly equivalent to half of the shattered world, pressed down solely upon him. At this moment, the empire was free of disease and corruption. All races had returned to health, and the empire thrived, showing no signs of erosion. Simultaneously, the deeds of the White King had spread throughout the empire under the council's promotion, leading countless individuals to worship him spontaneously. At this time, they were beginning to understand why the Shea people were so devout. Even the Shea people had not anticipated that their king could single-handedly support the entire empire, rendering the proposed alleviation measures unnecessary. Of course, this was merely a stopgap measure. Bai Yi's golden eyes grew increasingly mottled as his lifeless gaze stared into the distance. He yearned for the slaughter to slightly alleviate his pain. He longed for it. Bai Yi stood on the city wall for 3 whole days like a dutiful soldier, as straight as an iron pillar. A day ago, with the implementation of the latest contactless protective armor, ordinary soldiers of the Empire could finally temporarily leave the shards of the world and enter the broken world to execute their missions. During these 3 days, countless soldiers and related personnel passed by him, moving swiftly as they positioned various weapons and equipment along the city wall. Yet every time they passed by, they would slow their pace, slightly bow, and offer him a brief salute before hastily moving on. For 3 days he remained motionless, his vacant gaze always fixed on the distance, and perhaps it was not just an illusion of the Empire's citizens. They felt that the White King's back seemed less upright than before, as if burdened by something. Bai Yi grew increasingly silent. On the evening of the 3rd day, the earth began to tremble slightly, as if a minor earthquake were occurring. As time passed, the tremors not only failed to diminish, but instead grew stronger. This earthquake, akin to the apocalypse, intensified, and everyone on the city wall felt as if the thick walls were about to collapse. Of course, this was an illusion. The walls were nearly tens of meters thick, with the foundation nearly 100 meters deep. Theoretically, unless the earth split like the East African rift, such specially reinforced walls would not sustain any damage. Finally, on the 4th day, accompanied by black smoke and the earth's tremors, figures of aberrant creatures began to appear on the distant horizon. These frenzied figures were completely unrecognizable. Their bodies had undergone irreversible mutations, with multiple limbs, heads, and fewer legs being considered mild features. More prevalent were the disordered masses of flesh and tendrils, immense tumors covered in eyes and mouths. Their blood flowed with liquefied diseases and disasters. The scent of death clung to them, greedily consuming their already meager lives. In such a pitiful state, even without intervention, they would likely not survive a month. But now the aberrant creatures had arrived at their doorstep, and they could not be ignored. They surged like a tide, consuming everything in their path, with the sky also filled with various aberrant creatures, including the aberrant whale seen in previous videos, as well as birds, jellyfish, octopuses, and other chaotic aberrant life forms. God knows how they managed to ascend into the sky. Thousands of various colossal beasts were scattered along the borders of the empire, each towering over 100 meters, some resembling gorillas covered in fur, while others like Godzilla were clad in tough scales. Each colossal beast was uniquely distinctive, with no two resembling one another among the thousands. Every beast's exterior was equipped with numerous weapons and gear protecting their vulnerable areas, while also enhancing their offensive capabilities. At the same time, each colossal beast donned a pair of suspenders tailored for them by the Empire. Its primary function was to release a burst of plasma flames from the propulsion device located at their rear and groin when the beasts could no longer hold on and could not retreat in time, allowing them to slide briefly to safety. To prevent burns to the beasts themselves, the propulsion device employed cooling technology capable of withstanding temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. The beasts who had used it all praised its effectiveness. The 7 leaders were also evenly distributed along the borders of the Empire, responsible for the most fierce points of attack. All irrelevant personnel had retreated to the shards of the world. Everyone knew that what lay before them was merely an appetizer. the real battle was yet to come. The tide of aberrant creatures was drawing closer, and all players and beasts began to tense their bodies. Among them, unlike others near the city wall, Bai Yi had already moved 30 kilometers away from it. Simultaneously, identical figures began to emerge with 12 identical Bai Yis surrounding the entire border of the empire. Finally, the distance between the tide of aberrations and Bai Yi was entirely closed. He could even smell the putrid scent approaching. 12 figures raised their hands simultaneously, their mottled pupils struggling to ignite with light. The moment the aberrant creatures came into contact with Bai Yi, an even more domineering aberration descended. The moment he touched Bai Yi, the aberrant beings lost all control over their bodies. Due to the overwhelming density of the aberrant tide, all the aberrant beings were crammed together. As a result, the number of uncontrollable aberrant beings increased exponentially. 12 figures moved simultaneously as if the king seated on the throne had issued a supreme decree. Thus, starting from in front of him, all the aberrant beings came to a halt. Their bodies began an unknown transformation, their originally grotesque forms morphing into tender, delectable meat chunks with all limbs and organs erased, including their already chaotic nerves. Moreover, the transformation had not ceased. This tyrannical power continued to spread within the aberrant tide, converting billions of aberrant beings into motionless meat chunks. Relying solely on himself, Bai Yi withstood the first wave of the aberrant tide's assault. Behind him, whether it was players on the city walls, colossal beasts, or the Imperial Command Center, and civilians far within the fragments of the world, all fell silent. The originally tense atmosphere gradually turned eerie. A question mark materialized above everyone's heads. Who exactly was the villain here? Why did it feel like those aberrant beings rushing to their doom were more touching? Inside the command center, the Ratman Siesun was the first to react. Seeing the meat chunks on the screen slowing down, he casually grabbed the plan document in his hand and smacked it hard on the head of the commander, who was still entranced by the scene before him. Fire! Oh! The loud sound of the document hitting the head snapped the command center personnel back to reality. They dared not hesitate any longer and forcefully pressed down on the large red buttons in front of them. Buzz! 30 round-shaped warheads were projected down by the drones hovering above Bai Yi, targeting the meat chunks he had transformed nearly 10 kilometers outward. The 30 warheads landed one after another. The sky lit up. At the moment of the explosion, a dazzling light thousands of times brighter than the sun erupted violently, forming a fireball with a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. The temperature at the center exceeded 1 million degrees Celsius, vaporizing and evaporating all matter near the explosion point, including the meat chunks and Bai Yi. The sky appeared as if a furious hand had torn it apart. Simultaneously, the supersonic shockwave spread outward at hundreds of meters per second, annihilating everything within 30 kilometers and creating a vacuum zone. At the same time, the ultra-high temperature radiation ignited all the aberrant beings continuously rushing into the area, whether running on the ground or flying in the sky, all transforming into massive fireballs. Seconds later, the mushroom cloud formed from the rising fireballs began to emerge. Dust, steam, and various radioactive materials were sucked into the vacuum zone, forming a massive column of smoke that rose to 40 kilometers high before beginning to spread horizontally. Then the sky began to rain down a black rain mixed with radioactive particles. This rain was as thick as grease, hissing as it landed on the aberrant beings. At the center of the explosion, only a twisted and charred ground remained, with the aberrant beings vaporized, leaving behind black shadowy traces. The scorched earth was littered with twisted tram skeletons and carbonized corpses. This scene, which transformed physical energy into a catastrophic disaster, made an extreme and horrific appearance in this world. The range of the explosion's impact just stopped a few hundred meters from the Imperial border, a carefully calculated distance by the Empire. Amidst the surging flesh and blood on the city wall, Bai Yi reappeared, slightly panting. Clearly, the earlier exertion had taken a toll, even on him. He gazed at the terrifying yet tragic scene before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief, as if even the pain in his body had lessened slightly. Undoubtedly, the Empire's ultimate weapon had achieved tremendous success, but relying solely on this to withstand all attacks from aberrant beings seemed a bit overly optimistic. In the distance, countless aberrant beings continued to charge forward recklessly, even though they were burned to ashes within a few steps, and despite the radiation worsening their aberrations, even causing them to lose mobility. But there were simply too many of them. Even though so many aberrant beings had died, looking out, the aberrant tide on the horizon showed no end, a blood-red expanse that was boundless. Where on earth did so many aberrant beings come from? Does this broken world really have so many lives for them to mutate? As Bai Yi donned his communication headset, he heard the complaints coming through the channel. Don't forget, this is inside a fantastical structure. Perhaps these aberrant beings were conjured from thin air by the building. Since this is a private channel for the 8 leaders, no one dared to listen in, so the players spoke freely, saying whatever came to mind. Enough chatting, this group has broken through. Hearing this, Bai Yi looked up to see a few aberrant beings stubbornly charging out of the explosion zone. Their bodies were charred black, resembling generals about to claim victory, recklessly rushing forward. They were then crushed beneath the foot of a colossal beast. However, where there was one, there were soon two, and more aberrant beings arrived beneath the city wall. Thus close quarters combat began. The colossal beasts, waiting for a long time, charged out like wild horses. They roamed freely among the aberrant beings, their armor protecting them from harm, while the weapons mounted on them fired continuously. The colossal beasts seemed to be playing a game with infinite ammo and shields with full map visibility, unleashing their primal desire for destruction. They became increasingly enthusiastic in their killings. 10 minutes later, the barrier against the aberrant beings in the explosion zone completely failed. They filled it with their lives. An endless tide of aberrant beings surged toward the colossal beasts, penetrating everywhere, desperately trying to kill the creatures before them. Under the onslaught of so many aberrant beings, the colossal beasts' movements slowed down. Carrying such heavy weapons, even with exoskeleton support, they still felt fatigue. Just as the colossal beasts found themselves in a tough battle, the 8 leaders made their move. Swish! The holy light cut through the battlefield like a blade, and the 6-winged angels appeared as divine enforcers sent by God, each feather radiating a comforting glow. Under that light, the bodies of the aberrant beings were effortlessly sliced in half. The lecherous one floated smugly in midair, performing various extremely shameful actions, while shouting all sorts of bizarre names: Holy Light Slash, Heavenly Horse Meteor Slash, 8-part Light Wheel, Spyam Ray. With every exclamation, he unleashed a beam of light, slaying the aberrant beings below on the spot. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before him and lunged at him. The lecher's eyes narrowed. Oh, isn't that the old friend, the aberrant whale? The corner of his mouth curled in disdain. This was not the outside world, and he dared not expend too much energy. Oh, can you escape the light? As soon as he finished speaking, a dense grid-like holy light net appeared before him, slicing toward the aberrant whale. Seeing the whale reduced to chunks, the lecher couldn't help but place his hands on his hips and laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, that was great. Who's next? The channel fell silent for a moment, then Bai Yi's voice echoed softly. If you don't shut that mouth of yours, I'll sew it to the throne. Hearing this, the lecher shivered all over and quickly toned down, not daring to say anything more. This is not just Bai Yi's arrogance. This rogue is truly insufferable. He is like a giant trumpet that has finally sprouted a mouth after years of being stifled, incessantly screeching in the communication channel. With his ostentatious angelic appearance, he is even more despised. Why is it that we are all odd fruits, yet he alone stands out so flamboyantly? This further intensified the resentment among the other players. For the past few months, he had not been beaten much due to reconnaissance missions, but now it was clear that this would not do. They would have to hit hard later. The other players reached a consensus. Meanwhile, the lewd rogue, still grinning and murmuring the names of his moves, was blissfully unaware that he was now on their minds. At the front line, everyone unleashed their firepower to fend off the tide of aberrations. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 5 hours. A small mountain of aberration corpses had piled up beneath their feet, yet the aberrations continued to flood in without end. The giant beasts had already gone through 5 rounds of rest. Each time Bai Yi would repeat the initial actions, single-handedly withstanding all the impacts from the aberrations. Other players had also been fighting fiercely to alleviate some of Bai Yi's pressure. The Empire had launched 2 rounds of nuclear bombs, each round consisting of 30 bombs. At this moment, the land outside the border had begun to crystallize, the ground sinking several centimeters, while chaotic radiation ravaged the area. However, compared to the plagues and destruction of this broken world, this degree of radiation was clearly not enough. Members, please fall back. All giant beasts are on the brink of collapse. The voice from the command center echoed in the players' headsets. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi commanded everyone retreat and initiate the next stage of the plan. Upon receiving the decree from the White King, all giant beasts simultaneously activated their suspenders, and the plasma propulsion devices erupted with temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius. The ice cooling devices below were also activated, providing comfort instead of searing heat. Oh! With gasps of astonishment, the giant beasts shot off the ground as if they were springing up from dry earth. During the retreat, many giant beasts encountered attacks from the flying aberrations. Some giant beasts managed to break through by their own strength, while others received timely rescue due to their proximity to players. However, some giant beasts were less fortunate. Despite the players exhausting themselves to protect them, and Bai Yi dispatching nearly 100 phantoms to rescue them quickly, still over a dozen giant beasts were dragged into the tide of aberrations. Fatigue had long since taken hold of the giant beasts, Their strength was nearly spent, making it impossible for them to escape the grasp of the aberration successfully. I can't take it anymore. Damn you, if you want to die this badly, then let your grandpa help you. Oh no, it's over. Let's just do it this way. As the giant beasts realized there was no hope of escape, they activated a device on their suspenders called back hidden energy without hesitation. Boom, boom. The sound of intense explosions rang out as piles of aberrations and giant beasts were blasted to dust, momentarily blocking the aberrations' attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, all giant beasts and players finally managed to return to behind the city walls. Open fire. Fire quickly. Don't worry about wasting bullets. Blast them away. As they retreated behind the walls, the command center's shouts echoed in everyone's ears. The once solid city walls transformed with numerous weapons aimed at the approaching tide of aberrations. With the firing of the weapons, waves of aberrations fell as if harvested like wheat. A single bullet from the Empire's weapons could penetrate through the bodies of multiple aberrations. The aberrations did not even have time to react before being struck down by the incoming bullets. Their bodies shattered. The anti-aircraft weapons atop the walls were vigorously harvesting the aberrations flying in the sky. The giant beasts boarded the specially designed giant train one by one, returning to the interior of the Empire for rest and rearmament, preparing for the next war. Each giant beast bore streams of dark blood and large patches of scabs, signs of infection from the plagues within this shattered world. Yet they were not worried. For the moment they returned to the Empire, the blessings of the White King would descend upon each giant beast, while he would bear all the suffering alone. Thinking this, the giant beasts could not help but lower their heads slightly, taking a posture of reverence. Praise the White King. At this moment, the White King was sitting on the returning train alongside the other players. Except for Bai Yi, the other players looked utterly drained, slumped in their soft, exclusive seats. Among them, the lewd rogue was the most comical. His cheeks were sunk in dark circles, and bags hung beneath his eyes. His lips pale, and his body had slimmed down several sizes. His legs trembled occasionally, and the feathers on him were dull and lifeless. It was evident that he was on the brink of being drained. Siesu looked slightly better, though his ears and tail were drooping, indicating he was equally exhausted. Bai Yi, however, showed no signs of impact, maintaining his indifferent expression and hollow gaze. Yet imperceptibly his back seemed to have been a bit more. One must say the sense of security from teaming up with Dog Brother was truly overwhelming. His ever-stoic expression and unfathomable strength left a deep impression on others. Just now, Dog Brother merely sitting there allowed the other players to relax completely, without any worries, not fearing for their safety in the slightest. Everyone believed that Dog Brother would catch any danger with one hand before it arrived, and then kick it away like a soccer ball or crush it directly. Whatever the case, they didn't have to worry about it. Yu Ming, weakly leaning against the window, gazed at the scenery outside and asked in confusion, "Why is the weapon so efficient in killing monsters? Why didn't we use it from the beginning?" Passerby A forced himself to lift his head. His once brilliant blue skin was now faintly tinged with green. The Empire's resources are limited. Solely relying on weapons would likely deplete all our resources without being able to kill all these aberrations. In that case, we would have no breathing room and would have to keep fighting them. However, if we rely on ourselves as the main force and use weapons to assist, we can minimize the number of aberrations while ensuring safety, thus increasing our chances of survival. It was evident that Passerby A was becoming increasingly adept at this. Since arriving here, aside from Bai Yi and Siesu, Passerby A had probably made the most progress. Yu Ming also noticed this situation as she glanced at the eloquently analytical Passerby A, then at the lethargic lewd rogue, and the bubbly fishman, the bewildered insect man, fiddling with his pincers, and finally, at the one drinking hot water. No, drinking hot water doesn't count, he barely has any brains. But the others. Destruction, I'm exhausted. At this moment, Yu Ming had completely forgotten the glorious deeds she had accomplished. The sounds of weapon fire from the city walls had persisted for nearly 4 to 5 hours, during which the aberrated beings had been unable to breach the towering walls. However, as time passed, the supplies on the city walls dwindled and many weapons overheated from prolonged firing. With the complete depletion of coolant, most of the firing weapons had melted into molten iron, and the accumulation of aberrated bodies obstructed the line of fire. After 5.5 hours, the tide of aberrated beings finally climbed the walls, and all the weapons that had stopped firing were smashed to pieces. At this point, the tide of aberrated beings was merely a few dozen kilometers away from the Empire's borders. However, after such a long time, the players and the giant beasts had all fully recovered and were back to full strength. Thus, the second round of close combat began. The strategy remained the same as before, as it was the most efficient method calculated by the Empire to eliminate the aberrated beings. However, unlike before, Bai Yi did not join them, but instead ventured alone into the tide of aberrated beings. As flesh and blood transformed, a giant nearly 100 meters tall appeared behind him, with countless aberrated beings charging at him. Even the aberrated beings behind him were drawn to him, turning around to attack. His enlarged form brought unprecedented mass, and with a casual kick, Bai Yi could crush many aberrated beings underfoot. Moreover, he did not need to defend at all. When the aberrated beings encountered him, their bodies would merge into Bai Yi, uncontrollably becoming a part of him. This caused his size to increase rapidly. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Ultimately, his body even surpassed a height of 1,000 meters, casting a shadow over the land. His legs had already broken under the weight of his mass, and realizing this, Bai Yi focused and generated dozens of spider-like legs for movement. At this moment, he could crush thousands of aberrated beings with a single step, and any casual attack would clear the area of aberrated beings before him. The might of the White King greatly reduced the pressure on those behind him, lifting their spirits even higher. So powerful, so powerful. This is the might of the king. This is the undisputed savior of the empire. Praise the White King. The second round of close combat concluded once again. Due to Bai Yi's actions, no nuclear bombs were dropped this time, and everyone retreated back into the empire. Next, it was time for the weapons to make their appearance. From the satellites in the sky, laser cannons began to charge, and then thick beams of laser descended, vaporizing the struck aberrated beings. At the same time, countless missiles were launched from within the empire, landing in the tide of aberrated beings and creating beautiful explosions. The aberrated beings at the forefront had already charged within 10 kilometers of the empire, leaving no room for mercy. Thus, most nuclear bombs were deployed at precisely calculated positions to ensure maximum lethality. The deployment of hundreds of nuclear bombs created a no-man's land over 100 kilometers long, which even the aberrated beings could not breach for a while. Meanwhile, the aberrated beings inside the city walls were like beasts trapped in a cage at the mercy of the empire. However, the empire did not use weapons to exterminate them, nor did they deploy giant beasts. Instead, they allowed them to approach the empire. Here, a row of fully armed soldiers stood, needing to become familiar with combat against the aberrated beings in a limited time to prepare for the more arduous battles ahead. Indeed, even with all the means at the empire's disposal, the seemingly endless tide of aberrated beings showed no signs of abating. Gazing at the approaching aberrated beings, the soldiers remained focused. Their long training had endowed them with resilient spirits and strict discipline. Even with the aberrated beings so close, some soldiers' hands trembled slightly as they raised their weapons, yet they did not fire without orders. Until the distance to the aberrated beings shrank to 100 meters, the commander's order echoed in everyone's ears: fire. Buzz, buzz. Unlike the gunfire of the past, accompanied by a buzzing sound, lasers shot forth from the gun barrels. The lateral laser fire was far more effective than the lasers from the satellites. A single laser could pierce through more than 30 aberrated beings. Under such powerful weaponry, these aberrated beings, whose escape routes were cut off, met their demise at the hands of the military within mere minutes. This swift combat greatly boosted morale and made the Empire's citizens realize that alongside their leaders and giant beasts, the Empire's soldiers could also defend the Empire. Afterward, the Empire repeated its old tactics, using nuclear bombs to cut off the advance of the aberrated beings, allowing a certain number to enter and rotating troops to attack, thereby increasing combat experience. Although the first wave had exhausted most of the nuclear bombs, the Empire's facilities operated at full capacity, producing a continuous stream of nuclear bombs, missiles, and various weapons at an astonishing speed. When all the troops completed a round of actual combat, the entrance of players and giant beasts heralded the beginning of the third round of close combat. Compared to before, it was evident that everyone's efficiency in killing had noticeably declined. Clearly, the prolonged and intense battles had worn everyone down physically and mentally. Even though their bodies had recovered, mental fatigue was unavoidable. Moreover, this time, Bai Yi did not appear on the battlefield, which increased the pressure on everyone present. As for Bai Yi, he undertook another task to ascertain the endpoint of the tide of aberrated beings. The Empire had attempted to use drones for reconnaissance, but due to the presence of aberrated beings in the sky, the deeper they ventured, the denser the aberrated beings became. Even when drones were elevated to altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, aberrated beings could still be spotted. In addition, the Empire had tried various methods, such as creating ultra-high-range radars for detection, employing magnetic field capture devices, and modifying drones to resemble aberrated beings, but all efforts ended in failure. As the destruction of the fractured world drew near, the data collected from various devices fluctuated, driving the Empire's scholars to the brink of madness. Ultimately, this task was taken up by the White King, who would recklessly charge toward the endpoint, pouring all his spirit into this endeavor, leaving the battlefield without his support. From then on, the Empire had to rely on itself. Without the White King's control, and cover casualties began to occur and continued to escalate. In just the third wave of close combat, the casualties among the giant beasts reached 1/10. At the same time, the players were also injured. But bad news followed. The subsequent armed offensives lasted just over an hour, and the Empire's resources had entered the red line. This meant that from this point onward, the Empire could no longer produce new weapons. In the time to come, it would all be close combat. Damn it, the weapons can no longer keep up with the consumption. What about those people in the armed department? Let them find a way. What can we do? The resources are gone. Can I conjure them out of thin air? Shut up, didn't we anticipate this? What's there to argue about? How much energy is left in the laser cannons on the satellites? How many nuclear bombs and missiles do we have left? There's 6 energy left. 64, 21 nuclear bombs remaining. The missiles are all gone, but we have plenty of bullets for now. Distribute all the bullets. The command center quickly adjusted from the initial chaos, with the Ratman Siesun calmly issuing various orders, maintaining a composed expression throughout. At the same time, the situation was reported to the 7 leaders who had just been withdrawn from the battlefield. Upon hearing the command center's words, the players glanced at the dwindling firepower in the distance. All of this was anticipated. Continue with the plan. Siesu issued commands with an expressionless face. With the approval received, the command center hesitated no more. The lasers on the satellites were unleashed with full force, and the massive beams of light descended from the sky, like divine retribution, judging the evils of this world. The dense lasers temporarily held back the surging tide of aberrations, but the high-frequency firing also accelerated the consumption of energy. Finally, accompanied by the shutdown of one satellite after another, this celestial judgment was about to come to an end. But it's not over yet, not now. The moment the energy display on the screen showed 0, the people in the command center fiercely pressed a button. The propulsion devices atop the satellites began to operate, accompanied by a defiant howling sound, as one by one the satellites descended along their originally designed trajectories. The bombs carried inside the satellites released dazzling light and heat upon landing, completing their mission. There was no breathing space. This series of attacks barely stalled the aberration tide for less than an hour, aiming to reduce casualties and buy time for the behemoths and leaders to recuperate. All remaining nuclear bombs were deployed on the battlefield in a specific order, timed, pinpointed, and quantified to ensure maximum delay. The land at this point had been completely turned to scorched earth. Crystallized glass and various strange metals lay exposed on the ground, while the black dust and acid rain in the sky fused together, sporadically dripping down. The intensity of this war far exceeded all wars of the past few millennia. The races birthed and filtered by this shattered world proclaimed the might and dominance of the Holy Terra Empire to the entire world. It must be noted that this so-called tide of aberrations could easily crush any civilization that had yet to unify, just like squashing an insect. Yet now the Empire not only withstood the assault of the aberration tide for dozens of hours, but also suffered almost no losses, which was undoubtedly a source of pride. However, with the effects of the last nuclear bomb dissipating, the Empire's production department had completely come to a standstill. During this time, all the elderly, weak, sick, and infants in the Empire had been dispersed into air raid shelters hundreds of meters underground to take cover. As for the others, they were uniformly distributed with weapons positioned at the rear, serving as the last line of defense. Due to regular training, even ordinary citizens could proficiently wield weapons. At this moment on the front line, the army had engaged fiercely with the aberrations, methodically and swiftly clearing the front ranks of aberrations with their laser guns. However, unlike before when there was only one wave, the endless tide of aberrations advanced relentlessly against the incoming lasers, continuously shortening the distance between them. As all the weapon energy on the soldiers was exhausted, they quickly discarded their laser guns and drew out the prepared explosive guns and chainsaw swords from their backs. These 2 types of weapons were sturdy and durable, specifically designed by the armed department based on the aberrations, as traditional firearms had limited effectiveness against the aberrations' formidable life force. The explosive gun, while having a short range, could create a massive hole in an aberration with a single shot, rendering it immobile. The chainsaw sword, on the other hand, could seamlessly slice through the aberration's bizarre organs, cleanly cutting them in half. Thanks to its materials and design, it wouldn't jam like an ordinary chainsaw. Once the speed ramped up, there was practically no carbon-based life form that could withstand the tearing of the chainsaw sword. In the absence of penetrating attacks, the aberrations finally breached into the fragmented world. Thus, the most brutal bloodbath began. Armored soldiers collided violently with the aberrations, blood and severed limbs instantly covering the once clean and tidy ground of the Empire. The sounds of explosive guns and the friction of chainsaw swords filled the air, with soldiers forming groups of 3, providing cover for one another as they fought. More and more aberrations surged into the Empire's territory, ruthlessly destroying everything in their sight. Their brutal mindset left no room for thought, acting purely on instinct. As the aberrations flooded in the battlefield expanded continuously, the frontline soldiers were torn to shreds by the overwhelming tide of aberrations in an instant, but the next second new soldiers would take their place, shattering the aberrations before them. Neither side would yield, facing off against each other. Even death couldn't make them retreat. 7 leaders, thousands of behemoths, billions of soldiers, and tens of billions of militia. The Empire had now transformed into a slaughterhouse. Everyone was fighting, and every moment someone was dying while others took their place. Familiar friends and family fell one by one before them, yet no one was afraid, no one retreated. Everyone roared, even though their throats were already hoarse and their bullets exhausted, they still swung their final sword. Even if their bodies were pierced and limbs severed, they would fight with their last breath, delivering a final blow to the aberrations before them. This was a clash of blood, a trial by fire. No hardship could bring them down, nor could it bring down the Empire, not the shattered world, not the plagues, nor the disasters and death, and certainly not the aberrations before them. Blood floated on the asphalt roads, already submerging the shins of some races. The sky was filled with a bloody hue, and even the air had become murky. Everyone had forgotten the passage of time. The command center, armed department, factories, and other logistical departments had barely a few personnel left to maintain basic operations. The others had long joined the battlefield under their respective commanders. There was no hesitation, they were even eager. Corpses. Death. As the battle continued, everyone became numb. They moved like machines, raising arms, firing guns, and swinging swords. The death toll on the battlefield had reached 10%. The one-eyed rat man, Xia Sun, viciously chopped at the head of an aberration. Before him, his armor tattered, and the explosive gun already lost. Damn, how can this be never-ending? How many of these damn things are there? Boom! An explosive detonated next to Xia Sun, taking out an aberration that charged at him. His ears suddenly went deaf for a moment, followed by a sharp ringing sound. Damn, it almost hit me in the head. He turned around, his remaining eye looking at the deerman Xia Xian behind him, the curse that escaped his lips silenced at the sight. Before him, the deerman Xia Xian had lost his lower body, as if it had been neatly severed by some sharp weapon. His hand hung limply, still gripping a smoking explosive gun. Don't lose focus. A weak voice reached Xia Sun's ears. Beside Xia Xian, the tiger man Xia Ao lay on the ground, his gaze dim. At this moment, his body had already been torn to pieces, leaving only his head, which lay alone on the ground, filled with unwillingness. Oh! Xia Sun's eyes instantly turned red as he desperately swung his weapon at the approaching aberration. Just moments ago, his 2 best brothers and colleagues had silently died before him. This damned aberration. This damned aberration. The rat man became reckless, its small body tensed with muscles, its blinded eyes tightly shut, while the other intact, eye fixated fiercely on the aberration before it. But there were simply too many aberrations, and without the cover of the other 2, its fists could hardly contend against 4 hands. Soon Xia Sun's body was adorned with numerous wounds. In a moment of crisis, Xia Su leaped over like a cannonball from afar. With a casual punch, the aberration in front of him shattered completely. He grabbed the rat man and jumped high into the air. The ground was littered with the scenes of aberrations battling the Imperial citizens, leaving no place for respite, while the aerial space had slightly fewer aberrations. At this moment, Xia Zu's once green military uniform had been completely soaked in blood, his hair matted together with the crimson liquid. Commander Xia Ao and Xia Xian. The rat man was unable to continue gripping the chainsaw, sword tightly, hot tears rolling down its cheeks, but because its head was lowered, no one saw. I understand. From now on, you will follow my lead. Xia Su paused for a moment before giving the order. There was no time for sentimental thoughts. He had to keep killing to relieve the pressure on others. Time seemed to slow down, each second dragging on longer than a year. At some point, the Empire resembled the first domino falling, and in a very short time, more and more lives were lost on the battlefield. In an instant, the death rate had approached 40%. The colossal beasts fared even worse, with their death rate reaching 60%. The 7 leaders moved across the battlefield at speeds exceeding the visible limits of most races, extinguishing fires everywhere without daring to take a moment's pause. Every face was etched with profound fatigue. Even the lecherous ones no longer recited the names of their skills or shot holy light randomly, but instead sought maximum lethality while conserving their strength. Yet this still could not reverse the tide of defeat. No, that shouldn't be said. It was precisely because of their frantic efforts that the situation was alleviated to some extent. However, visibly the situation still grew increasingly precarious. As time passed, the soldiers found it more and more difficult. Some had become mentally exhausted due to the omnipresent aberrations. Everyone fall back, I will take over the battlefield from here. Just as the Imperial soldiers fell into despair, a voice resonated deep within them. The White King. The Imperial soldiers questioned, puzzled. It is the White King. Those left in the command center rejoiced upon hearing this voice. Where's the White King? Everyone shattered the aberration before them, then involuntarily looked around. Before they could search carefully, the transformation began. It started with the flesh of an aberration transforming into bones, which then spread out like blooming flowers, infecting new aberrations upon contact. It was as if a terrifying plague relying solely on bodily contact caused all aberrations touched by the bones to involuntarily transform into pale skeletal forms, which then spread further from that center. Thus one transmitted to 10 to 100. The number surged exponentially, starting from a slow pace, eventually reaching nearly 1,000,000 aberrations being transformed, and in the next moment, that scale increased again. The aberrations throughout the empire vanished, rapidly replaced instead by towering, blooming, interconnected skeletal flowers. The flowers did not stop at the borders of the empire, but continued to spread further into the shattered world. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, borderlines 70 kilometers. The skeletal flowers only ceased their spread when they reached nearly 100 kilometers from the border. A few minutes earlier, Bai Yi had withstood the onslaught of the aberrations and successfully charged through the end of the aberration tide. As everyone had anticipated, there were never-ending creatures. After the aberrations clashed with the empire, only about 100 kilometers of the entire aberration tide remained. That is to say, the empire's drones and satellites had all been exhausted, otherwise this phenomenon would have been discovered long ago. Having realized this, Bai Yi finally felt assured, and thus he no longer held back, unleashing the largest scale of the flesh-to-bone transformation technique ever. This move directly eliminated nearly 80% of the aberrations. Without a doubt, this was a miracle. And the creator of this miracle was the White King seated upon the throne at the empire's center. The man who had previously borne all calamities and plagues was now once again saving the empire from the brink of destruction. All surviving imperial citizens gazed toward the direction of the throne. The king's body endures, the king's will is eternal. A first roar unknown where it originated pierced the sky as all the Shea people present shed tears, bowing deeply to their king, disregarding their blood-soaked bodies. The king's body endures, the king's will is eternal. The king's body endures, the king's will is eternal. Every Shea person fervently roared, and this action quickly infected the surrounding populace, with more and more joining the ranks of kneeling. Their expressions were fervent, each person firmly believing that the White King was deserving of their eternal allegiance. Even the colossal beasts were the same. The king's body endures, the king's will is eternal. The sound was deafening, as if it could overturn the very heavens of the empire. During this time, the other players had not been idle. They seized this opportunity to clear the remaining aberrations in the sky. Then several players looked at the distant, rapidly approaching aberrations, which seemed endless, then glanced at the worshipful imperial citizens, and finally, at the blooming bone flowers below. Everyone except Siesu wore bitter smiles. They couldn't compare, truly couldn't compare. Was this really something a human could achieve? System, I want to report someone for cheating. Various complex emotions flooded their hearts. At that moment, they realized that being carried along was not so pleasant. This sense of defeat was extraordinarily strong. Inside the palace, Bai Yi released his grip on an aberration that had already transformed into bones. His body had become parched, and his back was hunched like that of an old man. Such a large-scale use of power, even with all the enhancements he had received, nearly overwhelmed him. A strong wave of drowsiness surged within Bai Yi. He was utterly exhausted. But he could not sleep yet. Bai Yi forced back his weariness and looked up at the figure that had arrived before the palace. The future you saw, have we always been here? A disjointed phrase appeared in Siesu's mind, disrupting what he wanted to say. But who was Siesu? He immediately understood Bai Yi's meaning. Yes, we have always been in this shattered world, without leaving. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. It was as if independent points were connected by a complete line. He had a rough guess in his heart. The general direction of the plan is correct, but it is not perfect enough. You have fallen into a misconception, Xiaosu. Bai Yi forcefully suppressed the weariness of his body. Those golden eyes were so mottled, yet so bright, as if they were determined to illuminate all the uncertainties ahead. The broken world is already dead. Staying here is merely waiting for the same fate. He was too exhausted to speak, relying only on rhythm to convey his thoughts. Yet this brief statement caused Siesu's expression to change continuously from initial confusion to deep contemplation. Brother Dog, are you referring to the drifting world plan? To separate the world fragments from the broken world, allowing them to drift in search of a new world. In this way, regardless of future circumstances, it cannot be worse than it is now. But this plan is fundamentally unfeasible. The disintegration of the world fragments will come swiftly, leaving us with only a path to death unless... He paused, glancing at the imposing figure before him. Brother Dog, are you going to be a hero again? Are you going to take on the collapse of the world fragments alone? Sighed. The fox sighed. Oh, after all that had happened, he knew Bai Yi's character too well. If persuasion could change his mind, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Thus the fox did not oppose any further, but instead continued to analyze along his line of thought. In this case, the world fragments will not shatter during the drifting process, and over endless time the Empire will surely find a suitable habitat. Therefore, the true way to succeed is not only to ensure the players survive, but also to guarantee the civilization's autonomous continuation. The reason the future I saw before failed was that it relied solely on you brother dog struggling alone in a world that was already dead. Such a civilization has no future, which is why we were never able to succeed. Everything suddenly made sense. Siasu paced back and forth contemplating the feasibility of this idea. In truth, he had also fallen into a cognitive trap, consciously ignoring what should have been obvious simply because he didn't want brother dog to bear the pain. Moreover, because the subsequent Heavenly Kingdom plan was always being carried out in the shadows, Siasu and the Empire's think tank had never considered this point due to the abandonment of this proposal. After discovering some irregularities, Siasu shifted his focus to investigating whether the Heavenly Kingdom plan had truly been abandoned, pursuing it personally. It can be said that not realizing this was entirely due to his concern for Bai Yi, which had clouded his judgment. Now Bai Yi had privately initiated the Heavenly Kingdom plan, which could not be reversed. With this layer of interference removed coupled with Bai Yi's slight prompting, Siasu naturally came to understand this point. However, Siasu was not happy. He looked at the gaunt figure on the throne. The plan is indeed feasible, but you are already in such a state, and moreover, Bai Yi interrupted Siasu. There is a second plan. Upon hearing this, Siazu's face showed a look of realization. Plan 2: Eternal Souls. General content using some immature technology to transform everyone into a soul state, allowing them to survive in a dead world. Once transformed into a soul state, there are no concerns about any erosion issues, and in a dormant state, there is virtually no consumption, making it highly feasible. The only thing to watch out for is that during dormancy, one must be in a stable environment. Even the slightest disturbance can awaken those in a soul state, making this plan rather flimsy and incompatible with the first plan. After all, if during the drifting process a bump in the world fragments wakes everyone in the Empire, it would lead to considerable chaos. But if combined with the Heavenly Kingdom plan, the three plans could intertwine, extracting the essence while discarding the dross. It seems that perhaps it truly is quite feasible. The Heavenly Kingdom plan ensures the world fragments do not disintegrate, while this stability provides a secure environment for the Eternal Souls plan. Thus, all citizens of the Empire can rest in a soul state, relieving you from bearing the distortions and disasters of each individual, thereby further alleviating the pressure you must endure, brother dog. With the hope brought about by the drifting plan, one day we will find a new world. Siasu finished in one breath. At this moment, the method to succeed was laid out before them, just waiting to be implemented. The only problem is that if they proceed step by step, Bai Yi will have to endure the unknown years of resisting the drifting process alone. This is different from the pure Heavenly Kingdom plan, because Bai Yi will be alone with no one to talk to, no one to alleviate his boredom. He will be perpetually lonely. One person may endure eternal pain, but may not be able to bear eternal loneliness. Coincidentally, Bai Yi is that exception. He no longer has anything to fear, be it pain or loneliness. As if it was already anticipated or perhaps destined, Bai Yi felt that he was meant for this. Heh. Looking at the conflicted Siasu, Bai Yi chuckled softly. His voice was so dry and distorted. The only thing that remained unchanged was perhaps the gentleness lurking in his tone. It's all right. I promise. You, the Xiaya people, the Empire, everyone, has a bright future. And the cost is just so. Bai Yi's words became increasingly difficult. He opened his mouth trying to utter the final phrase, but could not manage to say it. After a long time, he finally squeezed the last four words through gritted teeth. Insignificant. After saying this, he gently leaned back against the hard throne behind him. I leave it to you. I need to sleep for a while. Just a while. A barely audible voice emerged from his lips. Siasu stood before the throne, watching Bai Yi fall into a deep sleep, his brow furrowed tightly with pain. After a long while, Siasu spoke softly. His deep voice echoed in the hall, as if it were a whisper from the heavens. There has never been a divine emperor nor a savior. Imposing the suffering of an entire civilization onto a single person is a tragedy. The Empire's self-rescue should be undertaken by every citizen voluntarily. It is their obligation. Even if it eventually relies on you, brother dog, it should be after everyone has deeply understood your situation. They must empathize with it. Outside, the sound of battle erupted once more, but this time the citizens of the Empire were no longer in despair. Instead, they were filled with bloodlust and hatred. The remaining aberrations launched a final assault on the Empire without fear of death, but their pitiful numbers were insufficient to even fill the gaps in the Empire's defenses. Thus it was like a drop of water on a stone or a slap on a great tree. Then there was nothing more to say. The tide of aberrations that brought a grave crisis upon the Empire ended their lives in such a ridiculous manner. In the time that followed, the Empire encountered no further crises, the world fragments remained peaceful and harmonious. Meanwhile, the broken world fell into eternal silence. Inside there was nothing left, neither flowers nor trees, nor wind, rain, or thunder. Everything had perished. After the war, the White King fell into slumber with the unawakened counselors leading the Empire in the final planning. Generation after generation of protective gear was manufactured and iterated, and the Empire vigorously extracted the few resources left in the broken world. All unrelated departments were abolished. Everything was made subordinate to the final plan. This was a new plan that integrated the three proposals said to have been proposed by the White King and perfected by the unawakened counselors. The plan was named the longed-for Utopia. The returning train will depart in 10 minutes. Those who have not boarded are asked to do so in an orderly manner, lining up in front of the door corresponding to their size, without cutting in line or going to the wrong door. Let us ride civilly, starting with ourselves. A spherical object hovering in the air continuously plays the reminders. Under the illumination of satellites, a line of tightly wrapped humanoid beings quietly queues and enters the train in an orderly fashion. As everyone boarded, the train doors closed completely, followed by a series of hissing sounds which were emitted when the protective suits sealed. As the passengers removed their helmets, the previously quiet carriage quickly became lively, with people chatting in groups about the state of the Empire. Do you know how much longer we have to gather resources? It should be soon. Oh, I remember they said the 10-year plan is now in its 8th year, and it should end in no more than 2 years. It's already been 8 years, and it feels like the aberrant beast attacks happened only yesterday. Who doesn't feel that way? I dream every night about that brother who stood in front of me to block the knife. Sigh. All right, enough of that. Since we're on the topic, let's pay tribute to the White King. The moment these words were spoken, the entire carriage fell silent. Praise the White King. Praise the White King. Soon waves of tributes arose, and after everyone had paid tribute, they returned to their original discussions. The White King is still asleep. Who knows when he will wake up? I heard that the unaware counselor is advancing some Empire salvation plan, which is said to be a very important part of the Utopian project. Is that true? Where did you hear that? Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Just know that the news is reliable. The Empire's council will announce this plan in a few years, but we don't know the specifics. Several imperial beings of different species were gathered, whispering mysteriously, when suddenly a voice from the other end of the carriage called out, "Praise the White King." They paused their conversation and collectively shouted, "Praise the White King." Boom, boom. The train passed by another mining site. Not far away, the rumbling of beasts was heard as they carried large boulders, tossing them into a nearby cargo train before returning to continue their work. They were clad in power armor equipped with a closed-loop system that isolated them from the outside, while also providing impressive strength. These power armors could even convert the beasts' own urine into clean water for their use. Honestly, this feature left the beasts greatly astonished. Why do they have to drink their own urine? The Empire does not lack water resources. This must be a mockery of their barbarism and lack of culture. This is prejudice against the beast population. This is pure racial discrimination. The beasts were filled with righteous indignation and grew increasingly agitated. Thus, they banded together to block the power armor designer's laboratory, dragging the fishman designer out while he was studying how to convert waste into food, and forced him to drink dozens of pounds of purified water produced by the power armor. The scene was heartbreaking to those who heard it and brought tears to those who witnessed it. By the end, the fishman designer's entire body had swollen into a water balloon. At the same time, the beasts declared that if the designer dared to make the function of converting waste into food, they would ensure that the designer's food would be provided free of charge by them every day. This statement turned the designer's face pale. He hurriedly promised to cease the development of this feature and sincerely apologized, assuring them that he would never dare again before escaping from the clutches of the beasts. This incident even reached the leader's ears, to which everyone responded in unison, "Deserved it." Time passed amidst this commotion. The first decade plan concluded smoothly, and the Empire's resources became abundant again, sufficient for the Empire's next plans. Thus, the second decade plan was officially announced: Empire Salvation Plan. The Empire will design a stable soul transformation device for every citizen. Indeed, the research on soul states has matured. The current Empire can freely switch living beings between soul states and conventional states. The soul transformation device will be provided free of charge by the Empire, limited to one per person, and can be obtained using identification cards. Furthermore, each adult who receives the device will have an additional purpose aside from soul transformation, which is to connect with the throne and share in the pain of the White King. According to the unaware counselor, the Empire should be saved by every one of its people. It is the duty and obligation of every citizen of the Empire. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire nation erupted in excitement. Every imperial being reacted intensely eager for the plan to be implemented immediately so that the White King could awaken and witness the current state of the empire. Yes, in the present empire, although it claims there is no emperor, only the Imperial Council, in reality, every citizen regards the White King as the true leader of the empire beyond any doubt. Among them, the most agitated were the Xia, people who were tearful and danced with joy, eagerly anticipating the day they could share in the pain with their king, which would be the highest honor. The high priest even led all the members of the church to personally thank the unaware counselor for providing them with the opportunity to be closer to their loyal king. In no time, all the offices of imperial officials were filled with banners donated by citizens. Notably, since no one could determine how intense the pain borne by the White King was, the device included a detection feature. Once the pain caused the soul's damage to reach a warning threshold, the device would automatically disconnect, marking the completion of that citizen's mission. They would then transform into a soul state and fall into slumber, waiting for the day they would be awakened. Moreover, whether to disconnect was not subject to personal control. It was entirely determined by the capacity of the soul to endure. It is foreseeable that as more citizens exit, there will come a day when the White King will once again bear everything alone. However, by then, every person in the empire will completely understand the White King rather than merely shouting empty words as they do now. This is what Siesu hopes for. In any case, at least Bai Yi can have a respite for a while. That is all he can do. Thus, in the days that followed, the empire prepared with hope, getting ready to welcome the return of the White King. Tap, tap. The sound of military boots striking the ground echoed crisply. Siesu walked through the familiar palace, which was spotless and clearly cleaned daily. The fox approached the throne with a cheerful stride. The throne remained as it was, but surrounding it were 7 giant transformation devices, where 7 leaders would accompany Bai Yi and share in the most intense pain. This was Siesu's design, aimed at preventing Bai Yi from being bored in the days to come. He revealed a familiar smile and extended his hand covered in red fur, gently patting Bai Yi's shoulder. That dried-up body seemed to move slightly. "Brother dog, it's time to wake up." As if it were an illusion, the figure on the throne stirred slightly. Bai Yi felt as if he were dragging a boulder up a steep slope, the weight pressing down upon him like 1,000 pounds, continuously trying to send him tumbling down the cliff. Let alone advancing, merely standing still had already exhausted all his strength. It was akin to Sisyphus. Oh, unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to start over like him. Thus, he could only cling tightly to the rope in his hands, unwilling to let go, unable to let go. This tug-of-war would persist into eternity unless he faltered first. Finally, upon hearing a distant call, he began to awaken. "How long have I been asleep?" The harsh sound, reminiscent of metal scraping, felt like the whispers of demons clawing their way out of hell. 20 years, dog brother, you have been asleep for 20 years. 20 years, indeed a long time. Bai Yi's sluggish thoughts gradually began to function again like a toy that had been wound up anew. "Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Thanks to you, everything is going quite well. The plan has been perfected and implemented, and now everything is ready to begin." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi twitched the muscles in his face, seemingly attempting to smile, but after a brief attempt he chose to abandon it. "You've worked hard." The other party, upon hearing this, seemed to recall something amusing, unable to contain a chuckle. "It's a bit early to express gratitude now. Our journey is still long ahead. Now tell me about the events of these years." Bai Yi's words began to flow more smoothly, no longer as halting as before. Evidently, this slumber had restored much of his vitality. All right. Siesu was not in a hurry, either, as he had nothing to do at the moment. Outside, the empire was completing its final preparations, with all citizens entering the soul devices in an orderly manner. His work had already concluded. Thus, he carelessly sat on the steps beneath the throne, shedding the airs of a second counselor, as if everything had returned to when they casually chatted in the shelter. If this scene were to be witnessed by the church, the high priest would surely contend with him for his disrespect towards the king, but now there was no fear, as the high priest was utterly preoccupied. With a relaxed tone, Siesu recounted the development of the empire over the past 20 years, interspersed with amusing anecdotes and embarrassing stories of various players, such as the lecherous thief being cornered at his doorstep and beaten up for being overly flamboyant, the sparkling performances at the Imperial Council, where they showcased their talents by blowing bubbles in midair, and the attempts of Yu Meng to entice Siesu into joining her team. Among them, he had mercilessly rejected Yu Meng's advances and even kicked her from his doorstep to the edge of the empire. Since then, until now, Yu Meng had been avoiding him. Afterwards, Siesu also shared his plans, including how all citizens of the empire would help Bai Yi share the burden of suffering. After listening to everything, Bai Yi sighed. "You have done really well. You've worked hard over these years." This statement took Siesu by surprise. "You actually don't oppose it?" "Oppose what?" Bai Yi asked in confusion. "I'm asking everyone to share the pain together. Why would I oppose this?" Bai Yi responded, even more puzzled. Ah, this. Now it was Xie's turn to be at a loss for words, stammering slightly. Seeing Xie's expression, Bai Yi suddenly realized a semblance of a smile appeared on his dry face. You don't think I'm a masochist, do you? I would rather have someone lighten my burden. Aren't you just that? Although Xie said nothing, his expression conveyed everything. While the two exchanged banter, other players had already arrived at the palace. All tasks outside had been completed, and all citizens of the Empire had entered the devices, leaving only a few high-ranking officials. Except for a certain Shea person who had forcibly followed along. My king. A deeply affectionate call resonated from behind a few players. The high priest struggled to push his way through the players, attempting to squeeze through the gaps between them, but nowadays the players were not something the mere high priest could budge. He could be seen straining, his face turning blue, but the players remained unperturbed. In the end, a kind passerby yielded his spot, allowing the high priest to finally pass through. Thud. The high priest knelt before Bai Yi at the foot of the throne. My king, you have finally awakened. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Bai Yi looked at the high priest, who had been so respectful since his entry. Long time no see, high priest. How have you been lately? The high priest's body trembled. The king's care left him astonished. My king, I am well. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? I wish to see my king for the last time. Saying this, the high priest seemed to make some kind of resolution. A tremendous courage infused into its body. It actually lifted its head and scrutinized the white king on the throne. What a gaze! It was filled with fervor, admiration, reluctance, and attachment. So many emotions converged in a single person. Its behavior could be deemed blasphemous. If it were in the past, the church would have immediately dismissed it from its position and sentenced it to severe punishment. Its body trembled violently from fear, but even so it still raised its head, seemingly wanting to imprint every detail of that figure on the throne into its memory forever. Bai Yi remained silent, quietly sitting as he allowed the high priest to appraise him. It meticulously remembered every detail of the white king, every inch of his parched skin, every crease of the clothing he wore. Eventually, the high priest could no longer see clearly as tears had filled its eyes. Thus it lowered its head, not wanting the white king to see its pitiful state. Is the high priest satisfied with what he has seen? I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If you are satisfied, then take your leave. The next time I awaken, it will be a new life. The high priest's lips trembled, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. I take my leave. After saying this, the high priest bowed again, then stood up and slowly walked away with its head lowered. The future of the empire lies in your own hands. The voice of the white king echoed once more. Hearing this, the high priest's body shuddered. Its previously obedient back instinctively bent again, but it forcefully straightened up. It no longer knelt, but turned its back to the king, its voice hoarse as it said, I will comply with the king's orders. The high priest retreated, leaving only a trace of dampness in the palace. Those were the tears of the old era. The rat person Xie placed flowers in front of 2 gravestones. I've been busy lately and haven't had time to visit you. Please forgive me. After apologizing to the 2 gravestones, he continued from where he left off last time, talking about what he's been busy with recently in the state of the empire. After a long while, Xie glanced at the time. Goodbye, brothers. The next time we meet should be many years from now. They'll bring 2 bottles of wine to visit you and make amends. As for now, I must fulfill a mission, one that belongs to every citizen of the empire. The rat person waved goodbye to the 2 gravestones and left gracefully without looking back. Attention all citizens of the empire, all miners begin to sleep. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Attention all citizens of the empire, we will now broadcast the precautions for enduring pain. 1. Please adjust your breathing. An ethereal voice emanated from the soul device announcing how to endure pain longer after connecting to the throne, soothing the citizens' inner tension. However, it seemed that the effect was not very good. Can we hurry up and start? Why is it taking so long? Gradually, people in the built-in chat channel of the soul device began to complain. This was specifically added by the empire to alleviate pain to some extent. The chat channel would automatically disconnect when exiting the throne, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. I don't know why, but this voice is making me feel urgent. I hate this waiting. There's no choice. It takes so long because we need to detach from the world. As he spoke, violent tremors swept across the entire empire, and the world fragment detachment process officially began. Amidst a series of rumbling sounds and vibrations, the world fragments were successfully detached, breaking away from the shattered world like crumbling ice and gradually drifting away. Meanwhile, the precautions in all devices of the empire finally ended with 3 consecutive warnings popping up. Attention all citizens of the empire, all adult citizens begin to connect to the throne. Please prepare mentally. Attention all citizens of the empire, all adult citizens begin to connect to the throne. Please prepare mentally. Attention all citizens of the empire, all adult citizens begin to connect to the throne. Please prepare mentally. Countdown to connect to the throne 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. With the end of the countdown, pain instantaneously surged into every citizen's body. Ah! What the hell? Can a person endure this? The chat channel was instantly filled with the cries of citizens. Those who were still able to speak at least managed to express their pain. A considerable number of people triggered the protective mechanism at the first moment of enduring pain, immediately fainting and forcibly exiting. More people silently endured. Although they couldn't say a word, they still gritted their teeth and persevered. Everyone could clearly sense that as time passed, the pain they bore increased. This was because with each person exiting, the pain was distributed less and less. Damn it, a bunch of cowards, can't you hold on? If you're a man, hold on for me. This is just the beginning. Don't forget that the White King endured for so many years all by himself. Shea people come forward to report, don't let me find anyone who has exited, or when you wake up, I will definitely make it real for you. Fortunately, the Empire was in a time of chaos, and everyone had experienced various hardships resulting in high levels of willpower. Thus, after the initial chaos, the situation began to stabilize. Meanwhile, in the palace, Bai Yi on the throne felt a sense of relief as if he had shed a heavy burden. His withered body was visibly recovering, and his golden eyes no longer looked mottled, but were instead filled with authority and a sense of oppression. In stark contrast to Bai Yi were the 7 players beside him. Although all 8 leaders bore the same pain, their performances were rather embarrassing. The screams of the lecherous thieves echoed in everyone's ears, and the others fared no better, in a daze, shouting and twitching like random passers-by. This was not what they wanted, but a reflex of their bodies. Beside them, Liang Jingjing was blowing bubbles, appearing as if she was drowning. Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh at his own thoughts. A fish person drowning sounded utterly ridiculous. Yu Ming fared slightly better. She simply closed her eyes tightly, furrowed her brows, and silently shrank within the device. Siesu seemed to be doing okay as well. Although his expression was painful, he could still open his eyes and even greeted Bai Yi. The players' performances varied, but none triggered the protective mechanism. Clearly, their long tenure as leaders had brought about a tremendous change in them. 1 year, 5 years, 15 years. The world fragments drifted in the unknown void. Time lost its meaning, and the group had transitioned from initial pain to now being accustomed to it, even chatting and joking with one another in their spare time. Over the years, about half of the Empire's citizens had successfully exited. They completed their mission, sacrificing their most precious 15 years for the Empire. Now the chat channel was very harmonious, with someone occasionally posting messages about being unable to hold on, while others happily replied, "Good night, friend, see you later." Good night. The remaining individuals then shouldered the hopes left behind by everyone, marching forward with song and dance. Time was like a rabbit. If you weren't careful, it would run far away. 22 years later, a message suddenly appeared in the chat channel. "I'm leaving." In response, others sent their usual congratulations and said they'd see each other later, but that person replied, "I'm not unable to hold on. I am about to die of old age." Their words rendered everyone present silent, dying of old age. How long had it been since they heard such words? It seemed as though it began since their civilization arrived in this shattered world. They had lived their entire lives in war, and dying of old age was an unattainable luxury for all races. Yet now the first person in the Empire was about to pass away naturally. Congratulations. How fortunate. After a brief silence, a more fervent round of congratulations followed, with everyone offering their most sincere well wishes. The high priest looked at the chat box before him, recalling the clear visage of the king in his mind, and a happy smile appeared on his lips. "My king, the new era belongs to the young. I do not belong there, so let me remain in the old era. At least let me die before you." Thus he closed his eyes forever. The high priest passed away peacefully. As if sensing something, Bai Yi in the distant palace opened his eyes and softly said, "Good night, high priest. I am about to exit." The calm words emanated from Liang Jingjing. "Ah, what? So soon?" The lecherous scoundrel hesitated amidst his cries, his tone slightly altered. "It has been 105 years, brother. I truly cannot endure you any longer." Liang Jingjing's voice was filled with resentment. "Do you know you have been howling for over 100 years?" She was weak with anger. This noise-making machine had continuously produced cacophony for more than a century without pause. His exceptionally strong self-healing ability ensured that his voice would never grow hoarse, remaining perpetually filled with a haunting resonance. Has it been that long? The lecherous scoundrel felt a tinge of guilt. Seeing his expression, Liang Jingjing sighed listlessly. "I am tired. I have done everything I could. I have tried my best. Since 30 years ago, all citizens of the Empire have transformed into souls trapped in slumber. Now in this vast world, only a few players remain. See you in the land of mist." Thus others offered their blessings as Liang Jingjing logged off, each feeling their bodies grow heavier. Watching Liang Jingjing leave, the lecherous scoundrel scratched his head. "Sorry I won't disturb you anymore." "Don't. Go ahead and scream. At least the cries offer us some psychological comfort. Others are worse off than us," Siesu teased. Upon hearing this, the lecherous scoundrel's eyes brightened. Really? Then I will continue to scream. The others ignored him, so he resumed this time, even adding some pitch to his cries to avoid monotony. The second to exit was Yunli Wuli, who lasted about 150 years. Before leaving, he scolded the lecherous scoundrel, saying that if he was tone-deaf, he shouldn't sing. It was unbearably awful. It was then that Bai Yi learned that Yunli Wuli had been a music teacher before arriving in the Land of Mist. After that, the lecherous scoundrel dared not hum anymore, reverting to the initial repetitive cries. Next was Cho He Tang, who exited 30 years after Yunli Wuli. Interestingly, he also reprimanded the lecherous scoundrel before leaving. In essence, he remarked that the current screams were too unpleasant, preferring the earlier ones that had a hint of melody. At least they weren't so monotonous. This left the lecherous scoundrel dumbfounded. Goodness, so no matter how I scream, it's wrong whether I scream or not. After he expressed his indignation, Xie Su replied, "Isn't that quite normal? Everyone has different opinions. They all want you to act according to their preferences, but then others will be dissatisfied, presenting alternative ideas. If you listen to everyone and try to please them all, the end result will be that you won't please anyone and everyone will be cursing you. Then, what should I do? Just stay true to your own heart. Others' words are merely suggestions. Whether to listen, how to listen, and how much to listen all depends on you." The lecherous scoundrel fell into silence, deep in thought. The great river flows east, a high-pitched song echoed one night years later. Although the voice was loud, the pitch was off, sounding extremely unpleasant. However, he himself was indifferent, and the others did not stop him. The fourth to exit was Yu Meng. She persisted for 200 years, leaving no words, silently slipping into slumber. Next was Passerby, who after 220 years merely greeted the remaining few before entering sleep. Thus only 3 players remained. The lecherous scoundrel was already too exhausted to sing, and Xie Su was equally tormented, while only Bai Yi appeared relaxed. He occasionally chatted with the other 2, spending most of his time asleep. A year later, the lecherous scoundrel also exited. Before leaving, he thanked Xie Su. "Thank you, Master Buju, for your guidance. I will leave the rest to you both, though I can go no further. My apologies." "It's fine, go ahead. See you in the Land of Mist." Xie Su and Bai Yi spoke in succession. Thus only the 2 of them remained. Seeing Xie Su struggling to hold on, Bai Yi chuckled. "If you can't hold on, just go to sleep. It won't be long. When you open your eyes, we will have already exited." Xie Su's face was marred with black cracks. He relaxed his clenched teeth, wanting to say something. "Don't underestimate." Yet in the next moment, the alarm mechanism was triggered, and Xie Su was forcibly ejected, falling into slumber. "Ha!" Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh, then moved his shoulders, feeling the familiar weight. At that moment, after resting for over 200 years, he had fully recovered. He was confident he could endure until the emergence of the new world. Another one gone. A lingering sigh echoed throughout the palace, resonating endlessly. 300 years, 500 years, 2,000 years. Time seemed to become surreal, with no sense of feeling. Most of the time, Bai Yi spent in slumber, though occasionally he would awaken. "Why does it feel a bit boring?" Bai Yi leaned against the throne, resting his chin on one hand. After experiencing the initial hustle and bustle, he found it hard to bear the present silence. "Xiao Su is indeed a mess. I might as well have done it myself from the start." He shook his head with a smile. In the next moment, as if sensing the loneliness from the supreme throne, even though every citizen of the empire had fallen into slumber, their subconscious minds gathered under the will of the White King, undergoing some kind of transformation. Golden light rose from the empire, converging around Bai Yi. At that moment, the palace resembled a golden ocean, accompanied by warm radiance. They surged into Bai Yi's body, countering the calamity flowing within him. This was the manifestation of the opposition to the calamity born from the hearts of the people, uniquely created by the Holy Terra Empire. A miracle. Immortal White King. Immortal White King. A grand hymn resounded from the palace, gradually spreading throughout the entire empire. Thus he was no longer alone. "Let us embark on our journey," the White King said. Then the empire once again set forth on this never-ending journey amidst songs and dances. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 10 million years. The journey had no end, but Bai Yi no longer cared. Although he appeared withered, he remained calm and composed, for he was not alone. Thus, billions of years later, Bai Yi opened his eyes at the end of a long span of time. He had become a skeleton, his eyes long unable to see. Yet he could still feel the miracles surrounding him growing ever more powerful. As if suddenly awakening from a dream, the skeleton's jaw creaked, and his nearly stagnant thoughts sparked with the last flicker of brilliance. Isn't the true utopia right beside him? The White King thus realized. Consequently, the drifting of the world fragments ceased, merging into miracles. Thus the calamity was eradicated, the land expanded, clouds appeared in the sky, and the sun rose in the distance. Therefore, at this moment, the world fragments successfully completed, becoming a new realm. A small seedling broke through the soil. It proudly stood upright, surveying the gradually awakening. Holy Terra Empire. A sense of something both present and elusive emerged in Bai Yi's mind, only to dissipate shortly after. When he opened his eyes, he found himself no longer on the throne, but in a pure white room. Is this freedom? The colors in his mind had returned once more, his memories frozen at the moment when golden light fused with fragments of the world. At the same time, Bai Yi noticed that his memories seemed to have undergone some changes. The long passage of time had imparted no adverse effects, as if he had merely dozed off in a daze. The entire experience was etched in his mind like a film. He felt as though he were a third-person observer, able to freely manipulate the progress bar and recall every moment within. Yet this would not affect him in any significant way, as he possessed no tangible sensations. Everything felt like a fantastical dream, vibrant yet ephemeral. Truly remarkable is this fantastical architecture. Bai Yi couldn't help but marvel at the wondrous feeling. Then he attempted to summon his personal information panel, and in the next moment a translucent display appeared before him. Bai Yi not equipped. Health: age 30, strength 26. 5 mental, 30 maxed out. Physique 26. 8 psychological state normal, rationality 200, abnormal conditions, peace of heart, whales of the departed, insulation, blessing of the stars, talent steel, will rhythm of all things, passive knowledge, acquired basic blood alchemy, boiling blood, flesh and bone, conversion, bone manipulation, flesh differentiation, equipment phase, ring bone, featherblade 5. Shepherd's mercy, modified, windproof, lighter, revolver bullets 500, emergency medical pod 6, ashen, echo uniform, aerodynamic shoes. Multifunctional blood knife, universal bone screwdriver, small round shield. Description: an unknown species, disguised in human skin. 30 points of mental. Upon seeing his mental attribute, Bai Yi initially thought he had misread it, but recalling his experiences within the structure, it began to seem reasonable. A nearly 20-point increase in one go. Wow. Bai Yi gasped, feeling his thoughts had become more agile, though he sensed nothing else, and would have to wait to test it more thoroughly after returning. After reviewing his attributes, he surveyed his surroundings in search of an exit. As if sensing Bai Yi's intentions, a small section of white floor suddenly opened before him, and 4 small platforms rose up, each holding an item. Bai Yi stepped forward and picked up the first item, which was a capsule. Several question marks popped up over his head. The item before him was clearly a capsule encased in a box devoid of any instruction manual or usage details, resembling some kind of unregulated medication. Taking out the log, Bai Yi began to check the information. Autism antibody quality master. Description: grants permanent immunity to the abnormal state autism, preventing reactivation. Good stuff, thought Bai Yi, recalling the impacts of autism he had faced previously. Reflecting on each instance of autism triggered, Bai Yi realized he had never fared well. The initial triggers had directly influenced his thoughts with the colors of the stars, while the amplified autism during the banquet had caused him immense suffering. Without hesitation, Bai Yi swallowed the capsule. As it went down, he felt a release throughout his body, as if he had shed some form of restraint. In the abnormal conditions panel, autism also disappeared. After calming himself, he looked at the second item. Mental enhancement elixir, quality master, durability 11. Description: after consumption, the Bodhi's spiritual absorption capacity is greatly enhanced for a certain period, while the player's mental attributes increase significantly during this time. A spirited potion. The elixir was contained in a glass vial, the liquid inside emitting a deep blue hue with a slightly greenish tint swirling with mysterious glimmers that suggested it was quite expensive. However, since Bai Yi's mental attributes were already at the limit of 30 points, it held little use for him at this moment, and would have to wait until his mental attributes break through to be utilized. Thus, he stored the elixir away and turned his gaze to the third platform, which held a scroll, another familiar item. Talent enhancement scroll, quality hero, durability 11. Description: can enhance one of the player's talents with the direction of enhancement being random. Join the random evolution even if it is not what you originally desired. Unlike the question marks displayed when he first obtained it, this time the scroll clearly revealed its quality, which was indeed of hero grade. A look of joy filled Bai Yi's face. Each of the 3 items held immense potential benefits for him, and the least of them was of master quality, with the talent enhancement scroll being of hero quality. Indeed, in the land of mist, danger is always accompanied by opportunity. The greater the crisis, the more opportunities arise. This was both a blessing and a curse for players. The system's behavior undoubtedly encouraged players to actively explore, forcing them to grow stronger constantly. Even first-tier players would face elimination if they stopped to rest. Only by continually seeking out new events and surviving could one ensure they did not perish in the regional crises that arose spontaneously in the land of mist, much like the previous banquet. Previously, although Bai Yi had encountered the crumbling eye breath early on, he had overlooked it, missing a prime opportunity to investigate the core, allowing the core to develop successfully afterward and causing him significant trouble. Since then he had abandoned any thoughts of evading and instead sought out new crises. Just like entering this fantastical architecture, even though he knew that delaying by a few days would surely lead to corresponding information appearing on the forums, he still took the initiative to explore. As for the drawbacks of such actions, they included a very high mortality rate. The fear of death is an instinct of every living being, but if one cannot conquer that fear, they will lose their advantage, relying instead on the mercy of the Land of Mist and the elusive Hand of Fate. Unfortunately, the Land of Mist is never merciful. With this thought, Bai Yi became even more convinced of the correctness of his ideas. He then looked at the last item, a seemingly ordinary stone. Shelter upgrade core durability 11 description ignores all conditions and forcibly upgrades the shelter level by 1 with no negative effects, just like normal upgrades. The upgrade core can only be used after the shelter has been maxed out for 1 month. Each use of the upgrade core increases the time needed for the upgrade interval. There is an upgrade limit. Shelter use super evolution. Upon reading the item description, Bai Yi's heart began to race. Ignoring any upgrade conditions and forcibly increasing by 1 level, the effect was astonishing, and the item had no grade. Unlike equipment with uncertain quality, the shelter upgrade core had no grade whatsoever. But without a doubt, this was undoubtedly a true god-tier item produced by the system. Bai Yi did not linger in the room for long. After storing the other 3 pieces of equipment into his ring, he began to search for an exit. The pure white room before him had no seams, appearing to be an exquisite creation of nature. He tried to gently touch the wall with his hand, and the wall seemed to ripple like liquid, undulating continuously at the moment of contact. This scene was identical to when he entered this fantastical building, further confirming to Bai Yi that he was indeed inside a magical structure. He then walked towards the outside. The light pierced through the dreamlike mist, and Bai Yi's field of vision suddenly expanded. He had finally returned to the Land of Mist. When he turned around, he was momentarily stunned. Why had this fantastical building grown so large? Is this the change that Siesu mentioned? He took a few steps back, staring at the seemingly endless cube, 3 question marks popping into his mind. It was no surprise for Bai Yi. A cubic building with a side length of 1,000 meters would shock anyone who laid eyes upon it. He instinctively took out his log. Delirium, building a metallic cube with a side length of 1,000 meters, indestructible. The metal will evade upon contact, allowing players to enter. A certain unknown change has occurred. The word medium-sized and medium-sized building has vanished. In its place were incomprehensible symbols resembling garbled text. As he stared intently at these 2 symbols, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if his soul was being forcibly extracted, causing immense distress. Even in his current state, he felt a bit dizzy and nauseous. Thus, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away from the 2 symbols. This should be the change that Xiao Su mentioned, which also explains why the difficulty inside is so high. If it is a medium-sized building, it should indeed be what Yu Meng described, a food chain battle royale. But why did this building undergo such changes? Bai Yi silently analyzed, new doubts emerging in his mind, yet he did not dwell on them too much as he was still outside. He could ponder over this question once he returned to the shelter. While closing the log, Bai Yi suddenly noticed a new page added at the back of the fantastical building. He flipped the page again. Title only counts titles obtained after the title system was activated. 1. Eternal White King, equipable, the Supreme King of the Holy Terra Empire. Title ability: after equipping, can actively release a powerful aura, causing hostile creatures to undergo a will assessment. If they fail, they will lose all will to resist. Moreover, this title might have other uses. Upon seeing the title, Bai Yi suddenly remembered that on his personal information, the section for his name had the words unequipped next to it. At that time, he had focused entirely on his mental attributes, so he hadn't paid much attention to this detail. Thus, he reached out to equip the title Eternal White King. The next second, his information panel changed by Eternal White King. Bai Yi first glanced at himself. There were no changes, and he did not transform into a Shea being resembling a lizardman, as he had imagined. Afterwards, he sensed himself again, seemingly without any alterations. He attempted to release his aura, but still felt nothing. Just as he was puzzled, a voice called out from a distance. "Dog brother." Bai Yi looked up to find a young man several hundred meters away waving at him. The man's body resembled a straight pine tree, his pale skin glistening slightly against the mist. His jawline was sharp enough that even Bai Yi felt it could cut skin, and beneath his deep brow bones were a pair of gray-amber eyes with long and perfect eyelashes resembling the wings of a black swan. The bridge of his nose had slightly protruding bones, his thin lips pressed into a sharp arc, yet the corners of his mouth were naturally upturned, exuding a hint of charming allure. So handsome. This was Bai Yi's first reaction upon seeing this person. However, it was a pity that this man's face was perpetually adorned with a highly narcissistic expression, as if he were pleased to have his beauty seen by others. So flashy. This was Bai Yi's second reaction. He had already realized who this person was. With such a flamboyant and self-absorbed expression, the only one he could think of was Bai Yi. Staring at that handsome face, he suddenly felt a twitch in his hands. Where are the others? Bai Yi walked towards Bai Yi, no longer needing to worry about autism. I don't know, I just came out too. Dog brother, have you already taken the autism antibody? Yeah. As they spoke, Bai Yi reached Bai Yi. They exchanged information about their gains. Bai Yi had obtained 2 pieces of equipment, the autism antibody and mental assistance enhancement potion, and he was quite satisfied with this. While exchanging information, Bai Yi was not idle. His rhythm of all things was constantly capturing the movements around him. During this time, he noticed that Bai Yi's gaze kept darting away as if he was avoiding something. At first, he did not pay much attention since his notorious reputation often made others wary. However, he soon realized something was off. This dodging behavior intensified as their conversation continued. Previously, he had not been this pitiful in the broken world, had he? Could it be that he was attacked by some strange demon? Bai Yi grew alert, a serious expression revealing itself in his eyes. Thud. As he fixed his gaze on Bai Yi, the latter's legs instinctively weakened, and with a thud he knelt before Bai Yi. The air suddenly turned awkward. The two stared at each other with the latter's eyes never daring to meet, Bai Yi's constantly drifting away. What are you doing? Bai Yi broke the awkward silence as Bai Yi was utterly flustered. Although Bai Yi had helped him in the building, it didn't warrant such a grand gesture of kneeling upon meeting. Ah. Bai Yi let out a few dry laughs while internally screaming, damn leg, stand up. Stand up. Dog brother, thank you for saving me in the building, I owe you one. He would never admit that he knelt because Bai Yi's aura was too intimidating, reminiscent of the eternal White King during the Empire's time. He would never confess that he knelt out of fear. That would be too embarrassing. Thus, although his legs did not regain feeling despite his efforts, his mouth reacted first. Saying this, he bowed deeply, but it was clear he had forgotten about Bai Yi's vastly superior attributes. Just as he made a move, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and he found himself standing upright only to be held by Bai Yi. Bai Yi instinctively looked up, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Bai Yi's captivating golden eyes that seemed to transcend everything and reign above all. What a pair of eyes! They are pure golden pupils devoid of any impurities, with a detached gaze that looks down upon everything, complemented by Bai Yi's unsmiling face. The lecherous thief could not escape cold sweat continually dripping from his forehead. Previously, it was hard to tell due to the difference in species, but now that he had transformed back into a human, he realized just how intimidating Dog Brother looked when serious. Before him, the lecherous thief couldn't muster even a hint of resistance, merely allowing himself to be slaughtered. At this moment, Bai Yi certainly noticed the latter's change. He subconsciously glanced at the building, the black cube with a metallic sheen reflecting his appearance, and those bright golden eyes. Bai Yi's lips twitched as he realized the reason for the lecherous thief's embarrassment. Thus, he hurriedly restrained his aura, trying not to let it affect the thief. Only then did the lecherous thief begin to calm down, no longer feeling so afraid. His legs regained strength, no longer weak, to the point of being unable to stand. Dog brother. As the lecherous thief began to speak, wanting to say something, the building beside them suddenly started to tremble. Open. Steel will activated. Rationality 40. Current rationality 160200. Gained 1. 5x boost. Current rationality 160200. At the moment of the anomaly, Bai Yi had already reacted. Steel will suddenly activated. His strength and physique reached 30 points, and he began to retreat rapidly, while also grabbing the lecherous thief. Before the latter could react, they had already appeared over 100 meters away. The reason they did not continue running was that Bai Yi noticed that the black cube did not expand as before. Instead, it began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, the cube that was over a kilometer tall shrank to a small point and then vanished. The log vibrated. Bai Yi opened it to check and found that the fantastical building had changed again. Delirium medium building cleared, the unknown characters disappeared, and delirium transformed back into a medium-sized building, while the words cleared appeared behind it. Would the fantastical building disappear after clearing it? Bai Yi observed the scene before him, analyzing silently. At that moment, a song suddenly echoed from the distant mist. If I were a DJ, would you love me? The voice started off faint, but grew louder with time. The singing occasionally cracked, accompanied by a static sound, making it quite unpleasant to hear. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh. It was none other than Siesu. He was wandering around with a loudspeaker searching for Bai Yi. Loudspeaker quality, premium durability 100100. Description: can record good sounds and release them repeatedly. Very loud, range of 150 meters. Let's get hyped, shall we? My teammate is looking for me. I'll contact you later, Bai Yi said to the lecherous thief. Hey, okay, dog brother, can we add each other as friends? You've helped me so much, just let me know if you need anything. The latter said quickly, then cautiously proposed to add each other. Sure. After they added each other as friends, they parted ways, and Bai Yi walked towards the direction of the loudspeaker's sound. Along the way, his talent sensed several rhythms. These rhythms were not chaotic, not from strange demons. Bai Yi guessed they should be from a few other players. However, he had no intention of greeting them. With 8 minutes and 9 seconds remaining on his talent, he had to return to the sanctuary before it ended to avoid any new mishaps. As the sound grew louder, he finally sensed that very familiar rhythm. "I'm coming." Bai Yi's voice appeared in Xiezu's mind. Upon hearing it, Xiezu stopped in place and ceased moving, turning off the loudspeaker in his hand. Although his singing was beautiful, the volume of the loudspeaker was too loud. Xiezu felt like his ears were about to go deaf. Soon the two successfully reunited. Upon seeing Bai Yi's golden eyes, Xiezu was momentarily stunned. However, he merely greeted him without asking further or discussing their gains, as they could catch up later. "Just now, when the fantastical building changed, I activated my talent. To avoid any subsequent dangers, we need to return to the sanctuary before my talent ends." "All right," Xiezu agreed readily. Thus the two set off on their way back. The return journey was not smooth sailing. The two occasionally encountered some strange buildings, wooden cabins resembling villas, towering structures stained with blood, and massive venues akin to stadiums. Without a doubt, these were all fantastical buildings. Along the way, they avoided and dodged constantly. The two had no intention of entering any fantastical buildings again. After all, they had just come out from one and were in urgent need of rest. Thus, they continually avoided the fantastical buildings they encountered. Whenever Bai Yi sensed an oddly eerie rhythm, he would lead Xiezu to take a detour, and they did not even trigger the basic information of the fantastical buildings. In this manner, the two returned safely to the sanctuary just before their talent ended. As soon as he entered, Bai Yi caught the small white dog that pounced towards him, its 2 front paws resting on his shoulders, excitedly licking his face. "Good boy." Bai Yi vigorously rubbed the wolf head of the small white dog, the texture as pleasant as ever. Xiezu also greeted the small white dog, patted it a couple of times, then bid farewell to the man and the wolf before returning to his own sanctuary, as he was also exhausted. Bai Yi lay on the soft sofa made of flesh and blood. "Ling Luo, how long have I been out?" "You have been away for 170 hours, totaling 7 days and 2 hours. A mouth appeared not far from the sofa, and Ling Luo's voice sounded. "The flow of time is indeed different, however this is also expected." This duration was not too difficult to accept, at least in the future. When entering a building, he wouldn't have to worry about spending too much time inside and returning to find everything changed. After thinking this through, Bai Yi took out the log and flipped to the chat channel. A minute ago, Xiezu had already posted in the group that they had successfully returned to the sanctuary. Following that were the congratulations from the other 5. "Zhangzhen, welcome back." "Wang Zi, woohoo." "Tangjing, awesome." "Weifan, it's good that you're back." "Li Zihua, welcome back." "Bai Yi, come over for a meal later." "Zhangzhen, no rush, you just got back, take a rest first. Once you're rested, we can gather to discuss what happened these past few days." "Li Zihua, it's 8 in the morning now, so let's wait until the evening." "Bai Yi, sounds good." "Xiezu, sure." Both agreed in turn, and the others had no objections. After confirming the time, Bai Yi then descended to the bedroom, where he fell into a deep sleep. The weather was clear. In the land of mist, at 0738 p.m., with the temperature ranging from 15 to 21 degrees Celsius, Bai Yi stepped out of the sleep pod and stretched. This feeling was akin to being reborn. The mental exhaustion had completely vanished, and his body was filled with strength, with every cell rejoicing. Though his power was not as formidable as when he was on the throne, Bai Yi did not feel the emptiness of a sudden loss of strength. That power had never truly belonged to him, so he felt no attachment. He took out his log and greeted the other members of the team before agreeing to several requests for visits. The first to pop up was Tangjing. "I knew it, dog brother." "You." Upon making eye contact with Bai Yi, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and swallowed the latter part of his sentence. "Ha ha ha, your king has arrived." The next to appear was Wang Zi, whose performance mirrored that of Tangjing. The two originally boisterous characters sat quietly, like well-behaved children, after making eye contact with Bai Yi. Zhangzhen, Weifan, and Li Zihua, however, behaved a bit better, as they were inherently more composed. Despite some awkwardness, they at least managed to greet him properly. "Good evening, everyone." The last to enter was Xiezu, who yawned, looking as if he hadn't slept enough. He was unaffected by Bai Yi's imposing aura, as he had long since grown accustomed to it. Bai Yi naturally understood why everyone was so shy, but he did not remove the title. If all went as expected, this title would play a powerful role in their survival efforts, meaning he could not possibly forego it. If his teammates had not adapted to the pressure brought by this title in their daily lives, then during battles when his aura erupted, many of them would end up kneeling, which would be quite the spectacle. Thus it was essential to get accustomed in advance. "Let's eat while we chat." Once everyone was present, Bai Yi called the others to the dining table. As dishes were served, everyone waited for Bai Yi to start eating before they began to dig in. Siesu, while eating, recounted the events that had transpired within this fantastical building. To avoid any further awkwardness, Bai Yi subtly reminded him with a rhythmic gesture. Just describe it objectively, no need to exaggerate. Bai Yi truly wished to avoid experiencing that kind of scenario again. Likewise, Siesu was well aware of Bai Yi's cunning, although the last treasure chest hadn't betrayed him, who knew what tricks Dog Brother still had up his sleeve. Thus, while others were not paying attention, he discreetly gave Bai Yi an okay gesture indicating his understanding. Consequently, during the following meal, Siesu roughly narrated their experiences to the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to elaborate, the time span was simply too vast, and if he went into detail it would take quite a while to finish. Despite focusing on the key points, it still took nearly half an hour to complete. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as he finished, Siesu grabbed a nearby cup and drank several large gulps. His mouth had nearly run dry from talking for half an hour. Once his voice fell silent, the dining table descended into silence with only the sound of Bai Yi chewing, occasionally breaking it. Indeed, he was still eating. There was no helping it. Although food was plentiful in the broken world, its taste was hardly commendable, and Bai Yi had been craving the meat from the sanctuary for quite some time. Meanwhile, the others were lost in the story Siesu had recounted, remaining speechless for a long time. So you all stayed in the building for centuries? Li Zihua spoke with a somewhat stiff tone, gesturing towards Bai Yi. Dog Brother has been in there for who knows how many billions of years. That's unscientific, Li Zihua retorted instinctively. Even disregarding the limits of cellular division, assuming they could divide infinitely and still maintain their memories without altering the overall volume. At this point, he could hardly hold back. It was simply too ridiculous. If Bai Yi hadn't remained silent, he would have thought that Siesu was deliberately concocting this story to tease him. However, given the current situation, it was very likely that what Siesu said was true. This only made Li Zihua feel worse. It felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart, and he desperately wanted to know the reason. Assuming all of the above is true, then this survival journey in the land of mist over the past 2 months pales in comparison to centuries, doesn't it? Under normal circumstances, you should have long been engrossed in the world within the building. Oh, why would you still have the desire to come out? After all, it was far more enjoyable inside, being a leader of civilization. Even if Dog Brother and you both had strong willpower and could face your hearts, that did not mean the other players could do so. However, according to your description, Siesu, later on all of you were united in purpose, and not a single person intentionally lagged behind or caused trouble, which is quite strange. Li Zihua particularly emphasized the word strange. His words pulled others from their reflections on how great Dog Brother is bearing the world alone, and they began to consider the situation. Indeed, Zihua is right. Siesu snapped his fingers. If what you say is true, forget about others. I myself would have been captivated as well. But that situation did not occur, because even in the broken world my desire to leave remained unwavering. It felt as if. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words. A lucid dream. Bai Yi reminded him from the side. Exactly, it's a lucid dream. Siesu's eyes lit up. It's like waking up from a dream. Although time in the dream passed long, it had no impact on me. I was fully aware of what I was doing and could remember every moment within, yet I would never connect it with real life. It was an incredibly novel experience, something I have never encountered in my previous life. This explanation left Li Zihua deep in thought. The fantastical building is truly remarkable. We will likely experience many similar situations in the future, though perhaps with less difficulty. Siesu remarked, as he had previously mentioned to the group, the changes in the levels of the fantastical buildings. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Zhen spoke up, looking at the two who had just returned. In the past few days, we also visited the fantastical building you entered, and it indeed had changed. Moreover, others have attempted to enter that cube, but all have failed. During this time, many new fantastical buildings have also appeared in the land of mist. There are numerous posts on the forum, but none resemble the instances you entered. At this point, he paused, then spoke seriously. There is one more thing. On the day you entered the cube, including Gung Yi, the head of the 7th section, Dawn, the captain of the Dawnlight team, Ice Girl, Lone Wolf, Thanatos, Lone Wolf, and the leader of Shushan, etc. The others showed no reaction to Zhang Zhen's words, clearly already aware of the situation. However, Bai Yi and Siesu straightened their bodies, exchanging a glance that revealed the gravity in their eyes. All the powerful beings on the same day witnessed the fantastical structures change simultaneously. Bai Yi absolutely could not believe that such a coincidence could happen in the Misty Land. Thus the answer was becoming apparent. The changes in the fantastical structures were not accidental, but premeditated. The only entity capable of orchestrating events involving dozens or even hundreds of regions aside from the system was unimaginable to Bai Yi. So, is the system experimenting with something? Are the subjects these players in the first tier? Siesu pondered, stroking his chin. I don't know. There are many posts in the forum, but they are all just speculations. Wei Fan chimed in. Haven't those players returned today? Not sure. The forum hasn't mentioned anything. Su turned to the others, who also shook their heads in confusion. Seeing this, he didn't dwell too much on the matter and asked, "Are there any other events in these 7 days?" I know. Wang Zi raised her hand, behaving unusually obediently instead of bickering with Su as usual. Uncertain if it was her imagination, she felt that the auras of Bai Yi and Su had undergone tremendous changes. Bai Yi was more aloof and frightening, while Su's words were filled with an alluring power that made one want to respond unconsciously. In these 7 days, 4 main events have occurred. The first has already been mentioned by Uncle Zhang, so I won't repeat it. The second event is the launch of the title system, the third is the opening of the large fantastical structure Colosseum, and the fourth is the strange changes in that tall tower. Let me explain one by one. The title system suddenly went live 6 days ago, and until now most players still do not have titles and do not know how to obtain them. As for the effects of the titles, they are bizarre and varied with no repetitions. Even if 2 players have the same title, the effects will not be the same. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi suddenly had a thought and asked Su, "Xiao Su, what is your title?" "Wait a moment, let me take a screenshot and send it to the group." Su pulled out his log and began editing. "Alright, I'll send it too." Soon 2 screenshots were uploaded to the group chat. Immortal White King Supreme, Leader, the sole Supreme Commander of the Humanoid Federation. Title effect: after equipping, your speech will be more convincing and your actions will more easily inspire others to follow. Seeing the effects of their titles, Tang Zheng questioned, "So you two are both currently wearing your titles?" "Yes, that's right." Bai Yi and Su responded in turn, then they removed their titles. To the others, the two showed no visible changes, yet it felt as if a tremendous transformation had taken place. Most intuitively, their auras suddenly weakened, no longer exuding the same air of superiority as before. Bai Yi's dazzling golden eyes dimmed, and the overwhelming aura that commanded kneeling worship vanished. Su also reverted to the smiling youth he once was, his every move no longer filled with seduction. This change brought a sigh of relief to the others as their familiar teammates returned. "This title effect is truly impressive," Tang Zheng exclaimed, feeling an undeniable urge to possess a title as well. "Good for you, Xia Dog, actually using the title to toy with us." Wang Zi gritted her teeth and said, then lunged at Su. Su intended to resist, but Wang Zi had undergone another attribute enhancement with her strength and constitution, reaching 23 points, rendering him unable to fight back. Su had 19 points. Thus a one-sided beating began. Even with Su donning the title later on, it was of little use against Wang Zi, who already knew the truth. At most it made her hold back a bit. The others watched with amused expressions, enjoying the spectacle. This beating successfully shattered the long-standing fragile barriers between them. Regardless of what they had experienced, Brother Dog was always Brother Dog, and Su was forever Su. That was enough. Brother Dog, wear your title again, I want to see it." Upon hearing Tang Zheng's request, Bai Yi did not refuse. Thus the four gathered around Bai Yi, gazing at his captivating golden eyes. "So cool." Zhang Zhen couldn't help but exclaim, and the others nodded in agreement. After confirming that Brother Dog was still the same, their fears dissipated. After all, Brother Dog wouldn't harm them. The stronger he was, the more secure the others in the squad felt. Meanwhile, Bai Yi explained the reason to them, and stated he would keep wearing it, which they all agreed to. After a while of commotion, the playful banter came to an end. Wang Zi ignored Xie's resentful gaze, and continued cheerfully. "The large fantastical structures exist simultaneously in all regions, and every player can enter. Moreover, within the structures, players will not trigger the abnormal state autism. Colosseum is a large fantastical structure that opened 3 days ago, and is currently the only one of its kind. For players, it poses virtually no danger. As the name suggests, it serves as a venue for players to duel. In the Colosseum, players do not physically enter the arena. Rather, they utilize some high-tech method that ensures the replication of all their abilities without any errors. Additionally, if a player is killed in the arena, they will not truly die, they will only experience some discomfort and can simply rest for a while. Colosseum features a ranking system, and every day at 4 p.m. rewards are distributed based on the rankings, with better rewards for higher ranks. Generally, rewards consist of resources for upgrading shelters and will intelligently adjust based on the type of shelter the player possesses. Occasionally, there are other rewards as well. In short, there is a variety of everything. Moreover, the Colosseum allows for spectators, where the host can choose whether to enable the spectator feature and set the ticket prices. As for the challengers, they have no choice in the matter. Finally, if the host accepts a challenge but is not present in the Colosseum, a shadow identical to the host will automatically be generated in the arena, possessing all the techniques displayed by the host. While the shadow exhibits the same power as the host, it lacks consciousness, making it less adaptable, thus slightly weaker than the actual body. Upon hearing Wang Zi's words, Bai Yi's expression became enlightened. This was essentially a ranking of world power. However, currently all players in the first tier are absent, The rankings should reflect this, but once those players return, significant changes can be expected. At the very least, Bai Yi felt a strong urge to visit the Colosseum for a couple of matches. After introducing the Colosseum, Wang Zi picked up the cup beside her, took a sip of water, and continued. Lastly, let's talk about the changes in that tall tower. Pointing in a direction, she added, strangely enough, that tower-like fantastical structure was the first to appear, yet it remains a mere phantom until now. About 2 days ago, this phantom tower could be seen. Upon hearing Wang Zi's words, the two were somewhat curious about what she meant by could be seen. Wasn't the phantom of that tower always visible? Their confusion was resolved as they looked towards the direction Wang Zi was pointing, for they saw through the window of the shelter a towering phantom extending into the sky. This was absurd. In such thick, colorful mist, seeing a tower at an unknown distance from them still in its phantom state was already quite frightening. Moreover, it was already past 8 in the evening, and the sky outside had long since turned dark. Yet the phantom of the tower seemed to penetrate the mist, freezing time, remaining observable no matter where one was, regardless of distance, or whether it was day or night. Bai Yi stared at that tower, feeling as if the phantom was slowly solidifying, akin to a farmer waiting for crops to grow. Such a feeling was unsettling. However, it was fortunate that the walls of the shelter could block the tower's phantom, meaning that as long as the shelter remained intact, the interior would be safe. This was somewhat comforting. Soon Bai Yi ceased to ponder this matter. There were currently no means to interact with the tower, so it would be better to focus on it once any new changes appeared. For now, it was better to concentrate on the immediate issues. Su shared this sentiment as he curiously asked, now that those players from the first tier are not here, who is currently ranked first in the Colosseum? Several people thought for a moment, and Tang Zheng spoke first. Currently, the first place is held by Geng San from the 7th Department. Geng San. Bai Yi recalled him as the man who carried a sword and had a brief standoff with him in the 2nd Department. Didn't you participate? I didn't go, but they did, Li Zihua signaled. Oh. Hearing this, Su became interested. How did you rank? After so many days of modifications, both strength and physique had reached 23. While perhaps not as fortunate as other players, the consistency was commendable, placing them quite high among all players. They wouldn't even be out of the top 1,000. I'm sorry, but we actually made it into the top 1,000 ranking at 865th. Wang Zi said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Beside them, Zhang Zhen also spoke up. I'm average around 400th. I'm at 145th. Wei Fan chimed in. Lastly, it was Tang Zheng's turn. He scratched his head and chuckled. I'm currently ranked 3rd. Wow. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Su exclaimed, Zheng Ge has real strength. Indeed, there is strength, Bai Yi chimed in. Aha, strength is only part of it. I'm still far from Dog Ge, Tang Zheng humbly replied. Then Su and Tang Zheng exchanged compliments until both wore satisfied smiles, at which point they finally stopped. So aside from Zihua, you all haven't been hanging out at the Colosseum all the time, right? Dog, why do you say such annoying things? If I had been hanging out at the Colosseum all the time, would I have this ranking? Wang Zi huffed a couple of times before speaking. In these past few days, I've researched a new plant, the Gao Jingua. It has a high hardness comparable to some alloys and is solid, standing 3 meters tall, suitable as a cover or to withstand damage. Additionally, I've optimized its growth speed. Drop a seed, and within 2 seconds it can take shape and become functional. Moreover, just in case I haven't revealed any capabilities apart from physical attributes in the Colosseum. Listening to her, Bai Yi nodded. The new plant Gao Jingua serves as an extremely useful shield. Although it cannot move, it can be used as cover, making it quite excellent overall. Now that Z is done, let me talk. Tang Zheng grinned widely, beginning to count on his fingers. In the past few days, I've mainly focused on modifications, participating in challenges to adapt my body, and learning about the specific structures of hot weapons. Do just these 3 things, nothing else. Alright, I got the blueprints for firearms from the 9th Department. A friend of mine is in the 9th Department, and his colleague is proficient in those, so I asked him to help me get them drawn up. As he spoke, he pulled out the weapon box, which transformed rapidly, showcasing rifles, submachine guns, handguns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and finally, he even conjured a simple mortar. Bai Yi recognized a Desert Eagle and an AK-47 among them, but the rest were unrecognizable. Nevertheless, those weapons looked incredibly powerful. I only revealed ordinary handguns and rifles in the arena. I didn't show the rest, as it was Zihua's suggestion to keep a few tricks up our sleeves just in case. Upon hearing this, Su gave Li Zihua a thumbs up. Smart. Li Zihua smiled, then pulled out a vial of potion from his clothing and placed it on the table, a rare look of pride on his face. I did it without failing you. I made it. Beginner rationality potion. Quality master. Description: restores 0.5 rationality per second for 10 minutes and grants immunity to negative states caused by reading certain books that deduct rationality. The potion no longer carries the suffix inferior, Li Zihua finally created the beginner rationality potion. This meant that the members of the squad would no longer need to worry about low rationality during battles, which would delay taking potions. Moreover, the true strength of the rationality potion lies in its immunity to the negative state of rationality deduction from reading books. The potion was completed at noon today, and the other members of the squad had just found out, leading to overwhelming joy and praise, nearly drowning Li Zihua in compliments. On his tired face, a happy smile finally appeared. Next was Wei Fun, who finally upgraded the fiber cocoon garment to master level, merging it with her uniform. At this point, she should be the first player in the Land of Mist to craft a master quality garment by hand, and her combat power hadn't diminished much, as evidenced by her ranking in the Colosseum. Lastly, it was Zhang Jun, who wore a mysterious expression and said to Xie and Bai Yi, "My shelter has transformed into a special shelter." Zhang Jun's words truly surprised Bai Yi. Every special refuge possesses one or several exceptionally powerful traits, which enable these refuges to develop various unique abilities. For instance, the life trait of Wang Zi's refuge and the flesh and bone trait of Bai Yi's refuge all have extraordinarily strong functionalities. Among the special refuges Bai Yi has seen so far, the most outrageous one belongs to the 6th department, known as the Silent Place. Its ability to forcibly suppress players' talents is indeed somewhat terrifying, and he does not believe that this refuge is merely what it appears to be. It can be said that every special refuge is immensely powerful, even at a stage below level 10. If they were to develop to dozens of levels, Bai Yi cannot imagine what these refuges would become. The only way to transform a refuge into a special refuge is to use special items. These items are extremely rare, valuable, yet not circulated in the market. At least until now, Bai Yi has not seen any sales information for special items in the plaza. Due to their scarcity and the lack of specific acquisition methods, players can only rely on luck to find them. Whoever finds one, regardless of their skill level, will gain immense assistance. For weaker players, finding a special item is akin to soaring to the heavens. Even if they do not use it themselves, they can sell it to powerful organizations or teams in exchange for various rewards, such as joining them. For powerful players, the bonuses provided by a special refuge are even more significant, as it can essentially determine the path the player will take in the future. For instance, Bai Yi is currently following the flesh alchemy route with the help of his refuge. At this thought, he suddenly remembered that the alchemy compendium seems to still be in the process of digestion. Thus, he opened his log to check the digestion information. 18 days remaining until successful digestion of alchemy compendium. Upon seeing this prompt, Bai Yi felt a surge of joy. In half a month the digestion would be complete, and he wondered what new functionalities and knowledge would emerge. Thinking of new knowledge made his expression turn sour. Since the flesh differentiation technique, the subsequent learning difficulties and intensities have increased exponentially, making it truly difficult. "Uncle Zhang, where did you get your special items from? Did you really find some in the plaza?" Xie's question pulled Bai Yi's scattered thoughts back. He decided to think about it after his teammates left to see if there was any way to assist in learning. No, there isn't a single sales message for special items in the plaza, so it's impossible to find any. 3 days ago, after I completed the renovation, I was bored and had nothing to do. Plus, there are rich mineral resources here in Dogguess area, so I dug a mine in this region. As a result, while mining, I unearthed something called special mineral, and after using it, my refuge transformed into a mine. Periodically, a random type of mineral will be generated in the tunnel beneath my refuge. Currently, iron ore is being produced. Since most players do not lack iron, and it doesn't sell for a good price, I am too lazy to mine it, and will wait for future random generations. Players can grant refuge permissions to subordinates, shall, buy as most of the permissions of the refuge. By the way, my refuge was at level 10 before, after becoming a special refuge, its level dropped by 2 levels, and is now at level 8. So does upgrading to a special refuge lower the level once it is high enough? His words prompted Bai Yi to ponder. Fortunately, the current fantasy mist does not come with the abnormal state regarding levels like the previous dark mist, otherwise Zhang Jun's reckless transformation might lead to severe consequences. Currently, Li Zihua, Wei Fun, and Tang Zheng's refuges are still ordinary refuges. With this in mind, Bai Yi addressed the 3 Uncle Zhang's experience serves as a reminder, in the future, even if we obtain special items, we must be cautious in the conversion. There are a few. Don't worry, dog, go. Got it. The 3 nodded in unison. Setting aside these trivial details, it must be said that the mine special refuge truly suits Zhang Jun. From now on, he can mine comfortably in the refuge without having to venture outside in fear. Moreover, if he randomly discovers a rare mineral, he will definitely strike it rich. It can be said that from now on he will effectively become the owner of the mine and will never lack money. Zhang Jun clearly knows this too, so he said to others, from now on I will cover the common expenses required by the team. Also, if you see anything you want that cannot be purchased with mist coins, feel free to come to me for assistance in acquiring it. His words startled the others. Clearly, it was the first time they had heard Zhang Jun say this. No. Tang Zheng was the first to jump out to refute, but as soon as he uttered a word, he was stopped by Zhang Jun. Xiaozheng, let me finish first. He looked at the others at the table. I've had this idea for a long time, but previously the timing was not right, so I didn't bring it up. When our team was formed, we aimed to complement each other. I handle resources, Xiao Su deals with information, Xiao Fan takes care of equipment, Zihua manages medical needs, Zi provides food, while Doggu and Xiao Zheng focus on combat. But as we've developed, our internal distribution has become a bit chaotic. Essentially, Doggu can provide medical care equipment and food all on his own, not to mention the incredibly bug-like modifications. It can be said that even if Doggu did not join the team, he could live quite comfortably on his own. At this point, everyone except Bai Yi nodded in agreement. But Doggu has joined us, so we should make changes to support him. For instance, Zihua has basically stopped researching medical fields and has shifted towards rational directions, since rational recovery products can also assist Doggu. Xiaofan has also focused entirely on creating armor and can now craft master-quality equipment. Zi has started experimenting with cultivating special plants, while Xiao Zheng has completely transitioned to ranged attacks. It can be said that everyone is striving to keep up with Doggu's pace. I am not saying this is bad, on the contrary, I believe this is the correct direction. Or rather, I think we are not doing enough. Since we have already made changes, why not change completely? There is no doubt about Doggu's strength, so we can fully leverage our advantages to further assist him in resolving some trivial matters, allowing him to focus on enhancing his own strength. At this point, Zhang Jun revealed a smile. I believe the Misty Land shares this idea too. Moi. Zhang Jun's last words left Wang Zi and Tang Zheng momentarily stunned. Why do you say that? Wang Zi asked, puzzled. She agreed with Zhang Jun's earlier statement, but didn't understand the meaning of his last remark. Because it has slowed down. Li Zihua interjected to help explain, emphasizing the word slow. Yes, because it has slowed down. Zhang Jun nodded at Li Zihua and continued, haven't you noticed? Ever since the Black Mist ended, the crisis is no longer coming in waves like before. Instead, we were granted 7 days of buffer time. 7 days later, the appearance of the fantastic buildings did not immediately trigger any significant crisis. Simultaneously, the top players entering the fantastic buildings, the shadow of that high tower, and the emergence of the large fantastic structure, the Colosseum, all signal one thing: this phase is unlikely to end soon, at least not within the next 10 days or so. Otherwise, the system's actions would be utterly meaningless. Of course, I'm not saying that there will be no danger afterward. On the contrary, I believe that the crises that appear next will be extremely challenging. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have left so much time for players to develop. Moreover, through Z's ranking, we have already proven that if we do not use talents, equipment, skills, etc., and rely solely on physical attributes and combat experience, we are already at an upper level among players. If we were to utilize all our means, our strength would also be quite respectable among players, but that is clearly not enough for Dog Brother. And currently we have no means to enhance our strength. Therefore, we might as well take advantage of this idle time to ensure our strength, while fully developing in the directions we excel at, providing greater assistance to Dog Brother. Bai Yi, upon hearing Zhang Jun mention the lack of means to enhance strength, instinctively thought of the blood meat alchemy and rationality potion. He was about to speak when Su accidentally kicked him under the table. Bai Yi glanced at Su, who was humming a little tune and swaying his head, seemingly unaware. Sorry, Dog Brother, I got too excited listening to Uncle Zhang and accidentally jumped up. Seeing Bai Yi's gaze, Su offered an apologetic smile. It's fine. Bai Yi paused and then leaned back in his chair, choosing not to speak further. After Zhang Jun finished speaking, the others also understood his thoughts. One must admit his reasoning was very sound. Even Bai Yi did not refute it. Having shared life and death so many times, he had long regarded his teammates as his own family. Now that their proposed ideas aligned with their own development, Bai Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. The other teammates also expressed their agreement. Then it's settled. Anyway, I have mist coins piling up, so you can come to me if you need anything. We're no longer like we were at the beginning, unfamiliar with each other. We know each other well now. From now on, I'll handle the team's expenses, so just tell me what you need to procure, and I'll help you buy it, freeing you up to do your own things. Zhang Jun waved his hand, grandly speaking with great generosity. This is the power of wealth. Wang Zi excitedly raised her hand. They'll continue researching plants. From now on, I'll be the team's ranged and summoner specialist. Then I'll be the armorer, upgrading your armor. Wei Fan smiled and added, Alright, Dog Brother, you can give me your uniform later, and I'll upgrade it to premium quality for you. After I finish upgrading yours, I'll upgrade Xiao Su and Zheng Guest next, arming the three of you, who will surely be battling often in the future. It will take about 5 to 7 days to reach premium quality. A master quality upgrade would take more than half a month, so I'll aim to get you all to premium quality first. As soon as Wei Fan finished speaking, Tang Jin couldn't wait to chime in. It's my turn. Dog brother, take me with you when you go into the building, and my firepower is super strong right now. In the past few days, I entered several small fantastic buildings, and they aren't too difficult for me now. The weaknesses and strengths of the alien monsters inside are mostly quite obvious. As long as you're brave and assertive, pay a little attention, avoid the initial ambush, and find their weaknesses, it's basically clearable. My spirit is already at 10 points. Li Zihua thought for a moment and said, I need to continue researching rationality potions. During the process of making the rationality potion, I recorded a lot of the medicinal properties, so give me some time, and I may be able to create a stronger restorative potion. By the way, if you all run out of potions, remember to come to me. I have a lot of stock. Zihua, aren't you researching the rationality potion every day? Where do you find the time to make extra potions? Wang Zi asked curiously. When I get tired of making them, I make some other potions to clear my mind and relax a bit. Sorry to interrupt. Wang Zi said she had nothing more to discuss with this overachiever. Then I'll first modify my attributes here with Dog Brother in the next few days. Siesu shook his head and said helplessly, being behind in attributes is truly frustrating. It's like a tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs. Oh, Wang Zi raised an eyebrow, a sly smile appearing on her lips. Has the tiger told you that its physical qualities aren't even as good as Dog Brother's yet? She struck back again. After some playful banter, everyone bid farewell to Bai Yi and returned to their shelter, busying themselves with their tasks. This recent team division of labor signifies a deeper bond among the team members. As Zhang Zhan left, he noted each member's needs, including helping Bai Yi acquire blood, meat, and bones. Due to frequently selling minerals, he had many players on his friends list, so even though the forum was closed, he could still trade through personal channels. Unlike Bai Yi, who had very few friends on his list. Without having to worry about these matters, Bai Yi felt much lighter. From now on, the logistics will be specifically handled by a few teammates, meaning he no longer needs to worry about money. Whatever he needs, he can simply mention it in the group. This new model will undoubtedly bring about new challenges, but Bai Yi believes that once the adjustment period is over, the team will become even more cohesive. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 in the evening, and the forum had closed. However, having slept all day, Bai Yi did not intend to sleep again, but took out the rewards he had received from the fantastic buildings. He had already shared information about these items with his teammates. Sieza's rewards were similar to his, just missing a talent enhancement scroll. The mental assistance potion and the shelter upgrade core were temporarily set aside. Currently, the shelter can be upgraded using blood, meat, and bones, so there is no need for the upgrade core. Bai Yi planned to save it for later use. Next, he took out the talent enhancement scroll and opened his attribute panel. Steelbone will affect 1 active upon activation. As your rationality decreases, your bone hardness index increases. Both strength and constitution will increase significantly, with a maximum enhancement of 3 times, lasting for 10 minutes. Afterward, it will fully restore any lost rationality, entering cooldown for 12 hours. Effect 2, passive 1. When your rationality drops to 1, it forcibly locks your rationality. 2. You are immune to all negative states regarding rationality. However, your consciousness will suffer great pain, and the pain will decrease as rationality is restored. When rationality exceeds 30, the pain disappears. Harmony of all things, passive. You can sense the rhythm of all things within a certain range. Disrupting their rhythm will deal significant damage to them, and you can respond to their rhythm. Bai Yi rubbed his hands together. It is once again the exhilarating time for random enhancements, so which talent shall I enhance? After contemplating the steel will and harmony of all things, Bai Yi ultimately decided to enhance the steel will. Not to mention anything else, as long as he could randomly extend the duration of the skill or increase the amplification ratio, the steel will would take off directly. Thus, he no longer hesitated and once again used the random enhancement scroll on the steel will. Yes, the next moment the scroll transformed into a point of light, dissolving into Bai Yi's body. The steel will is upgrading. Countdown 000959. Upgrading takes 10 minutes, and instead of waiting idly, Bai Yi took this time to practice the harmony of all things again. Whether it was his illusion or not, he always felt there was something odd about the rhythm. When using it up close, it was faint and almost imperceptible. Bai Yi tried to comprehend that rhythm, but found it too complex. It would likely take more than just a moment to understand. Just then, the steel will had completed its upgrade, and he temporarily set it aside to focus on the newly upgraded talent. Steel will affect 1 active once activated. As rationality decreases, your bone hardness index increases. Both strength and physique will significantly enhance up to a maximum of 30% without limit constraints, lasting for 20 minutes. After the effect ends, 100% of the lost rationality will be returned, entering a cooldown of 2 hours. Effect 2, passive 1. When your rationality drops to 1, it forcibly locks rationality. 2. You become immune to all negative states related to rationality while your consciousness will suffer immense pain, which decreases as rationality recovers. When rationality exceeds 30, the pain disappears. Bai Yi rubbed his eyes and carefully read the description of Effect 1 several times. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The steel will has undergone an epic downgrade. The original threefold enhancement has been reduced to 30%. This means that assuming Bai Yi's attributes were 30 points, and without limit constraints the steel will before upgrading would have doubled his attributes to 90 points. However, after the upgrade his attributes are only 39 points, a gap of more than 1 full point. If viewed solely from this angle, it is undoubtedly a targeted reduction by the system against Bai Yi. But let's not forget limits indeed exist, and that is the most bewildering part. Although the amplification ratio has been significantly reduced from now on, this amplification will no longer be constrained by limits. This means he will no longer find the effects of talent to be useless just because his attributes approach the limit. Just like before, his strength of 26.5 could only be enhanced to a maximum of 30 points with the talent. Now, however, he can enhance his strength to 45 points. Additionally, the duration of the talent has been extended from 10 minutes to 20 minutes, and the cooldown has been reduced from 12 hours to 2 hours. In essence, the effect of the steel will has transformed from a once-a-day ultimate move to an ordinary major skill. Overall, while it seems like a downgrade, it can hardly be considered so. It can be seen as a reluctant enhancement. However, this kind of enhancement made Bai Yi feel as if he had swallowed a fly, and at the same time, he felt a wave of dread. Luckily, both random enhancements were of Effect 1 and none fell on Effect 2. Otherwise, if one aspect were enhanced while another were reduced, leading to a reduction in rationality lock, Bai Yi would have been left to die on the spot. This enhancement also solidified his resolve to never again use such random enhancement scrolls to upgrade talents. But to say Bai Yi deeply regretted his choice to upgrade, that was not the case. After all, these enhancements could indeed be utilized to enhance his strength right now. With this thought, he stopped overthinking and headed to the training ground, intending to test the newly enhanced talent. Activate. In an instant, the amplification fell upon Bai Yi, and his physical attributes instantly climbed to 30 points. Then he felt a tremendous change in his body. He felt as if his pores were being opened by the surrounding spiritual energy continuously rushing into Bai Yi's body, and then merging with his internal organs. His attributes successfully broke through the limit. This enhancement was completely different from the forced elevation at 30 points. It felt more like a new form of enhancement. Bai Yi was uncertain whether this was due to breaking through the limit or if such enhancement occurred after 30 points. Steel will activated rationality 100, current rationality 100200, obtaining 30 amplification. Strength 34, 45 26, 5, physique 34, 84 26. 8. Talent effect remaining 19 minutes and 59 seconds. Bai Yi felt his body after breaking through the limit. Without a doubt, he could easily defeat his pre-talent self, which was the intuitive experience brought by the attribute gap. Of course, this was not the real focus. He sensed that after breaking through 30 points, a layer of membrane seemed to envelop him, completely isolating him from the surrounding environment. This membrane appeared to extend from his soul, wrapping around his entire body. Bai Yi's attention was completely drawn to this membrane, and his physical attributes were momentarily cast aside. He had a premonition that the greatest gain from breaking through the 30-point limit was this membrane. While pondering, he took out a bone feather knife and made a cut on his skin. The blade's cut was quite difficult, but under Bai Yi's persistent force it finally drew blood. He stopped his actions. Throughout this process, the membrane did not provide any obstruction. It was as if it did not exist, invisible and intangible. Yet Bai Yi could clearly sense its existence, a very peculiar feeling. He fell into thought, feeling that describing it as a membrane was not quite accurate. Invisible, intangible. Bai Yi organized his thoughts, and then it seemed he thought of something, his eyes lighting up. Compared to the term membrane, perhaps field would be more appropriate. That's right, it was an invisible field surrounding Bai Yi's body, similar to a gravitational field or electromagnetic field. That's why it was unseen and ungraspable. After breaking through 30 points, will this field appear? What should I call it? Human field? Life field? This field cannot block attacks, or what exactly is its use? A series of questions flooded Bai Yi's mind, and he genuinely found it hard to understand. Besides, there was no one else to communicate with. Even the spiritual network lacked the corresponding knowledge, leaving him to explore everything on his own. If there is no defense against physical attacks, can it defend against mental attacks? Bai Yi pondered. Unfortunately, he lacked the means for mental attacks and couldn't experiment himself. Similarly, he did not dare to seek help from others, as he still had colors swirling in his mind. He feared that any players who came to assist would end up suffering backlash and becoming foolish. Then Bai Yi thought of the item in the storage space. Unknown curse, golden beetle style. Quality top-notch. Durability 11. Description: using this on any living being will inflict an unknown curse, reducing their sanity by 150 points and causing severe hallucinations. The hallucinations last for 2 minutes. Curse you with a circle. This item should yield results, but to use a top-notch item just for an experiment. After some thought, Bai Yi dismissed the idea. At that moment, he deeply regretted not having a few enemies. He found it impossible to find someone for the experiment. Remaining talent effect 10 minutes and 17 seconds. With half the time left, Bai Yi no longer hesitated and released the bone manipulation technique, intending to don the armor and feel whether the field covered the bone armor. Moi. Bai Yi raised his eyebrow. His bone manipulation technique was no longer usable. What was going on? He then tried using the blood-boiling flesh-bone transformation technique and blood-flesh differentiation technique in succession, but there was no response. He sensed the rhythm again, and there were no issues. Does this field suppress my own spells? Bai Yi began to feel puzzled. What was this? Weakening oneself? He found it hard to believe. Subsequently, he ordered his spirit link to bring out a unit of flesh from the storage space. After gripping the flesh, Bai Yi used the flesh alchemy technique once more. You used the flesh-bone transformation technique sanity to the flesh in his hand transformed into bone. You used the bone manipulation technique sanity 2. You used the blood-flesh differentiation technique sanity 2. Bai Yi looked at the mixture of bones and flesh spread throughout the training ground, then cut off the maintenance of the spells. Next, he tried using it on himself again, but it still did not work. The flesh alchemy technique can be used normally, but it cannot affect my body anymore. Is this the ability of the field? He analyzed, then closed his eyes, starting to carefully sense the field, attempting to control it. 5 or 6 minutes later, Bai Yi opened his eyes. He had gained some understanding of this field. The field could not be manipulated to change shape, expand, or shrink. It appeared around Bai Yi as if governed by physical laws. However, although it could not be controlled as the entity generating the field, he possessed something akin to authority, allowing him to choose to activate or deactivate the field. Understanding this, Bai Yi deactivated the field. You used the bone manipulation technique sanity 20. This time the alchemy was not blocked. The sinister skeleton spread out from his back, and the bone armor was successfully donned. After that, Bai Yi reactivated the field, and the bone armor shrank back under the pressure of the field with no sanity restored. It shouldn't be just this. Since I have authority, can I control more than just the switch? Thinking of this, Bai Yi began to experiment once more. 2 minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. You used the bone manipulation technique sanity 20. The bone armor appeared. You used the blood-flesh differentiation technique sanity 14. You used the flesh-bone transformation technique sanity 14. Including blood boiling, the flesh alchemy techniques were activated in succession by Bai Yi. At this moment, he could use alchemy while ensuring the field was active. And it was quite simple. He used his own authority to pass the access requests of these spells. At the same time, he had roughly clarified the function of the field. It repelled any changes occurring within his body. This function could not be deemed weak, as it meant that once players gradually broke through the 30-point attribute threshold, Bai Yi would not be able to directly alter their bodies through contact, thus killing them. However, Bai Yi was currently unaware of the repulsion limits and range of the field. If it truly repelled any changes, then his bones should not have been enhanced, but the fact was that his bones enhanced by his talent were not repelled. To fully understand these things, he would need more experiments. Moreover, is the field truly unbreakable? Bai Yi did not think so. There must be a way to break the field, but he simply did not know how at the moment. The effect of steel bone will end sanity restored to 200,200 with the end of the talent sanity returned, and the pain vanished. He did not care about this, although it was still very painful. Bai Yi had already gotten used to it. He didn't even need smoke to alleviate the pain. What am I now, a pioneer? After finishing the test, Bai Yi's thoughts began to wander. There were currently no players on the forum sharing posts after breaking 30 points, but many speculation posts existed. Most players still believe that breaking through 30 points should be similar to breaking through 10 points. Previously, Bai Yi had seen many of those speculation posts while browsing the forum, but now from his own situation, he found none of those speculations to be correct. No one mentioned the existence of this field, meaning Bai Yi should be the first player to break the 30-point limit, albeit relying on talent. Therefore, as the first player to discover the field, Bai Yi could entirely name it. This was the privilege of a pioneer. So what should I call it? Bai Yi field. Bai field. Yi field. He stroked his chin. Let's just call it the life field. Thus, the special force field possessed by players after breaking through 30 points was successfully named by Bai Yi at this moment. Since it was not during forum opening hours, he was too lazy to post it himself tomorrow, so he directly sent this information to Bai Shaoxing. Bai Yi, after breaking through 30 points, players will possess a life field. It is a special force field with many functions. After saying this, he ignored Yi Tianya's amazement and flattery, tossing the money he received into the storage space. Ever since Zhang Zhun revealed his current wealth to them, Bai Yi had become desensitized to missed coins. Let Zhang Zhun handle making money, he only needed to do his own part and protect them. After editing the detailed information and sending it to the team chat, Bai Yi closed the log. Then with a frown he walked into the bedroom. Ling Luo, wake me up after the data analysis has been improved. I want to experiment a bit. Okay. Bai Yi lay down in the sleep pod and then entered the simulation space. He looked at the thick stack of books in front of him with a sense of hopelessness and snapped at the little wight beside him who had been calling out to him, play. All day long just knowing how to play. What are you playing for? Train properly. There are other fantastic structures to visit later. After arranging a series of training tasks for the little wight, Bai Yi's heart finally balanced out a bit. He sighed and began a new round of learning. Blood, flesh, refinement, basic knowledge volume. Uncertain how much time had passed, the alarm clock on the table rang, signaling that Ling Luo had finished its analysis. Hearing the melodious chime, Bai Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. He had never thought an alarm clock could sound so enchanting. Is this really the same knowledge system? Why do I need to learn mathematics for alchemy? He tossed the book onto the table, grumbling as he stood up. Xiao Bai, I'm heading out. Bai Yi stepped out of the pod, but Xiao Bai did not follow, but stated that after training for so long it needed to sleep. 0458 a.m. He glanced at the time. It was still before 5 o'clock and the sky outside had not yet brightened. However, Bai Yi was extremely excited because the data he had submitted to Ling Luo after returning from the magical architecture had just been analyzed and integrated, and it was now transmitted into his mind via the pod. And that data detailed the physical structure of the Eagleman civilization. This was recorded forcefully by Bai Yi as he pulled on the immoral thief, a process that was utterly despairing for the immoral thief, thus he never spoke of it. However, due to the immoral thief's selfless contribution, Bai Yi finally obtained the crucial data for flight in a humanoid form. After further disassembly by Ling Luo, it was merged into Bai Yi's physical data. Thus the goal of flight was finally achieved. He eagerly made his way to the training room, quietly reflecting on the data in his mind. As he clarified each piece of knowledge, he quickly grasped the entire process. Therefore, Bai Yi decided to implement it himself. You used blood-flesh differentiation technique, bone manipulation technique. Reason 15, as the alchemy activated, the modified exposed bones inside his shoulder blades began to proliferate. The muscle bundles of the trapezius and rhomboid began to twitch irregularly under Bai Yi's precise control, like puppets pulled by invisible strings. Pale bones extended, forming the most basic skeletal structure. Dark red flesh buds continually wriggled upwards with each muscle fiber longitudinally, dividing and proliferating, forming hundreds of writhing scarlet tendrils. These newly formed muscular tendrils grew along the bones, twisting and writhing like the distorted dance of deep-sea tube worms. Capillary networks and muscle groups spread across the muscle bundles at a visible speed, growing freely like ink stains on rice paper. At this moment, the transformation had entered its final stage, with a multitude of muscle fibers weaving into the main structure of the wing bones, ligaments, and connective tissues linking blood and bone, even transforming into the unique pectoral wing membrane system of the Eagleman, with 2 fleshy wings already taking shape. But this was not the end. The next part was the main event. Bai Yi focused intently on organizing the chaotic nerves while the skin on his back convulsed intensely with dense nerve pathways moving around beneath it. Finally, when the last branch nerve terminal connected to the wing membranes, the entire fleshy wing suddenly unfurled, revealing the unique aesthetics of flesh. Underneath the bare membrane structure, a dense network of arteries and veins formed an impactful visual, with the entire wing identical to that of the Eagleman, except for the lack of feathers. So ugly. Looking at the 2 large fleshy wings, Bai Yi smacked his lips. He then disregarded these minor details and eagerly began to experiment. He clumsily controlled the wings to start flapping. Although there were no feathers, taking off was not a problem due to Ling Luo's design. As he became more familiar with the wings, the amplitude of their flapping grew larger, with fierce winds blowing the tendrils on the ground aside, creating a howling sound in the air. Bai Yi's body gradually ascended until his feet completely left the ground. At this moment, he spread his arms wide, struggling to maintain balance. The muscles at the wings were starting to ache, likely due to his inexperience, causing them to flap too quickly. Therefore, Bai Yi began to try to maintain his body in place while slowing the flapping frequency and increasing the amplitude of the flaps. Until he reached a certain frequency, the soreness in the wings subsided, indicating that he had found the optimal movement technique. He then began to practice the most basic vertical takeoff movements. Weather cloudy, location misty, land time 1003 a.m. Temperature 1521 C. The shelter was empty except for Xiao Bai, who was doing daily exercises in the training room. The perspective shifted up. Above the shelter, a figure flickered in the greenish-purple dreamlike mist. Woohoo! Listening to the howling wind rushing past his ears and feeling the fierce breeze on his face, even Bai Yi couldn't help but shout. The feeling of flying freely was simply exhilarating. At this moment, a transparent membrane formed over his eyes to shield against the strong winds. With each flap of his fleshy wings, he could soar a considerable distance. After 4 to 5 hours of training, Bai Yi had mastered how to fly using the wings and was able to fly even while wearing the white bone armor. Now, as long as he kept his mass within a certain range, he didn't have to worry about not being able to take off. After playing outside for nearly an hour, Bai Yi reluctantly returned to the shelter's vicinity. As the roof of the shelter automatically opened, Bai Yi folded his wings and dove down. Just a few dozen meters away from the shelter, he suddenly spread his wings, slowing his descent while stabilizing his body. When he reached the roof, he canceled the maintenance of the alchemy, and the 2 wings turned to ash as he gracefully landed on the flesh fungus carpet. The entire process was quite impressive if one could overlook the numerous scars on Bai Yi's body. Ling Luo, can the surface of the wings be covered with a layer of bone? Please wait, calculating for you. Ling Luo's ethereal voice echoed. A few seconds later it responded, yes. Then add the bones and recalculate and call me when it's done. Understood. Bai Yi lay down in the medical pod somewhat dejected. The wings made of flesh were quite prone to injury. While navigating through tall buildings, due to a miscalculation, the right wing brushed against a building's wall. Due to the excessive speed, half of the right wing instantly turned to blood mist. Although Bai Yi tried to remedy the situation, his unfamiliarity with the wing generation process led to him failing to construct a complete right wing even upon landing. Thus, he fell from over 100 meters in height. Fortunately, in the last few seconds, instead of continuing to generate wings, he controlled the bones to insert into a nearby building to slow his descent, preventing him from becoming a pancake. The protective ability of the wings isn't sufficient, and the speed of wing differentiation isn't fast enough. After completing his repairs, Bai Yi went to the training room to analyze the causes and continuously practiced the differentiation of wings, attempting to increase speed. After training for another 2 or 3 hours, Bai Yi finally compressed the time needed for the transformation of his wings to under 10 seconds. During this time, Ling Luo had already delivered the latest plan to him. Thus, Bai Yi's wings were no longer the ugly and twisted shape they once were. The surface of the wings was now covered with a layer of pale bones, which were not heavy and were stacked in a manner similar to roof tiles. This design reduced the weight of the wings while ensuring decent defensive capabilities. After a simple trial, Bai Yi retracted his wings. The emergence of his flying ability greatly enhanced his agility and modes of attack. Satisfactorily stroking the wolf head of Shao, Bai Yi began to have lunch, planning to visit the fantastical structure known as the Colosseum after his meal. Ling Luo, is the blood and flesh alchemy like this in the end? The entire alchemy manual has not been fully digested yet, so I cannot confirm that. Is alchemy and blood and flesh alchemy both this difficult to learn? According to the records from the shelter, the difficulty of blood and flesh alchemy is 63, 16 lower than that of basic alchemy prior to transformation. Ling Luo's words piqued Bai Yi's interest. Oh, do they differ? Yes. Alchemy focuses on the conversion of matter adhering to the principle of equivalent exchange, while blood and flesh alchemy seeks greater possibilities with blood and bones also following the principle of equivalent exchange. Strictly speaking, blood and flesh alchemy is a completely new branch of alchemy. A completely new branch of alchemy. Does that mean that transforming the complete manual of alchemy into blood and flesh alchemy is equivalent to transforming the entire discipline into a branch? Yes, the complete manual of alchemy encompasses 99 known branches of alchemy, each containing vast knowledge sufficient for a civilization to study for hundreds or thousands of years. Moreover, the reading difficulty of the complete manual of alchemy is extremely high. With a slight misstep, the reader may completely succumb and become a slave to knowledge. Thus, alchemy is also referred to as forbidden knowledge. Bai Yi understood. So having one bird in hand is better than 1,000 in the forest. The complete manual of alchemy may be more powerful, but it cannot rapidly enhance me in the short term, while blood and flesh alchemy is more suited to me, who possesses the flesh network and bone nest. Yes. Having clarified this, Bai Yi finally asked the question that concerned him. The latest section of blood and flesh alchemy, blood and flesh transformation basics, is too difficult. Do you have any methods that can help me accelerate my learning? Calculating. Upon hearing his question, Ling Luo began deep contemplation. I have found the following learning methods suitable for you. 1. Reverse spaced repetition method. Traditional practice, review immediately after learning. Upgraded plan, delay the first review for 24 hours during the hippocampus memory reinforcement period. Operation, use the 43-21 review interval method, 4 hours, 3 days, 2 weeks, 1 month. 2. Multisensory encoding matrix, traditional practice learning through a single method. Upgraded plan establish a 3D learning environment with the shelter providing video demonstrations. Visual mark corresponding knowledge points with different colors. Auditory video teaching background white noise. 9. Connecting the brain to the computer room. Traditional practice understanding knowledge in the brain using one's own thoughts. Upgraded plan connect the computer room to one's own brain for additional computational support to help the brain analyze knowledge. Operation connect the computer room to the sleep pod. As Ling Luo explained, a screen appeared before Bai Yi displaying the corresponding methods. There were 9 methods in total. The earlier ones were common learning techniques becoming increasingly strange as they progressed, with the final one being the boldest. At first glance, Bai Yi was attracted to the last method. Is the 9th method reliable? Based on estimates, the success rate of the 9th method is 97. 12. During the process, your safety probability is 99. 99. The remaining 0. 01 includes the possibility of a great existence passing by the shelter or the shelter encountering unknown attacks and exploding. Upon hearing Ling Luo's words, Bai Yi's mouth twitched. However, he also understood that this was essentially absolutely safe and worth a try. Thus, he ordered Ling Luo to pull out a network cable from the computer room and connect it to his bedroom sleep pod. Let's begin. As Bai Yi lay in the sleep pod and gave the command, the mask automatically conformed to his face, and 2 thin crimson tendrils unlike any before extended from the mask, entering Bai Yi's brain through his ear canal. When Bai Yi opened his eyes again, he had returned to the simulated space. He felt as if his thoughts had accelerated countless times. All the memories in his mind were as clear as if they had occurred yesterday. The chaotic thoughts that were captured began to automatically supplement and compute. The specific effect was that whenever Bai Yi thought of a player, his brain would randomly speculate on the player's subsequent actions based on his understanding of that player. Moreover, these speculations were entirely random and unordered, essentially just Bai Yi's own imagination. However, the details filled in were so realistic that he found it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. A large number of false imaginings began to flood his mind. Even with the expansion, his brain's capacity was rapidly diminishing. Upon reaching a certain limit, his brain would automatically delete some memories. If left unchecked, it was likely that in the end, all his memories would be erased, leaving only some nonsensical delusions. Stop. The moment Bai Yi issued the command, the tendrils retracted. He returned to normal. The chaotic thoughts were cleared, and it took him a while to calm down. Is this called absolute safety? It seems Ling Luo's definition of safety is merely the preservation of life. Bai Yi couldn't help but complain. However, this method of connecting to the external computer room was indeed very useful, though just a short while ago the knowledge he had previously struggled to comprehend was sorted out. I cannot let my thoughts wander. I need to maintain focus. Bai Yi summarized his experience, then visualized the knowledge in his mind, stacks of books appearing on the desk. He picked up Blood and Flesh Transformation Basics and flipped to the spot he had previously seen. Let's try again. In the next moment, the tendrils connected to his brain, and Bai Yi dared not let his thoughts wander, instead immersing himself fully into the study of Blood and Flesh alchemy. An hour later, Bai Yi exited the sleep pod. By this point, he could barely control the cognitive enhancement brought by the external computer room. He was extremely satisfied with such exaggerated learning efficiency. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completed Blood and Flesh Transformation Basics and began formally learning the first transformation array of Blood and Flesh alchemy. However, all of that could wait, for it was already 3:15 p.m., and Bai Yi remembered that the settlement time for the Colosseum was at 4 p.m. every day. Now he planned to go take a good look at the Colosseum. Bai Yi headed towards the gladiatorial arena based on the information provided by his team. In fact, he had already seen the gladiatorial arena on his way back after exiting the fantastical building. It was that enormous structure resembling a sports venue. Thus, Bai Yi knew its location. To avoid getting lost, he simply flew at an altitude of about 100 meters, relying on the rhythm to sense the things below. I am a player from the Huan sect. Please keep your distance to avoid triggering the autism effect. Black Cat Captain. Please be aware there are people here. The sound of a loudspeaker occasionally echoed from the ground. The closer one got to the gladiatorial arena, the more frequently the loudspeaker announcements occurred. Upon hearing the loudspeaker, players would consciously keep their distance, waiting for the people in front to enter the building before proceeding. The entire process was extremely orderly, a rule that everyone instinctively obeyed. After all, no one yet knew what would happen if the autism effect was triggered in front of the gladiatorial arena, and no one dared to take the gamble. When a surge of exhilarating rhythm was captured by Bai Yi in the sky, he steadied himself midair. The gladiatorial arena was here. He began to descend, and after reaching a certain height, his logbook vibrated. Bai Yi took out the logbook to check the information about this fantastical building. Fantastical building, a special structure generated in the midst of fantasy. The autism effect may trigger certain mechanisms of the building. Large buildings exist simultaneously in all areas, and players inside any fantastical building will not trigger the autism effect. Inside the building, players can obtain everything. Gladiatorial arena, large building, a vast sports arena structure that can be entered through the main gate. After checking the information, he flew around the building. Although the mist obscured his view of the structures below, Bai Yi could sense the rhythm of players outside the building. Thus, after finding his direction, he folded his wings and dove downward. Hulua hulua, 7 melons on one vine. Zizalong Jelly had a loudspeaker attached to his waist, swaying as he walked towards the entrance of the gladiatorial arena. He was humming hulua with a look of delight on his face. Clearly, the loud noise from the loudspeaker did not bother him. Instead, he was enjoying it immensely. Today, he'll strive to break into the top 10. Boom. Just as he was about to approach the main gate, something suddenly fell from the sky, interrupting his murmurs. Zizalong Jelly was startled by the sudden appearance, instinctively taking 2 steps back to distance himself from the object ahead. At the same time, his expression tightened. If there was any danger, he would immediately turn and flee, and if he couldn't escape, he would self-destruct with whatever it was. As the dust settled, the figure inside became visible. The moment he saw it was a player. Zizalong Jelly exploded in anger, shouting, "Do you have any manners? Do you understand queuing? I want to live, but you don't." The autism effect has already. His tirade was abruptly cut off when the man turned around. The moment he saw those eyes, Zizalong Jelly felt as if a desert eagle with the safety off was pointed at his forehead. "Rest assured, I won't trigger the autism effect." The man did not argue with him. After explaining, he walked into the building without looking back, leaving Zizalong Jelly alone in a state of confusion. He instinctively glanced at the information bar and indeed found that he had not triggered the autism effect. Who is this big shot? Just the aura alone is so intimidating. Are there such fierce characters in this area? It can't be Doggo, right? Zizalong Jelly felt a lingering fear, but the next moment his expression turned excited. That makes sense. The captain has returned, so it's normal for Doggo to return as well. But has Doggo adjusted so quickly to come back for the rankings? Haha, this is going to be fun. I should call Lu Gu and the captain to come and see. Zizalong Jelly scratched his head, quickly understanding the situation. Soon a happy smile appeared on his face as he imagined the scene of the player in front of him being crushed by Bai Yi. "Dude, are you going in, or just blocking the door?" A loud shout came from a distance, the voice even faintly overpowering the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this, Zizalong Jelly realized he had lingered too long and hurriedly entered the building. Bai Yi walked into the gladiatorial arena, finding himself in a dark corridor. A few dozen meters ahead, light emerged, seemingly the exit. Swish. Words were projected onto the wall beside him. "Please relax as you pass through the corridor. The corridor will generate a phantom based on your strength at a 1-1 ratio, and you will control the phantom to duel." His teammates had already informed Bai Yi about the process of entering the gladiatorial arena for the first time, so he was not worried. After all, worrying was pointless. As he passed through the corridor, Bai Yi felt a moment of daze, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a deep blue room. At that moment, his consciousness was already within the phantom. Bai Yi looked around. On the wall in front of him were the words, "Resting Room," written in large characters with a door on each side labeled Gladiatorial Arena and Viewing Platform. The wall behind him was transparent, and his original body was lying on a sofa. To exit, he simply needed to pass through that transparent wall. After observing, Bai Yi approached the door labeled Gladiatorial Arena. As he got closer, some rules and options emerged from the door. The rules were generally quite simple: defeat your opponent, rise in rank, and receive rewards. Notably, the more consecutive victories one has, the faster the ranking will rise. When a player is challenged, they can choose the battlefield, and the options pertain to whether to enable spectator mode and whether to charge an entry fee. Bai Yi skipped these options, choosing no for all of them. Then the main door opened, and he stepped inside. You have entered the gladiatorial arena. Current match count 10028. Player anonymous Lonely Wolf. Gladiatorial arena ranking 306457823 300 million. Consecutive wins 0. Bai Yi was logged in anonymously, and the light before him swirled. Matching. Match successful. Opponent Longlage Langley ranking 30645782120. Since it was his first entry, the match players were all ranked very low. In the next second, Bai Yi and a player appeared on a stage covered in starlight. Duel start. Wait. Longlage Langley opened his eyes and immediately saw a dark gun barrel in the distance. As soon as he uttered a word, his head exploded like a watermelon, shattering into pieces. Result: victory. Ranking 30645782120. Consecutive wins 1. Continue. Yes. You have entered the arena. Current matches 10543. Player Lone Wolf. Arena ranking 8064. Win streak 1232. Bai Yi sat in the waiting room waiting for a match. It was now 3:40, and it had been nearly 25 minutes since he entered the arena. During these 25 minutes, he had been relentlessly pushing for a better rank. His win streak had reached 1-2-3-2 matches. Each fight was incredibly fast, with participants entering, opening their eyes, and dying all in a time shorter than the waiting for a match. Due to the rapid pace, many players felt little pain returning to the waiting room in a daze. At first, Bai Yi enjoyed this feeling of easily defeating opponents, but after taking down dozens, he grew weary. It wasn't even comparable to mowing grass. There was no sense of accomplishment. So he decided to cancel his anonymity and began climbing the ranks under the name Dog Brother. He remained in the waiting room until now. As soon as anyone matched with him saw his name, they all surrendered at the speed of light, including some players who loved battling strong opponents. As for why they did not choose to face Bai Yi, well, just look at his reputation on the forums. Thus, Bai Yi sat in the waiting room, watching his ranking rise from billions to over 8,000. Matching. Match successful opponent Lucky Dave, ranking 762. Upon seeing this name, Bai Yi was momentarily stunned. It felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't recall. In the next second, he reappeared on the stage. It was not easy if someone was willing to fight him, and his legs had gone numb from sitting in the waiting room. The two appeared on a desolate stage which had nothing but the most basic arena. Lucky Dave had not chosen any special stage. Seeing the opponent instantly made Bai Yi smile. This name sounded so familiar. Wasn't it Wang Zi? Dog Brother, you're fighting so quickly. Clearly the other side recognized Bai Yi as well, enthusiastically greeting him from afar. Everyone else surrendered, so it was a bit quicker. Want to have a match? Come on, Dog Brother, don't hold back. Let me see the gap between us. Wang Zi struck a pose, speaking boldly. Arena start. Result: victory. Ranking 762. Win streak 1-2-3-3. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. Since Wang Zi asked him to go all out, Bai Yi did not hold back. He activated both Blood Boil and Bone Armor, then charged in, disrupting Wang Zi's nerves through physical contact. And then there was nothing more. In a dazed state, she didn't even feel the pain before returning to the waiting room. Continue. Yes. After sending a message of consolation to Wang Zi in the logs, Bai Yi tucked away the logs and began waiting again. Having sat until now, Bai Yi glanced at the time. It was already 3:50, and only 10 minutes remained until the rewards were calculated at 4. At this point, nearly all available players had come to the arena to stabilize their rankings, not wanting to be defeated by an illusion and cause their ranks to drop. After all, the daily rewards were quite decent. A little by little they added up. Matching. Match successful opponent Happy Jelly, ranking 11. With the match successful, Bai Yi found himself in a brand new arena with the stage set against a starry sky, and in the distance a massive black hole slowly rotating. The stage was surrounded by viewing stands, indicating that the player opposite had allowed for spectators. However, there were not many people in the stands, only 8 figures, and Bai Yi could not see their faces clearly. Opposite him was the player he had just encountered at the arena entrance. What a coincidence! Bai Yi greeted, and since the distance wasn't close, he couldn't be bothered to shout, simply using rhythm instead. Yaha! The opponent Happy Jelly wasn't so relaxed. He chuckled awkwardly in response, his mind filled with regret. Why did I say anything? Why did I tell the captain? Now look, him being pushed out as a guinea pig. With that thought, Happy Jelly glanced back at the few people in the stands with resentment. Though the contestants on the stage couldn't see the audience could clearly see the contestants. The first-class criminal noticed Happy Jelly's expression and looked at the pale man among the group. Captain, do you think Xiaochen will be okay? The man waved his hand. Don't worry, before letting Xiaochen go up, I tested it myself. Depleting one's sanity on stage only leads to the illusion falling into permanent madness. After the arena ends, they will return to normal. This is a great opportunity to explore Xiaochen's limits and also gauge just how strong this renowned Dog Brother really is. Arena start. Dog Brother, sorry for disturbing you. The moment the battle began, Happy Jelly held nothing back. A pitch black appeared on his left hand, rapidly expanding at a visible rate. Meanwhile, his sanity limit was continuously decreasing, dropping from 200 to 40. At this point, Happy Jelly was nearly insane, his eyes bloodshot, his mind filled with destructive urges. He only wanted to tear apart everything within his sight. Die. A basketball-sized black sphere was thrown by Happy Jelly, losing his control, while the black hole began indiscriminately absorbing everything around it. Bai Yi felt an overwhelming pull he could not resist. Now this was interesting. Finally someone dared to fight him with all their might, even if it seemed like they were on the verge of self-destruction. Is it similar to a black hole? How much matter can you absorb? Bai Yi's golden eyes suddenly shone brightly. You have used flesh dissolution technique, sanity 999. Steel bone will activated, sanity locked at 1200. Warning. Your sanity has fallen below 10. You have entered permanent madness. Your perception is distorted. Exemption granted. Endless flesh erupted from Bai Yi's body, continuously pouring out, even under the black hole's siphoning. After all, this was merely a player's talent, not a true black hole. Before long, flesh nearly filled the entire arena. The black hole's absorption capacity became increasingly difficult as Happy Jelly approached his limit. Feeling as if he was about to face a true breakdown of sanity, he dared not continue. "Give it to me, explode." The black hole suddenly shrank into a singularity and then exploded like a supernova. White light enveloped the arena, all matter disappearing under the onslaught of energy particles. This terrifying explosion seemed to be something even Bai Yi could not resist. Bai Yi returned to the lounge, sitting down with a hint of regret. The self-destructive supernova-like move of Shi Lang posed a significant threat to him. But just as he intended to activate his talent and utilize his enhanced bones in conjunction with alchemy to resist, the duel had already concluded. Because the supernova explosion was an all-encompassing, indiscriminate attack, Shi Lang's jelly had perished at the hands of his own talent. This left Bai Yi somewhat regretful. He truly wanted to know if he could have withstood that blow. At the same time, he noticed that the arena allowed many players with restricted talents or abilities to unleash their strongest attacks without hesitation, regardless of the cost, even if it meant their own demise, since it was merely an illusion. This was likely a special provision by the system, an opportunity for players to fully familiarize themselves with the limits of their talents and abilities. This also served as a reminder for Bai Yi. In future encounters with enemies outside, the safest approach would be to kill them as quickly as possible, preventing them from using their talents. Otherwise, some strange and unusual talents could easily lead him to disaster. In Shi Lang's jelly lounge, someone remarked, "Dog guest move truly had a bloody impact on the entire arena, but unfortunately Xiao Chen died too quickly, and we didn't see how Dog Ge handled that explosion. This move consumed 80 of Xiao Chen's mental capacity to unleash. If it were in the outside world, I'd be a fool to use it." Shi Lang's jelly rolled his eyes and replied irritably. The other person, having been retorted, merely shrugged nonchalantly. "Captain, can you dodge it?" a curious grade A criminal asked. A man with a remarkably handsome appearance but a very composed demeanor sat nearby. His complexion was somewhat pale, giving the impression of being gravely injured. This man was none other than the captain of Dawn of Light. Dawn. If it were me, the first phase's black hole from Xiaochun would also be ineffective against me. However, I should be unable to withstand the energy particles generated by the subsequent white hole's eruption, but escaping the range of this skill shouldn't be a problem. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the others nearby gasped in astonishment. After all, aside from the captain who had just returned, they had all frequented the arena in recent days, and they had exchanged blows to some extent. Here, the talent that was originally rather lackluster for Shi Lang's jelly became a self-destructive truck, as merely one black hole that deducted 100 mental points was almost impossible for all of them to withstand. For Dawn and Bai Yi, however, the black hole created by Shi Lang's jelly, which deducted 160 mental points, merely posed some inconvenience. To truly inflict damage, they would essentially have to rely on the subsequent explosion damage. "Is this the strength of the first-tier players, eh?" Shi Lang's jelly exclaimed. "I matched into a duel." Suddenly, a man who had been sitting quietly nearby spoke up. His name was Luo Shui Wu Hen, and his current ranking was 27. Go for it. The opponent is Thanatos." Luo Shui Wu Hen appeared on the arena. Due to his talent, he chose to enter a more concealed cave. Upon entering, the walls of the cave obstructed visibility, so neither side could see the other. The squad members appeared on the observation platform, able to clearly see the situation inside the cave. "Today is quite lively. All kinds of deities have come to the arena." Shi Lang's jelly whistled. "The opponent is Thanatos. Oh, I wonder how long Ouyang can last." The squad looked at the figure on the opposite side of the arena. He donned a black cloak, his entire figure concealed in the shadow of the cloak. Duel start. Luo Shui Wu Hen quickly concealed himself, and then strange figures began to materialize around him, gradually solidifying. These figures varied in appearance. Some resembled humans, others centipedes, and some lions. Undoubtedly, these summoned creatures generally possessed attributes around 20 points, making them quite formidable. Luo Shui Wu Hen retained the two strongest summoned creatures to protect himself, then dispatched the others to search for traces of the opponent. At this moment, a serene yet melodious tone echoed from afar, reverberating throughout the spacious cave. This seems to be a whistling sound. Luo Shui Wu Hen was startled. He instinctively commanded the two summoned creatures beside him to be alert, while continuously summoning new ones. The whistling sound lingered in his ear. What should have been a very pleasant tone now made Luo Shui Wu Hen feel hair-raising, as if his head were being pricked by needles. This forced him to temporarily halt his summoning actions. He extended one hand to rub his brow, trying to relieve the discomfort. At that moment, the whistling sound suddenly ceased. Luo Shui Wu Hen's body stiffened, and he slowly peered out to see the situation inside the cave. The atmosphere became tense. Luo Shui Wu Hen could clearly hear his own rapid heartbeat. He exerted effort to control his breathing, trying to avoid disrupting his rhythm due to anxiety. He poked his head out, but saw nothing. "Qilong, cover me. Let's change locations. This place is no longer safe." Luo Shui Wu Hin commanded the two summoned beasts beside him, but received no response. His breath hitched for a moment, and then in a flash he lunged to the side. As he landed, he rolled, and stood up drawing a gun aimed behind him. He saw a tall figure standing beside his original position, entirely hidden in a black cloak with two curved sides gripped in its hands, blood dripping from the blades. On the ground nearby lay two summoned creatures unable to make a sound, having been instantly killed. This scene was utterly horrifying. Luo Shui Wu Hin hesitated not for a moment, raising his gun to shoot, even though he knew it was futile. The bullet struck Thanatos, seemingly disappearing without any effect on him. The opponent finally lifted his head, and in that instant of locking eyes with those gray orbs, Luo Shui Wu Hin felt as if his soul were being drawn in. He felt as though he had fallen into death, countless specters pulling him down to the endless abyss. Luo Shui Wu Hin's eyes became vacant. He could no longer summon the courage to fight back. The endless souls imprisoned within the gray pupils made it feel as though breathing had become exceedingly difficult. This sensation was akin to facing death itself. Result: victory. Ranking 27. Winning streak 1,256. Continue. A deep magnetic voice sounded within the lounge. Thanatos closed his eyes, humming a beautiful tune. His goal was also number 1. You have entered the arena. Current match is 1-5-4-7-8-9-6-5-2. Player Dalphone. Arena ranking 14. Winning streak 1325. Tiandong sat in his chair, glancing at the time 0350 a.m. There are only 10 minutes left, or it seems unlikely he'll make it in time. He looked at the leaderboard again, noticing that 2 minutes ago the first place had changed from Gung San to the Lonely Wolf. However, it's not bad to face Dog Brother in a match. I need to hurry up, otherwise after 4 o'clock when the rewards are settled, Dog Brother might have left. Matching successful opponent Pao in ranking 7. This time the arena is different from usual. Although the ground resembles an ordinary arena, various stones and metal blocks are floating a few meters above. They seem to defy gravity, floating up and down in midair. Battle start. As the fight began, the opposing player decisively unleashed his signature moves, for he was up against the leader of the Steel Brothers. Considering he too was drawn into this fantastical structure undergoing unknown changes, Dalphone is undoubtedly a top-tier player. An unknown realm nearly enveloped the entire arena, and the shapes of the floating stones and metal blocks began to transform. They elongated from cubes into sharp spikes, then surged towards Tiandong. But in the next second, these were all drowned out by the overwhelming firepower covering the entire arena. Result: victory. Ranking 7. Winning streak 1326. The battle ended and Tiandong wasted no time. Would you like to continue? Yes. You have entered the arena. Current match is 1-5-4-7-8-9-6-5-1. Player Ice Girl. Arena ranking 31. Winning streak 963. A cold-faced woman sat gracefully in the lounge. She possessed classic East Slavic features with a full forehead and cheekbones forming a smooth contour and a nose as straight and slender as the birch trees by Lake Baikal. Her azure irises glimmered with the cold light of polar ice crystals beneath long eyelashes. Ice blue hair cascaded softly onto her shoulders, and her pale skin revealed a faint pink reminiscent of Arctic roses with lips like delicate peaches. The temperature around her was extremely low, and ice crystals occasionally condensed in the air. A cashmere scarf subtly revealed the elegant curve of her neck, while the hem of her cashmere coat hinted at long legs clad in jeans. Matching successful opponent. Don't mess with the chick, ranking 19. Ice Girl appeared in an ordinary arena, facing an opponent clad in armor, wielding a long sword and a shield, looking quite formidable. Battle start. A cold wind swept through and ice blue engulfed the entire arena, while the player in the distance had already turned into an ice sculpture. Result: victory. Ranking 19. Winning streak 964. Would you like to continue? Yes. You have entered the arena. Current match is 1-5-4-7-8-9-6-4-2. Player Alaster. Arena ranking 123. Winning streak 999. A refined gentleman stood straight in the lounge. His dark red hair hung down like congealed blood, the tips fading into deep brown, and his blood-red eyes darted restlessly within their sockets, scanning everything around. A single eye was set in his deep eye socket, and the crimson evening dress accentuated his already tall figure. His pale skin made him appear harmless, yet the corners of his mouth, splitting to his ears, always bore an unsettling curve, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. His slender fingers were gloved in white, yet could not conceal the sharp black nails at their tips. Matching successful opponent. The chick is not to be messed with, ranking 31. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. Alastair tilted his head and smiled, his eyes narrowing, the corners of his mouth curving into a charming arc as he spoke in a soft tone to his opponent. Hello. The opposing player was taken aback for a moment, then politely responded in kind. Battle start. The smile abruptly twisted into a sinister grin, his mouth stretching to his ears, revealing those horrifying fangs inside. His blood-red eyes fixed intently on his opponent, as if observing some kind of prey. I'm sorry, dear, I'm a bit pressed for time. However, I will thoroughly enjoy this process. The distorted voice, accompanied by a change in form, made the opposing player instinctively take a few steps back. I'll pierce. His nails pierced through the cheek, forcefully cutting off the player's remaining words. Shoo. Bear with it, it'll be quick, haha. Blood and mad laughter echoed across the arena. Result: victory. Ranking 31. Winning streak 1000. Would you like to continue? Yes. You have entered the arena. Current match is 154789127. Player Dawn. Arena ranking 10042. Winning streak 767. Matching. Matching successful. Opponent softener ranking 9846. Opponent has surrendered. Result: victory. Ranking 9846. Winning streak 768. Would you like to continue? Yes. Matching. Dawn sat in his personal lounge, observing the top of the leaderboard. First, Lonely Wolf. Second, Gung Yi. Third, Thanatos. Fourth, Ice Girl. Fifth, Dalfoam. The rankings were changing every moment. More and more famous names were appearing on the first page of the leaderboard. The top 100, and their names were still rising at a visible speed. This situation indicates that the vast majority of top-tier players have already emerged from the fantastical structure and began gathering in the arena. It is foreseeable that as these players' rankings continue to rise, they will eventually cross paths. This is exactly why they came here, to engage in a heated clash with other top-tier players. Every top-tier player believes they are not inferior to others. When they learned that Bai Yi was starting to push his ranking, they all flocked to the arena, eager to face this dog brother, the most renowned figure on the forum. Dawn ultimately could not resist this temptation. He used a healing item to restore his injuries and then joined the frenzy that belonged to the top players. Meanwhile, on the other side, the first and second places on the leaderboard finally faced each other. Bai Yi looked at Gung Yi across the arena and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh erupted from Gung Yi, his amber eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Dog brother, it's been a while. The arena is a pure white space, boundless all around. There are no spectator stands, as Bai Yi has not activated the observation mode. Shall we have a serious match? Seeking the impossible. The duel begins. The two moved, walking towards each other. At the same time, they tacitly chose not to use skills, relying solely on their physical prowess to collide. Bang! Bai Yi's body was directly slammed to the ground. Gung Yi's strength reached at least 29 points. Of course, the latter did not miss this opportunity, raising his fist to strike down at Bai Yi on the ground. The sound of the fist scraping against the ground rang out, and a small pit appeared beside Bai Yi's ear. He tilted his head to dodge the blow. Seizing the opportunity, he retracted his legs and kicked off Gung Yi's chest, suddenly exerting force. Caught off guard, Gung Yi was kicked away. Taking advantage of this chance, Bai Yi sprang up like a carp leaping from water, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow. As soon as Gung Yi landed, Bai Yi was already charging towards him, unleashing a powerful, deliberate punch aimed straight for Gung Yi's face. You can't dodge it. Due to the angle of the attack, Gung Yi could no longer evade this punch. He made a judgment in an instant. Then he stepped back half a step with his left foot, maintaining stability while also throwing out a punch. He intended to counter with a fist. The fists collided, producing a sound akin to the friction of fine iron. Amidst the painful clash, a hint of crimson was evident. Gung Yi's physique should be around 27 points, similar to Bai Yi's. But let's not forget, Bai Yi's bones are considerably tougher than Gung Yi's. Gung Yi found himself at a loss for words. He felt as if he had punched a piece of iron, at least 2 of his fingers broken. He hadn't anticipated Bai Yi's bones to be this hard. However, there was no time for regrets now. Realizing the fist clash was at a stalemate, Bai Yi had no intention of competing with Gung Yi in strength. He smoothly slid to the side directly in front of Gung Yi, landing a solid uppercut to his jaw. Crack! Gung Yi's head was thrown back high, but the sound came from Bai Yi's fist. In that moment of crisis, Gung Yi proactively used his ability, and his jaw suddenly became incredibly hard, as if made of steel. Bai Yi quickly retreated, creating a distance between them, and Gung Yi did not chase after him, merely standing in place. Bai Yi examined his left hand. The bone hadn't sustained much damage, only a slight fracture, although a large chunk of flesh had been ground away. With Gung Yi's proactive use of abilities, it marked the end of their physical struggle. The warm-up is over. Bai Yi's golden eyes burned fiercely, as if wanting to incinerate everything in front of him. An invisible aura enveloped the white space. Immortal White King, the supreme ruler of the Holy Terra Empire. Gung Yi, unwilling to be outdone, allowed his amber eyes to emit a pure glow, an overwhelming and heavy aura emanating from his body, as if he were carrying the weight of the entire world. The overlord of the world, the strongest giant bearing the world. The two auras clashed together, intertwining and eroding each other, yet neither could prevail over the other, ultimately settling into calm. It seems that Dog Brother also had a similar experience in that fantastical structure. Gung Yi said thoughtfully, "Perhaps this is the trial of the Misty Land." Bai Yi nodded. The two did not continue their conversation, as such matters could wait until they were outside. Since they had already gotten serious, Bai Yi would no longer hold back. He raised his hand, and Shepherd's compassion modified appeared in his grasp. At the same time, Gung Yi charged towards Bai Yi. Bang bang. 2 shots fired. Gung Yi effortlessly dodged with 2 swift movements. Bai Yi did not retreat. He stood his ground and emptied the revolver. Gung Yi continuously evaded, and when he could no longer dodge, he raised his hands that emanated a bright yellow glow, predicting Bai Yi's movements and catching 2 bullets barehanded. Clang! The shells fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Seeing the revolver had no effect, Bai Yi was not angry. He stowed the revolver away, and then with a flash from his ring, a bone feather knife was in his right hand. The bone feather knife transformed into a dense array of light, slicing towards Gung Yi, who showed no sign of retreat, bracing himself with both hands to meet the blade heat in. Afterward, the glow from Gung Yi's hands suddenly spread to his forearms as he clamped the bone feather knife between his arms and then exerted force. With a soft shout, the blade of the bone feather knife snapped in two. Looking at the remaining half of the bone feather knife, Bai Yi was not disheartened. He had never expected the knife to inflict significant damage on Gung Yi. Taking out the knife was merely for the sake of a better rhythm and attack. The half-blade suddenly changed direction, sweeping past Gung Yi, yet stopping midair as if it had struck something. At the same time, a violent sense of crisis flooded Gung Yi's mind. If this strike lands, I will die. The moment he reached this conclusion, he could no longer afford to hide. Taking advantage of Bai Yi's knife, not yet successfully severing his rhythm, Gung Yi's left hand swung, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Bai Yi's arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, and Bai Yi looked at his right arm, which seemed to be sliced cleanly from the elbow down, as if hit by a laser. His right hand and the half-blade fell to the ground. This was merely a gentle graze from Gung Yi. Is this the percentage-based true damage? Bai Yi pondered silently. Beside him, Gung Yi was also feeling unwell. Using his talent on Bai Yi had drastically lowered his rationality, and he was now slightly sweating, his breath becoming a bit rapid. I must strike a fatal blow. I can't afford to waste more time with Dog Brother. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and at this moment only half a second had passed since Gung Yi's attack ended. To outsiders, it appeared as though the two were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, barely visible to the naked eye, before suddenly pausing. Bai Yi retreated violently, dodging Gung Yi's right hand that reached for his head. Simultaneously, his fractured right arm and the wound on his left hand began to grow rapidly. You used bone manipulation and flesh differentiation techniques, Intelligence 14. In just 2 seconds, his injuries had completely healed. Seeing this scene, Gung Yi chose not to pursue further. With Bai Yi's recovery, he found himself slightly at a disadvantage. Neither of them moved, standing still and staring at each other. Is this all there is? Bai Yi's rhythm was devoid of any emotion as he looked at Gung Yi, questioning. Hearing this, Gung Yi laughed heartily twice. How could it be, Dog Brother? This is just the beginning. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet. As he spoke, the bright yellow hue spread across his entire body. At this moment, Gung Yi had transformed into a humanoid being made of glistening amber, his amber-colored eyes fixated on Bai Yi. Seeing this scene, Bai Yi's lips curled slightly. In the next moment, fine bones crawled out from behind him, wrapping around his entire being. The skeletal armor was similarly donned. In the pure white space, the original 2 human figures had vanished, replaced by 2 humanoid silhouettes, one white and one yellow. Without any preamble, the third round commenced. Bai Yi was the first to launch an attack, racing toward Gung Yi with such speed that he was barely discernible. Only a vague pale shadow could be seen. Boom! The 2 figures collided without any defense, and Gung Yi, caught off guard, staggered back 2 steps. Although Bai Yi did not retreat, his chest armor had already developed some cracks from the impact. In the next moment, the cracks vanished. With neither of them defending, they began to trade punches. The armor on their bodies absorbed all the attacks, leaving them unharmed. During their skirmish, Bai Yi remained vigilant against any attack aimed at his head, wary of Gung Yi potentially using his talent to eliminate him in an instant. This made his movements constrained and cautious, unlike Gung Yi, who fought freely. For a time, Bai Yi found himself on the defensive against Gung Yi. This scenario lasted for a full half a minute. It seemed that Gung Yi had the upper hand, overwhelming Bai Yi, but in truth, Bai Yi was more at ease as he didn't have to worry about mental strain. In contrast, maintaining this state steadily drained Gung Yi's mental fortitude. Although the consumption was slight, he could not endure it for long. I can't keep this up, or will be the one to die in the end. Glancing at his mental fortitude, which had dropped below 120 points, Gung Yi no longer hesitated and pushed off the ground. In an instant, spikes suddenly erupted from the white ground, not directly aimed at Bai Yi, as Gung Yi knew his attack could not deliver a fatal blow due to the white bone armor. Thus the spikes, calculated meticulously by Gung Yi, perfectly immobilized Bai Yi at all his joints, rendering him unable to move. Bai Yi tried to break free but found the spikes exceedingly sturdy, feeling similar in strength to Gung Yi, and with his current power, at merely 26 points, he couldn't escape. Gung Yi's fist came straight for his head, appearing soft and powerless for greater speed. That action, reminiscent of a little girl acting coy, sent a chill of deathly threat to Bai Yi. This is it. This is it. Bai Yi's expression was indifferent, but he felt immense joy. He truly relished the feeling of fighting at full throttle. Gung Yi's performance also justified his leniency thus far. Go. Steel will activated mental fortitude 100, current mental fortitude 74200, gained a 30 boost, strength 34. 4526. 5. Constitution 34. 8426. 8. The sudden surge in power allowed Bai Yi to easily break free from the spike's constraints, and as the spikes shattered, Gung Yi's fist also swung empty. In the next moment his body arched, and he was sent flying like a large shrimp. Gung Yi was utterly confused. He felt the figure before him suddenly disappear, then reappear right in front of him, only to be kicked away. Cough, cough. Gung Yi pushed himself off the ground, involuntarily coughing, while also spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the oppressive figure approaching him, Gung Yi barely managed to say, "You truly are dog brother. Were you holding back all this time?" "Not entirely. You did force me into a corner." Bai Yi stopped 2 to 3 meters in front of him, not rushing to strike, but continuing to ask, "Is that all there is to it?" The calmness of his words had a significant effect. Gung Yi did not rush to answer, but instead began discussing other matters. "Dog brother, do you know that in the arena the disposable items used are also phantoms? In other words, in the arena players can fight using any means without restraint." "I know." Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, Gung Yi chuckled. "Yi should have told you how I defeated the pulse-casting heavenly crane. So do you think they will prepare another piece of equipment for me?" At this point, Bai Yi had essentially grasped Gung Yi's intentions. He had long noticed Gung Yi's small maneuvers, and the previous dialogue was merely a ruse to buy time. However, Bai Yi did not stop him and allowed Gung Yi's actions. Gung Yi, of course, noticed Bai Yi's indulgence, laughing heartily while answering Bai Yi's earlier question. His reply, as always, "How could that be, dog brother? This is just the beginning. I haven't even exerted myself yet." As he spoke, he crushed the item he had taken from his spatial equipment. Drink. No longer needing to concern himself with mental fortitude, Gung Yi unleashed his full power, and the surrounding ground rippled like the sea. By the time Bai Yi sensed something was amiss, it was already too late. His feet had sunk into the ground. This obviously couldn't trap Bai Yi. He exerted a slight force, and the ground beneath him exploded. But this was merely Gung Yi's trick. Taking advantage of this gap, he charged toward Bai Yi. The latter intended to retreat, but the undulating ground posed a significant obstacle. Gung Yi's fists rained down on Bai Yi's body like raindrops. Then, as if some supreme rule had descended, Bai Yi's reinforced white bone armor failed to provide any protection, being ripped apart like paper. His body exploded into clouds of blood mist, with only his head managing to evade Gung Yi's attack, falling toward the ground. "Dog brother being too complacent is." Gung Yi's words were interrupted as Bai Yi's arm, which had formed first, seized his head. "The one being complacent is not me." The rhythm, accompanied by the attack, surged forward. Due to the exertion issue at the moment, he realized he couldn't crush Gung Yi's head with just one hand. Bai Yi stretched his arm, pushing Gung Yi away. Gung Yi, of course, did not wish to distance himself from Bai Yi, as he could only maximize his advantage up close. So he decisively used his talent to shatter his own hand. But in the next moment, a sound of flesh and blood gathering echoed from Bai Yi's arm, as if an endless accumulation of flesh and blood was stored up, ready to erupt at even greater speed in the next instant. "You have used bone manipulation technique and flesh differentiation technique. Mental fortitude 100. Warning. Your mental fortitude is below 10. You have fallen into permanent insanity and cognitive distortion. Exemption granted." The arm propelled Gung Yi dashing nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Realizing he couldn't break free for the moment, Gung Yi made a snap decision to rub his feet against the ground, ensnaring Bai Yi's recently repaired body and bringing it along, while he gathered strength to strike fiercely at Bai Yi's palm. This strike instantly turned the massive arm, which had spread nearly 100 meters, into blood mist. At the same time, Bai Yi's figure quickly approached Gung Yi as the ground rolled. Bai Yi certainly did not wish to engage in close combat with Gung Yi. He exerted force, with his legs leaping into the air. Then he heard the sound of bones and flesh surging from his back. You have used bone manipulation technique and flesh differentiation technique, mental fortitude, 23 flesh and bone transformed into two massive wings. At this moment, Bai Yi stood above the sky. Looking at Bai Yi flying in the sky, even Gung Yi found it hard to maintain his composure. Dog brother, just how much ability do you have? The latter replied, not much. Similarly, the opponent's equipment was forced out by Bai Yi. Of course, both sides still had some hidden tricks, such as Bai Yi's phosphorescent fire, that small round shield capable of blocking damage completely, and curse items that could lower the enemy's sanity. Likewise, Gung Yi had some similar methods, but since this was merely an arena, not a life-and-death battle, both sides did not need to reveal all their cards. After a brief chat, the two once again began. Without worrying about mental exhaustion, Gung Yi freely controlled the ground to extend spikes and blocks dozens of meters high, charging towards Bai Yi. The latter skillfully dodged in the air while occasionally using his elongated limbs to strike at Gung Yi. At this moment, the two had reached a stalemate. Gung Yi could kill Bai Yi in an instant, but his mobility was insufficient to land a hit. On the other hand, Bai Yi could hit Gung Yi, but he had to evade Gung Yi's attacks, only able to attack with his extended limbs, which lacked sufficient lethality to inflict effective damage. At this point, Bai Yi had basically determined Gung Yi's strength. Thus, he stopped wasting time and charged straight at Gung Yi. The latter also understood Bai Yi's intention, lifting himself with the ground and attacking Bai Yi. The distance between them quickly closed, and upon entering attack range, Gung Yi swung his fist at Bai Yi without hesitation. Unfortunately, after activating his talent, Bai Yi's strength and physique far surpassed Gung Yi's, and he touched Gung Yi's shoulder first. As a result, the surging ground became calm again, and the protruding spikes vanished. Everything fell silent. Bai Yi held Gung Yi's shoulder as they descended to the ground. At that moment, Gung Yi had reverted to his original form. The instant Bai Yi touched him, his bodily autonomy was usurped, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Directly controlling another's body. Gung Yi, feeling his body slip out of his control, managed a bitter smile. This is quite unfair. From the beginning, were you just playing with me, dog brother? Not at all. Bai Yi's calm voice reached Gung Yi's ears as he observed Gung Yi's dim expression. This method of attack can only be used now. If you don't want to experience this feeling again, you'd better break through the 30-point limit quickly. Moi. Gung Yi was somewhat puzzled. Players nowadays tend to have high attack but low defense, and once strength and physique break through 30 points, players will gain a life field that can help them resist internal attacks. Life field? Does that include your type of attack, dog brother? What about other attacks? I don't know either. After all, I just discovered it. You can research it further. But he didn't linger on this topic for long. He said to Gung Yi, so you don't need to worry too much about this, just focus on getting stronger. At this point, both had landed on the ground, and Bai Yi released his grip on Gung Yi's arm, allowing the latter to regain control of his body and move around. Do you want to continue? No. Gung Yi shook his head. Right now, dog brother, you can kill me instantly. There's no point in continuing this fight. Once I break through 30 points, I'll come find you. By then, I certainly won't let you win so easily, dog brother. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi rarely smiled, saying, alright, I'll wait for you. After chatting for a while, Gung Yi chose to surrender. Result: victory, ranking 1, winning streak, 1240. Continue. No. Bai Yi decided not to continue. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 o'clock and 5 minutes. The day's ranking rewards had been settled 5 minutes ago. He looked at the ranking. First place, the Lonely Wolf. Second place, Gung Yi. Third place, Thanatos Lone Wolf. Fourth place, Ice Girl Lone Wolf. Fifth place, Alastair Hell and Team Leader. Sixth place, Dawn Light Team Leader. Seventh place, Josh and Leader of All Beings Organization. Eighth place, Blade. Ninth place, Shadow Leader of the Hidden Council. 10th place, True Lord President of the Eternal Sanctum. Bai Yi had heard of most of these players' names in forums, each one resounding. What surprised him was that Tiandong was also on the list, ranking 8th. This made Bai Yi feel a bit embarrassed, as he had always thought Tiandong's strength was lacking due to his earlier cries for help. However, recalling the overwhelming strength he displayed once he returned to normal, it made sense. Essentially, it was a case of high offense and low defense, leading to a significant reduction in strength after being ambushed. In a direct confrontation, Tiandong could easily wipe out the president and his team alone, leaving the president with no chance to even replicate. Such situations would likely become increasingly rare as players gradually unlocked the life field. You have matched a duel against Thanatos, do you agree? No. Bai Yi felt somewhat tired after his battle with Gung Yi, so he chose to refuse. If you refuse, the arena will use your phantom to duel, and afterward you can view the duel replay. Do you confirm? Confirm. Bai Yi replied. At this point, his mind was no longer on the duel. He stood up and walked toward the transparent curtain behind him. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Bai Yi, sitting on the sofa, opened his eyes, looking at today's ranking rewards displayed on the table beside him. Life Level Advancement Certificate. Durability, 11. Usage conditions 1. Any attribute of spirit, strength, or physique reaches 30 points. 2. Mastery of any knowledge or ability excluding talents. 3. If spirit has not reached 30 points, please ensure it is at least 20. Summary: once a player's attributes reach 30 points, this certificate can be used to undergo a life-level breakthrough, which may involve life-threatening risks. Please proceed with caution. Using this certificate on any fantasy structure will transform it into an Ascension venue limited to medium and small structures, with certain large structures also applicable. If the subordinate reaches the limit, they can enter together. The level of life is not measured by length, but by depth. The certificate was a golden card, and when touched it felt cool to the fingertips with a matte black gold coating that looked very high-end. The diamond-patterned DNA chain wound its way out from the base of the card. When Bai Yi rotated the card, he could even see the DNA chain slowly spinning. It can be said that the appearance of the life-level advancement certificate allowed Bai Yi to understand the method to break through the 30-point attribute limit. He stood up, took a photo of the card in his hand, and sent the information to the team chat. He then walked towards the exit of the arena, intending to return to the shelter to handle his matters. At that moment, a light screen suddenly appeared, interrupting his actions. You have been defeated. Your current ranking is 2nd. Upon seeing this message, Bai Yi was taken aback, checking the leaderboard. 1st place Thanatos. 2nd place the Lonely Wolf. 3rd place Ice Girl. 4th place Gung Yi. Tartarus. Bai Yi pondered the name. Although it was merely an illusion, his capability to defeat it already demonstrated his strength. While in thought, another message popped up. You have matched a dual opponent, Ice Girl. Do you agree? Bai Yi felt a stir of excitement. His body tingled with the urge to engage in battle with those top-tier players. However, just moments ago, Zhang Jin sent a message stating that the flesh and bones had been fully collected, indicating that his shelter could be upgraded again. Thinking of this, Bai Yi suppressed his inner desires. He still had this bit of self-control, otherwise he would have already perished in the misty lands. No. The exit and entrance of the Colosseum are not aligned and are one way, so there is no worry about running into other players on the way out and triggering loneliness. After stepping out of the exit, Bai Yi spread his wings and soared into the sky, reaching above the shelter in just a few minutes. Upon seeing Bai Yi, the eye on the shelter's roof began to shift, opening a door large enough to accommodate his entire body when his wings were spread. He retracted his wings and plunged directly into the shelter. The spiritual network promptly calculated Bai Yi's descent trajectory and transformed the ground at the landing point. It removed the hard bones and then filled the area with a myriad of tentacles, weaving them into a resilient yet exceptionally soft flesh trampoline. Bai Yi landed smoothly on the trampoline, bouncing a few times until all his momentum was absorbed by the flesh. Then a flesh sofa tailored to his body data emerged, lifting him up. Subsequently, the tentacles exerted force, transporting him toward the team portal. Meanwhile, Bai Yi lazily lay on the sofa motionless. He was likely unwell, only wanting to lie down upon returning to the shelter with no desire to move. Passing by the training room, he saw Xiao Bai exercising alone and felt a bit guilty for not being there for it. Xiao Bai, come here. Hearing Bai Yi's call, Xiao Bai perked up its ears and dashed over with a bark. Puff! It leaped into Bai Yi's arms, its large body completely landing on the sofa. The sofa sank abruptly and movement halted, revealing the tentacles beneath being squashed with the edges of the crushed tentacles struggling to escape. In the next moment, under the coordination of the spiritual network, all the tentacles were enhanced, bulking up tremendously, as if they had taken a stimulant. Thus the sofa began to move again. Bai Yi weighed Xiao Bai in his hands. What have you eaten? Why are you so heavy? Awoo. Hearing this, Xiao Bai protested discontentedly, as if saying, what's wrong with eating a bit? You never take me anywhere, or what's wrong with me eating a bit? Feeling Xiao Bai's protest, Bai Yi vigorously rubbed its wolf head. Come on, I'll take you to Uncle Zhang to play. Awoo. Xiao Bai excitedly nodded at this. In just over a day, Zhang Jun had collected more than 200,000 units of flesh and over 100,000 units of bones, successfully meeting the upgrade criteria. The only issue was that due to the scattered nature of the flesh, Zhang Jun found it challenging to transport, so Bai Yi needed to make several trips with his spatial ring. After obtaining permission to enter, Bai Yi stepped into the portal with Xiao Bai. Boom! Upon entering, a deafening sound assaulted Bai Yi's ears. Zhang Jun's shelter was extremely spacious, almost devoid of furniture, with a massive hole in the living room leading straight down, and the noise was emanating from below. As the ground trembled, dust floated in the air. The air quality here was abysmal, with pollution levels severely exceeding standards. Gradually, the tremors subsided, and the chaotic shelter became somewhat calmer. Through the haze, Bai Yi vaguely saw two figures emerge from the hole, approaching him. Both were fully armed, wearing complete protective gear with masks covering their faces and oxygen tanks on their backs supplying fresh air. Puff! As they removed their masks with a hissing sound, it turned out to be Zhang Jun and Tang Zheng. What are you two doing? Bai Yi asked, puzzled by the commotion for merely mining. Hearing Bai Yi's question, Zhang seemed to recall something amusing, and he began to dance with excitement. Dog brother, we've hit the jackpot. What happened? Looking at Zhang who kept repeating, we've hit the jackpot, due to excessive excitement, Bai Yi turned to Tang Zheng beside him and asked. A few hours ago, Uncle Zhang said he randomly found a vein of spiritual metal, and asked me to hurry over to help him mine. You guys are blasting the mine. Yes, I'm helping Uncle Zhang blast the mine with weapons. Aren't you afraid of destroying the ore? Bai Yi asked, somewhat puzzled as he didn't understand these matters. Uncle Zhang marked the spots for me, instructing me to blast in the designated directions, so it should be fine. Tang Zheng was also a bit uncertain. It will be fine, definitely, dog brother. Don't worry, I've planned everything out. At this moment, Zhang finally snapped out of his excitement and assured Bai Yi. Bai Yi nodded. Since Zhang was a professional and he said there was no problem, then there was no problem. He didn't dwell on it too much. Uncle Zhang, I'm here to collect the flesh and bones. Over here, dog brother, follow me. Zhang called to Bai Yi and they all headed in one direction. Upon arriving at a large door, Zhang opened it, and a strong smell of blood rushed out. Inside, fresh flesh and bones were piled up densely, all neatly deconstructed into units. In the corner of the room, there was also a preservation device to ensure the flesh would not rot. This is it, a dog brother, you can take this first. If you need more, let me know. This should be enough for now. Oh, I'll tell you if I need more later, Bai Yi replied. Alright then, dog brother, do you need anything else? If not, Xiao Zhang and I will continue mining for the spiritual metal ore. It's difficult to extract and time is limited, so I need to hurry. No problem, you go ahead and do your thing. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang and Tang Zheng left while Bai Yi and Xiao Bai began to transport the items. Primarily, Bai Yi was using the ring to transport, while Xiao Bai energetically jumped around nearby, occasionally nibbling on a piece of meat, pretending to help. However, upon returning to the shelter, the pieces of meat in its mouth had vanished, leaving only a long tongue hanging out. Bai Yi didn't mind this bit of flesh, letting it be. Before long, all the flesh and bones had been completely transported. Current flesh 15545 bones 1597900. Upgrade requirements 15000 flesh 120 bones. Do you want to upgrade? Just as Bai Yi was about to confirm, a wolf head squeezed into his arms, and Xiao Bai flashed him a fawning smile. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with playing? Want to go out? Awoke. Xiao Bai nodded excitedly. Bai Yi thought for a moment. Once I finish upgrading the shelter, I'll take you to the Colosseum for a spin. You are my subordinate, so you should be able to participate as well. Awoo. Hearing this, Xiao Bai happily spun in circles. Without Xiao Bai's disturbances, Bai Yi redirected his focus back to the matter at hand. Yes. With the order given by Bai Yi, the shelter began a new round of changes after several days. As millions of flesh and bones surged continuously, the area of the shelter expanded once again, now essentially occupying the entire golf course. Flesh and bone nest oocyte. Level 10. Flesh 5450000. Bones 39790000. Capacity 01000000. Traits: flesh bones. Upgrade 1000 units of lower tier flesh and bones each. Facilities: workshop, modification room, digestion room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, storage room, water storage room, flesh, fungus blanket, training room, built by Yi, medical room, self-built for treating other players, server room. Description: please keep your distance if you do not wish to engage in bondage play. The area of the shelter has expanded fourfold. Workshop, upgrade equipment, crafting improved to exceptional. Modification room, upgrade, modification limit increased to 30 points, no limit on organ slots. Current organ slots 10. Integrated eyes, rotten corpse, ears, rotten corpse, nose, rotten corpse, mouth, mutated rotten corpse, glowing abdomen, sac, firefly, phosphorescent oil sac, reverse bone, walker bone, whip bone, gap, whisperer, tooth, tentacle silencer, brain, human mouth, human. Alchemy compendium, digesting, remaining time 17 days. Just a quick glance made by Yi smile. With the organ slots having no upper limit and the modification limit reaching 30, these two were considered regular upgrades and did not overly excite him. However, the weapon modifications finally moved from mediocre boutique quality to exceptional quality. It is worth noting that although there are now items of master and hero quality available, such as mental enhancement potion and talent enhancement scroll, these are basically function type or enhancement type equipment. In terms of weapons, master quality items on the market are extremely rare and hero quality items are completely unheard of, while exceptional quality items are no longer as scarce as before. They are still not commonplace. Now Bai Yi possessed the ability to mass-produce exceptional equipment, which meant that any equipment in his hands could be forcibly upgraded to exceptional quality and the cost would be minimal. Upon realizing this function, he immediately went to the workshop, planning to upgrade Shepherd's Mercy modification first. This artifact, which had given Bai Yi tremendous help in the early stages, had now become increasingly useless as his strength grew. However, as his only means of ranged attack, he could not simply discard it. During this time, Bai Yi had considered buying a powerful ranged weapon at the plaza, but no one was selling exceptional quality ranged weapons. Occasionally one would appear, but either the price was exorbitantly high, or it was snapped up immediately. Currently, almost all players have joined a guild or team, and even lone wolves have their own trading circles, so such weapons have basically been absorbed internally. Thus, Bai Yi had to hold on to the mindset of better to have than not, and make do with what he had. This modification will consume 5000 flesh and 5000 bones. Shall we begin the modification? Yes. As Bai Yi saw the modification start its countdown, he shifted his attention elsewhere. At this moment, Xiao Bai came to his side, rubbing its head against his leg. Just wait a moment, we'll take you out once the modification is done. He casually replied to Xiao Bai and became busy again. Bai Yi first took out the log, asking Zhang Jun to continue collecting flesh and bones, then left the workshop planning to wait until he had sufficient durability before modifying other equipment. After finishing these tasks, he focused on the upgrade requirements. 1000 units of lower-tier flesh. That name sounds familiar. Starry color is a higher-tier species, so is there a middle-tier species? Bai Yi pondered. Lower-tier. Life level enhancement certificate, is there a relationship between them? Or does breaking through 30 points mean it becomes lower-tier? After thinking for a while, he noted down his thoughts and sent them to the group chat. Since he currently does not know the answer to the question, everything is just speculation. As for the specifics, he would have to wait until he truly broke through 30 points to know. While he was contemplating these questions, Xiao Bai kept walking back and forth in front of him, repeatedly bumping into Bai Yi's leg. Whether it was its tail accidentally brushing against him or its head inadvertently nudging him, it was persistently bothering Bai Yi. Bai Yi, feeling increasingly annoyed, decided to grab Xiao Bai by the scruff of its neck when it casually walked by again, pulling it in front of him. What do you want to do? A woo, a woo. Xiao Bai kept turning its head towards the modification room, innocently blinking its eyes. Seeing its attitude, Bai Yi finally remembered that he had promised to take it to the Colosseum to play. He glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the outside world had turned dark. He was reluctant to go out. However, since he had promised Xiao Bai to go out after the modification, he could not go back on his word. Is there a way to have the best of both worlds? Bai Yi's mind raced. Soon a clever idea popped into his head. So Bai Yi patted Xiao Bai's wolf head. Let's go, Xiao Bai, to the modification. After the modification, it'll take you to the Colosseum. Oh, whoa. The man and wolf headed towards the modification room. Commencing basic physical modification. This modification will last for 7 hours. Shall we begin? Yes. This modification will consume 11599 flesh and 9512 bones. The modification began, and Bai Yi and Xiao Bai appeared in the simulation space. Following the same steps as before, Bai Yi and Xiao Bai gradually familiarized themselves with their modified bodies. Thus time quickly passed in their training battles. When the modification completion notification sounded, Xiao Bai jumped high in place. Oh, whoa. It ran quickly around Bai Yi, leaving afterimages behind. Bai Yi checked the time. It was 2:20 a.m. Let's go, I keep my promises, he said resolutely to Xiao Bai. Then Xiao Bai exited the simulation space. Ling Luo immediately put Xiao Bai into deep sleep and wake it up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the instant Xiao Bai left, Bai Yi immediately gave the order to Ling Luo. Received. Looking at the projected image of Xiao Bai sleeping with its tongue out on the illusory screen, Bai Yi felt justified. The weather was clear, the location was the Misty Land, the time was 0800 m, and the temperature ranged from 15 to 21 degrees Celsius. Xiao Bai and Bai Yi stepped out of the modification room one after another. Isn't it better to take a nap for more energy? For you, it's just a blink of an eye. They'll take you to the gladiatorial arena now. Bai Yi looked at Xiao Bai, who was walking ahead without paying him any mind, and spoke up. Owl, owl. Hearing his words, Xiao Bai angrily turned his head back and barked several times at him. In those dark golden eyes, distrust was written all over. Let's go now. In order to prove that he would not procrastinate any further, Bai Yi quickly washed up, had a bite to eat for breakfast, and took Xiao Bai to the gladiatorial arena. Inside the gladiatorial arena, watching Xiao Bai enter the ring, Bai Yi helplessly shook his head. He then sat on the sofa, took out his daily log, and began to check the events from the forum last night. His ranking had already dropped to 6th place. After he left yesterday, 4 challengers, Ice Girl, Alastair, Dawn, and Blade, successfully defeated him. Bai Yi was not surprised by this. Not to mention the strengths of the other players, that Shadow was very rigid, only able to mechanically imitate his previous fighting style. The most he revealed his strength was during his match with Gung Yi. Ironically, in that match, both of them had tacitly agreed to gradually increase the intensity of the battle for the thrill. As a result, this flaw was also learned by the Shadow, leading to Bai Yi watching the replay where the opposing firepower was unleashed while his Shadow foolishly charged ahead. To update the Shadow's battle awareness, Bai Yi decided that from now on at the start of each match, he would directly unleash his talents, which should improve the situation. The current rankings are 1st Ice Girl, 2nd Thanatos, 3rd Alaster, 4th Dawn, 5th Blade, 6th The Lonely Wolf, 7th Zhou, President of the Star Torch Guild. The ranking changes are significant. Gung Yi has already fallen out of the top 10, while some other players have surged to the front, and the changes in rankings happen rapidly, with new names appearing and quickly rising. Bai Yi only glanced casually. He did not intend to rush for the rankings immediately, as there was still plenty of time. He first wanted to understand the key messages from the forum yesterday, because the team had a habit where the free members would extract the important content from the forum when it opened each day and send it to the group chat for the teammates to review. And last night, due to the modifications, he missed the forum opening time, so he was planning to make up for it now. 3 topics were most fiercely discussed by the players in yesterday's forum. The first topic was the ranking rewards from yesterday's gladiatorial arena, which included an enhancement to the mental attributes. Mental Enhancement Potion, low-grade quality, premium durability, 11 description. After consumption, the bonus spiritual absorption ability slightly increases for a short time, and the player's mental attribute enhancement speed is slightly accelerated during this period. Oh, a spirited fellow. Bai Yi glanced at his own description, which was essentially a lower-tier version of the Mental Enhancement Potion. According to the forum's summary, among the top 500 players in the gladiatorial arena, there was a chance this reward would refresh. The importance of mental attributes goes without saying. It can be anticipated that players will place even greater importance on rankings going forward. The second issue was that a cluster of top-tier players appeared yesterday afternoon, with the most eye-catching being Dog Brother, who ranked first during the rewards settlement, and Gung Yi, who ranked second. Notably, after their rankings dropped, some players made sarcastic comments like, "The strength of the Lonely Wolf and Gung Yi is simply insufficient. Ice Girl and Thanatos are much stronger." Interestingly, before these comments could ferment, players like Blade and Dawn, who ranked ahead of Bai Yi along with some organizations, provided explanations. Dog Brother and Gung Yi were not present, and the players in front were already closely matched. The slight difference between the Shadow and the original was quite clear to them. Thus, rankings should only serve as a reference and cannot represent exact combat power. All top-tier players are treasures of humanity, who do not trample one while elevating another. After this, the sarcastic voices diminished significantly, and the reason was well understood by those in the know. The final topic was that players from the first tier were gradually returning. It's important to note that besides the top-tier players, there were also some ordinary players caught up in the fantastical buildings. As of now, it is known that all players who entered the building with Dog Brother Gung Yi, the True Master, and Thanatos survived. However, players like Dawnblade and Jiashun had only a few survivors aside from themselves. Ice Girl, Alaster, Shadow, and Zhou only had themselves surviving. Of course, not all top-tier players managed to survive. Some top players like the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the president of the Twilight Guild entered the fantastical building and perished completely. With the disappearance of the fantastical buildings, the avatars of those players also faded to gray. The organizations most severely affected were those like the Straw Hat Pirates and the Twilight Guild. They had basically coalesced around the top-tier players, and now that their mainstay had fallen, they naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell, plunging the entire organization into chaos. Other organizations took this opportunity to crazily recruit members, while some guilds that had previously been bullied took the chance to strike. While the iron was hot, it was quite a lively scene. As those players returned, the dangers they encountered inside were also disclosed, including many guilds or lone wolves, including the 7th section, who publicly revealed their experiences in the fantastical buildings. Gung Yi transformed into a giant in that world on the brink of destruction, carrying the entire world in search of a new future. Thanatos morphed into the god of death, providing the last refuge for all the deceased. Dawn united all players, leading civilization to find hope in the face of despair. Ice Girl froze the entire world on the verge of collapse, forcefully retaining it. Blade returned from the apocalypse to the past with a mission, saving the world within 24 hours. Each player encountered dire situations on the brink of destruction, yet through their indomitable will and immense power, they managed to turn the tide back to normal. Even if they ultimately may not have succeeded, they still brought hope and dawn to the world. It can be said that each top-tier player's experience, if told individually, would be enough to fill a 1,000,000-word biography. Among them, players were most curious about Dog Brother's experience. The fact that he was the first to return and that all members survived was enough to pique the curiosity of other players. However, unexpectedly, all players who had entered that fantastical building chose to remain silent. Their exact words were, "Our lives were given by Dog Brother. Until he chooses to disclose it himself, I will never take the liberty to speak." Seeing this, Bai Yi chuckled. To be honest, Xiao Zu's move is quite effective. It seems that only through shared experience can one truly be deeply impressed. At this point, the main points on the forum have mostly concluded. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and decided to satisfy the curiosity of those players, but considering his writing skills, he chose not to write it himself. He then opened his personal chat channel and messaged Xie Su, who was still in the process of transformation, asking him to upload their experiences in the fantasy building to the forum for the players' reference. After finishing these tasks, Bai Yi closed the log and glanced at Xiao Bei's ranking. It had already achieved a winning streak, rising within the top 100, and with its 30 points in attributes, it was dominating the arena. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Bai had also reached the 30-point limit, so it should be able to use the life level upgrade certificate to break through 30 points, but was its mental capacity sufficient? Bai Yi opened his and Xiao Bei's personal panels. Bai Yi Immortal White King. Health. Age 30. Strength 30 limit reached. Mental 30 limit reached. Constitution 30 limit reached. Psychological state normal. Rationality 200,200. Abnormal status peace of mind lament of the dead insulation protection blessing of the stars. Talent steel will rhythm of all things passive. Knowledge mastery basic blood alchemy boiling blood flesh bone transformation technique bone manipulation technique flesh differentiation technique. Equipment phase ring bone feather blade X5 windproof lighter emergency medical pod X6 O ashen echo uniform aerodynamic shoes multifunctional flesh blade universal bone screwdriver small round shield mental enhancement potion life level upgrade certificate. Description: an unknown species draped in human skin. Snowfield wolf Xiao Bai. Health. Age 6. Strength 30 limit reached. Mental 9. 8. Constitution 30 limit reached. Psychological state normal. Rationality 200,200. Abnormal status peace of mind lament of the dead insulation protection. Talent Snowfield howl active. Description: it is willing to give everything for you, even its life. Xiao Bei's mental attribute rose from 7.5 to 9.8. But Bai Yi remembered that it hadn't participated in any significant activities, merely training or eating every day in the shelter. It should be due to the increased concentration of spiritual energy in the air, he thought to himself, coming to this conclusion. Although the improvement was substantial, Xiao Bai did not meet the usage conditions for the life upgrade certificate. Firstly, its mental attribute had not reached the required 20 points. Secondly, it seemed to have not mastered any knowledge apart from its talent. In other words, Xiao Bai was illiterate. This won't do. Bai Yi fell into contemplation as he wanted Xiao Bai to level up alongside him, so he could take care of it. For the mental aspect, there's that enhancement potion, and then finding a few small fantasy buildings for it to face some challenges should suffice. As for knowledge, he began to recall the basic blood alchemy knowledge in his mind. It is worth mentioning that all the knowledge of basic blood alchemy was stored in Bai Yi's mind. He just couldn't comprehend it, which was why he needed assistance in the shelter to learn. Soon he extracted a series of formulas from the flesh differentiation technique and bone manipulation technique and combined them to form a small spell. Bai Yi extended his hand and cast this spell. You used flesh differentiation technique and bone manipulation technique rationality 5 as the spell extracted from within was applied. His arm suddenly split, transforming into intertwined and twisted strands of flesh, which could entangle independently, passing through exceptionally narrow gaps and recovering rapidly if damaged. After experimenting a few times, Bai Yi canceled the spell, restoring his arm to its original state. He was quite satisfied with this small spell. It was simple, yet practical, capable of helping Xiao Bai avoid a lot of damage. Xiao Bai, to become stronger, you can't rely solely on your body. You must also use your mind. Bai Yi murmured, a smirk of schadenfreude appearing at the corner of his mouth. Achoo! Xiao Bai on the arena called out halfway and suddenly sneezed. It shook its head in confusion and then looked back at the opposing player, becoming excited once more. After arranging everything clearly, Bai Yi also went to the lounge. He did not want to play in the gladiatorial arena every day to maintain his rank, so it was quite necessary to train Xiao Bai properly. As for how to train, Bai Yi already had a grand idea in mind. That was to choose the smallest arena, and at the moment the match began, activate his talent and forcefully rush to the opponent's face to make contact. After that, it would be easy. Just casually disrupt a few of the opponent's neural pathways, paralyze the opposing player, and then finish them off. Putting everything else aside, at least until these top-tier players broke through the 30-point attribute threshold, this tactic was basically invincible. Because his greatest advantage at the moment was that he could surpass 30 points thanks to his talent. Aside from the attribute increase, it brought the main purpose of this action was actually to prevent other players from having similar abilities that could cause damage from within the human body. After all, abilities that counter life fields are formidable. With this, the thought process became clear. He only needed to conduct some training. The training method wasn't difficult either, since the Phantom would adapt to the player's combat style. Bai Yi would use this method to achieve first place, thereby overshadowing the previous style with this combat approach. You have entered the Gladiatorial Arena. Current matches 1057 player, Lonely Wolf Gladiatorial Arena ranking 6 winning streak 0. Yesterday's defeat resulted in the winning streak resetting to 0, but Bai Yi didn't care about this. After all, winning streaks were of little use. Matching. Match successful opponent Blade ranking 5. The arena had a very ordinary style, but the venue was quite large. Tiandong was far from him likely to facilitate his long-range attacks. Gladiatorial match began. Bai Yi activated his talent at the first opportunity. The sound of prompts rang in his ears as the bone armor climbed up, enveloping him completely. He saw that Tiandong's body had already transformed into metal with numerous gun barrels protruding from his surface. Da-da-da-da-da. The dense barrage filled the entire arena and Bai Yi did not dodge, advancing amidst the gunfire. The clanging sounds echoed continuously. Even he could not test the limits of his bones after the enhancement from his talent. As the distance closed, Tiandong's attacks became increasingly fierce, with bullets being replaced by armor-piercing rounds, rockets, and high-explosive shells. Bai Yi adhered to the principle of enduring what he could and dodging what he could not. After evading 2 of Tiandong's laser cannons, he successfully reached his opponent's face. What surprised him was that Tiandong's body had completely transformed into metal without a trace of flesh, making it impossible to control. Helpless, Bai Yi could only forcibly twist off his head. Result: victory ranking 5 winning streak 1. Continue. Yes. Next, Bai Yi gathered his strength and matched up with Pashao. The arena was the most ordinary of stages. Fight begin. With the signal to start, Bai Yi maintained his previous strategy and activated his talent, charging towards Pashao. However, as he engaged with Pashao, he finally realized the latter's troublesome nature. Pashao's talent was of the space type. His sudden teleportation without any warning caused Bai Yi immense trouble. The elusive attack patterns left him defenseless, and coupled with the 2 extremely sharp daggers Pashao wielded, even the reinforced skeletal armor could not withstand the blows. Every casual strike from Pashao could carve a gaping wound into Bai Yi's armor. The quality of these 2 weapons was likely very high, at least of master-level caliber. Of course, Bai Yi was not merely taking hits. After being struck once with a burst of 39 points in attributes, Bai Yi's arm managed to grasp Pashao's clothing. Had he not evaded quickly, the game would have likely ended immediately. Given the nearly 10-point attribute gap, Pashao dared not approach Bai Yi any closer, instead constantly using teleportation to create distance and attempt to stall. However, even so, Pashao had to continuously use his talent. If the interval exceeded 1 second, Bai Yi's figure would undoubtedly appear before him. If it were Pashao himself, aside from exhausting Bai Yi's sanity to prevent his teleportation, there would be little else he could do. But unfortunately, the current Pashao was but a phantom. Thus, Bai Yi made an early prediction, seizing the moment of Pashao's phantom's pause, successfully touching his body. Game over. The misaligned nerves rendered Pashao a fool, and he was easily killed by Bai Yi. Continuing the match. The next opponent was Alastair. Standing on the arena, Bai Yi gazed at the figure across from him, sensing a palpable aura of murderous intent and the stench of blood. This aura left Bai Yi somewhat astonished. How many had he killed? Thousands. Tens of thousands. Bai Yi did not know for certain, but he could be sure that beneath Alastair's elegant and dignified exterior lay a most bloody and evil essence. An indiscriminate killer. Fight began. Bai Yi activated his talent and was about to charge forward when his vision suddenly blurred, as if the television signal had faltered. When his vision returned to normal, Alastair was already in front of him. This bizarre ability was something Bai Yi was seeing for the first time. Alastair's body suddenly began to change, dark tendrils extending from his back, attempting to encircle Bai Yi. But Bai Yi would not wait obediently in place. The extreme speed brought by his 39 points in strength allowed him to seize Alastair's head before the latter could even comprehend. Game over. This fight ended far quicker than the previous one, but this did not imply Alastair was weaker than Pashao. After all, the time required for a match largely depended on how quickly Bai Yi could catch his opponent. And it was clear that Alastair was a melee fighter, which made things easier for Bai Yi. Next up was Thanatos. Still a simple arena. At the level of players like this, they generally did not intentionally seek arenas that would greatly favor their strength. They preferred straightforward battles. Like Tiandong as a ranged fighter, he merely expanded the arena's range. In reality, he could have turned the arena into a tall building and sniped from afar, but he chose not to. Of course, the main reason was that the rewards provided by the Colosseum had not yet reached a level that made all top players envious and desperate to obtain, so everyone maintained a certain understanding. A melodious whistling filled the air. Looking at the tall figure clad in a black cloak, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow. Fight began. Thanatos approached Bai Yi leisurely, his arms hanging naturally, gripping 2 sides that sparked as they scraped against the ground. His gray eyes met Bai Yi's, but it did not affect him in the slightest. Bai Yi's aura was equally imposing. With his talent activated, he found himself face to face with Thanatos in the next instant. Bai Yi reached out to grab him. Sizzle. At the moment his arm was about to touch Thanatos' body, the latter instinctively raised his hands, crossing the two sides to successfully block the attack. This surprised Bai Yi a bit, but he did not dwell on it. Thanatos' strength was still far inferior to Bai Yi at this moment, and the former had also sensed this. Thus the two sides locked in place, deeply embedding themselves into Bai Yi's arm, halting at the bone. As they pinned Bai Yi's arm, a wisp of ghostly green flame mixed with purplish red began to rise from the sides, quickly spreading over the skeletal armor. The flames did not cause any harm to Bai Yi's body, for this flame burned his soul. It was akin to the pain experienced when one's sanity was too low, but far less intense. Bai Yi ignored this pain and reached out with his other hand to grasp Thanatos. The flesh and blood alchemy activated, and he lost all sense of consciousness. Looking at the extinguished flames on his body, Bai Yi felt waves of fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul. He glanced at his injured arm, activating the flesh and blood alchemy to heal it, only to find that the two small wounds could not be healed at all, as if it were meant to be this way. Attacks directly affecting the soul. Bai Yi pondered, feeling that his arm should indeed have these two wounds which required no healing. However, this clearly contradicted his sanity, as he was quite certain these two wounds were left by Thanatos just moments ago. These two conflicting thoughts made him quite uncomfortable. Bai Yi simply decided not to think too much and killed Thanatos. Game over. Bai Yi returned to the lounge, looking at his unharmed arm, at which point the strange thoughts had vanished, clearly indicating that the injuries sustained in the arena did not carry over to the outside world. What a terrifying ability! He couldn't help but exclaim. The last opponent was the Ice Girl. An ordinary arena. Fight begin. The Ice Girl pointed at Bai Yi with one hand. In the next second, the temperature around them began to drop perceptibly, ice crystals forming on the ground due to the air condensing directly. At the same time, Bai Yi felt the temperature within his body begin to destabilize his body, growing as cold as that of a corpse. Without hesitation, he activated his talent. As the life field appeared, all abnormal attacks were forcibly repelled, and his body returned to normal. As expected, Bai Yi thought to himself, knowing that there must be players similar to him who could directly disintegrate their enemies from within. Moreover, the Ice Girl was even more terrifying than him. She did not need to touch like Bai Yi, but could attack from a distance. The Ice Girl's phantom seemed momentarily stunned upon realizing her attack was ineffective. Because the original body had only showcased that one ability all the way up to now, Bai Yi would not wait idly. Seizing the moment of the phantom's distraction, he had already reached the Ice Girl and killed her. Thus, Bai Yi returned to the first place once again. Bai Yi raised his head from the sofa. He stood up, stretched his body, and then took out his journal to check the time. It was 0848 a.m. Bai Yi called for Xiao Bai, having already completed his two objectives for coming here to bring Xiao Bai for some fun and to train the Phantom. Now Xiao Bai had been frolicking for over an hour, and its ranking had risen to over 100. His brand new combat style had already been learned by the Phantom, and as long as players had not surpassed 30 points in attributes, he did not need to worry about rankings. Therefore, it was time for them to head home, as happy moments are always fleeting. Both man and wolf needed to strive for the goal of surpassing 30 points in attributes. Upon returning to the shelter, Bai Yi immediately called Xiao Bai, who was lying by the fireplace. As a snow wolf, why do you enjoy basking in the fire so much? Aren't you hot? Oh, whoa! Xiao Bai protested. Bai Yi did not respond, but instead took out a bottle of potion from his ring. Mental Enhancement Potion, Quality Master, Durability 11. Description: after consumption, the bonus ability to absorb spiritual energy is significantly enhanced for a certain period, while the player's mental attribute growth rate is greatly accelerated during this time. Oh, a spirited young lad. According to players on the forum, low-level mental enhancement potions slowly increase mental attributes even if one does nothing. Certainly the effects of a master-level potion should be even more pronounced. Bai Yi did not hastily let Xiao Bai drink it. Instead, he shared his plans with it, and presented Xiao Bai with two paths to choose from. One was to live as a carefree little dog staying in the shelter, where Bai Yi would not drive it away as long as the shelter stood, its life would be secure. The other was to drink the potion, quickly enhance its mental attributes, and master a skill, then join Bai Yi in breaking through once the conditions were met, serving as his assistant. Oh, whoa! Without any hesitation, Xiao Bai chose the second option. This is the path you chose for yourself. No matter how difficult, you must see it through. Bai Yi said seriously. Oh, whoa! Xiao Bai replied with equal seriousness. After receiving the response, Bai Yi no longer hesitated. He gave Xiao Bai the mental enhancement potion, and without any delay brought it into the simulation space. The reason he did not take it to face dangers in the fantasy buildings was that Bai Yi thought focusing on acquiring knowledge in large amounts might be a better way to enhance mental attributes. The last time he had knowledge instilled by the Star of Colors, not only did his mental break through its limits, but he also awakened a second talent. Likewise, the 9th Division had recently proposed this method for enhancing mental attributes. Thus, he decided to let Bai enhance its mental attributes through learning, while also accelerating its mastery of this spell, achieving two goals at once. As for the hints given by Ciesu in the past, Bai Yi remembered them as well, so he would not let his teammate come into contact with flesh alchemy. However, Bai was different from the other teammates. Bai was Bai Yi's subordinate. If he died, Bai would likely not survive either, so Bai Yi did not need to be overly cautious. As the medical pod's tendrils made contact with Bai's brain, a small spell named Flesh and Blood Streamlining was completely instilled into Bai's mind. At that moment in the simulation space, Bai opened its eyes wide, feeling the knowledge in its mind, completely unable to comprehend what these strange symbols were. If you have any questions, ask Ling Luo, it will explain everything to you. This knowledge is quite simple. Study diligently, and don't waste that bottle of potion. Bai Yi reminded Bai. Meanwhile, paper and ink appeared before Bai, allowing it to dip its paw in ink and directly sketch. A screen rose in front of it, vividly playing a video explaining Ling Luo, starting from the basics, and gradually delving deeper. Thus, with a determined gaze, Bai immersed itself in learning. Seeing this, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction, and then connected his brain to the machine room, also focusing on his studies. It wasn't that Bai Yi didn't want to connect Bai to a network cable, so it could also link to the machine room. Rather, this action was indeed very dangerous. Even Bai Yi had only managed to grasp it after much practice. He feared that with Bai's intellect it might lose itself the moment it connected, becoming a foolish wolf that understood nothing, which would be quite a problem. Over the next 5 days, Bai Yi and Bai were completely engrossed in their studies. The mental enhancement potion was effective for 3 days, during which Bai's mental attributes rose from 8 to 18, nearly doubling. This undoubtedly demonstrated the potency of master-quality potions, as the effect duration of the mental enhancement potion low level was only 1 day, according to a post from the 9th Division. In the post, they tailored a method for a player that maximized mental stimulation, then conducted an experiment using this potion. In 1 day, the player's mental attributes increased by 0.8, a figure significantly higher than normal training increases. This illustrates the difference between the two types of potions. After the potion's effects wore off, Bai did not stop training, but instead used the mental enhancement potion low level obtained from the daily settlement at the Colosseum to continue enhancing. As of today, its mental attribute had reached 19.8, averaging an increase of 0.65 per day. Bai Yi was already very satisfied with this progress, considering Bai was just a wolf, and he had seen its efforts over the past few days. At the same time, during these days, other members of the team occasionally came to Bai Yi's shelter for body modifications. Essentially, everyone's attributes had reached around 27 points with minor discrepancies. The reason for this issue stemmed from Ciesu's unusual operation. A few days ago, after he raised his attributes to 21 points, he spent 2 full days adapting, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Thus, Ciesu began to wonder if there was a way to adapt to the rapidly increasing attributes more quickly, and he indeed found one. Upon learning that Bai Yi used a gradual adaptation method in the simulation space, he shifted his approach, opting to increase by 0.1 at a time instead of 1. Though a 0.1 increase is noticeably felt, it remains manageable, requiring only a short period of familiarization to master. Therefore, although the 0.1 increments were significantly slower, the overall time spent was reduced due to the shorter adaptation period. After learning this method, Bai Yi couldn't help but admire Ciesu's ingenuity. Since then, his teammates had all started adopting the method of increasing by only 0.1. Due to the consumption of flesh and bone values after the upgrade of the shelter, the team members have been actively collecting flesh and bones for Bai Yi's sanctuary. Through their efforts, over 800 units of flesh and bones were collected and stored in Bai Yi's sanctuary within just 5 days. With the absence of the alien demons, wandering outside the collection of flesh and bones has slowed significantly compared to the period of the Black Mist, primarily relying on the alien demons generated by some small fantasy buildings. All the mist coins spent on the collection were contributed by Zhang Zhan, who made a fortune mining spiritual metals. Unfortunately, the spiritual metals have not been fully mined, yet even with the mineral refresh. The latest refresh yielded copper, or which can neither be deemed useless nor useful. It is simply rather mediocre, and Zhang Zhan is mining with a laid-back attitude. During these 5 days, Bai Yi also upgraded the uniforms of his teammates to top quality. Although the upgrade speed was much faster than Wei Fen's manual efforts, the appearance was truly hard to praise. It could no longer be described in terms of beauty or ugliness, but rather pure curiosity. The uniforms transformed into a dark red color, and instead of the previously smooth texture, they became warm and sticky as the dark red satin was woven from countless fine capillaries. The protective plates sewn inside the uniforms remained the same, but bone marrow fluid would occasionally seep out from the layers of the bone plates. Instead of belts, the combat pants were wrapped with intestines, which would ooze a pale yellow tissue fluid during movement. Not to mention the eyeball decorations on the chest and the dried flesh adornments all over. Fortunately, everyone's mental state has improved, otherwise just a glance might have caused them to lose a few points of sanity. When they received the uniforms, everyone wore expressions of helpless laughter. Although the quality improved, wearing this set of uniforms would surely be mistaken for alien demons. Bai Yi also felt a bit embarrassed, primarily because the appearance was far too grotesque. In the end, it was Wei Fun who came forward to save him. She took everyone's uniforms and made some adjustments to restore their original appearance. Ashen Echo Uniform. Quality top quality. Durability 100,100. Description: initially this garment had a very eye-catching exterior, but unfortunately it was later modified. However, its advantages were retained, possessing strong protective and self-repair capabilities with a limit on self-repair, besides that it is also highly resistant to high temperatures. It is a uniform temptation 2.0. Indeed, this uniform possesses no special abilities. All its functions are dedicated to defense. As for how strong its defense is, let's just say that typical firearms can hardly penetrate its defense, and even if damaged, it regenerates at an astonishing speed, making it extremely powerful. Regarding other weapons, having learned from the experience with the uniform, the teammates expressed that their weapons were already top quality, and even a modification wouldn't change that. There was no need to waste flesh and bones. Thus, in the end, only the revolver bone feather blade and some tools were upgraded. First, the revolver. Crimson Pity. Quality top quality. Durability. Description: a revolver with immense power that has been reborn, drawing the user's flesh to generate bullets. Upon hitting a target, the bullet will explode, causing secondary damage. The first bullet has a 20 chance to trigger painful wail, rendering the target immobilized for 1 second. If not triggered, the second bullet will have a 40 chance to trigger, increasing incrementally, and upon triggering painful wail, the calculation will reset. Speak to my gun. The revolver has fundamentally changed, with its body composed of dark red skeletal material covered in a translucent membrane, and beneath it a blue-purple network of blood vessels pulsates rhythmically, as if some living creature is breathing. From the grip extend several tendril-like biological tissues that adhere to the user's palm. The chamber is exposed at the rear of the gun with 10 bullets encased in calcified bone, and the bullet tips embedded with biological luminescent materials resembling eyeballs, which serve as the main device for the secondary explosion. The revolver does not require reloading. The tissues at the grip automatically absorb the user's flesh to refill the chamber. The overall lines of the firearm twist like a deformed spine, with the trigger formed from a protruding bone spur, and at the moment of firing, what splatters from the gun's muzzle is not sparks, but a viscous corrosive fluid. The barrel is much thicker than before, exhibiting a dark red flesh color resembling the digestive tract of some creature. After obtaining the revolver, Bai Yi fired a few shots. The massive recoil transmitted through the gun's membrane to his arms only caused a slight tremor. During the shooting, Bai Yi's subcutaneous vein network spasmed, which was due to the weapon drawing flesh from him. However, this was not a problem for him, as he discovered that the flesh generated from flesh alchemy does not disappear after being transformed into bullets, meaning he no longer needs to worry about the bullet issue. Bai Yi was quite satisfied with this modification, and after looking at the revolver for a while, its initial grotesque appearance became more acceptable. Next is the bone feather blade. Blood bone feather blade. Quality top quality. Durability 100,100. Description: the blade is extremely sharp with self-repair capabilities and will not be damaged before its durability is exhausted. When using this blade, your slashing speed will increase by 50 and the blade will inflict bleeding effects that cannot self-heal, reducing healing effects by 50, lasting for 5 minutes. Flesh and blood technology astonishing. The bone blade has not undergone significant changes in appearance, just becoming harder, with flesh filling both the blade's interior and the handle. As for the flesh pistol, since team members essentially have their own ranged methods, there was no need for it, so it was temporarily set aside and not modified. During these 5 days, Bai Yi also kept busy. He completed the first part of the first volume of Flesh Alchemy Fundamentals, which spans over 1,000 pages. Yes, it was merely the first part, and there are still more than 10 volumes of such foundational material. Bai Yi had no choice but to learn slowly. However, Flesh Alchemy Fundamentals is different from before. It can be applied after learning the first part, and Bai Yi already had many of his own ideas after this initial learning. In addition, he has also been practicing the rhythm of all things, and his coverage has now reached an impressive radius of 200 meters. Upon reaching this range, Bai Yi did not blindly pursue further distance, but focused on the rhythm contained within that pulse. Perhaps that is the key to enhancing the rhythm of all things. Unfortunately, he still hasn't made any significant discoveries. Lastly, during these days, Bai Yi did not forget to make wishes at the wishing well, but everything he got were just ordinary materials for upgrading shelters, which were of no help to him, and were all given to Zhang. 0529 p.m. Area channel 142,200. Look up at the sky, isn't there something new? Do you think this thing is that high tower shadow? No matter where you look. Oh wow, it really is there. What is that thing? I tried checking with the log, but it might be too far away to display anything. The area channel erupted with chatter, with various speculations emerging. Suddenly, a player's comment silenced everyone. Pervert, don't run. If I'm not mistaken, that thing seems to be getting closer to us. The discussions in the channel jolted Bai Yi awake from his training. He approached the window and gazed at the sky. High above, at an altitude of several hundred meters, a bizarre object floated in the air. How to describe that thing? It hung in the sky, appearing as a constantly morphing dodecahedron, with each facet refracting different scenes. As the crystal slowly rotated by, he could clearly see the images on those facets. Some facets were completely black, while others displayed a pale blue churning sea with faint images of swimming rings and yellow ducks. Some facets showed a paradise-like slide or a giant pool made of ocean balls. Others displayed a vast grassland with distant glimpses of small houses with red roofs and yellow walls. Another facet revealed a desolate city. The city appeared highly realistic, yet it imparted an absurd feeling to Bai Yi. As the crystal continued to rotate, the images became increasingly bizarre. A city submerged in seawater, stairs suspended in the sky, bottomless slides, and deserted amusement parks. The images became more frantic and distorted, and just by looking by, he felt a deep sense of oppression and despair. Psychological state, anxiety, 12100. Bai Yi averted his gaze, looking towards the calmness within the shelter. The tiny tendrils on the flesh and blood carpet moved rhythmically, while cracks occasionally appeared on the walls, revealing eyes spinning wildly within. Beside the fireplace, Xiao Bai held a stack of paper, pawing at it, as if sketching something. Ling Luo seemed to sense Bai Yi's unease. A flesh and blood sofa appeared behind him, emitting soothing white noise from a mouth formed in the corner. Everything was plain yet warm. Bai Yi gradually calmed down. He no longer looked up at the crystal, but instead opened his log. Group chat Ashen echoes. Bai Yi, can you all check if there's something strange in the sky over your areas? If there is, don't stare at it too closely. Tang Zheng, I see one here. Zhangzhen, I have one too. Wei Fan, yes, I see it. Xiesu, I see it too. Wang Ziyi, I see it as well. Li Zihua, I see it too. As teammates provided affirmative replies one by one, Bai Yi's heart sank little by little. Undoubtedly, this was another event affecting all regions. Similarly, it meant that players would face new challenges once again. Tang Zheng, what is that thing? A fantastical structure. Xiesu, I don't know, it should be too far for the log to identify it. Li Zihua, is it descending? Xiesu, yes, it's hard to determine the exact descent speed without a reference point, but roughly it might land in about 12 to 13 hours. Zhangzhen, so tomorrow morning around 5 or 6 o'clock. Wei Fan, we also need to consider other unforeseen circumstances. Wang Ziyi, will it release strange demons inside? Similar to the feast. Zhangzhen, I'm not sure. Watching the discussions unfold in the group, Bai Yi described the scenes he saw on the crystal to everyone. Wang Ziyi, could it be another instance event like what Dog Brother and Xie Dog experienced? All players enter it, and then seek a way out. Bai Yi, there are too few clues to be certain. We must gather more information. Wei Fan, Dog Brother, are you planning to fly up and take a look? Bai Yi, yes. Tang Zheng, it's too dangerous. After all, we don't know anything right now. What if it's like last time and Dog Brother goes in alone? Li Zihua, that shouldn't happen. Don't forget this crystal exists simultaneously in all regions. It can't just pull a few players in. Bai Yi'll just check the log for information and won't get too close. Xiesu, if it's just for checking information, it shouldn't pose too much danger. Dog Brother, you must not be overly reckless. Most regions should have already discovered the floating crystal in the sky. The forum will open in over 2 hours and there will definitely be many clues, so there's no need to charge him blindly. Bai Yi, I understand. After replying, Bai Yi began to take action. Xiao Bai, stay put, don't go outside and don't look up at the sky. Ling Luo, tie a tendril to my leg. If anything goes wrong, pull me back immediately. Awoo. Okay. Xiao Bai and Ling Luo responded in turn. A tendril wrapped around Bai Yi's left leg, tying is secure, not using a highly scientific method to prevent it from slipping off. The tendril was a deep red, contrasting sharply with the pale flesh around it. It was a tendril formed from a large amount of flesh and was extremely sturdy. Even Bai Yi's bloodbone featherblade would struggle to cut it. With everything ready, Bai Yi slowed his breathing. You have used bone manipulation and flesh differentiation techniques. Rationality 43. Armored in skeletal protection, massive wings covered in bones appeared with the bone plates arranged like feathers and sharp as blades along the edges. Simultaneously, the second floor and rooftop automatically opened. Amidst the howling of the wings, Bai Yi soared into the sky toward the crystal with a purplish red tendril extending from his ankle. Bai Yi did not rush to approach the crystal. Instead, he stabilized his ascent speed while mentally counting down, calculating the distance. By the time he reached the height parallel to the crystal, a minute had already passed. He was startled. Players on the ground thought the crystal was only 100 or 200 meters high, but in reality, it was nearly 4,000 meters high. Moreover, the crystal was descending at a certain speed. Bai Yi estimated that the time was roughly as Siesu had guessed. Simultaneously, the originally small and clear crystal had now expanded to nearly a kilometer in size, with each facet's image appearing as if it were within arm's reach. Psychological state anxiety 21100. Bai Yi involuntarily flew backward until the tendril on his foot tightened. He knew this was a sign that the flesh had run out. However, he found that no matter how much he retreated, the size of the crystal remained unchanged. It only appeared smaller when he flew downward. Upon realizing this, Bai Yi returned directly above the shelter, trying to empty his gaze to alleviate the oppression he felt. He took out his log, but there was still no response. Is it too far away? Bai Yi speculated. Then he flapped his wings, slowly approaching the crystal. At the same time, he tightly gripped the log in his hand, ensuring he could retreat at the first sign of receiving information. At the very beginning, everything went smoothly as the crystal floated just like before with no change in size. However, at a certain moment, when Bai Yi progressed, it seemed he triggered some kind of mechanism causing the volume of the dodecahedral crystal to expand at a visibly rapid pace. As soon as he realized this situation, he immediately halted and slowly retreated a distance. When he stopped, the crystal's expansion paused, and as he retreated, its volume began to shrink again. This scene reassured Bai Yi slightly. The crystal had not changed due to his arrival, and the sight before him was merely its original state. Is it that I am not close enough, or is it that it cannot be displayed? He looked at the still inactive log, feeling somewhat indecisive. Bai Yi had no idea what this crystal was. It could be some fantastical structure or something else entirely. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. As Bai Yi approached, the crystal grew increasingly massive, until at one moment, he felt his entire field of vision was completely occupied by the crystal. Psychological state anxiety 59100. By the time Bai Yi reached this point, the crystal had completely unfolded from its original dodecahedral shape into a flat plane. The transitions between each scene were exceedingly eerie. He even vaguely heard the sound of waves crashing within the images. He had no way to judge the distance. The only thing he could confirm was that the structure was at least 200 meters away from him, because his rhythm of all things had yet to sense anything. At this moment, even Bai Yi began to hesitate. Should he continue moving forward? What if the log just wouldn't display the crystal's information? What if his innate talent couldn't perceive the crystal's rhythm? If that were indeed the case, Bai Yi would be unable to determine his exact distance from the crystal, and moving further could very likely result in a collision. After a brief contemplation, he decided to take the risk and advance a little further. The information he had collected so far was simply insufficient, and past experience told him that to survive in the land of mist, one must always bear some risk. Thus, he continued to delve deeper. The crystal changed again, or it no longer expanded as before, but began to envelop Bai Yi, and as he moved forward, the crystal was no longer just in front of him, to his sides, above his head, beneath his feet. As Bai Yi advanced, the all-encompassing scene had surrounded him, with the dodecahedron reappearing, only now he was inside the crystal. Finally, as the exit behind him was nearly filled by the crystal, a rhythm was finally sensed by Bai Yi. He did not know how to describe this rhythm. It carried a sense of calm, yet oppression and unsettling eeriness hidden within the tranquility, making him extremely uncomfortable. Yet, even so, Bai Yi remained invigorated. Being able to sense the rhythm meant he could confirm its levels and distances. At least, it was not something on par with the mist, which slightly eased his mind. It should be that when we approached the crystal, it just happened to envelop us, allowing us to enter. Bai Yi glanced back at the dwindling gap behind him that remained unoccupied by the crystal, analyzing quietly. Then he gritted his teeth and pressed forward again. Finally, the log vibrated. Bai Yi cast a glance at the log, and the crystal before him was indeed a fantastical structure. Without time to examine it closely, he began to retreat at the same speed as when he had approached. As he withdrew, the nearly all-encompassing dodecahedron began to retract. The familiar sky reappeared, and as the crystal returned to a flat plane, Bai Yi flapped his wings and suddenly accelerated. When he returned to hover above the shelter, the crystal had reverted to its original dodecahedral shape, perfectly matching its previous size. Afterward, Bai Yi descended into the shelter. Only after returning and sitting on the sofa did he truly feel relieved. Psychological state anxiety 72100. Even under the colorful protection of his psyche, his anxiety level had still surpassed 70, which made Bai Yi quite uneasy. He took a sip of water to calm himself down a bit, then picked up the log to begin reviewing. Core large structure a certain threshold space, formed based on the projection of surreal elements and subconscious emotions, which may be very safe inside. Subsequently, Bai Yi described this piece of information along with his experience in the group. After finishing the group, fell silent for a moment. Clearly, each person was pondering. Half a minute later, Tang Zheng was the first to break the silence. Didn't quite understand. Li Zihua, essentially the closer you are to the crystal, the larger it becomes, until it completely encompasses you. Tang Zheng, oh, got it. Waif, and this is a large structure. Could it be a monster siege like the feast? Csu, I don't think so, though I personally lean towards the idea that the players may need to enter that structure. Zhangzhen, what do you mean? Csu, because the log mentioned threshold space. This is a cross-disciplinary concept proposed by anthropology, psychology, and spatial design, originating from Victor Turner's theory of liminal rights. Specifically, it refers to intermediate regions that possess unfinished characteristics on both physical and mental levels, like a deserted parking lot at night or a building under construction. The psychological mechanism behind it is cognitive conflict, using familiar scenes and abnormal states to trigger the brain's alertness and unease. For example, in a bustling shopping mall, the parking lot is empty, and one can never find a way out. In a construction site, machinery that should be outside inexplicably appears inside the building. This creates a bizarre sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness, and if a person remains in such an environment for an extended period, they will ultimately fall into a gestalt collapse. Wang Zi speak in plain terms. Csu, you can see it as a crack in the cognitive framework. When we encounter spaces that cannot be classified by existing experiences, our subconscious projects its existence anxiety onto it. This is what the log refers to as projection of subconscious emotions. As for surreal elements, it might be something like otherworldly demons. I can't be sure. Tang Zheng didn't understand. Bai Yi, in simple terms, we might need to enter the building where the environment is very strange and possibly dangerous. What we need to do is survive. Tang Zheng got it. Zhangzhen, what does gestalt collapse mean? Li Zihua, gestalt collapse refers to the abnormal state where the brain, while continuously receiving repetitive contradictory visual stimuli, cannot reorganize fragmented information into a coherent cognitive framework. In simple terms, repeatedly appearing scenes can create cognitive load in your brain. For instance, copying the same character repeatedly makes it feel increasingly unfamiliar. That's cognitive load. And gestalt collapse means that all cognition in your brain becomes increasingly unfamiliar, ultimately leading to total chaos. Bai Yi, the intuitive result is that the psychological value reaches 100, after which rationality begins to decline, ultimately leading to madness. Wang Zi, Xie dog, did you use your talent? Csu, no, just guessing. Under the explanations of Csu, Li Zihua, and Bai Yi, the others basically understood Xie's thoughts. However, after understanding, the expressions of the team members became even more serious. Regardless of whether Xie's speculation was correct, it indicated that the trouble the players faced this time was significant. The group fell silent for a moment, everyone digesting the recent news. Bai Yi was contemplating the possible dangers ahead. Threshold space, surrealism, subconscious. He repeatedly chewed on these terms in his mind. Although he had never heard of threshold space, he had a general understanding of the concept after Xie's explanation. Combined with the image on the dodecahedron, he had roughly guessed the situation inside the building. It should be as Csu guessed, they would likely enter that building and venture into the so-called threshold space, then find a way to escape. But why must we go in? Wang Zi thought of this at the same time as Bai Yi. If it was so dangerous inside, why not just stay in the shelter? But the next moment, Bai Yi dismissed this thought. If they wanted the players to enter, there were countless ways for the Misty Land to do so. This was hardly a problem. Meanwhile, others in the group were explaining to Wang Zi. Afterwards, the group discussed for a while longer, but since there was limited information, it all boiled down to speculation and contingency plans. The exact situation could only be known by those who actually entered. Weather clear, location Misty Land, time 0800 p.m. Temperature 1723, with the forum opening, a large number of players flooded in, engaging in fierce discussions about the newly appeared fantastical architecture in the area, with speculations about the crystals emerging one after another. But soon 2 posts surged to the top of the highlights. The first post was published by Bai Xiaosheng. Large Fantasy Architecture Core, author Bai Xiaosheng likes 20. The post mainly provided the name of the crystal floating in the sky core, accompanied by images, and explained the changes in the crystal when approached, as well as its falling time. It also predicted the transformations during the crystal's descent, reassuring players not to worry. At the end of the post, Bai Xiaosheng tagged and credited the information to the Lonely Wolf, indicating it was provided by Bai Yi. The comments section below was filled with remarks like "Dog Brother is awesome," with occasional expressions of gratitude. The second post was published by the Third Department. A brief discussion on the crisis faced by players, author Third Department likes 21. This post also began with information about the dodecahedron crystal, but unlike Bai Yi, the third department did not mention the changes of the crystal when approached. Clearly, they did not obtain their information through such means. Moreover, the content of the post differed significantly from the previous one. This post mainly analyzed the potential characteristics of the large fantasy architecture through information introduction. Compared to the discussions within Bai Yi's team, their explanations were evidently more professional and rigorous. Additionally, to facilitate understanding for everyone, the third department kindly explained using straightforward language. Of course, the main content was quite similar to the discussions in Bai Yi's team. The latter half of the post elaborated on the impact of the crystal's surface patterns on players, indicating that it might carry some abnormal status, and prolonged viewing could lead to excessive mental values, resulting in a decline in rationality. This statement reminded Bai Yi, as during his information gathering his mental values had rapidly increased, even under color protection, likely due to being affected by some abnormal status. However, at that time he had focused all his attention on the surrounding environment logs and rhythms, neglecting his status bar. New abnormal status. Bai Yi continued to read on. At the end of the post, several methods to alleviate mental strain were presented, along with ways to regulate personal stress and avoid falling into despair. They also expressed that the reason they did not predict methods to clear the fantasy architecture was that they themselves could not be certain. Random speculation might leave a fixed framework in players' minds, thus limiting them and interfering with their quest for a true escape route. Thus the post concluded. In the comments section, thanks for the warning. I love the third department. I adore the ninth department. To be honest, the ninth department is the light of humanity. And not as good as Dog Brother. What's wrong with you upstairs? Bai Yi casually flipped through a few more posts before exiting. Undoubtedly, the two most outstanding intelligence organizations on the forum were Bai Yi and the third department. Besides frequently releasing information for free like this, both organizations also engaged in private information trading. Bai Yi had made trades with both, seeking help in locating his family. He had indeed considered directly publicizing his information on the forum to find his family, which would undoubtedly be more efficient. But he had to consider other aspects. Impersonation and disguise were manageable, but he feared the possibility of someone capturing his family first and then turning to threaten him. Therefore, Bai Yi could only use this method to search. It had already been over a month since he issued the request, and still there was no news, which compelled him to prepare for the worst. Shaking his head, Bai Yi cast these chaotic thoughts aside. Interestingly, during his period of idle thought, someone proposed a good idea. Since it was already known that the crystal would land at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, if staying in the shelter would force them to enter the building, then why not find a building to sneak into? After all, smaller buildings should be easier to survive in than larger ones. This idea spread like a virus, as some weaker players seemed to grasp a lifeline, rapidly sharing and imitating it. A large number of players discussed which building to seek refuge and quickly taking action. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded. Many players who usually just sat idle in the shelter, relying on resource collection to survive crises, became proactive. They took the initiative to step out of the shelter, searching for relatively safe fantasy architecture. Some players even directly moved into the Colosseum, as it was also a large building, clearly much friendlier than the depressing crystal in the sky. These players had a simple thought: stay inside and wait for this event to end. As this behavior fermented, more and more weaker players could not resist the temptation and chose to join in. Meanwhile, the slightly more rational players watched this farce from the shelter. Although there were players attempting to dissuade them, they were mercilessly berated by those preparing to set off. Large organizations or guilds remained silent, as no one knew the dangers that lay ahead. What if these players' ideas actually worked? Although the likelihood was extremely low, these players adhered to an old saying: put down the urge to help respect the fate of others. Thus the night was spent in chaos. After 10 o'clock, the forum, the square, and the world channel were successively closed, leaving players with only limited communication through the area list. Bai Yi first exchanged information about the core with friends on the list, but there was nothing of value. To truly understand the dangers within, they would have to wait until they fully entered. After chatting for a while, Bai Yi flipped to the area channel, which had become much quieter. The players who remained were not fools. Upon learning that a fantastical structure had suddenly appeared in the sky, they all guessed that another crisis was looming. Thus, having learned from the experience of the banquet, the players decisively chose to flee. In just a few hours, the number of players in the area channel dropped from 142 to 101, and as time passed, the numbers continued to dwindle. Suddenly, Bai Yi's log vibrated. Don't run, Luster Dog Brother, our Hehuan sect is fleeing. Bai Yi safe travels. Don't run, Luster Yu Meng Cho He Tang and Yun Li Wu Li all send their regards. Sai, I don't really know what the situation is. Bai Yi quietly listened without interrupting, occasionally replying. After a while, it seemed he had said enough, and perhaps feeling shy to disturb Bai Yi further, he stopped speaking and finally sent a greeting. Don't run, Luster. Take care, dog brother. Bai Yi, take care. In the next moment, the number of people in the area channel dropped by 66. So the Hehuan sect is fleeing, huh? Hilarious, they were so arrogant before, and now they're escaping in such a sorry state. Bystander A, the one above, is so bold they probably won't flee. Class A criminal, hey, either they are just a big mouth or a poor fool. In any case, they are definitely not something good. The Class A criminal's words seemed to hit a nerve with that player who exploded in anger. What the hell? I can say whatever I want. What does it have to do with you? Aren't you just relying on the big shots behind you? What about that? Without the dawn of light, what are you? Elegant rhetoric came from that player, but the Class A criminal remained calm and composed. Class A criminal, I provide shelter random migration scrolls for free within my team. Damn, it's just a broken scroll. What's so impressive about that? Class A criminal, someone is too scared to die hiding in the shelter and not daring to go out without even a scroll. What the hell? In an instant, the channel was left with only this player cursing. No one took him seriously, treating it all as a source of amusement. It was no wonder others were so unsympathetic. Ever since the fantastical structure appeared, this area was filled with small buildings like dogs, and medium-sized buildings were everywhere. As long as players dared to fight and struggle, obtaining the most basic shelter migration scroll was quite easy, almost effortless. Even logistics players could store mist coins through square trades. In this situation, players who couldn't gather mist coins had no choice but to stay holed up in their shelters, not daring to take any risks and lacking logistical capabilities, thus praying for the dangers of the mist lands to arrive slowly. One could only wonder how these players, without any sense of crisis, had managed to survive until now. The people in the channel basically ignored him, treating him like air. After bidding farewell to others in the channel, they all migrated away. Area channel 3200, pity the world, are you annoying? If you keep barking, I'll go directly to your shelter and raise a ruckus. One remaining player, unable to tolerate the constant cursing at those who had already left, directly retorted angrily. It was now 2 in the morning, and only 3 people remained in the entire area, including Bai Yi. After being threatened, that player indeed dared not speak again, shrinking back in fear. Pity the world, and you call this Don Quixote? You really think you deserve it? Pity the world, speak, have you gone mute? Don Quixote, speak about what? His tone had weakened significantly, clearly intimidated by Pity the world's earlier threat. Pity the world, coward, you dare to curse others while being such a waste yourself. Don Quixote pretended to be dead again, but Pity the world clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. Pity the world, why did you choose such a name? What's your real name? Don Quixote, I am called Sancho. Uffed. Upon hearing this name, even Bai Yi, who had been lurking, couldn't help but laugh. Another player fell silent for several seconds before sending another message. Pity the world, to have names like these on you is truly a disgrace. Immediately, he also lost the will to make things difficult for Sancho and stopped speaking. Silence fell over the channel. Bai Yi set down his log and went to the training room where Xiao Bai was training. He saw it pouncing towards a humanoid figure formed of bones and flesh. Midway, its body suddenly began to split, the massive form transforming into strands of flesh, which connected to each other, twisting and horrifying. However, the strands of flesh did not reach its head, stopping just at the neck. Since the spell required a brain to maintain in this state, Xiao Bai's head was its only weakness. From a distance, it appeared to be a terrifying monster with a wolf's head. Watching Xiao Bai, who had already mastered this small spell, Bai Yi nodded in satisfaction. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. At this moment, Xiao Bai's spirit had reached 19.8, just shy of the promotion requirement. Bai Yi did not feel it was a pity, as 20 points was merely the basic requirement. He had originally planned to wait until Xiao Bai reached around 22 points before promoting. Xiao Bai, stop training and come over to rest for a while. We don't know what tomorrow holds. Conserve your strength. Bai Yi called out, stopping the training session for Xiao Bai. Then the man and the wolf took this time to rest and prepare for the crisis approaching at dawn. In the night sky, as the fantastical structure descended, the same scenario Bai Yi had previously encountered unfolded, with the core gradually occupying the entire sky and still expanding. The 12-faced crystal first spread out into a plane, completely obscuring the night sky, with the light radiating from the crystal illuminating the heavens. Then the 12 faces began to extend like a dome, covering the mist lands above. Sounds of crashing waves and footsteps in empty corridors, various sounds emanated from the fantastical structure, creating a warm scene. If one disregarded the 2 newly appeared anomalies. Weather clear. Location misty land. Time 0605 a.m. Temperature 11:15 C. Bai Yi furrowed his brows as he checked the status bars for himself and Xiao by noting the 2 new abnormal statuses. Specific phobia players become more susceptible to intense and irrational fear of certain defined objects or scenes, such as large objects, deep-sea heights, animals, etc., manifesting as an increase in psychological value and a decrease in rationality. Threshold space. The space within the Misty Land has changed, and players may fall into the core. Just a few minutes ago, these two abnormal statuses appeared one after another, likely affecting all players, and others in the team were experiencing the same two statuses. At this moment, Bai Yi could hardly bear to look at the sky outside. The scene covering the entire Misty Land made his psychological value rise visibly with just a glance. When he looked up at the sky, goosebumps instantly covered his body. Simultaneously, Bai Yi felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on his chest, making his breathing quicken. After about 4 to 5 minutes, cold sweat began to form in his palms, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. From Bai Yi's perspective, it felt as if the sky was sinking down with water from the crystals, threatening to flood in, the air growing thinner, and his throat feeling as if it were being squeezed by invisible hands. 10 minutes later, his heartbeat grew increasingly frantic, each thump reverberating in his chest, causing it to tingle while his temples throbbed. This feeling surged like waves, each wave stronger than the last, as if he were endlessly floating in a bottomless abyss. Psychological state: panic. 100100. 10 minutes. Bai Yi averted his gaze, calming himself as he whispered about the limits he could endure. Even with colorful protection, he could barely hold on for about 10 minutes. An ordinary player might only last a few minutes. The strength of will was not of significant concern. It resembled a kind of psychological illness that did not shift according to Bai Yi's will. If I don't keep looking at the sky, I might extend the time further. Bai Yi analyzed. Indeed, even without gazing up at the scene in the sky, players would still feel discomfort and oppression. Moreover, this feeling wouldn't diminish over time. Instead, it would accumulate and intensify. Even within the shelter, the recovery effects provided could not keep pace with the rising psychological value. This meant that players would still be affected even if they curled up inside the shelter. While there was no need to worry about attacks on the shelter, staying inside would eventually lead players to become distorted due to excessively high psychological values and a complete loss of rationality. Bai Yi spent some time calming his mind, finally bringing it down to around 10 points. He opened the log and shared his conclusions from his test in the team chat. Just as he finished sending the message, Xia Su immediately followed up with a picture. Bai Yi opened it. The image depicted a street. At first glance, everything seemed normal, but he quickly noticed something odd about the traffic lights at the intersection. The traffic lights that should have been standing at the intersection had their light poles vanish and instead appeared on the crosswalk, as if they had grown out of the crosswalk, deeply embedded in the ground. This abnormal phenomenon made the originally normal image appear quite eerie. Xia Su, this should be the handiwork of the abnormal status threshold space. You should also see such phenomena there. Seeing this message, Bai Yi looked out the window again. However, this time he did not look at the sky, but focused his gaze on the ground. As his gaze swept over a wide area, he discovered some previously overlooked abnormalities. The most recent one was a white plastic stool less than 100 meters from the shelter. It appeared inexplicably on the stairs with half of its body and part of the backrest embedded in the steps, the stark contrast of white and gray seamlessly merging without any flaws, as if it had always been that way. Bai Yi, I see this phenomenon as well. According to the description of the abnormal status, this should be the entrance to the core. Li Zihua, my psychological value keeps rising. I can't even dare to look outside the shelter. Everyone, me too. Clearly, since the others in the team did not possess the same mental protection abilities as Bai Yi and Xia Su, they were feeling quite uncomfortable even under the covers with their heads buried, as fear, anxiety, and other emotions continued to accumulate. At this moment, the sense of security provided by the shelter was extremely limited. Similarly, the sudden abnormal statuses completely disrupted the team's original plan, and even the idea of actively entering the fantastical structure core was temporarily shelved. Not to mention that in the original plan, Li Zihua's potions were not fully prepared. Given the current state of the team members, entering the core would not allow them to respond to dangers in time. Thus time passed in a stalemate. After 7 p.m., aside from Bai Yi and Xia Su, there was basically no one speaking in the group chat. Even when someone occasionally spoke, it was very brief. Because the psychological values of the other team members had reached 100 and had already begun to affect their rationality. Reluctantly, they started using rationality recovery potions to stabilize their rationality. Ultimately, Li Zihua was the first to break the stalemate. Li Zihua, no, my sense of fear is getting stronger. Should we gather and try to relieve the pressure through a group effort? Wang Zi, okay. Zhang Zhen, I think it's feasible. Wei Fan, it's worth a try. Tang Zheng, I agree. Before Bai Yi and Xia Su could speak up, the others quickly expressed their agreement. This situation made Bai Yi furrow his brows. He realized he had underestimated the impact of the abnormal statuses and did not expect that the situation had become so severe that his teammates had to resort to gathering for relief. Zhang Zhen, what does Dog Brother think of Zihua's suggestion? Bai Yi, sounds good. Xia Su, should you come to my shelter? Because of the abnormal status-specific phobia, the mediocre ability of my shelter seems to have some effect. Perhaps it can alleviate your symptoms. Bai Yi, I'm fine with that. Thus, under the pressure of the fantastical structure core, the team was forced to adjust their plans and chose to converge at Xieza's shelter. After making some preparations, Bai Yi took Xiao Bai and walked through the portal. As soon as he passed through, he felt his body relax, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him suddenly lightening significantly. At this moment, all the team members had arrived, looking relaxed as they lay on the sofa beds set up by Xie Su in the living room. In the distance, Xie Su turned to look this way. Yo, dog brother, you're here. Bai Yi replied blandly. Xie Su was unfazed, knowing this was Bai Yi's nature. He stepped closer and patted Xiao Bai. Have you gained weight again? Oh, whoa. Xiao Bai also looked a bit listless, clearly affected by the unusual circumstances. I have already prepared a place for you. Go lie down for a bit. Xie Su stepped aside and pointed to a vacant sofa bed behind him. Clearly this was specially reserved for Xiao Bai. Oh, whoa. Xiao Bai howled at Xie Su, then feebly climbed onto the sofa bed and lay down motionless. Before long, faint snoring began to sound, and everyone lying on the sofa bed had fallen asleep. It was evident that they were truly tormented by the specific phobia. Xie Su took out a blanket, and Bai Yi stepped forward to help. Together they covered the sleeping individuals with the blanket. After finishing this task, Xie Su pointed towards the other rooms. Bai Yi understood, and the two of them left the living room in succession, entering the corridor of the shelter. Dog brother, what do you think we should do next? This question made Bai Yi pause, and after some thought he replied, we need to go in. His finger pointed towards the sky outside the window where the distant dodecahedron reflected a tranquil scene. Due to the unique characteristics of the shelter, Yuxiang, directly gazing at the core, no longer troubled Bai Yi as much as before. What if we all stay in my shelter? Can we endure it directly? I don't know. Bai Yi answered without hesitation, clearly having contemplated this issue long ago. I don't know the system's intentions, but I think it's a bit unrealistic to just tough it out. There will surely be other changes, otherwise my place is obviously a better choice compared to here. True. Xie Su chuckled. If we were to endure outside, we could just lie down in Dog Brother's shelter's medical cabin and enter deep sleep until the end. The land of mist. It truly is a series of crises, one after another. The players have no chance to catch their breath. If they can't get through, they die. Bai Yi remained noncommittal. Xie Su took a deep breath and said, then let's stick to the original plan and look for a way out inside the core. Right, let's get ready and go in. Bai Yi looked outside. Delays could lead to changes. 8:00 p.m. The forum opened as usual. Originally expected to be lively, even more so than usual, the forum today seemed somewhat desolate. Although posts continued to refresh, there were noticeably fewer compared to before. Most posts were from organizations or guilds, with personal players posting rarely. Those posts lacked substance. Even the third division merely published some conjectures. Bai Yi privately inquired about Gung Yi, who indicated that they had dispatched nearly 10 exploration teams trying out more than 20 types of communication devices, but received no news. Everyone who touched the abnormal items outside the shelter had disappeared without a trace, presumably entering the fantastical structure known as the core. The remaining 8 division heads of the 9th Division attended a lengthy meeting in the 1st Division today, but Gung Yi did not elaborate on the details due to confidentiality. However, based on his words, it seemed that the 1st Division was already preparing for the entire 9th Division to enter the core. From Gung Yi's description, he seemed not to be severely affected by the specific phobia, indicating that the 9th Division also had similar measures to alleviate psychological pressure, which did not surprise Bai Yi. In contrast to the silence of the forum, the square was much livelier. Many players were hoarding sanity recovery potions and psychological recovery potions, with the latter being in far greater demand than the former, yet the sales volume was completely opposite. Historically, players did not care much about psychological value, as it was easily adjusted, just a slight relaxation would bring it down. Moreover, even if psychological value reached 100, it would not lead to serious consequences, merely reducing sanity. It was more convenient to buy sanity recovery potions than to purchase psychological recovery potions. Demand dictates the market. The lackluster functionality of psychological recovery potions ensured they would not be a focus for players except for the 9th Division. Once again, it was a document issued by the 1st Division. While everyone ignored psychological value, the 1st Division keenly identified that blind spot. To be safe, the 9th Division did not invest heavily. As it turned out, the 1st Division made the correct judgment once again. The 1st Division. Bai Yi murmured to himself while holding a log. From the chat, he could clearly sense Gung Yi's trust in the 1st Division. Yet Bai Yi had never heard any news about the members of the 1st Division. The entire division seemed shrouded in a layer of mystery. Members within the 9th Division also knew little about the 1st Division. Only the heads of each division were aware of the specific circumstances of the 1st Division, and they never disclosed it to outsiders. Currently, the largest volume of transactions in the square came from the 8th Division. They did not sell psychological recovery potions as the 9th Division's own reserves were not substantial. However, their stock of sanity recovery potions was astonishing. No one knew exactly how many sanity recovery potions the 9th Division had stored. During the 2 hours the square was open, the 8th Division never stopped selling potions, and the prices were similar to usual. It can be said that the 8th Division single-handedly stabilized the price of sanity recovery potions in the entire land of Mist, preventing too many players from being dragged down by high prices. It can be said that the 9th Division truly focused on the human level rather than being fixated on gains and losses. 2 hours flew by, and after 10 p.m. the Forum Square and World Channel were all closed. During this time, Bai Yi also purchased some sanity recovery potions, and combined with their original supplies, it was sufficient for the team. Thus, the only missing potion was replenished, and the team was ready to go, just waiting for others to regain their strength before departing. After a brief discussion with Siesu, Bai Yi also went to rest to maintain his energy, while Siesu stayed behind to guard the first half of the night to prevent any new anomalies. The two switched shifts at 2 a.m. Since Bai Yi was on watch, Siesu slept soundly, and before long a new member joined the faint snoring in the room. To alleviate everyone's fear, all the windows in the living room had been sealed. In the dimly lit shelter, Bai Yi's golden eyes flickered with a chilling brightness resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Weather overcast. Location Misty Land. Time 0613 a.m. Temperature 1316. After a good sleep until 6 in the morning, everyone gradually awakened, their psychological values having dropped below 10 after sufficient rest. Upon realizing that they had slept through the night, while Siesu and Bai Yi stood guard, a few of them felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone head back to your shelters to prepare, gather your things, and then meet at my shelter to set off. Bai Yi's voice interrupted the others' awkwardness, and everyone quickly perked up, eagerly responding. With Siesus urging, they reluctantly returned to their own shelters. Fortunately, their spirits had improved significantly during this time. Otherwise, having stayed here for almost 11 hours, the lost souls would have been enough to take their lives. After a brief preparation, the team members gathered at Bai Yi's shelter. We have never encountered any life-and-death crises with Dogbrother here, let's hope. Chill. Wang Zi raised her index finger, cutting off Tang Zheng mid-sentence. No jinxing, us saying it out loud will ruin it. Hearing her, Siesu muttered to himself, we've set so many jinxes before. Moi. Wang Zi shot him a glance filled with menace, prompting Siesu to raise both hands and surrender. At that moment, Bai Yi at the front adjusted his breathing a few times. Let's go. Thus, the 7 people and 1 wolf stepped out of the shelter. In that instant, each of them felt uncomfortable, as if a hand were squeezing their hearts. Even with their eyes downcast, the complexity of their physical and psychological thoughts made them glance at the fantastical architecture around them. Their psychological values were visibly increasing, and fortunately, the white stool stuck on the stairs was very close to the shelter. It took them only a few steps to reach the stool. What should we do, sit on it? Zhangzhen asked. Let me try, Siesu replied. He then approached the stool, first reaching out to touch it. The texture felt just like an ordinary plastic stool. Next, he tried to pull it, only to find that the stool seemed to grow from the stairs, remaining utterly unmoved. Siesu decided not to try any further. He stepped in front of the stool, paused for a moment, and turned back to the others, saying, we should just sit on it. Having said that, he took the lead and sat down. The moment his body touched the surface of the stool, he vanished without a trace. The process happened so suddenly that there was no time to react. The other members of the team exchanged glances, hesitating not at all, and one by one, they sat down, disappearing in succession. Bai Yi was the last to take a seat, and the moment he sat down, a wave of dizziness hit him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Yi felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning and tumbling incessantly. This process felt both interminably long and fleetingly brief. In the next moment, his feet touched the ground, but due to the intense dizziness, Bai Yi involuntarily collapsed to the ground. There was no sensation of pain. It seemed he had fallen onto something soft, but at that moment he was too disoriented to discern it. After a while, the dizziness finally began to fade, and he could hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. As soon as his mobility returned, Bai Yi sprang up from the ground, his skeletal armor covering his entire body. He transformed into a pale knight, alert to any potential dangers around him. Before him lay a glaring sunlight, and in the distance the emerald green sea. The azure sky, fresh air, and warm sunlight on his body felt incredibly comfortable, painting a picture of beauty. Yet this scene made him even more cautious. After confirming that there was no immediate danger nearby, Bai Yi assessed his talents, equipment, and flesh alchemy to ensure all his abilities were functioning properly. Once satisfied, he began to examine his surroundings more closely. It appeared to be a resort with scattered umbrellas and lounge chairs around, and swimming rings occasionally strewn across the ground. Some small tables beside the lounge chairs held juices and coconuts, each with straws. Some straws even had flattened ends marked with distinct bite marks. Not far behind were wooden tree houses arranged in a staggered manner, looking quite comfortable. The beach bore rows of footprints left by passing pedestrians. Bai Yi could also see a sand pit in the distance with a half-built structure made of sand in its center. Everything appeared so beautiful without any sense of dissonance. Even his abnormal condition, the specific phobia, no longer exerted the immense psychological pressure it had while in the shelter. Yet Bai Yi remained vigilant, not allowing himself to relax in the slightest. If everything around seemed to indicate that this was a warm and leisurely tourist destination where people played relaxed and enjoyed sunbathing, then where were the people? Where had all the people gone? Despite the atmosphere suggesting that the place had recently been bustling with people, Bai Yi could see no one in sight. No, not just people, there seemed to be no living creatures at all. Normally, there should be seagulls flying over the sea and insects chirping in the trees. But the reality was that there was nothing. The pleasant sound of waves continuously reached Bai Yi's ears, and though the sunlight shone upon him, it did not make him feel warm. Instead, it raised the hairs on his body. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he did not see any teammates, nor could he find Xiao Bai. Bai Yi pondered for a moment and decided to head in a random direction, searching along the beach to see if he could find the others. After walking for about a few hundred meters, Bai Yi vaguely spotted a figure in the distance. Since the figure had its back turned, it did not notice him. He did not rush over, but suddenly darted into a nearby treehouse, using its cover to move closer to the figure. Fortunately, the person seemed to have no intention of moving, merely scanning the area back and forth. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yi had already crept within 200 meters of that person. Through the rhythm and appearance, he confirmed the individual's identity. It was Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan felt a sudden dizziness and then collapsed beside him. Once he recovered, he too displayed a wary expression, beginning to observe his surroundings. Upon noticing the strange environment, Zhang Zhan became even more cautious. He first looked around several times before deciding to head in a random direction. There were only two possibilities: either his teammates were nearby and they would reunite smoothly, or they were in other locations and could not meet for now. Even if it were the latter, actively searching was far better than waiting in place. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to take action, he heard a noise from behind. He instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the newcomer, his expression relaxed. Standing before him was none other than Xiesu. Dog brother. Zhang Zhan felt a surge of joy upon seeing Bai, yet he did not let his guard down, merely lowering the grip on his great sword slightly. The code word. Bai Yi replied calmly. Zhang Zhan, the king covers the earth tiger. Bai Yi, 180 cups. After confirming the code word, the two relaxed. Dog brother, what's the situation here? I don't know, I just woke up planning to explore around, and then I bumped into you. While they spoke, their movements did not stop. Bai Yi gestured for Zhang Zhan to walk and talk. The latter understood and followed Bai Yi's lead. Are the others by the seaside too? They might be, or they might not be. Don't forget, this is a limit space. As he spoke, Bai Yi suddenly stopped, looking at the information panel, pondering for a moment, then said to Zhang Zhan, the abnormal state limit space has undergone new changes. Hearing this, Zhang Zhan opened his personal information panel. Limit space, the interior of the core, is intricate and complex. Changes in players may cause them to shift current location pool core. We need to hurry up. Bai Yi's voice reached Zhang Zhan's ears, who nodded solemnly in agreement. The abnormal state indicated that if players underwent certain changes, they would shift their position. This meant that even if his teammates were nearby, they could suddenly disappear due to inadvertently triggering the rules. Therefore, they must regroup before any team members vanished. This way, even if they were shifted, they could provide reference for others. Understanding this, Bai Yi and Zhang Zhan no longer hesitated and quickened their pace. Tang Zheng strode confidently along a vast stretch of beach with a rifle in hand, where he could see anything happening around him. At the same time, this area allowed other teammates to spot him easily. Where is everyone? He murmured, when suddenly something appeared in the distance. Tang Zheng instinctively raised his rifle to aim. Due to the distance, he could not see clearly what it was, only that it was charging towards him, kicking up sand as it came, hinting at its immense size. Realizing he couldn't see clearly, Tang Zheng would not let this thing reach him without any action. However, out of caution, he did not fire immediately. The place where the rifle was originally fitted with a red dot sight suddenly began to change as numerous tiny metals reorganized under his will. In just a few seconds, an eightfold scope replaced the red dot sight. Tang Zheng placed his eye against it and made some adjustments, finally able to see the true face of what was approaching. Is that Xiao Bai? Upon recognizing the newcomer, he lowered his gun and waved towards the distance, shouting, Xiao Bai, a woo. In no time, the man and the wolf successfully met. However, they seemed to remain vigilant. Xiao Bai began to circle around Tang Zheng, its nose twitching, as if confirming something. Tang Zheng held a shotgun which he had switched to upon Xiao Bai's approach, as the shotgun's lethality was more evident at close range. They were about 2 or 3 meters apart. After sniffing for a while, Xiao Bai finally confirmed that the person before it was indeed Tang Zheng. A woo-woo. It barked while gesturing with its paw on the sand. Come with me. Soon 3 crooked characters appeared on the beach. Tang Zheng was not surprised that Xiao Bai could write, as that was something he had taught Xiao Bai. In their daily lives, the bond between the man and the wolf was excellent. When there was nothing to do, Tang Zheng often sought Xiao Bai to explore some small fantastical structures, while Bai Yi was glad to be free, avoiding the nuisance of Xiao Bai constantly bothering him. Have you found anything? Tang Zheng asked. A woo. Xiao Bai nodded, then gestured for Tang Zheng to follow, and they began to run towards the direction Xiao Bai came from. After running for about 3 to 4 minutes, Xiao Bai suddenly stopped. Ow! It turned into a nearby treehouse, and Tang Zheng followed closely. Then the heads of both the wolf and the man peeked out from behind the treehouse. Xiao Bai gestured for Tang Zheng to look at who the figure in the distance was, and the latter obediently created a telescope. He saw a person lying on the ground in the distance, surrounded by blood, looking dead. Due to the angle, Tang Zheng could not see the face clearly, but he felt that this outfit was very familiar. Beside the corpse knelt a person, Wang Zi. She was constantly wiping her face with her hands, seemingly crying. Tang Zheng conveyed his discovery to Xiao Bai, who understood, and then led Tang Zheng towards Wang Zi. When Wang Zi saw the corpse, her heart sank. When she clearly saw the face of the corpse, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped her. Why did it turn out like this? They had only just entered, and the team had already suffered casualties, which made Wang Zi very sad. The corpse was covered in wounds, as if it had been scraped by barbed wire, blood and flesh in tatters. Moreover, there was a massive gaping hole torn in its throat, as if it had been savagely ripped apart by some ferocious beast. Wang Zi reached out to close its eyes, then wiped her tears haphazardly. When she opened her eyes again, they had turned fierce, resembling a rabbit cornered with no way out. She stood up and drew the bow and arrow from her back. Rest assured, I will avenge you, Zhengge. Zhengge. Wang Zi's voice cracked slightly due to the abrupt change. Just then, from behind the treehouse, Tang Zheng emerged. It was no wonder she was so shocked. Having just seen a corpse of Tang Zheng, she turned around and saw another living Tang Zheng. Anyone would be bewildered. However, Wang Zi only paused for a moment before immediately raising her bow and knocking an arrow. Who are you? Hello, Uncle Zhang, you're nearby too. Su greeted Zhang Jin casually. Yes, I opened my eyes and found myself here. After looking around, I saw you. Zhang Jin replied to him. I've been awake for a while. I was thinking of wandering around to see if I could find you guys. So you found me. Didn't see anyone else? Zhang Jin inquired. Hearing this, Su shook his head. No, I only saw you. All right, then let's wander around and see if we can find others. Zhang Jin was not surprised by Zu's answer, so he suggested. Zu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he casually said, Sure, let's try to regroup as quickly as possible. Then the two casually moved in one direction. During this time, Su walked ahead of Zhang Jin, maintaining a distance of about 2 or 3 steps. Silently, Zhang Jin quickened his pace, trying to get closer to Su, but the next second he stopped. He saw a nearly invisible fine thread taut around his neck. Su slowly turned his head back. Uncle Zhang, something seems off. Haven't we? Not matched the code word yet. Court jade liquid wine. Su was the first to speak, gazing at Zhang Jin, who was wrapped in silk threads. The latter's expression appeared angry and aggrieved, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He spoke, At a time like this, internal strife only gives our enemies an opportunity, doesn't it? Haven't you already infiltrated? Su was not deceived by Zhang Jin's expression. He shook his head and finally asked, What is my name? Zhang Jin stood there expressionless, silent. How unprofessional to mimic others without knowing anything that's too easy to expose. After a moment of reflection, Zu's fingers moved slightly. The boundary lines surrounding Zhang Jin suddenly tightened, binding him tightly. In the next second, the sharp silk threads sliced through skin and bone. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Jin's body shattered like building blocks. Even the physical attributes are so low, this is too fake. After another round of complaints, Su shook off the blood and flesh from the boundary lines, and then put them away. He ignored the scattered remains on the ground and walked toward the observation platform not far away. Wei Fun and Li Zihua were on the beach. Beside them lay a female corpse. Haven't you encountered this thing? Wei Fun inquired. At this moment, Li Zihua was already squatting beside the corpse, occasionally reaching out to touch it. No, from the anatomical structure, they are identical to humans. Interesting. They had met a few minutes ago. Upon Li Zihua's arrival, he found Wei Fun standing on the ground, and another Wei Fun lying down, both looking exactly the same with no differences. Initially, he was very cautious, but after the standing Wei Fun signaled with a code and detailed the matters within their team, Li Zihua began to trust her. He then examined the lying Wei Fun and discovered that her bone and muscle density was only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person, around 10 points, thus confirming his suspicions. According to her, this imposter must have intended to find others, but unexpectedly ran into herself and foolishly came over to greet her, leading to Wei Fun killing her directly. "Do you mind if I cut open the body to take a look?" Li Zihua said without looking up, as the appearance of the corpse was exactly like Wei Fun's. Out of respect, he still inquired about Wei Fun's opinion. "Go ahead," Wei Fun replied indifferently. Hearing this, Li Zihua no longer hesitated. He removed the clothing from the corpse and took out a scalpel from within the clothing, confirming the points before beginning to cut. Wei Fun, standing beside, tried not to watch the process and instead focused on staying alert to the surroundings. She was not afraid of the corpse, she simply felt strange watching her own body being dissected, so she decided to look away. The dissection lasted about 10 minutes, during which Li Zihua murmured professional terms that Wei Fun could not understand, while the corpse was peeled open like a work of art. "Even the insides are the same, truly." Li Zihua was about to exclaim when he suddenly noticed the corpse starting to decompose on its own. Although Wei Fun wasn't staring intently, she was still aware of the situation and naturally noticed this phenomenon. "What's going on? Why is the corpse decomposing on its own?" She was somewhat puzzled. Li Zihua thought for a moment. It might be some sort of recycling mechanism. Lacking sufficient information, this was the only conclusion he could draw. "Let's go. We've wasted over 10 minutes without gaining any useful information. We should regroup with the others quickly." Li Zihua put the scalpel back and stood up, brushing off the sand on his clothes. "All right." The reason the two stayed behind to search for clues instead of immediately finding others was to avoid being ambushed by the imposters. The main reason was that the imposters had too many flaws. They believed others could easily discern them as well. Thus the two walked away. "I am real, that one is fake." Tang Zheng raised his hands high. Wang Zi's gaze was sharp, and she remained silent. "Really, court jade liquid wine." Seeing that she was not convinced, Tang Zheng hurriedly spoke the code. Upon hearing this, Wang Zi slightly relaxed her grip on the bow. "Treasure pagoda suppresses river demons," she replied, but still did not lower her bow, merely lowering it slightly, no longer aiming at Tang Zheng. Wang Zi could not be sure if the Tang Zheng in front of her was real. After all, there had been instances of mind-stealing slugs, and there were indeed otherworldly beings capable of accessing players' memories. "Oh, whoa." At that moment, Xiao Bai stepped out from the side. It wrote a few words in the sand. "That one. Fake. I killed it." After writing it, gestured for Wang Zi to come over and pointed with its paw at the corpse on the ground. Simultaneously during this process, Xiao Bai had determined through smell that the person in front of him was indeed the genuine Wang Zi. This. Just as she was about to say something, Tang Zheng suddenly interrupted her. "Look at the corpse." Wang Zi and Xiao Bai instinctively turned their heads, only to see Tang Zheng's corpse on the ground rapidly disappearing, even the blood on the ground vanishing. Only then did Wang Zi fully believe the words of the person and the wolf before her. She looked at Tang Zheng, her eyes instantly reddening. "I thought you were really gone, Jingge. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill," Tang Zheng assured while patting his chest. While the group was chatting, two figures appeared in the distance, Bai Yi and Zhang Zhun. Bai Yi was carrying his own and Wang Zi's corpses in each hand, while Zhang Zhun held Xiezu's corpse. "Heavenly King, jade liquid wine. 100 no treasure pagoda, 8 1 cup. Treasure pagoda, 8 1 cup. Oh, whoa." Both responded simultaneously. Wang Zi was somewhat taken aback, her mouth slightly opening. However, this was understandable. To prevent code exposure, the team prepared many different codes for random use. Some of these codes were created by merging well-known memes, making them quite tongue-twisting, so a slip of the tongue was within reason. Bai Yi was about to speak when two more figures appeared in the distance, Wei Fun and Li Zihua. After exchanging codes, the team members were basically gathered, only missing Xiezu. Wang Zi looked oddly at the corpse of Xiezu that Bai Yi had tossed aside. "Now we just lack Xie dog. That. It can't be real, right?" Her words caused Bai Yi to pause for a moment. He turned to Wang Zi, and even his usually indifferent face showed an involuntary deep surprise and confusion. "Oh, I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood, ha." Under Bai Yi's care for the less fortunate gaze, Wang Zi forced a laugh. With the three corpses disappearing from the ground, this small interlude was quickly turned over, and afterwards the few exchanged their experiences. While Zhang Zhun was narrating, Bai Yi suddenly turned his head to look at the sea. The others noticed his movement and immediately became alert. They all looked toward the ocean, only to see that the originally blue sea had turned into a terrifying black at some point. "Was the water this black just now?" Tang Zheng asked, uncertainly gazing at the pitch-black sea surface. "No, it was a deep blue just now," Li Zihua affirmed in response. Wang Zi measured the distance ahead. The beach, which had seemed endless at a glance, could now be seen to have an endpoint. Her words drew everyone's attention back to the surface of the sea. "Don't move for now, let me take a look." You have used bone manipulation technique and flesh differentiation technique rationality. 23. Two large wings appeared, and Bai Yi soared into the sky, reaching a height of about 20 meters. From this height, he could not fully see the scene below as some tall trees obstructed his view. It wasn't that he didn't want to go higher. Before this, Bai Yi had already attempted to fly up for observation, but no matter how long he flew upwards, he remained at that height of around 20 meters as if fixed in place. He tried many methods, all to no avail, so he decided not to exert himself further. As he rotated his perspective, Bai Yi was astonished to discover that the once immense beach had transformed into a small island. Moreover, the other side of the island was not a golden sandy beach, but rather some kind of white substance. Due to the glaring sunlight, he could not discern what that white material truly was. Psychological value anxiety, 6100. As he stared directly at the island before him, the specific phobia was triggered, causing his psychological value to begin rising at an exceedingly slow pace. Bai Yi had anticipated this, as the vast land he had first seen when ascending had caused a significant increase in his psychological value. After getting a clearer view, Bai Yi returned to the ground. There are changes on the other side of the island. Oh, we need to go take a look. He then described the scene he had observed to the others. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thus they set off towards the other side of the island. Although Xie Su had not rejoined the team, the members were not worried about his safety. As Wang Zi put it, good people don't live long, but disasters last for 1,000 years. Xie Su appeared tormented, curled up on the lookout platform, as if the flow of time around him was exceptionally strange. Although he was curled up and motionless, the scene flickered occasionally, revealing Xie Su struggling frantically on the lookout platform, his mouth moving as if he were screaming. But with another flicker, he returned to calmly curling up there. From time to time, his figure would appear climbing up the platform, overlooking the island, or retreating. Above the lookout platform, a faint elusive eye was watching everything that transpired. After an unknown period, Xie Su slowly rose from the ground. He first wiped the cold sweat from his face before adjusting his state. A mischievous grin appeared on his face, his body relaxed and no longer tense, and he hummed an indecipherable tune. After doing all this, he pulled out a mirror from somewhere and began to examine himself. So handsome. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he narcissistically complimented himself, then put away the mirror and left the lookout platform, heading in the direction where the others had gone. At this moment, the others had already reached the other side of the island, taking a direct route through the center to save time. Bai Yi tentatively stepped on the ground a few times. From this point onward, the sand had completely vanished, replaced by glossy white tiles neatly bordered with black edges. The surface of the tiles reflected light and was somewhat blinding under the sun. Although it was quite damp, the footing was not as slippery as Bai Yi had imagined. In fact, it felt slightly rough, allowing him to stand firmly. I didn't ask. Bai Yi turned around to explain the situation to the others, but as soon as he spoke, his expression grew serious again. Unbeknownst to him, the tree houses behind them had all vanished, leaving only sparse, sturdy trees. Without the cover of the tree houses, he could easily see what was happening on the opposite side of the island. He saw that the beach they had come from had also disappeared, replaced by surging pitch-black sea water. It seems we have no choice now. Li Zihua, who also noticed this situation, let out a wry laugh. Perhaps the next change will come quickly. There must be an exit. Bai Yi glanced around. We need to pick up the pace and search separately. Since they didn't know when the sea water would engulf the entire island, the time they had left was likely limited, prompting them to take more adventurous measures. Thus, the 6 of them split into 3 small teams, 2 per group, Bai Yi with Zhang, Li Zihua with Wei Fun, and Tang Zheng with Wang Zi. Considering that Li Zihua and Wei Fun were not strong, Bai Yi decided to accompany them to avoid any accidents. The 3 groups stepped onto the white tiles, beginning their exploration from 3 different directions in hopes of finding an exit and also locating Xie Su. Bai Yi and Zhang Zhen were exploring to the west. Unlike Zhang Zhen's focus on the island, Bai Yi's attention was more drawn to the distant sea surface and the sky. Gradually, he came to a stop, staring intently at a particular spot. Uncertain if it was his illusion, he felt that the color of the sky there seemed a bit dark, as if it had been painted with pigment. This was discovered through his perception of the rhythm of all things, unlike the emptiness of other areas. That place emitted a faint rhythm. Uncle Zhang, over here. Bai Yi called for Zhang Zhen to join him as they walked towards the seaside. As they got closer to the water surface, the deep sea rapidly expanded in their view. The darkness, reminiscent of an abyss, brought immense pressure to both of them. Clear water is shallow, green water is deep, blue water is expansive, yellow water is rapid, and black water is profound. Even Zhang Zhen, who had traveled widely and seen much, had never encountered such black sea water. The darkness, as if it would swallow everything, instilled fear, making it difficult to breathe just by looking at it. Psychological value panic 28100. Bai Yi was fine, but Zhang Zhen's psychological value had already exceeded 50 points. Uncle Zhang, you don't need to go forward. Oh, let me take a look first. He noticed Zhang Zhen's discomfort and thus prevented him from pushing himself. Zhang Zhen understood the stakes and stopped. Dog brother, if anything happens, come back first and call everyone to address it together. Bai Yi replied, then continued to walk forward. He stopped only when he reached the edge of the tiles. Stepping forward would lead to the abyss. At the same time, he finally saw the true face of the sky. When his gaze returned to the water's surface, a small path made of tiles appeared before him. Bai Yi took a step back, about to turn back, when suddenly a scream echoed from a distance. That direction was Wang Zi. As the steel bone will activated, his sanity dropped by 100, currently at 100 out of 200, gaining a 30 boost. Strength 3930, Constitution 3930. You used the bone manipulation technique and flesh differentiation technique, losing 23 sanity. With the activation of steel bone will and the manifestation of flesh wings, Bai Yi soared into the air, rushing towards that direction. Meanwhile, his teammates heard the commotion and dashed over to investigate. Bai Yi's speed was astonishing, surpassing everyone one by one. He crashed onto the tiles like a cannonball, shattering them into pieces and creating a large hole in the ground. However, when Bai Yi looked up, he saw Tang Zheng standing nearby with his hand on his forehead, while in the distance Wang Zi was chasing someone with a blood-bone feather blade. That person was none other than Xiesu. Time rewinds a few minutes. Zhengge, where do you think the exit might be? Wang Zi asked as she searched and spoke to Tang Zheng. I don't know, but I trust dog. Guess. Let's search everywhere. If we can't find it, I'll check by the sea. Oh, the exit might be by the sea. His words reminded Wang Zi. I think the probability is high near the sea. Oh, let's go check there first. All right, but we need to be careful. They'll tie a rope to you, or you can tie one to me. Okay. Just as the two were about to head towards the sea, a faint sound of a branch snapping reached their ears. They instantly turned around. Tang Zheng took out a weapon case, transforming it into a shotgun, while Wang Zi knocked an arrow and aimed at the source of the noise. Silently, they exchanged glances. After a gesture from Tang Zheng, they cautiously approached the sound, with Wang Zi closely following. They maintained a formation with Tang Zheng in front and Wang Zi behind, keeping a distance of about 2 or 3 body lengths. Whenever the arrow swept past Tang Zheng, Wang Zi would lower her bow to avoid accidental injury. Thus, they arrived cautiously at the source of the noise. Behind 2 or 3 large trees, they found a thick branch that had been broken on the ground. Tang Zheng bent down to inspect it, while Wang Zi remained on guard. In that tense moment, a hand suddenly rested on Wang Zi's shoulder, accompanied by an eerie cry. Wow! Her mind went blank, and she couldn't catch what the voice mumbled afterward, instinctively letting out a scream. Despite her mind being empty, her body had no hesitation, smoothly turning, aiming, and shooting. In that split second before Wang Zi could gather her thoughts, she instinctively launched an attack. Damn! Xiesu tilted his head with all his might and barely dodged the arrow. The arrow grazed his cheek, and due to the force, his neck made a cracking sound. Ouch! Xiesu held his neck, and after locking eyes with Wang Zi, he revealed a mischievous smile. Surprise. Are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Only then did Wang Zi realize what had happened, and when she saw the person clutching his neck in pain before her, she instinctively clenched her teeth. Not at all surprising. Saying this, she drew the blood feather bone blade and ruthlessly swung it at him. That was the entire process. After hearing Tang Zheng's account, Bai Yi's face darkened. It should be noted that he had activated his talent to arrive quickly. In the next moment, Bai Yi vanished from his spot and appeared beside the two, still entangled. With 2 fingers, he pinched the bone blade and halted Wang Zi's action. Seeing this, Xiesu spoke up. It was just a scare. If there's no need to chase and attack me. Look at Dog Gu, how reasonable. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed dramatically, as if sensing something, and he leaped to the side. But this time was different. The strength disparity of over 10 points was overwhelming. Bai Yi kicked him in the rear with a speed that Xiesu, despite foreseeing it, could not evade. Ow! Xiesu was kicked out with a yelp. Serves you right. Seeing this, Wang Zi snorted and sheathed her knife. Thus the whole incident concluded with Xiesu receiving a kick from Bai Yi. At this point, the Ash Echo squad was fully gathered, and Bai Yi had also found the exit. This looks very unsafe, Tang Zheng couldn't help but remark as everyone arrived by the exit. It's no wonder, he said, that the narrow path was about 1 meter wide and not above sea level, situated roughly half a meter below the sea surface with no railing. The path extended into the distance, and behind it was a set of stairs leading to a corridor, the outer surface of which mirrored the color of the sky. Just looking at this scene made everyone feel their breaths quicken and their blood pressure rise. Let's prepare some safety measures. As he spoke, skeletal structures emerged from Bai Yi's back, forming multiple chains that wrapped around everyone's waists. At this moment, his talent effect was still active, enhancing the hardness of the bones to an extremely high level, making it nearly impossible for ordinary monsters to harm them. If they were to be truly damaged, it would only mean that the monster was powerful enough for them to be completely unable to resist, rendering safety measures irrelevant. Let's depart. After everything was prepared, Bai Yi issued the command. He then led the charge onto the path into the water. The squad had considered letting Bai Yi fly them directly over, but due to the strangeness of the place, they decided to play it safe and proceed normally. The island is gone, Su, who was last in line, alerted as he entered the path. To this, Bai Yi knew well, as just moments ago in his perception the entire island's residents had suddenly vanished, leaving only the sea. At this moment in the vast space there was only the boundless sea and the small path before them. I know, don't look back, don't look down, calm your mind, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, even if you fall I can pull you back up. Bai Yi's voice was like a dose of adrenaline, bringing strength to the others in the squad. As the waves crashed against them, everyone did their best to maintain stability, walking forward slowly, while focusing on the back of the person in front of them, forcing themselves not to look at their surroundings. And the white figure at the front, like a stabilizing anchor, led the team steadily onward. The path was not long, and soon they reached the stairs and began to climb. The second half of the journey passed without any incidents, and the squad approached the corridor safely and successfully passed through.